The land of the north frozen for 1,000 miles, snow drifting across 10,000 li. Feng City was exactly like this right now. The snow from a few days ago had just been cleared, but the ice still clung stubbornly to the streets. And today, another heavy snowfall had begun, thick, feathery flakes blanketing everything anew. It was past 8 in the evening. Rush hour had long since ended, and traffic on the roads had thinned considerably. The pavement was slick. Inside a battered old domestic sedan, Chen Xiaochen gripped the steering wheel, driving slowly and carefully. Nearly 40 years old, Chen Xiaochen's face showed the softness of middle age and the lines of time, but his features still hinted at the handsome young man had once been. Over nearly 2 decades of hustling, had met both saints and scoundrels, weathered big crises and small setbacks alike. His journey had never been smooth. Misfortune seemed to find him without cause. When he tried selling beverages, his warehouse was either flooded by sewage or caught fire due to a neighbor's accident. He opened a restaurant next. Business started strong until those special years forced repeated closures. Eventually, no one came anymore. After all that Titang hustle and bustle, he wasn't broke, but he certainly wasn't rich. When the restaurant finally collapsed, his life spiraled downward even faster. His car went from imported SUV to a second-hand joint venture model, and finally to this ancient, God-knows-Shimanihansu's domestic hatchback. And it was precisely this downgrade that pushed his wife to leave him. By then, aside from the compensation money from his parents' accident, he had almost no savings left. Their standard of living plummeted in with it. So did their marriage. Arguments grew sharper, more frequent, until divorce became inevitable. Thankfully, they had no children. The split was clean. He gave her the apartment, and they went their separate ways. Now homeless, Chen moved into the old house his parents had left behind. Back when business was good, had often sent money to his parents, urging them to travel. They were cheerful, adventurous souls and soon began signing up for group tours on their own. On one such trip, their tour bus wound along a mountain pass. Due to the driver's excessive speed on a curve, the vehicle skidded, smashed through the guardrail, and tumbled down the slope. There were no survivors. At 32, Chen Xiaochen became an orphan overnight. From that day on, he never wanted children of his own. His parents left behind an apartment. A joint venture sedan had bought them, some savings and the accident compensation. The savings and the car were long gone, poured into failing businesses over the years. Only the compensation money and the old house remained. Tonight, Chen was out meeting a few business acquaintances, hoping to find a new opportunity, anything to claw his way back up. His car rolled onto the Zhushui Bridge, which connected 2 districts. The bridge was 20 or 30 years old. Before moving into his current place, Chen's family had lived nearby for over a decade. Had crossed this bridge countless times as a child. Now, returning alone, he couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. As he neared the off-ramp, the traffic light ahead flashed green a few times, then turned yellow. The tanker ahead braked, its tail lights glowing red. Chen eased off the accelerator. The light turned red. Because the intersection sat so close to the ramp, cars queued right at the exit. Chen stopped and let his mind drift back. The familiar surroundings stirred a memory. It had also been early winter on a night much like this at this very intersection. Back then, after an hour at the internet CAF after school, 16-year-old Chen had been riding his bike down the off-ramp. Distracted and too close to the merging lane, he hadn't looked properly and was struck head-in by a tiny delivery van coming down the bridge. Luckily, the van was empty and light. The driver had slowed before the ramp. Thanks to those factors, Chen escaped serious injury, just knocked off his bike, dazed but standing within minutes. Young and naive, he didn't blame the driver. In fact, he felt guilty for not watching the road. Brushing dirt off his clothes, he apologized to the stunned driver and pedaled home. Man, Chen chuckled to himself now. I really was a decent kid back then. Got hit by a car and didn't even ask for medical fees. If that happened today, even if I walked away, fine ID, squeeze at least $2,000 out of the guy before letting him go. Still lost in thought, Chen noticed the light changing. The car ahead shifted into gear. He reached for his own gear shift, but then a deep roar echoed from the overpass above. In the rearview mirror, a massive freight truck thundered down the ramp, its cargo bed loaded with something heavy. The truck bore down fast. Though tense, veteran driver Chen stayed calm, immediately tried to accelerate and pull forward. But the tanker ahead suddenly spun its wheels on the icy road, failing to move. His own car, too close behind, had no room to swerve. Braking distance was useless on ice. He slammed the gear into reverse, but it was too late. He could only watch, helpless, as the truck plowed into him. Boom! A crushing impact. A deafening crash. In that final moment of consciousness, Chen's mind flooded with regret, self-reproach, bitterness, and a strange, quiet sense of relief. Then darkness. Total blackness. Nothing. He didn't know how much time passed. Slowly, awareness returned like waking from a deep sleep, yet unable to open his eyes. His mind felt foggy, untethered, adrift in endless void. Then voices. Muffled at first, indistinct but persistent. The sound pulled him back, anchoring his drifting soul. Sensation returned first touch, then hearing, then sight. He focused on the voice. "Hey, kid. Hey, you okay? Wake up. I wasn't even going fast. How'd you pass out like that?" Hand slapped his arm. The physical contact sharpened his senses. He could feel his limbs again. With effort, he willed his eyes open. At first, his vision blurred. Then it focused. Above him loomed the anxious face of a middle-aged man. "Well, thank God you're awake. Are you hurt? You scare me half to death. It didn't even look that bad. Would you faint? How do you feel?" Hearing the man's words, Chen felt his body come fully alive. Within seconds, he could move his arms and legs. He pushed himself up slowly, sitting upright bewildered. Was I rescued from the wreck? He scanned his surroundings and froze. He was sitting on the ground, wearing a padded jacket, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Beside him lay a bicycle, his old bicycle, unmistakable. The same middle-aged man crouched nearby. A meter away, a tiny delivery van idled, headlights on. The street was nearly empty, no pedestrians, just a few distant cars. Everything felt eerily familiar. This was the exact scene from his memory, an accident from his youth. His heart leapt into his throat. Before he could process it further, the man asked again, "Kid, are you all right? Can you stand? Should we go to the hospital?" Chen didn't answer. He tested his legs, then stood. Aside from numbness in his left upper arm and a sore right elbow, he seemed fine. His bike was undamaged. "I'm okay," he told the man. "Nothing serious. You can go." The driver exhaled in relief. "You really had me worried. Sure you don't need a checkup?" Chen just wanted him gone. Too many questions swirling in his head. "I'm fine. Really. Let's both get going." "All right, but watch where you're crossing next time." I barely had time to brake. After a few more reassurances, Chen finally sent the chatty, relieved driver on his way. Alone now, he pushed his bike to the curb and sat on the stone edge of the sidewalk. He needed to think. He was still Chen Xiaochen, age 39, all his memories intact, even the terrifying image of the truck bearing down on him vivid in his mind. Yet his clothes, his bike, this street, it was all from over 20 years ago. He hadn't seen a mirror, but he was certain he was 16 again. Chapter 2. Seeing Mom and Dad again. He raised a hand and touched his face. The skin was smooth, youthful, undeniably real. A possibility dawned on him. His pulse quickened. Excitement surged through his veins. Whether it was rebirth, time travel, or was something else he didn't know. But the world around him felt utterly real. Had been given a second chance. The thought electrified him. His heart pounded faster. His body trembled. He felt weightless, as if he might float away. That frightened him. What if I vanish? What if I wake up back in that crushed car? Desperate to stay grounded, he took slow, deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Gradually, the floating sensation faded. Now, clear-headed, he assessed his situation. Judging by the time of year and his school uniform, he was on his way home from school. And yes, his family still lived nearby. Home. The word brought an ache to his chest. His parents. He could see them again. Tears pricked his eyes. Warmth flooded his heart. Without another thought, he jumped on his bike and pedaled toward home fast, but careful not to get carried away by emotion. Last thing he needed was to trigger that eerie detachment again. He knew these streets like the back of his hand. After weaving through narrow alleys, he arrived at his old residential compound. This apartment was the result of a housing swap after their old ping-pong single-story home was demolished. His father had traded the resettlement unit plus 20,000 yuan for this 65 square meter, two-bedroom flat in a state-owned company's family compound. It had been a major upgrade. For the first time, Chen had his own bedroom. He locked his bike in the shed and sprinted upstairs. On the third floor, he fumbled with his keys, finally finding the right one. He pushed the door open, and there she was. His mother stepped out of the bedroom, hands on hips. "How come you're so late? School ends at 6:30. Where have you been? Did you sneak off to the internet CAF again?" Hearing her familiar scolding, seeing her face still young, still vibrant at 40, Chen's throat tightened. He forgot to close the door. Forgot to answer. He just stood there, eyes glistening, grinning like a fool. After a long moment, voice thick with emotion, he whispered, "Mom." Then he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her, and buried his face in her shoulder. Joy overwhelmed him. His body trembled again, that unsettling lightness returning. Panicked, he forced himself to breathe, to steady his emotions. His mother, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered. 16-year-old boys didn't hug their moms like this. They hadn't been this close in years. She stood stiffly for a moment, then gently patted his back. Finally, she pushed him back slightly to look at his face. What's gotten into you, son? Did something happen? Did someone bully you? You're acting so weird and smiling like an idiot. What's going on? No, nothing happened, Chen said, still beaming. I just missed you. Haven't seen you in so long. Missed me? She frowned. You left this morning. What are you talking about? Then she noticed the dirt on his sleeve and the scrape on his elbow. Did you fall? Were you fighting? He hadn't even noticed the tear in his jacket. Just fell off my bike. No big deal. No big deal. You could have been hurt. And look at your coat ruined already. Honestly, you give me no peace. She shut the door and started fussing. Take it off. They'll wash it and patch it up. There are nice iron-on patches now. Chen just nodded, smiling, letting her talk. Once satisfied he wasn't injured, she hurried to the kitchen to reheat dinner. While she was busy, Chen slipped into his room, changed into pajamas, and then walked straight to the master bedroom. His father sat on the bed, watching TV. Dad, late again. Got held up. Off playing again, I bet. Stop wasting time on nonsense. Your midterm rank dropped to nearly 40. So many kids are even in your class. Planning to stay at the bottom forever? In Chen's childhood memory, his father was the archetypal, stern Chinese dad, silent, strict, intimidating. One glance could silence him for hours. But adulthood had shown him other sides of his father, his quiet sacrifices, his hidden pride, his unspoken love. Now, at 39 inside a 16-year-old body, Chen understood. So instead of rolling his eyes or muttering excuses like his teenage self would have, he walked over, sat beside his father, and put an arm around his shoulders. No defensiveness. No excuses. Just sincerity. Dad, I was wrong before. Today's the last time. He'll study hard from now on. I promise. Whether it was the unexpected affection or the rare seriousness in his son's eyes, his father's expression softened. You're old enough now. I won't lecture you. Just remember your future depends on you. As Chen nodded, his mother called from the hallway. Dinner's ready. He turned to his father. He'll go eat. Back at the table, every bite tasted like heaven. He devoured one bowl of rice, then a second, cleared most of the dishes. Afterward, he gathered the leftovers, washed every dish, and quietly returned to his room, closing the door. Moments later, his mother peeked out from the master bedroom. She tiptoed to the kitchen, then froze. The sink was spotless, dishes neatly stacked. Her eyes widened like she'd seen a ghost. She rushed back to the bedroom, whispering urgently to her husband. Wait, was something's really off with our son today. Came home grinning like a lunatic and hugged me out of nowhere. Didn't even argue when I scolded him. And just now I checked the kitchen. He washed the dishes. When has he ever done that? Usually just leaves everything and runs off to play games. Do you think he hit his head when he fell? Should we take him to the hospital? You always assume the worst. Her husband sighed. He's growing up. Maybe something happened, need a wake-up call. Don't jump to conclusions. But it's so sudden. Give him space. Watch and see. It might be a good change. Meanwhile, in his room, Chen lay on his bed, trying to reconstruct memories relevant to this time period. But thinking in the abstract yielded nothing. So he began searching his room, hoping objects might jog his memory. He found rows of cassette tapes filled with 90s pop hits, magazines like Popular Software, detailing the latest PC games and tech, useless celebrity gossip tabloids, a binder of game CDs Diablo, StarCraft, Age of Empires. In his desk drawer, elementary school yearbooks, graduation photos, a water margin trading card album from Little Swan Snacks, and a few Stone Age online game cards. All of it screamed late 1990s, but none of it helped him navigate right now. Except maybe the elementary school class photo and yearbook. At least they reminded him who his old classmates were. He'd need that soon enough, because this time he wouldn't waste a single day. Chapter 3. Devote yourself to learning. How innocent the first was in those years, a truly naive youth devoid of any secrets. Reflected Chen Xiaochen as he perused his class album. Yet, to claim that the 16-year-old Chen Xiaochen was utterly innocent would be misleading. The 586 computer resting at the foot of his bed might offer a more nuanced narrative. Nevertheless, the chaotic clutter of the internet held no significance for the 39-year-old Chen Xiaochen. He regarded it as trivial. At 16, he remained a pure and endearing boy. Seated at his desk, having found no substantial clues, Chen Xiaochen opened his backpack. Inside lay 2 textbooks, Chinese and English, along with 2 exercise books and a pencil case. These items constituted perhaps the most useful resources he could muster, at least enough to ascertain the current timeline and his academic progress. Gazing at the textbooks, he confirmed that it was indeed the first semester of his 3rd year of junior high. A glance at the specific date revealed it to be November 15th, 2001. a realization that stirred something within him. It was the very day he had ventured out driving, the same date, the same location, and similarly, a traffic accident. Such coincidences prompted him to marvel at the whims of fate. Yet, he felt no inclination to delve deeper into these mysteries. He harbored no desire to uncover how he arrived here, nor did he wish to explore how to return. The world he once knew held nothing of value for him anymore. In contrast, this new world offered his parents, his 16-year-old self, and boundless possibilities. Having found nothing further of value, Chen Xiaochen temporarily relinquished his search and instead pondered his studies. Given this second chance, and having just made a promise to his father, he resolved not to drift aimlessly through life again. The 39-year-old Chen Xiaochen was determined that his younger self would not follow the same path. With November 15th marking the calendar, he realized that approximately a month and a half remained until the end of semester examinations. Such a brief interval necessitated a strategic approach to elevate his scores across subjects. Chinese and English would prove relatively manageable. As a university graduate who had passed the CET-4, he understood that mastering the necessary material would pose little challenge. The primary focus, however, needed to be on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. While the knowledge required in junior high was not overly complex, it could not be conquered merely by memorizing formulas. It demanded extensive practice across various problem types, especially since the formulas themselves would require considerable memorization. As these thoughts unfolded, certain dormant memories began to resurface, gradually coming into sharper focus. It appeared that from the onset of his second year, his attention had shifted away from academics. Gaming and idling away time became the dominant themes of his existence. Each day, he seized every opportunity to linger in internet cafes with like-minded peers. During that time, he relished the camaraderie, but his academic performance began a steep decline. Subsequently, he found himself unable to keep pace, ultimately leading to an ordinary high school and a third-tier university. Upon reflecting on his university graduation, Chen Xiaochen found himself amidst a scene of utter chaos. This recollection evoked in him a profound sense of returning to the beginning. At this moment, his heart brimmed with a myriad of emotions, regret and lamentation for his former self, intertwined with exhilaration and hope at the prospect of standing once more at the starting point. As he pondered his past, Chen Xiaochen was suddenly reminded of his middle school homeroom teacher, Ms. Yu Yan. He recalled a poignant moment before the high school entrance examination. During a simulation test when Ms. Yu's disappointed gaze met him as she uttered, "Chen Xiaochen, you have truly squandered your potential." Those words, that scene, echoed incessantly in his mind. He had thought he had long forgotten those memories, yet they now emerged with startling clarity. Indeed, Ms. Yu was right. He had completely squandered his academic pursuits from that point onward. In his youth, he failed to grasp the teacher's hopes and the subsequent disappointment. It was only upon reaching middle age that he finally comprehended this truth. Over the years, his homeroom teacher had changed his desk mates more than 10 times. Yet the academic performance of his companions only deteriorated with each change. Chen Xiaochen, however, remained nonchalant, even feeling a sense of pride due to the popularity of his desk mates. In fact, during the first 2 years of middle school, he could have been considered a diligent student, earning the affection of Ms. Yu, who often entrusted him with various tasks, a testament to her unwavering belief in him. Reflecting on his youthful naivety and the opportunity for a fresh start, Chen Xiaochen felt a stirring eagerness to embark on this new journey. The resilience he had cultivated over the years seemed to awaken alongside his youthful form, impelling him to instigate change. The more he contemplated, the more he perceived the myriad regrets of his past life. Thus, he resolved to set goals for this new existence, striving to rectify those bygone missteps. He did not aspire to become a top-tier magnate commanding the era. Such a life of public scrutiny did not appeal to him. Instead, he yearned to be a carefree gentleman of means, with ample time to savor life, nurture those around him, and mend his past regrets. He sought to navigate this life with minimal dissatisfaction, pursuing a joyful and unencumbered existence. With newfound objectives in mind, he recognized that the first facet of change must commence with his studies. Opening his English textbook, he casually skimmed through the passages. For Chen Xiaochen, a seasoned candidate for the CET-4 English proficiency test, the material posed little challenge, aside from a few elusive words. He promptly flipped to the final pages of the vocabulary list. Recalling most of the words, he diligently committed the somewhat forgotten terms to memory in a mere 40 minutes. During this process, he discovered that his memory seemed remarkably enhanced. The pace and retention of his memorization surpassed even that of his 16-year-old self in his previous life. To validate his newfound abilities, he turned to his Chinese textbook and began reciting passages, skipping over familiar texts. He dedicated approximately 40 minutes to rediscovering two ancient prose pieces that had faded from his memory. After memorizing the classical text, Chen Xiaochen set the book aside and began to rummage through his previous textbooks from the 7th and 8th grades. Finding nothing in his desk, he realized the room was rather small, with limited space for storage. Consequently, Chen Xiaochen retrieved a flashlight and crouched on the floor to search beneath the bed. At last, after pulling out 2 bags of childhood toys and several shoeboxes, he discovered 2 stacks of books wrapped in newspaper. Upon unwrapping them, he was relieved to find the 7th and 8th grade textbooks. Gratefully, he thought of his mother. Had he been the one to manage them back then, those books would likely have been lost to oblivion. After pushing the clutter back, he wiped the dust from the floor and glanced at the time on his desk. It was already 10:45 p.m., a late hour by contemporary standards. However, for Chen Xiaochen, who often browsed his phone until the early hours, sleep was not an option. He rose to the living room for a drink of water, then returned to spend nearly 40 minutes reviewing the English textbooks from the 1st and 2nd semesters of 7th grade. These books posed little challenge, as he had mastered the material well in the past, allowing for a cursory glance. Once he finished with the textbooks, Chen Xiaochen began to test his memory of the vocabulary and passages he had previously memorized. He took the English textbook and turned to the final page of vocabulary. Covering the English words with a piece of paper, he revealed only the Chinese translations before he began to write down the English words. A few minutes later, he had successfully transcribed 35 words with perfect accuracy. He then switched to another sheet of paper to write 2 classical passages from memory. After another half hour, he completed those as well, achieving the same flawless results. This realization brought Chen Xiaochen immense joy. Although he could not be certain whether such a remarkable memory would fade over time, at that moment, it seemed remarkably steadfast. Looking at the clock once more, he noted it was already 12:05 a.m. Despite not feeling particularly drowsy, he forced himself to bed after completing his nighttime routine. He was acutely aware of one fact. His home was quite distant from the school, requiring over half an hour of cycling each day. If he did not sleep soon, rising in the morning would pose a considerable inconvenience. Chapter 4. Going to school in a daze. Chen Xiaochen was unaware of when he drifted off to sleep. He only felt as though he had just begun to slumber before being gently shaken awake. Opening his eyes, he saw his mother sitting at the bedside, shaking him. "You are awake. Why didn't you set an alarm today?" "Luckily, I came to check on you. Otherwise, you would have been late and faced criticism." Chen Xiaochen did not retort, but instead smiled and embraced her. The clock on the bedside table indicated it was 5:30 a.m. With a school start time of 7 o'clock a.m., he had an hour and a half to prepare. In November, the city of Feng had begun its heating season, making rising from bed a more pleasant experience. Emerging from the warmth of his covers, he donned a sweater, proceeded to the bathroom, and completed his morning routine seamlessly. After breakfast, he put on his school uniform and outerwear, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and bid farewell to his mother before descending the stairs. Upon retrieving his bicycle, Chen Xiaochen mounted it and reminisced about the location of his school. The institution had relocated twice in the span of 2 years. However, he still remembered its current position quite vividly. The new campus was likely a third farther than the previous one. To avoid the very underpass through which he first entered this world, Chen Xiaochen deliberately chose an alternative route, resolving to steer clear of that spot in the future. The other path was roughly equal in distance, albeit with a greater number of traffic signals. Yet, as one might expect, traffic lights have never posed a significant challenge for cyclists. Without further contemplation, Chen Xiaochen, now reacquainted with the rhythm of campus life, pedaled swiftly towards the school. After securing his bicycle in the parking shed, he marveled at his own physical condition, feeling surprisingly unfatigued. However, he suddenly found himself uncertain of his next steps. He could not recall which classroom he belonged to, or even where his seat was located. Glancing at the high-quality imitation Omega watch his mother had generously purchased for him at the cost of 50 yuan, he noted that it was 6:25 a.m., and there was ample time with few students arriving. Locating the classroom would be manageable. He was well aware he belonged to Class 7 of the 3rd year, and thus, he could simply follow the sequence of the 3rd-year classrooms. The more challenging aspect was that Chen Xiaochen had completely forgotten where he sat during this period and who his deskmate was. Surely, it would be awkward to enter the classroom and inquire of someone where he was supposed to sit. Nevertheless, for one who had developed a thick skin, such embarrassment seemed surmountable. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a better solution, he decided to abandon further contemplation. He would take it as it came and figure things out upon reaching the classroom. As he mingled with the sparse flow of students, Chen Xiaochen entered the academic building. The first floor was designated for the 1st year, the second for the 2nd year, and logically, The third floor should accommodate the third-year students. However, upon reaching the third floor and glancing at Class 6, followed by Class 13, he felt a wave of exasperation. Silently, he retreated to the stairwell and ascended another level, finally spotting Class 7 of the third year near the stairway on the fourth floor. Some might find it absurd that he could not recall the precise location of his classroom, yet this confusion is entirely normal. Anyone would experience some memory disarray after 3 relocations within 3 years. In the absence of distinct memory markers, it is hardly surprising not to remember the exact location of a classroom decades later. Arriving at the classroom door, Chen Xiaochen peered inside. A few students had already arrived and were busily engaged in their own activities. A quick survey of the room revealed that Zhao Yana was present as well. Enjoying a crepe, Zhao Yana was one of Chen Xiaochen's closest friends. Before his arrival at this school, they had maintained frequent contact, sharing everything. Zhao Yana was of above-average appearance but had average academic performance. She was sincere, outgoing, and exuded a spirited vivacity. Their friendship was not the kind typically romanticized as a platonic boy-girl best friend relationship. Rather, it was a simple camaraderie based on mutual temperament, making their interactions comfortable. Their social engagements consisted of occasional gatherings with a few friends, exchanging greetings during holidays, and offering support in times of need. In the absence of trivial flirtations and the chaos of daily life, Chen Xiaochen could only express gratitude for the innocence of youth and the relatively untainted era they inhabited, which allowed them to cultivate a sincere friendship. Upon encountering a familiar face, Chen Xiaochen felt a sense of ease wash over her. Stealthily entering the classroom through the back door, she approached Zhao Yana and whispered, "Hey, what are you eating?" Startled by the sudden inquiry, Zhao Yana nearly dropped her egg pancake onto her face. Upon recognizing Chen Xiaochen, she was not angered. Instead, she wiped the sauce from her lips and rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Are you trying to scare me? Why are you here so early? Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Who took the wrong medicine? You arrived even earlier than I did," Chen Xiaochen retorted. "Let's not discuss it. Do you think I wanted to come to school this early? My dad had something to attend to, so he dropped me off ahead of schedule. Can you believe I didn't even have time to eat breakfast at home? How unfortunate. Carry on eating, though. That egg pancake looks quite appetizing. Where did you buy it?" "Oh, I got this pancake from near my house. Want some?" "I can't finish it all. I barely touched this half. Shall I break off a piece for you?" "No, it was just a passing comment. You enjoy it at your own pace." As they conversed, Zhao Yana naturally stood up to make room for Chen Xiaochen to settle into the inner seat. This gesture momentarily took Chen Xiaochen by surprise, yet she refrained from questioning it further and adjusted herself into the space created by Zhao Yana. Once seated, Chen Xiaochen perused the books and papers in her desk, and upon realizing it was indeed her assigned place, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankful to avoid any early morning embarrassment, while Zhao Yana continued to munch on her egg pancake, she suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, "By the way, what time did you finish yesterday's homework? Did you complete those 3 worksheets?" "Homework? What homework?" Chen Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief. "The assignments from yesterday, of course. Language arts and math, plus the 3 worksheets. You didn't forget to do them, did you?" Searching through her belongings, Chen Xiaochen quickly realized that she had not brought the worksheets home at all, nor had she completed the language arts and math assignments. This realization sent a wave of tension through her, as the familiar pressure from teachers returned. She certainly did not want to face criticism on her second day back. Without further ado, she turned to Zhao Yana and asked, "Did you complete all these assignments?" "Hand them over quickly. I certainly did my work. But are you sure you want to copy mine? I can hardly recall how I finished it. Perhaps you could ask someone in the front row to borrow theirs?" "Enough with the chatter. It's you I need. Hurry and bring them out." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yana ceased her chatter. She retrieved the 3 worksheets and 2 notebooks from her desk and handed them over, reminding her, "Focus on completing the language arts and math assignments first. They need to be submitted shortly. The worksheets might not be urgent for class." Chen Xiaochen nodded silently in acknowledgement, receiving Zhao Yana's homework. Chen Xiaochen hastily opened his backpack and retrieved his own, beginning to copy it for comparison. Fortunately, he had arrived early today, so he still had time. After transcribing 2 assignments, his hand began to ache from the prolonged absence of writing. Just as he was about to start copying the exam paper, a voice emerged from in front of him. "Oh, Brother Chen is studying hard, huh? Quite earnest. Did you get home late yesterday and escape punishment?" Chen Xiaochen looked up to identify the speaker and immediately recognized Yu Lu, who sat in front of him. This lad was also one of his lifelong friends, tall and slender, possessing a decent appearance, intelligent yet notoriously lazy. His academic performance hovered around average, belonging to the peculiar category of students who, despite minimal effort, consistently achieved satisfactory results. He was genuine, optimistic, and cheerful by nature. Coming from a family of law enforcement, with both his grandfather and father serving as police officers, he eventually followed in their footsteps and became a police officer himself, rising to the rank of precinct chief by the age of 33. Although he had developed a penchant for bureaucratic jargon since becoming the deputy chief, he had never hesitated to assist his friends in need, proving himself to be a trustworthy companion. "Don't cause trouble here. I have no time for you. Can't you see I'm busy? If I make a mistake, you'll take the blame," Chen Xiaochen retorted. "Let me see whose exam paper this is." "Wow, it's Zhao Yina's paper. What difference does it make if I copy it incorrectly? You truly dare to use this, huh? Do you want my paper instead? I can bring it over." Before Chen Xiaochen could respond, Zhao Yina exploded in anger. "Xiaolu, how can you speak like that? Why can't I copy my paper? Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe I won't tear up your paper?" Faced with Zhao Yina's wrath, Yulu instantly backed down, having no doubt that she would indeed follow through on her threat. "Sister, I was wrong. I was just worried that my copying would be too similar to Brother Chen's and I'd get scolded. Never mind, let him continue copying yours." Ignoring the banter between the two, Chen Xiaochen remained focused, fervently writing until he finally completed everything before 7 a.m. Chapter 5. The Stone Age. With a sigh of relief, Chen Xiaochen marveled at how he could once again experience the tension of copying homework. It was indeed a vivid experience. By this time, the classroom was filling up gradually. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher, Yu Yin, entered the classroom. Without much preamble, she began to instruct the class representatives to collect the assignments, prompting Chen Xiaochen to feel grateful for arriving early. Next came the morning reading session, during which students busied themselves until the bell rang at 8:10 a.m., signaling the start of formal classes. The morning subjects included English, geometry, Chinese, and physics. English and Chinese were manageable, allowing Chen Xiaochen to follow along. However, he found geometry and physics somewhat perplexing. Although he could grasp the general concepts, there were certain formulas he had never memorized, making the lessons feel disjointed and confusing. Realizing this issue, Chen Xiaochen began to strategize in his mind, resolving to memorize the previous formulas first. Otherwise, attending these classes would yield little benefit. Thus, the morning swiftly passed, and by 11:30 a.m., it was time for the midday dismissal. As the school bell rang, the physics teacher tidied up and departed from the classroom. The once tranquil atmosphere was instantly transformed into a buzzing hub of conversation, as if the ringing of the bell had infused the entire class with vitality. Yu Lu, sitting at the front, concluded a delightful whispered exchange with his desk mate, turned around with a grin, and cheerfully addressed Chen Xiaochen. "Come on, Brother Chen, let us seize the moment and continue our venture into the Stone Age." Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but chuckle at Yu Lu's enthusiasm. They had indeed engaged in such escapades frequently before. During their hour-and-a-half lunch break, they would rush to the nearest internet cafe for an hour of gaming, often grabbing snacks along the way, and sometimes neglecting meals entirely, surviving the afternoon on mere tidbits. This was truly a nostalgic activity emblematic of their era. Chen Xiaochen remarked, "What are we waiting for? Let us make haste. If we tarry, the machines may be gone." "All right, I'll gather the crew. We're off in a jiffy," replied Yu Lu, springing up to rally their companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yina interjected, "You guys are really hooked. Going through all this trouble just to play a game. I can't fathom your mindset. You wouldn't understand, little sister. This is the essence of a man's romance." Chen Xiaochen retorted playfully, rising to join Yu Lu, while Zhao Yina continued to mumble behind them, "What nonsense romance? You're just bored and causing a ruckus." Unperturbed by Zhao Yina's remarks, Chen Xiaochen approached Yu Lu and was greeted by the familiar faces of their classmates, dubbed the dregs by their homeroom teacher. The sight of Qin Ming beside Yu Lu brought Chen Xiaochen great joy. At last, the trio of barbecue enthusiasts was complete. Qin Ming was true to his name, tall, robust, and with a hearty mane of hair. While others were still sprouting facial hair, he had long since begun to develop sideburns. Known for his loyalty and a somewhat fiery temperament, Qin Ming had a singular focus in his youth. Both Yu Lu and Qin Ming could be considered lifelong friends of Chen Xiaochen. Even 20 years later, these three, along with the occasionally participating Zhao Yina, would frequently gather. In Chen Xiaocheng's eyes, Yu Lu and Qin Ming were friends in the truest sense, devoid of societal pretenses, embodying a pure bond of camaraderie. Interestingly, Qin Ming was a hidden scion of wealth. No one knew of his affluent background during middle school. It wasn't until high school graduation, when he failed to gain admission to his desired university, that his family sent him abroad for studies. Years later, upon his return, he leveraged his family's resources to delve into the business of parallel imported cars. Chen Xiaocheng's first brand-new imported vehicle had been acquired from Qin Ming. With an arm around the shoulders of both Yu Lu and Qin Ming, Chen Xiaochen inquired, "So, is everyone here? If so, let us get going. Arriving early will help us secure good spots. Let us roll. I'm on the hunt for a premium yellow tiger baby," Yu Lu exclaimed eagerly, pulling everyone out of the classroom. Descending the stairs, they each retrieved their bicycles and headed straight for the largest internet cafe in the vicinity. The internet cafe spans 2 floors, encompassing 600 to 700 square meters, housing nearly 400 machines. Remarkably, this establishment is not even the largest in the district, which attests to the thriving business of internet cafes at this time. After securing their bicycles and powering on the machines, 6 individuals sequentially settled down to commence their online adventures. During this period, the cafe did not mandate real name registration. One could simply pay to play, thus attracting a multitude of youthful patrons. While waiting for the systems to boot, Yu Lu inquired about food options. Several small stalls lined the entrance. A simple request would prompt them to deliver the food directly, showcasing their attentive service. Once the machines were operational, Chen Xiaochen observed the others adeptly logging into their games. Donning her headphones, she began to follow the sequence ingrained in her memory. She sought out the game's modifications, adjusted the settings, and activated the game. However, the moment the game launched, a wave of confusion washed over her. She found herself utterly unable to recall her account credentials. The passage of time had rendered those details a distant memory. Not feeling particularly anxious, Chen Xiaochen pondered her options while browsing the official website. Noticing her hesitation, Yu Lu removed his headphones to ask, "Why aren't you logging in? What are you looking at? Come help me catch a tiger." "You go ahead and catch one. I'll check the website for any new strategies or updates," she replied before resuming her search. Yu Lu then returned to his own gameplay. As she perused the homepage featuring the promotional content for the Stone Age's 20 Family Saga, a wave of nostalgia washed over Chen Xiaochen. Clicking the login button in the upper right corner revealed the login interface. She recalled that the account should be in the form of an email, and to reset the password, a link could be sent to that email. Yet, she faced another obstacle. She couldn't remember the current password for her email, complicating matters further. Ultimately, Chen Xiaochen resolved to attempt logging and using her frequently used passwords from the past. Fortunately, the game allowed multiple attempts without locking the account after a few failed tries. On her 6th attempt, she finally succeeded in gaining access to the game. Almost instinctively, she selected the Netcom Zone 6, and in the next moment, her game character materialized before her. A wave of joy surged through her as she entered the game accompanied by the iconic entrance music. The familiar visuals and melodies filled her with nostalgia and sentiment. However, having been away from the game for so long, Chen Xiaochen found herself somewhat disoriented. Unsure of what actions to take next, she could only wander about initially. The era of in-game purchases had yet to dawn, with the first purchasable pet, the year of the horse creature, still several months away. Currently, her pet roster featured only a battle pet, the blue dragon Yang Kiluos, and a mount, the red tiger Grizzlies. For a student, the prospect of the powerful machine Tyrannosaurus from the 5th evolution remained a mere fantasy. Thus, she navigated her character through the familiar landscapes of Jiajia Village. Observing the bustling players around her, as a sense of familiarity and warmth began to blossom within her heart. This scene no longer flickered fleetingly in his dreams. The vivid imagery before him filled him with immense joy, tinged with a hint of bittersweet nostalgia. Chapter 6. The final examination. After meandering about aimlessly, Chen Xiaochen resolved to assist Yu Lu in capturing a mount. He selected the route for capturing the Huang Lahu Beluka in the game, and his character began its journey automatically. Seizing this moment, Chen Xiaochen indulged in the freshly acquired pancake, complemented by a bottle of iced red tea. Relishing this quintessential lunch of a youth addicted to the internet. Noticing the promotional phrase on the drink bottle urging for another, he unscrewed the cap, revealing a message of gratitude inside. He recalled that during this period, the probability of winning with the iced red tea was notably high. On one occasion, he had won 7 bottles, yet 6 of them lacked caps and were consequently gifted to friends. As he savored his pancake, sipped his drink, and played the game, time swiftly slipped by to 12:35 p.m. Yu Lu expressed dissatisfaction with the attributes of the initial few Huang tiger babies, simultaneously capturing new ones while deliberating between the 2 victors he held. In the midst of his indecision, Wang Lei, who had accompanied him, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already 35 minutes past. Sister Yin scheduled a quiz for us this noon. We must return 10 minutes early." The group was momentarily taken aback, hastily shutting down the game and rebooting their computers, rushing out without pausing at the bar to log off. Chen Xiaochen comprehended Wang Lei's words and joined the throng in their hurried exit. Their homeroom teacher, Yu Yan, an English instructor aged 28 and unmarried, was affectionately referred to as Sister Yin by the students. She required students to compile a certain number of vocabulary words, print their Chinese meanings on blank paper, and cut them into 3-inch strips for memorization and subsequent dictation. Although not a formal examination, she would still grade the responses, and excessive errors would certainly invite reprimand. The group pedaled furiously back to school, managing to reach the classroom just in time, before they could catch their breath. The English class representative had already begun distributing the vocabulary strips. Fortunately, Sister Yin was absent that day, otherwise, witnessing their frantic demeanor would have surely led to a stern lecture. Receiving the vocabulary strips, Chen Xiaochen felt a sense of calm wash over him. The Chinese translations on the strips reassured him, and he silently rejoiced in having reviewed this semester's vocabulary the previous night, still retaining the knowledge. When their homeroom teacher, Sister Yin, entered the classroom, the mini-examination commenced in earnest. Completing the answers in sequence with apparent ease, Chen Xiaochen even had time to assist Zhao Yana, who was making exaggerated gestures beside him, by allowing her to copy several words. As the bell rang for the afternoon classes, everyone began to submit their papers. With all the vocabulary strips in hand, Sister Yin said nothing further and left the classroom, coincidentally as the chemistry teacher entered. The day unfolded with one class following another. As the afternoon passed slowly amidst lectures, casual chats, and lighthearted banter. At 4:30 p.m., the customary school dismissal bell rang. Yet none of the students in the third year of junior high made a move, engrossed in their respective tasks. Since the second semester of the second year, the school had implemented evening study sessions, extending until 6:30 p.m. A few minutes later, the previously tranquil classroom was filled with the low murmur of whispers, gradually escalating in volume. Moments later, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Yu Yan, entered the classroom. The instant the door swung open, the students fell silent as if gripped by an invisible hand. After surveying the room, amass, Yu Yan refrained from making any extensive remarks and began distributing the corrected English quizzes. Chen Xiaochen, having answered every question correctly, felt quite pleased. This small triumph served as a testament to the robustness of his memory, bolstering his confidence for future studies. Ms. Yu Yan took the opportunity to reprimand a few students who had made particularly numerous errors and then clarified some commonly misused words before taking her seat at the podium, allowing everyone to commence their self-study. At this moment, Chen Xiaochen was reviewing mathematics. Although he lacked the previous textbooks and felt somewhat lost, he managed to memorize formulas and examine problem-solving processes. More than an hour passed before the bell rang again, signaling the conclusion of the day's academic endeavors. The students in the classroom continued their work, heads bowed, until the homeroom teacher announced the end of the day, at which point the classroom erupted into a cacophony of sound, as if a seal had been broken. As Chen Xiaochen gathered his belongings, he noticed Yu Lu turning towards him with a broad grin and playful gestures. Understanding Yu Li's intentions, Chen Xiaochen promptly declined his invitation to go online, stating, "I have plans today, so I won't be joining you. Enjoy yourselves." After sending a disappointed Yu Lu on his way, he exchanged farewells with familiar classmates before shouldering his backpack and departing the classroom. Once outside the school, Chen Xiaochen rode his bicycle home alone. Initially, he would have shared part of the journey with Yu Lu, but his friend's singular focus on gaming rendered him an unlikely companion. The ride home was smooth, and within half an hour, Chen Xiaochen arrived home, having begun to acclimate to his surroundings. He was no longer as exuberant as the day before and greeted his parents with ease. After dinner, Chen Xiaochen settled at his desk to continue his studies in junior high subjects. He concentrated on the 5 core subjects necessary for the upcoming entrance examination: Chinese, English, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Other subjects were temporarily set aside. With the onset of the third year, the school had already begun to shift its teaching focus, reducing class time for those subjects, with some periods even repurposed. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to invest time in them now, planning to revisit them when time permitted in the future. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiaochen attended classes, practiced exercises, engaged in casual conversations, and occasionally browsed the internet. In his spare time, he reviewed the curricula from the first and second years, acquiring numerous workbooks and practice materials to reinforce his understanding, and did not hesitate to seek clarification from teachers and classmates when needed. Chen Xiaochen has increasingly adapted to the current mindset and lifestyle, and the initial feelings of emotional excitement and detachment seem to be gradually fading away. Although the memories of his past decades remain vividly clear, they now feel as distant as events from a previous life. Presently, in both speech and demeanor, he increasingly resembles a 16-year-old middle school student. The most profound changes in Chen Xiaochen are felt by Yu Lu, Qin Ming, and Zhao Yana, who often gaze at him with a peculiar expression, puzzled by his transformation. However, as time passes and Chen Xiaochen continues in this manner, they have become accustomed to it, and even those influenced by him have begun to take their studies more seriously. The changes in their attitudes towards learning have not gone unnoticed by their homeroom teacher, Yu Yan, who silently observes without commenting. Thus, a little over a month swiftly passes, and the end-of-term exams for the third year of middle school are approaching. November, December, and early January bring increasingly cold weather, prompting thicker layers of clothing. The local residents have long been accustomed to this, continuing their routines as usual. During this time, several heavy snowfalls blanket the world in a silvery sheen, which subsequently melts away, only to be replaced again, a cycle that seems to echo the repetitions of life. For the students, the arrival of January signifies the conclusion of a learning phase, especially for the third year and final year students, as the significant examinations that pertain to their futures draw ever closer. The school has already announced that the final exams will take place on January 10th and 11th, covering subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry, each with a maximum score of 120 points. On the 7th, 3 subjects will be tested, followed by 2 more on the morning of the 8th. Having studied diligently for over a month and equipped with a proven excellent memory, Chen Xiaochen has reviewed all the subjects thoroughly. Though his understanding may not be profound, he has grasped the basics sufficiently to handle standard questions without significant difficulty. He feels a sense of eagerness to undertake the final examinations, eager to test the fruits of his recent labor. This feeling of confidence is something he has not experienced in many years. The adult world is fraught with uncertainties, and few things can be taken for granted. This gratifying sensation of effort yielding rewards is truly delightful. Chapter 7. Third in class with a sense of assurance, there is little need to dwell on the examination process. He simply needs to maintain his rhythm and tackle each question methodically. Thus, the 2 days of examinations swiftly come to a close. What follows is the anticipation of teachers grading papers, compiling results, and announcing the outcomes, followed by parent-teacher conferences and holiday arrangements. In the days leading up to the results announcement, the classroom exhibits a spectrum of emotions. Some students are anxious, others dejected, some are self-assured, while a few have resigned themselves to indifference. Within the small class, the diversity of human experience is vividly illustrated. Chen Xiaochen, however, remains remarkably calm. He can now be counted among those who feel self-assured. Even if he does not achieve extraordinary results, the progress he has made compared to his previous performance is undeniable. Moreover, judging from Sister Yan's attitude towards him over the past few days, it appears he performed quite well on the exam, leaving him with no cause for concern. In stark contrast, his deskmate Zhao Yana has been in a rather low mood lately. As a girl, her family is unlikely to be overly harsh. Yet the embarrassment at family gatherings is inescapable. After all, with the year-end approaching, the results of the exams invariably become a topic of conversation during visits to relatives and friends. In the front row, Yu Lu remains unfazed. Having floated around the ranks of the top 20 for years, he feels little pressure in this regard. For a student like him, encouragement and gentle admonitions from his family prevail, with criticism being a rarity. As for Qin Ming, seated at the back, he remains blissfully unconcerned, seemingly indifferent to his academic performance. Years of developing a thick skin have rendered him impervious to parental reprimands, remaining unflustered even when criticized directly. Moreover, he knows he is not at the bottom. At least 10 others trail behind him, ensuring he avoids the embarrassment of being the absolute last. In 2 days, the results will reveal whether the students are to be met with flowers and applause or face the music upon returning home. On that morning, after attending morning self-study, the first class was English. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Yu Yan, arrived fashionably late, clutching a stack of exam papers and report cards. Standing at the podium, she wasted no time, addressing the class directly. The results of the final exams are in. Our class ranks 3rd in the grade with an average score, and we have significantly closed the gap with the 2nd place. I hope everyone maintains their current study momentum and strives to surpass the 2nd and even the 1st place in the next exam. Now, let us review the individual rankings. 1st place, Wang Shuiying, with a total score of 572, ranking 3rd in the grade. This was met with applause. Wang Shuiying serves as the academic representative of the class and is also regarded as the class beauty, tall, with a pleasant demeanor. She is the object of admiration from many boys. Among her admirers is Chen Xiaochen, who is also smitten. However, Wang Shuiying's slightly pretentious demeanor and air of aloofness make her seem distant and difficult to approach. What leaves the deepest impression on Chen Xiaochen is that this classmate has pursued psychology both in her undergraduate and graduate studies. Since entering university, her pretentiousness has faded, and she often analyzes acquaintances during gatherings, turning them into what feel like therapy sessions, prompting Chen Xiaochen to avoid her in social settings. Second place goes to Li Bin, with a total score of 569, ranking 6th in the grade. He is the class monitor of Class 7. The rest is inconsequential. I would like to give special recognition to the third place, the student who has shown the most significant improvement in the entire grade during this final exam. Although I have witnessed his transformation and efforts during this period, to be frank, this score still took me by surprise. Chen Xiaochen, with a total score of 567, ranks 9th in the grade. Let us give him a round of applause for encouragement. Ms. Yu Yin's remarks detonated like a nuclear bomb within the classroom, leaving all the students in stunned silence with just a few words. In that moment, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all sound had been siphoned away. Only after a few seconds did the students erupt into applause, turning to gaze at Chen Xiaochen. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Chen Xiaochen, with a rather audacious demeanor, rose to his feet and pretentiously gestured for his classmates to calm their enthusiasm. This action incited a wave of laughter throughout the class, escalating the commotion, with a few boys, including Lu He and Qin Ming, vocally egging him on. Observing this spectacle, Teacher Yu Yin refrained from intervening, and it was not until a considerable time had passed that the clamor gradually subsided. Once tranquility returned, Zhao Yana, sitting beside Chen Xiaochen, along with Yu Lu in the front row, still bore expressions of astonishment, as if struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Chen Xiaochen reveled in their astonishment. All right, enough staring. What can I say? I am simply exceptional, he declared, successfully transforming their shock into disdain. The subsequent announcement of results yielded no significant surprises, with most students fluctuating in rank by just 3 to 5 places. Zhao Yana, who had improved by 4 positions, finally exhaled in relief. After all the results had been disclosed, Teacher Yu Yin continued, well, the grades are out. You all know your standings. For those who have progressed, I hope you maintain your momentum. For those who have regressed, reflect on how you can catch up. With the exam results concluded, the lesson commenced, and the class representative distributed the English papers, prompting a discussion on the first question. As the day hastily slipped away, the head teacher announced that the official holiday would commence the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning would involve the assignment of winter vacation work and holiday arrangements, followed by a parent-teacher meeting at 1:30 in the afternoon, with a request for punctual attendance from parents. As the head teacher's words echoed, the school bell rang precisely on time. After school, Chen Xiaochen pedaled his bicycle homeward with elation. Upon arriving at the building, he secured his bike in the garage and dashed upstairs. As he closed the door behind him, he exclaimed, Mom, I'm home. Hearing this call, Chen's mother emerged from the bedroom, her brow furrowed in disapproval. What are you shouting about at this hour? Anyone would think something terrible has happened. At your age, you should know better. Did the final grades come out today? How did you perform? Having observed the changes in their son, Chen's parents refrained from uttering any admonishments about poor grades, and a glimmer of expectation flickered in his mother's eyes. Hey, they're out. I did quite well this time. 3rd in the class, 9th in the entire grade. Not too shabby, right? Chen's mother stood momentarily stunned by this revelation, her mouth agape as she processed the information. After a few seconds, she sought confirmation. Are you serious? 3rd in the class? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I deceive you? Besides, the truth will come to light at the parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow. No one can hide from that. Before she finished her sentence, Aunt Chen suddenly rushed to the bedroom door, shouting even louder than Chen Xiaochen had earlier. Wei Jun, did you hear? Your son ranked 3rd in the whole class. In the bedroom, Chen's father, who had been watching television, was startled enough by this outburst to drop the remote control from his hands. Once he comprehended what Aunt Chen had exclaimed, he hastily stood up and looked at her, confirming, 3rd in the class? Is that true? You can't be mistaken, right? He has improved by dozens of places? Without waiting for Aunt Chen to respond, Chen Xiaochen interjected. Why are you both reacting this way? Of course it's true. The report card is with the teacher and cannot be falsified. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's words, the couple realized the truth of the matter, and smiles instantly blossomed on their faces. Well done, son. This achievement truly brings honor to your father. I wonder who will dare to criticize my son's grades now. Indeed, with this performance, Xiaochen can hold his own anywhere. If he maintains this trajectory, he will surely secure a spot in a prestigious provincial school next year. While Chen's parents were joyfully discussing the future, Chen Xiaochen chimed in. You two should first decide who will attend the parent-teacher conference the day after tomorrow. Also, Mom, I'm still hungry. Hearing this, Aunt Chen smacked her forehead. Oh, right. I was so caught up in the excitement. I'll heat up some food for you right away. We can't let my son go hungry. Go ahead and change in your room. I'll prepare an egg for you. It'll be ready shortly. As for the parent-teacher conference, there was no need for discussion. I will go, as I always do. Saying this, Aunt Chen headed towards the kitchen, but at that moment, Chen's father suddenly remarked, "Actually, I could go too." However, Aunt Chen seemed to ignore him entirely and proceeded to the kitchen to cook. Chen's father had no choice but to pick up the remote control again and resume watching television. After dinner, having shared in the excitement with his parents and amidst promises from Aunt Chen of delicious dishes for the next evening, Chen Xiaochen returned to his room. Unlike other days, he did not engage in studying or homework, having completed it all at school. He lay on his bed, contemplating what he should focus on next. Chapter 8. A memory. Given the current circumstances, there was little to worry about academically. As long as he continued to attend classes diligently and honed his skills through practice, his grades would undoubtedly stabilize and gradually improve. What remained to be considered was how to earn a little money. As the saying goes, a man with money is a man without money is a struggle. In this future world, lacking financial resources is simply untenable. Moreover, having already achieved financial independence, Chen Xiaochen felt increasingly uncomfortable with the mere 10 or 20 yuan in his pocket. He often found himself seeking more from Aunt Chen, which only heightened his discomfort. Yet, as a 16-year-old minor, he doubted anyone would be willing to hire him, and the avenues for earning were severely limited. Even if he could find work, he would be reluctant to pursue it. After all, he had returned to enjoy life, not to accumulate wealth. Money should serve as an aid in life, not become the essence of existence. Upon reflection, given his age and background, he possesses neither the capital nor the resources to engage in any ventures without substantial investment. Although his family enjoys a relatively comfortable living situation, as Chen Xiaochen would later discover, his parents' savings amount to approximately 100,000 yuan, and it is possible that the actual figure is even less. Even with an improvement in his academic performance, it is inconceivable that his parents would tap into their savings for his entrepreneurial pursuits, as they still perceive him as a child. Even if he were to insist on obtaining a sum of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, such an amount would merely suffice for trivial ventures. The smaller the business, the more it demands personal involvement, and as a student, he simply lacks the time and energy to manage such endeavors. After much contemplation, Chen Xiaochen could not devise any viable solutions. He even entertained the thought of purchasing a lottery ticket, yet he could not recall any winning numbers. Even if he could, it would likely prove futile. The mere notion of winning the grand prize felt utterly unattainable. After a whirlwind of unproductive thoughts, he reluctantly set aside his aspirations for financial gain and succumbed to a restless sleep. The next day, January 15th, shortly after 9 a.m., in Class 7's classroom, the homeroom teacher, Yu Yan, was announcing the dates and arrangements for the winter break. Subsequently, various subject teachers took turns assigning homework. The focus of the assignments had shifted from a standardized holiday workbook to a daunting stack of test papers. Many students in the class, while collecting the papers being passed around, lamented in unison, "Heavens, just in my misery. These papers must weigh several kilograms altogether. If I were to complete all of this, I might as well forego any other holiday activities." Yu Lu, seated in the front row, turned around to voice his complaints. "Let it be. I reckon I won't finish all of this. I'll do whatever I can, and for what I don't complete, I'll borrow from you too." Zhao Yana, resolute in her decision, calmly replied, "You two are fine. Regardless, a break is preferable to attending school daily. At least we won't have to rise so early or endure the daily hustle. And although the volume of work is considerable, it is not insurmountable. We can manage a few sheets a day and still have ample free time. You, having improved your studies, seem to have forgotten the burdens of academia. With this many papers, if I were to complete them all, the grass on my grave would surely be 2 feet high," Zhao Yana retorted, rolling her eyes. Before Chen Xiaochen could respond, Yu Lu interjected, "Don't count on me. I'm barely managing my own workload. I might need to copy from you as well. Chen Gu, we're counting on you." Hearing their remarks, Chen Xiaochen merely rolled his eyes and chose not to engage. The necessary instructions had been conveyed, and the time had come for the school day to conclude. The homeroom teacher retained a few class leaders to assist in preparing for the afternoon class meeting. As others officially embarked on their winter vacation journeys, each returning to their respective homes and seeking the comfort of their mothers, it became apparent that many mothers were preoccupied with attending parent-teacher conferences. For Mrs. Chen, this afternoon's meeting represented a rare moment of prominence. Having meticulously prepared for the occasion, she arrived at the school shortly after 1 o'clock, commencing her delightful 90-minute excursion. Unfazed by these events, Chen Xiaochen declined the invitations from Yu Lu and Qin Ming for a half-day outing at an internet cafe, promising to gather again during the holiday, and made his solitary way home. After enjoying a purchased lunch, he reclined on his bed for a brief slumber. That evening, he dined with his cheerful parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chun, relishing a meal of Korean barbecue. Thus, the family of three concluded this splendid day in an atmosphere of joy. In the days that followed, Chen Xiaochen embraced a reclusive lifestyle at home, completing exercises, casually browsing the internet via dial-up, and attempting evening runs. This routine persisted until Friday evening. During dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Chun engaged in a conversation regarding the ancestral rites for Chen Xiaochen's grandparents prior to the new year. They deliberated whether to visit the cemetery or perform a simple ritual nearby. As he listened to his parents' discussion and contemplated his grandparents' resting place, a distant memory surged forth, causing him to pause with his chopsticks as his heart raced. The gravesite of his grandparents is situated in a newly established private cemetery on the outskirts of the city. A peculiar incident occurred there several years prior, around 2006. A family had purchased a burial plot, but the husband tragically passed away unexpectedly. His wife and son arrived at the cemetery to arrange for his interment and, upon inspecting the burial chamber, discovered it had been sealed. The mother and son sought answers from the cemetery staff, who, after an investigation, clarified the situation. It turned out that the deceased had previously conducted a ritual there, purportedly to amass wealth and accumulate blessings, and had sealed the grave himself post-ceremony. Their plot was a luxurious one, situated in a relatively secluded location. The specifics of the ritual were somewhat obscure to the cemetery staff, who merely recalled the incident and produced a disclaimer signed by the deceased. The mother and son, unconcerned with the ritual's implications, requested the staff to reopen the grave, intending to prepare it for the man's burial in a few days. However, upon the grave's reopening, they were astonished by its contents. Alongside various ceremonial items, a moisture-proof box on the left contained an abundance of cash, albeit severely damaged by dampness and water intrusion. Amidst the remnants, faint traces suggest the presence of numerous 100-yuan bills, though the exact amount remains indeterminate. The presence of staff during the excavation ensured that news of this discovery spread rapidly, even attracting the attention of journalists. As the story circulated, the identity of the deceased man was revealed. It was said that he held a significant position in life, having previously served as the director of a factory. Tragically, he met his demise due to a drunk driving accident. With his passing, the origins of the money became irretrievable. The subsequent developments of this affair remain obscure. While some newspapers reported the incident at the time, the general populace tends to swiftly forget matters that do not directly concern them. It was through her mother, Chen Ma, that Chen Xiaochen first learned of this occurrence. Enthusiastic Chen Ma even made a special visit to the tomb during a grave-sweeping ceremony. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiaochen regained her focus. Noticing her parents had paused their conversation to observe her, she endeavored to compose herself, lowering her gaze and hastening her pace to continue eating. As for the outcome of her parents' discussion, she had little inclination to overhear. Chapter 9. The initiation of action. After dinner, he returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Chen Xiaochen began to organize his thoughts, contemplating the entire situation. According to Chen Ma's account, although the money in the tomb was in a state of decay, the dimensions of the moisture-proof box and the remnants present indicated that there was likely a sum of at least 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. The infiltration of water into the tomb was presumably caused by the cyclical freezing and thawing over the years, leading to its deformation. Given the substantial amount of money and the external moisture-proof box, it would be nearly impossible for the bills to be entirely corroded and unrecognizable in such a short span of time. This money was discovered in 2006, and considering the time elapsed due to water exposure and deterioration, it is quite plausible that the funds have remained undisturbed in the tomb until now. Furthermore, such a partially buried tomb would typically not be sealed with concrete. Rather, it would be closed with silicone sealant. This implies that, with careful handling, even if reopened and subsequently resealed, it would not raise any suspicion. The original owner likely sought to conceal the money from prying eyes, using the pretext of performing rituals to deter anyone from investigating. Moreover, a crucial element in this concealment was the male owner of the funds. Following the natural course of life, he was expected to pass away in a few years. Once he was gone, the search for the whereabouts of this money would cease entirely. This meant that the funds were devoid of any risk. He could effortlessly utilize them as initial capital for ventures. Provided he exercised caution, he should encounter no difficulties. As for the precise location of the grave, that was hardly a concern, not to mention that Chen Ma had previously taken him to witness the lively scene. even within the limited number of luxurious burial plots. Identifying a gravestone devoid of inscriptions, yet with a sealed tomb, would not pose much of a challenge. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xiaocheng's heart ignited with fervor, and he began to mentally outline the route and process for retrieving the money. Although it remains uncertain whether the money has already found its resting place in the grave, irrespective of that possibility, he is resolute in embarking on this venture armed with the necessary tools, for he shall not relent otherwise. After 2 days of meticulous planning at home, Chen Xiaocheng's scheme to retrieve the funds has grown increasingly comprehensive. Seizing the opportunity while his parents are away during the day, he first visits a nearby market to procure a flashlight and a quality expandable mountaineering backpack. After some contemplation, he also acquires the cheapest single-person blanket. Subsequently, he ventures to a general goods store to purchase milky white adhesive, a caulking gun, a utility knife, a small spade, and a pair of protective gloves. Following that, he shifts to another store where he obtains 20 bundles of imitation currency, known as spirit money. Now, with his recent academic success, Chen Xiaocheng finds himself with a more generous allowance, making such purchases relatively feasible, a stark contrast to his previous circumstances. Upon returning home, he categorizes his acquisitions and places them into the backpack, folding the blanket in half and stowing it within, along with several black plastic bags. With all essentials prepared, Chen Xiaocheng ponders where to conceal the backpack. Keeping it at home poses inconveniences, especially since his visit to the cemetery will inevitably occur at night. Thus, if the backpack remains at home while his parents are present, it would prove quite troublesome to extract it unnoticed. He resolves to find a location outside to stow the bag and retrieve it later. It suddenly dawns on him that the small storage room beneath the staircase on the ground floor belongs to his family. This space was specifically requested by his father during the house exchange, for which they seemingly paid an additional 2,000 yuan. The room is filled with old belongings that are seldom used, hence it did not initially come to mind. Remembering the small storage room, Chen Xiaocheng hastens to his parents' bedroom and begins searching for the keys based on his recollections of their approximate location. After a few minutes, he discovers 2 keys that fit his expectations within a small metal box in the second drawer of the bedside table. With keys in hand, he rushes downstairs to test them, and indeed, they unlock the door with a gentle twist, confirming their utility rather than keeping the keys on him. He races to the nearby market to have a duplicate made, intending to return the original keys afterward. Once home, he restores everything to its previous state, then descends to place the backpack in the storage room, covering it slightly and locking the door securely. After returning home and returning the keys to their rightful place, he resumes his studies. With all preparations in place, he plans to execute his scheme the following day. To mitigate any potential delays caused by rain or snow affecting the drying time of the adhesive, he diligently checks the weather forecast. Satisfied that clear skies are ahead, he breathes a sigh of relief. During dinner, Chen Xiaocheng informs his parents that a classmate called him in the afternoon, inviting him to spend the night at an internet cafe. His father remains silent, while his mother offers a few mild admonishments. After all, being the third in his class, such privileges are deemed acceptable. Furthermore, this overnight arrangement is not a novel occurrence. He has frequented such establishments even during less stellar academic performances. With time, his parents have grown accustomed to it, no longer perceiving it as a significant issue. During the holiday, Chen Xiaochen maintained her disciplined routine of studying every day, allowing herself occasional moments of relaxation. With everything in place, she resolved not to dwell on her concerns any longer. All her preparations were based on the assumption that the funds were secured, until she witnessed the situation firsthand. Contemplating would serve no purpose. Henceforth, she would take things as they came, adapting as necessary. The following afternoon, Chen Xiaochen deliberately took a nap to rejuvenate herself for the evening's endeavors. After dinner, around 7 o'clock, she stepped out. She retrieved her backpack from downstairs and collected her bicycle from the garage, pedaling towards the cemetery. This cemetery was not only the resting place of her grandparents, but also where her parents were laid to rest after their unfortunate accident. Each year, she visited several times, making her quite familiar with the route. With plenty of time at her disposal, Chen Xiaochen rode leisurely, even stopping at a convenience store to purchase a bottle of water. As she progressed into the latter half of her journey, she found herself on a dimly lit suburban path devoid of streetlights, prompting her to slow her pace further. Fortunately, her eyesight was good enough to navigate by the light of the moon, rendering a flashlight unnecessary. After more than 2 hours and nearly 20 kilometers, Chen Xiaochen finally arrived in the vicinity of the cemetery. It was commendable that her physical condition was quite robust, despite the long ride. She felt only a slight fatigue in her legs. Upon reaching her destination, She did not rush to enter, but instead cycled around the perimeter of the cemetery. As anticipated, there were surveillance cameras at the main entrance, and she could see lights on in the reception area. However, she was not overly concerned about the cameras. Surveillance technology had only recently been introduced, and it was quite standard for the main entrance of a cemetery to be monitored, while other areas were likely lacking in such devices. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Xiaochen found a spot against the wall near the main entrance to park her bicycle and sat down beside it. She was not worried about being seen. The advantage of the cemetery at night was that few visitors would come by. Around 10 o'clock, just as she was beginning to feel the chill and was preparing to stretch her legs, she noticed movement in the reception area. Keeping her gaze fixed on it, she saw someone emerge with a flashlight, who promptly crossed a traditional Chinese gate and hurried into the cemetery. After more than 20 minutes, the individual returned to the reception area and closed the door behind them. Chapter 10. The heist. Seeing the guard finish his patrol, Chen Xiaochen, whose nose was now cold and runny, knew it was time to act. Quietly wiping her nose, she pushed her bicycle to the side wall of the cemetery. Leaning the bicycle against the wall, she scanned her surroundings once more. Confirming that no one was in sight, she took out 2 plastic bags, slipped them over her shoes, and secured them tightly. With a firm push against the bicycle's luggage rack, she effortlessly scaled the wall, which stood approximately 1.8 meters high. Once atop the wall, she did not rush to jump down, but carefully surveyed the interior of the cemetery. After confirming that no one was around and that there were no surveillance cameras, Chen Xiaochen cautiously leapt inside. Thanks to his deliberate suppression of sound, his movements did not create much noise. After waiting for a while and noticing no abnormalities in the surroundings, he began to discern his direction, then stealthily navigated the narrow pathways between the tombs. He first established the location of his grandparents' graves, then reoriented himself and quietly proceeded in the direction etched in his memory. Upon reaching the premium burial plot area, Chen Xiaochen, unsure of the exact location of the tomb, felt his way through the shadows illuminated by the moonlight. After traversing several rows, he finally located the grave in the innermost part of the 5th row, nestled between 2 towering pine trees. As he had imagined, the gravestone bore no inscription, and the tomb was covered with a stone slab. Crouching down for a closer inspection, he noticed that the seams of the slab were sealed with milky white silicone. At this sight, a surge of excitement coursed through Chen Xiaochen. Everything before him indicated that money should indeed be contained within. Confirming his target, he adjusted his breathing, set down his backpack, and prepared to act. He retrieved the necessary tools, donned protective gloves, and took out a flashlight, a half blanket, and a small trowel. Covering the tomb with the blanket, he turned on the flashlight beneath it. Then, with the small trowel in hand, he began to meticulously clear away the silicone sealant. The silicone appeared to have been applied only a few months prior, showing no signs of corrosion or cracking, making it relatively easy to remove. Within a few minutes, the sealant was completely cleared away. After disposing of the debris in a plastic bag, he turned off the flashlight and removed the blanket. With both hands, he grasped the tomb's cover slab and exerted force. The stone was not overly heavy, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. Chen Xiaochen gradually lifted the slab, positioning it upright before the gravestone. Then, using the moonlight, he peered into the tomb. As he strained to discern the contents within, a fervor ignited in his heart. Suppressing his excitement, he covered the tomb again with the blanket and switched the flashlight back on. The interior of the tomb was roughly less than 1 square meter in size. On the right side lay numerous sacrificial offerings, porcelain wine cups, trinkets, and scattered coins. On the left side rested a moisture-proof box. Upon seeing the box, Chen Xiaochen's heart raced once more, containing his exhilaration. He took out a utility knife and carefully sliced open the seal of the moisture-proof box. However, upon opening the box, he was left momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed filled to the brim with paper currency. Yet, the figures depicted on the bills were not what he expected. Prominently displayed was the image of the Jade Emperor. What was going on? Could the rumors from years past have been false? Was there truly no money inside, but rather only ghost money? The thought struck him like a bucket of cold water in the midst of this weather, filling him with disappointment, frustration, and anger. Fortunately, these negative emotions did not cloud his judgment. After forcing himself to calm down, he persistently retrieved the top bundle of banknotes for inspection. Upon meticulous examination, Chen Xiaochen experienced a dramatic shift in mood. Among this bundle, aside from the first and last notes, which were under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, the rest were authentic currency. With this revelation, Chen Xiaochen continued to scrutinize several more bundles. To his relief, these 2 contained only the first and last notes as joss paper, allowing him to feel entirely reassured. After confirming this a second time, Chen Xiaochen began preparing to replace the banknotes in the moisture-proof box. He first emptied his travel bag entirely, then proceeded to transfer the banknotes from the moisture-proof box into the bag. One must admit, this backpack was indeed an excellent purchase. Upon unzipping the expansion zipper at the bottom, the bag not only accommodated all the banknotes, but also allowed him to stow away his other belongings. Once the moisture-proof box was emptied, Chen Xiaochen hastily inserted the joss paper he had prepared in advance. Although he had only brought 20 bundles of replacement joss paper, he felt no anxiety. These items were merely a precaution. As long as the original owner did not open the tomb, no one would detect any discrepancies. And the original owner likely had no further opportunity to do so. After securing the items and sealing the moisture-proof box, he carefully repositioned the stone slab. Next, he assembled the glue gun, using a utility knife to slice open the nozzle of the glue cartridge. Chen Xiaochen began applying glue to the stone cover of the tomb. Once completed, he stored the glue gun in a plastic bag to prevent any leakage. Lastly, he tidied up, meticulously clearing the area around him. Having accomplished all this, Chen Xiaochen donned the now considerably heavier backpack and quietly retraced his steps. This added weight posed little challenge for him. Upon nearing the perimeter wall, he spotted a metal trash bin conveniently positioned nearby. Without hesitation, he slipped plastic bags over his feet once more, climbed onto the trash bin, and scaled the wall. After descending from the wall, Chen Xiaochen did not even bother to remove the plastic bags from his feet. Spotting a bicycle leaning against a nearby wall, he mounted it and sped away. Not being accustomed to a life of wrongdoing, an inexplicable sense of urgency compelled Chen Xiaochen to flee the area swiftly. After pedaling vigorously for a few minutes, he gradually slowed his pace as his heart rate settled. After another 10 minutes, the bicycle emerged from a narrow path onto a well-lit main road, prompting Chen Xiaochen to strategize his route home. He aimed to avoid the major intersections, opting instead for smaller streets. The journey home was always swifter. Even though Chen Xiaochen took a longer detour to navigate the smaller roads, he arrived beneath his building in just 1 hour and 20 minutes. After securing his bicycle, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time resting and promptly entered the hallway, unlocking the storage room door. By now, it was past midnight, and the community, shrouded in the chill of winter, lay in silence, alleviating any concerns of being seen. Once inside the storage room, Chen Xiaochen began to organize the items he had brought back, not rushing to examine the fruits of his endeavor. Instead, he meticulously packed all the items he would need for the evening into separate bags, discarding the trash alongside them into a pile. After stowing the organized backpack deep within the storage room, Chen Xiaochen secured the door with a lock, then exited the corridor. He once again mounted his bicycle and took a leisurely ride around the vicinity, discarding the plastic bags into various trash bins. Having completed his tasks, he finally set off towards a nearby internet cafe. In truth, the events of this evening were far from nefarious. It involved acquiring a sum of money of unclear origin, destined to be obliterated. Chen Xiaochen bore no psychological burden regarding this matter. Although he did not foresee any issues, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Upon arriving at the cafe, he locked his bicycle and booted up the computer. Slumping into the chair, he sipped chilled iced tea, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. He spent the remainder of the evening in front of the screen, not engaging in games or chatting on messaging platforms, but simply browsing the web and watching films. When hunger struck, he ordered a bowl of instant noodles to pass the time. Even as the clock inched past 3 in the morning, he succumbed to fatigue and dozed off in his seat. Chapter 11. $1 million in cash. It was not until 6:30 in the morning that Chen Xiaochen awoke to the shouts of the cafe attendant signaling the end of his stay. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt sticky all over, with a parched mouth, disheveled hair, and an oily complexion. Exiting the cafe, he did not head straight home. Instead, he stopped at a nearby breakfast stall for a meal. Afterward, he returned to the cafe and sat for another hour. Once his parents had left for work, he finally rode his bicycle back home. Upon arrival, Chen Xiaochen did not hasten to inspect his spoils from the previous night. Instead, he dashed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Only after banishing the remnants of fatigue and grime did he emerge from the bathroom feeling rejuvenated. By this time, it was already past 9 in the morning. Most of the residents in the building who worked had likely departed, making it the perfect moment to retrieve his backpack. Descending to the first floor, he collected his bag and brought it straight back to his bedroom. Being alone in the house, he felt little need for caution. He unzipped the backpack and poured its contents, the stacks of cash, onto the bed. Gazing at the bundles of bills spread across the bed, Chen Xiaochen felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. After admiring the sight for a moment, he began to organize the money. He removed the 2 ceremonial paper notes from the front and back of each bundle before starting to count the cash. lacking a bill counter. He painstakingly counted each note by hand. After nearly 40 minutes, he had finally tallied all the cash. The final count revealed a total of 100 bundles, each containing 100 notes, culminating in a precise 1 million in cash. Staring at the mountain of currency on his bed, Chen Xiaochen erupted into joyous laughter, overwhelmed by an indescribable elation. While he had possessed a modest amount of money in his previous life, the sheer presence of 1 million before him was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the opportunity to start anew. As a seer, he would likely never again fret over financial matters throughout his life. Even seizing just a few speculative chances would suffice to ensure his financial security. Thus, he allowed his excitement to run wild while meticulously organizing the cash strewn across his bed. Among the 1 million in cash, 65 stacks consisted of the 4th edition 100 yuan notes, while the remainder comprised the 5th edition red 100 yuan notes. In this era, the 4th edition currency had not yet been phased out, rendering it entirely usable. Once everything was neatly arranged, a now composed Chen Xiaochen pondered for a moment before extracting 15,000 yuan in cash along with his identification card, which he placed into his backpack. He then repacked the remaining cash into his travel bag, slinging the backpack over his shoulders and carrying the travel bag as he stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he stowed the travel bag back into the small storeroom. After ensuring it was well concealed and locking the door, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the nearest commercial street. His intention was to purchase a mobile phone first, as navigating life without one would prove inconvenient. Upon arriving at the commercial street, he entered the shopping mall and headed straight for the mobile phone counter. After a brief survey, he felt unimpressed. The current mobile market was still dominated by Nokia and Motorola, and the era of color screens had yet to dawn. Not to mention, the touchscreen smartphones he had grown accustomed to throughout his life were nowhere to be found. Even the classic color screen models like the Nokia N95, N96, and N97 were not available at this time. The phones on offer featured blue, green, or orange backgrounds with black text, exuding a distinctive sense of the era. With no suitable options available, he decided to settle for any model. Eventually, Chen Xiaochen chose the Nokia 8250, which had just been released this year, priced at 350 yuan. After the sales clerk's incredulous confirmation, he proceeded to the payment counter with his receipt. The transaction was seamless. He paid, received the receipt, and collected his phone in one fluid motion. Once he had the phone in hand, Chen Xiaochen exited the mall and took a few steps down the street to find a vendor selling mobile phone cards. He added some funds and selected a rather appealing number. As he awaited the vendor to activate the phone card, the vendor, noticing the new device in Chen Xiaochen's possession, incessantly suggested that he purchase an extra battery for backup. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiaochen declined. In an era devoid of universal chargers, acquiring an additional battery seemed utterly pointless. Ultimately, he would still need to charge the phone, akin to the absurdity of taking off one's pants to fart. After the vendor confirmed that the activation was successful and the number would be usable in a few hours, Chen Xiaochen hopped back on his bicycle and set off for his next destination, the bank. Arriving near his home, he chose the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, which had a considerable number of branches. Armed with his identification card, he opened a bank account and deposited the 10,000 yuan he had brought along. Although the clerk expressed some surprise, she refrained from further comment, as this was a deposit, not a withdrawal. Moreover, while the sum of 10,000 yuan saved by a child is indeed not insignificant, it hardly warrants inquiry. Furthermore, this is a young individual, equipped with an identity card and possessing a modicum of agency. Having completed all necessary formalities, Chen Xiaochen began to ponder what to have for lunch. Upon inspection that morning, it appeared that little food remained at home, though there were 5 yuan left on the coffee table. As she rode her bicycle around the neighborhood, she came across a certain elementary school, which had since been demolished, still standing intact in its original location. This sight evoked memories of the local delicacies. She then turned her gaze toward the alley across the street, where she successfully found her lunch. At this moment, the alley was bustling with numerous small vendors. There were stalls selling toys, various snacks, fried skewers, and spicy skewers with rich sauces, a dazzling array of choices. Being in proximity to a cinema and an arcade, the vendors remained active even during the school holiday, drawing in patrons. Recalling her previous visits, Chen Xiaochen approached one of the fried skewer stalls. Recognizing the familiar face of the vendor, she greeted the lady with a smile. The fried skewers from this vendor were a staple in her childhood. Priced at a mere 10 cents each, the skewers featured ingredients about 2 centimeters long, predominantly consisting of various meats, coated in batter and deep fried, then brushed with sauce and homemade chili oil. Chen Xiaochen ordered a selection of skewers, including beef, lamb, chicken skin, and mushrooms, purchasing a generous portion for 12 yuan, which she deemed a splendid bargain. As the vendor expertly fried the skewers, Chen Xiaochen engaged her in casual conversation. "Auntie, how's business these days? It seems there are fewer people in the alley than before." The vendor sighed in agreement. "Indeed, there are not as many as there used to be. With the holidays, the crowd has diminished. We relied on the cinema and arcade for some trade, but it seems the cinema is declining day by day. I've heard they plan to convert it into a dance hall. Who would want our food amidst all that? The arcade doesn't fare much better. Today, as children have taken to the internet, and the arcade sees fewer patrons now. As for internet cafes, they won't allow our fried skewers inside, complaining that they are hard to clean up after. I'm contemplating whether to try a different location or perhaps shift to another line of work altogether." Upon hearing the vendor's thoughts of retiring, Chen Xiaochen felt a stir of inspiration and asked, "Auntie, if you truly wish to pursue other endeavors, would you consider teaching me your craft of making those delicious skewers? I would be willing to pay for your mentorship." The vendor regarded her with a hint of surprise. "What would a student want with this? Are you planning to quit school to sell fried skewers? I cannot teach you. Your parents would surely come looking for me." "No, Auntie, I simply wish to learn so I can make them for myself. Your skewers are simply the best. I've enjoyed them since childhood, and I assure you, I want to be learning for free. I will pay you." Observing Chen Xiaochen, the vendor felt a wave of nostalgia. "What's this talk of tuition? If you love my food, it brings me joy. As you said, over the years, I have watched children like you grow up." Initially, the aunt engaged in this business out of necessity after losing her job, relying on it for sustenance. Now that her circumstances have improved, this venture has become less crucial. "If you genuinely wish to learn, come to my home before I set up my stall one day. You can observe while I prepare the food." Chapter 12. Acquiring recipes. The vendor's words touched Chen Xiaochen. Indeed, her observations were accurate. The long-standing street vendors at the school gate have witnessed these children grow in waves. The majority of them exhibit genuine kindness, never quibbling over a few bites here and there. Some soft-hearted vendors would even offer a taste to familiar faces, even if they lacked money that day. The aunt's subsequent remarks were equally truthful. The wave of layoffs in recent years has undeniably given rise to numerous vendors selling fried and skewered snacks outside school gates. "All right, Aunt, let us see if tomorrow works for you. I'll leave you my number. Just call me when you begin preparing in the morning, and I'll come by to check it out. I'll write down my phone number now." As Chen Xiaochen rummaged through her backpack for paper and pen, she pulled out her phone and copied her number from the sticker on its back. "Goodness, I didn't realize you came from a wealthy family with such a nice phone," the vendor remarked with a chuckle. Chen Xiaochen smiled but refrained from responding. After receiving the note she handed over, the vendor nodded. "All right. It's settled then. I'll call you tomorrow morning. You can come to my home. If I ever stop selling fried snacks, at least it will leave a fond memory for you children." After finalizing their arrangement, Chen Xiaochen rode her bike home, savoring the nostalgic taste of the fried snacks, sweet, salty, and slightly spicy, with the aroma of chili oil wafting through the air. As she enjoyed her treat, she contemplated her spontaneous decision. With societal development and urban restructuring, many flavors from her childhood have faded into obscurity. Those that have managed to endure will undoubtedly thrive in the future. If she could gather an array of recipes for various fried snacks and sauces, aiming to cater to the palates of the majority, this endeavor might possess the potential to expand. With this thought, Chen Xiaochen felt that while her plan remained imperfect, it was indeed feasible. She resolved to learn the aunt's sauce recipes the following day and seek out more vendors from her memories. The next morning, the aunt called as promised. Living nearby, Chen Xiaochen purchased some fruits and milk before cycling to the address provided by the vendor. Over the course of 2 hours, she observed the entire process of making fried snacks and sauces, including chili oil, diligently recording the steps and ingredient quantities in her notebook. She even had the opportunity to taste the freshly prepared items. Before leaving, after a polite exchange, Chen Xiaochen insisted on leaving 500 yuan behind, whether as tuition or as a gesture of gratitude. In any case, paying brought her peace of mind. In the days that followed, Chen Xiaochen frequented various street food stalls, employing persuasion and emotional appeals, or promising generous profits to gather a wealth of culinary knowledge. His sole objective was to employ various means to persuade the vendors to impart their culinary skills to him. During this period, the most accessible options were Aunt Zhang's stall, located at the entrance of the elementary school, where he had savored her delicacies since childhood, and Aunt Wang's stall by the middle school, which he frequented during his spare time. Being familiar faces, these vendors were more amenable to his requests, and the aunties were not overly concerned that a mere student might encroach upon their business. Particularly, Aunt Zhang at the elementary school was especially delighted to see Chen Xiaochen and readily acquiesced to his request without a second thought. Thus, within a week, Chen Xiaochen acquired recipes for 7 unique flavors of fried skewers and chicken steak dishes, along with 4 distinctive preparations for chicken bone sticks and 3 variations of spicy dipping sauces. However, this endeavor was not devoid of challenges. 2 vendors were adamant about not sharing their preparation processes, and Chen Xiaochen did not press the issue. Among his experiences, one of the most intriguing moments came from a vendor selling fried skewers. After imparting her knowledge, she mysteriously revealed to him that one of the secrets to her delectable skewers lay in the pot of aged oil she repeatedly used. Gazing at the dark, murky oil, reminiscent of waste motor oil, and then at the skewers in his hand, Chen Xiaochen found himself momentarily speechless, only able to marvel at the auntie's candidness. Despite his busy schedule learning to make fried skewers, Chen Xiaochen did not neglect other aspects of his life. He managed to gather with friends like Yu Lu, Qin Ming, and Zhao Yana for casual get-togethers, and even spent some time online together. His daily exercise routine and night runs remained steadfast, making his days quite fulfilling. Regarding the various methods of preparing snacks and sauces, Chen Xiaochen held the view that sufficient knowledge sufficed. He never intended to explore every vendor in the city. A few representative flavors would suffice. As his acquisition of sauces reached a conclusion, he tallied his expenditures for the past few days, totaling over 5,800 yuan. Although he had amassed a considerable collection of sauces and recipes, Chen Xiaochen had no immediate plans to venture into the food industry. Primarily, it was a matter of time. The food industry demanded substantial energy. Without suitable personnel to assist in management, a single student could hardly operate a restaurant, let alone multiple establishments. Furthermore, relying solely on fried skewers and chicken bone sticks rendered the offerings rather monotonous. To achieve scalability, he would need to incorporate a variety of other items, which could not be rushed. Most critically, the issue of funding loomed large. Although possessing over 1 million yuan seemed substantial, it was insufficient for opening several restaurants. Establishing just 1 or 2 eateries held little significance. If he were to pursue this path, he needed to expand rapidly within a short time frame to capture market share and minimize the risk of imitation and replacement. With the food industry momentarily set aside, he returned to the drawing board, pondering what venture could effectively generate profit. After much contemplation, the answer became increasingly apparent. Internet cafes had emerged as one of the prominent small to medium-sized business ventures in the post-millennial era. It is undoubtedly an unparalleled choice for making money in the current landscape. Moreover, the internet cafe industry has only recently emerged, and the approval processes remain relatively lenient. Additionally, operational demands are not overly stringent, making management quite manageable. Furthermore, the rapid increase in personal computer ownership has yet to occur, and real name registration for internet usage in cafes has not yet been implemented, thus ensuring a steady flow of clientele. Most importantly, the capital on hand is more than sufficient to establish a medium-sized internet cafe. To embark on this venture, 3 key elements are paramount: the premises, the equipment, and the necessary permits. Other trivial details do not significantly affect the overall outcome. Regarding the location, Chen Xiaochen harbors a few potential choices in his mind. Having spent ample time in internet cafes during his past life, he possesses an intimate knowledge of the various cafes near his school. Among these, the sites that have yet to open but hold the promise of thriving businesses in the future naturally become his considerations. As for the equipment, it merely involves procurement, with the distinction lying in the expenditure involved. At this juncture, Chen Xiaochen recalls a certain individual. His classmate, Yang Wenxuan, has a father who works as a department manager at the largest hardware agency on the computer street. Yang Wenxuan was also one of Chen Xiaochen's former deskmates. Though their bond does not compare to his relationship with Zhao Yana, they are still friends of over 20 years, someone with whom he can comfortably request assistance. During the summer break after middle school, he had relied on Yang Wenxuan's father to help him acquire his personal computer, which, with the same specifications, had indeed been much cheaper than purchasing from elsewhere. With this in mind, Chen Xiaochen considers reaching out to Yang Wenxuan to inquire when her father might be available for a discussion. As for the permits, while they may seem cumbersome, they are, in essence, straightforward. At this point in time, the internet cafe sector, as an emerging industry, has not attracted excessive scrutiny, and the process of obtaining permits is not as arduous as it will become in the future. The Blue Speed incident has yet to transpire, and the regulations on the management of internet access service business venues will not be enacted until early next year. For Chen Xiaochen, the most pressing issue is not the permits themselves, but rather his age. After conducting online research, He discovers that the regulations implemented on January 1st of this year state that individuals under the age of 18 cannot apply for a business license unless they can provide proof of independent economic capability. Fortunately, this issue is not insurmountable. If necessary, he could discreetly use his father's or mother's identification to process the business formalities. It merely requires an additional authorization procedure, and there will undoubtedly be a solution. To ascertain the feasibility of his plans, Chen Xiaochen delves into online resources to gather information regarding the materials and specific processes required for obtaining a business license. He also frequents chat rooms and forums to seek assistance from individuals engaged in this field. Ultimately, he dismisses the notion of applying for a business license in his own name. According to the insights from netizens, although regulations for minors over 16 to obtain business licenses have been established, the recent implementation means that interpretations and enforcement vary across different regions. Undertaking transactions under the guise of a minor could potentially lead to complications. It would be far more prudent to register using the identity of an adult. After perusing the thoughtful responses from well-meaning netizens, Chen Xiaochen resolved to utilize his mother's identification to apply for a business license, thereby evading unnecessary troubles. As for the choice of his mother's ID over his father's, this decision was made after careful consideration of both parents' professions and social circles. Using his mother's identification for the business license would entail a lower risk of detection. Having firmly made up his mind, Chen Xiaochen promptly set his plan into motion. The following morning, he retrieved his mother's ID, stowed 2 bundles of cash in his backpack, and rode his bicycle around the vicinity of his school. However, his initial search yielded less than favorable results. The prospective locations either remained under construction or were insufficient in size. Faced with such disappointments, he reluctantly expanded his search radius. Eventually, he found himself near the old campus of his middle school, where he finally spotted a storefront that met his criteria. This establishment would soon become an internet cafe, a place he had frequented before, noted for its thriving business. The 2-story space was quite spacious and conveniently located near 3 schools, not far from the district cultural center. Additionally, the adjacent residential community was newly built, promising a hassle-free experience. As he approached, Chen Xiaochen noticed a sheet of A4 paper affixed to the storefront door, proclaiming it was for rent or sale, complete with a contact number. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number listed. On the other end was the property owner, who informed him that he was nearby and would arrive shortly. In a little over 10 minutes, a middle-aged man emerged from the residential complex, scanning the surroundings before his gaze passed over Chen Xiaochen entirely. The man then took out his phone to make a call. Moments later, Chen Xiaochen's device rang. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily perplexed, and as Chen Xiaochen hung up and approached him, the man regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Are you the young man who called about renting the storefront?" he inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Yes, sir, that would be me. Though I am in fact representing my family," Chen Xiaochen replied, opting to clarify that he was merely the messenger to avoid unnecessary elaboration. Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor softened considerably, and he became more inclined to engage in conversation. "Let me unlock the door so we can take a look inside," he said, leading Chen Xiaochen into the premises. This place spans 2 levels, totaling 316 square meters, and is equipped with all necessary utilities: water, electricity, and gas. The materials used for plumbing are of high quality, he elaborated. "Uncle, you seem quite knowledgeable about the materials used for plumbing," Chen Xiaochen remarked. "To be honest, a significant portion of the construction in that nearby community was managed by my team and me," the man replied. "This is a residential area belonging to a factory. Initially, everything was discussed amicably, but midway through, the factory leadership changed, and I was directly informed that the funds would not suffice. Ultimately, I had no choice but to use this storefront to offset part of the payment. Refusing it was not an option. Upon receiving the news, I instructed my team to completely overhaul the electrical and plumbing systems during the construction. Within this compound, there are 2 buildings designated for officials, constructed with superior materials, which were repurposed from the other side." Listening to the landlord's words, Chen Xiaochen felt no surprise whatsoever. Such practices are commonplace in construction, particularly within state-owned enterprises, and thus, nothing seemed amiss. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Xiaochen learned that the middle-aged man's surname was Liu. Rather than renting, he was more inclined to sell the property in order to recoup his funds swiftly. Upon discovering that Chen Xiaochen intended to open an internet cafe, Uncle Liu began to subtly probe whether there was any possibility of a purchase. He repeatedly confirmed whether Chen Xiaocheng's parents would approve. It was only when Chen Xiaochen stated that his mother had signed over full authority to him, allowing him to handle everything independently for the sake of personal growth. That the past was finally laid to rest. Having grasped the fundamental details of the property and the landlord's mindset, Chen Xiaochen contemplated how to facilitate this transaction more securely. Truth be told, had his finances allowed for a dual approach, he would have genuinely considered purchasing the storefront. The prospect of such an investment, bound to appreciate over the next decade or so, was undeniably enticing. However, the reality was that with his current financial situation, acquiring the property was simply unattainable. Even if he managed to buy it under duress, he would likely be left with little to no funds afterward. Reluctantly, he resolved to prioritize immediate concerns. After a thorough inspection, the property presented no issues, and the layout was quite satisfactory. The area could comfortably accommodate around 100 computers, with the property deemed suitable. The next matter at hand was the rental price. The landlord proposed an annual rent of 48,000 yuan, with utilities being self-managed. Naturally, Chen Xiaochen was unwilling to accept this. After extensive negotiations, discussing renovations, emotional appeals, and persistent bargaining, both parties ultimately settled on a final price of 42,000 yuan per year. However, the landlord insisted on an upfront payment for 3 years' rent. After some internal deliberation, Chen Xiaochen found this proposal relatively acceptable. An annual rate of 42,000 yuan was quite reasonable, although the upfront payment for 3 years would significantly impact his finances. He had no immediate monetary needs, and his current funds were adequate. Securing a fixed rate for 3 years in exchange for a lump sum payment was, after all, quite advantageous. Nevertheless, despite his inclination to agree, Chen Xiaochen did not acquiesce hastily. He engaged in further negotiations regarding the contract duration. Ultimately, both parties agreed to a 6-year contract, with the first 3 years set at an annual rent of 42,000 yuan, after which the rent would increase moderately based on market conditions, capped at a maximum of 20. After both parties reached an agreement, Chen Xiaochen promptly left a deposit of 10,000 yuan, arranging to return the following morning at 9 a.m. to sign the contract and pay the remaining balance. He secured the receipt for the 10,000 yuan issued by the landlord, Uncle Lu. They exchanged contact numbers and engaged in a few pleasantries before parting ways. Chapter 14. Bathing. As the year-end approached, Chen Xiaochen found renting a place to be rather impractical. The climate and the upcoming holiday season would significantly affect the renovation timeline. However, he had no other options. With limited vacation time and no suitable person to assist him temporarily, he could only strive to minimize time costs. With the housing issue essentially resolved, the next concern was the equipment. That evening, Chen Xiaochen searched online for Yang Wenxuan. Discussing his intention to purchase a computer and inquiring if Yang's father could lend a hand, as well as when he would be available. After consulting her father, Yang Wenxuan informed Chen Xiaochen that he was free most evenings for the next few days and provided him with their home address. The following morning, Chen Xiaochen withdrew 116,000 yuan in cash from his backpack. Arriving punctually at the storefront as agreed, he found Uncle Lu already waiting. They exchanged a few words before turning their attention to the contract. After reviewing the document and confirming that everything was in order, they proceeded to sign. When it was Chen Xiaochen's turn, he signed his mother Zhang Fengxiao's name. Although Uncle Lu observed this action, he chose not to comment. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen accompanied Uncle Lu to the bank to count the cash. Observing the young man casually handling such a substantial amount, Uncle Lu became increasingly convinced that Chen Xiaochen hailed from an affluent family. He dismissed any lingering concerns regarding the signature on the contract, leaving with the receipt and the keys. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, Chen Xiaochen returned to the storefront, surveying the space once more. He formulated a rough plan and then set out on his bike in search of a renovation company. After consulting several reputable firms, he selected 2 that appeared particularly reliable. He arranged for representatives from both companies to visit the site, take measurements, and subsequently provide quotes. Before the end of the workday, both companies called in with their estimates. The bids were relatively close, with pricing for electrical modifications, flooring, wall, and ceiling decorations, as well as renovations for the bathroom, reception area, and the conversion of an upstairs office totaling 152,000 yuan and 155,000 yuan, respectively. After careful consideration, Chen Xiaochen opted for the latter, despite the slightly higher cost. The designer he interacted with offered a vision for the overall color scheme and layout that resonated deeply with him, showcasing thoughtful details and extensive experience in winter renovations. Most importantly, after discussions with the company, the designer assured that work could commence on the 3rd day of the new year. promising a significantly shorter overall timeline than the other firm, which aligned perfectly with Chen Xiaochun's preferences. Despite her satisfaction, Chen Xiaochun leveraged the pricing from another company to negotiate a lower rate. Ultimately, the agreed-upon price settled at 153,500 yuan, with Chen Xiaochun responsible for the costs of the heating equipment and electricity. These expenses were merely standard for winter renovations, and she harbored no objections. The following morning, she returned to the renovation company, where both parties engaged in discussions regarding the specific plans for over an hour. All of Chen Xiaochun's various requests and ideas were meticulously recorded by the design team. The renovation company assured her that the design blueprint would be ready in 2 days. Once the design was approved, the construction team would commence work within 5 days, with a projected timeline of 1.5 months for completion. After confirming all details, they negotiated the payment terms. It was ultimately agreed that 40 would be paid before the start of construction, 95 upon completion, and the remaining 5 would serve as a quality assurance deposit, payable 6 months later. Subsequently, the renovation company began preparing the contract. Chen Xiaochun then hurried home to retrieve the funds. 40 of 153,500 yuan amounted to 61,400 yuan. Upon her return with the money, both parties reconfirmed the details. They then proceeded to sign, make the payment, and issue a receipt, solidifying their agreement. As she left the renovation company, it was nearly lunchtime, prompting Chen Xiaochun to seek out a nearby noodle shop. She ordered a bowl of hand-pulled noodles, a chicken carcass, and a beverage, thus resolving her lunch. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she hesitated to return home, feeling somewhat disheveled from her recent errands. Furthermore, her prolonged absence from bathing had left her feeling itchy. Consequently, she sought out a nearby bathing center that appeared to be of considerable size. Without further contemplation, she parked her bicycle and entered. For 38-year-old Chen Xiaochun, visiting a bathing facility was an ordinary affair, and thus, 17-year-old Chen Xiaochun approached it with remarkable familiarity. After changing into slippers and securing her hand tag, she entered the changing area. Just as she had removed her clothing and was preparing to indulge in a soak, a staff member of seemingly similar age approached and inquired, "Sir, we have a communal bathing area and a private bathing area. Which would you prefer? Perhaps you might consider our private bathing area? The ambience is pleasant, and you won't be disturbed, with services that cater to your every need." This suggestion piqued Chen Xiaochun's interest. The prospect of bathing alone was indeed more appealing than sharing space with others. After inquiring about the price, she found the private area reasonably priced at 188 yuan, which included scrubbing services. Without hesitation, she opted for the private bathing area. The attendant glanced at her hand tag and then guided her into the designated space. The private area was indeed well appointed, with generously sized compartments. It featured a small soaking pool, a shower, and all necessary toiletries. The water in the pool appeared crystal clear, likely changed for each guest. There was also a table designated for scrubbing services. After a brief rinse, she entered the pool, allowing the warm water to envelop her. The temperature was just right, and Chen Xiaochun comfortably leaned against the pool wall, closing her eyes in relaxation. After about 10 minutes, just as she was preparing to summon a scrubbing attendant, a knock sounded at the door. Upon uttering the word enter, Chen Xiaochun beheld a girl clad in an oversized t-shirt, her fair legs exposed, as she walked in carrying a bath basket. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am technician number 32, and it is my pleasure to serve you." This scene left Chen Xiaochun momentarily bewildered, leading him to realize that his earlier assumptions may have been rather naive. "Are you the scrubber?" he inquired. "Indeed, esteemed guest. I shall be your attendant from this point onward. Is that acceptable?" Having experienced many things, Chen Xiaochun swiftly grasped the situation. He did not succumb to panic or feel any impulsive urges. He was not transformed into a paragon of virtue merely by this encounter. Rather, he was reluctant to surrender his innocence so easily to the hands of a bathing attendant, as it would leave him with regrets. Although the attendant was quite pleasing in appearance, as a seasoned individual frequently engaged in social affairs, he was not easily swayed by such superficial allure. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaochun resolved to proceed with the scrubbing. After all, the money had already been spent and could not be refunded. As long as he maintained his composure, there was nothing to fear. Self-assured in his experience, he nodded at technician number 32 and lay down on the scrubbing platform. As he reclined, Chen Xiaochun glanced up just in time to see the technician removing her t-shirt. Startled, he quickly interjected, insisting she keep her clothing on while scrubbing. What a jest! Scrubbing while clothed is essential. I fear losing my resolve otherwise. If she were to disrobe, I might find myself utterly lost. Chapter 15. A visit to Father Yang. It must be said, the technician applied herself with remarkable diligence. Although she attempted to upsell various enhancements such as creams and salts, Chen Xiaochen declined each offer. The scrubbing continued amicably until he turned over, at which point the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, he found it impossible not to rise during the scrubbing process. The technician, however, seemed unfazed and continued her work with meticulous attention. After the scrubbing concluded, she applied body wash and provided a brief, simple massage. Though it lasted only a few minutes, it left Chen Xiaochen blushing, akin to sitting atop a volcano on the verge of eruption, nearly losing himself in the moment. Following the massage, the technician made a brief attempt to promote additional services. Perhaps she sensed his struggle for restraint, or perhaps he appeared too youthful and lacking in wealth. Regardless of the reason, she refrained from any further provocative gestures. Once the service was complete, she withdrew, leaving Chen Xiaochen alone in the bathing area. The awkward tension began to dissipate in solitude. Rising, he observed his still upright form and felt a wave of heat enveloping him. He turned on the shower, adjusting the water temperature to a cooler setting. After 2 minutes of rinsing from head to toe, the sensation of heat finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but exclaim that the bathing experience nowadays was undeniably bold, with commendable service and personnel quality. Had it not been for her past experiences, she might not have been able to endure it. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Xiaochen emerged from the bathing area, feeling utterly refreshed. In the changing area, she dried herself with a towel and thoroughly blow-dried her hair before dressing and heading to the front desk to settle her bill. Upon exiting, Chen Xiaochen did not return home. Earlier that morning, she had informed Chun Ma that she would be back later that evening. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Soon, it would be the typical time for people to finish work. Chen Xiaochen promptly decided to visit Yang Wenxuan's home. With the new year approaching in just a few days, it was imperative to finalize the equipment matters as soon as possible. After calling Yang Wenxuan, she confirmed that her father would usually arrive home around 5. With this precise information, Chen Xiaochen expressed her intention to visit. Yang Wenxuan had no objections, and after arranging their plans, they concluded the call. With her itinerary set, Chen Xiaochen immediately sought out a nearby tea shop, purchasing a 200 yuan pu'er tea cake. She also stopped by a market to buy a box of kumquats. With these items in hand, she rode toward Yang Wenxuan's residence. She hadn't bought too many things. 2 items sufficed to convey her intentions. After all, when it came down to it, she was technically the client, and it was uncommon for a client to present gifts to the service provider. The gifts were merely a courtesy as a younger visitor. In her previous life, Chen Xiaochen had visited Yang Wenxuan's home on numerous occasions, even assisting during her wedding alongside a few classmates. Thus, she was well acquainted with the route and knew exactly which unit and door to approach. Arriving at the building, she bypassed the need for another phone call and directly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching Yang Wenxuan's doorstep, Chen Xiaochen knocked on the door. Yang Wenxuan opened it and, upon seeing her, promptly invited her inside, mentioning that her father had just returned home as well. After changing into slippers, Chen Xiaochen followed Yang Wenxuan into the living room, where she saw Yang's father seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Chen Xiaochen with her items, he stood up to greet her. "Hello, I am Chen Xiaochen, a classmate of Yang Wenxuan." She introduced herself. "Ah, hello, come in and take a seat. Why bring gifts when a young person visits? Just take them back with you when you leave," Yang's father said politely. "No trouble at all, uncle. It is customary for a first visit," Chen Xiaochen replied. Once all three were seated, Yang's father, as the elder, initiated the conversation. "I hear from Wenxuan that you are quite the student. Placing 3rd in the class for your final exams?" "Yes, uncle. I was fortunate to achieve 3rd place," Chen Xiaochen responded. "You are quite modest. There's no luck involved. Earning 3rd place is a testament to your own capabilities," Yang's father remarked while instructing Yang Wenxuan to fetch some drinks and wash some fruits. After that, he continued. "Wenxuan mentioned you are interested in assembling a computer?" Chen Xiaochen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had not clearly communicated with Yang Wenxuan. He had merely mentioned the need for computers without specifying the quantity or requirements. He hurriedly clarified, "No, uncle, it's not just one. I initially estimate that we will need around 100 units, all specifically for internet cafes." Upon hearing this, it was Yang's father who found himself momentarily speechless. He scrutinized Chen Xiaochen anew before confirming, 100 dedicated internet cafe machines? "Are you planning to open an internet cafe at home?" "Not at home. I am the one intending to open the cafe, though my family is financing it," Chen Xiaochen responded. Noticing that Yang's father still looked somewhat bewildered, he continued. "The internet cafe business is currently thriving, and my family is considering establishing one as a trial. Since I am on winter break now, I've taken on the responsibility." which also serves as a means for me to gain experience. Just as Yang's father was about to inquire further, Yang Wenxuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit. Seeing this, Yang's father ceased his line of questioning and instead picked up the glass teapot from the table, filled it with tea leaves, and proceeded to the water dispenser. After brewing the tea, he returned to his seat, avoiding eye contact with Chen Xiaochen, and addressed his daughter, Chen Xian. Please return to your room. I have some matters to discuss with your classmate. Yang Wenxuan, puzzled by the secrecy surrounding a single computer, did not object. She shrugged at Chen Xiaochen before turning back to her room. Yang's father poured 2 cups of tea, first offering one to Chen Xiaochen before resuming the conversation. What you mentioned earlier, are you truly in need of 100 dedicated internet cafe machines? Chen Xiaochen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He opened his backpack and presented the rental and renovation agreements to Yang's father. After reviewing the 2 agreements, including the square footage specified for the storefront, Yang's father was convinced that this was indeed a significant business venture. This realization prompted him to regard Chen Xiaochen with newfound seriousness, no longer viewing him as just a child. Nodding, he remarked, "It seems your preliminary preparations have already commenced. Let us now discuss the machines. With over 300 square meters, accommodating 100 machines is more than sufficient. In fact, even 120 would pose no issue. The current complete configuration of mainstream internet cafe machines is approximately priced at 4,800 yuan at retail, but can be procured for around 4,200 yuan. Our company holds agency rights for several major brands, which gives us a pricing advantage over others. The internet cafe business is indeed booming, and our company has recently taken on a considerable amount of related projects, hence my familiarity with these approximate prices." Chen Xiaochen did not mention the pricing but pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Uncle, what would the price be if we were to switch entirely to LCD monitors?" Yang's father paused, reflecting on Chen Xiaochen's question before responding. As for LCD monitors, although prices have dropped significantly recently, they have only been on the market for about 2 years and are not yet mainstream. Conservatively speaking, the cost for the same size would increase by at least 1,500 yuan per unit. I will need to calculate the exact figures when I return to the office tomorrow. Everything will depend on the company's standards. He observed that although Yang's father had begun to take him more seriously, he still maintained a formal, businesslike demeanor. Chen Xiaochen paid no mind to this, sipping her hot tea as she spoke. "Uncle Yang, the fact that I came to seek your help today means I consider you family. Wenxuan and I share a close friendship, and given our relationship, I shall be candid. If I speak inappropriately, please do not hold it against a child like me. How about this? Could you assist me in negotiating a lower price? I assure you, I will not let your kindness go unrewarded. I can offer you a fee of 50 yuan for each machine." Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang narrowed his eyes, observing Chen Xiaochen without immediately responding. After taking a sip from his teacup, he replied, "You are but a child. How could I accept your money?" Before Uncle Yang could finish his thought, Chen Xiaochen, unwilling to engage in unnecessary politeness, interrupted, "Uncle Yang, please do not be courteous. I understand that, considering my friendship with Yang Wenxuan, you will surely do your utmost to help. However, as a younger generation, it would be ungrateful of me to let you work for free." After a brief silence, Uncle Yang refilled Chen Xiaochen's cup before responding, "Very well, I shall assist you, as you said, out of regard for your relationship with Wenxuan. Tomorrow, I will go to the office and see if I can find some discounts to help lower the price as much as possible. If I can, I will have Wenxuan inform you. Also, please ask the renovation company to hold off for a moment. I will have my colleagues help optimize the wiring and layout later." Hearing this, Chen Xiaochen let out a sigh of relief. She understood that with Uncle Yang's commitment, the matter was essentially settled. Chapter 16. A letter from Uncle Yang. After reaching an agreement, the two naturally engaged in amiable conversation. Once their discussion had drawn to a close, Uncle Yang called for Yang Wenxuan to join them, allowing her to chat with Chen Xiaochen for a while longer. After discussing schoolwork and leaving her own phone number with Wenxuan, Chen Xiaochen decided it was time to take her leave. As she stepped outside, she coincidentally encountered Aunt Yang returning home from work. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she finally departed from the Yang household. Since Uncle Yang was home when she arrived, Aunt Yang did not speak much on the matter and went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Thus, the three of them shared a customary dinner, watched some television, and then retired for the night. Once in the bedroom, Aunt Yang inquired about Chen Xiaochen's situation and intentions. Upon hearing her question, Uncle Yang remained silent for a moment before saying, "Wenxuan's classmate is no ordinary child. Today's visit was regarding a business involving hundreds of computers. If this deal goes through, I could earn several thousand yuan." At these words, Aunt Yang was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise, but quickly lowered her voice to ask, "Hundreds of computers? Is that true? What on earth does this child need so many computers for? And where does he get such a sum of money? 100 computers must cost a fortune." He responded. He mentioned it was money given by his family for starting an internet cafe. "I've reviewed the rental and renovation contracts, and everything appears to be in order." The child exhibits a remarkable level of maturity in both speech and action, adeptly grasping the nuances and timing required in various situations. During our conversation, I hardly perceived him as merely a 16 or 17-year-old. Furthermore, according to Chen Xiaochen, his academic performance is commendable, ranking third in his class. To cultivate such a child and invest several $100,000 in his practical experience suggests that his parents are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Upon hearing Mr. Yang's remarks, Mrs. Yang expressed her curiosity, saying, "Third in the class? That is quite impressive. How come I was unaware that Chen Xiaochen had such a capable and well-off classmate?" It seems prudent to encourage Chen Xiaochen to interact more with him, to learn from him, and to forge friendships with such individuals, as it would undoubtedly benefit her future. In response to Mrs. Yang's thoughts, Mr. Yang remained non-committal, stating, "You need not worry about this matter. The fact that he is able to come to our home for discussions indicates a positive rapport between the two. However, having only met once, we cannot ascertain his character. We must be cautious not to influence our daughter negatively. Let us observe how things develop from here. After all, how bad can a diligent student truly be?" Having murmured this, Mrs. Yang fell silent, and the couple shifted their conversation to other topics. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Xiaochen followed his routine of dining, jogging, and completing practice papers. After finishing his assignments for the day, he refreshed himself and reclined on his bed, reflecting on the insights he had gained over the past couple of days. Concerning the internet cafe, he had nearly finalized the venue, renovations, and equipment. The next steps would involve handling paperwork and staffing. Chen Xiaochen was reluctant to manage the paperwork himself, as his age and appearance might pose challenges, even with a power of attorney in hand. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be wiser to wait and see if he could recruit suitable management personnel who could then handle these matters on his behalf, which would streamline the process considerably. The staffing issue mirrored his concerns. Finding an appropriate store manager would simplify the hiring of other staff members. After considering everyone he knew, he found no suitable candidates and resolved to continue searching over the next few days. If necessary, he would visit a job market to post a recruitment notice. The following day, Chen Xiaochen awoke around 8 o'clock, as there were no pressing matters to attend to, allowing for a leisurely morning. After breakfast, he resumed his practice papers until around 11 when his phone rang. The screen displayed a series of digits, and upon answering, he recognized it as Mr. Yang's call. "Hello. Is this Xiaochen? This is Wenshuan's father." "Ah, Mr. Yang, greetings. This is Chen Xiaochen." Chen Xiaochen was not at all surprised that Mr. Yang had directly reached out to him, as he had provided his phone number to Wenshuan the previous day, which was also intended for Mr. Yang. "Xiaochen, this morning I visited the company and discovered that we have received a substantial order for internet cafe equipment from a local supplier. Their quantities are considerable, and the prices are significantly lower than standard wholesale rates. I am planning to link your order with theirs for bulk procurement, allowing you to benefit from the same discount structure. What do you think? Is that true? I am immensely grateful to Uncle Yang for his efforts. If we adhere to this discount, what would be the specific price? I have just calculated that, based on standard monitors, the price for each unit could be approximately 3,780 yuan. Should we opt for LCD monitors, the price per unit would hover around 4,500 yuan. This essentially summarizes the pricing. However, I will endeavor to source external accessories from reputable brands." In truth, Chen Xiaochen is indifferent to the veracity of the situation as described by Uncle Yang. Regardless of his methods, as long as the products are satisfactory and the prices are reasonable, that suffices. Chen Xiaochen is quite content with the current pricing. "No issues. Uncle Yang, this price is acceptable. If all is in order, it would be best for you to visit my office this afternoon so we can verify details in person. There are additional devices, including servers, switches, routers, and management terminals for the front desk, which we can finalize according to your requirements. Once everything is agreed upon, it would be prudent to make a down payment and sign the contract, facilitating the subsequent procedures on my end. By the way, a down payment amounting to 30 of the total price will suffice." With a decision already made, Chen Xiaochen did not hesitate further and promptly agreed. "Certainly, Uncle Yang. Please provide me with an address, and I will come to your office around 1:30 p.m. This number is your mobile, correct?" After noting down the address and saving Uncle Yang's phone number, Chen Xiaochen tidied himself up, ensured he had the cash, and stepped out. The computer street was a bit distant, thus Chen Xiaochen opted not to ride a bicycle. He hailed a taxi at the intersection and headed towards the computer street. Upon arrival, he found it still early and took his time, first seeking a place to enjoy lunch. Entering KFC, he ordered a burger and fries combo. After retrieving his meal, Chen Xiaochen found a seat, casually placing his backpack beside him as he savored his burger. Although the bag contained a substantial sum of cash, his student-like demeanor and attire rendered him inconspicuous. The more relaxed he appeared, the less attention he attracted. After finishing lunch and lingering for a while, Chen Xiaochen checked the time and decided to leave the fast food establishment. Upon exiting, he walked towards the building where Uncle Yang's company was located. The address provided by Uncle Yang was not situated on the main street of the computer district. As Chen Xiaochen ventured into a side alley and made a couple of turns, the number of pedestrians dwindled, most of them appearing hurried, likely employees from nearby offices. Approaching the entrance of the building, Chen Xiaochen caught sight of a young man bending down a few meters away, seemingly picking something up. After standing, he quickly took a few steps to catch up with a middle-aged man ahead of him. Amidst the middle-aged man's beaming gratitude, Chen Xiaochen discerned the wallet in the young man's hand. The young man did not linger, exchanging a few cheerful words before bidding farewell to the middle-aged man and entering the building, leaving the latter standing there, his face a portrait of relief and appreciation. After witnessing the lively atmosphere, Chen Xiaochen did not linger and promptly entered the building. He took the elevator to the floor where Uncle Yang's company was located. Upon arriving at the reception, he announced his name and purpose. Before long, Uncle Yang emerged with a smile, guiding Chen Xiaochen into the company. Chapter 17. Ordering computers. Upon entering Uncle Yang's office, Chen Xiaochen was invited to sit on the guest sofa. After a round of tea and polite conversation, Uncle Yang began to meticulously discuss the details of the transaction, covering everything from specifications and pricing comparisons to the specific delivery and installation timeline. He also introduced the prices and performances of other necessary equipment. The two engaged in discussions for nearly an hour, ultimately reaching a consensus. Preparing to sign the contract and make the payment. Once matters were settled, Uncle Yang made a phone call, instructing an assistant to fetch the specific requirements. Meanwhile, he continued to chat with Chen Xiaochen. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door, and a young man entered. Chen Xiaochen turned to look, surprised to find that it was the very individual who had displayed honesty downstairs by returning lost money. However, he quickly composed himself, concealing his astonishment and curiosity. He observed as Uncle Yang explained the contract details to the young man. Chen Xiaochen remained silent, simply appraising the youth from his seat. It was only when the young man stepped out to prepare the contract that he subtly inquired about him to Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, not suspecting any ulterior motives, readily shared information about the young man. According to Uncle Yang, the young man's name was Wang Bo, age 22, a high school graduate. He had been working at the company for over 2 years, demonstrating diligence and intelligence in his role. He was primarily responsible for computer assembly, system installation, and wiring adjustments, earning a fixed salary of 1,000 yuan per month. Uncle Yang also mentioned that in their type of company, although there was a dedicated sales department, others could also engage in business dealings. However, the pricing authority varied according to position. For ordinary technical staff, like Wang Bo, achieving a sales volume of 3 to 5 units a month would be considered commendable. Uncle Yang held a favorable view of Wang Bo, especially given that Chen Xiaochen had shown no signs of intent prior to this discussion. Coupled with the earlier scene witnessed downstairs, this inspired Chen Xiaochen to consider recruiting him. After some contemplation, Chen Xiaochen expressed his intention to Uncle Yang, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, you know that I am managing the internet cafe for my family. Initially, I wasn't meant to be involved in these matters, but my parents noticed my effective handling of recent affairs and suggested increasing my responsibilities. Once the cafe is operational, they want me to find someone to manage it without interference from them. But as a student, I lack the time and energy to oversee the cafe's operations. Therefore, I thought it would be best to find someone to assist me, and I find Wang Bo quite suitable. You mentioned that he is technically proficient. I could offer him a double salary of 2,000 yuan a month. I just wonder if you would be willing to let him go." Having listened to Chen Xiaocheng's explanation, Yang's father found nothing amiss. Initially, it was Chen Xiaochen who had been managing the internet cafe affairs in recent days. It was hardly surprising that the family wished to entrust him with further responsibilities, especially considering they were a family willing to invest in their child's growth. As for Chen Xiaocheng's intention to recruit Wang Bo, Yang's father did not regard it as a significant matter. The company was not solely his. The departure of one Wang Bo would not be catastrophic as there were still Li Bo and Zhang Bo. To Yang's father, it merely implied that he would have one less capable subordinate. Conversely, if this endeavor succeeded, Both Chen Xiaochen and Wang Bo would owe him a favor. Thus, Yang's father did not hesitate in his decision. Moreover, even if he did not offer assistance, Chen Xiaochen could still reach out to Wang Bo privately. Facilitating communication through him was simply a more efficient approach. Given the nature of such a mutual favor, he had no reason to decline. Once he had made up his mind, Yang's father smiled and remarked, I was wondering why you brought up Wang Bo earlier. It seems you were trying to gauge my thoughts. Now that I understand your intentions, since you have your sights set on him, I shall assist you. When he returns, I will inquire on your behalf. Yang's father's agreement prompted heartfelt gratitude from Chen Xiaochen. After discussing the matter at hand, the two resumed casual conversation. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Bo knocked on the door and entered the office with a prepared contract. Welcome back, Xiao Wang. Please close the door and take a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Receiving the contract, Yang's father did not immediately address its contents, but instead handed it to Chen Xiaochen. He then poured a cup of tea for Wang Bo and broached the topic of Chen Xiaochen's offer to recruit him, detailing the job responsibilities and salary clearly. The two then awaited Wang Bo's reaction. Upon realizing that this seemingly younger individual was offering him a position as the manager of the internet cafe with a salary of 2,000 yuan per month, a significant wage among laborers, Wang Bo felt a sense of disbelief. Although he had been aware of the 100 computer order during the contract drafting, he had assumed Chen Xiaochen was merely a messenger and never considered it was his own order. Yang's father clarified the context using Chen Xiaochen's prior words, assuring Wang Bo that this was not a jest and that Chen Xiaochen indeed had the authority to make such a decision. However, there was still one aspect that puzzled Wang Bo. He could not comprehend why this young man had taken an interest in him. Thus, he directly voiced his confusion. I don't quite understand. Why me? We should not have met before, right? Just because Manager Yang recommended me, you decided to hire me? Upon hearing Wang Bo's uncertainty, Chen Xiaochen recognized that failing to provide an answer would leave him unsettled. He promptly elucidated. The decision to hire you stems primarily from my Uncle Yang's excellent assessment of your work. I trust his judgment, and I believe you possess the requisite capabilities. Moreover, just moments ago, when you were picking up the wallet downstairs, I was right behind you. Thus, I believe no further explanation is necessary. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's words, Wang Bo immediately grasped the sequence of events and accepted the rationale presented. He began to earnestly contemplate the matter concerning the internet cafe manager. At this juncture, Yang's father also came to a realization. It appeared that this young man had not approached Wang Bo on a whim. Rather, he had harbored this intention from the moment Wang Bo entered the establishment. Yang's father, having previously overlooked this, had assumed their interaction was merely casual conversation. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but cast another glance at Chen Xiaochen. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen engaged in further dialogue with Wang Bo. After addressing his inquiries and allowing him time for consideration, she permitted him to return to his workstation. Chen Xiaochen then discussed contractual matters with Yang's father. The negotiations progressed smoothly. 100 computers, 90 equipped with standard monitors, and the remaining 10 with LCD displays, alongside various other equipment, totaled 408,300 yuan. Furthermore, Yang's father generously included a significant quantity of consumables, such as network cables and mouse pads. Chen Xiaochen opted not to outfit every computer with an LCD monitor, although it is anticipated that within 2 years, LCD monitors will dominate new internet cafes. Their current pricing remains excessively high, coupled with smaller sizes that do not significantly impact customer attraction. Standard monitors, still viable for another 2 years, could be replaced entirely at a later date. Upon finalizing the contract, Chen Xiaochen made a down payment of 30 of the total, amounting to 122 for 190 yuan. After receiving the receipt, this transaction was deemed complete. With the new year approaching, Uncle Yang's company assured installation and debugging within 40 days. Chen Xiaochen expressed no concerns regarding this timeline, as the renovation would also require approximately 45 days. By the time the 40 days elapsed, the renovations should be nearing completion, allowing both processes to progress concurrently without interference. Thus, after another hour had passed and the equipment matters were resolved, it was time to turn attention to personnel issues. Consequently, Wang Bo was called in once more. Chapter 18, Employing Wang Bo. The resolution of personnel matters proceeded smoothly as well. After careful consideration, Wang Bo consented to Chen Xiaochen's invitation, expressing his willingness to serve as the internet cafe manager. He promised to contact Chen Xiaochen regarding his employment in 2 days. The agreement was reached, bringing joy to Yang's father, while for Chen Xiaochen, it was a double blessing. For Wang Bo, it was a case of good deeds being rewarded. After arranging to meet Wang Bo in 2 days and providing him with his phone number, Chen Xiaochen expressed gratitude to Yang's father before departing from the company. With both equipment and personnel secured, Chen Xiaochen was in excellent spirits. With Wang Bo as the manager, many tasks would no longer require his direct involvement, thus easing his future responsibilities considerably. As for the other staff at the internet cafe, there was no urgency. Once preparations were sufficiently advanced, Wang Bo could handle the recruitment process. The recruitment of Wang Bo may have appeared somewhat spontaneous, perhaps even somewhat hasty. In the role of the internet cafe manager, Chen Xiaochen places greater emphasis on character than on mere professional abilities. With a demonstrated integrity, he finds justification in trusting Wang Bo during his absence. The decision to offer a higher salary to entice him stems from this very quality. While the upper limits of cafe management remain ambiguous, Chen Xiaochen is acutely aware of its lower thresholds. Many cafes merely require a middle-aged woman at the front desk, knitting while performing her duties. Moreover, according to Yang's father, Wang Bo possesses no deficiencies in technical skills. The fact that Yang's father immediately called upon him during an emergency further affirms Wang Bo's competency. As long as a manager possesses commendable character, their professional capabilities are undoubtedly superior to those of a mere front desk attendant. Furthermore, there is a critical point to consider. Even if Wang Bo's abilities and skills are somewhat average, a satisfactory character ensures that in this era, where profit is nearly guaranteed for internet cafes, Chen Xiaochen harbors no concerns regarding poor business performance or financial losses. This conviction is one of the reasons behind his swift decision-making. With Wang Bo promising to commence work in 2 days, Chen Xiaochen felt no urgency to hasten administrative processes, opting instead to wait for Wang Bo's arrival to handle those matters, thereby also assessing his capabilities. The following 2 days coincided with the weekend. And with the new year approaching in 8 days, Chen Xiaochen's family began early preparations for the festive season. They frequented various locations, snack markets, agricultural trade centers, shopping malls, and large supermarkets, where his mother led him to purchase non-perishable goods. While waiting to check out at the supermarket, Chen Xiaochen seized the opportunity to procure several gift cards during a brief restroom visit. On Monday morning, at the agreed-upon time of 8:30 a.m., Chen Xiaochen arrived at the cafe's location, only to find that Wang Bo was already there, having arrived earlier, evidenced by the color of his ears and nose. "Brother Wang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. You must be freezing. Let us head inside," Chen Xiaochen greeted, opening the glass door to the storefront and ushering Wang Bo inside. In truth, the interior was not significantly warmer than the outside, as the park had yet to undergo formal handover, leaving the heating lines empty and unthreatened by frost. Consequently, the landlord had opted not to pay for heating this year. This situation had its pros and cons, the advantage being that during renovations, there was no need to prioritize heating lines and radiators, allowing for easy dismantling when necessary. The downside, however, was that Chen Xiaochen had to bear additional costs for heating equipment rentals and electricity to maintain a suitable indoor temperature for smooth construction. After engaging in light conversation to alleviate any awkwardness, Wang Bo took out his newly purchased phone and proactively exchanged contact numbers with Chen Xiaochen. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen began to guide Wang Bo on a tour of the premises. He provided a comprehensive overview of all his thoughts and plans. Throughout the discussion, Wang Bo exhibited remarkable humility, refraining from any condescending behavior despite Chen Xiaochen's youth. During the conversation, he also proposed several suggestions for improvement and optimization, offering valuable advice on wiring, server placement, and ventilation for the internet cafe. Simultaneously, he did not entirely dismiss the ideas put forth by Chen Xiaochen, which deepened Chen Xiaochen's understanding of Wang Bo. After concluding their discussion, Chen Xiaochen escorted Wang Bo from the storefront to the renovation company. Upon their arrival, he facilitated an introduction between Wang Bo and the staff of the renovation company, exchanging contact information to signify that he would entrust all renovation matters to Wang Bo. They also engaged in a dialogue regarding some new ideas and areas for improvement, while informing the renovation company of the anticipated timeline for the arrival of the computers, allowing them to adjust their construction plans accordingly. Following this, the two departed from the renovation company. As noon approached, Chen Xiaochen led Wang Bo to a pleasant restaurant where they settled down. After ordering their meals, Chen Xiaochen retrieved various contracts from his backpack and reviewed them with Wang Bo, outlining the tasks he needed Wang Bo to undertake. Once they finalized the name for the internet cafe as Morning Star Internet Cafe, he handed over the necessary documents, including permits and an authorization agreement signed under his mother's name. He even presented Wang Bo with several supermarket gift cards of varying amounts to enhance efficiency. As Wang Bo placed these items into his backpack, Chen Xiaochen had but one request. to expedite the completion of the business registration, striving to keep pace with the renovation progress for the timely opening of the internet cafe. Given Wang Bo's background in the relevant industry and his inquiries over the past few days, he was well versed in the specific procedures involved. Naturally, he readily agreed to Chen Xiaocheng's request, assuring him of his utmost effort. Ultimately, Chen Xiaocheng and Wang Bo signed a temporary employment contract, an unavoidable necessity since the internet cafe's paperwork was not yet finalized, leaving him unable to offer Wang Bo a formal labor contract at that moment. Once these matters were settled, their meals arrived, and they began to eat while engaging in light conversation. After finishing, Chen Xiaocheng settled the bill, and they lingered a while longer, enjoying complimentary tea. Suddenly, Chen Xiaocheng remembered something and pulled out a 500 yuan supermarket gift card from his backpack. Handing it to Wang Bo startled, Wang Bo paused and inquired, "Boss, who is this card for?" "No one. It's for you, a New Year's gift." "Enjoy the holiday well," Chen Xiaocheng replied. Surprised by his new employer's generosity, Wang Bo quickly attempted to decline. However, Chen Xiaocheng would not retract his gift, and after some insistence, Wang Bo accepted the supermarket card, his face slightly flushed and his demeanor visibly excited. Witnessing this situation, Chen Xiaocheng seized the moment and painted a bright picture for Wang Bo. "Brother Wang, do not dwell too much on this. It is merely a gift card. You must understand that this internet cafe is just our starting point. There is much more to accomplish ahead, and the money that will eventually pass through your hands will undoubtedly far exceed this amount. Just do not allow a trivial sum to sway your emotions." Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Wang Zhen said nothing, yet he solemnly nodded in agreement. After concluding their conversation, the two exited the restaurant and parted ways. Finally, having found someone who could assist him, Chen Xiaocheng felt a wave of relief wash over him on the return journey. In the days that followed, Wang Bo diligently reported on various progress updates. Chen Xiaocheng also began to find time to relish his vacation. Chapter 19. The New Year. On the evening following Wang Bo's second day at work, Chen Xiaocheng paid another visit to Yang Ba. This time, it was primarily to deliver the commission payment. The reason for his promptness in delivering the funds was rooted in his own considerations. The contract had been signed, and the matter was essentially settled. There was no need to delay the payment until after delivery. The sooner he could present it to Yang Ba, the better impression he could leave. The timing, just before the new year, was also quite fitting. When delivering the money, Chen Xiaocheng refrained from going upstairs. He took Yang Ba's feelings into account, considering that he might not wish for his family to be aware of this matter. Delivering it directly to his home could lead to unintended complications. Furthermore, he did not want Yang Wenxuan to know too much. It was not a matter of distrust. He simply feared that if she inadvertently let something slip, it could become common knowledge among their classmates. Such information could easily reach their parents' ears, and he was not ready to explain the source of the funds to them just yet. Around 5 p.m., Chen Xiaocheng waited downstairs until Yang Ba returned from work. After explaining his purpose, he politely declined Yang Ba's invitation to come upstairs. Instead, he handed the envelope containing the money to Yang Ba in the hallway. Alongside the cash, Chen Xiaocheng had also prepared a supermarket card worth 500, which he tucked within the envelope. Yang Ba did not hesitate to accept the money, recognizing it as rightfully owed to him, and after exchanging a few courteous words, he accepted it. Seeing Yang Ba accept the money, Chen Xiaocheng did not linger. He bid farewell and turned to leave. After Chen Xiaocheng departed, Yang Ba ascended to his home. Today, Yang Ma had returned early from work and was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Yang Wenxuan was in her room surfing the internet. Upon entering, Yang Ba greeted his wife and then removed his outer clothing, turning to enter the bedroom. Once changed into his loungewear, he sat on the edge of the bed and opened the envelope. As he counted the cash, he discovered the supermarket card nestled inside. Upon seeing the card, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Yang Ma walked into the bedroom and inquired, "What are you laughing about? Where did this money and card come from?" "This was sent by Wenxuan's classmate Chen Xiaocheng. He was already waiting for me downstairs when I got home. I smile because this young man is indeed quite seasoned in his dealings. Do you see? This money represents profit, and this card signifies sentiment. The financial aspect has been settled, yet the emotional connection remains intact. The arrangements are clear-cut, and the swift delivery of funds ensures that I need not dwell on this matter during the new year. Did you not mention that the contract was signed only a few days ago? Yet here he is, having already delivered the money. This lad certainly knows how to manage affairs adeptly. And you, too, having reached the ground floor, why did you not invite him up for a visit? You see, he deliberately chose to wait downstairs for me, indicating a reluctance to ascend. I suspect he wishes to keep our family's affairs from our dear Xianxian, fearing that excessive knowledge might lead to complications. As for how the young couple deliberated, Chen Xiaochen could only speculate. After completing his tasks, he returned home to continue with his own pursuits. The 9th was Chen Xiaocheng's birthday, which passed without any extraordinary fanfare. Chen Ma merely prepared a couple of special dishes that evening to mark the occasion. The celebration was quite simple, and Chen Xiaocheng remained indifferent. Being a year older than most of his classmates, he had just turned 17. On February 12th, the Lunar New Year arrived, coinciding with New Year's Eve. Chen Xiaocheng was awakened early by Chen Ma, who had prepared new clothes for him. After freshening up and having a light breakfast, he began to assist his parents with various preparations, decorating windows, preparing ingredients, and hanging couplets and symbols of good fortune as noon approached. They had a modest meal of homemade fried dough and meatballs, which sufficed for the occasion. All the ingredients prepared in the morning were reserved for the evening feast. The afternoon was spent snacking, watching television, and providing a helping hand. During this time, Chen Xiaocheng received a message from Wang Bo, which he replied to. And he also sent New Year's greetings to Yang Ba. His chat software was filled with well wishes from classmates and friends. Speaking of Wang Bo, he had been quite efficient in the days leading up to the new year. Utilizing gift cards, everything proceeded smoothly. According to his reports, at the current pace, everything should be completed in approximately 40 days, aligning well with the progress of the equipment and renovations, thus moving forward in tandem. At 4:30 p.m., the family finally gathered for the most significant meal of the day, the New Year's Eve dinner. The table was lavishly adorned with 10 dishes, including braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, human lamb, oil-braised shrimp, dry-fried silkworm pupae, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and a platter of home-cooked pig trotters and sausages. After Chen Xiaocheng set off a firecracker downstairs, the New Year's Eve feast commenced in earnest. At the table, Chen Ba shared a few words, reflecting on the family's achievements from the past year while also expressing hopes for the year ahead. The three of them raised their glasses in a toast. Presently, Chen Xiaocheng feels no pressure in such gatherings. With his academic performance having improved, his parents no longer bring it up as a topic of conversation. In their expectations, they merely wished for Chen Xiaochen to gain admission to a provincial key high school, which posed no significant pressure on him at this moment. After the simple ceremony concluded, the family of three eagerly picked up their chopsticks to savor the dishes laid out before them, offering comments on each delicacy in turn. Thus, they celebrated the arrival of the new year together. The meal lasted an hour. Once finished, they cleared away the leftover dishes and tidied the dining table. After a brief respite, Chen's mother began to prepare the ingredients required for the evening's dumplings. Around 7:30, following the conclusion of the news broadcast, Chen's father took Chen Xiaochen downstairs, carrying joss paper and wooden sticks. Upon exiting their community and reaching the intersection, they commenced the ritual of burning paper for their deceased relatives. Chen Xiaochun's family adhered to the traditional custom of having Chen's father inscribe a joss paper for each departed family member. On the yellow paper, in the manner of a letter, he wrote the name of the deceased in the upper left corner along with the character for recipient. In the center, he inscribed to Fengdu City. And in the lower right, he noted the relationship to the deceased followed by the character for send. Thus, a joss paper was completed. There were specific protocols for the burning of the paper. First, a wooden stick was used to draw an open circle on the ground, with the opening facing the direction of the grave. Next, some joss paper was placed inside the circle. Subsequently, a piece of joss paper was ignited and thrown outside the circle, symbolizing a toll or postage for the journey. Finally, they would wait until all the joss paper had burned completely before returning home, ensuring not to look back. These rituals were learned by Chen Xiaochun from his father since childhood, and he had followed them for decades. Chapter 20. New Year's Day. Upon returning home, the Spring Festival Gala was about to commence. Watching the gala seemed to be an essential tradition for most northern families on New Year's Eve in the Northeast. It was almost a universal practice. This might be directly related to the cold weather. With the outdoors freezing, families gathered in the warmth of their homes, enjoying various snacks and fruits while collectively appreciating the evening's entertainment. On New Year's Eve, as the gala began, the streets were nearly deserted, save for a few vehicles still in operation. Chen's mother even asked Chen Xiaochun to bring a small folding table into the master bedroom, allowing her to prepare dumplings while watching the gala. Indeed, he sang remarkably well in the realm of rapid narration, and his prowess in performance was unmatched. In the dual realms of singing and rapid narration, he received the most accolades. Furthermore, his Tianjin rapid narration was such that whenever called upon to perform, he would oblige without hesitation. As the familiar lines echoed in Chen Xiaochun's ears, the uniquely Chinese New Year approached ever closer. As he prepared to cross into a new year, he felt an extraordinary sense of wonder, profoundly grateful for the opportunity to start anew. In the preceding 3 months, He had undeniably transformed into a better version of himself. This metamorphosis had led many surrounding aspects of his life to deviate from their original trajectories, rendering them somewhat different. Chen Xiaochen suddenly felt a surge of impulse, a desire to indulge in a cigarette and a drink, to commemorate his former self, while simultaneously celebrating his rebirth. As the clock struck midnight, the new year officially commenced. Upon hearing the chimes from the television, Chen Xiaochen promptly rose to extend New Year greetings to his parents, who joyfully responded. His mother presented him with a red envelope she had meticulously prepared in advance. After exchanging greetings, both Chen Xiaochen and his father donned their attire, armed with an assortment of fireworks and firecrackers they had procured beforehand, and began their descent to set off the firecrackers in honor of the god of wealth. Meanwhile, his mother entered the kitchen to prepare dumplings. By the time the fireworks had concluded, the dumplings were nearly ready. After the firecrackers had been set off, the family reconvened at the dining table to partake in the dumplings. Chen Xiaochun's parents, not particularly hungry, merely nibbled on a few, whereas the youthful Chen Xiaochen possessed an exceptional appetite, devouring 1.5 plates of dumplings. Once the family had finished their meal, the festivities of New Year's Eve essentially reached a conclusion. Chen Xiaochun's family did not maintain the tradition of staying up until dawn. Following their meal, they tidied the table and refreshed themselves before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. On the first day of the new year, the family gradually arose around 7 a.m. Breakfast consisted of dumplings that had been prepared and frozen the previous evening, along with leftover dishes. While eating, Chen Xiaochen reflected on the commencement of the journey of consuming New Year leftovers. Around 9 a.m., relatives and friends began to arrive for New Year visits. The visitors primarily comprised his parents' cousins and friends, among whom Chen Xiaochen encountered many familiar faces from a past life. On the first day of the new year, everyone was relatively busy. They arrived bearing gifts, exchanged greetings, and upon encountering children, offered them red envelopes, before sitting down for a brief chat. However, their visits were typically short-lived. After a few cigarettes or cups of tea, they would bid farewell and prepare to visit the next household. Chen Xiaochun's parents followed suit, receiving their guests in the morning. After a light lunch, they dressed appropriately, taking cash and red envelopes, and set out to pay New Year visits. Chen Xiaochun's father had already informed his siblings that they would gather at Chen Xiaochun's home on the third day of the new year. Therefore, there were no visits on the first day, only phone calls to exchange well wishes. His father also made a call to his uncle in a neighboring rural area, extending New Year greetings. His uncle, having met his aunt while working in the countryside during his youth, had settled there as a farmer after their marriage. Once his parents departed, Chen Xiaochen found himself feeling somewhat aimless. The guests expected at their home had already visited in the morning, and it seemed unlikely that anyone else would drop by in the afternoon. Standing by the window, he observed the children below playing with firecrackers. Suddenly, he felt inclined to join them, so he picked up his phone, retrieved numbers he had transcribed from his contacts, and began dialing one by one, connecting with Yu Lu, Qin Ming, and Zhao Yana in turn. The circumstances of the three were quite similar to that of Chen Xiaochen. They were all at home, feeling somewhat bored. The peak of the New Year greetings had passed, and the significance of being at home had diminished. After coordinating a time and place with the trio, Chen Xiaochen began to prepare himself for departure. Dressed neatly, and with his belongings in tow, he left a note on the coffee table before stepping out of the house. On the first day of the new year, the restaurants were not yet as bustling as they would become in the future. Most were essentially closed. However, there were still some astute proprietors who recognized the opportunity and remained open for business. The restaurant they had agreed upon was one that Yu Lu had recommended. As Chen Xiaochen ventured out in the morning, he fortuitously spotted this small to medium-sized restaurant in operation. Thus, the venue for their gathering was set. By 4 in the afternoon, as the four arrived one after another, the restaurant still had available tables. After placing their orders, Qin Ming suggested they have a drink. But the other three merely shot him a glance and chose to ignore his proposal. The predominant topic at the dining table was the complaints from the other three regarding Chen Xiaochen. They incessantly lamented that ever since he had excelled in his studies, he had ceased to log onto the internet, stopped playing games, and even refrained from making casual phone calls, disappearing entirely at times. Yu Lu and Qin Ming served as the main voices of complaint, their chatter never ceasing. Zhao Yana occasionally chimed in, maintaining her sense of involvement. In truth, despite their incessant complaints, none of them truly harbored any ill feelings towards Chen Xiaochen. Their grievances were, in fact, more of a playful jest and a testament to their camaraderie. After satisfying their appetites, the four settled the bill equally, and Chen Xiaochen did not insist on paying. He had grown accustomed to this method of payment among them. In their previous lives, unless someone had a reason to treat, They had always shared the expenses in this manner. Upon exiting the restaurant, the four hailed a cab to their next destination. They arrived at a nearby karaoke establishment, securing a small private room. This time, Chen Xiaochen did not wait for the bill to be split. He hurried to the beverage and snack area, purchasing an array of snacks and drinks. At that time, the karaoke song charts, while dominated by Jay Chou, still showcased a multitude of popular tunes, with countless familiar melodies that one could easily hum along to. Yu Lu and Zhao Yana spent the evening vying for the title of karaoke champion, singing every song they could think of. Although not every song was sung in its entirety, many were truncated to the catchy choruses, moving on to the next once they had their fill. After singing a few songs, Chen Xiaochen found himself pushed aside by Yu Lu and Zhao Yana, who claimed that the disparity in their singing abilities was too great and that listening to him would diminish their own enthusiasm for singing. In reality, this was not Chen Xiaochen's fault, for his singing was indeed commendable, having honed his skills in the karaoke scene for over a decade. And he certainly had a repertoire of beloved songs. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was halted after belting out a rendition of Loyalty to the Country. His interruption justified by the fact that, while others sang for money, he sang as if his life depended on it. The four continued to sing until after 8 in the evening, and after several hours, everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. After settling the bill for the private room and leaving the KTV, the three young men escorted Zhao Yana home before heading to an internet cafe. Once there, they donned their headsets and engaged in automatic battles against monsters in a game, minimizing the screen while alternating between playing Counter-Strike, Red Alert, and Empire in a competitive rotation. They continued their gaming marathon until nearly midnight, at which point they called it a night and returned home. When Chen Xiaochen arrived home, his parents were already asleep. He quietly freshened up before retreating to his room to rest. Chapter 21. The second day of the Lunar New Year. Returning to the maternal home on the second day of the Lunar New Year. It was time to visit the maternal grandparents. Chen Xiaochun's family naturally planned to pay their respects. Shortly after 8 a.m., Chen's mother roused him from his slumber. Breakfast consisted of 2 plates of reheated leftovers, indistinguishable in appearance. After a brief pause, the three of them dressed and stepped out. They purchased some fruit, milk, and beer, while Chen's father acquired 2 packs of cigarettes. The family then hailed a taxi to Chen Xiaochun's grandmother's house. Motivated by Chen's mother's desire to arrive early and assist in preparing lunch, Chen's mother had 2 siblings. She was the eldest, followed by her sister Zhang Fengqin and her brother Zhang Zhio. Today, only Chen's mother and her sister would return home, as her brother was accompanying his wife. Upon arriving at the grandmother's house, they found only the elderly couple at home, as the family of the second aunt lived farther away and had yet to arrive. The grandmother resided in a 2-bedroom apartment, enjoying a comfortable life due to her husband's early retirement benefits from his long career. As soon as they entered, the family began to extend New Year greetings to their grandmother and grandfather. The grandmother, visibly delighted, presented Chen Xiaochun with a red envelope. After the initial festivities, Chen's mother followed her mother into the kitchen to prepare the day's ingredients, while Chen's father remained in the master bedroom, chatting and smoking with the grandfather. With nothing to do, Chen Xiaochun retreated to the second bedroom and laid down on the bed. An hour later, the second aunt's family arrived. The customary greetings and red envelope exchanges followed. After the formalities, the kitchen, master bedroom, and second bedroom each gained another occupant. The second aunt's son, named Su Yang, was 2 years younger than Chen Xiaochun. However, due to Chen Xiaochun starting school later, they were only a grade apart. Su Yang was in the first year of junior high, and the two had grown up playing together, forming a close bond as both cousins and friends. Brother, what have you been up to during the break? You haven't sought me out at all. I wanted to challenge you to a one-on-one match in CS. I've been honing my shooting skills and am certain I can triumph this time. This winter break has indeed been quite busy. Want to play CS? After we finish eating, we can find a place to see how your practice has paid off. Engaging in conversation with his cousin about topics that he had lost interest in, Chen Xiaochun felt somewhat like he was entertaining a child. Fortunately, in his past life, he had shared similar interactions with Su Yang. Moreover, after several months, he had adjusted to his current identity and age, preventing any awkward silences or lulls in the conversation. Thus, the three parties busied themselves with their respective activities. By noon, after the meal was prepared, the family gathered for their reunion dinner on the second day of the Lunar New Year. The adults, to varying degrees, indulged in alcoholic beverages. 3 men chose spirits while the women opted for beer. Naturally, discussions around academic achievements served as a lively accompaniment to the meal. When Aunt Chen proudly announced that Chen Xiaochen had secured 3rd place in the class, the entire family erupted in joy. Only Su Yang, in a moment of realization, began to understand why his cousin had seemingly vanished during the holiday. Beyond this, he felt little else. He had wholly resigned himself to being an underperforming student, having long given up the struggle. After several rounds of drinks, his slightly inebriated uncle Su Jinhua began to voice his grievances. A few months prior, Aunt Su's factory had shut down, leading to her unemployment and a reduction in household income. With his modest salary, Uncle Su found their financial situation increasingly strained. Upon hearing his words, the family offered various comforting reassurances. Subsequently, Grandpa deliberately steered the conversation towards other topics. Even if Grandma and Grandpa wished to assist, they would refrain from doing so in the open, preferring to address matters privately later. Uncle Su's remarks likely aimed at this subtlety as well, disregarding the adults' conversations. The two brothers finished their meals and rose from the table, ready to head out. They did not conceal their plans from the family, openly stating their intention to visit an internet cafe. With Chen Xiaochen performing well academically, her parents were unconcerned about her leisure activities. Moreover, Aunt Su and Uncle Su exhibited a great deal of tolerance towards Su Yang, as long as he managed to complete his studies without causing trouble. Given their own pressing legal issues, they lacked the inclination to monitor him closely. Besides, each time Su Yang accompanied Chen Xiaochen, he never had to spend a penny, providing further justification for Aunt Su and Uncle Su's lack of objection. Thus, the brothers confidently set forth to the internet cafe. They found a nearby establishment, each reserving an hour on a computer to engage in a game of CS. The 1v1 matches unfolded quite differently from Su Yang's expectations. His painstakingly honed shooting skills proved largely ineffective against Chen Xiaochen, who was gradually regaining her touch. Frustrated by his experiences, Su Yang suggested ending the unsatisfactory session before their allotted time was up. They then played a couple of rounds of Red Alert, with Su Yang once again being thoroughly defeated. Emerging from the internet cafe, Su Yang, humbled by his losses, followed Chen Xiaochen back to Grandma's house with a sense of dejection. By the time they returned, the hour was nearly upon them, and both families were preparing to depart. Before leaving, Chen's mother arranged with Aunt Su to gather at Chen Xiaochen's home the following day, while the news for Uncle's family would be relayed by Grandma upon their return. After departing from Grandma's house, the Chen family did not head straight home. They stopped at a nearby large supermarket to procure various ingredients, snacks, and beverages needed for the next day's gathering before finally taking a taxi back home. On the third day of the new year, the morning commenced with a flurry of activity, as preparations for the family gathering at Chen Xiaochen's house required considerable effort. Even Chen Xiaochen found herself somewhat overwhelmed by her mother's incessant demands. Seizing the opportunity while running errands for her mother, she took out her phone and called Wang Bo. Today, the renovation company had resumed work after the holiday, and it was imperative for Chen Xiaochen to inquire about the specifics. According to Wang Bo's report, everything was progressing smoothly with the renovations. The indoor temperature had risen, and the workers were diligently carrying out their tasks. The piping had been successfully modified, and the next phase was the installation of the floor tiles. With this clear affirmation, Chen Xiaochen felt a wave of relief wash over her. After giving Wang Bo a few more instructions, she hung up, completed her shopping, and returned home. By around 10 a.m., family members began to arrive one after another. Her second aunt Chen Lijuan, Uncle Zhang Ligua, and cousin Zhang Qiuyue's family, her younger uncle Chen Weiman, Aunt Lu Jingxian, and cousin Chen Xingyu's family, her second aunt Zhang Fengqin, Uncle Su Jinhua, and cousin Su Yang's family, and her younger uncle Zhang Zhiyong, Aunt Wang Qian, and cousin Zhang Tong's family. Together with Chen Xiaocheng's family, 5 households gathered in unison. Notably, her younger uncle Zhang Zhiyong was a quintessential youngest son, domineering at home, yet lacking in ambition, easily swayed by the whispers of his wife Wang Qian. He often acted impulsively, yet one desire remained unwavering: to have a son. In a previous life, his wife had nearly lost her life due to an ectopic pregnancy. Obsessed with the notion of having a son, the couple did not place much importance on their daughter, Zhang Tong. Although they did not reach the extremes of neglecting her completely, her treatment was certainly less favorable compared to daughters cherished in other families. Fortunately, despite his flaws, Zhang Zhiyong listened to his 2 elder sisters and showed respect to his brothers-in-law, which fostered relatively harmonious relationships among them. Chapter 22. A gathering of elementary school classmates following the customary New Year greetings and the exchange of red envelopes. The obligatory inquiries about academic performance ensued. Naturally, Chen Xiaochen received her fair share of compliments from the gathered relatives. Her siblings looked on in disbelief at her accolades. With so many attendees, one table could hardly accommodate them all. Thus, in addition to the table in the living room, the adults set up another table in the master bedroom for the children. The children, devoid of any formalities, simply picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Suyang, though not particularly academically gifted, possessed commendable social skills. At the dining table, he mingled easily with his cousin Chen Xingyu and occasionally exchanged a few words with his cousin Zhang Qiuyue, all while keeping an eye on Zhang Tong, whom Chen Xiaochen was attending to. The children's table, free from alcohol, allowed them to eat rapidly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the adults' table was just beginning to warm up. While the children had nearly finished their meal, having eaten their fill and with nothing else to do, Chen Xiaochen led her siblings downstairs with the leftover firecrackers. The remaining dishes from their table were also sent to the adults' table. The remaining firecrackers were few, and it did not take long before they were all set off. Observing that everyone was still unsatisfied, Chen Xiaochen led the group to a nearby firecracker stall. This year, with fireworks being prohibited, the convenience of having a stall close to home made purchases effortless. After a lively selection process, Chen Xiaochen generously offered to pay, pulling out 200 yuan and handing it to the vendor. Her siblings couldn't help but marvel at her affluence, ultimately attributing it to her academic success. As the group eventually tired of their activities and made their way upstairs, the adults' banquet was still in full swing, filled with clinking glasses and lively chatter. With nothing to occupy their time, the children dispersed to engage in their own pursuits, some watching television, others playing on the computer, while a few gathered to spectate and await their turn to take over the game. The meal stretched on until after 5 in the afternoon. Once the drinking session concluded, the day's festivities were far from over. After clearing the table and replacing it with a square one, the adults enjoyed a brief respite before the second event of the day, mahjong, commenced. With a larger group than available seats at the table, it was decided that only one representative from each family would participate. As the hosts, Chen's parents found themselves without a chance to play, waiting for an opportunity to step in. The other adults who were not playing retreated to the main bedroom to watch television and chat. The game continued into the early hours, past 1 o'clock, amidst a constant flow of food and drink, leaving no one feeling hungry. It was only when the youngest, Chen Xingyu, began to struggle to keep his eyes open that the game was called to a close. After a brief cleanup, everyone donned their belongings and returned home. Once all guests had departed, Chen Xiaochen's family opted against further tidying, choosing instead to rest, leaving any remaining tasks for the following day. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the Chen family did not rise early, weary from the previous day's festivities. It was nearly 10 o'clock before they emerged from their bedrooms, consuming leftover dishes before embarking on a cleaning spree. For the young Chen Xiaochen, this day marked the unofficial end of the celebrations. He was no longer required to visit relatives or engage in social obligations, with only occasional gatherings with friends remaining. In the afternoon, Chen Xiaochen received a call on the landline from his childhood friend, Du Tao. Du Tao, a former neighbor and elementary school classmate, had been a companion since their early years. A somewhat introverted yet well-liked individual, Du Tao had always been keen to follow in Chen Xiaochen's footsteps. Throughout elementary school, the two were inseparable. However, after the demolition of their residential area, their communication dwindled. Despite this reduction, their bond remained intact. Up until the incident involving Chen Xiaochen, they had maintained contact and occasionally met up. Du Tao struggled academically, and upon graduating from elementary school, he joined most of his classmates at a notoriously poor junior high school, where the teachers showed little concern for their students, let alone the quality of education. In his previous life, after graduating from junior high school, Du Tao attended a technical school, and upon completion, he directly entered the workforce in a factory. During his tenure there, an operational mishap led to the loss of 2 fingers from his left hand, a calamity that profoundly altered the trajectory of his life. The factory engaged in lengthy disputes regarding whether this incident constituted a work-related injury. Ultimately, it was deemed so, but within 2 years, the factory collapsed, leaving Du Tao not only with a modest compensation but also devoid of a means of livelihood. In the ensuing years, Du Tao resorted to riding a tricycle, delivering parcels and food. Though his diligent efforts gradually alleviated his struggles, he remained unmarried. Chen Xiaochen, his friend, made several attempts to assist him, all of which he declined, leaving Chen Xiaochen with a sense of concern for his brother and a lingering unease. Du Tao called to invite Chen Xiaochen to a gathering. A group of elementary school classmates had arranged to meet on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year at 4 p.m. to enjoy a meal and sing together. Naturally, Chen Xiaochen accepted the invitation. Among his elementary school peers, although there were no individuals he felt compelled to befriend, there were still a few cherished friends worth reconnecting with. He welcomed the opportunity to revel in the camaraderie, particularly since gatherings at this age had yet to lose their charm. Moreover, he felt a tinge of curiosity, as this particular gathering had not transpired in his previous life. He pondered what factors had influenced the occurrence of an event that should not have existed. After noting the time and place, Du Tao assured him he would come to fetch him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Xiaochen ended the call. He spent the remainder of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year in tranquil solitude at home. Having completed most of the school assignments distributed, he decided to purchase additional practice books, even considering selecting some that encompassed the entire curriculum of the 3rd year of junior high. On the 5th day, with little on his agenda, Chen Xiaochen visited an internet cafe to check on the progress of the renovations. Without prior notice, he arrived to find Wang Bo intently observing the tilers at work. The heating equipment that had been rented was operational, and the indoor temperature was quite comfortable. Several workers wore only a warm shirt. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochen, Wang Bo immediately approached him, guiding him on a tour to review the renovation status. Regarding equipment, Wang Bo had just confirmed that the materials had been ordered and would be assembled upon arrival. As for the paperwork, no new developments had emerged, as the Cultural Bureau had yet to resume operations. After a thorough inspection, Chen Xiaochen departed the internet cafe and rode his bicycle to the commercial street in his district. He intended to first purchase a wallet from the mall before heading to the bookstore to select practice books. Chen Xiaochen had been contemplating acquiring a wallet for several days. In an era where cash was indispensable, carrying loose bills could easily lead to disarray. He preferred not to lug around a backpack, especially since he often dealt with change. A wallet would provide a more convenient means of carrying his money. After browsing the counter, Chen Xiaochen ultimately spent over 500 yuan on a sleek black wallet from Pierre Cardin. Currently, the city of Feng does not boast as many prominent brands and luxury boutiques as it will in the future. The shops that can be found here already represent commendable brands. Moreover, even if luxury items were available for purchase, Chen Xiaochen currently has no use for them. After acquiring a wallet, he discarded its receipt and packaging, subsequently making his way to a nearby bookstore. After selecting several exercise books, he cycled back home. Chapter 23. The gathering commences upon arriving home. Chen's mother glanced at the wallet and the pile of exercise books Chen Xiaochen had purchased, refraining from asking too many questions. She was aware that he had received some red envelope money. Naturally, she had no objections to him spending it on daily necessities and study materials. In fact, upon learning that Chen Xiaochen was to attend a gathering the following day, she generously handed him an additional 200 yuan. He accepted it without hesitation, promptly stowing it in his wallet. On the 6th day of the new year, the gathering was scheduled for 4 p.m. Yet Du Tao arrived at Chen Xiaochen's home just past 1 p.m. by bus. Today, Chen's father was absent, having been invited by friends to play mahjong. Chen's mother, seeing Du Tao arrive, treated him as family, engaging in light conversation before allowing them to entertain themselves. Du Tao, not one to stand on ceremony, extended his New Year greetings to Chen's mother. After exchanging pleasantries, he retreated into Chen Xiaochen's bedroom. Inside, the two engaged in conversation and played on the computer. As the time approached for their departure, they began to gather their belongings. Just as Du Tao was shutting down the computer and preparing to rise, he turned to see Chen Xiaochen stuffing his phone and wallet into his pocket, instinctively exclaiming, "What the heck?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Chen Xiaochen shot him a glare. In response, Du Tao quickly silenced himself, pretending as though nothing had occurred. Fortunately, the two had grown up together, often shouting and playing around, so Chen's mother had long since become accustomed to their antics and did not intervene. It was only after they had descended the stairs that Du Tao could no longer contain himself, eagerly and obsequiously inquiring, "Chen Chen, where did you get that phone? It looks like the latest model. And that wallet too. It seems quite stuffed with cash." "Don't call me Chen Chen. That's just weird coming from you now," Chen Xiaochen retorted, a shiver coursing down his spine at the familiar yet strange nickname. In his younger years, people often called him Chen Chen, and there was nothing amiss about it. However, as he matured, even his mother had taken to calling him Xiaocheng, and the name Chen Chen had long been relegated to the annals of memory. Hearing Du Tao use it again today made him distinctly uncomfortable. Du Tao had always addressed him that way, and in moments of excitement, he would instinctively call out the name. Each time, Chen Xiaocheng would scold him. Yet Du Tao never seemed to remember. It was only after significant changes in Du Tao's life that Chen Xiaocheng had ceased to hear that name from him. Just as he began to reminisce about the moniker, Du Tao spoke again. "How about Chingo? That works, right? Chingo, tell me, where did you get that phone? Did your uncle strike it rich? Or did you stumble upon a gold bar?" Despite his inquisitive nature, Du Tao's lips were tightly sealed when it came to sensitive matters. This is something that Chen Xiaocheng has validated over decades in his previous life. As long as he instructs him not to disclose it, he can keep a secret as tightly as a clam. Moreover, Du Tao possesses commendable character. Even during the peak of Chen Xiaocheng's wealth, He never once contemplated taking advantage of his friend. Such a childhood companion, Chen Xiaochen does not hesitate to share his fortunes with him. Little Tao, it's not that I can't tell you, but you must keep it confidential and not utter a word to anyone. My parents are unaware of this. Do you understand? Upon seeing Du Tao nod in agreement, Chen Xiaochen continued, recently, I won the lottery. Not only did I buy a new phone, but I also opened an internet cafe, which is currently under renovation. Once it opens, I'll get you a card, but you must keep your lips sealed, or there will be no benefits for you. Chen Xiaocheng's words were meticulously calculated. His naive brother would undoubtedly be oblivious to the fact that minors cannot claim lottery winnings. Nor would he grasp the actual amount one could win. Coupled with the long-standing trust between them, Chen Xiaochen knew that Du Tao would believe him without question. Indeed, upon hearing this, Du Tao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, staring blankly at Chen Xiaochen for a long moment. Yet, he did not doubt him. Instead, he probed further, you won the lottery? My goodness, you can even open an internet cafe? How much did you win? Rest assured, I won't breathe a word of this. Not even to my parents, he added. Du Tao remained the same as Chen Xiaochen remembered, excitedly chattering away without once suggesting he might rely on Chen Xiaocheng's words in the future. All his words were simply expressions of joy for his good friend, accompanied by a firm promise of silence. Du Tao's reaction only solidified Chen Xiaocheng's resolve to shield him from potential misfortunes. He would not let his foolish brother endure a grim latter half of life as he did in his previous existence. The two continued their conversation as they walked to the street corner to hail a taxi. However, their destination was not the restaurant for the gathering, but rather the internet cafe that Chen Xiaocheng was in the process of renovating. Chen Xiaocheng had underestimated the significance of an internet cafe in the heart of a 16-year-old. As soon as Du Tao expressed his desire to see the cafe, he could no longer contain his excitement and relentlessly pleaded with Chen Xiaocheng to take him there. Exasperated by Du Tao's persistence, Chen Xiaocheng had no choice but to take him for a visit. Upon arriving at the cafe still in the throes of renovation, although everything was in its nascent stages, Du Tao remained exhilarated, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny. Wang Bo, who was overseeing the renovation, upon learning that Du Tao was Chen Xiaocheng's childhood friend, willingly showed him around and provided a brief overview of the cafe's future layout. This only heightened Du Tao's enthusiasm, making him reluctant to leave for the gathering. It was only when Chen Xiaocheng noted the time that he had to forcibly pull Du Tao away. On the way to the gathering, Du Tao's exuberance had yet to wane. He excitedly said to Chen Xiaocheng, Brother Chen, when the internet cafe opens, you must call me over. I can help you by moving things or cleaning the floors, anything you need. Chen Xiaocheng replied, Look at your enthusiasm. Rest assured, I will definitely invite you. There will be plenty of work to do, all reserved for you. And do try to compose yourself. We wouldn't want others to see you in such a state, or they might withhold good news from you in the future. Hearing this, Du Tao nodded in agreement, making an effort to calm himself and appear as composed as usual. The taxi driver, having overheard their conversation, glanced at Chen Xiaocheng through the rearview mirror, but chose not to engage. By the time they reached the restaurant, it was already 4:20 p.m. Upon entering the private room, they found a considerable number of people already gathered, engaged in lively conversation. After greeting their classmates, Chen Xiaocheng and Du Tao casually found a spot to sit. Looking around, they observed a table of over 10 classmates. Although they were all seated together, there was a distinct division among them. Those who excelled academically and attended reputable junior high schools sat together. 3 girls and 2 boys engaged in conversation. With careful observation, one could discern the distinctions between the high achievers and the average students. Another group, segregated by school district, consisted of several individuals with mediocre academic performance who sat together in silence. Meanwhile, the students who struggled the most were particularly animated, their attire reflecting a more rebellious spirit. The pairing of Chen Xiaocheng and Du Tao stood out as somewhat unconventional among this gathering. Chapter 24. Conflict. As Chen Xiaocheng observed the crowd, a member from the group of high achievers rose and approached them. Ignoring Du Tao, he greeted Chen Xiaocheng instead. Xiaocheng, why did you arrive so late? You haven't reached out to me during the break. What have you been busy with at home? The speaker was named Chao Jian, a former friend from elementary school. Chao Jian was sociable and adept at navigating social situations. He had maintained a close relationship with Chen Xiaocheng during their primary years. In a previous life, Chen Xiaocheng had genuinely considered him a friend. They remained in contact throughout junior high, high school, and even university, until certain experiences led Chen Xiaocheng to realize that Chao Jian was not someone worthy of sincere friendship, prompting him to gradually distance himself. Reflecting on their past, Chen Xiaocheng saw Chao Jian more as a fair-weather friend, present during moments of leisure but absent in times of need. Now, encountering Chao Jin again, Chen Xiaochen felt a calm detachment, treating him as one would an acquaintance, polite yet distant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Xiaochen declined Chao Jin's invitation to sit beside him, sending him on his way before turning back to engage in quiet conversation with Du Tao. After a while, most of the attendees had arrived. Just as they were about to signal the waiter to begin serving the dishes, the door to the private room was pushed open. A figure entered, apologizing for his tardiness. This individual, known as Yin Shuai, sought a spot among the underperforming students and settled down. Yin Shuai was a classmate from elementary school, and upon his arrival, Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but smile. He was a good-natured and intriguing fellow with whom Chen had a cordial relationship. True to his name, Yin Shuai was handsome, generous, and fond of making friends. Yet he possessed a discerning eye that allowed no room for insincerity. If Chen Xiaochun's middle school classmate, Qin Ming, epitomized a genuine scion of wealth, Yin Shuai could only be regarded as a temporary affluent youth. Yan's father had once been a notorious figure in the area. During Yan's 5th and 6th grades, his father established a timber processing factory, amassing a considerable fortune. From that moment, Yin Shuai began to embrace a life of privilege. As a child of the 1990s, he casually carried notes of significant value in his pocket, an unimaginable luxury for most children of his age. However, this fortune was short-lived. Within 2 years of graduating middle school, Yan's father succumbed to gambling, losing the factory and incurring substantial debts. This abrupt turn of events rendered Yin Shuai's status as a wealthy youth fleeting. Consequently, he drifted aimlessly for a time until relatives intervened, assisting him in finding a position that provided some semblance of structure. Yet, this role extended over a decade, with a meager salary that scarcely sufficed to meet his needs. Currently, Yin Shuai was experiencing a resurgence, possessing funds that naturally attracted a following of younger companions, establishing himself as a notable figure among the local youth. Chen Xiaochun and Du Tao had often played soccer with Yin Shuai, and their rapport had fostered a solid friendship. Noticing Chen Xiaochun's gaze upon him, Yin Shuai smiled and waved, to which Chen reciprocated with a warm smile. As the dishes were served, everyone poured drinks into their cups. Wang Wei, the former class monitor, raised her glass to say a few words when the door to the private room swung open once more. Entering was Wang Hao, another classmate, whose attire and demeanor bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a streetwise individual. Trailing behind him was an unfamiliar character with bleached hair. Upon entering, Wang Hao greeted the group in a manner that exuded bravado, showing no sign of remorse for his tardiness as he animatedly gestured. After surveying the table, he noted that only one spot remained near the serving area. Without uttering a word, Wang Hao strode directly toward the section where the diligent students sat. Upon reaching them, he patted Chao Jin and another male classmate on the shoulder, signaling them to rise. Chao Jin and his companion observed Wang Hao's attire and demeanor, exchanging glances filled with a mixture of indignation and reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, they rose from their seats and relinquished their positions. As he stood, Chao Jin cast a glance towards Chen Xiaochen, yet saw no inclination from her to assist. If she herself was unwilling to resist, how could she expect anyone else to stand up for her? Moreover, their acquaintance was hardly profound. Witnessing the two yield to Wang Hao only fueled his arrogance. He boldly pulled out a chair and, with an air of nonchalance, sat down alongside his companion, Huang Mao. Without a hint of consideration for those around him, he extracted a pack of White Wolf cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Huang Mao as well. The sight of Wang Hao smoking prompted most of the individuals at the table to frown, particularly the nearby girls, who instinctively recoiled with expressions of disdain. In stark contrast, a few wayward girls among the troublemakers gazed at the scene with a glimmer of admiration. As Chen Xiaochen watched with keen interest, someone could no longer contain themselves. Yin Shuai vociferously addressed Wang Hao, declaring, "Today is a class reunion, and you bring an outsider here to act like a big shot. Everyone here knows what kind of person you were. You think that just because you mingled with a couple of people outside, you've become untouchable?" Wang Hao, who fancied himself with newfound connections, was not about to allow his pride to be tarnished. Defiantly, he retorted, "Yin Shuai, what are you yelling about? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can strut around. This is who I am, and if you can't stand it, we can settle it right here. But let me make it clear, my brother is Heir Wei from Lu Malu, and his elder brother is Lao Chong, the owner of Hongyan KTV. If things escalate, don't say I bullied you." Huang Mao, standing beside Wang Hao, joined in the bravado. Despite their bold words, Wang Hao felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of confronting Yin Shuai, whose wealth and connections were well known. As a former classmate, Wang Hao was aware that Yin Shuai's father once held a notorious reputation, and although he had since distanced himself from that life, he was not someone a mere street thug could provoke. Even his own brother, Wei, paled in comparison. Yet, the pride of a 16-year-old street tough could not be easily diminished. Regardless of his inner trepidation, he had to maintain a formidable presence. Yin Shuai, unable to tolerate the affront, stood up and pulled back his chair, ready to retaliate. The atmosphere shifted as many classmates, seemingly awakened, began to intervene in an attempt to mediate the situation. The previously timid Chao Jian now acted as if he were close friends with Yin Shuai, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and urging him to remain calm. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen, accompanied by Du Tao, observed the unfolding drama with no intention of intervening. He was not entirely disinterested. Had Yin Shuai struck first, he would have been inclined to lend a hand. After much commotion, the confrontation ultimately dissipated without violence. Yin Shuai, persuaded by the others, chose to let the matter rest, while Wang Hao, having lost some of his bravado, became more subdued. The table returned to a semblance of tranquility. Though the atmosphere remained somewhat heavy, though the atmosphere was somewhat unpleasant, the meal had to continue. Class leader Wang Wei resumed the interrupted task. After a brief toast, the others at the table began to eat. It was not until 20 minutes later, when Huang Mao, who had come with Wang Hao, finished his meal and departed, that the table buzzed back to life. Chapter 25. Hongyan KTV. After Huang Mao's departure, Wang Hao felt a surge of insecurity. He observed for a while, until he confirmed that Yin Shuai had ceased to regard him, which offered him a modicum of relief. After another half hour, once everyone had sufficiently dined, discussions commenced about where to sing next. Upon hearing this topic, Wang Hao immediately became animated again, enthusiastically recommending Hongyan KTV, where his elder brother was employed, and confidently making various promises. Since the group had yet to decide on a destination and were unwilling to offend Wang Hao, no one voiced any opposition, adhering to the principle that any venue would suffice. A few of the boys even expressed a curious eagerness for such a business-oriented KTV. At this point, Yin Shuai declared he would not partake in the forthcoming activities. This decision did not surprise the others at all, especially after his recent altercation with Wang Hao. Abstaining from the subsequent events seemed quite normal. Chen Xiaochen had also not intended to continue participating. He thought it would be better to return home and relax than to waste time in such a dreary little KTV. However, after a moment's reflection, he recalled how chaotic such establishments could be and felt a twinge of concern for his naive classmates encountering trouble. After contemplating, Chen Xiaochen resolved to accompany them, keeping an eye on his peers. After all, they were still his classmates, and while minor grievances were inconsequential, serious issues would be detrimental to all. Moreover, this gathering should not have occurred in the first place, which naturally left the subsequent itinerary uncertain. Thus, even Chen Xiaochen could not foresee what would transpire next. Seeing no objections, Wang Hao eagerly urged everyone to set off. To him, Yin Shuai's absence was fortuitous. This was his territory now, and he intended to orchestrate the evening splendidly. He aimed to broaden the horizons of his sheltered classmates and showcase the prowess of his elder brother, thereby restoring the face he had lost to Yin Shuai's provocation. With the destination settled, they began to pool their money for the bill. Each person contributed 100 yuan to Wang Wei, settling the meal first while reserving the remainder for their impending karaoke session, with adjustments made for any excess. Chen Xiaochen also retrieved his wallet and paid his share. Upon exiting the restaurant, the group began to form carpool arrangements to the KTV. At the entrance, Chen Xiaochen engaged in a brief conversation with Yin Shuai before joining Du Tao and the eager Chao Jian, along with another boy, in a car. Upon alighting, Chen Xiaochen paid the fare, and when Du Tao attempted to speak, he was silenced. Chao Jian and the other boy, however, casually thanked him before stepping out. The Hongyan KTV, highly recommended by Wang Hao, spanned 2 floors. The facade is not particularly large, perhaps even smaller than the internet cafe owned by Chen Xiaochen. However, the neon sign is dazzlingly bright and eye-catching. Following Wang Hao, I stepped inside. The interior decor appeared rather antiquated, revealing its age. Wang Hao detached himself from the group and approached the front desk with an air of familiarity, calling out to various staff members before inquiring about his brother, Wei. After a considerable wait, the legendary Wei from Luma Road sauntered out, swaying slightly. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, short in stature, with a buzz cut and an unremarkable appearance. Yet, there was a hint of roguishness about him. Clad in a sweater, the rolled-up sleeves revealed a tattoo on his right forearm and a gold ring on his hand. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Wei did not exhibit any friendliness. Rather, his expression conveyed a touch of impatience. Only after hearing Wang Hao's introduction and glancing at the group behind him did he replace his demeanor with a somewhat mischievous smile, summoning a server to escort the students to a private room. Chen Xiaochen, engrossed in a quiet conversation with Du Tao, remained oblivious to these interactions. Upon entering the private room, the decor continued to reflect a bygone era. The walls were devoid of the modern LCD televisions found in current KTVs, instead featuring old rear projection models. Fortunately, the room was relatively clean, preventing any overwhelming aversion. The first to enter, Wang Hao appeared completely unfazed by the surroundings, cheerfully inviting everyone to find a seat. Though the group harbored mixed feelings about the room, it was too late to turn back, especially with Wang Hao involved. Thus, they resigned themselves to the situation. Chen Xiaochen and Du Tao settled into a spot near the door. Just as they sat down, the class monitor, Wang Wei, leaned over and perched beside Chen Xiaochen, teasingly remarking, "You haven't said much to me all evening. What's the matter, classmate? Are you pretending not to know me?" "How could it be, classmate? I was merely waiting for a chance to talk while you were surrounded by admirers," Chen Xiaochen replied, feeling a bit anxious in Wang Wei's presence. Wang Wei had been Chen Xiaocheng's deskmate throughout elementary school, and they had always shared a good rapport. As the class monitor and the belle of the class, Wang Wei had been adored by both teachers and peers for her sweet and charming demeanor since childhood. She had secured the only guaranteed spot for a prestigious junior high school upon graduation. Wang Wei was genuinely sociable, far more sincere than Chao Jian. She never hesitated to assist classmates in need. However, as the years passed, Wang Wei gradually lost her youthful charm, which diminished her popularity and eclipsed her former glory. The reason Chen Xiaochen felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing her was that in a previous life, Wang Wei had been accepted into a medical school for both undergraduate and master's studies. After graduation, she worked in the proctology department of a hospital, and several classmates had undergone examinations and treatments for hemorrhoids at her hands. Thus, every subsequent class reunion, whenever this matter is mentioned, those present often jest. Feeling a tad uneasy, Chen Xiaochen harbors a favorable impression of her deskmate, having shared the same table for several years. At this moment, as the individuals in the room settled down and the music had yet to commence, Chen Xiaochen continued to engage in casual conversation with Wang Wei. When Wang Wei inquired whether Chen Xiaochen had indeed ranked third in the class, Chen Xiaochen was taken aback, finally comprehending how this gathering, which should not have existed, came to be. It turned out that a female classmate of Wang Wei's, who had attended elementary school with a girl from Chen Xiaochun's class, had shared the news of Chen Xiaochun's remarkable academic progress during their post-holiday banter. This tidbit of information, rather fortuitously, became a topic of conversation that Wang Wei later recounted to Chen Xiaochun. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei, recalling that Chen Xiaochun was also from that school, curiously probed further. Unexpectedly, her subsequent question piqued the curiosity of that classmate, who promptly dialed the girl's home. The answer she received astonished Wang Wei, revealing that the protagonist of the story was none other than her own elementary school classmate, Chen Xiaochun. Wang Wei was greatly impressed by the fact that her former deskmate had leaped over dozens of students to secure a place among the top 3 in the class. This reflection also stirred memories of her own elementary school classmates, inspiring her to contemplate a reunion. Thus, this gathering was born. Chen Xiaochun could only marvel at the wondrous butterfly effect that had led to this moment. At this juncture, the beverages and snacks ordered by Wang Hao had yet to arrive, yet the classmates were already eager to select songs and sing. The atmosphere in the room became lively in an instant. When the drinks and snacks eventually arrived, they were accompanied by 3 cases of beer, leaving everyone in the room somewhat bewildered as they turned to Wang Hao for clarification. Although Wang Hao frequently indulged in alcohol, he was well aware that his classmates did not partake. Thus, upon seeing the beer, he wore a look of confusion and stepped outside to inquire further. Chapter 26. Turmoil. Shortly thereafter, Airway entered the private room, flanked by 2 individuals, with Wang Hao trailing behind, his head bowed. Upon entering, Airway remained silent, surveying the room before nonchalantly taking a seat among 2 female classmates adorned in a punk style. He then spoke. "I heard from Xiao Hao that you all don't want any alcohol. When one goes out to have fun, how can one not drink? You're not children anymore. With so many people here, 3 cases of beer merely amounts to each person having a couple of sips. Everyone should drink a little, and once it's finished, I'll bring you more." The sudden intrusion of Airway startled the group of students in the private room, who had never encountered such a scene. Faced with Airway's intimidating demeanor, even the more audacious classmates felt silenced. The 2 punk-styled girls dared not breathe a word, keeping their heads bowed, even as Airway placed his hand on their laps. Observing this unsettling scene, Chen Xiaochun prepared to speak, hoping to diffuse the tension. Wang Wei, once the class monitor and now the organizer of today's gathering, stood up before Chen Xiaochen could utter a word. We do not require beer. Our class reunions are alcohol-free. Kindly leave, as you have moved in without our consent. Are you attempting to impose your will upon us? Wei, unperturbed, continued to fidget with his hands while gazing at Wang Wei, his eyes gleaming with a lecherous light. My dear young lady, I assure you, there is no coercion here. It was Wang Hao who ordered the drinks for you all. You may verify this with him. Is it not true, Wang Hao? Wei's tone bore a hint of menace as he turned his gaze toward Wang Hao, who stood with his head bowed. Upon hearing Wei's inquiry, Wang Hao timidly lifted his head, revealing a slightly swollen cheek. His face was etched with hesitation and turmoil. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally nodded. You see, dear sister, I have not deceived you. These beverages were indeed ordered by Xiao Hao, and thus they belong to you. Then we shall decline them. Surely they can be returned? Wang Wei countered. That is not permissible, dear sister. The drinks here are non-refundable. Should you be unable to consume them all, I can store them for you. Besides, with so many of you, 3 cases will hardly suffice. How could any remain? He commanded. Bring in 5 more cases and 2 bottles of red wine. We must ensure that these young gentlemen and ladies have an enjoyable time. At this, Wang Wei's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her frustration palpable. Having always been cherished by those around her, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. Though she felt an overwhelming sense of anger and injustice, she endeavored to communicate with her adversary. How can you act in such a manner, devoid of reason? We have not touched the alcohol, yet you deny us the right to return it. If this is not coercion, then why can we not withdraw our order? Upon hearing her words, Wei chuckled, dismissing the issue of coercion altogether. Instead, he fixated on Wang Wei, revealing his true intentions. Do not fret, dear sister. I am quite fond of rational discourse. If you wish to return the drinks, it is not impossible. Here is the deal. Come sit with me and share a drink. For every bottle you consume with me, I shall refund you 1 case. What say you? At this proposition, Wang Wei, already feeling wronged, could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Observing Wang Wei's distress, several previously silent boys could no longer bear to see their class beauty in tears. Summoning their courage, they rose and surrounded her. Seeing the boys stand up, Wei scoffed. What is this? Do you seek to play the heroes? Who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Do you dare to bare your teeth at me? I swear you will not leave this place today. Despite their trepidation, the boys stood firm, though their resolve wavered. Noticing their silence, Wei grew increasingly emboldened. Let us not complicate matters, then. Dear sister, just accompany me for a drink. If I am sufficiently pleased, I might consider giving you a discount on the bill. You may leave with whatever funds you possess, and this matter will be settled. What do you say? At this moment, Wang Wei was rendered speechless by her indignation, tears falling freely as she stood there, overcome with emotion. As if granting Wang Wei a moment of contemplation, Wei ceased his discourse. He casually embraced the 2 trembling female classmates beside him, directing his gaze toward Wang Wei and her cohort of youths. At this juncture, Chen Xiaochen had also discerned the situation. It was blatantly a high-priced liquor scam, a nefarious establishment preying on the unsuspecting. Regardless of whether the drinks were ordered by the group, the bottles strewn across the floor were undeniably genuine. Moreover, with Wang Hao now aligned with Wei, as long as he refrained from retracting his words, these children could summon their parents. Yet they would still be compelled to pay if they could not overpower Wei. In truth, the monetary aspect was trivial. Had payment guaranteed their release, Chen Xiaochen would not have been overly concerned. However, Wei's intentions were clearly corrupt. He sought both money and to exploit the situation. Such a rogue, once emboldened, would not easily relent. Furthermore, the KTV owner, undoubtedly aware of the exorbitant prices and the ensuing chaos, might even have sanctioned it, for otherwise, Wei would not display such audacity. Without someone capable of restraining him, the day's events could spiral into a dire predicament. Chen Xiaochen did not expect his classmates to grasp the gravity of the situation, nor did he anticipate they would summon assistance. He had a general understanding of their family circumstances, realizing that few could offer any substantial aid. Moreover, until the matter reached a resolution, Wei would not permit them to leave and make calls. Thus, it fell upon him to devise a solution, striving to resolve the issue before it escalated further. After a moment of contemplation, he identified a suitable candidate, one whose status and connection to him rendered them ideal for this task. Having made up his mind, he glanced around and exchanged a few hushed words with Du Tao. Subsequently, he bent slightly and discreetly rose, making his way toward the door. Their seating arrangement was already near the entrance, and with several male classmates standing before Wang Wei, Chen Xiaochun's movements were well concealed. When Wei and his entourage had entered, the door had been partially ajar, presenting Chen Xiaochun with the opportunity to slip silently through the gap. Unbeknownst to Wei, Chen Xiaochun's exit was noted by Wei, who mistakenly assumed he had fled in fear. This elicited a sense of disdain within her for her former desk mate, leaving her to regret organizing the gathering. Upon emerging, Chen Xiaochun collided with Wu Tong, who had just returned from the restroom and hesitated to enter upon hearing the commotion. After signaling her to be silent, he swiftly retrieved his phone and entered the restroom, dialing Yu Li's home. Once connected, he succinctly relayed the unfolding events and inquired whether Yu's father was at home. Upon learning that Yu's father was on duty that night, Chen Xiaochun promptly requested the number for his office and dialed. Chapter 27. Escaping the predicament naturally. The relationship between Chen Xiaochun and Yu Lu was well established. He often visited Yu's home, becoming quite familiar with both Yu's father and mother. Thus, it was not considered impudent for him to directly call Mr. Yu for assistance. Moreover, being a youth, parents tend to exhibit a considerable degree of tolerance towards their children. Once the call connected, Chen Xiaochun introduced himself and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Mr. Yu immediately grasped the situation. He refrained from saying much, simply advising Chen Xiaochun and his companions to remain calm and patiently await his arrival. After confirming the room number once more, he ended the call. Mr. Yu's demeanor allowed Chen Xiaochun to breathe a sigh of relief. He pocketed his phone and exited the restroom. Upon stepping out, he noticed Wu Tong waiting at the door. Chen Xiaochun beckoned her to stealthily slip back through the door crack with him. After all, standing outside might not necessarily be safer than being inside the room. Inside the private room, a standoff persisted, with Wei and her group still standing their ground. Wei, on the other hand, was playfully teasing the two girls he had ensconced in his arms. Although his actions did not seem overtly inappropriate, he occasionally emitted lewd laughter. After more than 10 minutes elapsed, Wei's patience appeared to have waned, and he began to grow agitated. He once again questioned Wei, demanding to know whether they were going to drink or settle the bill. When Wei remained silent, he stood up, intending to resort to force. At that moment, Chen Xiaochun emerged from the crowd. With a broad smile, he approached Wei and said, "Brother Wei, please do not be angry. My classmates are rather naive. Allow me to apologize on their behalf. We indeed owe the cost of the drinks. Let me have my people calculate the total, or you can suggest an amount, and I will see to it that we gather it together." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Wei was somewhat taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Where did you pop out from? You want to settle the bill? Sure, let us tally it up, no need for anyone else. Brother Wei will calculate it personally for you. Since you are friends with Xiao Hao, I won't charge you too much. A case of beer is 300. And there are 8 cases. Red wine is 800 a bottle, with 2 bottles in total. Adding the snacks and drinks on the table, just round it up to 4,500. And I'll waive the room fee. What do you think? Brother Wei is quite generous. Isn't? This sum was equivalent to a small fortune for the students. At that moment, 4,500 yuan represented several months' wages for most adults. Brother Wei, 4,500 is a bit excessive. Could you consider reducing it? We are all students and cannot possibly come up with that amount. How about we all do our best to chip in and settle for whatever we can manage? You were quite bold just now, weren't you? Now that you have no money, you run out here pretending to be a big shot. Get lost. I'll tell you this. Not a single penny less. You wanted to settle the bill, didn't you? Go ahead. If you can't pay, let that little sister of yours come over and keep me company. We can negotiate from there." Having heard Wei's words, Chen Xiaochun chose to disregard the insulting tone. After a moment of pained silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Brother Wei. Please wait a moment longer while we discuss this and see what we can gather." Stabilizing Wei, Chen Xiaochun turned back to the crowd and inquired loudly, "Dear classmates, shall we pull together? Let us see if we have enough to settle the bill for Wei Go." Before anyone else could respond, Wei, with reddened eyes, was the first to exclaim, "Are you really going to pay for that scoundrel? This money shouldn't be our responsibility. Why should we foot the bill? And he expects me to drink with him? How absurd. I'll just call my father and have him deal with him." Observing Wei's inability to grasp the situation, Chen Xiaochun felt somewhat speechless. It was hard to decide whether to label her as naive or immature. You want your father to handle him? Your father is just a technician. Who can he possibly deal with? Before Chen Xiaochun could offer any rebuttal, Wei, who had overheard the exchange, bellowed, "You little girl, me asking you to come drink with me is me showing you respect. If you don't want to drink, then just pay the bill. Nobody's leaving here until I say so. And if you think of calling someone, let me tell you, no one you call will be of any use today." Wei wanted to retort, but was pulled back by Wu Tong, who who stood beside her. Just then, chaos erupted outside the private room. The door was abruptly flung open, and Father Yu finally arrived. Once inside, he wasted no time and fixed his gaze upon Airway, saying, "Airway, I heard you yelling in the corridor. Have you grown some guts? Let me see how it is that no one you call can help you." Upon seeing Father Yu in his police uniform, accompanied by an officer, Airway was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, however, his bravado vanished, and he approached with a face full of ingratiation, saying, "Oh, Officer Yu, what brings you here? I was just rambling due to a bit too much to drink. Please don't hold it against me. Here, have a cigarette. Enough with the nonsense. If you're not going to make things difficult for these kids, I wouldn't have come. Are you really so accomplished now that you resort to such underhanded tricks against children? Is it that you've become more capable? Or that Li Jiqiang intends to abandon this business?" Hearing Father Yu's words, Airway's expression turned more sorrowful than tears. He hurriedly began to explain, "Officer Yu, please don't be angry. Today's incident was my fault. It has nothing to do with Brother Chong. I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have acted foolishly after a few drinks. I promise it won't happen again. Please, have mercy on me this time." Father Yu had merely come to extricate the children from their predicament and had no real intention of troubling Airway. After a moment of silence, he replied, "All right then, let us put this matter to rest for today. Just behave yourself from now on. I shouldn't have to come looking for you again. Calculate the bill and see how much has been spent. I'll have these kids pay it." "No need to calculate. Officer Yu, you're embarrassing me. There's hardly any expense. If there is, it's all on me." Airway. Before Father Yu could respond, Chen Xiaochen approached, pulling out 200 yuan from her pocket, and said, "Wei Gu, you can't be expected to pay. Take this money, at least it can cover the room fee." Upon hearing this, Airway quickly attempted to refuse. After casting a curious glance at Chen Xiaochen, Father Yu turned to Airway and said, "Enough with the trivialities. Take this and quickly put it away. Don't dilly-dally and waste everyone's time." Airway, feeling reluctant to refuse any longer, accepted the money. Seeing this, Father Yu remained silent and then addressed Chen Xiaochen, saying, "Gather your classmates and come with me." He then led the officers beside him out first. Observing the situation, Chen Xiaochen began to usher her classmates to leave. Upon hearing they could exit, the students rushed out of the private room as if fleeing for their lives. As for Wang Hao, no one paid attention to whether he followed or not. Chapter 28. A visit of gratitude outside the KTV. Father Yu stood conversing with Chen Xiaochen. "You should refrain from frequenting places like this in the future. These KTVs can be quite chaotic, not suitable for you youngsters." "Uncle Yu, I had no choice. My classmates were all here. I feared something might go awry, so I had to tag along. Thankfully, I did, or who knows what could have happened today. You're quite clever, knowing to call me. Had I not come today, with the likes of Erway, you wouldn't have easily escaped." "Indeed, Uncle Yu. I understood that this sort of matter couldn't be resolved by just anyone, which is why I sought your help. I truly appreciate you making the trip for this." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Father Yu brushed it off and continued, "All right, since you're so close with Xiaola, you're like family. I wouldn't ignore someone I can help. I heard from Xiaola that you performed well in your final exams this time." As Chen Xiaochun chatted with Father Yu, the expressions of those a few steps away varied. Du Tao looked on with admiration, while Wang Wei's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Similarly, Wu Tong, observing the scene, had a somewhat flickering gaze. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Father Yu departed with his entourage. The remaining group lost their playful spirits and gradually dispersed. As they left, it seemed everyone had forgotten about the leftover funds from the gathering. Wang Wei too overlooked this detail, not remembering that Chen Xiaochun had just given Erwei 200 yuan. At that moment, she simply wished to distance herself from the place, and along with two girls, she took a cab and left. Du Tao shared a ride with classmates headed in the same direction, while Chen Xiaochun opted to take a taxi home alone. The following afternoon, after finishing lunch, Chen Xiaochun called Yu Lu's home. Yu Lu answered, and after exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Chen Xiaochun confirmed that Father Yu had finished his night shift and was now awake. With the information she sought at hand, Chen Xiaochun promptly stated her intention to visit Yu Lu shortly before ending the call. Grabbing her phone and wallet, Chen Xiaochun rode her bicycle out. She found a reasonably sized tobacco shop nearby, where she purchased 2 bottles of Matai and a pack of Huazi, spending less than 800 yuan in total. She requested the shopkeeper to pack her purchases into a gift bag for the Matai, which was then placed in a black plastic bag. Chen Xiaochun, carrying her items, pedaled her way to Yu Lu's home. Regarding this gathering, he did not place much significance on the bonds formed or the expenses incurred. After all, this event, which perhaps should not have taken place, was instigated by him. As long as his classmates remained safe and sound, Spending a little money and nurturing connections were trivial matters. Moreover, opportunities to foster a closer relationship with Mr. Yu were something Chen Xiaochen was quite eager to pursue. His internet cafe was situated within Mr. Yu's jurisdiction. Thus interactions would be inevitable in the future. It is worth mentioning that Chen Xiaochen had visited the Yu residence numerous times. However, due to the considerable distance from his own home, Yu Lu had yet to pay him a visit. Yu Li's mother and Chen Xiaochen had crossed paths a few times at school, yet Chen's father had never met them, unlike Chen Xiaochen, who was quite familiar with their family. The Yu family resided in a police housing compound, and Chen Xiaochen, well acquainted with the surroundings, ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Yu Lu greeted him casually upon opening the door, noticing the black plastic bag in Chen Xiaochun's hand. He inquired, "What intriguing items have you brought for your buddy, wrapped so mysteriously?" "This is for your father," Chen Xiaochun replied. "I sought your father's help yesterday, so I thought I would express my gratitude." As he spoke, he removed the black bag and tucked it into his pocket. "There is no need for thanks. Given our relationship, it's only natural for my dad to assist you. Besides, I heard from my father that yesterday's incident was not your fault. It was those rascals who were unreasonable. If I had been present, I would have certainly helped you deal with them." As they conversed, they entered the living room, where Mr. Yu emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochun and the bag in his hand, he did not say much, merely inviting the two of them to sit down. After a casual exchange, Chen Xiaochun expressed his gratitude, while Mr. Yu attempted several times to decline the gift. Observing this, Chen Xiaochun considered for a moment and said to Mr. Yu, "Uncle Yu, please accept this gift. Given the bond between me and Xiao Lu, we will surely be in frequent contact in the future. Additionally, my family has recently provided me with some funds, and I am in the process of opening an internet cafe on Baohua Street, which is currently undergoing renovations. It is located within your precinct, so I may need your assistance once it opens." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Mr. Yu did not immediately react. However, Yu Lu jumped up, visibly excited, and exclaimed, "No way. Seriously, you're opening an internet cafe? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? When is the opening?" Before Chen Xiaochun could respond, Mr. Yu admonished, "Calm down. No need for such theatrics, and watch your language. Look at how composed Xiaochun is. You should learn from him." Without waiting for Yu Li's reply, Mr. Yu turned to Chen Xiaochun and asked, "Your family provided you with funds to open a cafe in our precinct?" "I know a bit about internet cafes. They have indeed been quite profitable in recent years. How far along are you with the paperwork?" "I believe there are new regulations coming out at the end of the year." Chen Xiaochun had nothing to conceal regarding Mr. Yu's inquiries. His visit was intended to build rapport, and naturally, he shared everything that was pertinent. "Indeed, Uncle Yu, my family wishes for me to engage in some physical activity. And given my satisfactory academic performance, my parents are quite at ease. The internet cafe is located at 56 Baohua South Street, just beneath the newly constructed factory residential complex. The necessary paperwork is currently in progress. We are still at the Cultural Bureau stage. I have hired a manager who is responsible for handling the formalities. Once the Cultural Bureau grants approval, the matter will proceed to the Public Security Bureau. Should any complications arise, I would appreciate your assistance in reaching out to someone." Uncle Yu is well aware of the nuances of social relations and can certainly discern Chen Xiaocheng's intentions. He does not mind lending a hand with matters that may skirt the rules. "This is not a significant issue, and I have some influence at the Bureau. Should difficulties arise, let your manager approach me." With another reason to continue, Uncle Yu accepted what Chen Xiaocheng brought without further reluctance. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the two children, he returned to his own affairs, leaving space for Yu Lu and Chen Xiaocheng. After being reprimanded by Uncle Yu, Yu Lu hesitated to ask too many questions, nervously fidgeting. As soon as Uncle Yu departed, he immediately moved closer to Chen Xiaocheng to inquire about the specifics of the internet cafe. Chen Xiaocheng patiently addressed all of Yu Li's inquiries, detailing the entire sequence of events and the current progress, sharing everything that could be disclosed. Listening to Chen Xiaocheng's narrative, Yu Li's excitement only intensified. He could hardly contain himself, eager to share this news with Qin Meng. He swiftly turned and called Qin Meng. Chen Xiaocheng made no effort to stop him. Both were his friends, and it would be unreasonable to inform one while concealing the information from the other. He would simply remind them to keep the news confidential. After all, unlike Yang Wenshuan, these two shared a close bond with Chen Xiaocheng, making it unrealistic to keep such matters hidden indefinitely. It was safer to inform them proactively, and Chen Xiaocheng was confident that they could be trusted to keep a secret with a few reminders. Yu Lu did not elaborate much over the phone with Qin Meng, but instead arranged to meet in person to discuss further. After hanging up, he informed Uncle Yu briefly, then took Chen Xiaocheng and left the house. Uncle Yu was unconcerned, recognizing that the trio, including Qin Meng, were not troublemakers. Their outing would likely involve dining and browsing the internet. Moreover, having developed a newfound understanding of Chen Xiaochen and his family, Uncle Yu felt even more at ease with the two going out together. Chapter 29. The invitation from Wu Tong 30 minutes later. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu awaited Qin Meng at a nearby tea house, a favored gathering spot for local middle and high school students. For a mere 18 yuan tea fee, patrons could enjoy unlimited beverages, while the establishment also offered various board games. After the three individuals paid the tea service fee, they gathered together to enjoy beverages and engage in lively conversation. Yu Lu, nearly spitting with excitement, animatedly recounted all the information he had just learned. Upon discovering that Chen Xiaochen had opened an internet cafe, Qin Meng's reaction was equally intense, nearly drawing the attention of the waitress with his astonishment. Soon, he joined Yu Lu in discussing the future prospects of the cafe's opening. Chen Xiaochen, content to observe his two dear friends envisioning their future, felt a sense of joy in sharing his good fortune with others. The trio spent over an hour at the cafe, sipping their drinks. When their conversation wound down, Yu Lu and Qin Meng insisted that Chen Xiaochen accompany them to see the cafe, refusing to let him go home just yet. They were undeterred by the modest cost of the beverages and, donning their jackets, left the cafe together. Given Du Tao's prior involvement, Chen Xiaochen was neither surprised nor perplexed by Yu Lu and Qin Meng's requests. Without further ado, he mounted his bike and led the two to the internet cafe. Upon arrival, Yu Lu and Qin Meng's reactions mirrored those of Du Tao. As they eagerly explored the premises, their curiosity piqued by every detail. While allowing them to wander freely, Chen Xiaochen and Wang Bo discussed the progress of the renovations. The work was progressing swiftly. The flooring on the second floor was already laid, and the first floor was nearly halfway complete. Some basic carpentry and painting were concurrently underway on the second floor, with ample space ensuring that the various tasks did not interfere with one another. After surveying the area, Chen Xiaochen brought up the issue of paperwork, casually mentioning Yu's father's earlier promise and handing Wang Bo his contact information. Once Yu Lu and Qin Meng had quenched their curiosity, Chen Xiaochen led them out of the cafe. Before parting ways, he earnestly reminded them to keep everything confidential, and only after receiving their assurances did they each return home. Upon arriving home, Yu Lu was promptly questioned by Yu's father regarding the specifics of the internet cafe and Chen Xiaochun's family background. Yu Lu, not wishing to conceal anything, truthfully relayed what he knew. However, he was not well versed in the details of Chen Xiaochun's family, which inadvertently alleviated some of Yu's father's concerns, leading him to refrain from pursuing those inquiries further. He merely advised Yu Lu to maintain regular contact with Chen Xiaochen before concluding their conversation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen returned home and resumed his routine. After dinner, he set out for a run. Midway through, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar landline number. Without much thought, he answered the call. It was Wu Tong, a primary school classmate, the girl he had noticed hiding outside the KTV the previous day. Wu Tong did not elaborate much on the phone. She simply inquired if Chen Xiaochen was available the following day, expressing a desire to meet and discuss something. Sensing that Wu Tong had a matter she wished to address discreetly, Chen Xiaochen briefly contemplated before agreeing to her invitation. The two individuals had agreed to meet at the shelter harbor at 10 a.m. the following morning. Although Wu Tong had never visited the establishment, she was aware of its location. After finalizing their plans, Chen Xiaochen ended the call. Rather than continuing her run, she began to reminisce about Wu Tong. During elementary school, their interactions had been minimal. In Chen Xiaochen's recollection, Wu Tong was a delicate-looking girl, relatively tall, with a slightly darker complexion, possessing average academic performance and a quiet demeanor. She rarely engaged with her male classmates and had a rather faint presence in the classroom. However, based on the descriptions provided by Du Tao, who attended the same middle school in a past life, Wu Tong's reputation had diminished after entering junior high. She frequently associated with a delinquent named Wang Yi, who openly claimed her as his girlfriend on multiple occasions, even flaunting their relationship in school. Rumors soon circulated about their escapades, suggesting they had spent nights together, which further tarnished Wu Tong's reputation. She became a subject of gossip among boys and a target of disdain among girls. Du Tao had mentioned Wu Tong to Chen Xiaochen precisely because of these subsequent rumors. Wang Yi, the other principal character in this narrative, came from a moderately affluent background and often led a group of ruffians who bullied the more innocent students. He even went so far as to extort money from elementary school children in the vicinity, contributing to his poor reputation within the school. Apart from his few cronies, he was largely ignored by his peers. This was why, after Wu Tong became entangled with Wang Yi, many began to intentionally distance themselves from her. As the rumors intensified, Numerous individuals found amusement in her plight, and despite the veracity of the tales being questionable, no one chose to speak up on her behalf. Eventually, it was said that the solitary Wu Tong left the city after graduation to seek work in the south. From that point onward, her classmates lost all contact with her. After reflecting on the past, Chen Xiaochen pondered for a long time about the purpose of Wu Tong's reaching out, ultimately deciding to wait and see what Wu Tong would say when they met. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the shelter harbor as promised. Upon her arrival, Wu Tong had yet to appear, and in the biting cold, Chen Xiaochen opted not to wait outside. She entered the establishment and chose a secluded table, paying for 2 tea seats and ordering 2 beverages from the waitress. There she sat, awaiting Wu Tong's arrival. A few minutes later, Wu Tong timidly pushed the door open and entered, her eyes scanning the room. Upon spotting Chen Xiaochen waving at her, she quickly made her way over. This was Wu Tong's first visit to such a place, and she was unfamiliar with the consumption practices here. After sitting down, Wu Tong noticed that Chen Xiaochen had already ordered a drink for her, and she blushed, choosing to remain silent. I arrived early and ordered for you. I wasn't sure if you would like it. If not, I can ask the waiter to change it. Chen Xiaochen spoke first to alleviate any awkwardness. No. This drink is perfectly fine, Wu Tong replied softly, her gaze lowered. Did you have something to discuss with me today? Chen Xiaochen observed Wu Tong's nervousness and shyness, trying to guide the conversation. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's inquiry, Wu Tong indeed felt a bit more composed. After a moment of silence, she began to recount her experiences and the reason for seeking Chen Xiaochen's company. Chapter 30. The sequence of events. The story begins with Wu Tong's mother's illness. Over 2 years ago, Wu Tong's mother suddenly fell gravely ill. From that point on, Wu Dad took her to various hospitals, seeking medical advice far and wide. It was also during this time that the family's savings were swiftly depleted. Once their resources were exhausted, Wu Dad borrowed from every relative he could. Despite these efforts, Wu Mom's condition showed no signs of improvement. Eventually, a reputable hospital presented a solution, suggesting surgery, but the cost exceeded 20,000 yuan. By this time, Wu Dad had exhausted all avenues for borrowing. He initially considered selling their home, but Wu Mom vehemently opposed it. Unwilling to leave their family of 3 homeless because of her condition, left with no alternatives, Wu Dad secretly borrowed a sum from Wang Ye's father, who ran a mahjong parlor and frequently lent money. For him, 20,000 yuan was a trivial matter, and he readily signed an agreement to lend it to Wu Dad. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yi, a classmate of Wu Tong's, began to pursue her. Initially, Wang Yi was somewhat reserved, merely attempting to get closer to Wu Tong. Meanwhile, Wu Mom's surgery went relatively well, but shortly after, her health deteriorated dramatically. In a swift turn of events, Wu Mom ultimately passed away, leaving Wu Tong and her father to cope with their loss. Following Wu Mom's death, relatives began to visit, requesting repayment of loans. Fortunately, they were considerate and did not press Wu Dad too harshly, leaving after receiving his assurances. However, just a couple of days later, Wang Ye's father came knocking. If the relatives' demands had already left Wu Dad overwhelmed, the interest-laden debt to Wang Ye's father compounded his troubles. Unlike the relatives, Wang's father was far less accommodating. After visiting Wu Dad twice with the agreement in hand and finding him unable to repay, he began to set his sights on their house. Concurrently, Wang Yi also escalated his advances towards Wu Tong, directly stating that she could either become his girlfriend or her father would have to repay the debt. Understanding and considerate, Wu Tong did not want to add to her father's distress. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to acquiesce to Wang Ye's demands. From that moment onward, Wang Yi became utterly entangled with Wu Tong, frequently coercing her to accompany him in and out of school under the pretext of repaying debts. On occasion, he would even engage in inappropriate behavior with her in private. Overwhelmed by her financial obligations, Wu Tong felt powerless to resist, striving to maintain her boundaries and avoid being taken advantage of excessively by Wang Yi. This situation persisted for more than a year and continues to this day. Wang Yi relentlessly harassed and monopolized Wu Tong's time, and even after graduating and ceasing his studies, he still loitered around the school, often intruding within its confines. Observing Wang Ye's intentions, Wang Yi's father abandoned any thoughts of seizing Wu's family property. Instead, he publicly stated several times that as long as Wu Tong agreed to become his daughter-in-law, financial matters could be resolved amicably. However, Wu Tong's father firmly opposed this, repeatedly emphasizing that he would repay the debts as soon as possible. Thus, the situation remained in a state of stalemate. As a result of these circumstances, Wu Tong's social standing at school began to deteriorate, with classmates increasingly avoiding her. On the day of a class gathering, It was only when Wu Tong's father heard other parents in the vicinity discussing the event that he forcibly handed her 100 yuan, insisting she go out to clear her mind. After recounting the background of her predicament, Wu Tong began to articulate her purpose for seeking out Chen Xiaochen. It turned out that on the day of the gathering, she had observed certain things: Chen Xiaochen's bulging wallet during the meal, the phone he retrieved when trouble struck, and his father's attitude toward him afterward. These vivid scenes instilled in Wu Tong a sense that perhaps Chen Xiaochen could assist her in extricating herself from her current plight. After all, among the individuals she knew, only two had any substantial family backing. Aside from Yin Shuai, there was only Chen Xiaochen. Although Yin Shuai had previously maintained a good relationship with Wu Tong and occasionally aided her now that they were in the same class, she had never contemplated seeking his assistance. Due to Wang Yi and his father's influence, she had developed a strong aversion to thugs and unscrupulous individuals. Ironically, Yin Shuai's father hailed from a background of delinquency, and Yin Shuai himself was also somewhat of a troublemaker. This fostered an instinctive repulsion within Wu Tong towards him, causing her to reject even the simplest acts of kindness he offered. She feared that seeking his help might lead her from one perilous situation into another. In contrast, Chen Xiaochen was different. He came from a respectable family and was also a diligent student at a prestigious school. Moreover, he had the means to call the police, which provided Wu Tong with a sense of reassurance. As for whether Chen Xiaochen would be willing to help, Wu Tong, driven by desperation, found herself unable to dwell on such uncertainties. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to try. After sharing everything, Wu Tong gazed earnestly at Chen Xiaochen and said, "If possible, I hope you can assist me, or perhaps you could beseech your parents on my behalf. Once I graduate from junior high, I will seek employment and gradually repay your kindness." In Wu Tong's eyes, the advantages that Chen Xiaochen possessed were undoubtedly attributed to his family. Her purpose today was, in essence, to see if she could persuade him to return home and seek assistance from his parents. Although she herself had yet to comprehend precisely how such help might manifest, her mind was too occupied to dwell on the details. In response to Wu Tong's request, Chen Xiaochen did not immediately reply. Instead, she reflected on the entirety of the situation. After a considerable pause, she spoke, "Wu Tong, here's the thing. I am uncertain whether everything you've said is entirely truthful, and I need time to contemplate this matter. Furthermore, if this endeavor is to proceed, it may not be as straightforward as you envision. Please allow me to ponder it. Call me tomorrow at this time, and we can arrange a place to meet and discuss further. What do you think?" Seeing that Chen Xiaochen did not outright refuse, Wu Tong nodded with a hint of excitement. The two then chose not to linger any longer. They finished their drinks and departed from the cafe. After parting ways with Wu Tong, Chen Xiaochen pondered for a moment before calling Du Tao. On the phone, she requested that Du Tao inquire among those he knew at school who might have connections to Wu Tong, seeking to verify the veracity of her claims. Although Wu Tong's narrative did not significantly diverge from what Du Tao had previously mentioned, she felt insufficiently acquainted with this classmate and deemed it prudent to confirm the facts. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's request, Du Tao, while uncertain of her intentions, trusted her implicitly and did not press for further details. Instead, he assured her with a pat on his chest that he would provide her with reliable information by evening. After agreeing on a time for Du Tao to call back, Chen Xiaochen ended the conversation. She felt reassured by Du Tao's capabilities. Her friend may have been somewhat reserved and reluctant to socialize with strangers, yet he was not inept in forming connections. As for Wu Tong's predicament, if all proved to be true, Chen Xiaochen would not hesitate to lend her assistance in salvaging the life of an old classmate. At 7:30 p.m., while out for a run, Chen Xiaochen received Du Tao's call punctually. According to his inquiries, Wu Tong's assertions were largely accurate, with certain aspects even more dire than she had portrayed. In truth, such matters were not difficult to investigate. Silence did not equate to ignorance, and there are no secrets that remain concealed. The reluctance to speak often stemmed from a desire to avoid complications, yet whispers behind the scenes were inevitable. Having received a definitive answer, Chen Xiaochen ended the call and began contemplating how best to address Wu Tong's situation. The ultimate resolution would, after all, revolve around repaying the debt. However, the crux of the matter lay in determining the amount owed and the means of repayment, an issue that required careful consideration. After reflecting on the entirety of the situation, Chen Xiaochen realized that she might ultimately need to seek assistance from her father. With her thoughts organized and her run nearly complete, she turned and made her way home. Chapter 31. Delivering credit on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. As Wang Bo intended to visit the Cultural Bureau to inquire about the progress of the procedures and subsequently check in with Yang's father, Chen Xiaochen arrived early at the internet cafe to oversee the workers in his stead. Around 9 in the morning, Wu Tong had yet to make a call, but the police arrived at the door first. The local officers were delivering a notice for cooperation, which was provided to nearby businesses. Upon noticing someone inside the storefront, they took the opportunity to hand over a copy. After the police departed, Chen Xiaochen examined the notice in his hand. The content of the notice instantaneously revived his memory. On January 18th, a catastrophic explosion occurred at a commercial bank in the city, resulting in 3 fatalities and numerous injuries. As several masked men made off with bags containing 197 million yuan in cash. This was the sensational case of the armored car heist involving a gun and an explosion, known as the 118 incident. On January 19th, the police announced a reward of 300,000 yuan for information leading to the resolution of the case, a sum unprecedented in the history of Feng City. Chen Xiaocheng's vivid recollection of the incident stemmed, on one hand, from its notoriety as a widely discussed topic at the time, and on the other, from the fact that 2 of the suspects happened to be hiding in the same neighborhood as his aunt. After the suspects were apprehended, his cousin, Su Yang, had even taken him to the scene. After piecing together the details, Chen Xiaocheng chose not to report it to the authorities. Although the prospect of the 300,000 yuan reward was enticing, he was unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. He distinctly remembered that, when the case was resolved, 4 individuals were captured, while 1 remained at large until he was finally apprehended 3 years later in another province. Chen Xiaocheng had no intention of jeopardizing his safety for money, especially since he was not in need of the 300,000 yuan and saw no necessity for risk. After much contemplation, Chen Xiaocheng concluded that it would be most prudent to disclose the matter to Uncle Yu, even if he could not personally capture the 2 culprits. Merely providing a lead would constitute a significant contribution, serving as an excellent gift for Uncle Yu. With the case expected to be solved within a matter of weeks, he realized he needed to act swiftly. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xiaocheng found himself restless. Foregoing the wait for Wu Tong, he exchanged a few words with the leading renovation worker before exiting the internet cafe. He hopped on his bike and headed straight for his aunt's neighborhood. The neighborhood where his aunt resided was an old, semi-open community. Without the presence of property management, it was naturally devoid of oversight. Although the area had a gate, it was never locked. Such an old neighborhood, with many houses rented out, was a prime hiding spot due to its mixed population. Nowadays, renting a property required neither identification nor even a contract. A simple verbal agreement sufficed, as long as payment was made. Upon arriving, Chen Xiaocheng did not go directly to his aunt's house. Instead, he meandered around the neighborhood on his bike. After surveying the vicinity, he approached the building where the suspects were believed to be hiding. Once he completed his observations, he exited the community and began to wander the streets outside. During this time, he received a call from Wu Tong, providing her with the address of the internet cafe and inviting her to come by in the afternoon. He then continued to ride around, exploring the area. After meandering and stopping intermittently, he had thoroughly surveyed the vicinity by the time midday approached. After his circuitous journey, Chen Xiaocheng set off again towards his aunt's neighborhood. The reason he did not immediately inform Yu Dad was due to his uncertainty regarding whether the suspect had already taken refuge in this location. Although the last 2 individuals were apprehended here, it did not imply that this was their sole hiding place. If the suspect was not present, his impulsive notification to Yu Dad could potentially lead to a futile endeavor or even alert the suspect. Thus, he wandered around persistently, hoping to procure concrete evidence. Sometimes, events unfold in a remarkably serendipitous manner. As Chen Xiaocheng rode his bicycle near the building where the suspect was believed to be, he noticed an individual emerging from the rear entrance. This person was of slight stature and slender build, wearing a mask and a hat. Chen Xiaocheng exchanged a fleeting glance with him as he casually rode past. Without lingering, he turned a corner and pedaled towards his aunt's house. At this moment, he was certain that the individual he had just seen was indeed one of the suspects. His certainty stemmed from the person's physique and appearance, which closely matched the description provided in the announcement, particularly those strikingly identical eyes. Moreover, he discerned that another individual, who had exited the same building, was fixated on him. This person followed him all the way to the entrance of his aunt's residence, but did not depart. Chen Xiaocheng remained composed, locking his bicycle and entering the building with an air of nonchalance, while the individual trailed closely behind. It was not until he ascended to the 5th floor and knocked on his aunt's door that the person finally left. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained a semblance of calm, though beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. As an ordinary person, even with years of life experience, he had little to no exposure to encounters with fugitives. His aunt was somewhat surprised to see Chen Xiaochen at the door, but she welcomed him warmly into the home. Only his aunt was present, as his uncle was at work and his cousin Su Yang had gone out to play with friends. When his aunt inquired about his visit, he merely stated he came to see Su Yang. She harbored no suspicions, accustomed to the brothers spending time together. Su Yang's absence was fortuitous for Chen Xiaochen, sparing him the need to concoct an excuse to entertain his cousin. After engaging in conversation with his aunt for a while, he eventually found a reason to take his leave. Once outside the community, after riding a distance, Chen Xiaochen retrieved his phone and called Yu Dad. After confirming Yu Dad was at the office, he pedaled directly to the police station. Upon arrival, he stated his purpose and provided his name. The on-duty officer merely asked a few questions before allowing him entry, indicating that Yu Dad had likely given prior notice. Ascending to the second floor, he approached the director's office and knocked before entering. Inside, Yu Dad was seated behind the desk, engrossed in some documents. "Uncle Yu, are you busy?" Upon seeing Chen Xiaochen, Father Yu displayed little surprise. He set aside the documents in his hand and spoke in a tone befitting an elder. "Ah, you arrived rather promptly. We can discuss matters later. Have you eaten? It's just the right time for a meal. Allow me to take you to the cafeteria." Chen Xiaochen approached the desk and addressed Father Yu. "Uncle Yu, dining can wait. I have some matters to report to you. I suspect that once I finish, you may find your appetite diminished." Intrigued by Chen Xiaochen's words, Father Yu chuckled and replied, "What news do you bring? What could possibly be so significant as to divert my attention from my meal? I am genuinely curious. Do share." In response, Chen Xiaochen produced a notice of investigation and handed it over, pointing to one of the suspects depicted therein. "I just spotted this individual mentioned in the notice." Upon hearing this, Father Yu took the notice and glanced at it. The information was familiar to him. The 118 case had exerted considerable pressure on the entire public security system in the city. Their police station had been actively cooperating in the investigation and search in recent days. This notice was one he had personally issued earlier that morning. Consequently, upon seeing the notice, his expression turned grave, and a hint of excitement crept into his demeanor as he asked, "You have seen this person? When? Where did you see him? Are you certain it was him?" Not wishing to delay further, Chen Xiaochen recounted the events as he had organized them during his journey. "Uncle Yu, I am fairly certain that this morning, while inspecting the renovation progress at my internet cafe, I had a visit from the police officer delivering the notice, which I examined closely. Afterward, having found nothing amiss at the cafe, I decided to visit my second aunt's house to play with my cousin. It was there, in her residential complex, that I encountered one of the individuals from the notice. He was wearing a hat and a mask, so I didn't pay him much heed initially. However, his eyes struck me as somewhat familiar, prompting me to take a closer look. Shortly thereafter, I noticed a tall man had begun to follow me. He only left after I reached my aunt's doorstep. It was this tailing that led me to conclude that he and the other person in the notice were indeed the same. As an ordinary student, I found it odd that someone would follow me, and their physiques matched the descriptions provided. So after spending some time at my aunt's, I hurried to report to you." Chen Xiaochen spoke with remarkable fluency, as his narrative was rooted in truth. Even the facts he had deliberately emphasized were genuine occurrences, leaving him with no sense of guilt. After listening intently, Father Yu regarded Chen Xiaochen's assured expression and found himself convinced of his account. He refrained from probing further into the details concerning Chen and instead focused his attention on the suspects, meticulously confirming their physical characteristics, as well as the specific residential complex, building number, and unit number. Finally, still feeling somewhat uneasy, he changed into plain clothes, borrowed a bicycle, and, alongside Chen Xiaochen, set out to survey the area from a distance. Chapter 32 Farewell to Wu Tong. Upon returning to the office, the usually composed Father Yu appeared somewhat exhilarated. Although this matter fell outside their jurisdiction, the prospect of being the first to receive a public tip-off and ascertain the precise location of the suspects was indeed enticing. Even if he could not participate in the subsequent capture, the accolades would be substantial. For a police station, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. After clarifying his thoughts, Father Yu sincerely addressed Chen Xiaochen, saying, "You did well, young man. Uncle Yu will remember this favor. I shan't be overly formal with you. Take good care of you, Lu. Once this matter is resolved, do come over for dinner." In response to Father Yu's words, Chen Xiaochen, having fulfilled his obligation, was more than willing to ingratiate himself further. "Uncle Yu, please do not be so formal with me. Given my relationship with Xiao Lu, I consider you family. I will certainly inform you first when good news arises. I have just one request. Please do not mention that I was the one who tipped you off. These individuals are reckless, and I prefer not to be entangled in any complications. Just say it was a discovery on your part. I suspect you will have plenty to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. I have matters to attend to at the internet cafe." Father Yu did not hesitate to agree to Chen Xiaocheng's request for confidentiality. He understood the young man's desire to avoid trouble, especially considering the nature of the two fugitives involved. However, the reward for this information was considerable, even if he could not secure the entire amount. It was still a significant sum. Thus, despite knowing that Chen Xiaocheng's family was financially stable, he would still endeavor to advocate for him if the opportunity arose. With numerous tasks awaiting him, Father Yu did not attempt to detain Chen Xiaocheng further after the latter expressed his intention to leave. He personally accompanied him to the stairwell, observing as he descended before returning to his office. Chen Xiaocheng was unaware of the specifics of Father Yu's operations, but he felt assured, as the man was a professional. After exiting the police station, he found a place to eat briefly before returning to the internet cafe, where he continued to supervise while awaiting Wu Tong. Due to uncertainties about his return time during the afternoon, Chen Xiaocheng had scheduled his meeting with Wu Tong for later in the day. At around 3 o'clock, Wu Tong appeared at the entrance of the cafe. Spotting her, Chen Xiaocheng called her inside. While Wu Tong was somewhat puzzled by Chen Xiaocheng's presence in a venue under renovation, she refrained from questioning him, quietly standing beside him. Chen Xiaocheng did not rush to discuss matters. Instead, he led Wu Tong to the relatively quiet second floor. After finding 2 plastic stools for her to sit, he paused for a moment before speaking. Wu Tong, I have given your situation some thought. I am willing to assist you. I can cover the expenses for now. And there is no rush for you to repay me. Whenever you are able to, you may settle the amount. However, this matter cannot be resolved immediately. It requires a 2-day wait. This issue cannot be easily settled merely by bringing money. In a few days, I will find someone to accompany you to repay the debt. Moreover, at that time, only the principal and interest at a rate equivalent to that of the bank should be repaid. Nothing more, do you understand? Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Wu Tong felt her tense heart relax, her face lighting up with excitement, her eyes slightly reddening as she nodded vigorously. Subsequently, he elaborated on all the details to Wu Tong, instructing her to notify him once she has calculated the exact amount so he can prepare the funds. Once everything was arranged, Chen Xiaocheng led Wu Tong downstairs. At this moment, Wang Bo had just finished his tasks and was conversing with the renovation workers on the first floor. Noticing Chen Xiaocheng descending the stairs, Wang Bo approached and said, "Boss, are you done? I heard from the workers that you were discussing matters upstairs, so I didn't want to intrude." "It's fine, we concluded our discussion. This is also my classmate. She came to talk to me about something," Chen Xiaocheng replied. Seeing the young lady behind Chen Xiaocheng, Wang Bo did not inquire further and merely nodded. He then proceeded to discuss the progress of today as paperwork. As for the Cultural Bureau, with the shopping cart's assistance, the other party promised that the process could be completed within 5 days. This outcome greatly satisfied Chen Xiaocheng, who smiled and praised Wang Bo, watching Chen Xiaocheng conversing animatedly. Wu Tong was filled with curiosity. Particularly, the address of boss left her feeling incredulous, even doubting her own hearing. Nevertheless, Wu Tong said nothing and did not ask any questions, standing quietly there, awaiting Chen Xiaocheng. After more than 10 minutes, having advised Wang Bo not to seek help from Yu Ba for the next few days, Chen Xiaocheng exited the internet cafe with Wu Tong. He reiterated the details of the situation to her, and after watching her ride away, he returned home. As for Chen Xiaocheng's return home, let us focus on Wu Tong. Upon arriving home, Wu Tong, brimming with excitement, shared Chen Xiaocheng's plan with her father. However, contrary to her expectations, Wu Ba did not react with joy. Instead, he furrowed his brows and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Tong Tong, is your classmate reliable? Could he be deceiving you? Such a large sum of money is not something a child can easily provide. You must not believe everything they say." Wu Tong did not counter his concerns, but recounted her recent experiences and observations to her father, from the school reunion to the KTV incident, and then to her deductions regarding the internet cafe based on Chen Xiaocheng and Wang Bo's dialogue. She shared everything without reservation, detailing it all to Wu Ba. Following that, she spoke of Chen Xiaocheng as a person, from her academic performance to various trivial matters that left an impression on her. After listening to Wu Tong's narrative, although Wu Ba managed to dispel several doubts, he still could not fully set his mind at ease. He continued, "Tong Tong, I understand everything you've mentioned. However, this only confirms that your classmate has connections and is not short of money. The most crucial question remains unanswered. Why would he ask his family to lend you money as a favor? As you said, your relationship in elementary school seemed to be nothing more than that of ordinary classmates." Upon hearing those words, Wu Tong was momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had been consumed with thoughts of how to rid herself of Wang Yi, her mind clouded in confusion. She had never considered why Chen Xiaocheng would extend a helping hand to her. caught up in the excitement of receiving assistance. She had failed to ponder the basis of his willingness to aid her. Indeed, why would he? Wu Tong could not help but question herself. Yet before she could derive an answer, her father continued, Tong Tong, how about this? Since your classmate is willing to help, why don't you find out when he is available? I would like to meet him in person and have a chat. This way, I can feel more at ease. What do you think? Wu Dad did not delve too deeply into the matter, speaking with a certain caution. He did not wish for his daughter to perceive the world around her as filled with ill-intentioned individuals. Until a conclusion was reached, he was willing to support his daughter's efforts. After contemplating, Wu Tong concluded that it was not unreasonable for Chen Xiaochen to meet her father. Thus, she agreed to her father's proposal, deciding that the meeting would take place at their home. She planned to call Chen Xiaochen the following day to inquire about his availability. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiaochen enjoyed a leisurely existence, spending his time at home organizing assignments, visiting internet cafes to check on progress, and casually socializing with friends and playing football. In the evenings, he would spend time with his parents, and he even delivered some winter holiday assignments to Zhao Yana. The formalities at the internet cafe and the approvals from the Cultural Bureau had been completed, and now he only needed to proceed with the next steps at the Public Security Bureau. During this period, Wu Tong called Chen Xiaochen to inform him of the confirmed repayment amount and extended an invitation for him to visit. Upon learning that Wu Dad wished to meet him, Chen Xiaochen could surmise the underlying reason, concern for his daughter's well-being and the apprehension of her being deceived. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was indeed more appropriate for her father to address it rather than Wu Tong herself. Chen Xiaochen fully understood Wu Dad's perspective, recognizing that it was indeed more suitable for him to take the lead in this matter. Thus, he agreed to Wu Tong's invitation but did not rush to the meeting, as he still required assistance from her father, who was currently preoccupied with other pressing issues. Chapter 33. Meeting Wu Dad. It was not until the evening of the 24th that Chen Xiaochen arrived at Wu Tong's home and encountered Wu Dad, who had just returned from work. Wu Dad graciously welcomed Chen Xiaochen into the house. Following this, the father and daughter busied themselves with brewing tea and washing fruits, an activity Chen Xiaochen did not interrupt. Once everything was set on the table and the three of them were seated in the living room, Wu Dad finally spoke. Xiaochen, Tong Tong has informed me about the assistance you have provided her. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for being willing to lend a hand during our family's most challenging time. Additionally, I have a question for you. Why do you wish to help Tong Tong? This statement may come off as somewhat impolite, yet according to Tong Tong, your relationship was merely that of ordinary classmates in the past. I sincerely hope, Xiaochen, that you can provide your uncle with an answer. If I have misspoken in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. When posed with this inquiry, Chen Xiaochen felt no surprise. If she were in the same position, she would also question why a mere acquaintance would go to such lengths to assist her, fearing ulterior motives. Moreover, in the context of Wu Tong, this was a friendship with the opposite sex. After carefully organizing her thoughts and avoiding certain sensitive topics, Chen Xiaochen replied, Uncle Wu, I understand your concerns, but you need not worry about any ill intentions on my part. The reason I chose to help Wu Tong is quite straightforward. Firstly, she sought my assistance, and as a classmate of 6 years, I am willing to respond to her plea for help, especially since this matter, which seems insurmountable to her, poses no significant challenge for me. Furthermore, after Wu Tong approached me, I conducted some inquiries. To put it bluntly, ever since she borrowed money from Wang Yi's father, she has been entangled with him, and I am perhaps more aware of the ensuing events than you are. After all, we share many classmates who attended the same middle school as Wu Tong, so understanding these matters was not particularly difficult. I can only say that there are aspects you might not be privy to, and these circumstances have compelled Wu Tong to seek ways to escape it all. Do you comprehend my perspective? There is nothing to conceal. I harbor no ulterior motives. My willingness to assist stems solely from a desire to prevent witnessing a fellow student being destroyed by mere financial entanglements. Regarding the situation between Wu Tong and Wang Yi, there is little that cannot be disclosed. Up until now, Wang Yi has not exhibited any egregious behavior. Most of what has been reported is an exaggeration following their public appearances together. As for physical contact, it has been limited to mere embraces. While there may be a temporary impact on her reputation, it is unlikely to cause lasting harm. As long as we sever the root cause, there is still time to rectify the situation. Upon meeting Wu's father, who exhibited a somewhat overly accommodating demeanor, Chen Xiaochen did not hesitate to offer him a nudge towards action. Indeed, upon grasping the essence of her final remarks, Wu's father grew restless, yet simultaneously appeared helpless. Meanwhile, Wu Tong, reflecting on past experiences, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Witnessing Wu Tong in such a state, Wu's father could no longer remain passive. Casting aside his hesitations, he spoke up, "Tong Tong. Although I was aware that Wang Laosan was not entirely upright, I did not anticipate that matters at home would directly affect you. It is my failure to protect you that has allowed you to suffer alongside me." Subsequently, Wu's father slammed his hand on the table, rising with fervor as he exclaimed, "Has that little scoundrel Wang Yi been bullying you? He hasn't harmed you, has he? You must tell your father everything. This cannot stand. I will confront Wang Laosan and set things straight. If his family dares to harass you again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Seeing Wu Ba in such a state of agitation, Wu Tong hurriedly rose to comfort him, saying, "Father, it's all right. It's all in the past. I haven't suffered any significant loss. At worst, it's merely a matter of some idle gossip. Once we repay the money, those concerns will fade away, and we need not feel inferior when we encounter them again." Observing his daughter's unwavering reassurances, Wu Ba felt an even deeper sense of guilt wash over him. Simultaneously, he recognized the truth in her words. Once the debt was settled, everything could reach a resolution. With this thought, Wu Ba sighed softly, gradually regaining his composure as he sat down. After some time, once he had adjusted his emotions, Wu Ba addressed Chen Xiaochen, saying, "Xiaochen, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I must have appeared quite foolish. I am truly sorry for my previous pettiness. Since you are willing to assist, I will humbly accept your kindness. This money will be regarded as a loan from you, and the goodwill is also something I owe. When the time comes, I will provide you with a written acknowledgement and repay you promptly. Furthermore, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." In assisting Wu Tong, Chen Xiaochen harbored no expectations of reciprocity. He simply wished to extend a helping hand to his classmate in her time of need. Thus, upon hearing Wu Ba's words, he quickly replied, "Uncle Wu, you flatter me. As I mentioned earlier, I merely wish to help my classmate out of her predicament. It is no burden to me. Please do not concern yourself with the matter of repayment. You may return it whenever you are able. For now, let us focus on resolving the immediate issue. Your involvement is certainly more beneficial than Wu Tong's." Not wanting Wu Tong and her father to dwell too heavily on the situation, he endeavored to simplify the matter and make it seem manageable. His words successfully shifted the conversation to other aspects. Wu Ba, too, let go of the notion of indebtedness, and the two began to discuss the specifics of repayment. Observing her father accepting Chen Xiaocheng's assistance brought Wu Tong great joy, filling her heart with gratitude towards him. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Xiaocheng's repeated reference to her as merely a classmate instilled a subtle sense of disappointment within her. At 6:30 in the evening, after discussing all necessary matters, Chen Xiaocheng declined Wu Ba's invitation to dinner. Accompanied by the father and daughter, he descended the stairs and departed from Wu Tong's home. After bidding farewell to Chen Xiaocheng, Wu Tong lingered at the entrance, gazing vacantly at his receding figure, unable to withdraw her gaze. Wu Ba, witnessing this scene, refrained from commenting, instead standing silently beside his daughter. Shortly after 7 o'clock that evening, having just returned home, Chen Xiaocheng received a phone call from Yu Lu. Yu Lu called to inform him that upon returning to school the next day, he should come to their house, as Yu Ba wished to treat him to a meal. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaocheng realized that matters on Yu Ba's end had resolved, and his involvement was complete. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Coincidentally, he also had matters to discuss with Yu Ba, so he readily agreed. Chapter 34. A visit for dinner on the 25th, the day of return to school. The students reunited in the classroom after a brief holiday around 9 a.m. The day's agenda was relatively light, primarily focused on collecting the new semester's textbooks. Following this, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Yin, elaborated on the course arrangements for the new term, encouraging the students to adjust their study habits accordingly. Once she concluded her announcements, she declared the day as class is over. With some time left before noon, Yu Lu, not in a hurry to return home, took Chen Xiaochun and Qin Ming to an internet cafe instead. It was only when the time was nearly up that he escorted Chen Xiaochun back home. For this visit, Chen Xiaochun did not bring any extravagant gifts, opting instead to purchase some fruit along the way. Yu Lu did not object, understanding the customary etiquette of such visits. Besides, the items Chen Xiaochun selected were modest and did not warrant any interruption. He thought that should he visit Chen Xiaochun's home in the future, he would act similarly. Upon arriving at Yu Lu's home, both of his parents were busy in the kitchen. Noticing Chen Xiaochun's arrival, they promptly exited the kitchen to greet him. Yu Lu's father wore a broad smile, exhibiting exceptional warmth towards Chen Xiaochun. Perhaps he had received prior instructions. For Yu Lu's mother also exhibited a greater degree of closeness than usual. Today's gathering was akin to a family banquet, with both parents showcasing their culinary skills, presenting a lavish spread that could be described as a feast of exquisite delicacies. Once the dishes were served, the four of them gradually took their seats. Yu Lu's father invited Chen Xiaochen to sit beside him. During the meal, he raised a toast with Chen Xiaochen, while Yu Lu's mother tirelessly served him food. Yu Lu, seated nearby, remained indifferent, blissfully enjoying his own meal and occasionally engaging Chen Xiaochen in conversation. Despite Chen Xiaochun's presence at the table, no one felt any discomfort or awkwardness. The dinner unfolded pleasantly, with laughter and camaraderie flowing freely. Observing Yu Lu's father's cheerful demeanor, Chen Xiaochen surmised that he was likely responsible for this joyful atmosphere. Upon inquiry, he learned that Yu Lu's father had indeed achieved significant success. Although there had been no immediate change in his rank, there was a substantial possibility of a promotion to a higher level. If he were to advance from the position of chief to deputy director, it would mark a pivotal enhancement in his career. Upon learning this news, Chen Xiaochen showered Yu Lu's father with compliments, which only heightened his already jubilant spirit, prompting hearty laughter. The meal lasted over an hour, during which Yu Lu's father, in high spirits, engaged Chen Xiaochen in numerous discussions. Eventually, Yu Lu grew somewhat impatient, listening to the conversation unfolding beside him. After the meal, Yu Lu assisted his mother in clearing the table and washing the dishes, while Yu Lu's father led Chen Xiaochen to the living room to continue their earlier conversation. Once Yu Lu's father concluded his remarks, Chen Xiaochen pivoted to the main topic. He recounted the misfortunes faced by Wu Tong's family, outlining the areas in which assistance was needed. Finally, he produced 2 supermarket gift cards, which he had prepared in advance, placing them on the coffee table and awaiting Yu Lu's father's reaction. Yu's father did not scrutinize the items on the table. Instead, he raised his gaze to Chen Xiaochen and remarked, "You, day in and day out. What mischief are you up to, flaunting your connections? Yet, aiding your classmates is a commendable act, and it does not breach any regulations. I happen to know a few individuals in that area. Consider this matter settled. You can take the items home, but refrain from involving me in such affairs in the future." Though he spoke thus, Chen Xiaochen did not reach for the items on the table. Instead, with a playful grin, he replied, "That won't do, Uncle Yu. When you seek assistance, you must also consider the relationships involved. Not everyone shares our close bond. In this day and age, who offers help without expecting something in return? Moreover, your goodwill is too precious to be squandered on trivial matters. It is unnecessary for you to accrue such debts of gratitude. Additionally, that card is not intended for soliciting your help. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and I wish for you and Andy to use it to purchase some treats. This is merely a gesture of filial piety from me, and given my relationship with Xiaola, it is only right that I honor you both. Please do not refuse. Accept it quickly, lest Xiaola sees it and starts inquiring." Chen Xiaocheng's words brought great comfort to Yu's father, who discreetly pressed the 2 cards beneath the table mat, wearing a broad smile as he said, "How come I never noticed your eloquence before? With a tongue like yours, you will surely fare well in the future. I will inquire about this matter shortly and send you a message tonight." Upon receiving a positive response, Chen Xiaocheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yu's father. Subsequently, Yu's father inquired about the progress of his internet cafe's licensing. Upon learning that it had reached the district bureau, he volunteered to make a few calls on his behalf. Naturally, Chen Xiaocheng was once again appreciative. The conversation then shifted to the recent apprehension of suspects, at which point Yu's father mentioned the matter of the reward. According to his account, the leads provided by Chen Xiaocheng had directly contributed to the successful capture of 2 suspects. Thus, once everything was concluded, the reward he would receive should not be less than 100,000 yuan. Yu's father further assured him that there would be no need for Chen Xiaocheng to be present to claim the reward. He would only need to prepare his identification, and Yu would handle the rest. In truth, Chen Xiaocheng had already speculated about the reward, and Yu's father's information aligned closely with his expectations. However, he was not particularly keen on receiving the money, not because he had grown indifferent to the sum of 100,000 yuan, but rather because if it were to fall into his hands, any potential leaks could lead to considerable complications. Even if his identity remained undisclosed, it would still require Yu's father to expend considerable effort on his behalf. He had initially come to extend a favor, not to reap benefits while leaving the burdens for others. Additionally, the question of whether to share the reward with Yu's father and how to divide it posed further dilemmas. Most importantly, as a mere high school student, he lacked the capacity to manage such risks. For an ordinary person, a stable life holds far greater value than the allure of monetary gain. After much contemplation, Chen Xiaocheng ultimately resolved that he would accept the reward, but it should not be placed in his own hands. At that time, due to his father's intervention, the funds would be donated to support impoverished mountainous regions or to sponsor university students. After all, he had no intention of pocketing the money, so he was more than willing to use it to further assist his father. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Yu's father was initially taken aback, but soon grasped his intentions. The smile on his face became even more radiant and sincere. However, he refrained from elaborating, simply giving a hearty pat on Chen Xiaocheng's shoulder. Over an hour later, amidst the farewell of the three family members, Chen Xiaocheng departed from the Yu household. Yu's father was quite efficient in his dealings, calling shortly after 7 p.m. During the call, he informed Chen Xiaocheng that arrangements had been made, providing him with the name and phone number of the contact, advising him to reach out directly the following day. Regarding the internet cafe paperwork, Yu's father instructed Wang Bo to get in touch with him the next day. After noting down the name and number, Chen Xiaocheng expressed his gratitude to Yu's father once more before ending the call. He then retrieved Wu Tong's number and made the call, explaining the situation to Wu's father. They agreed to meet at his home at 10 a.m. the next day, and Chen Xiaocheng reminded Wu's father to refer to him as his cousin in front of others. Once everything was arranged, the call concluded. On February 28th, the last day before Chen Xiaocheng began school, he arrived at Wu Tong's home shortly after 10 a.m. After arriving, he reiterated the day's plan to Wu Tong and his grandfather. Once confirmed, he handed the prepared cash to Wu's father. After securing the promissory note written by Wu's father, he dialed the number given to him by Yu's father. After introducing himself and stating his purpose, he followed the directions provided by the other party, leading the father-daughter duo out the door. The trio first arrived at a nearby police station, where they found Officer Liu. Officer Liu received them with great courtesy. After a round of familiar exchanges, Chen Xiaocheng reiterated the upcoming process. Subsequently, under Wu's father's guidance, they proceeded to Wang Ye's father, Wang Guozhong's mahjong parlor. With Officer Liu present, the proceedings unfolded smoothly. Wang Guozhong's mahjong parlor had numerous underhanded dealings that could hardly withstand scrutiny. Upon seeing Officer Liu, Wang Guozhong resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, readily accepting the money without much discussion. He also returned the loan agreement, promising that the financial matters would be settled without any further claims. Observing Wang Ye's father's starkly different demeanor, Chen Xiaocheng reflected on the issue that had troubled him for so long, now so effortlessly resolved. Standing beside Wu Tong, who was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, Chen Xiaocheng remained a silent observer, watching as Officer Liu assisted Wu's father in concluding the matters. Once everything was settled and they exited the mahjong parlor, Wu's father felt as though a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. He experienced a newfound lightness, breathing more freely. Although death still lingered, he was relieved that no one would disturb his daughter any longer. In a notably improved mood, Wu's father continually extended invitations to Officer Liu and Chen Xiaocheng to dine together. Chapter 35, the first day of school. With Wu's father's invitation, Officer Liu declined with a decisive refusal, citing official duties as his reason. Once the matter was settled, Officer Liu exchanged a few brief words with Chen Xiaocheng before leaving, not granting Wu's father another opportunity to extend his invitation. After his departure, Chen Xiaocheng also declined Wu's father's invitation, using the excuse of needing to prepare for the upcoming school day. Wu's father found himself unable to argue against this. After all, he could not impede someone else's legitimate affairs. Reluctantly, he accepted that Chen Xiaocheng could visit his home whenever she wished. Once she agreed, he let the matter rest. Wu Tong attempted several times to persuade her to stay, but ultimately found the words stuck in her throat. Finally, as if recalling something, a slight smile graced her lips, and she refrained from further urging Chen Xiaocheng to linger, simply watching as she departed. Indeed, tomorrow marked the beginning of the school term. Yet Chen Xiaocheng had little to prepare. She had completed her assignments and organized everything necessary. Her excuse for leaving was merely to avoid imposing on Wu's father, while also wishing to reserve time for the father-daughter duo. After leaving, Chen Xiaocheng did not return home. Instead, she went to an internet cafe. The renovations at the cafe were progressing smoothly and swiftly, with the second floor already taking shape. According to Wang Bo, they were ahead of schedule. In about a week, the main work should be completed, leaving only minor adjustments to attend to before the tables, chairs, and equipment could gradually arrive. The procedural aspects had also shown promising advancements. With Wu's father's assistance in making introductions, the approval process had accelerated significantly. Matters that originally required a decision within 20 working days were now promised to yield results within a week. The tables and chairs necessary for the cafe had been ordered days prior. Chen Xiaocheng had approached several office furniture companies, and after careful selection and comparison, inspected the quality and materials of the items before finalizing the styles of the tables and chairs. The chosen sets were priced at 360 yuan each, with ample stock available. After paying a deposit, the vendor was ready to dispatch the items at any moment. On the eve of the new school term, Chen Xiaochen experienced a tranquil evening. Ever since his academic performance had improved, his mother seemed to have fewer reasons to nag him. Instead of admonishing him to study diligently, she now urged him to take care of himself and not to overexert. For children with commendable grades, issues such as not wearing a hat at home were unlikely to arise. However, should they occur, one would have to endure it, for who could defy a mother? On March 1st, the first day of school, Chen Xiaochen rose early, brushed his teeth, washed his face, had breakfast, and dressed neatly before setting out. He arrived at school shortly after 6:30 a.m. The hour was still early, and Chen Xiaochen felt no urgency. He strolled leisurely across the playground, inhaling the fresh air and basking in the glow of the rising sun. As he ambled along, he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Zhao Yana, laden with bags and moving slowly. At that moment, Zhao Yana halted, turning to scan her surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Xiaochen not far off, she waved at him eagerly, as if she had found a savior. She hastily set down her belongings, her face betraying a mischievous intent as she beckoned him to come closer. Chen Xiaochen, fully aware of her intentions, sighed at how his peaceful morning had been so abruptly disrupted and approached Zhao Yana. As he drew near, Chen Xiaochen instinctively took the two bags from Zhao Yana's hands. Upon lifting them, he found them surprisingly heavy, and with a hint of exasperation, he teased, "Why on earth do you have so much stuff? Are you moving your entire house here? What on earth is all this? Planning to spend the night at school with this load?" In response to his playful jibe, Zhao Yana, now free-handed, playfully punched him on the back. With a touch of exasperation, she explained, "This bag contains our winter vacation homework, half of which is yours. The other bag is filled with a thermos and various snacks that my mother packed for me, fearing I would be hungry during evening study sessions. I also brought quite a bit for you all, and the backpack is filled with books and stationery." Chen Xiaochen, adept at honing in on the essentials, immediately ceased his banter upon hearing about the food, and with renewed vigor, he seized the items and they chatted amiably as they entered the classroom. Inside, the front rows were sparsely populated, while the back was filled with students. The boys, who had lagged behind academically and had enjoyed a leisurely holiday, were now bent over their desks, furiously scribbling away, hardly lifting their heads. Observing these fellows, Chen Xiaochen felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling that he had once been among them. After half an hour, students began to trickle in. Shortly after 7 o'clock, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Yuyan, entered the classroom. The ensuing moments saw the class monitor and subject representatives collecting winter vacation homework and tests. Chaos reigned in the classroom, with many students having incomplete assignments. Some were still fervently working, while others resorted to presenting blank notebooks as a ruse, and some sought the favor of familiar representatives to let them off the hook. It was a veritable display of resourcefulness. Ms. Yen, seated at the podium, observed the students' antics without uttering a word to intervene. Once the homework was collected, she finally rose to address the class. Rather than dwelling on the assignments, she merely pointed out that homework was meant for self-improvement. She emphasized that they were now entering the most critical phase of their junior high school years, where self-discipline was paramount, and advised those who had not finished to reflect on it when they returned home. After briefly touching on the subject, she shifted gears. The expressions on the faces of the students who had narrowly escaped a reprimand varied greatly. Some visibly sighed in relief, others remained nonchalant, while a few appeared contemplative. Ms. Yen then proceeded to outline the course schedule for the semester. The reason for the higher average academic performance at Chen Xiaochun's school, compared to other ordinary institutions, became evident. One of the most significant reasons is that the school's arrangement of teaching pace and learning intensity is predominantly modeled after high school education, with a rigor not markedly inferior to that of ordinary key high schools. This semester, teachers across various subjects generally complete the curriculum within approximately a month and a half. The remaining time is dedicated to extensive practice through mock exams and exercises, continuously adjusting everyone's state and refining each individual's performance. Everything that needed to be said has been articulated, and all necessary admonitions have been conveyed. The class bell has now rung, signaling the commencement of the new semester. On the inaugural day of the term, students, to varying degrees, have yet to fully acclimate, struggling to adapt to the school's rhythm. By the end of the day's classes, many appeared somewhat disoriented. During evening self-study, in the absence of Yan Jie, the whispers within the classroom were noticeably louder than usual. The boys engaged in discussions about sports and games, while the girls were engrossed in conversations about a topic titled Meteor Garden, with names like Shankai, Dao Ming Si. Huazhe Lei, Shi Min, and Mays were repeatedly surfacing. Finally, the end of the school day arrived, and students, regardless of gender, hastily departed the classroom, fleeing with remarkable urgency. After school, Yu Lu and Qin Ming, seemingly rejuvenated, hastened to an internet cafe, while Chen Xiaochen chose not to accompany them and instead rode his bicycle away from the school. He did not head home directly, but instead made his way to the internet cafe. Upon arrival, the lights were still on, and as he entered, he found the renovation workers completing their tasks for the day. Wang Bo sat nearby, enjoying a crepe. Upon noticing Chen Xiaochen, he quickly concealed his food and approached him. "Why are you eating at this hour? Did you have a lot to do today?" Chen Xiaochen inquired. "No, a fresh batch of bathroom tiles and latex paint just arrived, along with several other materials. I delayed my meal, and now that everything has been moved, I checked and found no issues," Wang Bo explained. Chen Xiaochen nodded. And before he could respond further, Wang Bo continued, "By the way, the female classmate you mentioned a few days ago arrived around 5 o'clock. Ever since she got here, she has been helping out. Currently, she is upstairs cleaning. She said she had spoken to you, and since you were in class, I thought it wasn't too urgent to inform you." Surprised yet not entirely astonished by Wang Bo's words, Chen Xiaochen recognized that Wu Tong had always harbored a sense of gratitude, making her offer to assist entirely reasonable. After exchanging a few more words with Wang Bo, he ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted Wu Tong diligently sweeping the floor. Chen Xiaochen called out to her and waved his hand. Seeing him, Wu Tong's face brightened with a smile, and she promptly set aside her broom and approached him briskly. "What brings you here?" Chen Xiaochen asked. "After school, there wasn't too much for me to do, so I thought I would come over and lend you a hand," Wu Tong replied. "Isn't it too late for you to be out? Your father must be worried sick." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Wu Tong hurriedly explained, "Not at all. Before I came over, I called my dad, and he agreed to let me come and help. That still doesn't change the fact that it's late. And it's dangerous for a girl to be out alone. You shouldn't come over tomorrow," Chen Xiaochun insisted. Wu Tong, with a hint of mischief in her smile, replied, "It's fine. I made sure to take notice of the route. In the future, I can choose the well-lit streets to walk on, and it's not that late. There are still plenty of people out." Seeing that her persuasion had little effect, Chen Xiaochun shifted her approach, saying, "There's hardly any work to be done here anyway. It's mostly the renovation crew. You really don't need to come." At that moment, Wu Tong's smile faded, and she bit her lip, lowering her gaze. After a while, she lifted her head and spoke softly. "Could you please not stop me? I just want to lend a hand. It makes me feel better. Otherwise, I want to know how I can help you." With her words, Chen Xiaochun found herself at a loss for further argument. He understood Wu Tong's desire to show her gratitude and decided to acquiesce to the stubborn girl before him. "Honestly, you don't have to do all this. But I understand how you feel. Since I can't stop you, let us do it this way. If it gets too late, ask Brother Wang to give you a ride home. I'll mention it to him shortly. Don't walk home alone at night. It's unsafe, all right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tong eagerly nodded, her face once again bright with joy. "All right, let us call it a day. Go clean off the dust. I'll give you a ride back since it's on my way." As Wu Tong happily turned to leave, Chen Xiaochun made no further delay and descended the stairs to the first floor. There he found Wang Bo and instructed, "Brother Wang, my classmate is a bit headstrong. I helped her out a little while back, and now she insists on repaying me. I tried to dissuade her, but it was futile. I'll need you to keep an eye on her. If it's too late, please arrange a taxi for her, and I'll reimburse the fare at the end of the month." Wang Bo nodded without hesitation, agreeing to the request. Chen Xiaochun thought for a moment and continued, "Also, keep an eye on her. If she continues to come and works diligently, let me know, and I'll arrange for her to receive a part-time salary at the end of the month. She shouldn't work for free." "Understood, boss. I'll keep a lookout," Wang Bo assured. After their discussion, Wu Tong had finished tidying up and came downstairs. Seeing her, Chen Xiaochun didn't linger and exchanged greetings with Wang Bo before leaving the internet cafe with Wu Tong. Once outside, they each mounted their bikes and headed towards Wu Tong's home, which was conveniently along the same route as Chen Xiaochun's. As they rode, they engaged in light conversation, initially led by Chen Xiaochun, with Wu Tong responding. Gradually, Wu Tong began to open up more, and their discussion eventually turned to academic matters. "I believe it would be prudent for you to diligently engage in your middle school studies, strive to gain admission to a high school, and if the opportunity arises, pursue a university degree thereafter. This path would undoubtedly elevate your future prospects and offer greater avenues for development." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Wu Tong fell into silence, and after a moment, shook her head and replied, "I understand what you are saying, but I still wish to seek employment immediately after graduating from middle school to assist my father in repaying our debts. As for my studies, I shall educate myself when the opportunity presents itself. There is no rush to earn money, and as a middle school graduate, what can I possibly earn? Education remains paramount, and my debts are not pressing. I do not require the funds urgently. Wu Tong continued to shake her head. This is not merely a matter of urgency. While you may not feel pressured, others certainly will. You are aware that my family is considerably in debt, and it is not solely your burden. I understand that you are financially stable, but others are not. Our relatives and my father's friends are currently only inquiring about the debts. None have yet demanded immediate repayment. However, it is uncertain when someone may find themselves in urgent need of funds, or if, over time, ulterior motives may arise, akin to what happened with Wang Ye's father, who coveted our home. Once was enough. I fear that my father may not withstand another such ordeal. At that moment, Chen Xiaochen did not overthink the situation. Her mind was solely focused on assisting the unfortunate girl. She casually suggested, "Why not share how much your family owes? I can help you pay it off, and the debts can be transferred to me. Your father can repay me gradually." Upon hearing this, Wu Tong's face lit up with a smile as she replied, "Thank you. Xiaochen, may I call you that? You do not understand. This is not merely about owing someone. Regardless of who we owe, I cannot rest easy to pursue my studies until these debts are settled. Rather than studying distractedly, it is better to first repay the money, allowing both my father and me to live more comfortably. As for whether I will continue my studies in the future or how I will do so, we shall address that once the debts are cleared. I cannot afford to ponder it now." Chen Xiaochen, understanding her perspective, was momentarily swept up in a sense of heroism. Once she regained her composure, she realized Wu Tong's sentiments were indeed valid. Those who are more sensible often find it unbearable to watch their loved ones bear all the burdens while they live comfortably. Having contemplated these thoughts, Chen Xiaochen refrained from further persuasion. After a moment's reflection, she continued, "Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press you further. I can see this determination in you. Even your father may not be able to sway you. Since you wish to work and have mentioned helping out at my internet cafe, why not do this? Once the cafe opens, you can come in the evenings to help tidy up, and I will categorize it as a part-time job during the days leading up to the opening. If you wish to come in the evenings, that will count as work, and I shall pay you monthly. As for what happens after your graduation, we can discuss it then." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's proposal, Wu Tong gazed ahead, her smile widening with a hint of playfulness as she exclaimed, "All right. I shall thank my future boss in advance. I promise to work diligently." Upon hearing Wu Tong's words, Chen Xiaochen continued, "However, I have one more request. If you return home by yourself in the future, you must leave before 7:30 p.m. If it is past that hour, you shall have Brother Wang escort you home. Should you fail to comply, do not come to me. I do not wish for everyone to worry about you." Wu Tong remained silent in response to Chen Xiaochen's remarks, merely nodding with a smile. Observing her demeanor, Chen Xiaochen realized she had not truly absorbed his words. Nonetheless, he refrained from further persuasion, opting instead to have Wang Bo keep an eye on her. After escorting Wu Tong to the entrance of the community, Chen Xiaochen rode his bike back home. He arrived approximately 40 minutes later than usual. Chen's mother did not inquire further about his tardiness. After Chen Xiaochen mentioned that he had stayed late at school, she did not press the matter any further. Chen Xiaochen could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, those who excel in their studies are afforded certain privileges. Chapter 37. The grand opening approaches in the days that followed. Chen Xiaochen found himself adhering to a repetitive schedule. He attended school diligently, made a brief stop at the internet cafe after classes, and then escorted Wu Tong home. During this time, Yu Lu and Qin Ming also visited the cafe once. They were exhilarated to witness the rapid progress of the renovations. Upon seeing Wu Tong working nearby, the two exchanged knowing glances with Chen Xiaochen, who chose to ignore their antics, uninterested in their banter. After several days, the renovation of the internet cafe was nearly complete. Now entering the phase of drying and fine-tuning details, tables and various office furnishings began to arrive in succession. Meanwhile, through discussions with Yang's father, Chen Xiaochen learned that all equipment was ready and would be delivered within the next couple of days for installation. The central air conditioning had been installed, and the ventilation systems were also in place. The signage at the entrance and the artistic lettering on the bar were nearing completion. Even the two rolling shutters had already begun their operations. As for the broadband, that had been arranged long ago. The approval process from the local bureau had concluded, and with the assistance of Yu's father, who had connections, the fire safety approvals were expedited as well. Chen Xiaochen expressed his gratitude to Yu's father upon returning home. The cultural, public security, and fire safety approvals had all been finalized, leaving only the business license to be obtained. Once the license was secured, the internet cafe would be ready for its grand opening. All matters were gradually reaching resolution, and the cafe was on the brink of completion, with recruitment now on the agenda. According to Chen Xiaochun's plan, the cafe would require at least 2 bar staff, 2 network administrators, and 2 cleaning personnel. The front desk and network administration would operate on a 24-hour shift rotation, changing shifts daily at 7:30 a.m. One cleaning staff member would work from 6:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., while another would take the shift from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. Both network administrators and cleaning staff were relatively easy to recruit. For the network administrators, as long as they were patient and diligent, even those lacking technical knowledge could be trained by Wang Bo. Moreover, Wang Bo summoned a young acquaintance from the computer street, and with the addition of one more individual, the staffing would be sufficient. The task of hiring cleaners was quite straightforward. A simple recruitment notice affixed to the entrance of the internet cafe would suffice. There were plenty of laid-off women in the vicinity, and selecting a couple of diligent and efficient workers would not pose a challenge. The most formidable task was finding bartenders. While it would be relatively easy to recruit 2 individuals casually, having young and attractive women behind the bar would certainly enhance the visual appeal and positively impact business. Such positions, requiring night shifts, are inherently difficult to fill with female employees. Chen Xiaochen was particularly averse to hiring those with brightly colored hair, which added to the complexity of the situation. Thus, he could only convey his requirements to Wang Bo, allowing him to proceed with the hiring process. And if that proved unfruitful, they could lower their standards. The wage structure for the internet cafe had already been established. All employees, except for Wang Bo, would receive a uniform monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Wang Bo considered this remuneration somewhat excessive. The highest monthly salary at other internet cafes was around 800 yuan, with most ranging from 6 to 700, or even lower. However, Chen Xiaochen did not place much importance on this discrepancy. The additional salary amounted to merely over 10,000 yuan annually for him, and if it could foster a greater sense of responsibility among the employees, the expenditure would be justified. Moreover, this extra amount was inconsequential to him. Chen Xiaochen firmly believed in prioritizing financial discussions with employees before delving into emotional considerations. Appropriate compensation must precede any semblance of rapport. Naturally, such remuneration would not be given indiscriminately. A suitably high salary would invigorate employees' motivation. Should the compensation exceed the workload and capabilities excessively, it would not be recruitment, but rather the nurturing of pampered individuals. For Chen Xiaochen, the internet cafe represented more than just a venture. It was a manifestation of his aspirations. It would also lay a foundation for himself, promising a return on investment within a year and ensuring that he would not need to worry about daily expenses for the foreseeable future. This time around, he intended to savor life fully, without the pressure to amass wealth within a short span. Therefore, there was no need to minimize the cafe's expenditures to the utmost limits. Reflecting on the theme of pursuing dreams, Chen Xiaochen suddenly had an idea and smiled as he approached Wang Bo. He requested that once the cafe commenced operations, Wang Bo facilitate part-time employment arrangements for him, providing a nominal monthly salary. Most importantly, he wished for his medical and pension insurance to be covered when feasible. Having scarcely held a job in his previous life, he had no one to contribute to these funds on his behalf. Eventually, he resorted to flexible employment, paying for his own insurance. Now, he wanted Wang Bo to arrange for his insurance payment under the cafe's name. Even though the funds would still be his own, it would serve as a small consolation for his past regrets. With retirement timelines continually being adjusted and postponed, pension insurance was becoming increasingly unappealing. However, Chen Xiaochen remained unconcerned. As a prescient individual, he would never allow himself to fall into financial distress again. These actions were merely a form of self-compensation. Although Wang Bo struggled to comprehend why a 16 or 17-year-old youth would need such provisions. However, there was no rebuttal. The boss had entrusted the task, and thus it would surely be accomplished. Taking out a small notebook, he diligently noted down Chen Xiaochun's requests. 2 days later, Wang Bo's younger brother, Lu Yang, had already reported in advance. Upon arriving at the establishment, he followed closely behind Wang Bo and began to busy himself with various tasks. A cleaning lady was also hired, temporarily working from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, assisting in tidying the premises. The day of equipment delivery arrived. Mr. Yang personally brought 2 large trucks filled with computers and other devices to the internet cafe. He employed several laborers to carry everything inside, and the installation personnel he brought began their work. Wang Bo first accompanied Mr. Yang on a tour of the cafe, and then, along with Lu Yang, joined the laboring crew. At that moment, Chen Xiaochun was attending classes at school and could not be present. Thus, during lunchtime, It fell upon Wang Bo to host the former leader and his previous colleagues. In this manner, 7 or 8 individuals toiled throughout the day, ultimately managing to install and debug the computers and equipment. In the evening, after school, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the cafe and, upon seeing the installed computers, inquired with Wang Bo about the management of the computers. It was not that Chen Xiaochen had neglected this matter. Rather, most internet cafes at that time lacked such a concept, with many still employing manual timing methods. The comprehensive management systems for internet cafes would not emerge for several more years. The existing management systems were largely incomplete, only capable of monitoring the status and timing of each machine. Wang Bo's response to this issue took him by surprise and simultaneously provided Chen Xiaochen with a newfound respect for him. Wang Bo surprisingly possessed some programming skills and was quite familiar with various technical forums online. Since taking on the role of manager, he had been learning an array of internet cafe-related knowledge online. Recently, he discovered that a fellow netizen had developed his own internet cafe management system. After engaging in discussions with this individual, Wang Bo found that the management system he had created surpassed the current market offerings in various aspects. It not only included features found in other software, but also enabled remote power-up and shut-down operations, along with membership management functionalities. According to Wang Bo's description, this netizen was a tech enthusiast with strong programming abilities who had always harbored entrepreneurial aspirations. He often created software on his own or took on programming jobs online to sustain his daily expenses. Despite numerous companies seeking to employ him, he had turned down all offers. After hearing Wang Bo's introduction, Chen Xiaochen decided to have him reach out to this netizen to discuss the software usage. To facilitate this, she provided him with 3,000 yuan as a budget for acquiring the system, while also reminding Wang Bo to nurture his rapport with his online acquaintances. Chapter 38. The opening of the internet cafe. Thus, another day passed, with the various aspects of the internet cafe rapidly coming together. Food, beverages, and refrigerated display cabinets had been delivered. The artistic lettering at the bar and the sign outside the establishment were also installed. The sign outside was still covered with a red cloth, concealing its name. The hardware for the internet cafe was essentially ready. After class in the evening, when Chen Xiaochen arrived at the internet cafe, the issues concerning the management system had already been resolved. At that moment, Wang Bo was occupied with Lu Yang, installing and debugging the equipment, while Wu Tong was assisting the cleaning staff in affixing identification tags to the computer desks. Chen Xiaochen refrained from interrupting them. After exchanging greetings, she began to explore the cafe independently. Observing the cafe's well-organized interior, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Following her design, the cafe featured several cozy couple booths and an office, which collectively occupied a considerable amount of space on the second floor. The spacious aisles ensured that even with the installation of 100 computers, the environment felt neither cramped nor empty. After her tour, Chen Xiaochen approached Wang Bo at the bar to discuss the promotional activities for the grand opening and the decorations for the opening day. She requested a lively atmosphere, albeit without excessive flamboyance. In addition to the customary banners, arches, and floral arrangements, she also instructed Wang Bo to order 2 custom retractable banners, which were still relatively uncommon. Most of the preparations were nearly complete, and they were now only awaiting the finalization of paperwork and the arrangement of personnel to select an auspicious opening date. A few days later, under the joint efforts of Wang Bo and Chen Xiaochen during the interview process, they successfully hired 2 reasonably suitable bar staff. The cafe's business license was also completed during this period using shopping carts for the procedures. The opening was scheduled for Sunday. On the evening of Saturday, Chen Xiaochen, having taken leave from her mother, arrived at the cafe after school with the eager volunteers, Yu Lu and Qin Meng, to carry out the final preparations before the grand opening. Upon their arrival, they found Wang Bo and several employees conducting last-minute tests and checks on the equipment, while 2 cleaning staff were performing the final cleaning tasks. Yu Lu and Qin Meng took the initiative to join the equipment inspection without waiting for instructions. Chen Xiaochen, after responding to everyone's greetings, made rounds upstairs and downstairs. 2 hours later, all preparations were complete, and everything was ready for the opening. Chen Xiaochen gathered everyone together, briefly addressed them, and outlined the division of labor for the following day. After leaving Wang Bo, the part-time store manager and cashier, with a float of 10,000 yuan, she allowed everyone to head home. At 9:58 a.m. on Sunday, the Morningstar Internet Cafe officially opened its doors, in accordance with Chen Xiaochen's wishes. There were no overly elaborate ceremonies. A few small firecrackers were set off in front, and the red cloth covering the sign was removed, marking the occasion. From around 8 a.m., customers began to arrive in succession, and by that time, the cafe was already half full. With its brand new equipment, modern decor, and clean environment, coupled with a pricing of 2 yuan per hour and the attractive staff at the bar, as well as couple booths equipped with LCD monitors, Morningstar Internet Cafe stood out remarkably among its competitors in the vicinity. The local internet enthusiasts were eagerly anticipating the opening of the new internet cafe. Within the cafe, the staff diligently fulfilled their respective roles, with Wu Tong bustling about to assist. Du Tao, Yu Lu, and Qin Ming had arrived early, assuming the role of service personnel. When Yu Lu arrived, his father, dressed casually, accompanied him for a brief tour of the cafe. Recently, Yu Li's father had been in a pivotal phase of advancement following a commendable performance, so he did not linger long, offering his congratulations to Chen Xiaochen before departing. On the other hand, Yang's father, tied up with company affairs, could not make it in person and could only send a floral arrangement through an employee. He even took the time to call Chen Xiaochen to explain the situation. To Chen Xiaochun's surprise, both landlord Uncle Lu and the manager of the renovation company, having somehow learned of the occasion, also sent floral arrangements. As noon approached, the cafe was already bustling with patrons. After a busy morning, everyone was somewhat fatigued. Noticing it was lunchtime, Chen Xiaochen took Du Tao, Yu Lu, and Qin Ming out for a meal, while also ordering lunch for the staff at the cafe. He had also invited Wang Bo and Wu Tong, but both declined his invitation, insisting on staying at the cafe, unable to persuade them otherwise. Chen Xiaochen settled on a nearby restaurant, ordering several rice bowls to bring back for the employees to sample the cuisine. With few patrons in the cafe, there was no need for extensive cooking. It would be more convenient to order lunch and dinner from local eateries, allowing for a variety of flavors. After returning to the cafe following lunch, Chen Xiaochen presented each of the three with a membership card. Du Tao's card allowed for a monthly quota of 60 hours, while Yu Lu and Qin Ming received cards with only 30 hours each. This was not a matter of favoritism. Rather, Du Tao's struggling school and his dismal academic performance warranted no further intervention. He was free to enjoy himself, as long as he did not become overly absorbed. Yu Lu and Qin Ming, however, were different. Yu Lu, with his sharp intellect, had considerable potential for advancement. Although Qin Ming ranked at the bottom of his class, it was essential to compare him with others. In Du Tao's school, he would certainly be considered a good student, and his grades would easily allow him entry into an ordinary high school. Chen Xiaochen did not wish to jeopardize their futures through his leniency. He promised them the freedom to enjoy themselves after their graduation from junior high. The three were elated to receive their membership cards, paying little mind to the balance within. The card represented a mark of recognition from a good friend, which was the most significant aspect. In addition to securing memberships for the three, Chen Xiaochen also acquired a membership card numbered 001 for himself, loading it with 500 yuan. This card would serve as his access for future visits to the cafe, making it convenient for both him and the establishment. With the afternoon relatively free of obligations, the trio, still buzzing with excitement, could hardly wait to test their new membership cards. They hurried to the reserved spots that Wang Bo had set aside for them, eager to immerse themselves in gaming. Seeing the three of them engrossed in their merriment, Chen Xiaochen decided not to linger any longer. He took the money he had prepared earlier and made his way to both Mr. Yang's company and the renovation company to settle the outstanding payments. From that moment on, Chen Xiaochen could consider himself the owner of his first venture since returning. However, the initial sum of 1 million had already been substantially depleted. In his bank account, he still had over 200,000, which he had gradually deposited during his idle moments. Yet, in cash, only a few thousand remained. After completing all his errands, Chen Xiaochen returned to the internet cafe, finally able to take a moment of respite. This bustling day had taken quite a toll on him. Regardless of his current physical resilience, Wang Bo, situated beside Yu Lu and the other two, had reserved a machine for Chen Xiaochen. He did not rush to sit down and play, but instead approached the bar, retrieving several bottles of beverages from the fridge. While he was in the midst of settling his payment, Wang Bo entered the bar and handed him a stack of items. Upon recognizing what Wang Bo had offered, Chen Xiaocheng's face lit up with delight. These were the items he had previously asked Wang Bo to help him acquire. Chapter 39. The Year Beast Gift Package. The Year Beast Gift Package from the Stone Age. This is a rather intriguing item, representing the inception of the monetization path within the Stone Age game, as well as the beginning of its decline. Although the operators had previously experimented with selling cash pets on 2 occasions, those pets prioritized rarity over combat prowess and did not generate significant impact. However, this Year Beast Gift Package is markedly different, with nearly double the initial attributes and a growth rate exceeding that of conventional pets. It has become an almost invincible presence in the current version of the game. Following this, the game operators were no longer content with mere point card revenue, and began openly selling game pets and attribute items. Prices not only escalated, but the attributes and skills of new pets became increasingly exaggerated, leading to a collapse in the game's balance of power. Previous items and pets quickly became obsolete, drastically diminishing the gaming experience for casual players, culminating in an irretrievable downfall. The Stone Age, which had survived external hacks, ultimately perished due to the influx of pay-to-win pets. This series of operations within the Stone Age provided other game operators with fresh insights, prompting them to seek beyond mere point card revenues in their future endeavors. The Year Beast gift package, as a pioneer in battle pet packages, remains relatively affordable. Priced at 68 yuan, it may not be considered cheap, yet an ordinary student, with some savings, could still manage to purchase one. The package includes a limited edition game pet, the Horse Year Beast. The method to redeem the package is quite straightforward. One simply needs to take the activation code from the package card and exchange it on the official website. The redeemed Horse Year Beast is not fixed. It is randomly selected from one of the 4 elemental attributes: water, fire, wind, and earth. In his previous life, Chen Xiaochen had stumbled upon this package at a newsstand near his school. He hesitated little before seizing the last gift package in the store, even borrowing a bit of money from Qin Ming to do so. Subsequently, he lived frugally for a while to repay the debt. Inside the package was a Wind Horse Year Beast, which both Yu Lu and Qin Ming envied for quite some time. Unfortunately, they could no longer find this gift package at the nearby newsstand, leaving them with money but no means to purchase it. In stark contrast, Wang Bo managed to acquire 6 of these elusive packages in one go. He claimed that the release quantity of this package was relatively small, and upon its launch, it was embroiled in a wave of price hikes. Consequently, there was little stock remaining in the market, and without proper channels, it was quite challenging to obtain. After inquiring around, he had only managed to secure these 6. Delighted, Chen Xiaochen expressed his gratitude to Wang Bo. Previously, he had casually mentioned his interest in the package, only to forget about it soon after. To his surprise, Wang Bo actually procured it, providing him with a pleasant surprise. Chen Xiaochen promptly paid the store the original price for the package and, brimming with excitement, made his way to his gaming station. On his journey to his seat, Chen Xiaochen observed the games that the patrons were engaged in. The current internet cafe primarily featured competitive single-player games, predominantly CS1, 5 and Red Alert, with occasional glimpses of players indulging in StarCraft. As for online games, Legend had undoubtedly established its dominance in the industry, with over half of the machines in the cafe displaying the same interface, particularly since January of this year, when Legend updated to version 1.70, the new version. Demon God Returns not only unveiled the Demon Ceiling Valley map, but also introduced mentor-student, friendship, and marriage systems. The new version and gameplay kept players utterly captivated. In contrast, games like Stone Age, Magic Baby, Journey to the West 2, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes Online had significantly lower presence. Meanwhile, titles such as Millennium, Red Moon, and King of Kings were gradually fading from the scene. As for emerging contenders like Miracle MU and Dream of the West, they had yet to hit the market. The era of online games and internet cafes had only just begun. Upon reaching his station, Chen Xiaochen pulled out 2 card packs from his hands and tossed them to Yu Lu and Qin Ming. As Du Tao did not play Stone Age, he naturally was not included. Yu Lu and Qin Ming were momentarily taken aback when they received the packs. Once they realized what they held, Yu Lu immediately exclaimed, "Wow! Brother Chen, is this the Year Beast gift package? I saw it on the official website and searched high and low at the nearby newsstands, but couldn't find it. Where did you get this?" Beside him, Qin Ming looked equally thrilled, awaiting Chen Xiaocheng's response. "I specifically asked Wang Bo to help me track it down. What do you think? Not bad, right? You can't roll with me without a decent pet. Each of you take one, and once we've claimed them, the 3 of us will take a stroll around the village. The rate of turning heads will undoubtedly be 100%. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Yu Lu exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Chen, from now on, you shall be the leader. With this Year Beast in our possession, the 3 of us will undoubtedly dominate in the game. When we engage in PvP, as soon as we enter, there will be nothing but Year Beasts, and we shall frighten our opponents to death. Brother Chen, you are so good to us. We have nothing to repay you with. Quickly, Mengzi, give Brother Chen a kiss as a token of our gratitude, or else we will feel uneasy about possessing this creature." Upon hearing Yu Li's words, Qin Ming, with a mischievous grin, actually puckered his lips and leaned in, presenting his furry face. This action horrified Chen Xiaocheng, who instinctively pushed him away, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Do you still want this? If not, return it to me immediately. I will give it to Wang Lei and the others at school tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yu Lu and Qin Ming immediately quieted down and hastily unwrapped their respective gift packages. Although this item was not particularly expensive and both of them could afford it, it was indeed hard to come by. Moreover, it was a gift from a brother, making it all the more significant. They opened the outer packaging, took out the gift cards, and scratched off the coating on the back. Then they went to the official website to enter the redemption codes beneath the coating, selected their server information, and submitted their requests. Eagerly, the two logged back into the game to claim their year beasts. Qin Meng received a fire year beast, while Yulu obtained a rather ineffective earth year beast. Just as he felt a bit disheartened, he turned to see Chen Xiaochen leisurely inputting an activation code, holding a total of 4 gift cards. Yulu had grown accustomed to Chen Xiaochen's lavishness as a net cafe owner. Without further ado, he leaned over to observe the results of Chen Xiaochen's redemptions. Luck was on Chen Xiaochen's side. He received 2 wind year beasts, 1 fire year beast, and 1 water year beast, with only 1 duplicate. Upon inquiring about Yuli's acquisition of the earth year beast, Chen Xiaochen happily offered to trade. This exchange allowed him to gather all 4 elemental attributes and fulfill his small wish, while Yulu received a more useful wind year beast. Thus, both were elated. The 3 of them flaunted their achievements in the village for a while, and after their vanity was thoroughly satisfied, they set off to level up their year beasts. Players of the Stone Age game have a common habit: to avoid their pets dying during the growth phase, as it would diminish their growth rate. Chen Xiaochen and his friends were no different. They carefully guided their year beasts to level 20 before finding a suitable training spot to begin idling. Once they set the game to idle, the 3 of them pulled Du Tao into a game of CS, later switching to Red Alert. Youngsters approach gaming with boundless energy and relentless enthusiasm. The 4 of them played until dinner, which Wu Tong had kindly ordered, and they finished their meal right at their seats. They continued playing until past 8 in the evening. It was getting late. If they lingered any longer, while Chen Xiaochen and Du Tao would be fine, Yulu and Qin Meng would likely face reprimands upon returning home. Upon disembarking, the 4 individuals returned to their respective homes. Chen Xiaochen continued to accompany Wu Tong. Chapter 40. Reflection on gains and losses upon arriving home. Chen's mother merely offered a few words of gentle admonition before letting him be. After completing his evening routine, Chen Xiaochen lay in bed, lost in contemplation. The events at the internet cafe had reached a conclusion, and it was time for him to reflect on the gains and losses of the past few months. During this period, his greatest achievements lay in the realms of academia and financial stability. Through diligent effort, he had addressed his previous shortcomings in his studies and cultivated commendable learning habits. As long as he continued on this steady path, he was confident that the outcomes would be favorable. He had never aspired to enter prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, as they were not part of his regrets. His goal was simply to attend a reasonably good university and relive the experience of university life. Additionally, he sought to ensure that his parents could hold their heads high when discussing his academic pursuits with others. Even in the forthcoming college entrance examination, he possessed the capability to excel, yet he had no desire to become a top scorer. If necessary, he might even intentionally answer a few questions incorrectly. Chen Xiaochen believed that one's character is a significant determinant of how far one can progress. His somewhat laid-back disposition rendered him unsuitable for the elite echelon. Furthermore, he had no desire for fame or scrutiny. He merely wished to live quietly, caring for his parents and those around him. In terms of wealth, his aspirations mirrored his academic philosophy. He had no ambitions of becoming a renowned entrepreneur or a social luminary, nor did he envision making a monumental impact on the world. The old adage, "Fame burdens one like a pig grows fat," resonated with him, and he preferred to avoid excessive attention. He was untroubled by the prospect of future financial insecurity. Even seizing a few fortuitous opportunities would suffice to ensure his comfort. Moreover, he had already established his own internet cafe, which afforded him a stable foundation. In the short term, he did not intend to invest excessive energy into business ventures. For him, the essence of life lay in savoring each day at different stages, rather than relentlessly striving for wealth. Even if he were to diversify his enterprises in the future, Chen Xiaochen was resolute in not micromanaging every aspect. He did not wish to repeat the relentless hustle of his past life for the sake of money. Instead, he planned to cultivate several capable and reliable assistants, with Wang Bo being his first choice. Although Wang Bo lacked formal qualifications, his ability to learn was commendable, as long as he persisted in his studies. Under Chen Xiaochun's guidance, achieving success would be within his reach. Ultimately, his distance of progress would depend on his personal capabilities and future loyalty, for human hearts are fickle, particularly in the face of monetary temptation. Having reflected on his academic and professional journey, Chen Xiaochen turned his thoughts to his personal life. Over the past few months, He had gradually adapted to his current identity and lifestyle, beginning to relish this newfound existence. However, he recently discovered a slight dilemma. It seemed he could not escape the ingrained thought patterns of middle age. Take, for instance, the act of presenting membership cards to 3 friends today. Instinctively, he approached the matter from the perspective of an elder, contemplating their future prospects and thereby allocating different membership tiers. The 17-year-old version of himself would never have pondered such complexities. Even if he were to assign varying access levels to his friends, it would solely be based on the closeness of their relationships, without any regard for other considerations. There are, in fact, numerous instances akin to this. Yet, he did not dwell excessively on these matters. To him, that middle-aged man, who was overly concerned like a guardian, was indeed his true self. He could not entirely erase his authentic identity merely to conform to his current status. He could make adjustments to embrace his present life. But he would never forsake his original self entirely, even if that other self was merely his 17-year-old self. Upon reflection, his assistance to Wu Tong might also stem from this very mindset. The camaraderie among classmates perhaps constituted only a minor fraction of his motivation. After mentally reviewing the events, Chen Xiaochen ceased to be overly troubled by these questions. Thus, lost in such erratic thoughts, he drifted into slumber. On the evening of the second day post-opening, after finishing his evening classes, Chen Xiaochen prepared to head to the internet cafe to address a matter he had neglected over the past few days, distributing wages to Wang Bo and Wu Tong. Among others, he intended to calculate all salaries uniformly from the day of opening. Therefore, he needed to settle the wages of the employees who had begun working early, compensating them according to the days worked in respective proportions. Simultaneously, to celebrate the opening, Chen Xiaochen distributed red envelopes to all employees, ensuring everyone felt appreciated. Though modest in size, the envelopes elicited smiles and expressions of gratitude from all. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Wu Tong, who, upon receiving her first paycheck, examined it with great care before delicately placing it into her backpack. After distributing the wages and red envelopes, Chen Xiaochen summoned Wang Bo to the office upstairs. In the office, Chen Xiaochen maintained a casual demeanor. After offering Wang Bo a bottle of mineral water, he began, "Brother Wang, our internet cafe has now found its footing. You've worked hard during this time, and I invited you up here simply to have a casual chat. Please do not read too much into it." Wang Bo nodded, awaiting Chen Xiaochen's continuation. "Through our time together, we've come to know each other to a certain extent. I would like to know how you feel about things. Is there anything that has caused you discomfort? If so, please do not hesitate to let me know. Do not keep it bottled up inside." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's words, Wang Bo quickly replied, No, boss. Working here at the internet cafe has been fulfilling and enjoyable. There is nothing that troubles me." Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaochen nodded and said, "That is reassuring. Should there be any discontent in the future, please remember to communicate with me promptly." Observing Wang Bo's affirmative nod, he continued, "Brother Wang, to speak candidly, through our time together, I have developed a favorable impression of you. You are diligent and responsible in your work, and you continuously seek to enhance your knowledge and skills. I find our interactions to be quite pleasant and harmonious, and I hope we can maintain this collaborative spirit. Furthermore, our future endeavors will not be confined to a mere internet cafe. The time frame for effortless profitability in this industry is limited to just a few years. As personal computers and broadband internet become more ubiquitous and affordable, the challenges faced by internet cafes will intensify, leading to diminishing profits and potentially the obsolescence of numerous establishments. Therefore, from the outset, I never intended to focus solely on the internet cafe business. I wonder if you recall that on your first day at work, I mentioned that this internet cafe would merely serve as our starting point, and that we would have greater ventures ahead, providing you with a more expansive platform to showcase your abilities. Noticing Wang Bo's attentive gaze, Chen Xiaochen continued, "Initially, I was merely optimistic about your potential without a clear vision of our future endeavors. However, your performance during our recent discussions about the internet cafe management system solidified my conviction regarding our direction. I hope that in the days to come, Brother Wang, you will persist in your programming studies while also keeping an eye on advancements and innovations in hardware and technology. I do not expect you to master everything, but it is essential that you possess a basic understanding across various domains, enabling you to comprehend issues when they arise. Moreover, it is crucial to cultivate relationships with talented programmers. We must have capable individuals at our disposal when the need arises. This aspect is indeed paramount. While we may not be experts ourselves, we must surround ourselves with proficient talents across all fields. I intend to venture into the gaming industry at an opportune moment. Thus, our requirements will extend beyond programming expertise to include skilled individuals in art, marketing, and other areas to serve our cause. However, Brother Wang, there is no need for concern. These aspirations are not immediate demands. I will grant you a few years to prepare. Once you are ready, and I sense the timing is right, we shall initiate this plan. During this preparatory phase, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall offer my utmost support. After articulating his thoughts, Chen Xiaochen regarded Wang Bo, allowing him a moment to absorb his words. Chapter 41. The Spring of You. Lu Wang Bo pondered for a while before responding. Boss, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me and your high regard. My time spent with you has also been immensely enjoyable. Regarding your plans to enter the gaming industry, I must admit I am somewhat taken aback. As you know, I only possess a high school diploma, and my interest in programming has been driven more by passion than by any expectation of pursuing it as a career. However, my esteemed employer, your insights resonate profoundly. It is not imperative to master every aspect of game development to embark on this journey. Should we find ourselves lacking, we can seek the expertise of those who excel. I am eager to exhaust my efforts in this endeavor, committed to upholding the trust you have bestowed upon me. Moving forward, I shall refine my programming skills while diligently learning relevant technologies, engaging with fellow enthusiasts in forums, and attracting potential talents, preparing patiently for the opportune moment. Wang Bo, after all, is merely in his early 20s, with an undying flame of ambition within him. Chen Xiaochen, with his seasoned wisdom, has ignited a spark in him, instilling a sense of camaraderie that borders on self-sacrifice for the sake of a kindred spirit. Observing Wang Bo's enthusiasm, Chen Xiaochen, concerned that he might overwhelm him, decided to temper his expectations. Brother Wang, I grasp your vision fully, and you need not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Although we aspire towards our goal, we shall not dive into grand projects immediately. Our initial focus will be on team cohesion and skill development. We are both youthful and have ample time and opportunities ahead to explore. As Chen Xiaochen articulated, he does not expect Wang Bo to produce a magnum opus in the near term, nor even to create a fully fledged game. They can commence with private servers, allowing themselves to accumulate experience in creative and operational aspects. He is well aware that in a little over a year, the source code of Legend will likely be leaked, ushering in an era where private servers proliferate. Following that, other game source codes will also emerge, leading to a surge of diverse private servers flooding the internet. Moreover, as hardware and broadband technologies continue to advance, web games will experience a renaissance, transforming into a new generation of lucrative ventures. Web games, being technologically less complex than traditional client games, are ideal for honing skills and gaining experience. This is the foundation that Chen Xiaochen has envisioned for Wang Bo, which is why he remains unhurried. Watching Wang Bo absorb the information, Chen Xiaochen chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are best left unsaid in their entirety. A delicate touch often suffices, as excessive elaboration can lead to unintended consequences. Their discourse continued for over an hour, fostering a delightful exchange that drew them closer together. Chen Xiaochen has never harbored concerns that game development would be unprofitable. Although he may not be a professional in this domain, he is a seasoned gamer, having traversed the landscape of the gaming industry. It is no exaggeration to say that until his recent return, he had been deeply immersed in gaming. He has explored virtually every genre of online games available on the market, discerning which games are enjoyable, which possess longevity in operation, which models yield the highest returns, and the quickest means of generating revenue. These insights are clear to him, and it can be confidently asserted that aside from technical challenges, the potential for success is significant. With his advanced experience, Chen Xiaochen can resolve all other issues, as long as he keeps pace with the times and progresses steadily. The possibility of incurring losses is virtually non-existent. After concluding their lengthy discussion, the two departed from the office. Noticing that the time was drawing near, Chen Xiaochen decided against lingering any longer, taking Wu Tong with him as they exited the internet cafe. Upon arriving home, Chen's mother began to speak with noticeably greater frequency. Perhaps due to his recent late returns, the halo of being a good student seemed to be fading, necessitating a replenishment of energy through the next examination. Observing this situation, Chen Xiaochen could only respond with a playful grin, providing assurances that eventually allowed his mother to relent. Consequently, for the time being, Chen Xiaochen refrained from spending extended hours at the internet cafe. Even when he occasionally stopped by, he merely took a quick look around before leaving. Fortunately, the cafe was running smoothly under Wang Bo's management, alleviating any concerns he might have had. In terms of academics, with Chen Xiaochen's current memory, he felt no pressure. Attending classes and completing assignments daily sufficed, requiring minimal exertion. In the blink of an eye, March had already passed its midpoint. Recently, Yulu had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior. He spoke less, played fewer games, and even styled his hair, presenting a cleaner and more refreshed appearance. Mysteriously, he would vanish immediately after school. Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming often found themselves searching for him. Each time they inquired, they were met with a silly grin and the cryptic phrase, "Can't say, can't say. I'll inform you once I have concrete news." Observing Yuli's demeanor, Chen Xiaochen felt he could surmise a hint of what was transpiring, yet he refrained from probing further, merely harboring a curiosity that this scenario did not seem to exist in his previous life. Meanwhile, Qin Ming appeared utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Not understanding, he approached Chen Xiaochen directly to inquire about what was happening. Rather than being explicit, Chen Xiaochen cleared his throat and mimicked the announcer's tone from television, declaring, "Spring has arrived, life awakens, and it is the mating season for animals." Qin Ming, initially perplexed, eventually grasped the implication, exclaiming, "What? Are you suggesting that Xiao Lu is in heat?" Chen Xiaochen nearly choked on his drink, coughing for some time before regaining composure. He then looked at Qin Ming and said, "Ming, with your ability to distill the essence of a situation, if anyone claims your language skills are poor, I shall be the first to disagree. However, your deduction is indeed correct. I suspect Xiao Lu is indeed in heat." The two then shared mischievous smiles as they privately speculated, yet neither felt compelled to confront Yulu directly, despite their curiosity. After all, they respected their friend's desire for privacy, knowing that the truth would eventually surface. 2 days later, at noon after school, Yulu joyfully approached Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming, insisting on treating them to something delicious. The expression on his face was one of sheer delight, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. When someone extends an invitation, the two naturally have no objections. They arrive at a modest yet respectable eatery near the school. The trio orders 3 dishes, 3 bowls of rice, and 3 bottles of soda. Once the waiter departs, Chen Xiaochen gazes at the ever-smiling Yulu and directly inquires, "Is it official?" Taken aback by the question, Yulu glances at Chen Xiaochen and the lewdly grinning Qin Ming, and bashfully replies, "You both know?" Chen Xiaochen hesitates, momentarily captivated by Yuli's shyness, while Qin Ming, sipping his soda, interjects, "Of course, Xiaochen said spring has arrived, so you're in heat." At this remark, the dazed Chen Xiaochen is startled. He swiftly gives Qin Ming a playful tap on the head and hurriedly clarifies, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I only guessed a little. What's the current situation? Have you established a relationship?" Yuli's smile brightens even more upon hearing this. "Not yet. It can't be that quick. However, when I walked her home yesterday and gifted her something, she didn't refuse." Chen Xiaochen, somewhat surprised, realizes that this scene likely never occurred in a previous life. Curious, he asked Yulu, "When did this start? Where is she from? I haven't heard of you being close to any other girls in different classes. How did you meet?" Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's questions, Yulu organizes his thoughts and recounts the process of how he met the girl. His narrative unveils the unexpected encounter that transpired. Chapter 42. This spring is a bit short. It turns out that Yulu met this girl at the internet cafe where Chen Xiaochun usually frequents. On that day, Chen Xiaochun was absent, leaving only Yulu and Qin Ming. The girl happened to sit next to Yulu. Noticing their matching school uniforms, Yulu took the initiative to strike up a conversation. They subsequently exchanged QQ numbers and thus began their acquaintance. After hearing this, Chen Xiaochun remains relatively unfazed, while Qin Ming, engrossed in his meal, appears bewildered and asks, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" Chen Xiaochun shoots him an exasperated glance and retorts, "Just focus on your food. With your gaming habits, you wouldn't know anything." Yulu then continues to describe the progression of their relationship after they met. Chen Xiaochun, for the moment, detects nothing amiss. The three continue to eat and converse. Chen Xiaochun wonders whether this unexpected encounter is a blessing or a curse for Yulu. However, seeing his friend reminisce with a joyful expression, he refrains from saying more. Everything should unfold naturally, regardless of the eventual outcome, for Yulu. It is merely a life experience. Just as they are nearing the end of their meal, Qin Ming, who has been focused solely on his food, suddenly puts down his utensils and asks, "What do you think it truly feels like to like someone?" This question causes Yulu to widen his eyes in disbelief. Chen Xiaochun, just finishing his last bite, chokes slightly and looks at him, realizing that this meal is full of unexpected revelations and lively chatter. Now it is Qin Ming's turn to feel a bit sheepish. Feigning nonchalance, he toyed with the soda bottle in his hand and remarked, "Why are you both staring at me? I'm merely curious and asking a casual question." Denying him any chance to evade, Yulu directly inquired, "So, who is she?" Chen Xiaochen chimed in, "When did this happen?" Under the relentless questioning of the two, Qin Ming felt increasingly flustered, his ears turning a shade of crimson as he stammered. I'm not even sure if I truly like her. I just feel uplifted when I see her, and I occasionally think of her when she is not around. This revelation only fueled Chen Xiaochen and Yu Li's enthusiasm, prompting them to persistently inquire about her identity. With no option left, Qin Ming reluctantly divulged that the girl in question was Yang Wenxuan, a classmate. Yu Lu, eager for more details, pressed further, while Chen Xiaochen silently acknowledged the truth of the matter. In a previous life, Qin Ming's affections for Yang Wenxuan were well known to him. However, that was not the present, but rather a matter that arose after they entered high school. The two attended the same high school and were in the same class. In the unfamiliar environment, it is natural for individuals to gravitate towards those they recognize. Consequently, their daily interactions became increasingly frequent, eventually leading to a natural progression in their relationship. Regrettably, they were ultimately unable to be together. After graduating high school, Yang Wenxuan enrolled in a third-tier university, while Qin Ming, due to unsatisfactory grades, was sent abroad by his family. They both believed that their bond could withstand the test of distance. But the reality was that their seemingly unwavering love was mercilessly shattered by the chasm of separation. By the time Qin Ming returned from abroad, everything had irrevocably changed. As for Yu Lu, he had no time to worry about Chen Xiaochen, but he remained hopeful regarding the potential for Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan. If circumstances allowed, Chen Xiaochen would gladly lend a hand at the appropriate moment to unite the two, for they were both dear friends of hers. Their characters were commendable, their family backgrounds compatible, and their temperaments well-matched. In a previous life, they had merely succumbed to their own naivety. While Chen Xiaochen pondered these matters, Yu Lu and Qin Ming continued their playful banter. Noticing that neither had gained the upper hand, Yu Lu turned to the pensive Chen Xiaochen and launched an inquiry. Boss Chen, even Mengzi has someone he fancies now. What about you? Didn't you say you liked Wang Shuiying? What is going on? Our relationship has always been good. Should I assist you? Chen Xiaochen was taken aback by Yu Lu's words. After some reflection, he realized he indeed had a similar phase in his previous life, albeit it could only be categorized as an unrequited public affection that ultimately faded into nothingness. That was from another lifetime. He urged Yu Lu not to meddle, as they were not cut from the same cloth, and he resolved to abandon any foolish fantasies. Chen Xiaochen mused that they were indeed not kindred spirits. He had no desire to face a psychologist every day, subjected to probing inquiries about his thoughts. What a terrifying prospect. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Yu Lu assumed he was feeling inadequate and immediately lost his resolve. Morning, brother, you mustn't think that way. You are doing well, your academic performance is commendable, and you even own an internet cafe. Who among others could accomplish that? You need to stand tall. If you feel embarrassed to speak up, we can help you express it. Stop right there, my dear brother. Please don't complicate matters for me. I don't think of myself as inferior. Rather, I have evolved and my aspirations have changed. My current goal is to focus on my studies and contribute to the construction of our homeland. As the saying goes, there will be times when we ride the winds and break the waves, setting our sails high to navigate the vast ocean. Speak in plain language. Yu Lu retorted. Plain language means my perspective has broadened, and I no longer possess that same yearning. I shall wait for the right opportunity to arise in the future. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's sentiments, Yu Lu and Qin Ming discerned that he genuinely lacked that fervor at present, and thus they ceased their attempts. The three friends engaged in playful banter until it was time to return to school. In the following days, although Yu Lu did not directly introduce the girl to Chen Xiaocheng and Qin Ming, he no longer concealed their interactions. After school, one could occasionally see Yu Lu and the girl laughing together as they rode away on their bicycles. Upon finally witnessing the girl's true beauty, both Chen Xiaocheng and Qin Ming were continually impressed by Yu Li's discerning taste. The girl was indeed striking and exuded charm, which explained why Yu Lu had taken the initiative to approach her. However, the sweet moments were fleeting. Yu Li's journey of first love did not unfold like a romantic drama. Recently, both Chen Xiaocheng and Qin Ming perceptibly noticed a change in Yu Li's demeanor, as he seemed to be experiencing a low mood just days after their initial blissful encounters. He no longer dashed out of school first and often appeared lost in thought. Engaging him in conversation frequently yielded no response. Even Zhao Yana noticed something was amiss with him, and he had been reprimanded by teachers several times during class. One midday, they found themselves back at the same restaurant, at the same table, once again seated together. While awaiting their meal, Chen Xiaocheng inquired, "What has been troubling you these past few days? You seem rather absent-minded. Has something happened?" Yu Lu appeared to have anticipated Chen Xiaocheng's question. Without hesitation, he began to recount the events of the past few days. It turned out that through their recent frequent interactions, not only had his relationship with the girl progressed, but he had also grown familiar with her female classmates. Although they had not defined their relationship, their nightly companionship had made their feelings apparent to those around them. A couple of days prior, one of the girl's classmates, for reasons unknown, sought out Yulu privately. She informed him that the girl he was interested in was quite close with another boy in her class. They would often gather to chat after class, and the boy frequently gifted her small trinkets and snacks, which she graciously accepted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yulu did not confront the girl but instead conducted his own investigation, only to discover the claims were indeed true. This revelation left him feeling bewildered and uncertain about how to proceed. Before I had the chance to share with my brothers, I was taken aside by Chen Xiaochen for an interrogation. Upon hearing Yuli's account, Chen Xiaochen's immediate reaction was that he had encountered a female sea king. This state of non-rejection and irresponsibility felt strikingly familiar to him, as if he were preparing to place both individuals into a metaphorical fish pond, nurturing them as backups. However, Chen Xiaochen refrained from elaborating too much, recognizing that the situation was not yet dire, and Yulu did not seem to possess excessive attributes of a sycophant. He simply laid out the facts, clarifying the implications for Yulu, while allowing him to make his own decisions. Life, after all, is about encountering a myriad of individuals and facing various circumstances. Once you have experienced enough, you inevitably grow. Moreover, with Chen Xiaochen keeping watch, Yulu was unlikely to suffer any significant losses. Once the reasons were understood, the three of them chose to discontinue the discussion. After engaging in casual conversation and finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom. Chapter 43. The challenge, such is the nature of events in this world. If you do not seek them out, they will come looking for you. 2 days later, after the evening study session, Yulu once again dashed off ahead. Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming had grown accustomed to this routine. After gathering their belongings, they leisurely exited the classroom. Upon retrieving their bicycles and preparing to head home, Chen Xiaochen spotted Yulu's silhouette not far away. Standing beside him was the girl, while 3 boys clad in their school uniforms faced him. The distance was a bit far for Chen Xiaochen to discern their conversation, but he observed them exchanging a few words before one of the bespectacled boys stepped forward and shoved Yulu. The 2 others beside him joined in the raucous provocation. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xiaochen could no longer remain passive. He called out to Qin Ming, secured his bicycle, and hurried over. After running a few strides, they reached Yuli's side. Before Chen Xiaochen could speak, Qin Ming bellowed, "What the hell are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Are you looking for a fight?" The reactions of the 3 parties present varied significantly upon their arrival. Yulu visibly exhaled in relief. Although he was not afraid of such confrontations, he worried about the girl beside him. Previously feeling somewhat restrained, the arrival of Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming allowed him to relax. Conversely, the 3 boys facing them halted their actions upon noticing Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming's approach, particularly intimidated by the imposing figure of Qin Ming, who stood at 6 feet tall. As for the girl standing nearby, she paid little heed to Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming, maintaining her composed yet pitiful demeanor. In response to Qin Ming's polite inquiry, the bespectacled boy in the center retorted, albeit nervously, "What do you want?" "He asked trying to steal my girlfriend. I'm just confronting him. What business is it of yours?" Hearing this, Yulu interjected, "What do you mean your girlfriend? Where's the acknowledgement from her? You're just talking nonsense. Have a little dignity." Following this exchange, the 2 groups began to argue again, though this time the 3 boys appeared to exercise considerably more restraint. As the 2 parties remained locked in heated argument, a girl standing nearby interjected, "All right, enough. Please don't bicker over me. I only wish for everyone to be happy. We are all good friends, aren't we? Let us all take a step back." Upon hearing her words, Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl. Reflecting on her character with a mix of disdain and amusement, she was not only a schemer, but also a master of pretense. This was the first time he had encountered such a persona since his return. Her words, though numerous, merely skirted the core issue at hand, failing to address the fundamental conflict. Despite her dual nature of being both manipulative and disingenuous, her influence was limited. The disagreement persisted, with neither side willing to yield, and tensions escalated further. The girl made a few more half-hearted attempts to mediate, but to no avail. Ultimately, both parties agreed to reconvene the following day after school at the side street of the school to clarify matters. After setting the time and place, and receiving no answer to her inquiry about whom the girl would depart with, the 2 young men gradually regained their composure and chose to disregard her. Leaving with their respective friends, the girl was left standing there, somewhat dazed, perhaps lamenting her miscalculation. After leaving school, Chen Xiaochen and his companion made a point to escort Yulu home. On the way, the trio discussed their plans for gathering support the next day. Qin Ming suggested enlisting help from outsiders, but Chen Xiaochen promptly dismissed the idea, believing that school matters should remain within the institution. Involving outsiders would only complicate things. Once they settled their plans, the two friends began to counsel Yu Lu. Even Qin Ming noticed that something was amiss with the girl, so it was unlikely Yu Lu remained oblivious. Aware of his friends' concerns, he assured them that he would no longer associate with her. However, regardless of what the future held, he knew he had to attend the confrontation the next day. He could not afford to lose face. The following morning, upon arriving at school, Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming began persuading their male classmates to assist them later that evening. Fortunately, the three of them were well-liked and had a circle of gaming buddies, so it didn't take much effort for the majority of the boys in class to agree to help out that night. Among them, Wang Lei and a few others were particularly enthusiastic. As for the remaining boys, there are always those in every class who prefer to keep to themselves or avoid trouble. Chen Xiaochen understood their stance. As long as they didn't report the matter, he was fine with it. The day passed swiftly. After evening study sessions, most of the boys lingered, waiting for others to leave before Yu Lu and his friends led a group of young boys out of the classroom. Chen Xiaochen hadn't prepared anything special. In their rigorous junior high, students were generally well-behaved. Instances of actual brawls were rare. Unlike schools where fights could escalate to the point of violence, such occurrences, commonplace in other schools, where brawls erupt with sticks and clubs, are highly improbable here. The mere fact that classmates come together to support one another exemplifies a commendable sense of unity. In the event that a real fight were to ensue, it is predominantly those with close ties who would intervene. This level of conflict scarcely qualifies as a duel. It resembles more the antics of children squabbling. Thus, Chen Xiaochen hardly paid any mind to the recent altercation. As a group exited the school gate and arrived at the predetermined location, they found their opponents already awaiting them. The opposing faction was similarly numerous, and in terms of numbers, both sides were relatively evenly matched. Among the crowd opposite stood the three individuals who had been so prominent the previous evening. Upon spotting the bespectacled leader, Yu Lu wasted no time and approached with his companions. The two groups stood face to face, establishing a tense standoff. Before Yu Lu and his friends could make their next move, the bespectacled boy, accompanied by his two friends, advanced to meet them. Perhaps in a bid to assert moral superiority or to bolster their own spirits, the bespectacled boy seized the initiative, denying Yu Lu a chance to speak. He began recounting the entire sequence of events from his perspective, while his companions chimed in with exaggerated embellishments. Watching the trio chatter incessantly, Chen Xiaochen found it somewhat amusing. After all, it was merely a child-esque quarrel. What was the need for such extensive discourse? If they continued at this rate, the confrontation would devolve into a lamentation session. Wary that they might start frothing at the mouth with their incessant chatter, Chen Xiaochen chose to disregard their ramblings. She fixed her gaze on the loudest, rotund individual in the opposing group and delivered a swift kick to his midsection. The unexpected blow stunned everyone present, leaving the remaining two from the opposing side momentarily bewildered. However, Yu Lu and Qin Ming displayed remarkable synchronicity. Observing Chen Xiaochen's decisive action, they wasted no time in launching their own assault while their opponents were momentarily stunned. Chen Xiaochen's kick had sufficient force to send the hefty boy tumbling. Without pausing, she pursued him, continuing her onslaught. Meanwhile, Yu Lu and Qin Ming capitalized on their opponent's surprise, delivering a one-sided attack against their adversaries. In mere moments, the three opposing individuals found themselves at a considerable disadvantage, with the bespectacled boy's glasses shattered in the fray. At this juncture, the crowd behind the bespectacled boy finally reacted, surging forward to assist him. Unfortunately for them, the boys led by Wang Lei were not inclined to permit their advance. As the opposing group charged, Wang Lei and his companions met them head-on, resulting in a chaotic clash. During the ensuing struggle, several boys who were friendly with the bespectacled group attempted to provide support. However, just as they were about to engage, Wang Lei and a few others intercepted them. Amidst the melee, the initial 3v3 skirmish reached a conclusion. Chen Xiaochen's target, the rotund boy, was robust, with tough skin and ample flesh. Thus he hardly felt the restraint. She unleashed a flurry of kicks upon his chest and back. As he delivered kick after kick, the portly fellow was the first to plead for mercy. Upon hearing the pleas of the rotund figure on the ground, Chen Xiaochen finally ceased his onslaught. He turned to observe the skirmish between Yu Lu and Qin Ming. Their situation mirrored his own. The adversaries crouched on the ground, cradling their heads, utterly defenseless against the blows. Witnessing the trio's display, Chen Xiaochen found himself struck by a sudden sense of ennui. Reluctant to prolong the altercation, he called out to Yu Lu and Qin Ming. Once the others observed their cessation of hostilities, they too halted their shoving and cursing, allowing both sides to retreat. With the victor determined, there was no further need for Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming to intervene. The two of them instinctively stepped aside, granting space for Yu Lu. Yu Lu approached the bespectacled boy, who had just risen to his feet, and refrained from further provocation or insult. Instead, he calmly initiated a conversation about the girl and the recent events that had transpired. Ultimately, he shared his own conjectures. The bespectacled boy was no fool. He had already begun to grasp the nuances of the situation. After all, he and Yu Lu were hardly rivals, not yet ensnared in the throes of obsession. Once he allowed himself to reflect coolly, the truth became evident. Regarding today's confrontation, Yu Li's reasoning resonated with him as well. He was unwilling to lose face. There was a distinct difference between being defeated and being too timid to engage. After they had aired their grievances, the tension dissipated significantly. There was even a hint of mutual sympathy between them. Chen Xiaochen observed Yu Li's actions with keen interest. It must be said that his approach was quite masterful, a testament to the refinement cultivated in a family of civil servants. He deftly redirected the conflict, striking his adversary while ensuring there was no lingering resentment, ultimately evoking a sense of camaraderie. Of course, this strategy succeeded largely because his opponent was a naive youth. Had he been more seasoned, he would not have been so easily led astray. Thus, what Chen Xiaochen perceived as a trivial scuffle concluded hastily with the reconciliation between Yu Lu and the bespectacled boy. As victors, Yu Lu and his companions departed the small road first, accompanied by their classmates, laughter echoing through the air. When they reached the school gates to retrieve their bicycles, Yu Lu expressed his gratitude to the classmates who had come to assist, warmly patting Wang Lei and the others on the shoulder. They all reciprocated in kind. Although there had been no actual fighting, the fervor and camaraderie of youth remained undiminished. For a moment, loyalty and friendship enveloped them. As for Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming, their bond was such that Yu Lu need not articulate his appreciation at that moment. Having already consumed considerable time, they opted not to linger. After retrieving their bicycles, they paired off and returned home. Thus, Yu Li's romantic turmoil reached a temporary resolution. The scene shifts to the following midday. Yu Lu, adhering to the agreement made with Chen Xiaochen on the way home last night, decided to purchase a bottle of beverage for each classmate who had lent a hand the previous day. He took out money to buy dozens of bags of jelly, priced at 1 yuan each, distributing them to the entire class. Chen Xiaochen also contributed from his own pocket, providing Wang Lei and a few others with a card for the Stone Age game. For this, he specifically sent Wang Bo on an errand. The classmates who assisted yesterday, upon receiving their drinks and jellies, expressed their gratitude without giving it much thought. Meanwhile, the other students who received the jellies looked bewildered, prompting inquiries about what had transpired. This was, in fact, Chen Xiaocheng's suggestion to Yu Lu, aiming for transparency, rather than allowing unfounded speculation and private gossip. It was preferable to bring the matter to light and maintain public discourse within manageable bounds. After all, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Eventually, everyone would learn of last night's events. Nevertheless, those who received the treats felt content and curious, which naturally deterred anyone from informing Sister Yan. As expected, in the days that followed, no one clung to the incident. It faded into obscurity like other gossip, discussed only for a day before being overshadowed by other topics. Only Zhao Yana continuously lamented not being included. A few days later, Yu Lu gradually moved on from the incident, resuming his usual cheerful antics. However, there was one notable change. Having experienced what could be deemed a heartbreak, Yu Lu unexpectedly took on the role of a matchmaker, persistently encouraging Qin Ming to confess his feelings to Yang Wenxuan, even devising several schemes for him. It was uncertain whether this could be considered a lingering effect of his previous emotional turmoil. Qin Ming's affection for Yang Wenxuan had initially been a mere seedling, not yet blossoming. Yet, under Yu Li's incessant encouragement, this notion began to flourish within him, developing an unstoppable momentum. On one occasion, during a teasing inquiry from Qin's mother about whether he liked any girls, a slightly emboldened Qin Ming, spurred on by Yu Lu, confessed to having someone he fancied. Remarkably, Qin's mother did not dissuade him. Instead, she exclaimed her desire to meet the future daughter-in-law, and even Qin's father offered no objections. Ultimately, after countless nudges from Yu Lu, Qin Ming mustered the courage to invite Yang Wenxuan to join him online over the weekend, choosing Chen Xiaocheng's Morning Star Internet Cafe as the venue. Due to Chen Xiaocheng's connection, both Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan were already quite familiar with each other. However, this was their first such invitation during the holiday. Upon learning that Yang Wenxuan had agreed, Yu Lu wore a broad smile, displaying even more excitement than Qin Ming himself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen, as an onlooker, merely needed to prepare for the weekend's reception. Before long, Saturday arrived. Under the repeated reminders from Qin Ming and Yu Lu, Chen Xiaochen called Wang Bo to reserve a few quieter computers for the following morning. He instructed him to ensure that everyone pretends not to recognize him when the time comes. On that Sunday, as a mere accompaniment to the day's events, Chen Xiaochen was lured to the internet cafe early by Yu Lu. As she was restocking at the counter, Wu Tong, carrying a bundle of snacks, passed by Chen Xiaochen. Initially intending to greet her, she suddenly recalled something and nonchalantly walked away. Confused, Chen Xiaochen called out to her, "Wu Tong, what is going on?" Wu Tong paused, turned her head, and replied with an air of confusion, "Didn't you ask Brother Wang yesterday to inform everyone to act as if they don't know you today?" Upon hearing Wu Tong's response, Chen Xiaochen covered her forehead with one hand and said, "I meant for them to pretend not to know me later when Qin Ming is here on a date, not right now." Having frequently interacted during this period, Wu Tong was quite familiar with Yu Lu and Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Qin Ming is on a date? With whom? A classmate of yours?" Before Chen Xiaochen could respond, Yu Lu eagerly interjected, excitedly recounting the backstory to Wu Tong. Ignoring the two engrossed in their animated conversation, Chen Xiaochen took her place at the reserved computer, sitting at the outermost position. Shortly after, Yu Lu joined her at the side. The two window seats were reserved for Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan. Chapter 45. The date approximately an hour later, Qin Ming arrived at the internet cafe with Yang Wenxuan. Today, Qin Ming was evidently well-groomed. After a special bath yesterday, he had shaved cleanly and donned a fresh outfit, even having trimmed his fingernails. He carried a shopping bag filled with snacks not available at the cafe. Yang Wenxuan, too, appeared youthful and vibrant, although not meticulously dressed. She was a stark contrast to her usual school uniform. She wore a beige jacket, a white sweatshirt, and snug denim jeans, complemented by a pair of sporty shoes and a petite backpack. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochen, a hint of shyness flickered across Yang Wenxuan's face. This made Chen Xiaochen exclaim that there was potential for romance, beckoning the two of them to sit inside. Once seated, Qin Ming set down the snacks, powered on the computer, and invited Yu Lu to join him in the game. He soon grasped the situation after catching Yu Li's warning gaze. After logging into the game, he turned to glance at Yang Wenxuan's computer screen. While Yang Wenxuan was not gaming, she logged into her QQ account and began watching a drama series. Still engrossed in Meteor Garden, it seemed that young girls of this era were all captivated by this particular show. Meanwhile, Qin Ming unpacked the snacks and helped to open the drinks that had been prepared on the table, attentively attending to Yang Wenxuan as she indulged in her series. This scene left Chen Xiaochen momentarily dazed. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared to be a far cry from the wealthy second-generation boss who had once shunned marriage. If things could continue like this, he would likely find greater happiness. From a distance, Wu Tong observed Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan, a trace of envy flickering in her eyes. The group continued to play until past 11 o'clock. At noon, Qin Ming followed the plan devised by Yu Lu, opting not to dine with Chen Xiaochen and the others. Instead, he took Yang Wenxuan to KFC for hamburgers and fries. Having accomplished their task, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu chose not to go out for a meal either, instead ordering 2 extra portions of rice bowls from the restaurant and casually tasting a bite. After their meal and a brief period of leisure, the two parted ways to return home. In the subsequent days, the private exchanges between Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan grew increasingly frequent, fostering a deeper bond between them. Qin Ming often dashed out after class, bringing snacks and drinks for Yang Wenxuan. Gradually, she began to join Qin Ming and his 2 companions for lunch on occasion. Although the unspoken understanding of their feelings remained intact, both Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu could discern the growing closeness. Their camaraderie was evident, and it seemed merely a matter of time before they formally acknowledged their relationship. Classmates observed their interactions, occasionally discussing them in hushed tones. Yet none approached a teacher to report, allowing the situation to remain undisturbed. Only Zhao Yana persistently quizzed Yang Wenxuan about her affairs. One day, after evening self-study, Chen Xiaochen planned to visit an internet cafe. Upon arriving and nearing the bar counter, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Du Tao and Yin Shui seated at a nearby table, with Yin Shui being the one who called out to him. Du Tao's presence was not surprising, but Chen Xiaochen was taken aback by Yin Shui's appearance there. Just as he pondered this, Wu Tong emerged from behind the bar and, with a hint of exasperation, joined Yin Shui in explaining the situation to Chen Xiaochen. Since resolving the issues with Wang Yi and Wang Ba, Wu Tong had undergone a significant shift in her mindset, feeling less aversion towards Yin Shui and engaging in more frequent conversations with him. Although Yen Shui did not attend classes daily, he noticed Wu Tong's transformation. She appeared more vivacious, lively, and radiant than before. In the evenings, while posing with his friends at the school gate, he often caught sight of Wu Tong hastily riding her bicycle away, not in the direction of home. This behavior piqued Yen Shui's curiosity, prompting him to procure a bicycle after school that day and stealthily follow Wu Tong to uncover her destination. Following her, he arrived at the Morning Star Internet Cafe. Upon entering, he observed Wu Tong heading straight to the bar, while a girl who had been seated there gathered her belongings and departed. Witnessing this, Yen Shui deduced that Wu Tong must be working there, although he was not well acquainted with the details of her family situation. He had heard enough to understand that her working outside was not particularly surprising. Just as Yen Shui resolved his curiosity and prepared to leave, he noticed someone approaching the bar to speak with Wu Tong. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Du Tao. Although Wu Tong and Du Tao were classmates, they had little interaction, making their simultaneous presence in such a distant internet cafe intriguing. After a brief exchange, Du Tao returned to his seat to play games, reigniting Yen Shui's intrigue. Yen Shui approached Du Tao's position without much hesitation, intending to inquire about the situation at hand. He had initially believed that, given his relationship with Du Tao, it would be quite straightforward to unravel the intricacies of the matter. However, he found himself unable to extract the desired answers from Du Tao, who hesitated and insisted that he was merely here for leisure. Yen Shui sensed that the young man was not being truthful. Intrigued, he reluctantly made his way to the bar to ask Wu Tong for clarification. Wu Tong had noticed Yen Shui when he approached Du Tao and understood that he had followed her here. Nevertheless, she paid little heed to it, as Chen Xiaochen had not instructed her to keep the internet cafe matter a secret, and thus she had no particular sense of confidentiality. Consequently, when Yen Shui came to her after his fruitless inquiry with Du Tao, he had no trouble obtaining the information he sought from her. Upon learning that this was Chen Xiaochen's internet cafe, Yen Shui was initially taken aback, but soon he expressed his excitement and decided he would not leave. After paying a modest fee of 20 yuan for internet access, he settled down beside Du Tao to indulge in gaming. After listening to the accounts of Wu Tong and Yen Shui, Chen Xiaochen said nothing of significance. She offered a few words of comfort to Wu Tong, encouraging her not to worry about it, before turning to pat Du Tao on the shoulder, engaging in conversation with the starry-eyed Yen Shui. Chen Xiaochen genuinely did not perceive the matter as particularly alarming. She was aware that Yen Shui's presence would have no adverse effect on her and would not reach his parents' ears. As a fellow student with whom she shared a good rapport, his willingness to visit was warmly welcomed. However, what she did not anticipate was that from that day forth, Yen Shui seemed to have taken up residence at the internet cafe. He frequently appeared, often staying for an entire evening, and at times even during the day. Occasionally, he would bring along his younger friends to join in the fun. For Yen Shui, who had suddenly acquired a taste for wealth, these expenses were trivial. Moreover, their notoriously underperforming middle school did not seem to monitor his attendance. With both time and money at his disposal, Yen Shui had effectively established himself at the internet cafe. The ensuing days continued in tranquil monotony, filled with the relentless cycle of attending classes and completing assignments. 2 days prior, Qin Ming finally mustered the courage to break through the veil of uncertainty, successfully establishing a formal romantic relationship with Yang Wenxuan. To celebrate, the following afternoon, Qin Ming, along with Yang Wenxuan, Chen Xiaochen, Yu Lu, and Zhao Yana, enjoyed a delightful meal together. That evening, after escorting Yang Wenxuan home, Qin Ming returned to his own abode and called Chen Xiaochen. Chapter 46, partnering to open an internet cafe. At that moment, Chen Xiaochen had just returned to her building's entrance. Upon receiving the call, she did not rush upstairs but instead found a spot in the courtyard to sit down. Qin Ming was reaching out because his recent expenses had been somewhat high, coupled with his desire to save up for a future dating fund for the two of them. Thus, he had conceived the idea of opening an internet cafe and hoped to glean some insight from Chen Xiaochen. Chen Xiaochen was deeply moved by Qin Ming's request. Do not be deceived by Qin Ming's mediocre academic performance. The vision, determination, and confidence of a wealthy heir are incomparable to those of a child from an ordinary family. While others are still engaged in frivolous pursuits, he is already making plans for the future. The financial results of the Morning Star Internet Cafe from the previous month have been compiled. Excluding rent and after deducting various costs, Chen Xiaochen's earnings exceeded 60,000 yuan. Even after rent, he still netted just over 60,000 yuan. Although future profits may decline, ensuring a monthly net income of over 50,000 yuan in the coming years should not pose a challenge. Now is an opportune time to operate an internet cafe, and with Chen Ming's family not lacking in funds, Chen Xiaochen naturally would not obstruct him. Chen Ming's proposal was to partner with Chen Xiaochen in opening an internet cafe. He held a positive outlook on the operational status and management model of the Morningstar Internet Cafe. By contributing half the capital, it would be easier for him to request funds from his parents. Moreover, approaching them with a successful track record would significantly increase his chances of securing financial support. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiaochen agreed to Chen Ming's idea, given their relationship. Along with Chen Ming's family's considerable resources and the promising prospects of the internet cafe industry in the coming years, Chen Xiaochen felt no need for excessive apprehension. They tentatively decided that each would invest 200,000 yuan to co-establish the cafe. Following this, they did not delve into too many details over the phone. A few words sufficed before ending the call. Given their rapport, there was no need to finalize every detail at that moment. A mere intention was enough for Chen Ming to initiate the next steps, with the remaining matters to be discussed further in person the following day. After hanging up, Chen Xiaochen ascended the stairs. The next morning, during a break between classes, Chen Ming excitedly approached Chen Xiaochen, informing him that after a night of earnest negotiation, his parents had acquiesced to his desire to open an internet cafe. Chen's father and mother proposed that Chen Xiaochen would invest 200,000 yuan, along with managerial experience and technical support, to hold a 50% stake, while Chen Ming would contribute an additional 50,000 yuan, totaling 250,000 yuan for a similar stake. The new internet cafe would nominally function as a branch of the Morningstar Internet Cafe, but would not possess any formal affiliation. In the next couple of days, Chen's parents would visit Chen Xiaochen's cafe, and upon satisfactory evaluation, they would transfer the 250,000 yuan to Chen Ming's bank account. Furthermore, they assured Chen Ming that once everything was confirmed, decision-making authority would be entirely entrusted to him. They would only provide financial support and assistance, refraining from interfering in specific decisions. Chen Xiaochen had no objections to this proposal, merely reflecting on the astuteness and financial prowess of Chen's parents. As for their request for an inspection, he saw nothing amiss. He would have done the same in their position. The conversation between Chen Xiaochen and Chen Ming left Yulu somewhat perplexed. After clarifying the specifics, he felt a tinge of frustration. However, it did not diminish his happiness for his friend. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen would enlist someone to handle all preliminary processes, while Chen Ming would coordinate with his parents to expedite the entire procedure. The new internet cafe is tentatively set to accommodate approximately 75 computers, contingent upon the identification of a suitable storefront. Once the fundamental issues are resolved, the next priority is to appoint a manager for the new cafe, which will facilitate better coordination of all matters. After careful consideration, Chen Xiaochen has shortlisted a potential candidate for the position of manager. Instead of approaching Lu Yang directly, he contacted Wang Bo to discuss the possibility of Lu Yang assuming the managerial role. Following Wang Bo's endorsement of Lu Yang's capabilities, he visited the cafe after school to confer with Lu Yang regarding his thoughts on the matter. Naturally, Lu Yang expressed no objections to such a splendid opportunity. After conveying his gratitude to Chen Xiaochen and Wang Bo, he began to demonstrate his commitment. As for Lu Yang's previous role in network management, Wang Bo could simply recruit someone else to take over those responsibilities. Once the manager's selection was finalized, Chen Xiaochen mentioned the impending visit of Chen's parents for an assessment, instructing Wang Bo to host them in his absence. Chen's parents are known for their efficiency, and the following morning, they visited Morningstar Internet Cafe. Wang Bo fulfilled Chen Xiaochen's instructions and received them. After bidding them farewell, Wang Bo called Chen Xiaochen during lunch to report on the visit. On the third day, news arrived from Chen Ming that after inspecting Morningstar Internet Cafe, Chen's parents had transferred funds to him the previous afternoon, enabling the cafe project to commence. Following discussions between Chen Xiaochen and Chen Ming, they decided to register the new establishment under Chen's mother's name to minimize complications. This decision not only alleviated potential issues, but also highlighted Chen's mother's remarkable efficiency and thoroughness, which greatly pleased Chen Xiaochen. She not only took charge of resolving procedural matters, but also had a lawyer draft a partnership agreement. Furthermore, she arranged for a cashier to assist them in temporarily managing the funds. That afternoon, after Chen Xiaochen and Chen's mother signed the partnership agreement, they transferred the funds to a shared bank account. Subsequently, Chen's mother and the cashier coordinated all future expenditures from this communal account. Meanwhile, Chen's father indicated that a friend had a suitable storefront available for viewing at their convenience. The efficiency and outcomes of this arrangement led Chen Xiaochen to reflect on how Chen's parents surpassed Chen Ming in many respects. Tasks that would be exceedingly cumbersome for him were mere trifles for them. characterized by an exceptional level of efficiency. That evening, Chen Xiaochen, Qin Ming, and Yu Lu visited the storefront belonging to Qin's father's friend. It was a ground-level space in a favorable location, not far from the school. With a total area of approximately 170 square meters, compact enough to comfortably accommodate around 75 computers. The previous internet cafe's larger space of 300 square meters, which housed only 100 computers, was due to a more complex design and a looser layout. Additionally, he had not intended to exhaust all his funds at once, preferring to retain a reserve, which was now proving to be fortuitous. With the premises deemed satisfactory and Qin's father accompanying them, everything proceeded smoothly. Consequently, Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming secured a lease for the storefront at an annual rate of 24,000, with Qin's father present. The financial matters were not a concern for the two of them, as any expenses incurred would eventually be deducted from Qin's mother's account. Lu Yang took the initiative to contact the previous renovation company regarding the decoration of the storefront, ensuring that it adhered to the overall aesthetic of the starry internet cafe. Since Qin's mother was handling the administrative aspects, they were spared from any worries in that regard. Thus, the next rather awkward phase for Qin Ming was to meet Yang Wenxuan's father. Chapter 47. Meeting Yang's father 2 days later, on the weekend, Chen Xiaochen arrived once again, bearing gifts, at Yang Wenxuan's home, this time seeking her father's assistance regarding computer-related matters. The difference this time was that Qin Ming accompanied her, holding fine cigarettes and liquor. While Yang Wenxuan sat beside them, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yang's mother was not home today, leaving only the father and daughter in the house. The matter of opening the internet cafe could no longer be concealed from Yang Wenxuan, nor was there any need to keep it from her. She was naturally not one to gossip, and as one of the participants, she intended to remain discreet. Yang's father welcomed Chen Xiaochen warmly, inviting them to sit and displaying genuine hospitality. He was somewhat surprised to see the expensive cigarettes and liquor in Qin Ming's possession. Upon learning that they were there to order another batch of computers, he was exceedingly pleased. The previous collaboration had gone smoothly, and Chen Xiaochen was quite considerate. He had no objections to another round. The conversation between Chen Xiaochen and Yang's father revolved around configurations, delivery timelines, and pricing. Qin Ming, sitting beside them, spoke very little, his rigid posture betraying his nervousness. Yang Wenxuan also appeared quiet, simply listening to their discussion. Yang's father paid no mind to their reticence, attributing Qin Ming's discomfort to the unfamiliar environment and people, and he offered a few encouraging words. Unbeknownst to him, the tall, sturdy, somewhat dark young man sitting beside him was secretly supporting his family's endeavors, and the little cabbage was quite pleased with it. When the topic of pricing arose, Chen Xiaochen remarked, "Uncle Yang, let's keep everything as before. I still need your help to negotiate the lowest possible price." Yang's father understood Chen Xiaochen's intent and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, I'll think of a way over the next couple of days. Since you both have school every day, I won't disturb you with phone calls. I'll have Xian bring the news to you when I have updates." "All right, Uncle Yang. I'll have Lu Yang from my shop liaise with you on this matter. You can have him notify me as well. Lu Yang should ring a bell for you." He asked the one with a good rapport with Wang Bo, also from Computer Street. Yang's father was familiar with Lu Yang, so having a designated contact was perfectly acceptable. After a bit more casual conversation, Chen Xiaochen politely declined Yang's father's invitation to dinner and left the Yang household with the still stiff Qin Ming. Once downstairs, Chen Xiaochen teased Qin Ming, saying, "Look at you, so intimidated by meeting your future father-in-law that you seem utterly frozen. I bet you don't even know which leg to step forward with." With a noticeable sigh of relief, Qin Ming remarked, "There's no way around it. Whenever I see Xuan's father, I feel as if I am a thief, my heart fluttering with anxiety, constantly fearing he might discern something. Thus, I remain seated, hesitant to move." It was hardly surprising. Having provided for someone else's interests, the fear of retribution was only natural. However, I surmised that this impending punishment was inescapable, merely a matter of time. After being playfully intimidated by Chen Xiaochen, Qin Ming began to feel increasingly anxious, persistently bombarding him with questions. The two of them continued their conversation as they rode away. The subsequent matters were left to Qin's mother and Lu Yang to handle, alleviating any concerns for Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming. On Yang's father's side, efficiency prevailed. Within just 2 days, news emerged. Upon learning of this, Chen Xiaochen entrusted Qin's mother and Lu Yang to negotiate the specifics with Yang's father and sign the contract. When the two parties met, Qin's mother, already aware of Yang Wenxuan's paternal connection, exhibited an unusually warm demeanor. Although she did not explicitly state anything, her enthusiasm did not go unnoticed by Yang's father, who sensed an underlying tone of flattery and camaraderie. This left him somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the reasons behind such cordiality, yet he chose not to dwell on it, attributing it to the social habits of business people. With no conflicting interests between them, negotiations concluded swiftly. During their farewell, Qin's mother held Yang's father's hand, engaging in conversation until his smile began to appear somewhat strained, prompting their departure. The day following the agreement, Chen Xiaochen instructed Lu Yang to deliver the agreed remuneration to Yang's father. The funds were channeled through the internet cafe's public account, which Qin's mother accepted without objection. As April progressed, the semester's coursework in various subjects had largely concluded. The focus shifted to incessant practice and examinations, refining their academic performance. Over the past few days, Yuli's spirits were notably low, despite his attempts to adjust his mood. Witnessing Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming collaborating on the internet cafe project left him with a lingering sense of solitude. Chen Xiaochen observed Yuli's demeanor with concern. Initially, he planned to wait until the new internet cafe was operational and profitable before discussing the possibility of using the profits to assist Yu Lu in starting his own cafe. However, upon reflection, he dismissed this idea. Yuli's familial circumstances differed significantly from theirs, rendering financial matters particularly sensitive. While establishing an internet cafe posed little concern for Qin's family, it constituted a substantial issue for Yuli's household. Chen Xiaochen wished to avoid causing any trouble for Yu's father, especially in a time when rumors could easily distort reality. Since material support was not an option for Yu Lu, Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming resolved to spend more time with their brother, ensuring he did not feel abandoned. In the following days, the trio returned to their previous routine of dining together, surfing the internet, playing basketball, and spending time in each other's company. One day after school, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the internet cafe to find Yan Shuai standing at the entrance with a few individuals, while Wu Tong sat at the bar, her eyes slightly reddened. This scene left Chen Xiaochen bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. After inquiring, it was revealed that the individual who had previously been harassing Wu Tong was none other than Wang Yi. Somehow, he had learned of her whereabouts and had just arrived at the internet cafe to bother her. Wang Yi, accompanied by two others, initially refrained from causing any disturbance, opting instead to occupy 3 nearby seats at the bar and play games. Understanding the situation, Wang Bo felt powerless to intervene. After all, they were simply patrons enjoying their time online, and the establishment could not expel customers without cause. However, it wasn't long before Wang Yi began making demands, insisting that Wu Tong fetch him drinks and snacks, including instant noodles, which left Wu Tong visibly distressed, her eyes reddening. Just as Wang Bo was preparing to step in and offer a word of caution, Yan Shuai, a regular at the cafe, became aware of the situation and took action. While the cafe needed to reason with its customers, he had no such obligation. After failing to reason with Wang Yi, Yan Shuai called upon a number of his associates and promptly ejected Wang Yi and his companions from the premises. Having heard the entire account, Chen Xiaochen said nothing but instructed Wang Bo to purchase a bottle of Bailang and distribute it among Yan Shuai's associates, expressing his gratitude before allowing them to leave. Although these individuals had come to assist Yan Shuai, as the owner of the cafe, Chen Xiaochen felt it necessary to extend proper courtesy. After bidding farewell to the group, Chen Xiaochen approached the bar to offer some comfort to Wu Tong. Noticing her hesitation to speak, he led her to the office on the 2nd floor where they could converse privately. Once in solitude, Wu Tong began to voice her concerns to Chen Xiaochen. She expressed her desire to resign, fearing that Wang Yi would continue to harass her, which might bring unnecessary trouble to the cafe. Although Wang Yi currently had no justification to threaten her, the persistent torment was indeed troublesome. She believed that if she resigned, Wang Yi would have no reason to cause a scene at the cafe. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiaochen firmly rejected Wu Tong's resignation. Setting aside their bond as classmates and friends, her work ethic over the past weeks had been commendable, and he was unwilling to lose such a diligent employee. Moreover, as a middle-aged man in his 40s, he could not allow a young person to intimidate him. After dismissing Wu Tong's concerns, Chen Xiaochen assured her that he would handle the matter and that she need not worry. He comforted her for a while, and once her emotions had stabilized, he allowed her to return to work. Chapter 48. The grand opening of the new internet cafe after Wu Tong departed. Chen Xiaochen spent some time in contemplation within his office before summoning Yan Shuai. Having clarified his thoughts, he requested Yan Shuai's assistance in gathering information about Wang Yi's recent activities and his interpersonal relationships, particularly identifying any adversaries he might have. Understanding the specifics of Wang Yi's situation would enable him to devise a strategy to address this troublesome individual. Without hesitation, Yan Shuai agreed to Chen Xiaochen's request. His efficiency in executing tasks was commendable, Even before Wang Yi could make another appearance, Yin Shuai had gathered substantial intelligence regarding Wang Yi's current circumstances. According to Yin Shuai's findings, since his graduation, Wang Yi had been aimlessly wandering about, accompanied by a few companions, engaging in trivial pursuits. Often, they would resort to extorting pocket money from middle school students for amusement. One could either venture to the last remaining arcade nearby to pilfer tokens from unsuspecting young students, or perhaps step in for someone else, intimidating children to score a few cigarettes and some cash. In essence, each day passes without any substantial purpose. Numerous individuals harbor grievances against Wang Yi, among whom the most pronounced discord arises from another group of local ruffians. Given the limited expanse of the area and the similarity in their activities, encounters are frequent. Minor skirmishes occur regularly, and on occasion, they escalate into brawls, resulting in bloodshed. Yet neither side truly gains anything from these altercations. The conflict is not born of an inherent desire to oppose one another. Rather, it stems from the scarcity of resources in the vicinity. If one party manages to extort an additional 10 yuan today, the other inevitably suffers a corresponding loss. If one scours the arcade for tokens, the next may find nothing left to collect. Should a challenge to fight arise, both factions, for the sake of pride, are unlikely to yield. Otherwise, who would be willing to pay for their participation in the future? Although these skirmishes are minor, they reflect a stark conflict of interests rather than a matter of loyalty. As these encounters accumulate, the resentment between the two groups deepens. After listening to Yin Shuai's exposition, Chen Xiaochen formulated a plan. He instructed Yin Shuai to monitor Wang Yi's movements, identifying when he is least surrounded or likely to be alone. Once this information is ascertained, he intended to execute a stratagem to eliminate the threat. He would enlist two trustworthy individuals to casually disclose information to Wang Yi's adversaries through conversation. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Yin Shuai grinned mischievously and agreed. Chen Xiaochen reiterated the importance of discretion and handed Yin Shuai 500 yuan for the task. However, Yin Shuai insisted on refusing the money, simply requesting to await further news before departing the office. A few days later, Chen Xiaochen learned from Yin Shuai that Wang Yi had been hospitalized, along with another companion who had also received a considerable beating. Yin Shuai confirmed that Wang Yi's arm had been fractured, and it would take several months for him to recover fully. This outcome brought a sigh of relief from Wu Tong, who felt nothing but disdain and hatred for Wang Yi, indifferent to his injuries. The thought that he would not harass her for months filled Wu Tong with joy. Furthermore, news from Wang Yi's father provided her with an overwhelming sense of liberation. Wang Yi's father decided that once his son fully recuperated, he would send him to a technical school in another city to train as a chef. Should this transpire, it would undoubtedly alleviate Wu Tong's concerns. In her heart, Wu Tong felt immense gratitude towards Chen Xiaochen and Yin Shuai. The day after learning the news, she prepared dumplings. Having skipped half a day of class, to express her appreciation to them and the staff at the shop. To her delight, the dumplings turned out quite delicious, and Chen Xiaocheng devoured an entire box. The return to tranquility always seems to pass swiftly, and before long, it was already the end of April. The school announced that a mock examination would take place on the 29th and 30th of April. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the class abruptly shifted to one of tension. The 2 days swiftly elapsed, and after the exams concluded, the students reverted to their usual behaviors. Speaking of the topic, facing the answers, and estimating the scores, an unusual sense of urgency pervaded the classroom. In just 3 days, the examination results would be unveiled. Wang Shuiying, unfortunately, failed to defend her title, securing the second position in the class, while Chen Xiaocheng triumphed, claiming the first place and ranking second in the grade. The identity of the third place was of little consequence. This outcome surprised everyone in the class, yet it also felt somewhat inevitable. On the day the results were announced, Wang Shuiying appeared despondent, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, lost in thought. Returning home with her report card, Chen Xiaocheng successfully evoked her mother's affection, once again basking in the privileges accorded to a diligent student. Perhaps spurred by Chen Xiaocheng's remarkable ascent, the students who still harbored a desire to learn began to muster their determination, including Yu Lu, who had recently adopted a more serious demeanor. Only Qin Meng and his ilk remained unchanged, exuding the unmistakable scent of youthful infatuation. Despite Chen Xiaocheng's attempts to encourage him, Qin Meng remained indifferent until Yang Wenxuan inquired if he would accompany her to a particular high school. From that moment on, Qin Meng transformed, embracing a newfound commitment to his studies. By mid-May, the preparations for the new internet cafe were nearing completion. With the assistance of Qin's parents, Everything progressed with remarkable efficiency, significantly faster than Chen Xiaocheng's earlier endeavors. Lu Yang, the new store manager, brought along a skilled barmaid from the main store. Having proficient staff alleviated his burden and allowed other employees to learn quickly, while Wu Tong filled the vacancy at the main store. Initially, she had no intention of furthering her education, as her junior high school had devolved into a state of neglect. Attending or not made little difference, and obtaining her junior high diploma was assured. Rather than squander time, she decided to transition to a full-time role, filling the gap while earning additional income. The knowledge from junior high could be self-taught, and she could rely on Wang Bo and Chen Xiaocheng for assistance, far more dependable than her school teachers. On a weekend, the new internet cafe officially opened its doors. On the inaugural day, Chen Xiaocheng, Qin Ming, Yu Lu, and even Yang Wenxuan arrived early, followed shortly by Qin's parents. When Qin's mother first encountered Yang Wenxuan, her joy was palpable as she engaged her in conversation, while Qin's father stood by, simply smiling. However, afterwards, neither expressed much further, which alleviated Yang Wenxuan's unease. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a surprise awaited everyone when Yang's father made a personal appearance at the cafe. The sight of him startled the group, and Yang Wenxuan was particularly flustered. Upon seeing the cafe's name, Morningstar Internet Cafe, Xianxin's shop, Yang's father was momentarily taken aback. Once he spotted Yang Wenxuan with her head bowed, the entire situation dawned upon him. At that moment, he was consumed by rage, his face flushing with anger. The responsibility for Yang's father's unexpected visit largely fell upon Qin's mother, whose previous exuberance in their encounters had led him to believe that a personal visit was warranted. As fortune would have it, with little to occupy him at work that day, he found himself in the midst of this unfolding drama. As the atmosphere began to grow quiet, and the air pressure gradually sank, the possibility of Mr. Yang erupting loomed large. At this moment, both Mr. and Mrs. Qin found it difficult to speak. Chen Xiaochen, being the one most familiar with Mr. Yang, reluctantly stepped forward. With an air of helplessness, she pulled Mr. Yang aside and began to murmur softly. She recounted the events leading up to the situation and provided details about Qin Ming's family, assuring Mr. Yang that the two merely shared mutual feelings and had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. She also mentioned that they were currently encouraging each other in their studies and had both made significant progress recently. After much persuasion, Chen Xiaochun finally managed to temper Mr. Yang's anger, preventing an immediate outburst. However, even so, Mr. Yang did not linger. After exchanging a few words with Chen Xiaochun and casting a glance at Yang Wenxuan, he turned and departed, ignoring Mr. and Mrs. Qin entirely. Witnessing her father's demeanor, Yang Wenxuan dared not stay any longer, dejectedly trailing behind him as they left the internet cafe. Chapter 49, 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup. Once the father-daughter duo exited, a somber atmosphere enveloped the internet cafe. Qin Ming wore a worried expression, while Mr. and Mrs. Qin appeared somewhat helpless, forcing a hasty conclusion to the planned opening ceremony. Meanwhile, on their way home, Mr. Yang remained silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving home, he sat alone in the living room for quite some time. It was not until over an hour later that he called Yang Wenxuan over for a heartfelt conversation. Rather than displaying anger, Mr. Yang spoke with a sense of melancholy and resignation, informing Yang Wenxuan that she had grown up and developed her own thoughts on many matters. As her father, he did not wish to interfere excessively, only hoping that she would take care of herself, avoid making regrettable decisions, and not neglect her studies, assuring her that he would always be her strongest support. Upon hearing her father's words, Yang Wenxuan burst into tears, observing her father's forlorn expression. She even contemplated severing ties with Qin Ming. Seeing his little girl in such distress, Mr. Yang hurriedly offered words of comfort. After considerable effort, he managed to soothe her sobs, leading to a deeper exchange that strengthened their bond. The following day, Yang Wenxuan brought news to Qin Ming and the others. Upon hearing that her father had not opposed their relationship, Qin Ming finally felt a weight lifted from his chest. Chen Xiaochun and Yu Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the three believed the matter had been resolved, Yang Wenxuan added, "By the way, my dad also said that he doesn't want to see your parents until after college graduation, so they should refrain from appearing before him." At these words, Chen Xiaochun couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Yang certainly held grudges. He preferred not to complicate matters for the two children, but had directed his grievances towards Mr. and Mrs. Qin instead. Thus, the situation between Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan reached a temporary resolution. While it may not be entirely perfect, it was undoubtedly progressing in a positive direction. Chen Xiaochun sincerely hoped that this time, Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan would successfully reach their destination together. Time flows like an unceasing torrent, never pausing for anyone. Unbeknownst to us, May has quietly slipped away. In the latter part of May, two noteworthy events transpired. Firstly, on the 24th and 25th, the third-grade students undertook their second mock examination. In this examination, Chen Xiaochen triumphantly secured the top position in both his class and grade. On the day the results were released, as the test papers and score reports were distributed, Teacher Yu Yan looked at Chen Xiaochen with a serious yet comforting expression and remarked, "Well done, you have not disappointed me." This brief statement evoked a myriad of emotions in Chen Xiaochen, reminiscent of a past remark, "Chen Xiaochen, you are a failure," which brought a slight sting to his nose. He had finally rectified that regret, allowing those who held expectations for him to feel pride in his achievements. In that moment, he reaffirmed his resolve to live a life devoid of regrets. Upon returning home that day, he was greeted by the smiling faces of his parents, Chen Ba and Chen Ma. Witnessing their joy filled Chen Xiaochen's heart with satisfaction. In addition to the mock examination, another event that captivated Chen Xiaocheng's attention was the commencement of the 2002 FIFA World Cup in South Korea and Japan, which officially began on May 31st. This particular World Cup left a profound impression on him, as it marked the first time the Chinese team qualified, and it would be the last opportunity for the next 20 years. Moreover, the timing of this World Cup coincided with the critical moments leading up to the high school entrance examination for the third-grade students. The matches of the World Cup naturally became a topic for classmates to relieve their academic pressures. Everyone was highly invested in each match, discussing the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals with great enthusiasm. Furthermore, Chen Xiaochen recalled an even more significant aspect of this World Cup. It was the inaugural occasion for the sports lottery to launch a prize-based guessing game for the quarterfinals and semifinals. Initially, due to the novelty of the activity, few people were aware of it, resulting in fewer purchases. Coupled with several unexpected upsets in the matches, no one managed to guess all the quarterfinal outcomes correctly, with everyone achieving at most the second prize. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiaochen felt a surge of excitement. The beauty of the World Cup's prize guessing game lay in the fact that the results were immutable and would not fluctuate due to human factors. This presented Chen Xiaochen with a rare and legitimate opportunity to accumulate wealth swiftly. If successful, not only would his financial situation improve significantly, but he would no longer need to conceal his visits to internet cafes. He couldn't help but ponder the reality that, for an ordinary person, the only way to rapidly and lawfully amass wealth in a short time, without the possibility of variance, seemed to hinge on speculation. The deadline for the quarterfinal guessing game was set for May 28th. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xiaochen hastily made his way to the nearby lottery shop during his lunch break to purchase 2 lottery tickets. The betting results included Brazil, Germany, Turkey, South Korea, Spain, England, Senegal, and the United States. Among these, Senegal's unexpected victory over France, as well as South Korea's consecutive triumphs as the host nation, emerged as the most surprising developments in the quarterfinal predictions, eliminating all those who misjudged the outcomes. A few days later, on May 31st, the day the World Cup commenced, the activity for predicting the Final Four also began. Chen Xiaochen engaged in the same routine, purchasing 20 lottery tickets during his lunch break. The reason for such a substantial purchase was rooted in his recollection that the number of winners for the first prize in the Final Four predictions often reached hundreds. Once the prize was evenly distributed, each ticket would yield only a little over 100,000. With so many participants and relatively modest winnings per ticket, he seized the opportunity to invest discreetly. After bringing all the tickets home and locking them in the drawer of his desk, he temporarily set the matter aside. As for lottery tickets, meticulous planning proved futile. It was better to let events unfold naturally. This was also one reason why he had purchased only 2 tickets for the quarterfinal predictions. He feared that buying too many might lead to unforeseen complications. The arrival of June signaled the imminent approach of the high school entrance examination. This year, the exam dates in Feng City were set for the 17th and 18th of the month. The subjects included Chinese, mathematics, English, and a combined physics and chemistry paper, totaling 510 points. The determination of the exam schedule indicated that only half a month remained for the third-year students. On the first, a Saturday, the classroom lacked the joyful atmosphere of Children's Day or the relaxation typically associated with weekends. The students remained as busy as ever. As May drew to a close, the third-year students had only half a day off on Sundays. During the lunch break, news circulated in class that Wang Shuiying would celebrate her birthday the next day and would treat some classmates to a meal after school. After evening self-study, Yu Lu informed Chen Xiaochen about Wang Shuiying's birthday party and extended an invitation for him to join. Yu Lu and Wang Shuiying shared a good relationship. Having been desk mates for over a year, Yu Li's invitation to Chen Xiaochen echoed a previous occasion, albeit under different circumstances. This time, it was Wang Shuiying who had taken the initiative to invite, whereas previously, Chen Xiaochen had attended due to Yu Li's persistent encouragement, somewhat imposing himself on the gathering. Chen Xiaochen suddenly realized that Yu Li had a penchant for playing matchmaker in their past life, though he had not been afforded many opportunities to do so. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiaochen decided to attend the gathering. Although he held no particular expectations, it was only courteous to accept the invitation, allowing him to celebrate with a good classmate. After agreeing to accompany Yu Li, Chen Xiaochen returned home without concern for how Yu Li would respond to Wang Shuiying. The birthday celebration was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, thoughtfully allowing classmates time to return home, change clothes, have lunch, and purchase gifts. Chen Xiaochen did not prepare anything special for the occasion. Rushing to the gift shop near the school, I purchased a large dolphin plush toy approximately 80 centimeters in length as a present, while Yu Li chose a cartoon piggy bank. After acquiring the gifts, Chen Xiaochen accompanied Yu Li home to deliver the items and change clothes. Subsequently, they made a trip to an internet cafe, where Chen Xiaochen left her backpack in the office and retrieved her clothes kept there, changing out of her school uniform. In her previous life, Chen Xiaochen had scoured every last bit of pocket money from Qin Ming and Yu Li in preparation for this birthday party, fearing it would not suffice. She even borrowed a few dozen yuan from Zhao Yana. That afternoon, she and Yu Li ventured to the Shituji jewelry store on Commercial Street, spending nearly 200 yuan on a bracelet, which caused them to arrive late to the celebration. Ultimately, that bracelet served no special purpose, merely being regarded as a relatively luxurious gift. The most coveted gift at that birthday party appeared to be a set of Meteor Garden DVDs. The current Chen Xiaochen, however, would no longer engage in such thankless endeavors, finding herself increasingly fond of the dolphin purchased for 38 yuan. Chapter 50. Zhao Yana in a fight by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in a well-decorated private room of a restaurant. The classmates invited to the birthday party had mostly arrived. By the time Chen Xiaochen and Yu Li arrived, the round table, which could seat 14 or 15 people, was nearly full. They greeted everyone, presented their gifts, and then casually took a seat in a more peripheral location. Observing Wang Shuiying, who was clinging to the dolphin, and glancing at the plush toy, Chen Xiaochen felt a wave of self-mockery wash over her. Indeed, the root of the issue lay not in the gifts but in the individuals. Admirable people are welcomed regardless of what they offer. Her past self had been rather naive. Once all the dishes were served, the birthday party commenced in earnest. Wang Shuiying raised her glass, elegantly thanking her classmates for their presence and well wishes, before signaling everyone to join in a toast. During the feast, guests mingled in small groups, chatting and eating, with some male classmates offering flattering compliments to Wang Shuiying. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Li focused primarily on the culinary delights, showing little interest in socializing. They exchanged only a few words when approached, spending the rest of the time savoring the various dishes laid out before them. It must be said, the food at this restaurant was quite delightful, and it seemed a place worth visiting again. Chen Xiaochen mused as she popped a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth. As the meal drew to a close, the atmosphere became more relaxed. The more sociable classmates began to move about, seeking conversation with different individuals rather than remaining fixed in their seats. Led by her friend Shui Xiao, Wang Shuiying approached Yu Li and Chen Xiaochen to exchange greetings and chat for a while. Chen Xiaochen refrained from unnecessary chatter, simply expressing her gratitude for Wang Shuiying's hospitality and reiterating her birthday wishes. After the birthday banquet concluded, the classmates departed in small groups, each heading their separate ways. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Li went online, while Wang Shuiying, who left with gifts alongside Shui Xiao, appeared somewhat dejected, tightly gripping a poor dolphin plush toy. This birthday party was merely an interlude during the intense sprint phase of their third year. After a brief respite, they resumed their rigorous academic pursuits the following day. Of course, there were a few disinterested students in every class. In Class 7 of Year 3, some students had already given up. Yet their lack of motivation did not hinder others. They had procured a radio, plugged in their headphones, and tuned into the live broadcast of the World Cup matches. During this crucial final stretch, teachers chose to impose fewer restrictions on those indifferent to their studies. As long as they did not disrupt others, no one monitored their activities. On the afternoon of the 4th, when China faced Costa Rica, the chemistry teacher, while grading papers, even inquired about the match's outcome, which only served to embolden those apathetic students further. Chen Xiaochen could not help but reflect on the simplicity of the rebellious youth's world. However, not all slacking students merely engaged quietly in their own pursuits without disturbing others. Some members at the back of the class resorted to various provocations towards their peers. Many began mingling with local delinquents, either loitering at the school gate smoking and chatting or going out for food and entertainment, showcasing their extensive social circles, a matter of considerable pride in their eyes. That afternoon, Qin Ming went to have a heartfelt lunch with Yang Wenxuan, leaving only Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu in search of food. After lunch, while Chen Xiaochen was buying water at the school gate, she overheard classmates discussing an altercation involving Zhao Yana. Without further inquiry, she hurried back to the classroom with Yu Lu. Inside, Zhao Yana appeared somewhat disheveled, her expression slightly sulky, yet she did not seem to have been harmed. Seeing that Zhao Yana was unscathed, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu slowed their pace. Upon returning to their seats, they began to inquire about what had transpired. Zhao Yana had indeed been in a fight with a girl from class 2. This girl had recently been associating with local troublemakers and had gained notoriety within the grade. During lunch break, while buying food at the school gate, Zhao Yana inadvertently overheard this girl mockingly discussing Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan, which naturally incited her ire. Straightforward and fiery, Zhao Yana confronted the girl to settle the matter. The girl's dismissive attitude and foul language provoked Zhao Yana's anger, leading to a physical confrontation. The situation escalated quickly, resulting in both girls exchanging blows. Zhao Yana was never the type to shy away. She seized the girl's hair and landed 2 sharp slaps. Do not be deceived by that girl who struts about every day, appearing arrogant. Her bravado merely stems from never having faced a real confrontation. Zhao Yana's swift moves left her utterly dazed. Seizing the moment of her opponent's bewilderment, Zhao Yana delivered a decisive kick, followed by a flurry of punches. The combination nearly brought the girl to tears. Witnessing Zhao Yana's ferocity, the girl's companions were gripped by fear, none daring to intervene. This continued for several seconds until the girl ceased her struggles, at which point Zhao Yana finally released her grip on her hair. The liberated girl promptly distanced herself from Zhao Yana, retreating to her companions, standing still for a considerable time before regaining her composure. Once she collected herself, she attempted to muster bravado, hurling a few threats at Zhao Yana about not leaving after school, before hastily retreating with her friends, clearly in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhao Yana returned to the classroom accompanied by classmates who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon recounting the entire incident, a flicker of concern crossed Zhao Yana's face. Despite her usual bold demeanor and fierce display, she remained a well-bred child, untouched by the chaotic realities outside school. The girl's final threats lingered in her thoughts, causing her apprehension. Chen Xiaochen, noticing her worry, said little but excused himself to the restroom, stepping out of the classroom. Finding a secluded spot, he pulled out his phone and dialed Yin Shuai. On the call, Chen Xiaochen briefly recounted the events to Yin Shuai and requested his assistance that evening. Such matters were as routine for Yin Shuai as daily life. Without hesitation, he agreed. After setting a specific time, Chen Xiaochen ended the call and returned to the classroom. Once back, he began to reassure Zhao Yana, informing her that he had arranged for assistance that night. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's words, Zhao Yana sighed in relief, a smile returning to her face. As night fell, Chen Xiaochen and his companions did not rush to leave. They waited until the majority had departed before gathering their belongings and exiting the classroom. Chen Xiaochen walked ahead with Yu Lu and Qin Ming, while Yang Wenxuan lingered behind with Zhao Yana. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Xiaochen's attention was immediately drawn to a group of individuals loitering by the nearby convenience store. A few disreputable-looking delinquents stood there, their flamboyant hairstyles and cigarettes making them conspicuous. Beside these ruffians was a girl dressed in a school uniform. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xiaocheng's suspicions were confirmed. After confirming with Zhao Yana, it was indeed the same girl from noon. Realizing the trouble stemmed from her, Qin Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. However, before he could take a step, Chen Xiaochen halted him. He was not inclined to engage with these out-of-school troublemakers. Instead, he took out his phone and called Yin Shuai. Chapter 51. Resolution on the line. Chen Xiaochen inquired about Yin Shuai's whereabouts. Yin Shuai simply replied that he had arrived and urged Chen Xiaochen to keep an eye on the situation before hanging up. Yin Shuai's actions left Chen Xiaochen momentarily bewildered. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly noticed a group of around 10 youths emerging from a nearby small eatery. Among them, leading the pack, was none other than Yin Shuai himself, who, with a cheerful countenance, greeted Chen Xiaochen with a nod. The sight of Yin Shuai eased Chen Xiaochen's mind entirely. He had no intention of involving himself in the ensuing events and merely pointed towards the group of ruffians. Upon seeing his gesture, Yin Shuai quickly comprehended the situation and, accompanied by his companions, advanced towards the 5 individuals, encircling them with determination. The 5, who had previously exhibited an air of bravado while smoking, were instantly subdued by the presence of Yen Shuai and his crew, who appeared even more unruly than themselves. Yen Shuai wasted no time in idle chatter. He and his brothers seized a few of the ruffians by the neck and dragged them into a nearby alley, leaving behind a girl from Class 2 standing alone, frozen in shock. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she finally grasped what had transpired and, in a panic, fled the scene. Chen Xiaochen and the others did not intervene. He certainly had no intention of crossing paths with a young girl. Zhao Yana, witnessing this unfold, could not contain her laughter. Yen Shuai and his group did not linger long. Just a few minutes later, they emerged from the alley. Chen Xiaochen and his friends approached them to express their gratitude. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen tossed a pack of White Wolf cigarettes, which Qin Ming had purchased earlier, to Yen Shuai. Upon seeing this, Yen Shuai immediately attempted to decline. However, Chen Xiaochen, perceiving his hesitation, quickly clarified that it was not intended for him, but rather for his companions, and that it had been purchased with his brother's money. With this explanation, Yen Shuai accepted without further protest, opened the pack, and distributed the cigarettes among his followers. With the matter resolved, there was no need for anyone to linger. Chen Xiaochen arranged for Yen Shuai and his crew to stay overnight at the Morning Star Internet Cafe. Qin Ming intended to escort Yang Wenxuan home before departing himself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu planned to take Zhao Yana home before returning to their own residences. On their way, Zhao Yana proposed treating everyone to lunch the next day as a gesture of gratitude, repeatedly urging Chen Xiaochen to invite Yen Shuai as well. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Chen Xiaochen could not discern Zhao Yana's expression. He thought little of it, simply stating he would inquire later, believing it to be a minor issue. After safely delivering Zhao Yana to her home, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu returned to theirs. The following noon, the five of them, along with Yen Shuai, gathered at a nearby restaurant of decent repute. As they were all familiar faces, the atmosphere was relaxed. Once the dishes were served, Zhao Yana was the first to express her gratitude to the group, followed by Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan, who also thanked her for her support. After the three exchanged their thanks, everyone finally began to eat. During the gathering, Zhao Yana's incessant chatter with Yen Shuai, coupled with her infatuated glances towards him, sent a shiver down Chen Xiaocheng's spine. It seemed that this girl was prepared to offer herself in gratitude. Chen Xiaocheng could only fervently hope that her feelings were not genuine. Otherwise, if these two were to become entangled, the ensuing complications would be manifold. This was not a case of undue alarm or meddling. He was acutely aware of the trajectories of these friends' futures. Zhao Yana and Yen Shuai were fundamentally different from Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan. The latter pair had been classmates since middle school, destined to graduate from university. Their familial circumstances comfortably above the average, merely differing in degrees of wealth, an epitome of social compatibility. Compatibility transcends mere external conditions. It encompasses the intrinsic qualities of both individuals. Although the previous lives of the two did not culminate in union, it was not due to interpersonal issues. Similar educational backgrounds, perspectives, and worldviews meant that their future cohabitation would likely be free from significant ideological and habitual conflicts, fostering longevity in their relationship. Conversely, Zhao Yana and Yen Shuai's fleeting infatuation was merely a product of gratitude and novelty, insufficient to foreshadow a lasting future. Even if Zhao Yana were to attend a prestigious art university, her academic performance might not be stellar, while Yen Shuai's education only extended to middle school. Once the initial curiosity and passion waned, the disparities between them would become increasingly pronounced, leading to an inevitable divergence. Moreover, Yen Shuai was a transient wealthy heir. Even if their relationship could endure, should his family's fortunes wane in the coming years, the imbalance of a stronger woman and a weaker man would exacerbate numerous conflicts. This was not a matter easily resolved by a simple declaration of love. The likelihood of a lasting relationship was grim, and in the meantime, Zhao Yana's academic focus would be compromised. Should things deteriorate, it might even sever the ties between Chen Xiaocheng and them. Though Chen Xiaocheng harbored concerns, he refrained from voicing them in that setting. After all, it was merely a budding situation, and nothing had yet transpired. After the meal, Yen Shuai made his way to an internet cafe, while Chen Xiaocheng and the others returned to school for classes. Once back in the classroom, Zhao Yana began to subtly inquire about Yen Shuai, seeking his contact information. Faced with her persistent questioning and sensing her growing impatience, Chen Xiaocheng reluctantly relented and provided her with the details. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Xiaocheng pondered extensively, feeling as though he had succumbed to a middle-aged mentality. Upon reflection, he realized that even if this relationship were to blossom, it would have little impact on him. Despite knowing he was perhaps overstepping, he could not resist intervening. If the butterfly effect were to negatively influence Zhao Yana, who was preparing for her impending exams, he would feel a profound sense of guilt. As night fell and classes concluded, Chen Xiaochen hurried to the internet cafe, where, as expected, Yin Shuai was still present. As Chen Xiaochen took a seat beside Yin Shuai, he candidly recounted the events of the afternoon, including Zhao Yina's request for his phone number and QQ account, seeking Yin Shuai's perspective on the matter. Initially taken aback by Chen's words, Yin Shuai soon shook his head and earnestly responded, "Brother Chen, to be frank, I have no such intentions at present. If it were merely to engage in casual conversation with a girl, I wouldn't mind. However, since she is your classmate, and I can see you share a good rapport, I certainly cannot take advantage of her. You need not worry. I have plenty of ways to ensure she won't want to engage with me in the future." Although Yin Shuai was a year younger than Chen Xiaochen, he occasionally addressed him as Brother Chen. Ever since learning that Chen had opened an internet cafe, the title rolled off his tongue more easily, and he felt increasingly respectful towards him. After hearing Yin Shuai's words, Chen Xiaochen nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. Trusting Yin Shuai, he recognized his character, loyal and never one to dismiss his friends with empty words. In the following 2 days, Zhao Yana appeared somewhat despondent, lacking her usual vigor. Aware of the cause, Chen Xiaochen made efforts to uplift her spirits, enlisting Yu Lu and Qin Meng to keep her company. Fortunately, the troubles of youth are fleeting, and with the support of good friends, Zhao Yana gradually regained her composure. On June 10th and 11th, the final mock examination took place. Following this examination, all the junior high teachers worked diligently, and within a day and a half, the results were released. Chen Xiaochen maintained his previous standing, securing the top position in both the class and the grade. Most students who had not given up showed improvement compared to their last results, with Yu Lu and Qin Meng demonstrating the most notable progress. Particularly, Qin Meng's ranking shifted from the lower tier of the class to a more respectable position. Witnessing his friend's growth filled Chen Xiaochen with joy. Days swiftly passed. The Chinese team suffered a defeat against Brazil on the 8th and another against Turkey on the 13th, abruptly concluding their World Cup journey as they returned home prematurely. Meanwhile, the high school entrance examination loomed ever closer for the 9th grade students. Chapter 52. Choosing schools before the application process commenced, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Yen, sought Chen Xiaochen out privately. She inquired about his high school preferences and offered her suggestions, encouraging him to consider the top 3 high schools in the city. However, Chen Xiaochen had no intention of applying to any of those 3 institutions. He had his own reasons. His academic performance had reached a level where he felt secure, and his relentless pursuit of the top position was more about fulfilling his own aspirations and addressing past regrets. He did not aspire to be a top student nor held any obsession for prestigious universities. What mattered to him was achieving satisfactory results that would please both his family and himself. He did not wish to spend his entire high school years solely focused on academics. He yearned for ample leisure time to pursue his own interests and to plan ahead, preparing for the future. Chen Xiaochen candidly expressed to teacher Yin his intention to apply to the prestigious number 40 high school, ranked 5th in the city and 1st in their district. His choice of this institution was made after thorough contemplation. Firstly, the school is conveniently located within their district, facilitating future endeavors. Secondly, it boasts a commendable city ranking, earning the approval of both educators and parents alike. Moreover, although the academic rigor is considerable, it is notably more flexible compared to the previous 3 schools, allowing him more personal time in the future. This decision was also discussed with his parents, and it was only after receiving their consent that it was finalized. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, teacher Yu Yan exhibited a hint of regret but refrained from further comment. After all, as a leading provincial key high school, number 40 high school is indeed a commendable choice. Opting to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix is a sensible approach. Thus, Chen Xiaocheng resolved to pursue his studies at No. 40 High School. Interestingly, Yu Lu also chose to apply to number 40 High School, though his academic performance hovered uncertainly between adequate and inadequate, leaving Chen Xiaocheng feeling apprehensive for him. Qin Meng naturally followed Yang Wenxuan's lead, both applying to the same key city school. Yang Wenxuan had little to worry about, while Qin Meng, much like Yu Lu, faced an uncertain fate, reliant on luck for his success. Zhao Yana also applied to this key city school, which had become a frequent topic of discussion among their classmates, with many opting for this institution. Once the top student in the class and the class monitor, Wang Shuiying chose to apply to another provincial key school, number 37 High School, which seemed to align more with her parents' wishes. Her close friend, Cui Xiao, however, could not follow in her footsteps and opted for a city school with a comparatively lower admission score. As for their gaming companions, such as Wang Lei, The situation was even more challenging. Those with better prospects aimed for the less competitive city schools, while others were relegated to applying for ordinary high schools. The key junior high school that Chen Xiaochen attended maintained an overall commendable standard of teaching. In the class, aside from the 2 or 3 students ranked at the bottom who were likely heading towards vocational schools, the others, even if struggling, were still capable of securing a place in an ordinary high school. With the high school entrance examination approaching in just 2 days, many students in the class found it challenging to concentrate on their studies. Observing this, the teachers refrained from excessive reproach and instead offered encouragement and support. As June 15th arrived, with the examination looming the next day, most of the 8th grade students had completely lost interest in studying, turning their focus instead to preparations and mementos for graduation. In the current student circles, graduation yearbooks have become quite popular. Purchasing one, they would pass it around to each classmate, inviting them to fill in their personal information and offer well wishes, or perhaps share whispered secrets. Chen Xiaochen also acquired a yearbook, as such memorabilia is worth preserving as a reminder of this phase of life. He selected a loose-leaf version for convenience, eliminating the need for passing it around. After untying the string, Chen Xiaochen distributed the inner pages to his classmates, asking them to leave behind a memory for him. Once completed, they could return it to him after school that evening or the following morning. Chen Xiaochen has penned numerous yearbooks for his classmates. Some are conventional, while others are playful and quirky, and there are also those sentiments that only they can comprehend. In the afternoon, each class took turns to gather on the playground for graduation photos. After receiving the notification at noon, many students began to groom themselves, eager to capture a beautiful memory. When the graduation photos were taken, the young lads and lasses seemed oblivious to the poignant sense of parting. They did not recognize that in this era of effortless communication, some individuals may remain a distant memory. For them, farewell felt more like a new beginning. With radiant smiles, they gazed ahead, as if envisioning a splendid future. On the morning of the 16th, there was a final half-day of classes. The teachers did not adhere to their usual lesson plans. Instead, educators from various subjects appeared in succession, addressing students' inquiries and discussing common pitfalls and points of caution. In the last hour, the class teacher, Yu Yan, stood at the podium, tirelessly reiterating the time, location, necessary materials, and various precautions related to the forthcoming examination. She then reassured the students that she would be waiting at the examination venue over the next 2 days, encouraging them to maintain a calm demeanor and not to feel anxious. After meticulously conveying all necessary information and offering her repetitive reminders, Ms. Yin refrained from delivering any sentimental remarks, perhaps to avoid affecting the students' emotions, and simply declared the end of the school day. The yearbooks that Chen Xiaochen had distributed began to trickle back in from the previous evening, and by the time school was dismissed, he had nearly collected them all, missing just one. However, he did not dwell on it, organizing the yearbooks and placing them into his backpack. This was meant to be a spontaneous endeavor. There was no need to ascertain who had not contributed, nor was it feasible to chase after anyone for their entry. Most of the textbooks, exam papers, and personal belongings had already been moved out the day before, leaving behind only a few scattered items to tidy up, allowing him to pack everything into one backpack. Upon exiting the school gates, students departed in small groups. Some headed straight home, others planned to gather for a casual outing, while a few gaming enthusiasts intended to storm an internet cafe for a gaming marathon. Chen Xiaochen did not partake in any activities. He also intercepted his friends Yu Lu and Qin Ming, urging them to return home responsibly. It was the weekend, and upon arriving home, he found both of his parents there. With the impending examination scheduled for the next day, the atmosphere at home was tinged with a hint of tension. However, the expressions of Chen's parents reflected their confidence in him, their concern palpable yet not overly anxious. In the afternoon, feeling somewhat aimless, Chen Xiaochen recalled the yearbook he had yet to peruse and retrieved it from his backpack, reclining on his bed as he began to read through its pages. Each leaf was filled with heartfelt wishes and deep friendships from his classmates. Yu Lu humorously instructed Chen Xiaochen to wait for him at the number 40 middle school, while Qin Ming, with his dog-like scrawl, expressed their camaraderie. There is also Zhao Yana, a somewhat spirited girl, who has diligently filled a sheet of paper. Chen Xiaochen leisurely flipped through it, and, upon reaching the last page, noticed it appeared to be from Wang Shuiying. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After a few more glances, he placed the class record into the drawer. That evening, Chen's mother prepared 4 dishes, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, showcasing her considerable effort in ensuring a balanced diet. After dinner, as was his custom, Chen Xiaochen went for a leisurely jog. The weather in June was neither too hot nor too cold, providing a refreshing ambience. Later that night, Chen's mother incessantly reminded him to gather all necessary items, checking and rechecking until she felt at ease. On this particular night, Chen's father refrained from turning on the television, instead lying in bed, softly conversing, careful not to disturb Chen Xiaochen. The following morning at 7, Chen's mother roused him after ensuring everything was ready. Once Chen Xiaochen had finished washing up, he discovered his parents had tidied up and were seated at the dining table awaiting him. Touched by their earnestness regarding his affairs, he quickly took a seat at the table. After breakfast, the family of 3 set off for the examination venue. Chen's parents had specifically taken leave to accompany him throughout the testing process. Chapter 53. The high school entrance examination. Upon arriving at the entrance of the examination hall, it was still early. The Chinese language exam was scheduled to commence at 8:30 a.m., yet it was only 8:05 a.m. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Yuyan, had already arrived and was gathering the students who had come, repeatedly offering reminders. As candidates gradually arrived at the examination hall, classmates congregated, and the parents exchanged pleasantries. This scene caused Chen Xiaochen to break into a cold sweat, as he had completely forgotten that most parents would attend today. Fortunately, both Yu Lu and Yang Wenshuan were accompanied solely by their mothers. Yu Ba could not take leave during the examination period, and Yang Ba was occupied with a significant order personally assigned by his boss. Additionally, Qin Ming's parents chose to remain in their car to avoid any awkwardness that might arise from encountering Yang's parents, thereby ensuring their child's performance would not be hindered. This fortunate circumstance allowed Chen Xiaochen to evade a potential crisis. Had the matter regarding the internet cafe come to light, he would have found it challenging to explain to his parents. Thus, the family engaged in conversation with Ms. Yu, classmates, and their parents at the entrance for a while. As the time drew near, Chen Xiaochen followed the crowd into the examination hall. Upon entering, the invigilating teacher verified the examination admission ticket, and Chen Xiaochen found his designated seat. At 9 o'clock, the first subject, the Chinese language examination, officially commenced. After filling in his personal information, he began to answer the questions in order. The exam paper, in his view, was not overly challenging. Aside from the analytical questions and the essay portion, which might incur some deductions, he felt confident about the remaining questions. After approximately an hour and a half, he completed all the preceding questions and then spent over 30 minutes crafting an essay. After thoroughly reviewing his work, he sat in his seat, awaiting the submission of his paper. At exactly 11 o'clock, the examination time concluded, and the invigilators promptly began collecting the papers. After submitting their papers, the students tidied their belongings and left the classroom in an orderly fashion. Upon exiting the examination hall, Chen Xiaochen found his father, Chen Ba, who had been waiting outside. After responding to his father's inquiries and expressions of concern, he was called over by Sister Yin to discuss the exam results. After providing her with the answers, Chen Xiaochen bid farewell to everyone and took a taxi home. Upon arriving home, he found his mother, who had returned early, preparing a meal. After greeting her, Chen Xiaochen washed his face and retreated to his room. A short while later, his mother called the two of them to dinner. After the family of 3 enjoyed their meal, Chen Xiaochen returned to his room to rest for a bit. When the time was right, he was accompanied by his parents back to the examination hall. The mathematics exam commenced punctually at 1:30 p.m. Chen Xiaochen maintained his steady performance, completing all the questions on the paper within an hour and a half. After double-checking for accuracy, he quietly awaited the end of the examination. At 3:30 p.m., the exam concluded, and as Chen Xiaochen exited the hall, he greeted those who had been waiting outside before heading home with his parents. The following day followed a similar routine, with English in the morning and a combined physics and chemistry exam in the afternoon. At 4 p.m., the final examination concluded. As Chen Xiaochen stepped out of the examination hall, he could distinctly sense the surrounding students becoming animated, each holding a restrained excitement. Upon reaching the entrance, after addressing his parents' inquiries and reporting to the homeroom teacher about the exam situation, the young men and women boldly began making plans for the evening activities in front of their teachers and parents. While Chen Xiaochen was unaware of the girls' plans, the boys agreed to spend the night at an internet cafe. Without forming any small cliques, everyone, regardless of their usual relationships, joined in without opposition. The group that planned to stay overnight ultimately swelled to over 20 individuals. With such a large number, securing a place became an issue. The group gathered to discuss possible solutions. At this moment, Qin Ming pulled Chen Xiaochen aside to discuss whether they should invite their classmates to their internet cafe for a gathering. Chen Xiaochen readily agreed, merely advising Qin Ming to present it as a family-owned establishment rather than their personal venture. Without hesitation, Qin Ming nodded in agreement and hurried off to share the good news with their classmates. Naturally, the news was met with cheers. And after confirming the address of the internet cafe, they all decided to return home first, dine with their families, and then reconvene at the cafe later. With the decision made, each person followed their parents home. The task of reserving spots was entrusted to Qin Ming, who informed Lu Yong, relieving Chen Xiaochen of any worry. After exchanging farewells with the group, Chen Xiaochen departed with his parents. Rather than heading straight home, Chen Ba treated the family to a nice meal out. The three of them enjoyed a delightful dinner together, filled with laughter and satisfaction. After the meal, aware of Chen Xiaochen's plans to visit the internet cafe with friends, his parents did not object, only reminding him to return early the next day and leaving him with 100 yuan before heading home. After finishing dinner, Chen Xiaochen noticed that it was still early, so he did not hurry to the new store he shared with Qin Ming. Instead, he decided to visit his internet cafe first. He was no longer the youth who was fervently passionate about gaming. He no longer felt an urgent need to play on the computer. His time spent in the cafe was more about relishing the joy of gathering with friends, with gaming taking a back seat. Upon arriving at the cafe, everything appeared to be in order. Today, Wang Bo was off, and so the responsibilities of the establishment were temporarily entrusted to Wu Tong. Wu Tong, having received her father's approval, had opted not to participate in the high school entrance examination and had officially taken up her position at the Morning Star Internet Cafe. Observing Wu Tong, Chen Xiaochen felt a twinge of regret over her interrupted education. However, he refrained from expressing much, thinking that there would be opportunities in the future for her to resume her studies. After chatting with Wu Tong for a while, Chen Xiaochen reminded her that she could take a short nap in the evening if she had nothing pressing to do, rather than staying awake the entire night. This was not a special favor. It was merely reasonable, as there were typically few tasks to attend to in the latter half of the night. After inquiring about the cafe's affairs, Chen Xiaochen took a leisurely stroll around the premises. When he felt it was nearly time, he left to hail a cab to the new internet cafe. Upon his arrival, many classmates were already present, and beside Yu Lu and Qin Ming stood Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yaina. Learning that the two girls had merely come to enjoy some time with everyone and would be heading home shortly, Chen Xiaochen did not pry further. Yang's father was out socializing, and Yang's mother was unaware of the specifics. Otherwise, Yang Wenxuan would not have been able to leave so easily. As the evening unfolded, a group of boys laughed and shouted, reveling in their games, while the two girls sat watching a movie, munching on snacks, and whispering secrets. Around 10 o'clock, Qin Ming took charge and hailed cabs to escort the two girls home. Chen Xiaochen, in turn, purchased a variety of fried skewers and assorted snacks from a nearby stall to replenish the energy of his classmates. With over 20 individuals, all of them still in their youth, Chen Xiaochen nearly cleared out several food stalls. The group continued to chatter and enjoy themselves until the early hours of the morning. Past 4 o'clock, many classmates began to succumb to fatigue, dozing off in their chairs, with only a few, including Chen Xiaochen and his friends, remaining vigilant. However, they too had set aside competitive gaming for casual conversation while idly playing Stone Age. Finally, at 6:30 in the morning, the time for overnight stay had come to an end. Chen Xiaochen took everyone out for breakfast before they all returned home to catch up on sleep. He slept soundly until after 5 in the afternoon, when his mother returned from work and began preparing dinner. Only then did Chen Xiaochen rise leisurely from bed. Having indulged in a lengthy nap during the day, he felt an excess of energy and, fearing he might struggle to sleep later, decided to go for a run after dinner. Upon returning home from his run and completing his evening routine, he suddenly remembered that it was the day of the lottery results for the top 8 competition. Chapter 54. The lottery results. With this thought, Chen Xiaochen quickly got up, turned on his computer, and retrieved his lottery ticket from the drawer. Clutching the ticket, he meticulously compared it against the winning results displayed on the website, reviewing it over and over again. After confirming the accuracy, Chen Xiaochen felt a surge of excitement within him. At that moment, he resembled a fool, unable to suppress a silly grin that stretched from ear to ear. Although he was utterly convinced of the outcome of the competition, his heart remained restless until the announcement, haunted by the fear of unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, his little butterfly did not wield such immense power. The results of the competition remained unchanged, and the announcement yielded only his 2 grand prizes, with everything else proceeding as usual. Chen Xiaochen sat before his computer for quite some time. Once his exhilaration subsided a bit, he carefully tucked the lottery tickets back into the drawer. With these 2 tickets, the future seemed utterly secure for the Chen family of 3. Chen Xiaochen intended to split the winnings with his parents, though he had yet to devise a way to broach the subject. With this newfound fortune, even if his father and mother chose not to venture into any business endeavors, Simply purchasing a few well-located commercial properties would allow them to live freely and comfortably for the rest of their lives. Moreover, with this money, the possibilities for Chen Xiaochun's future expanded significantly. He refrained from immediately informing his parents. There was still the semi-final guessing game to consider, and after the draw, a period of waiting before claiming the prize. He resolved to wait until the time for redemption before sharing the news with them, sparing them from the anxiety and anticipation of waiting for the prize. If he were to tell them now, they would undoubtedly be unable to endure the wait until the semi-final rewards could be claimed. In the following days, Chen Xiaochun transformed into a carefree wanderer, engaging in leisurely strolls, exploring various places, and casually gathering with classmates for enjoyment. During this time, he noticed that his mother's spirits seemed somewhat low, but he refrained from inquiring further, fully aware of the reason. At this juncture in his previous life, his mother was grappling with the looming threat of unemployment, a burden she had kept from him until it became unavoidable. Chen Xiaochun did not dwell on this matter. He believed that once the lottery results were announced, the windfall would be sufficient to alleviate his mother's worries. On July 1st, the results of the World Cup semifinals were finally revealed. The outcome remained unchanged, and after verifying the details, Chen Xiaochun once again secured the lottery tickets. He maintained his silence until the eve of the prize redemption. After dinner, he solemnly summoned his parents to his bedroom. As they entered, his father and mother wore puzzled expressions, completely unaware of what Chen Xiaochun was about to unveil. Welcoming them into the room, Chen Xiaochun, beaming with joy, said, "Dad, Mom, come, please sit on the bed. I have something important to share with you." Observing the smile on their son's face, Chen's parents felt reassured that it must be good news, and they settled down without pressing for details. Once they were comfortably seated, Chen Xiaochun continued, "I have something wonderful to tell you, but you must promise not to be too surprised and to keep your excitement in check." Upon witnessing his parents nodding in acknowledgement, he proceeded to the crux of the matter. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. There had recently been a World Cup football tournament, during which a lottery company held a prize-winning guessing game involving the top 8 and top 4 teams. Finding it entertaining, he decided to purchase a few lottery tickets. And to his astonishment, he won. As these words escaped his lips, Chen's father and mother could no longer remain composed. They were all too familiar with their son. If the prize had merely amounted to 300 or 500, Chen Xiaochun would not have taken such a formal approach to share the news. Given that he had called them over specifically, it was evident that the winnings were substantial. At that moment, although Chen's parents suspected the prize would be considerable, they believed the maximum would be around 3,000 to 5,000 or perhaps 10,000 to 20,000, never considering the possibility of a grand prize. With this mindset, they appeared relatively calm. Though Chen's father felt a flicker of excitement, he maintained his composure and inquired, "How much did you win?" Upon hearing his father's question, Chen Xiaochun retrieved the lottery tickets from his drawer and placed them on the table, stating, "These 20 tickets are for the top 4 guessing game, and all 21 first prize. However, due to the large number of winners, the prize for each ticket is only a little over 116,000. In total, that amounts to more than 2 million. At this revelation, Chen's father was rendered speechless, while his mother leapt up, exclaiming, "How much? Over 2 million? Is that true? Son, you mustn't be joking with your mother." This unexpected outburst startled Chen Xiaochun, but he quickly regained his composure and reassured her, "Mom, please remain calm. I have not finished speaking yet. Look how composed Dad is." Just as he helped his mother settle back into her seat, his father interjected, "Am I composed? I can hardly process this. Did we truly win? Together, it amounts to over 2 million? Hearing the tremor in his father's voice, Chen Xiaochun hurriedly consoled him, "Dad, you must also remain calm. We, as men, cannot be intimidated by such a sum. Moreover, I have not yet finished. You can express your excitement afterwards. However, you must control your emotions. I fear for your heart if you become too agitated." After imparting these words, he guided his parents through deep breathing exercises. Once their emotions had settled somewhat, and they were eager to inquire further, Chen Xiaochun pointed to the 2 remaining tickets on the table and continued, "What I mentioned earlier pertains to the top 4 guessing results. These 2 tickets are for the top 8 guessing game. Given the larger number of teams, I lacked confidence, so I only purchased 2 tickets. These 2 tickets also won first prize, and there are only these 2 prizes available, each offering a reward of 5 million. At this pronouncement, the couple's reaction was in stark contrast to their previous one. Chen's mother sat there in a stupor, as if frozen in time, while Chen's father panted, his hands trembling slightly, nearly shouting out in disbelief. Fortunately, having experienced the earlier revelation, they possessed some resilience, though their hearts raced with excitement. They managed to suppress their cries. Chen Xiaochun refrained from continuing just yet, allowing them a moment to regain their composure. Once they appeared less agitated, he finally stated, "Thus, the combined total of both prizes amounts to over 12 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ma eagerly interjected, "More than 12 million? My goodness, what an astounding sum. How on earth can we possibly spend that much?" "Mom, stay calm, stay calm. I haven't finished speaking yet. This 12 million will be subject to a 20% personal income tax, so we will ultimately receive around 10 million, Chen Xiaochen clarified. 10 million? That is still an immense amount. Our family is about to prosper. How wonderful, how wonderful," Chen Ma expressed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing her emotion, Chen Xiaochen quickly reassured her, "All right, Mom, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? Let me finish my explanation." Chen Ba echoed, "Take a deep breath. Let your son finish." Once Chen Ma had regained her composure, Chen Xiaochen continued, "Here's the situation, Dad. These 2 lottery tickets can be redeemed tomorrow, but since I am not yet 18, I cannot claim the prize myself. Therefore, you will need to go and collect it for me. The tickets are anonymous, so all you need is your ID and the tickets." After hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Chen Ba nodded without hesitation. "No problem. I'll go and collect your winnings. And then you can open a bank account. The money will be yours, deposited in your account." Chen Ba's response brought a lump to Chen Xiaocheng's throat. Previously, he had contemplated how to request half of the money from his father for future investments and entrepreneurial endeavors, only to realize that his father had never even considered keeping any of it for himself. "I cannot agree to your plan, Dad," Chen Xiaocheng said, shaking his head. "Once the money is retrieved, just give me half, and you and Mom can keep the other half to improve our living conditions or use it when necessary. I will not interfere. It is entirely yours to manage." Upon hearing this, both Chen Ba and Chen Ma wore expressions of appreciation. It is often in the face of wealth that one's true character is revealed. Their son was no longer a child, but someone who understood the value of money. His mature response to such a significant sum filled the couple with immeasurable joy. That evening, the 3 of them engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time, collaboratively organizing their plans for the following day's lottery claim. After returning to their bedroom, Chen Ba and Chen Ma continued to converse softly, dreaming of a bright future. Lying in bed, Chen Xiaocheng felt a surge of excitement that night. Everything was progressing positively. With this prize, he would no longer need to fret over finances. The unbroken smiles on his parents' faces throughout the night made him grateful for his second chance at life and deepened his appreciation for each day. Chapter 55. Claiming the prize the next morning, Chen Ba and Chen Ma rose early. Before 7 a.m., an impatient Chen Ma pulled Chen Xiaocheng from his bed. While Chen Ba had already taken leave from work, under Chen Ma's urging, the 3 of them hastily finished breakfast and prepared to head to the lottery center. Before they left, Chen Ma equipped Chen Ba with a mask, a hat, and sunglasses, repeatedly reminding him to keep himself well covered. Chen Xiaocheng also reminded him about the donation, as it was customary for the lottery center to inquire whether the winners would make a contribution. When the time comes, Chen's father will decide for himself whether to donate or to contribute less. Additionally, if there are interviews, he will attempt to avoid them as much as possible. In their shared desire to evade trouble, the 3 of them are in complete agreement. Chen's father has dutifully acknowledged the advice given by Chen Xiaochun and her mother, fully understanding the principle of keeping wealth discreet. Once everything is prepared, the family of 3 descends to the street to hail a taxi. At 8:40 in the morning, they arrive near the lottery center. Naturally, the fewer people present for the prize collection, the better. Thus, Chen Xiaochun and her mother do not accompany Chen's father further, choosing instead to wait nearby. After parting ways with the mother and daughter, Chen's father dons a mask, hat, and sunglasses, making his way alone toward the lottery center. Upon reaching the entrance, he takes a deep breath and, with a resolute demeanor, enters with his head bowed. Observing Chen's father in such a state, Chen Xiaochun and her mother exchange hushed banter. Chen's mother playfully teases Chen's father, remarking that he looks less like someone collecting a prize and more like a robber, to which Chen Xiaochun wholeheartedly agrees. The prize collection proceeds without a hitch, free from any obstacles or surprises. An hour later, as the mother and daughter begin to grow anxious, Chen's father finally emerges from the lottery center. Upon seeing him, they do not approach for conversation, remaining in their place. Chen's father, too, does not join them but instead hails a taxi and departs directly. Observing Chen's father leave, the mother and daughter do not linger. Following the plan they had devised the previous night, they also take a taxi to their next destination. Meanwhile, after arriving at his destination, Chen's father does not tarry but instead wanders nearby for a while before hailing another taxi to head straight for the bank. Once at the bank, he smoothly converts his check into cash and deposits the funds into his bank account, which is subsequently upgraded to a gold card. After declining various financial products pitched by the staff, he departs the bank, escorted by the client manager. After leaving the bank, Chen's father does not rush to reunite with the mother and daughter. Instead, he takes another taxi to a different bank, transferring half of his winnings into Chen Xiaochun's account. Consequently, her account also becomes a gold card. Only after completing all his transactions does he remove his disguises and head toward the location of Chen Xiaochun and her mother. Chen's father exercises such caution for a reason, as it was an agreement made by the Chun family the previous night. The total prize amount acquired by the Chun family is 9,863,696 yuan. After dividing it into two portions, they amount to 4,863,696 yuan and a clean 5,000,000 yuan. The latter is naturally designated for Chen Xiaochun, while the remaining portion is reserved for household expenses. In this era, such a sum could provoke thoughts in many that they ought not to entertain, even leading some to take undue risks. Ultimately, during the prize collection, Chen's father could not resist the staff's inquiries and ended up donating 100,000 yuan to charity. He had no intention of letting Chen Xiaocheng share in this expenditure, opting instead to deduct it directly from his own account. By the time Chen Ba picked up Chen Xiaocheng and her mother, it was nearing noon. The family decided against returning home and instead sought out a well-known restaurant, eager to indulge in a sumptuous meal. Inside the restaurant, the trio chose several signature dishes, with Chen Ba ordering 2 bottles of beer to toast the successful day. During the meal, the conversation revolved around the topic of claiming their prize, with the three of them engaging in hushed discussions. Chen Ma eagerly pressed Chen Ba for details, her curiosity insatiable. As they neared the end of their meal, slightly inebriated, Chen Ba revealed his aspirations to his mother and daughter. He wished to purchase a car. Chen Ba had always harbored a passion for automobiles. It is rare to find a man who does not. He had long possessed a driver's license, specifically a Class B, and during his tenure in his previous job as a minor leader, he occasionally had the opportunity to drive a small car, a privilege that Chen Xiaocheng had experienced more than once. However, after the closure of his former workplace and transitioning to a new one, such opportunities had vanished. Naturally, both mother and daughter wholeheartedly supported Chen Ba's desire. While the car would primarily be for his use, it would also serve as a significant addition to the household, benefiting both Chen Ma and Chen Xiaocheng. Moreover, given their current circumstances, acquiring a vehicle seemed entirely justified. After finishing their meal, the family lingered at the restaurant, discussing what type of car to purchase. In reality, there was little to debate. The variety of vehicle styles and models available in the country was far less diverse than what would emerge in the future. Once they established a price range, the choices dwindled significantly. Before long, Chen Ba made his decision. He intended to buy a Volkswagen Jetta. In his words, he was not greedy. Possessing a Jetta was already a wonderful prospect. There was no need for an extravagant vehicle, nor would it align with his status. Indeed, money not only brings joy but also instills confidence. For the Chen family, the decision to buy a car no longer required extensive deliberation. After Chen Ba's decision at noon, the family headed directly to a nearby automotive street in the afternoon. At this stage, the automotive street was still in its early planning phase, housing only a few brand dealerships, far from its future potential. The Chen family arrived at a FAW Volkswagen dealership, where they were greeted by a sales consultant who guided them to examine the vehicles. The consultant's focus was clear, directing Chen Ba and Chen Ma to a display model of the Jetta, enthusiastically detailing the car's specifications while largely overlooking Chen Xiaocheng. The latter was quite pleased to be left unobserved. Truth be told, he felt rather indifferent towards the current Jetta model. To him, it resembled an antique, with its exterior and interior replete with a sense of nostalgia. While Chen Xiaocheng remained unmoved, his parents were quite satisfied. The couple examined the display model thoroughly, asking all the questions they had in mind. More than 20 minutes later, after Chen's parents had gathered all the information they sought, they, accompanied by the sales consultant, made their way to a nearby discussion area. As soon as they settled into their seats, the staff presented them with beverages and snacks. Such service, for the average citizen today, offered an entirely novel experience. Chen's mother, sipping her complimentary soda, appeared to relish the moment. Without much delay, the somewhat impatient Chen's father began to inquire about the specific configurations and purchasing details with the sales consultant. Upon hearing that Chen's father was prepared to make a decision today, the consultant enthusiastically elaborated on the features and pricing of the Jetta King. The current official guide price for the Jetta King GTX stands at 1,475,000, and the dealership had been selling it at this price without any discounts. However, earlier this year, the sister model, the Xiaoli sedan, began to see consistent price reductions. Although the Jetta and Xiaoli from FAW Volkswagen do not occupy the same price bracket, the former was somewhat influenced by the latter's pricing strategy. Customers inclined to purchase tend to find it easier to shift downward in price rather than upward. Consequently, the previously stable price of the Jetta began to show signs of flexibility. The current selling price for the Jetta King GTX is now $1,425,000, reflecting a reduction of $5,000. Chen's father appeared somewhat hesitant regarding this price, as it exceeded his initial budget, which was just over $100,000. Noticing his uncertainty, Chen Xiaochen swiftly made the decision to proceed with this model, leaving no room for further contemplation. Chen's mother had no objections to this decision, while Chen's father's slightly upturned lips spoke volumes. With the model confirmed, there remained little to negotiate. The price was not open for discussion. In today's market, 4S dealerships do not offer any complimentary items, with even floor mats requiring additional purchase. After finalizing the model, the sales consultant led the family to the showroom for a closer look at the vehicle. Chapter 56. Purchasing a car on their way to the garage. Chen Xiaochen casually inquired about when the certificate of conformity would be available. The sales personnel momentarily paused at this question. Upon confirming the purchase, she realized she had somewhat underestimated this young man who held considerable knowledge. Hearing him pose such a question further affirmed her initial miscalculation. The number of individuals capable of affording a private vehicle remains limited, and even fewer understand the operational procedures of a 4S dealership. To ask such a question indicated that he was well-versed in the vehicle acquisition process and its intricacies. With this in mind, the consultant promptly adjusted her demeanor, earnestly explaining to Chen Xiaochen, "The certificate from our dealership typically requires 7 to 10 working days to be processed. However, I will do my utmost to expedite the process." Chen Xiaochen was not at all surprised that they could not take possession of the vehicle today. It is exceedingly rare for any 4S dealership to acquire vehicles solely with their own funds from the manufacturer. The substantial financial requirements would deter the vast majority. Dealerships generally secure the vehicles by mortgaging the certificates of conformity to banks and acquiring loans for the cars. Upon receiving the answer, Chen Xiaochen explained to his father, Chen Ba, about the inability to obtain the qualification certificate today. Chen Ba did not seem overly concerned. Although lacking the certificate meant that taxes could not be paid and plates could not be issued, the car could still be driven home. As long as the car could be returned, even if it were to simply sit idle, it brought Chen Ba joy. Upon arriving at the garage, guided by the sales consultant, the three began their selection process. While Chen Ba and Chen Ma deliberated, Chen Xiaochen circled the vehicle, scrutinizing it thoroughly. Finding no issues, he remained silent, content to stand aside as an unnoticed observer. After much comparison, Chen Ba ultimately chose a silver Jetta. Once the vehicle was confirmed and the chassis number recorded by the sales consultant, they departed the garage. Returning to the showroom, the next step was to prepare the contract. With little contention, the signing process proceeded smoothly. After the contract was finalized, Chen Xiaochen inquired about applying a film to the car windows. Following a lengthy negotiation with the sales representative, he ordered a set of glass film for the new family car. Although he couldn't ascertain its utility, he found the absence of it aesthetically displeasing, a sentiment shared by Chen Ba and Chen Ma, who did not oppose the decision. With all matters settled, Chen Ba, accompanied by the sales personnel, proceeded to a nearby bank to complete the transfer. Upon returning to the 4S store, the silver Jetta was officially his. During Chen Ba's banking interlude, the installation of the window film had already commenced. Once the film was fully applied, Chen Ba exchanged contact information with the sales consultant and inquired about future maintenance before the family departed the 4S store with the contract and their new car. First, they stopped at a nearby gas station to fill the tank, and then Chen Ba drove his new vehicle home. At this point, the scent of alcohol had dissipated from Chen Ba, and Chen Xiaochen refrained from preventing him from driving. On the way home, Chen Ba appeared exhilarated, frequently admiring his new car while at stoplights, touching and inspecting various features. Had it not been for Chen Xiaochen's reminders, he might have lowered the windows to enjoy the breeze. Chen Ma was equally delighted, seated in the passenger seat, admiring the scenery outside. Witnessing his parents' happiness, Chen Xiaochen felt a profound sense of contentment, believing the purchase to be well worth it. Upon arriving home, Chen Ma wasted no time and began preparing the evening meal, while Chen Ba dashed upstairs to fetch a new cloth, eagerly returning to wipe down the non-existent dust on the car. As for the subsequent tasks of obtaining the qualification certificate and registering the vehicle, Chen Xiaochen decided to leave those for Chen Ba to relish on his own. The mundane Jetta held little allure for him. In the following days, Chen Ba went to work with a smile, spending moments in his new car each evening upon returning home. Although it was not yet roadworthy, it did not hinder his joy in sitting inside the vehicle. Chen's mother, no longer burdened by the anxiety of potential job loss, has visibly brightened in mood and demeanor over the past few days. She has even taken the time to crochet several small covers for the family's new car. The steering wheel, the headrests of the front seats, the gear shift, and the interior rearview mirror have all received this special treatment. As for the seatbacks and rear seats, they have not been spared due to luck, but rather because the undertaking is too extensive for her to manage at present. Chen Xiaochen finds himself somewhat powerless to intervene in this endeavor of his mother, and all he can muster when she is preoccupied with her projects is a meek inquiry. "Mom, are you afraid they might get cold?" To which Chen's mother responds with a swift kick to his behind. Given her current zeal, Chen Xiaochen is inclined to believe that, if afforded a bit more time, she would likely manage to crochet an enormous cover for the entire car body. On Friday, the sales consultant from the 4S dealership called to inform them that the vehicle registration certificate had been retrieved and could be collected at their convenience, after which they could proceed with tax payment and license plate acquisition. On Saturday, Chen's parents rose early, tidied up briefly, and set out. Chen Xiaochen did not accompany them, having already discussed the registration process with his father the previous evening. He also advised his father that if they wished to expedite the process or select a more favorable license plate number, they could seek the assistance of a broker near the vehicle management office. His father was quite curious about the source of this knowledge, and Chen Xiaochen simply replied that he had found it online. By midday, Chen's parents returned home much sooner than expected, primarily because new vehicles are currently few in number for registration, and the broker proved to be remarkably efficient. With his guidance, the processing of paperwork was expedited, and he assured them they could collect the driving permit and license plate the following day, contingent upon the timely provision of payment. The next afternoon, after another day of running errands, Chen's parents returned with the new car already adorned with license plates. Chen Xiaochen made it a point to go downstairs to inspect the vehicle, discovering that the license number was quite satisfactory. Though it was not an ostentatious series of digits, it comprised relatively auspicious numbers that flowed smoothly when spoken. Thus, the family's first private car has attained legal status and is ready to grace the roads. The excitement of acquiring the new vehicle had yet to fully dissipate when, that evening, Chen Xiaochen broached the subject of relocating their residence. He proposed that, taking advantage of the current favorable housing market, they should seek a larger home with a more advantageous layout. He insisted on finding a gated community with ample greenery, and, naturally, a garage was essential. Both of Chen's parents were quite taken with this suggestion. In truth, they were not entirely satisfied with their current dwelling, each harboring their own aspirations. Chen's mother has long desired a bright living room and a spacious kitchen. The present home features a dimly lit hall that serves merely as a dining area, while the kitchen is situated on the balcony, prone to freezing in winter and turning into a watery mess as it thaws, making cleanup a considerable hassle. The reasons behind Chen's father's excitement were rather straightforward. He desired to construct a garage for his beloved car. If there could be a space to cultivate flowers and plants as well, it would be even better. With both parents enchanted by the idea, the matter was tentatively settled. Whenever time permitted, Chen Xiaochen planned to accompany his parents on a leisurely stroll. Chapter 57. Accompanying mother for shopping. As the night passed in silence, dawn broke the next day. After breakfast, Chen's father departed for work, while Chen Xiaochen took his mother to the commercial street for some shopping. Upon exiting, Chen Xiaochen first led his mother to the bank, intending to transfer some money to her. Initially, his mother persistently declined, insisting that they had received ample support from him and that she did not wish to take more of her son's money. Understanding her sentiments, Chen Xiaochen spoke earnestly. "Mother, it is only natural for a son to honor you. If you refuse this money, it would weigh heavily on my heart. This is merely for your everyday expenses, and when I earn more in the future, I shall give you even more. Will you then also refuse?" Upon hearing these words, Chen's mother nodded repeatedly, her face brightening with a warm smile. That smile reflected her gratitude for her son's thoughtfulness, the pride of motherhood, and a profound affection that flowed between them. Seeing his mother acquiesce, Chen Xiaochen felt a surge of joy and promptly instructed the bank staff to transfer 100,000 yuan to her. Although the staff were somewhat taken aback by the exchange between the young mother and son, it did not hinder their operations, and the transaction was processed swiftly. After completing the transfer, Chen Xiaochen withdrew an additional 10,000 yuan for their shopping. With smiles adorning their faces, the mother and son exited the bank and hailed a taxi to the commercial street. Upon arrival, Chen's mother appeared quite exhilarated, reveling in the fact that their family was now financially secure. Since they were there to shop, She felt no hesitation as she led Chen Xiaochen into a large department store, heading straight for the clothing section on the upper floor. They first explored the men's section, purchasing 2 outfits for Chen's father. Next, they ventured into the sporting goods area, where they selected numerous items of clothing and shoes for Chen Xiaochen. Finally, they arrived at the women's section to shop for his mother. After a delightful spree of selection, trying on, and purchasing, they found themselves laden with about a dozen shopping bags of varying sizes. Each family member had acquired a considerable amount of clothing, including a luxurious mink coat that Chen Xiaochen bought for his mother. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, she had a deep fondness for mink coats, which his father had eventually gifted her after profiting from a bull market years later. This time around, Chen Xiaochen was determined not to make her wait that long, ensuring she received it much earlier. Chen Xiaochen himself ended up with 2 outfits from Adidas and Nike, along with 2 pairs of athletic shoes. In the past, Chen's mother would have undoubtedly hesitated to indulge him with such expensive attire. While perusing the sporting goods section, they stumbled upon an electronic scale designed to measure height and weight. Excited by the find, Chen's mother insisted on measuring Chen Xiaochen's height, only to discover that he had indeed grown taller. His current height stands at 1.79 meters, an increase of 3 centimeters from before. This revelation undoubtedly brought unexpected joy to Chen Xiaochen, delighting him for quite some time. After purchasing clothes for the entire family, it was now Chen Xiaochen's turn to indulge his mother, Chen Ma. He first led her to the cosmetics section, where they sought out brands he had heard of. Following the sales assistant's recommendations, he acquired a complete set of cosmetics and skincare products for his mother, who could hardly protest against the purchases. Subsequently, he guided her to the electronics section, selecting the latest model of mobile phone for her. Having completed their shopping, they exited the mall, where he also procured a mobile phone card from a nearby vendor. With the phone card in hand, the mother and son ventured to the Hengli watch store. Chen Xiaochen intended to buy a watch for each of his parents, and to his mother's surprise, she did not decline. For someone of her age, a watch is indeed considered a significant item in the household. After some deliberation, and having declined Chen Xiaochen's suggestion to purchase imported watches, she chose 2 matching timepieces from the Fei Yada brand. With the style selected, Chen Xiaochen ceased further persuasion and proceeded to the cashier with the receipt. Most larger shopping malls now accommodate card payments, which spared Chen Xiaochen the need to withdraw cash repeatedly. After settling the payment and exchanging the receipt, he returned to the counter. The sales assistant was currently explaining to Chen Ma the methods of wearing the watches, their maintenance, and precautions. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen chose not to linger beside them, instead opting to browse the store. He intended to purchase a watch for himself to replace the 50 yuan imitation Omega on his wrist. As he wandered into the section featuring imported watches, his eyes were immediately drawn to the Omega Speedmaster series displayed in the counter. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about watches, he possessed an aesthetic sense that transcended time. The design of this watch exuded modernity, retaining its appeal even 2 decades hence. He found it rather surprising that such a timepiece existed within a domestic watch store in this era. Upon inquiring with the sales associate, he learned that the stock was exceedingly limited. Only 4 pieces had been allocated to the entire city of Feng. 3 were available here, while 1 was at another store on a different commercial street. Notably, the 3 watches in this store included only the one in the display case, as the other 2 had been sold in recent days. As he admired the watch with its black dial, silver case, and band, adorned with 3 knobs on the side, Chen Xiaochen found himself increasingly enamored. Glancing up, he noticed that Chen Ma was still engaged in conversation with the Fei Yada sales associate. Without further hesitation, he briefly inquired, and then instructed the sales assistant to prepare the invoice. The price of the watch was hardly a concern for him. The sales assistant was somewhat astonished by Chen Xiaochen's purchasing power. Having worked at the counter, she had encountered her fair share of affluent clients. Yet it was rare to see someone so young make such a casual purchase of a watch exceeding 40,000 yuan. Astonishment aside, when business presented itself, she naturally did not refuse, deftly preparing the receipt and handing it to Chen Xiaochen. Upon reaching the payment counter, the transaction proceeded with remarkable smoothness, as the card was swiped and the invoice printed in one seamless motion. Returning to the counter, Chen Xiaochen presented the receipt to the attendant. After confirming its accuracy, she requested the attendant to assist in wrapping the watch. Chen Ma had already engaged in conversation for a considerable time and noticed Chen Xiaochen purchasing a watch, yet she had no intention of interjecting. Her son was on the cusp of adulthood, and given their current circumstances, selecting a watch of his preference was entirely justified. Thus, after ensuring that watches were procured for all 3 family members, mother and son exited the watch shop. Once outside, Chen Ma could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about the price of Chen Xiaocheng's watch. In response, Chen Xiaocheng could only provide a figure that Chen Ma would find acceptable, brushing the question aside. They had bought numerous items and spent a substantial amount of money. The items in their hands were so plentiful that they struggled to carry them, and according to Chen Ma, it was time for them to return home. Chen Xiaocheng did not oppose, but suggested they have lunch first. Chen Ma, naturally, did not refuse this proposition, and the pair found a fast food restaurant in the commercial street to enjoy their meal. After lunch, while on their way out of the commercial street, they passed by a gold shop, and Chen Xiaocheng took the initiative to pull Chen Ma inside. Chen Ma, who had just been saying they should stop spending and go home, fell silent upon entering the gold shop. Guided by Chen Xiaocheng, they browsed through the various counters. Rings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and bangles. Chen Xiaocheng selected one of each common accessory for Chen Ma. Initially, she insisted that they need not purchase so many, suggesting they only choose a couple. However, when Chen Xiaocheng assured her that gold jewelry would not depreciate in value and could appreciate in the future, Chen Ma found this logic compelling and ceased her objections, beginning to select pieces that appealed to her. Upon reaching the bangle counter, Chen Ma exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, commenting that one could be reserved for her future daughter-in-law while selecting those of significant weight and appealing design. This behavior left Chen Xiaocheng both amused and exasperated. Yet he did not intervene. Eventually, after Chen Ma had made her selections, he purchased 2 identical bangles. Unable to resist her son's determination, Chen Ma ultimately acquiesced. Although she still felt a twinge of regret about the expenditure, the sight of the 2 gleaming bangles in the box brought her immense satisfaction and contentment. With the acquisition of the gold jewelry, their shopping excursion reached a gratifying conclusion. Laden with their treasures, mother and son refrained from further browsing and took a taxi home. Walking outside with such a considerable amount of gold made Chen Ma feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 58. Admission notice upon returning home, before Chen Xiaocheng could catch his breath. Chen Ma eagerly began to organize the day's bounty. First, she donned her mink coat, gazing into the mirror repeatedly, perspiration forming on her brow, yet still reluctant to remove it. Subsequently, she took out her new jewelry, admiring it time and again. Observing her mother, who was as delighted as a child with a beaming smile, Chen Xiaocheng felt that no amount of money spent was too much. On his part, he finally replaced the counterfeit watch on his wrist, which had cost merely 50 yuan, with the newly acquired timepiece. He did not discard the imitation watch, but instead placed it in the box of the new watch for safekeeping. Throughout the remaining hours of the afternoon, Chen's mother was enveloped in joy and satisfaction. When Chen's father returned home that evening, she eagerly showcased her purchases. She presented the items she had bought for him, encouraging him to try them on. First the clothing, then the belt, and finally the watch. Chen's father too was quite fond of his new timepiece. The family enjoyed a relaxed and cheerful evening together. That night, the 3 members of the Chen family resolved to no longer conceal their lottery winnings. However, they chose to disclose only that they had received over 500,000 yuan in prize money, an amount they had carefully considered as a family. With over 500,000, purchasing a car and a new home would nearly exhaust their funds, assuaging any concerns about envy or ill intentions from others. It was not out of a desire to show off that the Chens made this decision. Rather, the acquisition of a car and a house would inevitably attract attention. In the days that followed, the family relished a life of comfort. The ease and pleasure of having money at hand seemed to diminish conflicts, fostering a more harmonious atmosphere among the 3, filled with laughter and joy. One day, Yulu and Qin Ming called Chen Xiaocheng on his mobile phone. Since the lottery incident provided a convenient excuse, Chen Xiaocheng no longer needed to hide his phone. Both his parents had saved his number. The duo was calling to invite him to join them for guitar lessons. This endeavor was organized by Yulu, while Qin Ming participated for the sake of camaraderie. Naturally, they would not leave Chen Xiaocheng behind in this collective activity. They had also attempted to learn guitar in a previous life. At the same time, and with the same trio, they not only dedicated time to learning, but each purchased a guitar. Ultimately, only Chen Xiaocheng persisted, while the other 2 lost interest after a brief period. When presented with their proposal, Chen Xiaocheng did not refuse. Whether they could master the guitar was of little consequence. What mattered were the shared experiences and memories of the 3 brothers, as these were the most precious treasures. The following morning, Chen Xiaocheng arrived at the music store as agreed. This establishment was modest in size, offering a variety of small instruments and providing lessons on musical knowledge. Before long, he was joined by Yulu and Qin Ming, accompanied by Yang Wenxuan. The 4 of them entered the music store, stating their intentions, prompting the owner to begin his introduction. The proprietor appeared to be in his 30s, with shoulder-length hair and a thick beard that, while substantial, did not give off an untidy impression. He is both the proprietor of this establishment and the instructor for guitar lessons, having provided the trio with their initial exposure to the instrument in a previous life. After some inquiries, the owner indicated that purchasing a guitar would entitle them to a few complimentary lessons, the exact number of which would depend on the price of the instrument. Thus, Chen Xiaochen and his companions began selecting guitars. Yu Lu and Qin Ming each chose a guitar priced around 200, which is a reasonable entry-level option. In contrast, Chen Xiaochen, after trying a few, selected a guitar exceeding 800. During this process, he spotted the guitar he had chosen in his past life, but refrained from touching it, merely glancing at it before moving on. The fact that Chen Xiaochen opted for a relatively expensive guitar did not surprise Yu Lu and the others. After all, both internet cafes were generating revenue daily, rendering such an expense trivial for the owner. Moreover, the somewhat discerning guitar shop owner, upon noticing the watch on Chen Xiaocheng's wrist, saw no issue with a young man purchasing an 800 yuan guitar. While selecting instruments, Yu Lu and Qin Ming were astonished to see Chen Xiaocheng skillfully strumming a few chords. The shop owner remained silent, observing the boy's adept fingerwork. In response, Chen Xiaocheng had to explain to his friends that someone had previously taught him some basic techniques. Following this, the owner conducted a 45-minute lesson for the trio, allowing them some time to practice before concluding the session. After class, the three stored their guitars at the shop and, accompanied by Yang Wenxuan, ventured out to find a place to dine. During their meal, Yu Lu proposed the idea of taking a trip together. Chen Xiaocheng had no objections to this suggestion. Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan were equally delighted at the prospect of an outing, although they were uncertain whether Yang's father would allow it. Ultimately, the four decided to invite Zhao Yana another day to discuss the details. After lunch, they spent the afternoon at Xingchen Internet Cafe, Xuanxuan shop, before returning home as dinner approached. The ensuing days unfolded similarly, with each day consisting of a guitar lesson followed by some leisure time at the Internet Cafe. This routine continued until the homeroom teacher notified all students to return to school on the 22nd to collect their exam results and admission letters. At 9 a.m. on the 22nd, classmates reunited in the classroom of Class 7, Year 3, after a month apart. The homeroom teacher, Sister Yan, arrived early and casually conversed with the students, inquiring about their holiday experiences and subtly hinting at their exam results. The atmosphere between teacher and students had shifted from the usual formality to a more approachable warmth. Once everyone had gathered, Sister Yan ascended the podium to announce the exam scores and admissions. The first place was once again Chen Xiaocheng, with a total score of 495, successfully admitted to the prestigious 40 Middle School. The second place was still Wang Shuiying, with a score of 482, who also gained entry to her chosen institution. The third place remained inconsequential. As for Chen Xiaocheng's friends, Yu Lu narrowly scraped by the admission line to 40 Middle School, prompting an exuberant cheer from him. Even amidst his usual laid-back demeanor, Zhao Yana and Yang Wenxuan have both gained admission to the city's key school. However, Qin Ming, despite his significant improvement in grades over the last few months, still fell short of the admission cutoff by a few points. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaochen was not overly concerned for him. Given his current scores, coupled with the capabilities of Qin's parents, it was likely that they could arrange for some adjustments. Once everyone learned of their admission results, the atmosphere in the classroom distinctly polarized. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Yet, this ambience did not linger for long. Among those who achieved their desires, a suggestion quickly arose for a gathering, with an invitation extended to Teacher Yan to join. This proposal garnered unanimous approval from the classmates, alleviating the classroom's earlier gloom. In the normal course of events, Wang Shuiying would have approached Teacher Yan with such a request. This time, however, Chen Xiaochen, as the top student in the class, was chosen to undertake this task. Naturally, he was more than willing to invite Teacher Yan to a celebratory dinner. Although he had gleaned a vague understanding of the situation from Teacher Yan earlier, a formal invitation was indeed necessary. With composure, he approached the podium and broached the subject with Teacher Yan. She felt immensely gratified by the student's thoughtfulness and readily agreed to the proposal, even offering to treat everyone to a meal. Chen Xiaochen, representing his classmates, promptly expressed that this dinner was a gesture of gratitude from the entire class for Teacher Yan's years of care and support. A gathering so laden with significance, of course, could not be funded by the teacher. Moreover, the students would split the costs, ensuring that no one would incur substantial expenses. Thus, after discussions among the classmates, the idea of the appreciation dinner was unanimously approved, with every student committed to attending. The dinner was tentatively scheduled for the following day at 10:30 in the morning. As the appointed organizer, Chen Xiaochen planned to select a restaurant that afternoon and would inform everyone of the specifics later that evening. To facilitate this, he meticulously compiled everyone's contact information, including that of teacher Yan. Given the number of attendees, the restaurant selection would naturally demand a higher standard. Ordinary small to medium-sized eateries would not suffice to accommodate the group. It would be impractical to have dozens of people scattered across separate tables for the gathering. Therefore, he aimed to locate a small banquet hall capable of hosting multiple tables. Only a handful of establishments in the district could meet this requirement. Chapter 59. The Appreciation Dinner. Upon leaving school, Chen Xiaochen dropped off his bicycle at an internet cafe, planning to take a taxi to inspect each restaurant in person. Once at the cafe, he called his mother to inform her of his admission results and to discuss the gathering and restaurant selection, indicating that he was in no rush to return home. Consequently, Chen Xiaochen visited several restaurants that met the criteria. Ultimately, he discovered a spacious private room in the largest restaurant in the district, which could accommodate 4 round tables and serve dozens of diners simultaneously. Chen Xiaochen ascended the stairs with particular intent, inspecting the private room, which was notably new and tastefully decorated. Unperturbed by the server's reminder of the minimum spending requirement, he promptly reserved the room with a deposit of 1,000 yuan. After briefly perusing the menu, he requested the server to draft an initial selection of dishes before departing the restaurant. Upon returning to the internet cafe, Chen Xiaochen commenced a series of phone calls to notify his homeroom teacher and classmates about the time and location of the gathering scheduled for the following day. When he reached Wang Shuiying, she eagerly volunteered to take on the task of picking up teacher Yu. A few calls went unanswered, which he duly noted. Planning to follow up later that evening. Having completed all his tasks and finding little to occupy him at the cafe, Chen Xiaochen rode his bicycle home. As he arrived, his mother, who had not gone to work, rushed to him with an anxious request for the admission notice. As soon as he retrieved the envelope from his bag, she snatched it from him. Upon opening it and examining the contents, her face radiated joy as she reveled in the moment. Although Chen Xiaochen had previously informed her of the acceptance, it was only upon seeing the notice that her mind could rest easy. In the following hours, his mother incessantly called relatives, friends, and former colleagues to share her heartfelt elation. When Chen's father returned from work that evening, the household erupted in jubilation. The Chen family had recently experienced a wave of good fortune, and in celebration, Chen's father decided to host a gathering for relatives and friends that weekend to revel in the joyous occasion. Naturally, such familial matters were not Chen Xiaocheng's concern. The next day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Chen Xiaocheng prepared to head to the venue for the gathering. Instead of cycling, he opted for a taxi to the reserved restaurant. Along the way, he stopped at a flower shop to purchase a bouquet of carnations for Sister Yan. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found Yu Lu, Qin Ming, and a few others waiting for him. Observing the flowers in Chen Xiaocheng's hands, they mistakenly assumed he intended to confess his feelings to someone, their faces alight with curiosity. With a sigh of resignation, he clarified the situation to these two simpletons, allowing them to regain their composure. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, ascended to the private room. Inside, many classmates had already arrived, exchanging greetings, jokes, and engaging in light-hearted conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. After a short while, a group of girls led by Wang Shuiying accompanied teacher Yu Yan into the room. Upon seeing Sister Yan, everyone promptly rose to greet her warmly. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiaocheng presented the bouquet of carnations to Wang Shuiying, who then offered it on behalf of the entire class to teacher Yu Yan. Receiving the flowers, Sister Yan's face beamed with delight. As the joyous conversations flowed, the remaining classmates gradually arrived. The 4 tables were filled to capacity. Fortunately, the tables were spacious enough to avoid feeling overcrowded. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Chen Xiaocheng instructed the server to commence serving the dishes according to the revised menu prepared by his classmates. In attendance, aside from Sister Yan, were a group of adolescents in the midst of their growth. Thus, Chen Xiaocheng deliberately ordered several additional dishes, with 18 dishes per table, complemented by 2 main courses. As the dishes began to arrive, the first order of business was naturally to raise a toast together, rather than allowing everyone to open drinks. Chen Xiaocheng had prepared over a dozen bottles of beer in advance, pouring each person a cup. He had prepared slightly more than 20 bottles, sufficient for 2 cups per person. As this gathering marked the first collective assembly of students and teachers, a sense of ritual was essential. Noticing the students' cups filled with beer, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Yan, refrained from intervening. She saw no fault in these almost adult youths sharing a celebratory drink. As the students filled their glasses, Ms. Yan reached for her own cup, but reconsidered and withdrew her hand. Today, these children were the protagonists, and the first toast should rightfully belong to them. Observing Ms. Yan's gesture, Chen Xiaocheng grasped her sentiment. He glanced at Wang Shuiying, seated beside Ms. Yin, who appeared unfazed by the commotion, despite his repeated glances in her direction. He consciously overlooked the less prominent class monitor. Scanning the tables, he discerned that nearly all students were focused on him. Realizing this, he raised his glass, preparing to propose the inaugural toast as the organizer of the gathering. Seeing Chen Xiaochen stand with his cup, students at each table followed suit, eagerly awaiting his words. As he surveyed the assembled crowd, Chen Xiaochen spoke, "Dear teachers and classmates, today we gather here to express our gratitude to our beloved Ms. Yin and to commemorate the wonderful moments we have shared together." The collective laughter that followed, sparked by the informal address of Ms. Yin, was a testament to their camaraderie. Amidst the laughter, Chen Xiaochen continued, "First, on behalf of all the students of Class 7, Grade 9, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our cherished Ms. Yin. Thank you for your tireless dedication over the past 3 years, for your unwavering care and companionship, and for never giving up on any one of us. My personal experience reflects this most vividly, even when my grades plummeted. You did not turn your back on me. I believe my fellow classmates share my sentiments. It is through your hard work and dedication that we all have the opportunity for a brighter future. We will not forget your teachings, and in the days to come, we will strive to become better versions of ourselves, ensuring we never bring you shame." With that, Chen Xiaochen offered a slight bow to Ms. Yin. Witnessing this display, some students with gentle dispositions felt their eyes grow misty. Ms. Yin's own eyes glistened, yet her face radiated a smile of pride. After bowing, Chen Xiaochen resumed, "Dear classmates, we have spent 3 years together in learning and living, filled with laughter, tears, and even disputes. Today marks the conclusion of 3 years of learning and living together, yet it does not signify the end of our friendship. The myriad moments we have shared over these years will, from this day forth, transform into cherished memories, serving as a testament to our bond, residing in our hearts as our most invaluable treasure. In the days ahead, even as we venture forth in different directions, perhaps embarking on marriages and careers, I hope that we can all preserve this genuine friendship, offering mutual care and support. Even 10, 20, or 30 years from now, may we still remember the essence of our camaraderie and, upon reuniting, witness each other's sincere smiles. Moreover, I aspire that during our gatherings in 10, 20, or even 30 years, our beloved teacher, Ms. Yin, will continue to accompany us, witnessing the enduring nature of our friendship." As I speak, some classmates, already teary-eyed, find themselves unable to contain their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. Sensing that the atmosphere has reached its peak, Chen Xiaochen begins to draw the evening to a close. Therefore, let us raise our glasses together and partake in this wine that symbolizes the gratitude for our teachers and the essence of friendship. With that, Chen Xiaochen leads the way, downing her drink, followed by Ms. Yin and the fellow students. After the first toast, the ambience in the room remains vibrant, with everyone pouring themselves a second glass. When our glasses are once again filled, Ms. Yin raises her cup, bestowing her blessings upon the students. "Dear students, just moments ago, Chen Xiaochen referred to me as Sister Yin. To be honest, I do not mind this at all. I am deeply honored to have been your elder sister throughout these 3 years. As I gaze upon your youthful and hopeful faces, I am reminded of the naive boys and girls who first entered this school. Time has flown by, and now we find ourselves at this moment of parting. As your teacher, I have witnessed your diligence, your growth, and your progress. Each of you possesses your own unique brilliance, shining in your own way. In our daily interactions, I may have been stern and critical at times, but it was born out of a desire for you to become your best selves, to navigate the future with stability and distance. Now, as you embark on a new journey, I hope you will retain your current passion and courage to pursue your dreams. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, believe in your abilities. As Chen Xiaochen previously mentioned, cherish this precious friendship among you, continually encouraging and supporting one another as you stride towards a brighter tomorrow. Finally, let us raise our glasses once more. I wish you smooth sailing and a future filled with promise. I hope that when we meet again in the future, each of you will have crafted your own beautiful life." With these heartfelt words, Ms. Yin and the students shared their second toast of the evening. The toasts from Chen Xiaochen and Sister Yin ignited the atmosphere, filling the hearts of the students with the warmth of friendship and the bittersweetness of farewell. Conversations flourished as everyone exchanged heartfelt sentiments. Previously, there had been conflicts, yet they were all resolved with a smile, leaving only the most beautiful memories and the purest of friendships between them. During the gathering, the classmates raised their glasses to toast to Sister Yin. Although the drinks were primarily non-alcoholic, this did not diminish the heartfelt expressions of camaraderie. In the presence of such delightful students, Sister Yin spent the entire time in a state of contentment and joy. Chapter 60. Wang Shuiying's confession. The meal lasted over 3 hours, during which Chen Xiaochen made a trip to replenish the dishes. He couldn't help but marvel at how much these girls could eat. Once everyone had enjoyed their fill, Chen Xiaochen took the collected money to settle the bill at the bar downstairs. Each person had contributed 100 yuan. This covered the meal and the upcoming karaoke session, with adjustments made for any discrepancies. The total for 4 tables amounted to over 4,000 yuan. Although they hadn't consumed much alcohol, they had ordered an abundance of sodas and juices, and the table was laden with various dishes. Given the quality of the restaurant, this price was quite reasonable. After settling the bill and collecting the receipt, Chen Xiaochen returned to the private room to organize the next phase of their outing. With so many people going to sing, it was impossible for everyone to stay together. There simply wasn't a karaoke venue in the city that could accommodate such a large group. Thus, Chen Xiaochen had refrained from selecting a venue the day before, opting instead to let the classmates form their own groups. At this point, Teacher Yu decided to withdraw from the activities, not wishing her presence to inhibit the enjoyment of the children. After bidding farewell, she left amidst the reluctant goodbyes of the students. Once Sister Yin had departed, the remaining classmates began to pair off freely and hailed taxis. More than a dozen taxis set off in a grand procession towards the largest karaoke venue nearby. Qin Ming accompanied Yang Wenxuan, Zhao Yana, and another girl in one car, while Chen Xiaocheng, along with Yu Lu, shared a vehicle with Wang Lei and another boy. Upon arrival at the KTV, Chen Xiaocheng immediately reserved 4 large rooms, each capable of accommodating around 12 people. He then allowed the classmates to choose their rooms freely, for those who needed extra seating. The staff was instructed to provide additional small stools. For a group of their size, they were considered a major client by the karaoke establishment, and thus their minor requests were readily accommodated by the attentive staff. While the classmates selected their rooms, Chen Xiaocheng, along with Yu Lu and Qin Ming, began procuring drinks and snacks for each room. He did not mention the budget, opting to cover any excess costs himself. After selecting all the provisions and having them delivered to the respective rooms, the trio made their way to their own designated space. This particular room was filled with classmates who shared close ties. Besides Yu Lu, Qin Ming, Yang Wenxuan, and Zhao Yana, several other friends of Wang Lei were also present, resulting in a lively gathering within the confines of their room. To Chen Xiaocheng's surprise, Wang Shuiying had brought Shui Xiao to their private room and seamlessly integrated into the circle of girls. The subsequent proceedings were, of course, predictable. Everyone began to eagerly select songs, and soon they took turns showcasing their vocal talents. When it was Qin Ming's turn to sing, there were no surprises. His voice remained as unbearable as ever. What was even more infuriating was his utter oblivion to this fact, judging by the expression on his face. He seemed to revel in the experience. Chen Xiaocheng found Qin Ming's singing unbearable and stood up, intending to leave. Noticing his departure, Yu Lu inquired about his destination. Without looking back, Chen Xiaocheng retorted loudly, "I'm off to die." With that, he exited the room, leaving the others behind, bursting into laughter at Qin Ming's expense. The atmosphere in the room was joyful and exuberant, with their laughter echoing as if it could break through the roof and reach distant places. Qin Ming, bewildered, gazed at everyone, unable to comprehend why they were laughing so heartily. After leaving, Chen Xiaocheng made a brief visit to the restroom. Upon washing his hands and returning to the door of the private room, he spotted Wang Shuiying standing there, gazing at him. Her eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of complex emotions, nervousness, anticipation, and a subtle hint of shyness. Chen Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly offered a warm smile and gently asked, "What brings you here?" Wang Shuiying bit her lip lightly and did not respond. Instead, she produced a piece of paper and handed it to him. After Chen Xiaocheng, looking puzzled, accepted the paper, Wang Shuiying brushed past him toward the restroom. As he unfolded the paper, he discovered it was his classbook filled with Wang Shuiying's elegant handwriting. In the final message section, she had penned a heartfelt note. "In the great box of time, it seems a little shadow is secretly hidden in my heart, hoping that shadow will always be happy, smooth sailing, and free of worries." Upon reading these words, Chen Xiaocheng could hardly remain oblivious to Wang Shuiying's feelings. Yet, at that moment, he had no particular thoughts about the girl, so he chose to feign ignorance, tucked the note away, and returned to the room. For the remainder of the evening, the two of them had no further interactions and simply continued to sing and revel with the others until it was time to leave. This was not an act of evasion on Chen Xiaocheng's part. Rather, he understood well that expressing sorrow without a promising outcome would be futile. Sometimes, it is better to remain silent than to voice sadness. This way, the hurt can be lessened and an unspoken understanding can suffice. Parting ways was perhaps a wise choice. Although this separation was not permanent, it was likely they would not meet again in the near future. Years later, when they crossed paths again, they would all be adults, perhaps even married with children. The innocent thoughts of their youth would likely be met with a smile and a sense of nostalgia. A fleeting impulse would ultimately transform into cherished memories of their youth, serving as a testament to their growth and transformation. It was a period of innocent beauty, witnessing their evolution and maturation. Even as the years flow by, those cherished memories continue to shimmer in the depths of the heart, becoming invaluable treasures in their lives. Around 5 p.m., the students, having enjoyed over 3 hours of entertainment, left the KTV with satisfaction. Upon exiting, they prepared to disperse, each heading homeward. Before parting ways, someone inquired whether Chen Xiaochen had sufficient funds. This display of kindness from his classmates warmed Chen Xiaochun's heart, though he merely smiled and replied that it was just enough. As everyone was about to say their goodbyes, a few exuberant boys began to arrange the next outing at the internet cafe. This time, the response was not overwhelming, as most opted to return home for rest. However, Yu Lu, being a seasoned internet enthusiast, would not miss the opportunity. Naturally, this meant Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming would join him, with the early hours still upon them. Yang Wenxuan felt it only natural to accompany them as well. And with Yang Wenxuan going, how could Zhao Yana be left to depart alone? Thus, the group, none of whom strayed, followed Wang Lei to the internet cafe at Morningstar 2. They continued their gaming until after 8 p.m. Chen Xiaochen and his friends did not stay overnight with Wang Lei and the others, taking advantage of Qin Ming's offer to escort Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana home. He likewise took his leave, bringing Yu Lu along. By the time Chen Xiaochen returned home, it was already past 9 p.m. He did not rush upstairs but instead jogged a few laps around the community to make up for his missed exercise. Upon arriving home, Chen's mother peeked out from the master bedroom, chattering a few words before asking if he wanted dinner. Having feasted on fried skewers at the internet cafe, Chen Xiaochen felt no hunger and suggested that his mother return to her room to rest. After a quick wash-up, he retreated to his own room. Once inside, he took out the class album from Wang Shuiying, unfolded it, smoothed it out, and then placed it in the booklet. Then, without further delay, he turned off the light and went to bed. Chapter 61. Game Boy. The following morning, Chen Xiaochen and his companions went to the music school to practice as usual. Inside, they spotted a boy resting nearby, engrossed in a Nintendo GBA. This scene instantly evoked a plethora of memories for Chen Xiaochen. Upon finishing their practice, he urged Yu Lu and Qin Ming to accompany him to a nearby arcade. The GBA, short for Game Boy Advance, was Nintendo's second-generation handheld console released on March 21, 2001. Its most notable feature compared to the previous generation was the introduction of a color LCD screen. This gaming device embodies the childhood regrets and youthful memories of many boys, Chen Xiaochen included. In his past life, despite having a decent allowance, the thought of purchasing such a console felt exceedingly extravagant. He could only occasionally borrow one from others to indulge for a brief moment. Today, having encountered it fortuitously, Chen Xiaochen was determined to rectify this long-held regret. Upon arriving at the gaming store, Chen Xiaochen did not even inquire about the prices. After a brief survey of the surroundings, he promptly requested 4 GBA game consoles in different colors. Chen Xiaochen decided to keep 2 for himself, one for play and the other for his collection. The remaining 2 were generously gifted to Yu Lu and Qin Ming. Gaming, after all, is far more enjoyable when shared among friends. With his financial situation being quite comfortable, Chen Xiaocheng's friends accepted their gifts with delight, without any reservations. As for Yu Lu, it goes without saying that he was always prudent with his allowance. Much like the Chen Xiaochen of a previous life, he could have saved enough to purchase one himself if he had been diligent. However, his frequent visits to the internet cafe made it rather challenging for him to accumulate savings. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had recently experienced a whimsical epiphany, declaring his intention to save money for a future romantic fund with Yang Wenxuan, thus becoming increasingly frugal. Yet, he remained generous towards others, only tightening the purse strings for himself, making it difficult to indulge in such purchases. Chen Xiaochen, however, was unconcerned about monetary matters. He was more than willing to share his joy with his 2 friends. The bond between the 3 of them had withstood the test of time, remaining untainted by material possessions. Simultaneously, he wholeheartedly supported Qin Ming's decision to save, understanding that this romantic fund could prove invaluable in the future. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen selected a variety of game cartridges, including classics such as Pokemon, Castlevania, and Harvest Moon, among others. He also procured several accessories and protective cases, acquiring 4 of each. Lastly, he purchased a previous generation GBC for his collection. After completing his purchases and making the payment, Chen Xiaochen, along with Yu Lu and Qin Ming, made their way to a nearby haven. Upon finding a comfortable spot to sit, they casually ordered drinks and eagerly unwrapped their new acquisitions, diving into gameplay. As they played with their consoles, they frequently swapped game cartridges, lingering on those they particularly enjoyed. After each game, they often engaged in discussions, sharing their experiences and insights. Thus, they spent an entire afternoon at the haven, during which Chen Xiaochen even requested the waiter to fetch some batteries from the adjacent store to ensure their consoles continued to function. Once hunger set in, the trio reluctantly put away their consoles and ventured out for a meal. After enjoying a satisfying dinner, the three friends returned to their respective homes, content and well-fed. The following weekend, Chen Xiaocheng's family appeared to be quite busy. They not only had to attend a family gathering organized by Chen's father, but also had plans to view various properties. The gathering was scheduled for Saturday evening, and on Saturday morning, shortly after 9, the family embarked on their property viewing journey. The developments they were set to explore had already been pre-selected by Chen's parents, ensuring that the remaining options met the family's requirements, featuring either completed units or those nearing completion. This reveals that the current level of real estate development in the city remains relatively low, with limited options available for selection. Otherwise, Chen's parents would likely be overwhelmed by the choices. Nonetheless, there are still 5 or 6 residential complexes that essentially meet their requirements, each of which demands considerable time for a thorough understanding. Even after 2 days of visits, it remains quite exhausting. One morning, the family managed to visit 2 properties, and by the time they completed their tour of the second, lunchtime was nearly upon them. Observing this, the sales agent graciously invited the trio to enjoy a complimentary lunch at the sales office. In the afternoon, they proceeded to explore another property. Upon their arrival, the sales agent stationed outside the office exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm upon seeing the family approach in their vehicle. In an era when private cars were not yet widespread, even a modest Jetta was sufficient to signify financial capability. The car before them, evidently a nearly new purchase, further underscored their affluence. Coupled with the family's attire, the sales agent harbored no doubts regarding their purchasing power. For such a family, the paramount concern was likely their satisfaction with the property. While the price was presumably not a significant obstacle, with the sales agent's earnest and somewhat obsequious guidance, the family toured the entire property. As they walked, they meticulously scrutinized the surroundings, facilities, and layout of the homes. The sales agent elaborated on the property's advantages and unique features in an attempt to captivate the family. Overall, the property had its merits, including a favorable location and a pleasant environment. However, several drawbacks also persisted. The layout of the rooms was not particularly well structured, leading to a sense of discomfort. Additionally, the proximity of the buildings was somewhat excessive, with the taller structures overshadowing the lower ones. Furthermore, the absence of a clear separation between pedestrian and vehicular traffic within the complex would likely result in significant wear and tear on the roads over time. After completing the tour, the three did not overtly express their opinions in front of the sales agent, yet their demeanor suggested a lack of complete satisfaction. Just as it was time for their evening gathering, the family departed the sales office amidst the agent's entreaties. The venue for the gathering was a restaurant recommended by Chen Xiaochen, the same establishment where he had recently attended a class reunion. This restaurant was spacious enough to accommodate a private room for 15 diners with ease. The decor was commendable, and the dishes were both delicious and reasonably priced, making it an excellent choice. Upon arriving at the restaurant, after Chen's father parked the car, the family entered and ascended to the reserved private room, which was quite spacious. A large round table capable of seating 16 was prominently displayed, accompanied by a set of sofas along the side. Inside, the families of Chen's second aunt and second uncle had already arrived. The 4 adults were seated on the sofas, engaged in conversation, while cousin Zhang Qiuyue and younger cousin Su Yang chatted at the dining table. Upon noticing Chen Xiaocheng's family enter, everyone greeted them warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen's mother took the initiative to accompany the second aunt and second uncle downstairs to place their orders. Although 2 families had yet to arrive, the gathering of relatives was not bound by excessive formalities. The remaining attendees engaged in casual conversation, and naturally, the first topic of discussion was Chen Xiaochun's performance in the high school entrance examination. Upon learning that Chen Xiaochun had been accepted into the prestigious No. 40 high school in the province, both the uncle and the aunt, regardless of their sincerity, could not refrain from showering her with praise and congratulations. The conversation soon shifted, redirecting the pressure toward Xiao Yu, who was about to enter her senior year, and Su Yang, who was soon to be in his final year of junior high. At that moment, Su Yang, with keen eyes, noticed the car keys dangling from Chen's father's belt. He swiftly inquired about the source of the keys, effectively diverting the attention of the two fathers. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as their focus was successfully shifted. Xiao Yu, caught in the crossfire, finally exhaled in relief and gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Chen's father had no intention of concealing the matter regarding the car. One of the purposes of the gathering was for family members to share their recent stroke of luck. Following the narrative previously concocted by the family, Chen's father explained to his uncle and aunt the sequence of events from winning the lottery to purchasing a car, and even plans to change residences. In Chen's father's recounting, the lottery ticket became a purchase of his own, and the winnings were inflated to over 500,000. Such serendipitous fortune left both the uncle and aunt wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Although both were astonished, their expressions conveyed different sentiments. The uncle exhibited envy and disbelief, while the aunt's face revealed a more complex tapestry of emotions. Envy, jealousy, and regret intertwined. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and her cousin Su Yang also displayed looks of envy, with Su Yang eagerly exclaiming his desire to ride in his aunt's new car, a suggestion that quickly garnered Xiao Yu's enthusiastic agreement. Chapter 62. Family gathering. As the group in the private room continued their conversation, the families of the younger uncle and the younger aunt entered together, followed by Chen's mother and her companions, who had just come down from placing their orders. Upon seeing these two families, the atmosphere was once again filled with cordial exchanges and greetings. After paying their respects to the elders, Chen Xingyu, the younger cousin, quickly dashed to Chen Xiaochun's side, cheerfully calling him brother. Chen Xiaochun responded with a beaming smile, reaching out to touzle his hair. For Chen Xiaochun, Su Yang, who was of a similar age, felt more like a close friend with whom he shared playful antics and occasional secrets. In contrast, the younger Chen Xingyu was the little brother in need of extra care. Throughout the years, Chen Xiaochun had indeed been particularly attentive to him. Even as they grew older and pursued their studies and careers, this bond remained unaltered. When Chen Xingyu got married, Chen Xiaochun took on the roles of coordinator and host at the wedding, energetically assisting with every detail. As Chen Xingyu arrived, his cousin Zhang Tong followed suit. She timidly stood to the side, softly greeting everyone. If Chen Xiaochun's affection for Chen Xingyu could be described as indulgent, his feelings toward Zhang Tong were marked by a deeper sense of compassion. Concerning this younger sister, he had also been quite concerned in her previous life. The couple, her maternal uncle and aunt, had never shown much interest in her. Chen Xiaocheng always worried that her quiet and timid demeanor might lead to her being bullied. Fortunately, Zhang Tong's fortune was relatively favorable. She encountered a kindred spirit upon marriage. Although their life post-wedding could not be deemed affluent, the couple shared a harmonious bond. Once all the guests had arrived, Father Chen began to usher everyone to their seats. After a round of polite exchanges and insistences, the guests settled in. When the dishes were served and the wine poured, Father Chen raised his glass to commence his speech. He first established the theme of the banquet. With double happiness gracing their home, they had invited friends and family to gather and share in this joy. The first piece of good news was, of course, the celebration of Chen Xiaocheng's successful admission to the prestigious No. 40 middle school in the province. The assembled guests offered their heartfelt congratulations to Father and Mother Chen while continuously praising Chen Xiaocheng. Amidst the ebb and flow of conversation, there was an abundance of admiration for her and optimistic expectations for her future. Seated at the head of the table, Father and Mother Chen beamed with smiles as they gazed at their daughter. After the congratulations, everyone raised their glasses and consumed the fine wine in unison. Once the glasses were refilled, Father Chen lifted his glass once more to propose a second toast. This second joy was, naturally, the news of the Chen family winning the lottery. After Father Chen shared the details of winning over 500,000, having already purchased a car and currently looking at houses, the reactions around the table varied. Second aunt and her husband exhibited genuine delight, clearly happy for Father and Mother Chen. On the other hand, second aunt's family appeared envious. Although her eyes sparkled with jealousy, no ill feelings were overtly expressed. Her husband had accepted the situation. His expression was not particularly unfavorable. The younger uncle's family, already well off and on good terms with Father and Mother Chen, sincerely congratulated the couple as well. Most intriguing were the expressions of Chen Xiaocheng's maternal uncle and aunt. The couple wore a look of suppressed frustration, their eyes flickering between envy and jealousy, and their smiles seemed somewhat forced. Nevertheless, they refrained from any inappropriate actions and joined the others in congratulating Father and Mother Chen. With various expressions among the guests, they downed the second round of drinks. With the completion of the two toasts, the banquet officially commenced. Everyone began to eat, engaging in conversation. The men's discussions revolved around Father Chen's new car, with inquiries about its specifications leading to an animated debate. The most talkative was second aunt's husband, who, as a driver, offered a thorough critique of the merits and drawbacks of the Jetta King model. Conversely, the women's conversations gravitated towards housing. Several asked Mother Chun how her house hunting was going, while evaluating various layouts and floors, each painting a picture of their ideal home. Meanwhile, the topics surrounding Chen Xiaochen and her peers focused on leisure and entertainment. The children shared tales of their holiday activities and amusing encounters. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, the family gathered around the table, engaging in lively conversation until the banquet concluded well past 8 in the evening. The men had indulged quite a bit, with the second uncle having consumed the most. Although still somewhat coherent, he struggled to maintain his balance. The second aunt called for Su Yang to assist in supporting her husband while voicing her grievances incessantly. Once outside the restaurant, the group expressed their eagerness to view Chun Dad's new car. Arriving at the vehicle, they enthusiastically engaged in commentary and discussion, with the intrigue taking turns to sit inside. Once their curiosity was satisfied, they hailed taxis to depart. Chun Dad had also partaken in his fair share of alcohol, yet his demeanor suggested he remained quite alert. Unbothered, he opened the car door and prepared to take the driver's seat. In this era, the issue of drunk driving had not yet been explicitly addressed, nor had there been significant enforcement measures. People were largely indifferent to the notion of driving after drinking, and even Chun Mom casually settled into the passenger seat. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen quickly intervened, advising Chun Dad against driving under the influence. Rather than outrightly opposing, Chun Dad, with a hint of inebriation, jokingly inquired, "What if I don't drive? Will you take the wheel?" Without hesitation, Chen Xiaochen replied affirmatively. Subsequently, under Chen Dad's somewhat dazed gaze, he entered the driver's seat. Chen Mom, witnessing this, urged Chen Xiaochen to desist from such antics and insisted that Chen Dad take over the driving to return home. Chen Xiaochen, however, disregarded her remarks and reiterated the dangers of driving after drinking, explaining the peril involved. After hearing her son's words, Chen Mom hesitated, yet stubbornly retorted, "What if your father doesn't drive? We can't just leave the car here." At that moment, Chen Dad, still relatively lucid, acknowledged the truth in Chen Xiaochen's argument and realized that his current state was indeed unsuitable for driving. After a brief silence, he opted to heed Chen Xiaochen's counsel. He instructed Chen Mom to sit in the back and took his place in the passenger seat, intending to guide Chen Xiaochen as he drove home. In his view, with him supervising, there would be little risk as Chen Xiaochen drove cautiously. This reflects the prevailing disregard for traffic regulations, as many navigated the roads based on their whims. Thus, Chen Xiaochen successfully positioned himself in the driver's seat, unperturbed by the prospect of driving without a license. The night had fallen, and the streets were largely devoid of traffic police. In this age, surveillance cameras were scarce, alleviating any concerns he had about potential repercussions. As he settled into the driver's seat, Chen Xiaochen adeptly adjusted the seat, just as Chun Dad was about to offer guidance for the next steps. He observed Chen Xiaochen proficiently fastening his seatbelt, igniting the engine, turning on the headlights, releasing the handbrake, engaging the clutch, shifting gears, and accelerating, all executed seamlessly. Before Chun Dad could fully comprehend the situation, the car was already in motion, exiting the parking lot and onto the road. By the time he grasped what was happening, Chen Xiaochen had already begun to accelerate. Chen Xiaochen's series of actions left his father utterly bewildered, causing the words that were on the tip of his tongue to be swallowed back. Perhaps he feared that Chen Xiaochen might lose focus. Or perhaps he felt a twinge of nervousness being in a car driven by his son for the first time. Throughout the journey, both Chen's father and mother remained largely silent, and the family quickly and safely returned to their home. Once Chen Xiaochen parked the car, his father could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired where Chen Xiaochen had learned to drive. Chen Xiaochen could only offer a vague response, claiming he had learned from watching online tutorials, along with observing his father drive. Regardless of whether his parents believed him or not, Chen Xiaochen had no intention of elaborating further. The more one says, the more one risks, and in his view, knowing how to drive was not particularly significant. He trusted that his parents would not dwell on the matter for long. Chapter 63. House hunting. The following day, the Chen family embarked on another house hunting expedition. Having visited 3 properties the previous day and found none to their liking, their plan for today was to explore 3 to 4 more options, with the possibility of extending their search if necessary. Their first stop was a development known as Chinsu Yazuzi. As before, upon arriving at the sales office, they were warmly greeted by the sales representative, The representative began by explaining the overall layout of the community using a model. Upon learning that they were interested in apartments with 3 or more bedrooms, he proceeded to introduce them to various 3-bedroom layouts of differing sizes. The current price for these 3-bedroom units hovered around 580 yuan per square meter, a considerable sum in today's Feng City market, where the average price for most residential properties is only slightly above 2,000 yuan per square meter. The elevated price is primarily attributed to the superior quality of the environment and construction in this community compared to other developments. Moreover, the 3-bedroom apartments are considered the finest in terms of both layout and location within the development. The family had no significant objections to the price, as they understood the adage you get what you pay for. The current housing market showed no signs of excessive inflation. The higher prices were justified. After the sales presentation, the representative guided the family to view the properties in person. This community offered ready-to-move-in apartments, with the construction of the buildings already completed. Currently, work was underway on the roads and landscaping within the area, most of which appeared to be nearly finished. The representative took them through 3 different 3-bedroom units of varying sizes, followed by a brief tour of the community. Although the development was not particularly large, comprising only 30-some buildings, its layout was thoughtfully designed, avoiding a cramped feel. The community featured no high-rise buildings, only multi-story residences capped at 6 floors. The concept of villa-style housing had not yet been introduced in current real estate projects. Multi-story buildings remained the mainstream choice. According to the sales representative, the main construction of the community had long been completed, and purchasing now would allow for possession in about 15 days. After thoroughly exploring the community, the family, accompanied by the representative, returned to the sales office. Upon returning to the sales office and seated on the reception sofa, Mr. and Mrs. Chen deliberated the merits and shortcomings of this particular housing project. Although their opinions had yet to fully converge, a consensus emerged. There was no need to explore other developments. They would select a residence from this one. Chen Xiaochen had no objections to their decision. Mr. and Mrs. Chen expressed overall satisfaction with the project. The apartments within the complex featured well-proportioned designs, rational layouts, and abundant natural light. Moreover, the geographical location of the community also pleased them, as it boasted a comprehensive array of amenities, ensuring a convenient lifestyle. Notably, it was in close proximity to the esteemed 40 Middle School, allowing Chen Xiaochen to attend school with ease, merely a 10-minute walk away. The points of contention between the couple primarily revolved around the size and floor level of the apartment. Mr. Chen was inclined towards a semi-loft layout of 156 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Conversely, Mrs. Chen, being more fiscally conscious, preferred a 135 square meter unit, which lacked an additional bathroom. She argued that such a spacious home was already ample for their family of 3, and having 2 bathrooms would be excessive. Furthermore, both apartments had kitchens sufficient for her needs. Regarding the floor selection, Mr. Chen favored the ground floor, which came with a complimentary garden of over 30 square meters. An enthusiast for gardening, he was instantly captivated by the prospect of cultivating a small garden, already envisioning what to plant. Mrs. Chen, on the other hand, harbored concerns about potential dampness and noise associated with ground-level living, informed by anecdotes from colleagues and friends who had lived in older ground-floor units. After much deliberation, Mr. Chen posed a rhetorical question regarding their son's marital prospects, which effectively silenced Mrs. Chen's objections on the issue of apartment size. However, the disagreement over the floor level persisted, with neither party able to sway the other. Though Mrs. Chen was tempted by the idea of the garden, her apprehensions remained paramount. In the midst of their impasse, both turned to Chen Xiaochen, seeking his endorsement. In truth, Chen Xiaochen had already formed his opinions. He took a moment to organize his thoughts before articulating his impressions and recommendations regarding the community. Firstly, he appreciated that the design of the complex effectively separated pedestrian pathways from vehicular traffic. All garages were situated on the outer perimeter adjacent to the street, with shops lining the backside, effectively limiting vehicle access to the outer circle of the community. The inner circle was exclusively for pedestrians, with brick pathways that prohibited vehicular entry under normal circumstances. Furthermore, the absence of high-rise buildings within the complex ensured adequate spacing between structures, alleviating concerns about natural light, while the expansive green areas enhanced the livability of the environment. The location was indeed advantageous for him, as it shortened his commute to school and significantly reduced Mr. Chen's travel time to work. As for Mrs. Chen, with her imminent retirement, this consideration was no longer pertinent. The surrounding amenities were comprehensive, boasting hospitals, markets, and large supermarkets, all contributing to a well-rounded living experience. Even Chen Xiaochen is aware that, a few years hence, the entrance and exit of Metro Line 1 will be merely a few hundred meters away. This residential complex is also in close proximity to the Morning Star Internet Cafe, allowing Chen Xiaochen to stroll there effortlessly in the future. After discussing the complex, he turned his attention to the layout and floor selection. He is inclined to follow his father's advice and opt for the 156 square meter ground floor unit. Chen Xiaochen had meticulously compared various aspects and found the design of this development to be quite rational. The additional square footage is predominantly allocated to functional rooms, unlike certain properties where extra space is squandered on corridors and other superfluous areas. As for the floor issue, Chen Ma's concerns regarding newly constructed residential buildings are not particularly significant. This community features an underground parking facility, which Chen Xiaochen specifically inspected. The unit his family has chosen is conveniently situated above the parking lot. The ground floor unit is elevated above an open space, which in future developments may be converted into basements for the homeowners. The presence of this open space effectively mitigates moisture issues and alleviates concerns about water seepage and dampness on the living floors. Moreover, this residence is elevated by 3 steps on both the southern and northern sides, eliminating worries about rainwater flooding. Regarding the potential noise on the ground floor, the southern side boasts a private garden, while the northern side is graced with a green belt over 2 meters wide. Additionally, motor vehicles are prohibited within the inner circle of the complex, ensuring a tranquil environment. After listening to Chen Xiaochun's thorough analysis, both Chen Ba and Chen Ma were taken aback. They recently realized that their son seems to possess a deeper understanding of automobiles and real estate than they do. Although they are unsure where Chen Xiaochen acquired this knowledge, it does not hinder their appreciation for his valuable insights. Once they regained their composure, the couple began to contemplate Chen Xiaochun's observations. The sales representative, having noted that Chen Xiaochen had covered nearly all the points she intended to make, refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting the couple's decision. It was apparent to her that once the layout and floor were confirmed, the likelihood of finalizing the deal today was quite high. After a hushed discussion, Chen Ba and Chen Ma ultimately resolved to choose the 156 square meter ground floor unit near the center of the complex. Seeing that their deliberation had reached a conclusion, the sales representative was elated and promptly engaged them in a discussion regarding the price. The unit selected by the 3 of them is currently priced at 580 yuan per square meter, amounting to a total of 480 yuan for the 156 square meters. Despite their efforts to negotiate, Chen Ba and Chen Ma were unable to secure a lower price. The sales representative made several trips, ultimately stating that she could only offer a waiver on 1 year of property management fees. Although this price is relatively high compared to other current developments, it is for a ready-to-move-in property, and the sales progress is only at the mid-stage. Given the desirable layout and prime location, it is not surprising that the developer is not in a rush to sell, and a higher price is to be expected. Chen Ba and Chen Ma are not adamant about reducing the price significantly. They simply feel that a negotiation without discussion lacks substance. He paid little heed to the outcome, for it was the confidence bestowed by wealth. Only when the negotiations regarding the house were nearly concluded did Mr. Chen begin to contemplate the garage he had long desired. The sales representative had already noticed Mr. Chen's Jetta, so his intention to purchase a garage came as no surprise. Clearing his throat, the representative began to elaborate on the pertinent details of the garage. Within the estate, there were a total of 42 garages, each measuring approximately 20 square meters. The length of the garages was around 6 meters, with a width exceeding 2 meters. Specific dimensions varied according to location. Regardless of size, each garage was priced at 50,000 yuan, averaging about 500 yuan per square meter. The sales representative further mentioned that, due to the limited number of garages, there was a possibility of price increases in the future. Chapter 64. Purchasing a house. Mr. Chen Xiaochen wholeheartedly agreed with the sales representative's assertions. In the coming years, the number of private vehicles would undoubtedly rise, and the available garages would scarcely meet the needs of the homeowners. Garages with ownership rights, impervious to dampness, would be incomparable to subterranean parking spaces, destined to become a scarce resource within the estate. Although Mr. Chen was eager to find a cozy spot for his beloved car, he refrained from making an immediate declaration. Instead, he discreetly requested the sales representative to take them for an on-site inspection. Naturally, the sales representative had no objections, promptly rising to escort the family back to the estate. After a thorough comparison and selection process, Mr. Chen chose one of the garages. The selected garage was situated approximately 200 meters from the new house and was not far from the estate's entrance. To provide the family with a more tangible experience, the sales representative thoughtfully opened the garage door. This particular garage, owing to its location, was somewhat wider than the others. Its spaciousness ensured that even a large SUV would not feel cramped. Having inspected the garage and finding no issues, Mr. Chen was ready to finalize the purchase. As the garage was primarily for Mr. Chen's use, Mrs. Chen did not offer any input. Just as the sales representative prepared to lead the trio back to the sales office, Chen Xiaochen, who had remained silent until then, pointed to an adjacent garage and inquired whether it was also for sale. The sales representative, slightly perplexed, checked his records and confirmed that this garage was indeed available. Receiving this affirmative response, Chen Xiaochen suggested that Mr. Chen also purchase this garage. Mr. Chen was somewhat puzzled, questioning the necessity of acquiring multiple garages for a household with only one vehicle. Chen Xiaochen refrained from elaborating on the future scarcity of garages, simply stating, "Dad, your car will have a place to park, but where will I park mine when I get a car?" Mr. Chen did not perceive this as a jest. Given the family's current circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for Chen Xiaochen to buy a car after graduation. He could manage the costs independently, without requiring financial assistance from his father. While Mr. Chen did not foresee parking as a future dilemma, he acknowledged that, within their economic means, it was prudent to prepare a garage for his son. After coming to a decision, Mr. Chen no longer hesitated and requested the sales agent to open another garage for inspection. Mr. Chen conducted a meticulous examination and determined that, aside from being slightly narrower than the previously selected option, this garage posed no other issues. Consequently, he informed the sales agent that he would purchase both garages. Although the agent had already witnessed the family's considerable wealth, he was still taken aback by Mr. Chen's casual acquisition of 2 garages. Nevertheless, recognizing the lucrative opportunity, the agent quickly led the trio back to the sales office, their pace noticeably brisker than before. Upon their return, the group settled down, and the sales agent commenced recalculating the total price. The cost of the property had been previously established at 580 yuan. The 2 garages amounted to a total of 100,000 yuan, bringing the grand total to 680 yuan. In light of this price, Mr. and Mrs. Chen initiated a new round of negotiations. Although they viewed their funds as easily obtained, this did not justify frivolous spending. They believed in saving where possible, and bargaining was essential. This round of haggling did not require excessive discussion, as the sales agent, eager and proactive, engaged in lengthy negotiations with his superiors. Ultimately, he secured a discount of 3,000 yuan on the 2 garages. After recalculating, the total price for the house and the garages amounted to 680 yuan. Both Mr. and Mrs. Chen were content with this figure and promptly instructed the sales agent to prepare the contract. The Chen family sat together, reflecting on the purchase of the property. Mr. Chen intended to buy the house and garages outright, and Chen Xiaochen did not urge his parents to consider a loan. In his view, Mr. and Mrs. Chen had no pressing investment needs and thus did not require to retain excessive funds. Moreover, this money was intended to enhance their quality of life. He had never contemplated using these funds for anything else. The existing capital, combined with the future earnings from their 2 internet cafes, was sufficient for his endeavors. Most importantly, purchasing this house outright would provide his parents with peace of mind, a consideration that outweighed all others for Chen Xiaochen. Without making the family wait long, the sales agent returned with the contract 20 minutes later. The 3 of them took the contract and turned to review it. In his previous life, Chen Xiaochen had not heard of any issues arising from the Asakusa series of developments. Thus, he did not scrutinize the contract's terms and details too closely. He merely checked the price, building number, area, and the promised delivery date. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he handed it to Mr. Chen. After ensuring there were no questions from the family, Mr. Chen picked up a pen and began to sign the contract. The sales office proved to be more convenient than a car dealership, as payment could be made via card, eliminating the need for an additional trip to the bank. Once the payment was completed, the property was officially secured. After exchanging contact information, the Chen family departed from the sales office, accompanied by the agent and armed with various documents. On the journey home, Chen's father drove while engaging in a lively discussion with Chen's mother regarding the renovation of their new house. Seated in the back, Chen Xiaochen occasionally chimed in with suggestions, striving to help his parents avoid common pitfalls in the future. The trio shared laughter and aspirations for their new home and a bright future. With the housing matters resolved, Chen Xiaochen's life returned to a semblance of routine. He found himself somewhat aimless, no longer managing the internet cafe and with no pressing concerns occupying his mind. Even this holiday, he had no assignments. Thus, he alternated between reflecting on the carefree nature of youth and relishing a leisurely, retirement-like existence. Each day was spent reading, playing video games, practicing piano, jogging, or kicking a ball with friends, enjoying a wonderfully relaxed lifestyle. Recently, he had ceased attending guitar lessons, having exhausted the complimentary sessions, and both Yu Lu and Qin Ming had lost interest. With their dwindling enthusiasm, Chen Xiaochen naturally felt little incentive to continue. However, this tranquil phase did not last long. As the restless Yu Lu began to organize an outing, he had previously suggested such an undertaking, and everyone had expressed unanimous support. Thus, it was not surprising that the idea resurfaced. Yu Lu and Qin Ming exhibited the most enthusiasm for the venture, actively researching fun local destinations and consulting several travel agencies. They selected a few nearby travel routes, preparing to discuss them with the group. That morning, Chen Xiaochen, Yu Lu, Qin Ming, Yang Wenxuan, and Zhao Yana gathered at a cafe. After ordering their drinks, they commenced deliberating on potential destinations. Yu Lu produced the prepared materials and brochures, presenting them to the others in a manner reminiscent of an inexperienced salesperson. As they reviewed the information, they shared their thoughts. Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana expressed a preference against hiking, favoring a trip to the seaside instead. Qin Ming wholeheartedly supported Yang Wenxuan's idea, for he was delighted to go anywhere as long as he was with her. At that moment, he was unperturbed by the prospect of spending money. Eagerly endorsing Yang Wenxuan's suggestions, Chen Xiaochen had no particular preferences regarding the destination. A trip to the beach sounded appealing. It seemed that most inland dwellers harbored an almost obsessive love for the ocean, making the seaside a quintessential choice for summer outings. With 4 votes in favor of the beach and 1 undecided, the decision had effectively been made. Yu Lu appeared somewhat disheartened, not due to dissenting opinions, but because the extensive preparations he had undertaken over several days had gone largely unutilized, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. The others, well aware of Yu Li's tendencies, disregarded his mood and focused on discussing the specific details of their seaside excursion. The 2 girls deliberated on what essentials to pack, including clothing and whether their previous swimsuits were still suitable, while the boys tackled practical matters such as selecting a beach, accommodation, transportation, and dining options. Chapter 65. Preparations for the trip. At this juncture, the nearby coastal city has yet to establish a leisure and vacation industry, and the scenic beach resorts that one might expect are still quite rare. Presently, seaside excursions are primarily characterized by agritourism, wherein visitors lodge with local farming families who offer accommodations and meals for a daily fee based on the number of guests. As one contemplates a visit to the coast, joining a tour group becomes an impractical option. Traveling independently poses its own challenges regarding transportation. While taking a train or a bus is feasible, it lacks convenience and freedom. The most effective solution would be to hire a driver and rent a vehicle. This not only addresses travel logistics, but also significantly enhances the freedom to explore. However, the streets are devoid of dedicated car rental companies. Even if one manages to locate a rental service, the accompanying driver typically only focuses on driving, leaving the itinerary to the travelers. The optimal choice remains to engage a travel agency to secure a vehicle along with a driver well-versed in the routes and schedules. This arrangement simplifies matters considerably, allowing the group to focus solely on enjoyment without excessive preoccupation with the details. Concerning the rental expenses, Chen Xiaochen had no intention of burdening his friends financially. He felt capable of covering the costs himself, relishing the opportunity to treat his companions to a delightful excursion. Once he solidified his plans, he gathered the group and shared his thoughts. His friends, including Yu Lu, did not delve deeply into the financial aspect. Their mindset was straightforward. They were close friends, and they understood that in the future, the favor would be reciprocated. Once the arrangements were confirmed, Yu Lu and Qin Ming, the 2 jesters, began to create a lively atmosphere. They praised Chen Xiaochen's generosity while playfully causing a commotion, eliciting laughter from the 2 girls, who covered their mouths in amusement. Their raucous cheers drew the attention of patrons around them. Even Chen Xiaochen, known for his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment in that moment. With the preliminary plan set, the next step was to return home, persuade their parents, and find a travel agency to rent the vehicle. Chen Xiaochen had little to elaborate on when he informed his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chen. They responded with calm acceptance, showing no inclination to dissuade him, with Mrs. Chen generously handing him 1,000 yuan. Given their current circumstances, it seemed entirely reasonable for their academically accomplished son to wish to venture out with friends for a few days. Why would they hinder him? With their son away, they could relish their own time together, an opportunity not to be missed. They even contemplated whether to embark on an outing themselves, as they now had a vehicle at their disposal. Yu Lu and Qin Ming faced no objections either, since Yu Lu gained admission to the prestigious number 40 high school. His parents had become considerably more lenient. As long as their son remained responsible during critical moments, they felt little need to impose restrictions. As for Qin Ming, although he fell slightly short of the score required for the city's top schools, his performance had exceeded his parents' expectations by a significant margin. Had it not been for Qin Ma's intervention, Qin Ba had already planned to host a graduation banquet. Upon hearing that their son intended to visit the seaside, both Qin Ba and Qin Ma expressed no objections. When they learned that Yang Wenxuan would also be attending, Qin Ma promptly bestowed 3,000 yuan upon Qin Ming, advising him to be generous and ensure that Yang Wenxuan had an enjoyable time. Furthermore, Qin Ba took the initiative to contact a familiar travel agency to assist with the arrangements. On Zhao Yina's side, there were similarly no hurdles. Zhao Ma merely placed a phone call to Chen Xiaochen to confirm that she would be going with their group, and without hesitation, she granted her permission. The Zhao family held a great deal of trust in their daughter's top-ranked classmate. The most challenging aspect was Yang Wenxuan. Yang Ba was quite aware of the nuances between her and Qin Ming. Ultimately, with no other options left, Chen Xiaochen personally visited Yang Ba. After much discussion and various assurances, Yang Ba consented, swayed by Chen Xiaochen's presence, which provided him with an opportunity to relent. In truth, Yang Ba's concerns regarding Yang Wenxuan and Qin Ming stemmed primarily from the inopportune timing, coupled with the paternal instinct of reluctance to let go, rather than any particular aversion to Qin Ming himself. Through interactions with Qin Ma, Yang Ba had come to feel reassured about Qin Ming's family background. Had it been otherwise, their relationship would not have been so readily overlooked. The day after resolving the personnel issues, Qin Ming, accompanied by Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, arrived at the travel agency that Qin Ba had kindly facilitated. Qin Ba maintained a commendable reputation, as the owner of the agency personally greeted them with warmth after Qin Ming announced their names. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the owner meticulously outlined the details of their seaside excursion, including route options, estimated expenses, and the rental fees for various vehicle types. Regarding the driver, the owner confidently recommended the most suitable candidate. After considering the owner's thorough presentation, the trio finalized their travel destination. Subsequently, they secured a 2-year-old Buick GL8 for a daily fee of 500 yuan, which included the driver's costs, while fuel and tolls would be their responsibility. Their departure was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, with an estimated duration of 3 days, subject to adjustments as necessary. Once all arrangements were confirmed, Chen Xiaochen signed a contract with the owner and paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Having completed these formalities, they did not rush to leave, but instead waited in the office to meet their driver. After about 20 minutes, they were introduced to their driver, Master Zhou. Appearing to be in his 40s, Master Zhou was jovial, conversational, and welcoming. After a few introductory remarks, Chen Xiaochen discovered that Master Zhou possessed considerable experience with seaside trips, being well-versed in various routes and destinations. Following their exchange, both parties expressed satisfaction, and after agreeing on the departure time for the day after tomorrow, the trio departed from the travel agency. 3 individuals emerged from the travel agency, promptly dialing Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yina to arrange a meeting time for the afternoon before seeking a place to dine. After enjoying their lunch and reuniting with Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yina, the group made their way to a large supermarket to procure various supplies essential for their seaside excursion. As this marked their inaugural independent journey, the youthful adventurers exuded palpable excitement, finding delight in every item they encountered, eagerly filling their shopping cart. A case of mineral water accompanied by an assortment of flavored beverages filled Yu Li's cart to the brim. Qin Ming's cart overflowed with an array of snacks, including puffed foods, chewing gum, dried fruits, sunflower seeds, biscuits, bread, and sausages, all piled high. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochun's cart was laden with various necessities: beach shorts, flip-flops, sun hats, swimming goggles, towels, portable toiletries, and a tent, encompassing everything they might require. Given the relatively high cost of the items in Chen Xiaochun's cart, he opted not to ask others to contribute financially, allowing them only to settle the expenses for their own provisions. Upon completing their purchases, the group did not return home. Instead, they took 2 cabs to the Morningstar Internet Cafe, intending to store their supplies there until their departure the following morning. After preparing, they indulged in some gaming at the cafe before each returned home. Chapter 66. Arrival the next day. Chen Xiaochun and the others did not reconvene, but rather prepared their personal belongings at home. Chen Xiaochun removed his Omega watch, replacing it with a 50 yuan imitation. The replica had its advantages, It was inconspicuous and spared him the anxiety of potential damage during their aquatic escapades. On the third morning at 9 o'clock, as it was impractical for the driver to pick each person up individually, Chen Xiaochen and his companions arranged to meet Master Zhou at the entrance of the internet cafe. On their way there, Chen Xiaochen purchased some fresh fruits and prepared foods. Upon arrival, the others had not yet appeared, but the vehicle was already present, with Master Zhou waiting inside. As soon as he spotted Chen Xiaochen, Master Zhou promptly exited the car to greet him, assisting in loading the fruits and prepared foods into the vehicle. Just as Chen Xiaochen secured the items, Yulu arrived. They wasted no time and entered the cafe to continue transferring their supplies to the car. Master Zhou remained outside, standing by the sliding door of the vehicle, patiently awaiting their return. He paid little heed to their actions, merely assuming that the cafe belonged to one of the two youngsters. As Chen Xiaochen and Yulu finished loading their items, Qin Ming and the others arrived. With everyone present and the supplies stowed, the young men and women boarded the vehicle, their faces alight with excitement and eagerness as they embarked on this adventure. Inside the car, Chen Xiaochen took the passenger seat, leaving the middle row for the two girls, while Yulu and Qin Ming settled into the rear. Despite the considerable amount of gear they had brought along, the spaciousness of the van ensured that they were not cramped within. 20 minutes later, the business vehicle exited the urban area and ascended onto the highway. The atmosphere within the car was one of palpable excitement, with animated chatter resonating throughout. Even Master Zhou was imbued with the youthful spirit that filled the vehicle, his face adorned with a broad smile. A gregarious individual, he occasionally shared insights about nearby attractions and places of interest while maintaining a commendable focus on the road ahead. His keen eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the path, and his hands firmly grasped the steering wheel, showcasing his professionalism as a driver. The destination for Chen Xiaochen and the others was not far off, requiring merely 3 hours of travel. During the journey, the group indulged in food and laughter. The sounds of joy intertwined with the delightful aromas of their snacks, causing time to slip by unnoticed. Before they could feel fatigued, they found themselves nearing their destination. As they rolled down the windows, a refreshing breeze wafted in, infused with the scent of the sea. The invigorating air, tinged with a hint of briny freshness, instantly uplifted their spirits. Master Zhou appeared well acquainted with the area, providing Chen Xiaochen and the others with a detailed introduction to the farmhouse they were about to visit, all the while expertly maneuvering the vehicle. The business vehicle glided smoothly under his adept control, first weaving into a village, then taking a turn, ultimately coming to a halt at the entrance of a yard. The group's eyes were drawn to the courtyard, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the seaside farmhouse experience that awaited them. After Master Zhou announced their arrival, he was the first to alight from the vehicle. Chen Xiaochen and her companions opted to leave their belongings behind, carrying only their personal backpacks as they followed him out. Led by Master Zhou, they slowly approached the farmhouse before them. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a sense of spaciousness and clarity that compelled them to pause and take in their surroundings. The farmhouse was both ample and tidy, with the front yard covering an expanse of over an acre. The courtyard was meticulously maintained, its ground adorned with pristine red bricks laid out in perfect alignment. At the center stood a row of quintessential brick and tile houses, new and inviting, evoking a sense of warmth and hope. Flanking either side were 2 rows of structures resembling storerooms. One of these storerooms displayed an assortment of fishing nets and equipment at its entrance. Below the steps of the main house, a red brick stove and a cast iron water pump stood on either side, encapsulating the essence of rural life. Prior to their arrival, Master Zhou had mentioned that the owner of this farmhouse was a local villager whose father held a position within the village. The house was newly constructed just 2 years prior, and the family also owned a fishing boat. Consequently, although the prices here were somewhat higher, both the food and accommodations were notably superior to those offered by others. After a brief inspection, Chen Xiaochen found that the farmhouse's amenities indeed aligned with Master Zhou's description. As they entered the yard, Master Zhou gestured toward the main house, as Chen Xiaochen and his companions were surveying their surroundings. 3 individuals, a young man and 2 young women, emerged from the main building. The young couple at the forefront appeared to be in their 20s, the man, of medium stature with a sun-kissed complexion, and the woman, somewhat petite yet robust in appearance. Trailing behind them was a middle-aged woman, her face adorned with a genuine smile. Upon recognizing Master Zhou, the trio approached with warm enthusiasm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Zhou began to recount their journey to the young man, subsequently introducing Chen Xiaochen and his friends to the trio opposite them. Through Master Zhou's introductions, Chen Xiaochen and his companions learned about the relationships among the 3. The man, surnamed Wang, was 24 years old and the proprietor of the agritourism business, being the son of a village official. Beside him stood his wife, while the woman behind them was his mother. Their family indeed owned fishing boats, and the agritourism venture served merely as a supplementary source of income during peak seasons. As the conversation unfolded, both parties gained a preliminary understanding of one another, resulting in a noticeable warmth in their exchanges. The couple, eager to engage, welcomed Chen Xiaochen and his friends with genuine, rustic smiles typical of farmers. Chen Xiaochen, Yu Lu, and Qin Ming were not reserved individuals. They responded positively to their host's enthusiasm. Before long, Wang became Brother Wang, and his wife was affectionately referred to as sister-in-law. Even Wang's mother was addressed with an endearing term, auntie, creating a convivial atmosphere. This manner of social interaction, while perhaps less favored in the southern regions, proved effective in the north. Observing the children's amiable discourse, the Wang family's smiles broadened, inviting the group to enter the house for respite. Once inside, Brother Wang began to introduce the living arrangements. It was only then that Chen Xiaochen and his companions realized the house was far more expansive than it appeared from the front. In addition to the 2 rooms flanking the main structure, there were numerous additional rooms in the rear, complete with various facilities. A spacious room was furnished with numerous tables and chairs, likely serving as a dining area. Adjacent to the dining space was a dedicated kitchen, a rarity in typical rural households. Further in, they encountered a sequence of bathrooms and shower rooms, and Chen Xiaochen even spotted 2 mahjong rooms. The guest accommodations were ample, varying in size, all meticulously maintained. After touring the premises, Chen Xiaochen and his friends felt thoroughly satisfied. Such living conditions in contemporary rural settings were indeed commendable. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochen broached the subject of pricing with Brother Wang. After some light banter and negotiation, they settled on a rate of 80 yuan per person per day, inclusive of 3 meals. As for Master Zhou, he would manage his own meals and accommodation, likely with Brother Wang's assistance, and Chen Xiaochen did not pry further. With the terms agreed upon, the 5 individuals began selecting their rooms. Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana opted for a double room, while the 3 young men naturally chose a triple room. After finalizing their accommodations, they commenced the process of relocating their belongings. Chen Xiaochen even entrusted Brother Wang with the watermelon and beverages he had purchased prior to their departure, requesting that he keep them cool with well water. Subsequently, the young men and women returned to their respective rooms to organize their belongings. Once they were thoroughly settled, each of them took turns using Chen Xiaochen's phone to call their parents, assuring them of their safety to alleviate any concerns. After tidying up, they changed into fresh attire and prepared to venture outside. The boys donned the beach shorts and flip-flops purchased from the supermarket, while the 2 girls adorned themselves with newly acquired sun hats. They carried minimal belongings, each with just a personal bag slung over their shoulders. As they emerged from their rooms, Master Zhou was already waiting outside. After exchanging greetings with Brother Wang, the 5 of them boarded the vehicle and set off towards the nearby beach under Master Zhou's guidance. Chapter 67. Fruits and Seafood. Master Zhou was quite familiar with the area. Throughout the journey, he passed by several beaches without pausing, continuing for nearly 20 minutes before turning down a narrow lane. This was a downhill dirt road flanked by dense trees. As the car emerged from the end of the path, the group's vision was suddenly enlightened. The boundless ocean unfolded before them, and the magnificent view instilled a sense of tranquility in their hearts. The vehicle did not stop there. Instead, it veered right and entered another small road. After traveling a few hundred meters, the car gradually came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Chen Xiaochen and her companions surveyed their surroundings, where several modest structures were visible. These small establishments offered a variety of swimming equipment for rent or sale, food and beverages, along with changing rooms and showers. Just a few dozen meters ahead lay the beach, and the sight of the ocean ignited a sense of excitement among the young men and women, who eagerly made their way towards the shore. As they stepped onto the beach, Chen Xiaochen noticed the sand was remarkably fine, almost devoid of pebbles or shells, making it incredibly pleasant to tread upon. The pristine condition of the sand was evidently the result of human maintenance. The beach was not overly crowded, according to Master Zhou. This beach was newly developed last year, and not many were aware of its existence, resulting in the serene atmosphere. With its fine sand and clearer waters, it was indeed a suitable spot for swimming or leisurely sunbathing. After Master Zhou's introduction, the group began to stroll along the shoreline, occasionally splashing in the water. Since they had not changed into swimsuits for this outing, they could only enjoy a brief walk along the shore. After some time, Chen Xiaochen found a less crowded spot to sit down, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean and her playful friends, with the sea breeze caressing her She felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and relaxation in that moment. Unable to swim, they did not linger long. After wading through the water and enjoying a leisurely stroll, they returned to the vehicle, setting off for their next destination. Master Zhou had previously mentioned that the region was not only famous for seafood, but also abundant in fruit, particularly peaches and grapes, known for their exquisite flavor. Thus, Chen Xiaochen and her friend's next objective was to procure some local fruits to savor. After a brief journey of several minutes, the business vehicle entered the city, navigating through winding streets before coming to a halt near an open-air market. According to Master Zhou, this was a local market frequented by residents, where prices were considerably more affordable than those near the seaside. Upon entering the market, Chen Xiaochen discovered that its scale was quite impressive. The atmosphere was lively, with a steady flow of people that managed to avoid feeling overcrowded. Stalls were situated closely together, adorned with a dazzling array of goods. Patrons strolled leisurely, stopping intermittently to select their desired items. This vibrant scene, brimming with the essence of daily life, stirred a sense of excitement in the youth, who had rarely visited such markets. They were not in a rush to purchase fruits. Instead, they meandered through the bustling market. After a simple circuit, several of them indulged in various snacks, enjoying them as they walked. When they spotted a seafood vendor, Yu Lu and Qin Meng were eager to approach and buy. Fortunately, Master Zhou intervened, mentioning that they would soon head to the dock, which deterred their impulse. After satisfying their curiosity, they proceeded to the section dedicated to fruit stalls. It must be said that the local fruits appeared exceptionally appealing. The peaches were large and vividly red, while the grapes were plump and reasonably priced. The fruit vendors were primarily local farmers, some of whom warmly offered samples of peaches for tasting. The peaches were indeed sweet and juicy, prompting nods of approval from Yu Lu and his companions. Without haggling, they purchased an ample amount of fruit, not allowing Master Zhou the opportunity to intervene. Standing aside, Chen Xiaochen observed his spirited yet somewhat naive friends, prompting him to exclaim how wonderful youth is. The group returned, beaming with joy. As they settled into the vehicle, they eagerly anticipated the treasures awaiting them at the next destination. Their subsequent stop was the dock that Master Zhou had mentioned, where an impromptu seafood market had developed. Numerous fishing boats docked here, and many fresh catches were swiftly purchased by eager buyers as soon as they were unloaded. Over time, this had evolved into a small market. Purchasing seafood here hinged on its freshness. The dock was bustling with activity, and the vibrant market atmosphere was palpable. The diverse selection of seafood was a revelation for these landlocked youths. Soft-shell crabs, red crabs, large shrimp, mantis shrimp, sea conchs, octopuses, and various types of fish and shellfish were all available, even starfish for sale. Chen Xiaochen was somewhat accustomed to such sights, having experienced them throughout his life. While Yu Lu and the others were dazzled, finding everything novel and desirable, eager to sample it all. For these curious souls, Chen Xiaochen could only rely on Master Zhou, knowledgeable in these matters, to assist them in selecting various seafood and haggling for better prices. Thus, they took turns paying, purchasing as they walked. And by the end of their circuit, the three boys were laden with numerous bags. It was only when Master Zhou advised them that they had enough, lest they be unable to consume it all, that they reluctantly ceased their shopping, embarking on their return journey with great delight. Along the journey, the youth were filled with joy, eagerly admiring the picturesque scenery that unfolded before them. Whenever they encountered something of interest, they would request Master Zhou to halt the vehicle, allowing them to disembark and explore. Upon returning to the farmhouse, Chen Xiaochen noticed an additional Santana sedan bearing a Fengshe license plate parked at the entrance. He did not ponder this further. If they were able to visit, others could certainly do the same. As they entered the courtyard, Chen Xiaochen spotted Sister Wang, who was diligently at work. He entrusted her with the seafood, kindly asking her to assist in its preparation, while advising her that they had procured a considerable amount, and she could prepare fewer dishes and staples for the evening. At that time, the coastal tourism economy had yet to become as commercialized as it would later grow, where every service came with a price. Without a moment's hesitation, Sister Wang readily agreed to their request, not once mentioning any fees for the preparation. Once all arrangements were made, Chen Xiaochen and his companions made their way back to their rooms, carrying the fruits they had bought. They retrieved their toiletries and took turns enjoying a refreshing shower in the communal bathroom, equipped with a solar water heater that was still relatively uncommon. With only 2 shower stalls available, they had to wait their turn, allowing the 2 girls to bathe first while the 3 boys stood guard outside. Perhaps due to previous usage, by the time the boys took their showers, the hot water was no longer abundant, particularly for Qin Meng, who was last in line. The water from the shower head was scarcely warmer than that of cold water. Nevertheless, in their youthful exuberance, none of them seemed to mind. After everyone had finished bathing, they returned to their rooms, fetched the fruits they had just purchased, and washed them in the courtyard. They also retrieved a watermelon that had been soaking in well water for the entire afternoon, slicing it open on a small wooden table to share. They were considerate enough not to indulge solely in their own enjoyment. They called over Master Zhou and also shared some with Sister Wang and Auntie, who were busy preparing the meal. The watermelon, large enough to accommodate their gathering, ensured that there was no fear of inadequacy in sharing. After the 8 of them had enjoyed their share, a small portion remained. Chapter 68. First encounter. As the group relished their fruits, they saw Wang Gu enter, accompanied by several others. A total of 5 individuals followed him inside. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s, dressed in a round-neck casual shirt paired with gray trousers and black leather shoes. He carried a mobile phone and car keys at his waist, along with a leather bag, and sported sunglasses. His attire exuded the essence of a contemporary small business owner. 2 women followed closely behind him, both also around 40 years of age. One, slightly plump, donned a silk sleeveless casual outfit, and her face revealed that she had once been quite attractive in her youth. The other, tall and slender, wore an elegant white chiffon dress, exuding a graceful demeanor and striking beauty, still captivating even in middle age. Bringing up the rear were 2 young girls, comparable in age to Chen Xiaochen and his companions. They stood side by side, one plump and the other slender, one tall and the other short. Their outfits were remarkably similar, both wearing Nike t-shirts paired with jeans and athletic shoes, identical in style, but differing in color. The somewhat short and plump young girl appears younger, her twin ponytails complementing her round face, lending her an air of cuteness. In contrast, the tall and slender girl possesses striking beauty. Her neat chin-length hair frames a fair complexion, bright and spirited eyes, a prominent nose, and a petite mouth, all accentuating her slender and graceful figure, brimming with youthful vitality. This quintet evidently represents 2 families embarking on a joint excursion, with clear distinctions between the familial ties. The short and stout girl bears a subtle resemblance to a middle-aged man, while the tall woman and the slender girl, from their stature to their demeanor, seem as if they were crafted from the same mold. Upon encountering Wang Gu, Chen Xiaochen promptly beckons him over to share some watermelon. Wang Gu, delighted by Chen Xiaochun's invitation, happily agrees and introduces the individuals accompanying him. As Chen Xiaochun had surmised, these 5 individuals are indeed a family unit, with a younger sister accompanying her mother and older sister on this outing. After exchanging greetings and getting to know one another briefly, Chen Xiaochun extends an invitation for them to join in enjoying some fruit. She takes this opportunity to introduce her recently purchased peaches and grapes. Sensing Chen Xiaochun's warm enthusiasm, the 5 family members respond in kind. The middle-aged man is the first to take a bite of a peach, promptly praising its sweetness and juiciness. Thus, the 2 groups engage in lively conversation while snacking on fruit. Throughout their dialogue, Chen Xiaochun's maturity and sophistication starkly contrast with the youthful exuberance of her companions. After some time, the 3 adults have clearly distinguished her from the other children. As they become more acquainted, the middle-aged man inquires about Chen Xiaochun's origins. Upon learning that they are all from the same city and recent graduates of the Zhongkao examination, the 5 individuals feel a renewed sense of closeness. When the conversation shifts to exam results and accepted schools, they are astonished to discover that Chen Xiaochun, Yu Lu, and the tall girl are all incoming freshmen at number 40 middle school, soon to be schoolmates, and possibly even classmates. This coincidence elicits admiration, with everyone marveling at the smallness of the world and the wonders of fate. When they learn from Yu Lu that Chen Xiaochun ranked first in their grade, the 5 look at him with expressions of admiration and respect. The tall girl's gaze, however, also contains a hint of rivalry. With the conversation reaching this point, they can no longer be considered strangers. Out of courtesy, Chen Xiaochun and her friends take turns introducing themselves. Once they finish their introductions, the 2 girls across from them share their basic information in turn. The tall, future classmate, named Zhou Yuqi, attended a different prestigious middle school in the district, consistently ranking at the top of her class. When she mentions her specific class, Zhao Yana is surprised to discover that Zhou Yuqi shares a class with one of her elementary school friends. This revelation adds numerous topics for discussion, instantly bridging the gap between them. Zhou Yuqi was accompanied by her cousin Tang Jiejia, who resided and studied in a different district and had little interaction with the others. With the start of the new school year, she was about to enter the 2nd year of junior high. After the introductions, the group of young boys and girls officially acquainted themselves, leading to an increase in conversation topics. Soon, the discussion shifted to the companions of Chen Xiaocheng and his peers. Upon learning that they had arrived by chartered vehicle, accompanied by a driver, Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jiejia displayed expressions of astonishment. Tang Dad, who had been chatting with Brother Wang, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Quick-witted as he was, he promptly concluded his conversation with Brother Wang and segued into the children's discussion, using the topic of car rentals as his entry point. As a shrewd small business owner, Tang Dad possessed a keen sense for such matters. He understood that for several children to hire a vehicle for leisure, their families must be in comfortable financial circumstances. At least one or more of these families were likely well off, if not better off than his own. Encouraging his two children to befriend them was not a bad idea. And if this led to advantageous connections in the future, it would be even better. As Tang Dad joined the conversation, Zhou's mother and Tang's mother, seated nearby, also engaged in the dialogue, with Tang's mother particularly praising Chen Xiaochen and his friends for their independence. Just as the two groups were enjoying a delightful exchange, Sister Wang emerged from behind, announcing that dinner was ready. Everyone rose and made their way to the dining room. There, two tables were set, one with a selection of home-cooked dishes accompanied by some seafood, and the other laden with an array of various seafood in addition to the same home-style fare. As Brother Wang welcomed everyone to take their seats, he explained to Tang Dad the reasons for the differing menus. Although Tang Dad did not voice any complaints, his gaze upon the dishes suggested a certain dissatisfaction. This reaction rendered Brother Wang somewhat awkward, for he retained a touch of rustic charm and had yet to develop the thick skin characteristic of the seaside entrepreneurs. Observing this dynamic, Chen Xiaochen whispered to Yu Lu and the others, and after receiving their nods of agreement, he discreetly pulled Brother Wang aside, requesting his assistance in transferring some seafood from his table to the one next door. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang responded with a grateful smile and nodded in acquiescence before heading to the kitchen for plates. Chen Xiaochen and his friends had procured a substantial amount of seafood. During their market excursion, they had all been rather impulsive, wanting to purchase everything they encountered. Had it not been for Master Zhou's intervention, their haul would have been even more considerable. With such an abundance of seafood, they could hardly consume it all, so sharing some naturally posed no objection. Chen Xiaochen even invited Master Zhou to their table to assist in savoring the seafood laid before them, as the seafood from the adjacent table was divided into two portions. With one portion being brought to their table, Tang Dad's demeanor brightened considerably. A smile returned to his face as he repeatedly feigned modesty, yet his body language suggested little desire to resist. Tang's mother, being more sincere, gently declined a couple of times. Zhou's mother, however, furrowed her brow slightly, disapproving of her brother-in-law's insincere refusals, yet refrained from calling him out in the moment. As for the two young ladies, Zhou Yuqi cast a grateful glance at Chen Xiaochen, nodding gently in appreciation. Tang Jiejia, on the other hand, was fixated on the seafood laid out on the table, unable to suppress a greedy swallow. Regardless of whether the three adults' refusals were sincere or feigned, Chen Xiaochen paid them no heed. Having resolved to present them with a gift, she felt there was no reason to retract it. Thus, amidst a flurry of polite refusals and steadfast insistence, both families graciously accepted Chen Xiaochen's goodwill. This act further deepened the bond between them. Chapter 69. Gathering by the sea. The seafood feast was immensely enjoyed and thoroughly satisfying for Chen Xiaochen and her companions. Once they had devoured all the seafood, they found themselves quite stuffed, even Master Zhou having indulged considerably. Fortunately, some had been shared with Zhou Yuqi and the others. Otherwise, a significant amount would have remained uneaten. After dinner, everyone prepared to retire to their rooms for a brief respite. On the way back, Yu Lu and Qin Ming continued to enthusiastically discuss the seafood of the evening, deliberating on which dishes were particularly delightful and which ones they might purchase again the following day. Chen Xiaochen paid them little mind. If they desired more, they could certainly buy it. Upon reaching the seaside, indulging in seafood was an essential pleasure, and she was unconcerned about their finances. If need be, she would cover the bill. After lying on the bed for a short while, the night had already fallen outside. Regaining her composure, Yulu suggested a stroll along the nearby beach. The other two had no objections, so they ventured to the adjacent room to call for the two girls. After inquiring with Brother Wang about the nearest beach, the five of them stepped out of the courtyard. The closest beach was not far from the village, merely a 10-minute walk beyond its borders. This stretch of shoreline had yet to be developed for tourism, thus lacking any artificial lighting. Without flashlights, they ambled along the beach, guided only by the soft glow of the moonlight. A unique tranquility enveloped them, providing an extraordinary sense of comfort. The sand on the beach had not been cleared, littered with pebbles and shells, making it unsuitable for barefoot frolicking. However, strolling in shoes proved to be a delightful experience. While they chatted and walked, the observant Yulu noticed something scuttling swiftly along the beach. He quickly shone his flashlight, revealing a sizable crab, nearly the width of his palm. This discovery piqued their interest, and Yulu hurriedly pursued the creature, managing to pin it down with his foot. After a flurry of chaotic attempts, they ultimately succeeded in capturing the crab. However, as they had come out merely for a stroll, they had not brought any containers. Just as they pondered what to do next, a few figures approached from the distance. As they drew nearer, Chen Xiaochen recognized Zhou Yuqi and the others, with Tang Jejia surprisingly carrying a small bucket. It was indeed a fortuitous moment, akin to finding a pillow when one is drowsy. Spotting their unexpected allies, the group eagerly beckoned Tang Jejia over to assist. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to transfer the crab into the small bucket. With their spirits lifted, smiles adorned their faces, and Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jejia appeared equally exhilarated. In the subsequent hours, the young boys and girls seemed to have unlocked the gateway to a new world, embarking on a quest to scour the beach for treasures. However, their bounty proved less than satisfactory, as they encountered merely a few crabs and hermit crabs, no larger than a 1 yuan coin, with no other creatures to be found. Nevertheless, they collected an abundance of assorted shells and remnants of mollusks. The three adults, unperturbed, leisurely strolled nearby, engaging in casual conversation. The group frolicked on the beach for about an hour, until fatigue began to set in, prompting them to conclude their evening's activities and head toward the farmhouse. Although they were not entirely pleased with their haul, their primary intention was to enjoy themselves rather than to unearth something substantial. On their return journey, they deliberated about inquiring with Brother Wang regarding the nearby locations where they might yield a more fruitful catch. Upon arriving back at the farmhouse, they eagerly sought out Brother Wang to inquire about the optimal times and places for beachcombing. They also informed Chen Xiaochen and the others that Master Zhou was well acquainted with these locations. Brother Wang recommended 2 time slots for their expedition, around 4:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. He then compared the advantages and disadvantages of both times. He noted that while visibility at dawn would not be as good as during the day, the cooler temperatures and reduced crowds would likely result in a more plentiful catch. Conversely, the afternoon offered better visibility, but lacked the other benefits of the early morning hours. Additionally, Brother Wang assured them that he had all the necessary tools for beachcombing. Should they decide to venture out at dawn, he would prepare everything and stow it in the car, sparing them the need to purchase equipment. After listening to Brother Wang's insights, the group expressed their gratitude and deliberated for a moment before deciding to embark on their beachcombing adventure at dawn. Planning to invite Master Zhou to accompany them, they intended to return and have breakfast before catching up on some sleep, ensuring that their afternoon water activities would remain unaffected. With their plans solidified, Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana excitedly ran off to invite the Zhou sisters to join them. The sisters, intrigued by the prospect, hurried to discuss it with their parents. A few minutes later, the 2 girls bounced back, gleefully announcing that their parents had permitted them to join, with their father Tang agreeing to accompany them. While the sisters were conferring with their parents, Chen Xiaochen called Master Zhou out to discuss the beachcombing plans for the following morning. Master Zhou, upon hearing their intentions, readily agreed. Once the Zhou sisters returned, the group reconvened to finalize their meeting time for the next day, after which they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Given the early rising required for the next day, the youthful companions refrained from further revelry. By around 10 p.m., they had completed their evening routines and retired early. At 4 a.m., Chen Xiaocheng's alarm clock rang punctually. The 3 individuals within the room stirred at the sound, instantly alert without any inclination to linger in bed. They swiftly stretched, then promptly rose to don their clothes before stepping outside. Upon exiting, they called out to Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana. As for the sisters Zhou Yuqi and her cousin Tang Jejia, in accordance with yesterday's agreement, they had set their alarms independently, thus alleviating any concerns from others. Upon arriving in the front hall, Master Zhou was already waiting there. After greeting him, the 3 settled into a tranquil silence. Shortly thereafter, the girls emerged one by one, having prepared themselves, each appearing somewhat drowsy, particularly Tang Jejia, whose eyes were tightly shut, relying entirely on her cousin for support, as if still ensconced in dreams. Following them was the equally somnolent Tang Dad. Once everyone had gathered, they all boarded the vehicle. Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jejia did not join Tang Dad in his car. Instead, they were ushered into a business vehicle by Zhao Yana and Yang Wenxuan, with the addition of 2 more girls. Yu Lu and Qin Ming instinctively took seats in the middle, leaving the rear for the 4 young ladies. The slender forms of the 4 girls found ample space in the back without feeling cramped. The tools for beachcombing had been loaded the night before, requiring no further preparation. Master Zhou adeptly started the vehicle, steering towards the shoreline, while Tang Dad drove alone in the car behind. Along the way, the sky remained dim, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was notably quiet, with everyone feeling a bit drowsy, lacking the enthusiasm for conversation. Chen Xiaochen, seated in the passenger seat, also had her eyes gently closed. The vehicle occasionally swayed, jolting slightly from time to time. As they approached the destination, the business vehicle came to a steady halt. Once parked, Master Zhou softly beckoned everyone to disembark. The youths, finally awakening from their lethargy, gradually descended from the vehicle. Upon stepping out, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped them, invigorating their spirits and eliciting a newfound alertness. They promptly gathered their tools and followed Master Zhou toward the beach. Tang Dad, however, chose not to join them, opting instead to survey the surroundings before returning to the car for a brief nap. Chapter 70. The first intimate encounter. This beach featured rocky outcrops on one side and smooth sandy terrain on the other. The embankment was overgrown with wild grasses, resembling a natural shore. At this moment, the tide had receded, but the remnants left behind clearly indicated that the waters would reach the embankment during high tide. Under Master Zhou's guidance, the group descended the embankment along a narrow path trodden by previous visitors. The continuous caress of the sea breeze invigorated them further, and by the time they reached the beach, they were brimming with vitality. There were already a few individuals engaged in beachcombing, though the numbers were sparse. The beams of flashlights scattered across the beach like fragments of stars in the night sky, bestowing a unique tranquility upon the scene, instilling a sense of calm. As Master Zhou led the way, he elaborated on the methods for foraging for seafood, demonstrating live how to capture clams using the salt-filled plastic bottles they had brought along. He located a burrow, gently sprinkled some salt, and soon enough, a clam emerged slowly from its hiding place. The enchanting scene left the children from the inland region utterly astonished, prompting them to eagerly grasp their small buckets filled with salt, eager to partake in the experience. Alas, their inexperience rendered them incapable of discerning whether the holes on the ground were indeed left by clams, thus diminishing their chances of success. Nonetheless, a few remained exuberantly engaged in the activity. Among them, only Tang Jejia found herself unfortunate, having failed to catch a single clam, which left her somewhat disheartened. Undeterred, she resolved to explore another location in search of different prospects. Consequently, she called upon her cousin, Zhou Yuqi, and they sprinted towards the adjacent rocky area. Observing their departure, Chen Xiaochen glanced at his friends, who were reveling in their merriment. Choosing not to disrupt their enthusiasm, he bid them farewell and followed suit. Feeling it was only fitting to check on the Zhou sisters, who had accompanied them and would soon be fellow alumni, he trusted that his friends would be well looked after by Master Zhou. The rocky area was situated at a considerable distance from their clam-digging spot. After strolling along the shoreline for several hundred meters, Chen Xiaochen glimpsed the flickering beam of a flashlight within the rocky outcrop. Approaching the light, he discovered the Zhou sisters bent over, seemingly engrossed in collecting something. Upon seeing them, Chen Xiaochen refrained from encroaching too closely, opting instead to meander leisurely around them. The sisters noticed his presence and, upon recognizing him, waved before returning to their task with renewed focus. At that moment, Tang Jejia crept up beside Zhou Yuqi and playfully teased, "Sister, why did he come over alone? Is he smitten with you?" Zhou Yuqi rolled her eyes at the remark and playfully pinched Tang Jejia's cheek, eliciting a chorus of squeals from her. The commotion startled Chen Xiaochen, who, upon realizing the sisters were merely engaging in playful banter, turned his attention back to his own pursuits. This beach appeared to be a hidden gem, rich in resources. The rocks teemed with a plethora of various shells, a sight that filled Chen Xiaochen with delight. Motivated by the abundance, he began to carefully select shells to place into his bucket. After approximately 20 minutes of diligent foraging, his bucket was filled to a third of its capacity. By this time, the sky had begun to brighten, dispelling the darkness that had previously enveloped the area, allowing him to navigate without the aid of a flashlight. Tang Jejia, feeling a bit bored with shell collecting, urged her cousin to inquire about Chen Xiaochen's haul. Zhou Yuqi, already somewhat flustered by Tang Jejia's earlier teasing, interpreted the suggestion as a challenge or perhaps a matter of pride. Without further contemplation, she set down her belongings and made her way toward Chen Xiaochen. Tang Jejia watched her cousin's retreating figure, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. As Zhou Yuqi drew nearer to Chen Xiaochen, her excitement intensified, as if anticipating a captivating drama to unfold. As Tang Jejia watched her cousin venture further away, she gradually realized that her already poor eyesight was making it increasingly difficult to discern her figure. Reluctantly, she decided to abandon her pursuit, resolving to interrogate her cousin upon her return. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen, feeling a bit fatigued from his scavenging, was preparing to rise and stretch when he noticed Zhou Yuqi approaching him, inquiring about his findings. As Chen Xiaochen stood up, before he could respond, Zhou Yuqi unexpectedly slipped on a particularly slick rock, and, before she could utter a scream, she tumbled toward him. Chen Xiaochen instinctively straightened up and, without hesitation, reached out his hands to catch her. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuqi found herself in his embrace. Fortunately, Chen Xiaochen was prepared and managed to steady her. Startled, Zhou Yuqi felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. In her panic, her hands instinctively clutched Chen Xiaochen's shirt, grasping it as if it were a lifeline. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed with confusion and embarrassment. Embracing the softness of the young girl's form and inhaling her sweet fragrance, Chen Xiaochen found himself unexpectedly relishing the moment. Yet he harbored no thoughts of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Once Zhou Yuqi regained her balance, he gently released her from his arms, leaving behind the faint scent of her presence lingering in the air. Having collected herself, Zhou Yuqi lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Xiaochen's eyes. Her hands fidgeted awkwardly, alternating between clutching the hem of her shirt and gently swaying. The teasing remarks from Tang Jejia echoed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade, akin to a ripened apple. Chen Xiaochen, a straightforward man in his 30s, recognized Zhou Yuqi's shyness but chose not to dwell on it. He regarded the incident as a mere accident and, maintaining his composure, inquired if she was all right and unhurt. Zhou Yuqi shook her head, murmuring that she was fine. She then quietly expressed her gratitude, her voice barely audible, yet the sea breeze carried it to Chen Xiaochen's ears. Observing her demeanor, Chen Xiaochen understood that she was feeling a bit bashful. However, he was not egotistical enough to believe that a mere act of assistance or a brief embrace would elicit affection from her. He assumed that this was simply her discomfort following her first close encounter with a male. With this thought in mind, he chose not to linger on the subject. Instead, he skillfully redirected the conversation, enthusiastically sharing his own discoveries and mentioning that there were still plenty of shells to be collected, inviting her to join him. Hearing Chen Xiaochen shift the focus to his findings, Zhou Yuqi gradually emerged from her shyness, engaging naturally with him as she recounted her own treasures. In truth, aside from a few cat's eye shells, Chen Xiaochen was uncertain about the edibility of the rest. However, the primary purpose of their outing to the beach was to experience the adventure together, making the question of edibility rather insignificant. As they observed the somewhat silent Zhou Yuqi, Chen Xiaochen refrained from initiating conversation. The two quietly gathered shells in their own worlds. After more than 20 minutes, the rising sun, casting a golden veil upon the sea, illuminated the surroundings. In unison, both Chen Xiaochen and Zhou Yuqi straightened up, wordlessly savoring the breathtaking beauty of the sunrise. At that moment, the tide began to rise. And with their collections nearly complete, they called out to Tang Jejia and departed from the rocky area. Upon reuniting with Yu Lu and the others, they discovered a substantial harvest of clams and cockles. Chen Xiaochen and Zhou Yuqi showcased the diverse shells in their buckets, while Tang Jejia's bucket was the most intricate, filled with various sizes of crabs, an assortment of hermit crabs, and even a few small fish. After exchanging compliments on each other's finds, they joyously concluded their shell-collecting adventure. They climbed back up the path to the embankment, rousing the slumbering Tang Ba, and then returned together. Chapter 71. Water play by the seaside. By the time they returned to the farmhouse, it was already past 6 in the morning. Wang's sister-in-law and aunt were bustling about in the yard, and upon seeing the group return, they inquired about their haul. The teenagers eagerly presented their morning's catch as if showcasing a treasure. Wang's sister-in-law praised their efforts and offered to help sort through their bounty, discarding the inedible ones, with the remainder set aside to be cooked for the others once they awoke. Naturally, the group expressed their gratitude. After discussing the seafood, the sister-in-law and aunt invited them to breakfast, which was nearly ready. After 2 hours of physical labor, the group was indeed hungry and wasted no time. Gathering around a table in the dining area, chatting while waiting for the meal to be served. Breakfast was simple, featuring rice porridge, steamed buns, accompanied by fermented tofu and several plates of pickled vegetables and small seafood. Though the meal was modest, the young men and women relished it heartily. The thick, creamy rice porridge and fluffy steamed buns paired with the flavorful pickles made for a satisfying feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the 3 adults from Zhou Yuqi's family rose from their slumber. After washing up, they joined the dining area and, while waiting for the food, inquired about the group's harvest. Thus, the young people, led by Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jejia, proudly recounted their morning spoils. Seeing their children interacting so harmoniously brought joy to the 3 adults. They did not oppose the teenagers' proposal to sleep in until noon, and then head to the beach in the afternoon. After all, the primary purpose of this outing was to allow the two children to enjoy themselves, and since they had found companions to play with, the adults were supportive. Moreover, based on prior knowledge, Master Zhou had chosen an excellent spot. After breakfast, the group agreed to rise at 11:30 and retreated to their rooms. After a busy morning and a warm meal, they lay down, with drowsiness swiftly enveloping them. Chen Xiaochen and her companions did not engage in much conversation. They merely set an alarm and soon drifted into slumber. At 11:30 in the morning, the alarm rang punctually once more. Following the morning routine, the trio rose and, while making their way to freshen up, called out to Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana, entrusting them with the task of summoning Zhou Yuqi and her companions. Upon arriving in the front hall, they found the three adults from Zhou Yuqi's family leisurely enjoying some fruit. Upon noticing their arrival, the adults warmly invited them to wash up and join in the tasting. Once Chen Xiaochen and her friends had completed their grooming, the four girls sauntered over with their toiletries in hand. After everyone had finished washing up, the three adults beckoned them to come and enjoy the fruit, while also revealing 3 bags that contained some treats they had brought for Chen Xiaochen and her friends. Grateful for this kindness, they accepted the gifts without hesitation, recognizing that goodwill is best nurtured through reciprocity. Following their expressions of gratitude, they all indulged in fruit while engaging in light-hearted conversation, pleasantly awaiting lunch. The lunch served was a quintessential seaside farmhouse meal. Though it may not have been visually impressive, its flavor was commendable and the portions generous. After the meal, both groups began to prepare their respective belongings. Zhao Yana proudly informed Zhou Yuqi that they had brought a tent, suggesting she could change into her swimsuit at their destination for added comfort. Thus, with Master Zhou leading the way in his vehicle and Tang Dad's car trailing behind, the two parties set off together for the beach. Following the same route as the previous day, they navigated the downhill path and made a turn, with both vehicles gradually coming to a stop. Upon disembarking, Zhou Yuqi and her family eagerly surveyed the beach, their faces alight with satisfaction. This beach exuded a lively yet tranquil atmosphere. The fine sand shimmered with a golden hue under the sun, while the vast ocean stretched endlessly ahead, the azure waters merging with the sky. The gentle waves caressed the shore, creating a melodious sound, and the sea breeze brought with it a refreshing coolness and the essence of the ocean. Although a few tourists dotted the beach, it did not feel crowded. Rather, their presence infused the area with vibrancy and life. Enchanted by such a splendid scene, the families of Zhou and Tang eagerly gathered their belongings and made their way to the beach. Chen Xiaochen, however, did not rush toward the shoreline. Instead, she took a moment to speak with Master Zhou, asking him to procure some seafood. After he readily agreed, she joined Yu Lu and the others, carrying the tent and their supplies as they followed suit. Upon reaching the beach, the group animatedly sought out a less crowded spot to establish their campsite, with Chen Xiaochen and her friends swiftly erecting the tent. By this time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and the sun-bathed waters had lost their initial chill. With the tent set up, the group prepared to take turns changing into their swimsuits. The 3 boys were the first to enter the tent to change, as is customary. They were quick, emerging in their swim trunks before long. Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but blush upon seeing Chen Xiaochen, who stood bare-chested. Next, it was the girls' turn to change. The tent purchased by Chen Xiaochen was not particularly spacious, so only 2 could fit inside at a time to change. Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana entered first, while Chen Xiaochen and the other 3 sat nearby, inflating swim rings. When Yang Wenxuan emerged, clad in her swimwear, Qin Meng, who was busy blowing up a swim ring, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently upon her, a foolish grin adorning his lips. Yang Wenxuan cast him an affectionate glare, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness. The 3 onlookers erupted into laughter, the beach resonating with a joyous atmosphere. After a short while, Tang Jejia was the first to emerge from the tent, donned in a cartoon-patterned swimsuit that accentuated her youthful exuberance and adorable curves. Following closely behind was Zhou Yuqi, who appeared in a white one-piece swimsuit, her youthful beauty captivating, her figure elegantly sculpted by the fabric. Even Chen Xiaochen found himself stealing glances, marveling at the splendid physique of the young woman, filled with the vitality of youth. The reason he had not experienced such admiration for Yang Wenxuan and Zhao Yana earlier was due to his lack of habit in appreciating the beauty of his friends and sister-in-law. Noticing Chen Xiaocheng's gaze upon her, Zhou Yuqi felt a familiar warmth return to her cheeks, yet there was no sense of displeasure within her. After preparing the girls' swim rings, the group was ready to venture into the sea. The swim rings for the sisters had already been prepared by their parents, and they intended to join in the fun. Before entering the water, The sisters invited their 3 guardians to join, but the adults opted to stay back and watch over their belongings for the moment. The sisters did not press the issue, instead racing towards the ocean with the larger group. Although the seawater had warmed somewhat, it still felt slightly cool upon entry. As they stepped further in, the depth gradually increased, allowing their bodies to acclimate to the temperature. They halted when the water reached a depth where the girls could stand comfortably while wearing their swim rings. The 3 boys donned their goggles and began to swim, while the 4 girls floated on their rings, engaging in cheerful conversation and splashing each other playfully, a delightful atmosphere enveloping the sea. Chapter 72. Water Fight. After some time swimming, the boys, noticing the girls frolicking in a water fight, could no longer contain their excitement and eagerly joined in. Naturally, Qin Ming aligned himself with Yang Wenxuan, and before Zhao Yana could call Chen Xiaochen for support, Tang Jejia, with a mischievous grin, approached Chen Xiaochen first, saying, "Xiaochen, come join us." Chen Xiaochen readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Zhou Yuqi remained silent regarding Chen Xiaocheng's allegiance, while Zhao Yana, seeing him join Zhou Yuqi's side, said nothing but turned to drag Yu Lu over to assist her. Thus, the group divided into 3 teams, and chaos ensued. The youths reveled in the ocean, unleashing their youthful exuberance. Chen Xiaocheng's team consisted of 3 members, while the other 2 teams, each with only 1 member, found themselves at a disadvantage. Consequently, the 2 teams united to launch an onslaught against the trio led by Chen Xiaocheng, with Zhao Yana and Yu Lu most spiritedly seeking retribution for Chen Xiaocheng's perceived betrayal. Upon realizing that her side was at a disadvantage, Chen Xiaocheng turned around, shielding the 2 girls with her back, while cheerfully declaring her surrender. Witnessing her capitulation, the 4 opponents hesitated before finally ceasing their attacks. At that moment, drenched from head to toe, the group exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter, playfully pointing at one another's disheveled appearances, their joyous cacophony echoing around them. After a brief respite, the second round of skirmishes commenced. This time, Chen Xiaocheng allied with Yu Lu and Zhao Yana, and the 2 factions launched an assault on Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan. Without hesitation, Qin Ming used his sturdy frame to shield Yang Wenxuan, resembling a knight guarding his princess. The sight ignited further excitement among the onlookers, splashes of seawater flying amidst their revelry, only ceasing when Qin Ming surrendered. Despite the defeat, Yang Wenxuan, having largely evaded the fray, wore a blissful smile. After another short break, the 3rd round of collective battle began, with Yu Lu and Zhao Yana now the targets of the attack. Lacking the synergy of Qin Ming and Yang Wenxuan, they fought individually and ultimately found themselves drenched in seawater. Thus, the group frolicked in the ocean for over an hour, their energy nearly spent. Everyone prepared to return to shore for a rest, allowing the 3 parents a chance to partake in the water. Just as they began to swim towards the coast, Zhou Yuqi suddenly let out a cry, her expression contorted in pain. Nearby, Chen Xiaocheng inquired and learned that her foot had cramped, likely from being in the cold water for too long. At that moment, Tang Jejia was not in proximity, having drifted further out during the later activities. As the others called out for a return to shore, Chen Xiaocheng found himself near his cousin, while Wang Jejia chose not to swim over to join him, instead heading directly to the beach. Thus, Zhou Yuqi's startled cry went unheard by Tang Jejia. Chen Xiaocheng surveyed the surroundings and realized he was the only one beside Zhou Yuqi. Without a moment's hesitation, he urged her to lift her leg as best as she could. He swiftly submerged his hand into the water, firmly grasping her ankle, gently elevating her leg. Upon contact with Zhou Yuqi's skin, a slippery sensation coursed through him, causing a momentary distraction. However, he quickly regained his composure, maneuvering her foot to stretch the cramp. Moments later, Zhou Yuqi's agony gradually subsided. She gazed at Chen Xiaocheng, who held her ankle with one hand while gripping her foot with the other, her face flushing crimson. Blushing, she softly whispered to Chen Xiaocheng that she was fine, prompting him to release her foot. After she took a moment to recover, confirming she was indeed all right, Chen Xiaocheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Instead of departing alone, he positioned himself behind Zhou Yuqi, gently pushing her flotation device as they made their way back to the shore. Throughout the entire episode, Zhou Yuqi maintained a rosy complexion, her head bowed in silence, allowing Chen Xiaocheng to guide her, lost in her thoughts. Upon arriving at the coast, Chen Xiaocheng and Zhou Yuqi, despite being momentarily delayed by a minor cramp incident, did not lag significantly behind the others. As they returned to the vicinity of the tents, no one paid much attention to their tardiness. 3 parents were leisurely seated nearby. Once the young boys and girls found their places and settled down, they immediately retrieved various delicacies from their bags. indulging heartily to replenish the energy expended while frolicking in the sea. With their mouths full, they enthusiastically encouraged the three parents to join them in experiencing the allure of the ocean. The vibrant words and eager gazes of the youth stirred the hearts of the adults. Before long, the parents rose, donned their swimsuits, and took up their flotation devices, making their way toward the sea. After satisfying their appetites, the group basked in a sense of contentment, savoring the languid moments that followed a hearty meal. At this juncture, the tent played a significant role, as its four sides were opened to reveal the mosquito netting within, allowing a gentle breeze to flow through, providing both ventilation and shade. For girls, wary of sun exposure, found refuge and joyously nestled inside the tent. The young women sat within, gazing at the distant scenery while engaging in soft conversations, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. Meanwhile, the three boys, unfazed by the sunlight, sprawled carelessly on the beach, relishing the warmth of the sun. Yulu even requested Qin Meng to assist him in burying himself in the sand, leaving only his head exposed, a comical sight that elicited peals of laughter from the group. After a satisfying swim, the parents returned to the shore with contented expressions. The rejuvenated youths, upon spotting their parents, could hardly contain their excitement and dashed back into the ocean. They played joyfully in the waves, their laughter and shouts echoing. As if to unleash all their joy, time slipped away unnoticed amid their merriment, and after more than an hour, they reluctantly made their way back to the shore. Thoroughly exhausted, upon returning to the beach, they glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 5 o'clock. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden hue over the sandy shore, and feeling a pang of hunger, they wasted no time in gathering their belongings to head back for dinner. As they arrived at the vehicle, Zhou Shifu, who had been waiting, greeted them with a gentle smile. As he started the car, he informed Chen Xiaochen that the seafood had already been purchased and entrusted to Sister Wang for preparation, assuring them that they would soon enjoy a delightful meal. After warmly thanking Zhou Shifu, the two vehicles slowly embarked on their return journey. Upon reaching the farmhouse, they noticed an additional vehicle parked outside, presumably for photography, and a new group of people had also arrived. Unfazed, they exchanged nods and proceeded to wash up and change clothes. After their showers, they gathered in the dining area. Earlier that afternoon, when Zhou Shifu had returned with the seafood, he had instructed Sister Wang to divide it into 2 portions, ensuring that both Chen Xiaocheng's table and Zhou Yuqi's table were adorned with seafood. Chen Xiaochen had opted not to overindulge, selecting only some flying crabs, mantis shrimp, and conchs. Upon seeing the seafood laid out on the table, the Zhou family initially displayed expressions of surprise. Once they grasped the circumstances, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. After more than a day of interaction, the rapport between both parties had become remarkably harmonious. Therefore, the 3 adults did not hesitate to partake, although they silently contemplated how to reciprocate this kindness, considering it would be inappropriate for the children to bear the financial burden. Later, the newcomers inquired of Brother Wang why their dishes differed. After his explanation, they expressed no further discontent. Rather, they admired how well the 2 groups coexisted. Chapter 73. Preparing for the journey home after dinner. With the hours still early and no additional activities planned for the evening, everyone decided to engage in a game of mahjong. The 2 groups set up 2 tables, 3 parents and Master Zhou at one, and 4 girls at the other, while the 3 boys could only sit nearby to assist and offer strategies. Maintaining the earlier groupings, Qin Meng sat beside Yang Wenxuan, while Yulu provided guidance to Zhao Yana. Naturally, Chen Xiaochen was assigned to the side of Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jejia. The games were not played for monetary stakes. Rather, they were a source of amusement and a means to pass the time. The 4 girls possessed comparable skills, all falling into the category of inexperienced yet eager players. They even had Yulu elaborate on the rules and gameplay before commencing. Thus, the 4 girls played at a leisurely pace, while the boys observed anxiously from the sidelines, incessantly offering advice. However, the girls had their own ideas and did not always heed their counsel. Chen Xiaochen found himself in a favorable position, seated behind Zhou Yuqi, occasionally glancing at Tang Jejia. Despite her youth, Tang Jejia was the best player among the girls, requiring little concern on his part. Zhou Yuqi, though not particularly skilled, was obedient, diligently following Chen Xiaochen's suggestions. As the rounds progressed, they fared quite well, and midway through the game, Chen Xiaochen even took the initiative to wash some fruits for everyone to enjoy while they played. The pair of Zhao Yana and Yulu incurred the most losses. Zhao Yana, with her bold personality, had strong opinions, leaving Yulu feeling powerless at times. On several occasions, his unsolicited advice earned him a few pinches, leaving him with a grim expression. After 4 rounds, the 3 girls, recognizing their defeat, requested to switch roles, allowing the boys to take on Tang Jejia. Consequently, the girls naturally positioned themselves behind the boys. There was no need to elaborate on Qin Ming's side. He would heed Yang Wenxuan's every word. As winning or losing was of little concern to him, her happiness was paramount. On Yulu's side, the roles reversed. Zhao Yana began to offer strategies. Yet Yulu dismissed her suggestions, claiming her skills were inadequate, which only frustrated Zhao Yana, leading her to pinch him several more times. As for Chen Xiaochen, for someone seasoned in the art of mahjong, playing with friends felt akin to challenging children. Thus, he did not overly strategize, occasionally overlooking substantial plays and adhering to his principle of avoiding losses without concern for winning. Zhou Yuqi sat quietly behind him, a smile gracing her lips as she watched him play cards, completely oblivious to the fate of her cousin in the game. Observing Chen Xiaocheng's deliberate avoidance of losing cards, her amusement deepened. Thus, the group played 4 more rounds, and soon the clock struck past 11. The night had grown deep, and a relaxed, joyous atmosphere enveloped the air. Though fatigue lingered, satisfied smiles adorned everyone's faces. In the end, the tally revealed that Chen Xiaocheng had emerged with a slight victory, while Qin Ming incurred a minor loss. Although Yulu managed to recover some losses for Zhao Yana, he still ended up losing significantly. The night's most triumphant player was the youngest, Tang Jejia. As they settled the bill, Tang Jejia's smile was so wide it seemed almost uncontainable as she eagerly exclaimed about continuing the fun the next day. The matter of tomorrow would be addressed then. For now, it was already quite late. Informing Brother Wang that they would not require breakfast prepared for them the next day, everyone retired to their respective rooms for rest. The following morning, all awoke at their leisure. By the time Chen Xiaocheng and her companions rose, it was already past 9, while the neighboring Yang Wenxuan had just woken up not long before. As they made their way to the courtyard to freshen up, they encountered the Zhou sisters. Tang Jejia, still somewhat drowsy, noted that the sisters did not enjoy the same privileges. Living with their parents, they had been roused for breakfast around 7. The remaining hours of the morning unfolded with a serene tranquility in the small courtyard. The 3 boys sat in the shade, completely engrossed in their GBA gaming device, their fingers dancing deftly over the buttons, excitement occasionally lighting up their faces. Tang Jejia, sitting nearby, took turns glancing at their screens, her expression filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. Not far off, the 3 girls gathered together, engaging in soft, intimate conversations about topics dear to them, their laughter ringing melodiously in the air. A gentle breeze swept through, playfully tousling their hair, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful, dappled shadows on the ground. Everything appeared so peaceful and beautiful. After a while, Chen Xiaocheng and her friends began to reminisce about their adventures over the past couple of days. They recounted the joyful antics by the seaside and the delightful moments spent playing mahjong, feeling that they had thoroughly enjoyed their time. Therefore, Chen Xiaocheng proposed the idea of returning home the following day, to which everyone nodded in agreement. However, Tang Jejia expressed a strong sense of reluctance. Her little face clouded with melancholy. Zhou Yuqi, seated nearby, shared a similar sentiment, though unlike Tang Jejia, her feelings were tinged with an indescribable sense of loss. This sensation was elusive yet undeniably lingered in her heart. After lunch, Master Zhou inquired if they intended to return the next day and suggested buying some dried goods like shrimp skin, grilled fish slices, and squid strips to take home to their families. This proposal received unanimous approval from Chen Xiaocheng and her companions. During their stay, aside from accommodation and a single seafood purchase, they had spent little money, and with ample funds remaining, they naturally wished to bring back some local specialties for their families. Chen Xiaocheng was particularly unconcerned about the expense. Even the sisters Zhou Yuqi were captivated after hearing this, each requesting 200 yuan from their parents to join in on the adventure. Thus, Master Zhou set off with the young boys and girls in a vehicle, guiding them to a bustling market. Upon entering the market, Master Zhou adeptly led them to the section dedicated to dried goods. Subsequently, he distanced himself slightly, observing silently as the youths inquired about prices from various vendors. It was not until he noticed a vendor attempting to pass off inferior goods as premium that Master Zhou hastily approached to assist the group in negotiations. Over the course of 2 days, the children had affectionately transitioned from referring to him as Master Zhou to calling him Uncle Zhou. They regarded him as family, often thinking of him whenever there was something delicious to share. Naturally, Uncle Zhou could not bear to see the children taken advantage of. With his support, the group meticulously selected an abundance of dried goods. Chen Xiaochen purchased the most, in addition to provisions for his own family and relatives. He also acquired substantial amounts for Wang Bo, Du Tao, and others from the branch, ensuring they were also included. He even secretly set aside a portion for Uncle Zhou, planning to present it to him later to avoid any refusal. Due to the sheer volume of their purchases, the vendor kindly enlisted her husband to assist with the delivery. Despite her modest business, she understood the importance of catering to significant customers. Chen Xiaochun's purchases had become commonplace to Yu Lu and his companions, eliciting little reaction. However, Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jiejia expressed surprise, with Tang Jiejia curiously inquiring why Chen Xiaochun had bought so much. Chen Xiaochun merely explained that he was bringing it for friends without elaborating further. After securing the dried goods, the group wished to acquire some local fruits and seafood to take back. Uncle Zhou suggested they postpone this purchase until the following morning, as they were in no rush to return and buying later would ensure freshness. The group found this reasoning sound and agreed to delay. Chapter 74. Roast whole lamb. As they exited the market, Chen Xiaochun inadvertently spotted a sign at a nearby skewered delicacies shop boldly proclaiming roast whole lamb. Instantly piquing his interest, he quickly entered the establishment and inquired with the owner about the roast lamb. The proprietor warmly explained that the lamb must be freshly slaughtered, with pricing determined by the specific size of the lamb along with various materials and labor costs. The roasting typically takes around 3 hours, varying with the size of the lamb. For those not wishing to purchase a whole lamb, the shop also offered pre-portioned lamb chops, legs, and skewers. After listening to the owner's description, Chen Xiaochun decisively ordered a whole roast lamb. The owner, thrilled at the prospect of a substantial sale, eagerly led the group to the backyard to select a lamb. When selecting the lamb, the 3 young men appeared rather exhilarated, their minds seemingly conjuring images of the roasted, golden brown whole sheep, brimming with anticipation for the delectable feast to come. Conversely, the young women found the situation somewhat cruel, frowning in disapproval. They refrained from following the boys to the backyard and promptly retreated to the car to await their return. After finalizing their choice, Chen Xiaocheng inquired if on-site roasting was an option. Upon confirming the address, the proprietor agreed to perform the roasting at their location, albeit with a nominal additional fee. However, he did not demand much, simply requesting an extra 50 yuan to round off the total. The proprietor was remarkably swift, efficiently preparing the selected lamb with little delay. Weighing the cleaned lamb revealed a net weight of 32 jin. After some calculations, including various costs and the service charge, the final price for the whole roasted lamb came to 500 yuan. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaocheng acquiesced, deeming the price reasonable for such a feast. After verifying the time and location with the owner, he left a deposit of 200 yuan and returned to the farmhouse with the group. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally met the parents of Zhou Yuqi returning, their hands laden with numerous bags. Seeing the children had returned, the parents announced their purchase of seafood and invited them to join for dinner that evening. This revelation left the youngsters momentarily stunned, leading them to share the news of the lamb they had just ordered. The parents were equally taken aback. Ultimately, at Chen Xiaocheng's suggestion, it was decided that there would be no need for Wang Gu and his team to prepare dinner. Instead, they would indulge in a sumptuous feast of seafood alongside the roasted lamb, celebrating their time together before parting ways. This decision received unanimous approval. Thus, Chen Xiaocheng informed Wang Gu, requesting Yu Lu and the others to chill the remaining watermelon and drinks in well water. After some thought, he also asked Uncle Zhou to procure a case of beer, which would likewise be chilled in the well water. With the preliminary arrangements completed, the group settled down to chat, eagerly awaiting the evening's seafood banquet and lamb feast. Before long, the Chen Laoban, skewer shop owner, arrived in a small truck, laden with the marinated lamb and the complete roasting apparatus. After unloading his wares into the courtyard and greeting Chen Xiaocheng and the others, he located a suitable spot in the yard to set up his equipment and began the roasting process. The owner's equipment was highly professional, ensuring that the area remained free of charcoal mess, and his roasting skills were commendable. It wasn't long before a subtle aroma of meat wafted through the air. As the roasting of the lamb would take approximately 3 hours, the group felt no urgency. Yu Lu, in particular, produced 3 decks of cards from seemingly nowhere and gathered everyone to play, passing the time merrily. 3 hours later, as dusk began to settle, the lamb was nearing completion. Chen Xiaocheng borrowed a large table from Wang Gu and, accompanied by Yu Lu and Qin Meng, set it up in the courtyard, while Wang Gu kindly turned on the yard lights. Once the lamb was perfectly roasted, Chen Xiaocheng promptly settled the remaining bill with the Chondan Laoban and extended an invitation for him to join in the meal. The proprietor, with a smile, graciously declined his invitation, leaving them with a generous supply of dipping sauces before tidying up his tools and departing. With everything in place, the roasted whole lamb and seafood were gradually served, and everyone took their seats around the spacious table, which offered ample room and felt far from cramped. Chen Xiaochen even extended an invitation to Wang Ji's family to join in the festivities. Unfortunately, his wife and the aunt were steadfast in their refusal to join the table. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen invited Wang Gu to drink with Uncle Zhou and Dad Tang, while he took some seafood and shredded lamb to serve to Wang Ji's wife and the aunt. At the dining table, the youth enjoyed their beverages while the adults savored beer, raising their glasses in a toast to celebrate their reunion. Before delving into the sumptuous feast before them, naturally, the first target for everyone was the roasted whole lamb positioned in the center, as it was best enjoyed while still warm. The skills of the lamb shop owner were indeed commendable. The lamb was evenly roasted to perfection, with a crisp exterior and tender interior, and the flavor was exquisite. Compliments flowed freely as everyone savored the dish. Even the girls found delight in it, and soon, most of the roasted lamb was consumed. After the lamb, the pace of the meal slowed. The children engaged in lively conversation, while several adults continued to drink, collectively working through the seafood on the table. As the meal progressed into its latter stages, a subtle air of reluctance began to permeate the atmosphere, hinting at the impending farewells. The boys, more carefree, appeared relatively composed, reassured by the fact that they all resided in the same city. Notably, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu would be attending the same school as Zhou Yuqi after the term commenced, and with a stroke of luck, they might even share a classroom. Thus, Chen Xiaochen felt little sorrow over parting, merely stealing glances at Zhou Yuqi. In the brief 2 days they had spent together, he and this girl had forged a significant bond, stirring a subtle yet undeniable flutter in his heart. Conversely, the emotions among the girls were markedly more intense. They constantly confided in one another their feelings of reluctance, their words imbued with nostalgia for the time they had shared over the past 2 days. The youngest, Tang Jejia, was particularly affected, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhou Yuqi initially felt a pang of sadness, but whenever she caught Chen Xiaochen stealing glances at her, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. After 2 days of companionship, the sight of Chen Xiaochen brought her a sense of comfort and joy, the reason for which she could not quite comprehend. Once the girls' emotions settled, they exchanged contact information, including their QQ numbers and phone numbers, agreeing to meet up again when time allowed. The adults observed this pure friendship among the children, sharing smiles and reflections on the beauty of youth, with no one daring to utter any words that might dampen the spirit or impose restrictions. The meal unfolded over 3 hours before it finally came to an end. As everyone rose from the table, a considerable amount of lamb and seafood remained. Before anyone could propose a solution for leftovers, Wang Gu volunteered to prepare seafood porridge for breakfast and stir-fry the lamb with scallions to accompany steamed buns, to which everyone readily agreed. After assisting Wang's sister-in-law and the aunt in tidying up the aftermath, everyone returned indoors to sit for a while. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Dad inquired whether Zhou Yuqi and her companions planned to depart the following day. Zhou Mom had only a 4-day holiday, and they intended to visit relatives in a nearby city, even staying overnight, leaving them with a rather tight schedule. Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jejia had no objections to Tang Dad's suggestion. They had thoroughly enjoyed their seaside excursion, and with Chen Xiaochen and the others set to leave the next day, they felt no need to linger further. The discussions between the Tang and Zhou families went unchallenged by Chen Xiaochen and her friends, who quietly awaited the conclusion of their deliberations. Once their discussions were complete, the 4 girls reconvened and resumed their conversation. An hour later, feeling a bit drowsy, everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. Chapter 75. The journey home the next morning, Chen Xiaochen and her companions gradually woke up around 7 o'clock. After freshening up and arriving at the dining area, they found Zhou Yuqi's family already enjoying breakfast. After their meal, Chen Xiaochen and her friends discussed their plans to buy fruits and seafood shortly. Upon hearing this, Tang Jejia immediately expressed her desire to join them, as they needed to purchase some for themselves and also bring some for their relatives. With their itineraries aligned, both groups agreed to set off together, reassured by Uncle Zhou's presence to avoid any potential pitfalls. Thus, after settling the accommodation fees with Wang Gu, everyone began to pack their belongings. Once their luggage was loaded into the vehicle, they all rushed to bid farewell to Wang Gu and his family. Their time spent together had been delightful. Wang Gu and his wife wore expressions of reluctance, while the aunt continuously encouraged the children to return in the future, promising to prepare delicious meals for them then. After exchanging farewells, it was time for everyone to depart, and both groups headed towards their respective vehicles. Tang Jejia did not board her family's car, but instead pulled her cousin onto the business van, sitting in the back with Yang Wenxuan and the others. Given their shared route, the adults merely smiled and shook their heads at this scene, offering no objections. following a heartfelt send-off from Wang Ji's family. The two vehicles departed the village in tandem. Under Uncle Zhou's guidance, they soon embarked on another round of extensive shopping. They first visited the market, where they skillfully procured a considerable amount of peaches and grapes. Next, they made their way to the seafood market at the dock, selecting a variety of crabs and mantis shrimp. At this point, the seafood market had begun offering ice and foam boxes, alleviating any concerns about spoilage. By the end of their shopping spree, Chen Xiaochen naturally emerged as the largest purchaser. Once again, she organized the fruits and seafood for everyone based on the previous day's headcount. Those familiar with Chen Xiaochun's purchasing power had long grown accustomed to it. Uncle Zhou and the Zhou sisters were unfazed. However, the three parents from Zhou Yuqi's family, experiencing Chen Xiaochun's spending habits for the first time, were left somewhat astounded. Tang Ba was taken aback by the economic conditions of Chen Xiaocheng's family, while Zhou Ma contemplated matters of greater significance. After a thorough shopping spree, the business van was filled to the brim, leaving no room for feet. As they emerged from the seafood market at the dock, the moment of parting truly arrived, and the atmosphere grew heavy with melancholy. The four girls, in particular, clung tightly to each other's hands beside the vehicle, reluctant to part ways. Tang Jiajia's eyes gradually glistened with moisture, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Upon witnessing Tang Jiajia's sorrow, the other three girls found their own eyes welling up as well. They exchanged promises to stay in touch, their words imbued with a palpable sense of longing. 10 minutes later, the four girls still showed no intention of separating. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaocheng noticed Tang Ba occasionally glancing at his watch, aware that Zhou Yuqi and the others needed to visit relatives and could not afford to be delayed. Thus, Chen Xiaocheng gently addressed Yang Wenxuan and the others. "All right, we will have more opportunities to meet in the future. Zhou Yuqi and her group need to go visit their relatives. We must not hinder their important matters." Upon hearing this, although the girls still felt a twinge of reluctance, they slowly released each other's hands and boarded their respective vehicles. With that, after bidding farewell to Zhou Yuqi and her companions, Chen Xiaocheng and her group officially embarked on their journey home. The rolling wheels carried away the sadness of parting, leaving behind cherished memories. Inside the van, the two girls' spirits remained subdued, and the atmosphere felt somewhat quiet. Sensing this, Chen Xiaocheng took the initiative to introduce a topic of conversation, engaging everyone while subtly signaling to Yu Lu and Qin Ming. The understanding between Chen Xiaocheng and the duo was instantaneous, and with their enthusiastic cooperation, the two girls shed their feelings of sorrow and joined in the lively discussion, restoring a vibrant ambience within the vehicle. By around 2 in the afternoon, the 3-hour journey concluded amidst their laughter and chatter. Upon exiting the highway and entering the city, they began deliberating who to drop off first. After some planning, it was decided to first see Zhao Yana home, followed by Yu Lu, Qin Ming, then Yang Wenxuan, with Chen Xiaocheng going last. Uncle Zhou, adhering to their instructions, gradually delivered each person to their doorstep. When they arrived at Yang Wenxuan's residence, it became evident that, due to Qin Ming's generous purchases for Yang's parents, she could not manage to carry everything upstairs alone. Chen Xiaocheng kindly offered to assist. As they made their way, Uncle Zhou formed a general impression of the family backgrounds of these children. Yuli's home was situated within a police housing compound. Uncle Zhou had some familiarity with this compound. Its modest scale upon construction implied certain socio-economic realities. Qin Ming's residence was a newly built commercial housing complex. Uncle Zhou understood this area well. 2 years prior, only those with some financial means could afford to purchase property here, including the owner of the travel agency where Qin Ming worked. As for Zhao Yana and Yang Wenxuan's families, their homes were also commendable in location and quality. After bidding farewell to Yang Wenxuan, Chen Xiaochun requested Uncle Zhou to accompany him in delivering gifts to various households. Without hesitation, Uncle Zhou agreed, as this fell within the scope of his regular duties during the scheduled car service. Chen Xiaochun did not rush to depart. Instead, he first made a phone call to his mother, Chen Ma. Once the call connected, he cheerfully informed her of his return, assuring her not to worry, and mentioned that he would be delivering local specialties to relatives. He also made a point to tell her that he had brought back a substantial amount of seafood, advising her to prepare less for dinner that evening. After concluding the call, Chen Xiaochun instructed Uncle Zhou to drive to the Morning Star Internet Cafe. Upon arriving at the cafe, he did not enter immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and called Wang Bo to come outside. Shortly thereafter, Wang Bo hurried over, and Chen Xiaochun indicated the roasted fish fillets, squid shreds, fruits, and a box of mixed seafood weighing 5 pounds in the car, asking Wang Bo to take 3 portions of each inside. He then advised Wang Bo to reserve 1 portion for himself, leaving the rest for Wang Bo to manage. Chen Xiaochen had no intention of inquiring how Wang Bo would distribute the items among his subordinates. As they moved the items into the cafe, Chen Xiaochen noticed that Wu Tong was on duty at the bar. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Wang Bo to take an additional portion, telling him to give it to Wu Tong once her shift ended. Chen Xiaochen was not concerned that Wang Bo would hoard these items, as he had a deep understanding of Wang Bo's character. He also trusted that the other employees would not feel envious, given that Wu Tong was his classmate, a fact well known among the staff. Chen Xiaochen did not specifically inform Wu Tong about the gifts. He merely announced to the employees that he had brought back specialties and was distributing benefits that day. This gesture successfully endeared him to many. As Chen Xiaochen exited the vehicle, Uncle Zhou also disembarked. When Wang Bo emerged to collect the items, Uncle Zhou, who was assisting nearby, overheard Wang Bo referring to Chen Xiaochen as boss. In that moment, he suddenly grasped the source of Chen Xiaochun's recent confidence in spending. Although Uncle Zhou felt a tinge of disbelief, he refrained from commenting, silently observing Chen Xiaochun's industrious demeanor, which piqued his curiosity and admiration for the young man. Chapter 76. Homeward bound after leaving the Morningstar Internet Cafe, their next destination was the Xinchen Branch 2. Once the business vehicle halted in front of the cafe, Chen Xiaochun similarly summoned the manager, Lu Yang, proceeding with the same quantity and distribution method. The only distinction was that these specialties were being presented in the names of both himself and Qin Ming. Standing nearby, Uncle Zhou had developed a certain immunity to the sight of Xinchen Branch 2, merely marveling at Chen Xiaochun's adeptness in navigating social intricacies. Having concluded matters at the branch, their next visit was to Chen Xiaochun's grandmother's home. This time, he did not bring squid shreds or roasted fish fillets, but instead carried a large bag of carefully selected dried shrimp. The box of seafood intended for his grandparents was also marked distinctly by Chen Xiaochun, with a slightly reduced quantity of crabs and mantis shrimp included for the elderly couple. This box of seafood was deliberately filled with a generous portion of large shrimp, considering that the elderly might find it easier to handle the relatively simple-to-eat delicacies. The succulent flesh of the shrimp is rich in nutrition, aligning perfectly with their culinary preferences. As for the fruits, there was little of concern. He simply brought a modest bag of peaches and a few bunches of grapes. Upon seeing their great-grandson, both elders were filled with joy, their smiles widening at the sight of such filial piety. The grandmother held Chen Xiaocheng's hand, inquiring about the recent seaside excursion, while the grandfather listened with keen interest, his eyes brimming with contentment. After a brief conversation with the two elders, Chen Xiaocheng, mindful of his visits to several other households, excused himself under the pretext of the car waiting downstairs. After politely declining his grandmother's invitation to stay for a meal, he continued on his way to deliver the gifts. Upon calling Du Tao's home, Chen Xiaocheng discovered that he was conveniently at home, prompting him to ask Uncle Zhou to drive them there. Arriving at Du Tao's residence, the latter's excitement was palpable as he beheld the assortment of delectable treats Chen Xiaocheng had brought, his face lighting up with joy as he repeatedly praised his older brother's generosity. It was only after Chen Xiaocheng playfully kicked him that Du Tao, satisfied, took the goodies back home. Once Du Tao's gifts were delivered, it was time to visit his aunts and uncles. Chen Xiaocheng called each household in turn, and for those who were home, he instructed Uncle Zhou to deliver the items directly. When his younger uncle was unavailable, Chen Xiaocheng left the items at a nearby convenience store after making a quick phone call. After completing all deliveries, old Zhou drove towards Chen Xiaocheng's home. In truth, such a personalized delivery of local specialties was something Chen Xiaocheng seldom engaged in, even in previous years. His current eagerness and enjoyment could not be denied, revealing a slight nouveau riche mentality within him. After all, the money he had in hand had come rather easily, and despite having cultivated a measure of composure, he found it somewhat challenging to suppress his excitement. By the time the business vehicle arrived at his home, night had fallen. After parking, Chen Xiaocheng did not rush to unload the items, but first settled the fare with Uncle Zhou for the past few days. Old Zhou skillfully and diligently wrote him a receipt. Then, without prompting Uncle Zhou to assist, Chen Xiaocheng began to take his luggage and remaining specialties off the vehicle. Observing the courtyard of Chen Xiaocheng's residence, while it was relatively tidy, it appeared somewhat incongruous compared to his recent lavish expenditures and the two internet cafes he had visited. This disparity left old Zhou increasingly puzzled by the young man. However, he refrained from voicing any inquiries. Although Chen Xiaocheng insisted that he not lift a finger, old Zhou did not simply sit in the driver's seat watching. He alighted to help carry the items. Finally, upon noticing the remaining portion of specialties in the vehicle, old Zhou was somewhat bewildered until Chen Xiaocheng informed him that it was specifically meant for him, which deeply touched old Zhou. Moreover, he genuinely appreciated the thoughtfulness of this young man. After a round of polite refusals, old Joe joyfully accepted the gifts. After all, no one is truly inclined to decline the benefits at hand, especially when they come in the form of generous gifts from others. The elderly Mr. Zhou, having accepted the gift, insisted on helping Chen Xiaochen carry the items upstairs. After a few polite refusals, Chen Xiaochen ultimately acquiesced. He had procured double portions of everything for his family, including a large box of seafood weighing 10 kilograms. Since both Chen's father and mother adored fruit, Chen Xiaochen bought a considerable amount, knowing it would be rather cumbersome to carry alone. After placing the items at the entrance, Mr. Zhou graciously declined Chen Xiaochun's invitation to sit for a spell, turning to descend the stairs. Once Mr. Zhou had departed, as Chen Xiaochen was about to open the door, his mother, having overheard voices outside, promptly opened the door and peeked out. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochen at the threshold, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and she hurriedly beckoned him inside, offering to assist with carrying the items. After a flurry of activity in arranging the goods, the mother and son entered the house. Chen's father, having heard the commotion from the bedroom, emerged to greet them. His face, too, brightened with joy upon seeing Chen Xiaochen. Upon returning home, Chen Xiaochen felt at ease. After exchanging greetings with his parents, he dashed off to take a shower and change clothes, leaving the items at the entrance for his mother to handle. By the time he emerged, his mother had already placed the seafood in the steamer and washed a great deal of fruit. At that moment, Chen's father was savoring a peach, extolling its remarkable sweetness. Meanwhile, Chen's mother was meticulously inspecting the dried shrimp and clams that Chen Xiaochen had brought back, continually praising the superior quality of these dried goods. Nearly 20 minutes later, the seafood was finally ready. The family of three then gathered around the table to commence their meal. The fresh seafood was an instant hit, with Chen's parents relishing every bite. Given their improved family circumstances, no one ever complained about Chen Xiaochun's spending habits. As they all joyfully indulged in the delightful cuisine, they listened to Chen Xiaochen recount his recent experiences. After dinner, Chen Xiaochen returned to his room. Despite the day's exertions, he felt little fatigue at that moment. Lying on his bed and gazing at the ceiling, he casually picked up a book to read. It was not until past 10 that he finally turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep, bringing a close to this busy yet wonderful day. In the following 2 days, Chen Xiaochen remained indoors, resting comfortably at home. Having previously enjoyed an outing, he had been rather sunburned, with peeling skin on his shoulders, necessitating some time for recovery. During these 2 days, his friends, Yu Lu and the others, were also quite subdued, having thoroughly exhausted themselves over 3 days of travel. One evening, upon returning from work, Chen's father brought exciting news. The real estate agent had informed him that they could conduct the inspection and take possession of their new home on the 11th of this month. Naturally, the family was filled with anticipation for their soon-to-be acquired residence. Chen's parents enthusiastically began to discuss the forthcoming renovation, while Chen Xiaochen suggested they hire a professional renovation company along with an interior designer. However, he understood that as it was ultimately his parents' home, their preferences would take precedence, and thus he refrained from excessive interference. In the days leading up to the handover of their new home, Mr. and Mrs. Chen were filled with anticipation. In their minds, they had already painted a vivid picture of a beautiful future, and smiles blossomed on their faces. As time quietly slipped away, the day of the handover finally arrived. Chapter 77. Handover. The developers had chosen the perfect day for the handover, coinciding with the weekend. Early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Chen rose from their slumber. Mrs. Chen darted into the kitchen, deftly preparing breakfast, while Mr. Chen fussed over his hairstyle in the bathroom. It was only when breakfast was ready that Chen Xiaochen, responding to his mother's calls, lazily emerged from his slumber. After enjoying their meal, the family, now fully prepared, embarked on their journey to receive their new home. Half an hour later, the silver Jetta pulled into the parking lot of the sales office. After parking, the Chen family made their way directly to the sales office. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, alive with the chatter of visitors. Vibrant floral arrangements adorned the entrance, complemented by a banner that proclaimed, "Warm congratulations on the grand handover of Qianxia Yazu," ushering in a new life of happiness. As they arrived at the entrance, they encountered the sales representative who had previously assisted them. This representative had a vivid recollection of the well-to-do family and greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, the representative guided them into the sales office, which was even more crowded than outside, teeming with people. Fortunately, with the assistance of the sales assistant, they were swiftly connected with a member of the handover team, thus eliminating unnecessary waiting time. Mr. and Mrs. Chen expressed their gratitude profusely. The sales assistant, eager to forge a positive connection with this affluent family, smiled and took her leave, returning to the entrance to await new clients. Meanwhile, guided by a customer service representative, the Chen family proceeded to inspect their new home. Upon reaching the community's main entrance, another banner hung above, proclaiming, "Congratulations on the auspicious handover of Chen Xiaochen. Welcome home." Dear owners, the security personnel were already stationed at their posts. At this moment, the developers had yet to adopt the tactics they would later employ. The security guard was not a youthful lad in his 20s, but a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chen Xiaochen found this to be a positive sign, as the average wage was not particularly high, and security work in ordinary communities did not usually offer low income. Over the coming years, he hoped these middle-aged guards would remain in place, rather than being replaced by elderly gentlemen in their 60s after the handover. Passing through the entrance, the customer service representative led the Chen family toward their new residence. Along the way, the family eagerly took in their surroundings. Compared to the time of their purchase, most of the construction within the community had been completed, with only a few workers engaged in final touches. Following the newly paved stone path, the quartet arrived at the Chen family's new home. Upon entering, Mrs. Chen immediately began inspecting the area with Chen Xiaochen, while Mr. Chen remained with the customer service representative to conduct the inspection. Chen Xiaochen accompanied her mother on a tour of every room, with Chen's mother brimming with enthusiasm, meticulously inspecting even the kitchen and the 2 bathrooms. After thoroughly examining the premises, she led Chen Xiaochen to their modest garden. The garden remained in its untouched state, characterized solely by a fenced perimeter and a ground covered with backfilled debris. Despite this, Chen's mother stood in the yard for quite some time, her face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen's father was engaged in a detailed inspection of each room alongside the customer service representative, primarily focused on identifying any potential quality issues. Given that it was a bare shell property, there were not many aspects to scrutinize. The primary tasks involved checking the windows for defects and assessing the structural integrity of the walls, beams, and columns for any cracks, tilts, or deformations, as well as ensuring that the floors and ceilings were even and free from signs of water seepage or leaks. While accompanying her mother on this leisurely exploration, Chen Xiaochen had already conducted a cursory inspection and had not noticed any apparent issues, so she remained silent. After more than half an hour, Chen's father and the customer service representative completed their thorough examination of the entire house. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, the 4 of them departed from the new home and proceeded to the 2 garages belonging to the Chen family. Upon arriving at the garages, they followed the same procedure, with each person inspecting the situation of both garages. Given their modest size and the fact that the walls had already been freshly painted, any issues were readily apparent, allowing them to move through the inspection swiftly. After Chen's father reconfirmed that everything was satisfactory, the customer service representative escorted the family back to the sales office. Upon returning to the sales office, the customer service representative found a suitable spot to accommodate the Chen family and then went to retrieve various documents and paperwork. When she returned, Chen's father, without much hesitation, glanced briefly at the documents before commencing to sign the delivery paperwork for the new home, which included the house delivery confirmation, property management agreement, and various other documents. After signing all the paperwork, Chen's father, guided by the customer service representative, proceeded to pay the public maintenance fund and property management fees associated with the new home. Chen Xiaochen found the property fee of 0.75 yuan quite reasonable, although she was uncertain how much it might increase in the future. Once Chen's father returned after completing the payment, the customer service representative reappeared with the keys to the new home and various documents. Subsequently, she systematically explained and handed over all the necessary paperwork to Chen's father, which included the property ownership certificate, land use certificate, housing quality guarantee, and residential usage manual, among other pertinent materials. She also informed him of the essential procedures for obtaining the property certificate in the future, emphasizing the importance of keeping these documents safe. After addressing all necessary precautions, the customer service representative solemnly handed the keys to the new home along with the remote controls for the 2 garages to Chen's father. With all tasks completed, the representative's responsibilities came to a formal conclusion, and the subsequent steps would require visiting the service desk of the property management department. After waiting in line at the property management service desk for a brief period, the family provided proof of payment for the property fee, completed the check-in process, and registered their personal information. They smoothly received the access cards for the community, as well as the magnetic cards for vehicle entry and exit for both garages. At this point, everything concerning the new house was officially transferred into the hands of the Chen family. Carrying all their belongings, the trio exited the sales office. Once outside, They naturally intended to revisit their new abode and deliberate on the styles and schemes for the renovations. As Chen's mother and Chen Xiaochen prepared to walk to the community, they were called back by Chen's father. According to him, with their own garage now available, it was only fitting to park the car there. From Chen's father's expression, both Chen's mother and Chen Xiaochen could discern his affection for the new residence. Therefore, they refrained from teasing or rebuffing him, and without further ado, they accompanied him to the vehicle. As Chen's father drove out of the parking lot and made a turn towards the main entrance of the community, he smoothly swiped his magnetic card, allowing them to enter the premises. Upon reaching the garage door, he retrieved the remote control to open one of the garage doors. Chapter 78. The new house requires renovation. Given the spaciousness of the garage, Chen Xiaochen and her mother did not rush to exit the vehicle, but instead assisted Chen's father in parking it inside. After securing the car, Chen's father organized the paperwork, placing the unnecessary items in the trunk. Once these tasks were completed, the trio prepared to head to their new home. However, after taking a few steps, they noticed that Chen's father had not followed them. Turning back, they saw him standing with his back to them, gazing at their garage and beloved car. Chen Xiaochen called out to him, and upon turning around, Chen's father wore an expression akin to that of a child receiving a cherished toy, his radiant smile reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, brimming with joy and contentment. Witnessing this scene, both mother and daughter beamed with smiles, and Chen Xiaochen's heart swelled with happiness. The three did not hasten to their new home, but instead strolled leisurely within the community, appreciating the diverse vegetation and landscapes. It must be noted that the greenery in the community was indeed commendable, though unsure if future maintenance would be adequately upheld. The current abundance and variety of flora suggested that, in a few years, as they thrived, the environment of the community would undoubtedly enhance. An evening walk within the gardens would surely be a delightful pleasure. Thus, the family continued to admire the surroundings, laughing and chatting until they arrived at their new home. At that moment, their feelings had evolved from when they had merely inspected the house. As Chen's father extracted the key to unlock the door, an inexplicable sensation of returning home enveloped them, a feeling both wondrous and sudden. Perhaps it was the absence of outsiders, or possibly the warmth of the atmosphere they had shared along the way. Regardless, all three felt a slight sense of belonging to this new dwelling. In the ensuing moments, Chen's father and mother busily strategized the arrangement of the rooms, the style of the renovations, and the layout of various functional areas, while Chen Xiaochen occasionally offered suggestions. Her first recommendation was for Chen's father to reconfigure the underfloor heating pipes before any renovations commenced, while replacing the pipes with superior materials. The density of the pipeline installation was increased to ensure a more stable indoor temperature during the forthcoming heating season. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from Chenba and Chenma. For families in the northern regions, winter heating is an unavoidable annual concern. The quality of the heating directly influences the quality of life during the winter months. Chen Xiaocheng's second point was not merely a suggestion, but rather a firm request. He insisted that his parents utilize as much solid wood material as possible during the renovation, minimizing the use of plywood and similar materials. Should they find it absolutely necessary to use such materials, he urged them to select higher quality, reputable options, cautioning against the temptation of cheaper alternatives, particularly for furniture such as wardrobes and cabinets. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to enlighten them about the dangers of formaldehyde, recognizing that many people in this era remain unaware of its potential hazards. Although Chen Xiaochen could not definitively ascertain the detrimental effects of these materials, he believed it prudent to err on the side of caution, especially given their current circumstances. Chenba and Chenma nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of health and recognizing that a little extra caution is never misplaced. The trio lingered in the new home for nearly 2 hours, and it was only after 12 o'clock that they decided to venture out for lunch. Upon exiting the new residence, they chose to stroll rather than drive, seeking a quaint local eatery for a casual meal. During lunch, Chenba continued to formulate plans regarding the renovation of their new home. He possessed a modicum of knowledge about various trades and harbored numerous ideas. Had it not been for his work commitments, he would have eagerly taken on the task of renovating the new abode himself. After their meal, Chenba and Chenma resolved to explore the nearby furniture market, expressing their intention to seek inspiration for the renovation. They were not particularly enthusiastic about Chen Xiaocheng's suggestion to hire a designer. In fact, Chenba felt capable of designing it himself. Chen Xiaocheng understood their perspective. The concept of interior design had yet to gain widespread acceptance, and the current renovation companies had not yet achieved the scale or number expected in the future. At this juncture, the majority of ordinary citizens seeking to renovate their homes typically employed one of three approaches: Those with clear ideas would execute their vision. Those lacking inspiration might follow the guidance of a hired contractor, and those without any direction would draw inspiration from the renovations of others. None of these methods necessitated financial expenditure, and many did not perceive the need to invest in design. While Chen Ba and Chen Ma shared this mindset, they did not entirely dismiss Chen Xiaocheng's ideas. After all, their son had proven himself increasingly capable, having demonstrated a greater understanding of such matters on several recent occasions. Thus, based on their trust in his judgment, although not particularly passionate about the idea of professional design, the couple decided to take the time to consult a renovation company. After departing the restaurant, the family returned to the community to retrieve their car, subsequently driving to the furniture market. Throughout the afternoon, the trio immersed themselves in the furniture market, exploring with keen interest the myriad of materials and furnishings available. They meandered through layers of options, surveying everything from boards to tiles, flooring to hardware, and from lighting fixtures to various cabinets, eventually encountering sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, and an array of other furniture. It could be said that they thoroughly explored every nook and cranny of the market. As closing time approached, they were kindly ushered out by the security personnel. By this time, it was already past 5 in the evening, making it rather late to prepare dinner at home. After a long day of wandering, the father and son felt reluctant to impose further labor on Chen Ma, thus they sought out a nearby establishment to dine together. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Exhausted from the day's exertions, the family lacked the energy for extensive conversation. After attending to their personal routines, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, with no pressing matters at work, Chen Ba returned home for lunch. In the afternoon, he took Chen Ma to a renovation company. This time, Chen Xiaocheng chose not to accompany them, deciding to refrain from interfering in the design aspects, provided that the materials were satisfactory. It wasn't until after 6 in the evening that Chen Ba and Chen Ma returned. Before arriving home, Chen Ma made a phone call to Chen Xiaocheng. Once again, no dinner was prepared at home, so she ordered 2 dishes from a restaurant and instructed Chen Xiaocheng to cook a pot of rice, thus resolving their evening meal. During dinner, Chen Ba and Chen Ma animatedly recounted their experiences and insights from the day. They had visited several renovation companies, gaining a fresh perspective on the concept of interior design. Throughout the afternoon, they perused a plethora of design photographs and truly grasped the pivotal role that designers play in the renovation process. The homes meticulously crafted by designers not only featured scientifically sound spatial planning, but also boasted cohesive and aesthetically pleasing styles. Designers could tailor unique renovation styles according to the homeowner's preferences. Of particular significance was the collaboration between designers and renovation companies, which rendered the renovation process both effortless and efficient. With an understanding of these advantages, Chen Ba and Chen Ma were now more inclined to entrust the renovation of their new home to a professional company, which also explained their late return. Chapter 79. The promotion banquet for Yu Ba. After a thorough afternoon of comparisons, Chen Ba and Chen Ma ultimately selected a renovation company. They brought the designer and staff to the new residence for measurements and engaged in discussions regarding their ideas and requirements. The designer assured them that a conceptual rendering would be provided within 2 days. Chen Xiaocheng wholeheartedly supported his parents' decision, believing that professional matters should be entrusted to experts. As always, he maintained that as long as the quality of renovation materials was ensured, delegating the work to a renovation company was undoubtedly a wise choice. He felt quite reassured about the company his parents chose. Although he had not personally visited it, he had garnered some knowledge of the current renovation industry from a previous experience renovating an internet cafe. In this era, where home decoration and computer office setups are still not widely prevalent, the number of renovation companies capable of producing design plans is exceedingly limited, which indirectly attests to the scale and strength of a company. At this juncture, Chen Xiaocheng suddenly recalled something and inquired about the name of the renovation company from his father. The answer provided by his father both surprised and amused him. The company ultimately chosen by his parents happened to be the same one he had previously engaged, and it was highly probable that the designer was the same individual. However, Chen Xiaocheng chose not to reveal this coincidence, as he preferred to keep his parents unaware of his internet cafe activities for the time being. Although Chen Xiaocheng outwardly did not participate in the renovation, the following day, he discreetly contacted the designer without his parents' knowledge. After a thorough discussion, he confirmed that the designer was indeed responsible for the design work of their new home. Upon learning that the new project belonged to the owner of Morning Star Internet Cafe, the designer expressed considerable astonishment and assured Chen Xiaocheng that he could rest easy. Thus, the two engaged in a conversation that lasted nearly half an hour, covering everything from design proposals to renovation materials, during which he meticulously conveyed various requirements and concerns, while also advising the designer not to mention the internet cafe in front of his parents. The designer readily acquiesced to Chen Xiaocheng's requests, recognizing him as a significant client, and thus the renovation company would certainly treat his project with utmost seriousness, given that this was Chen Xiaocheng's own home. Even in his absence, his input was entirely reasonable. After conversing with the designer, Chen Xiaocheng refrained from further involvement in the renovation, delegating all matters to his parents, while he himself continued to enjoy a leisurely existence. 2 evenings later, after finishing work, Chen's father picked up his mother and headed to the renovation company to review the design plans, leaving Chen Xiaocheng alone at home. Just after he had finished his dinner, he received a phone call from Yu Lo. The purpose of the call was to inform Chen Xiaocheng that Yu's father had successfully been promoted and that there would be a celebratory dinner this Saturday, to which Chen Xiaocheng was cordially invited. Naturally, Chen Xiaocheng readily accepted the invitation and proceeded to inquire about Yu's father's new position, as well as the specifics of the dinner time and location. After gathering all the necessary details and engaging in casual conversation with Yu Lu, they concluded their call. Chen Xiaocheng was not surprised by Yu's father's promotion. It had been anticipated, as his rank had already been elevated, and his qualifications met all the necessary standards. The previous lack of adjustment in position was merely a matter of waiting for a suitable opportunity. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to advance to the role of Deputy Director of the District Bureau. Having noted the time and place for the upcoming dinner, Chen Xiaocheng set the matter aside and, adhering to his usual routine, went downstairs for a jog. Upon returning from his run, he found the family car parked below, indicating that his parents had returned home. Indeed, as soon as Chen Xiaocheng stepped through the door, his mother approached him with a few sheets of paper, her excitement palpable. Before he could utter a word, Chen Ma eagerly presented the design blueprint of their new home. From the gestures of her hands and the smile gracing her face, Chen Xiaocheng could discern her profound satisfaction with the design plan. Thus, he refrained from being a wet blanket and attentively examined the design while listening to his mother's enthusiastic description, providing her with ample emotional support. The overall design of the new abode leaned towards a modern aesthetic, cleverly incorporating elements of traditional Chinese style, exuding a warm yet dignified ambience. The overall color scheme of the decoration was bright and refreshing, dominated by warm tones, harmoniously complemented by ivory-hued flooring that imparted a sense of spaciousness and luminosity. 2 rows of recessed lights around the ceiling emitted a gentle glow, enhancing the warmth of the entire space. The sleek lines characteristic of modern design intertwined with the intricate textures of Chinese elements, rendering the environment both fashionable and elegant. It was evident that the designer had invested considerable thought into this new home design, which explained Chen Ma's high regard for it. Just as Chen Xiaocheng finished his conversation with his mother, he was summoned by Chen Dad into the master bedroom, where he once again played the role of the supportive listener. Throughout the evening, the trio's discussions revolved entirely around the renovation. During this time, Chen Xiaocheng casually mentioned his plans to dine out on Saturday, but neither Chen Dad nor Chen Ma took it seriously, assuming he was merely going out with classmates for a gathering. In the following 3 days, Chen Dad would occasionally leave work early to accompany Chen Ma to the renovation company. After several days of discussions, both parties finalized all matters and details, ultimately signing the renovation contract successfully. The entire renovation process for the new home was projected to take approximately 3 months, and the workers from the renovation company were set to commence their work shortly. The initial phase of construction involved adjusting layouts, modifying and adding plumbing and electrical lines, as well as redoing the underfloor heating as per Chen Xiaocheng's request. However, these concerns were managed by Chen Dad and Chen Ma, sparing Chen Xiaocheng from excessive worry. With Chen Dad's work commitments, the supervision of the project fell to the soon-to-be-retired Chen Ma. Despite Chen Xiaocheng suggesting that they need not visit the site daily and could merely check in occasionally, the couple disregarded his advice. For them, witnessing the gradual transformation of their new home each day was a source of immense joy. After voicing his opinion twice to no avail, Chen Xiaocheng decided to remain silent, allowing his parents to revel in their happiness as they saw fit. On August 17th, a Saturday at noon, Chen Xiaocheng arrived punctually at the restaurant, hosting his father's promotion banquet. He deliberately managed his time, ensuring he did not arrive too early, as today he was merely a supporting figure and being on time sufficed. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, he spotted Yu Lu, who was scanning the surroundings from the steps. As Chen Xiaocheng approached, Yu Lu briskly came to greet him. After they reunited, they exchanged playful banter, and Yu Lu proceeded to introduce the guests expected at today's gathering. The attendees comprised primarily of Yu Dad's close classmates and friends. The attendees of the gathering, apart from Yu's father, who accompanied Yu Lu and Chen Xiaochen, were all present alone. The reason for mentioning this now is that Yu Lu was previously unaware of the specifics, and Yu's father had merely instructed him to call Chen Xiaochen for dinner. As they conversed, the two entered the restaurant and arrived at the entrance of a private room on the second floor. Chapter 80. Yu's father's intentions upon entering the private room. Yu's father was already engaged in welcoming today's guests. He was seated on a sofa in the lounge area, chatting with several middle-aged men of similar age. Noticing Yu Lu and Chen Xiaochun's arrival, he smiled and nodded at Chen Xiaochen. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time and approached the sofa area where Yu's father sat, greeting him with a beaming smile. "Uncle Yu, congratulations on your promotion. Wishing you a future filled with success and glory." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Yu's father laughed heartily, rising to pat her arm in joy, responding, "Haha, thank you, Xiaochun. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. I hope to truly have a brilliant future ahead. Indeed, Uncle Yu, with your wisdom and capability, you will surely thrive on a higher platform and create even greater achievements." This remark brought an even broader smile to Yu's father's face as he affectionately draped his arm around Chen Xiaochun's shoulders and said, "You have a way with words. I am delighted that you could join us today. Let us not stand on ceremony. Make sure to eat well. Now, let me introduce you to some of my friends." With that, Yu's father guided Chen Xiaochun over to the group of middle-aged men and began the introductions. "Allow me to introduce you to Chen Xiaochun, a good friend of Xiao Lu. She is practically family to me. My recent promotion is closely tied to her support." After this introduction, Yu's father turned to Chen Xiaochun and continued to present the men on the sofa. "Xiaochun, this is Uncle Wang, who works in the traffic department of the neighboring district. This is Uncle Li from the judiciary. That is Uncle Zhang from the district's commerce bureau. And this is Uncle Lu, the head of our district's Qiming police station." As Yu's father introduced her, Chen Xiaochun respectfully greeted each of them in turn. While the men on the sofa were somewhat curious about this young lady, none inquired further at that moment. From Yu's father's earlier remarks, it was evident that she shared a good rapport with his son and had been instrumental in his recent success, making her presence at the gathering unsurprising. Although the middle-aged men did not pay much attention, they courteously responded to Chen Xiaochun's greetings, exchanging pleasantries. Throughout this entire process, Yu Lu remained silent, merely observing as his father introduced his good friend to the elder gentleman. He felt no jealousy at his father's affectionate gestures toward Chen Xiaochun. Instead, he felt a sense of happiness. Once everyone had been introduced, he finally stepped forward to take Chen Xiaochun's hand and led her away from the lounge area. After Yu Lu and Chen Xiaochun departed, the conversations among the guests in the lounge resumed. It was only at this moment that the eldest among them, Mr. Wang, voiced the curiosity that lingered in the minds of the others. "Ah, you just mentioned that this promotion was significantly aided by the child. What exactly is the situation?" Upon hearing this topic, Father Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Wang Gu, as you know, my recent advancement is largely due to the success I achieved in the jewelry store case, and this success is directly tied to Xiaocheng. I trust this clarifies things for you." Upon hearing Father Yu's words, the faces of the others revealed an expression of understanding. Yet they still did not regard Chen Xiaocheng with much importance. Father Yu discerned the thoughts of his friends and was not surprised at their age. It required substantial reasoning to acknowledge a youth. Fortunately, Chen Xiaocheng possessed such merit. He continued, "Do you believe that my previous comments were merely superficial? In truth, I genuinely consider this boy as my own nephew, not only because he has assisted me, but also due to his character. To put it plainly, despite his youth, he exhibits remarkable maturity and adeptness in his endeavors. In my interactions with him, I found him meticulous and thorough, displaying a level of sophistication that only increased my admiration for him. I am confident that his future is promising. Furthermore, he owns 2 internet cafes. One is his own, and the other is a partnership with a friend. While I am not fully aware of his family background, it is reasonable to assume it is commendable." Father Yu articulated these thoughts to encourage his friends to take Chen Xiaocheng seriously. After all, the purpose of inviting Chen Xiaocheng today was to foster connections among them. Indeed, following Father Yu's remarks, the expressions of those seated began to shift. They turned their gazes toward Chen Xiaocheng, who was conversing with Yu Lu. If what Father Yu said were true, then this youth certainly warranted their acquaintance, as he represented more than just himself in their eyes. Engrossed in a discussion about games with Yu Lu, Chen Xiaocheng remained unaware that the middle-aged men's attitudes toward him had transformed. Even if he were aware, it would not significantly concern him. In the short term, he had little need for these individuals, and in the long term, their positions were somewhat beneath him. Moreover, With Father Yu's presence, he could easily connect with them without requiring deep relationships. After all, when it comes to business, even the strongest friendships must ultimately speak the language of money. Thus, he viewed simple acquaintance as sufficient. After all, he would not engage in frivolities. Since Father Yu introduced him to these individuals, Chen Xiaochen had grasped the intent behind the invitation. The first layer was, of course, to express gratitude for his assistance. The theme of today's meal was to celebrate the promotion, and Father Yu's advancement was inextricably linked to the information Chen Xiaochen had provided him. Hence, inviting Chen Xiaochen was indeed a fitting gesture of thanks. The second layer aimed to deepen their mutual understanding. Father Yu deepened the bond with Chen Xiaochen by sharing his connections, aiming to advance their relationship further. The third layer involved long-term investment. As Father Yu expressed great optimism for Chen Xiaocheng's future, all that he undertook today would, in due time, reflect positively on Yu Lu as Chen Xiaocheng flourished. Having a friend like Chen Xiaocheng, who could lend Yu Lu a helping hand in crucial moments, was Father Yu's greatest aspiration. This sentiment is evident from Father Yu's repeated encouragement for Chen Xiaocheng and Yu Lu to nurture their friendship. Although Chen Xiaocheng comprehended this, he did not dwell on it. As previously mentioned, he was indifferent to Father Yu's connections, perceiving them as mere embellishments for his future. In his eyes, the matter concerning Yu Lu was no issue at all. They had forged a bond akin to lifelong brothers. Even without Father Yu's interventions, he would wholeheartedly support Yu Lu in times of need. Of course, he understood Father Yu's mindset and felt no aversion towards it. It is entirely natural for parents to plan for their children's futures, and even if the process seems somewhat utilitarian, it remains acceptable. After all, in the adult world, personal gain prevails. It is precisely for this reason that we cherish the untainted friendships of our youth. As for those who fade away over time, it is not due to a change in feelings, but rather because your identities and social standings have become misaligned. Chapter 81. The banquet in progress. The individuals in the private room divided themselves into two groups according to age, engaging in conversations pertinent to their respective topics. The circular dining table at the center served as a firm temporal boundary, distinctly separating two generations, clear and defined. This scene evoked a sense of disorientation in Chen Xiaocheng, as his thoughts drifted back to his former self. In those days, he was akin to Father Yu and the others, seated on the sofa in the lounge, discussing matters of adulthood. Now, however, he found himself alongside Yu Lu, sharing the joys and tribulations of youth. 20 years hence, when both he and Yu Lu occupy the sofa again, new individuals will emerge on the opposite side, narrating their own stories. At that moment, the experience may evoke an entirely different sentiment. All of this unfolds like a microcosm of time, perpetually cycling through its phases. As Chen Xiaocheng pondered, 4 more individuals entered the private room, marking the arrival of all guests for today's promotion banquet. To Father Yu, those present were not strangers, and he refrained from excessive formalities. After briefly introducing the less familiar guests to one another, he led everyone towards the dining table. The adults took their seats, with Chen Xiaocheng and Yu Lu naturally positioning themselves near the entrance, adjacent to the serving area. Following Father Yu's introduction, Chen Xiaocheng became aware of the identities of the newly arrived individuals. The 4 individuals present were all former classmates of Yu's father from vocational school. Among them, 2 held minor leadership positions in state-owned enterprises, another worked at the community office, while the last one was the proprietor of the restaurant where everyone had gathered. After Yu's father introduced them, one could discern clues about their identities through their attire. Chen Xiaocheng, however, paid little attention to the other 3. Her interest was piqued by the restaurant owner who had just arrived. This establishment was quite sizable and of a commendable standard, making it one of the finer dining options available today. Given that Yu's father chose this venue for the promotion banquet, the quality of the cuisine was assured. Establishing a connection with the owner of such a restaurant would undoubtedly facilitate future gatherings, be it reserving a private room or hosting a banquet. As Chen Xiaocheng pondered these thoughts, Yu's father prepared to raise a toast. The task of pouring drinks fell naturally to Yu Lu, who swiftly uncorked the moutai brought by his father and filled the glasses of the adults at the table. The dishes had already been served in succession upon the restaurant owner's arrival, eliminating any waiting time. Once Yu Lu had filled everyone's glasses, Yu's father lifted his. The speeches at such gatherings were generally similar, varying only in their specific rationale. After Yu's father introduced the occasion and expressed gratitude for everyone's presence, the guests raised their glasses in unison to partake in the inaugural toast. Yu Lu and Chen Xiaocheng joined in, raising their cups of soft drink to partake in the merriment. After the toast, the atmosphere at the table relaxed, and as everyone began to eat, conversations started to emerge in small clusters. In such a setting, It was clear that Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu were not inclined to engage in conversation. Thus, they both focused intently on the exquisite dishes before them. The flavors at this restaurant were indeed delightful, though it remained uncertain whether this was due to Yu's father's influence or the establishment's standard fare. Once the guests had sampled a few dishes and had a modest foundation to their meal, the drinking festivities commenced in earnest. A group of middle-aged men took turns toasting each other, swiftly finishing 2 bottles of Mao Tai, and the dialogue began to flow more freely. Those present were all close friends of Yu's father, and the atmosphere was remarkably casual. No one assumed a superior demeanor or maintained their usual pretenses. Gathered together, these men set aside the pressures of work and family, and under the influence of alcohol, they seemed to revert to their youthful exuberance, calling out and reveling in the lively camaraderie. As the white liquor ran dry, it went unnoticed, and they readily switched to beer, continuing to drink heartily. The room's ambience growing increasingly spirited. At this point, Yula no longer needed to attend to the serving duties. The 2 attentive waitstaff efficiently managed the needs of the gathering. After half an hour, the atmosphere in the private room had mellowed slightly, with the guests displaying a rosy flush from the drinks. Consequently, conversation became the primary focus, with alcohol serving merely as an enhancer of their lively discussions. A table of seasoned gentlemen engaged in light-hearted conversation, reminiscing about their past triumphs and regrets in a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Initially, the discourse centered around the day's guest of honor, Yuba. Those attending as classmates shared amusing anecdotes from Yuba's school days, reviving memories of their youthful years. Other friends recounted their shared experiences with Yuba, reflecting on the trials and tribulations they had weathered together, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. However, as the conversation flowed, the topics began to shift, from discussions on current events to sports, and then to curious tales and local happenings. The dialogue gradually veered off course. It was uncertain who initiated it, but soon they began to exchange tidbits of gossip that would typically remain unspoken. For instance, they spoke of someone who had recently profited from dubious dealings, another whose funds were questionable, and yet another who had been caught in an indiscretion by his wife. It must be noted that when men delve into gossip, they can often be even more exaggerated than women. Were it not for the presence of 2 children at the table, the nature of their conversation might have escalated further. Chen Xiaochen was accustomed to such adult banter. In a past life, he had indulged in similar discussions with friends over drinks, not differing much from this gathering. Meanwhile, Yulu was fully engrossed, savoring every word. As the night progressed, with the consumption of 5 cases of beer, the banquet began to draw to a close. At this point, the guests had begun to exhibit varying degrees of inebriation. There was a sober faction led by Yuba, a slightly tipsy group still capable of coherent activity, and 2 individuals who had succumbed to the effects of alcohol, completely incapacitated. For the sober ones, the task of escorting the inebriated duo proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, they were at a friend's establishment, and the 2 were promptly taken to the office to sober up. The remaining guests, while ensuring the tipsy ones were well looked after, prepared to leave the restaurant. Throughout the evening, Yuba had not once mentioned settling the bill. Whether he had forgotten or intended to settle it with the owner afterward remained unclear. Given their relationship with the proprietor, Chen Xiaochen refrained from interjecting or offering to pay. Before parting, the alert restaurant owner distributed business cards to each newly acquainted guest, ensuring that even Yu Lu and Chen Xiaochen received one. He then summoned several male servers to assist the group in descending the stairs together. Upon exiting the restaurant, the guests bid farewell at the entrance before arranging their own taxis to depart. Chen Xiaochen lingered until the end, helping Yuba and Yu Lu ensure the others were safely in their vehicles before he too hailed a taxi home. Chapter 82. Farewell to Zhou Yuqi the following day. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Chen Xiaochen recalled something Yu Lu had mentioned the previous day. Zhao Yana had established a QQ group, consisting of 7 members, the 5 of them, along with the 2 sisters, Zhou Yuqi. The group was established merely a couple of days after returning from the seaside. However, during this time, Chen Xiaochen had been preoccupied with her parents, engrossed in discussions about home renovations, and remained oblivious to the group's existence. Yet, being a person of good spirits, once she learned of it, she felt compelled to respond. Thus, the amiable Chen Xiaochen powered on her computer and logged into her QQ account. Upon successful login, several message notifications promptly appeared. Among them was an invitation to the group, accompanied by 2 friend requests from fellow QQ users. After casually accepting the group invitation, she proceeded to examine the 2 friend requests. Both were from female accounts. Upon reviewing their profiles and cross-referencing with the group, it became evident that they were Zhou Yuqi and Tang Jiejia. One could not help but find their usernames amusing. one named Seven Princess and the other Jejia Princess, clearly reflecting Tang Jejia's penchant for following her cousin's lead. Having approved both requests, Chen Xiaochen then ventured into the group to greet her friends. Much to her surprise, her voice caught the attention of Zhao Yana, who was at home online, and Yu Lu, who was at an internet cafe. The spirited Zhao Yana, upon seeing Chen Xiaochen's presence, immediately began to voice her complaints. I say, deskmate, where have you been these past few days? Our group has been established for several days now, and you have yet to join. What does that imply? Do you harbor grievances against me? Before Chen Xiaochen could respond, Yu Lu chimed in, eager to support Zhao. Exactly. If I hadn't reminded him during dinner yesterday, he might have forgotten about us altogether. Get lost, little Lu. Chen Xiaochen, unable to confront Zhao Yana, was nevertheless unwilling to indulge Yu Lu. In an era devoid of emoticons, he resorted to using exclamation marks to convey his feelings. After exchanging playful banter with Yu Lu, he turned to Zhao Yana to offer an explanation. I sincerely apologize, deskmate. I have indeed been preoccupied these past few days. Recently, my family's new house was handed over, and I have been assisting my parents with renovation matters, hence my absence online. Before Zhao Yana could respond, Yu Lu interjected. Wait, your parents bought a new house? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Where is it located? Once the renovations are completed, we must go visit. Observing Yu Li's message, Zhao Yana deleted her draft and replaced it with a succinct agreed. While the three were engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Zhou Yuqi logged onto QQ. What are you all discussing? It sounds lively. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqi, the trio greeted her in unison. Zhao Yana exclaimed, Ah, Chi-Chi, you're here. Yu Lu added, Hello, classmate. Chen Xiaochen chimed in, Goodbye, classmate. Their greetings elicited a hearty laugh from Zhou Yuqi. After the pleasantries, Zhao Yana elaborated on their previous discussion. We were just lamenting Chen Xiaochen's disappearance for several days. Now we are talking about his new house. We plan to visit once the renovations are complete, and you and Jejia must join us. Yu Lu echoed, Absolutely, we must all go together. Chen Xiaochen welcomed the idea heartily. Xiao Lizi, keep your distance. I won't open the door for you. Zhou Yuqi replied, All right, I will definitely bring Jia Jia along when the time comes. After a brief conversation among the four in the group, Zhao Yana suggested that they all go out together the following day. The other three expressed their agreement, affirming their availability. With their plans solidified, the next step was to consult the remaining three. Yu Lu volunteered to find Qin Ming. Zhao Yana was tasked with contacting Yang Wenshuan, leaving Zhou Yuqi responsible for reaching out to Tang Jejia. The trio was remarkably efficient, sending back updates within 10 minutes that the others were also available to meet up the next day. After further discussion, they decided to gather at the entrance of the largest shopping mall in Zhongqing Commercial Street at 9:30 in the morning. With the time and location confirmed, the four engaged in light banter in the group chat before concluding their conversation. The next day arrived swiftly. At 9:30 in the morning, Chen Xiaochen hailed a taxi and arrived punctually at the meeting point. Upon his arrival, Yu Lu, Zhao Yana, and Zhou Yuqi were already waiting. The group greeted him warmly, with Tang Jejia cheerfully waving, while Zhou Yuqi offered a friendly nod. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqi again, Chen Xiaochen was struck by her enchanting innocence. She wore a simple white dress that accentuated her slender figure, exuding a youthful vitality. Her white canvas sneakers added a playful touch to her appearance. With her sleek, shiny bob, she radiated a refreshing and tidy aura. Such a sight made Chen Xiaochen's gaze involuntarily linger, but he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, concealing any signs of his distraction from the others. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Ming arrived with Yang Wenshuan. With everyone present, they wasted no time and ventured into the shopping mall behind them. For a group of high school students, shopping was a literal interpretation. They wandered aimlessly, exploring various stores, admiring everything yet purchasing nothing. After some time of leisurely strolling, they discussed their next destination. Exiting the mall, the seven of them made their way towards the cinema. The girls took charge, selecting a recently released family-friendly film, Stuart Little 2. Though the boys harbored some reservations about watching an animated feature, they remained silent, dutifully trailing behind the girls. Being a weekday, most patrons at the cinema were students like themselves, resulting in a relatively uncrowded environment. After purchasing their tickets, they didn't have to wait long before they could enter the auditorium. There wasn't much to remark about the film itself. In terms of seating, Yang Wenshuan and Qin Ming sat together, effectively separating the boys from the girls and eliminating any potential distractions. As for the film they watched, it can be succinctly summarized in one sentence. It narrates the tale of a white-furred rat who battles an eagle for love and friendship. Chen Xiaochen felt somewhat indifferent towards such a cliched movie. In contrast, the several young women were thoroughly engrossed. Qin Ming, on the other hand, found himself distracted by the enchanting presence of Yang Wenxuan, equally absorbed in the film. Not to mention Yu Lu, who surprisingly was also captivated, occasionally bursting into laughter. This prompted Chen Xiaochen to reflect once more on her own mindset, feeling rather aged, unable to grasp the exuberance of youth. Although it is often said that a man remains a boy until death, this particular youth is not the same as that of yore. Retaining a childlike heart does not necessarily equate to fully experiencing the joys of childhood. Many pursuits that appear foolish to adults are pursued with fervor by the young. Some things simply remain in the past, never to return. Chapter 83. Indulgence. Thus, the hour-and-a-half film concluded amidst Chen Xiaochen's reflections, Yu Lu's silly laughter, and Qin Ming's infatuation. Upon exiting the cinema, the four young women expressed their satisfaction with the film, eagerly discussing various plot points. The three young men remained non-committal, yet each had gleaned something from the experience. Having finished the movie, it was nearing noon, and they all felt a pang of hunger. Deciding to seek a place for lunch, after some deliberation, the seven agreed unanimously to indulge in hot pot. Currently, the spicy hot pot base has only recently begun to penetrate the northern market, still lacking the ubiquitous presence it holds elsewhere, with the traditional clear broth remaining the star of the show. In this context, their choice was quite evident. They opted for a spicy hot pot. Such a selection resonated with their youthful spirits. A group of boys and girls together would indeed raise eyebrows if they chose a clear broth instead. Adolescents typically embrace new experiences with remarkable swiftness. As for locating a spicy hot pot venue, it proved no challenge for this group of youngsters. After inquiring with passers-by, brothers, sisters, uncles, and elders, someone pointed them in the right direction. There was a newly opened Sichuan-style spicy hot pot nearby, a mere 10-minute walk from their location. Arriving at the restaurant, they found it to be peak dining time, and with their larger party, they had to wait for a table. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. Before long, a private room became available. The room was modestly sized, accommodating the seven of them comfortably without feeling cramped. On the round dining table, 2 induction cookers were placed, circumventing the awkwardness of everyone vying for a single pot. Naturally, the seating arrangement reflected their genders, with the 4 girls entrusted with the task of ordering, while the boys were easily pleased as long as there was meat. After placing their orders, it wasn't long before the hot pot base and ingredients began to arrive at their table. As the pot began to bubble and froth, the group could hardly contain their eagerness and promptly picked up their chopsticks to dive in. It must be said that the refined, mildly spicy beef tallow hot pot base is rich in flavor and steaming with heat, paired with sesame oil dipping sauce. Even those with a low tolerance for spiciness found themselves thoroughly indulged. For patrons like Chen Xiaochen and Qin Ming, who prefer bolder flavors, the establishment thoughtfully prepared sesame paste dipping sauce to suit local tastes. This meal of spicy hot pot left everyone immensely satisfied. Even the girls felt quite comfortable, with Tang Jiejia unabashedly sitting there, rubbing her belly and burping. After everyone had eaten their fill, they pulled out cash to settle the bill, only to discover from the waiter that Chen Xiaochen had already taken care of it. Given the relatively high price of the hot pot, Chen Xiaochen had intended for his friends not to spend any money. He had settled the bill at the front desk, while briefly stepping out to use the restroom. Because of this initial intention, he had taken the liberty to add several plates of meat after everyone had already placed their orders. One could say he bore direct responsibility for the fact that everyone at the table was completely stuffed. The others had grown accustomed to Chen Xiaochen treating them, and even Tang Jiejia accepted it with calm gratitude. Only Zhou Yuqi felt a bit embarrassed and insisted on contributing, but after several rounds of persuasion, she finally relinquished the idea. At that time, the activities for adolescent gatherings were not as diverse as they would later become, essentially following a fixed routine. After dinner, the next natural activity was to head to KTV for a few songs. There were numerous karaoke venues near the commercial street, and the group made their way to the nearest one after leaving the hot pot restaurant. Upon arriving at KTV, they booked a private room and selected a variety of food and drinks, then proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. This time, everyone refused to allow Chen Xiaochen to participate in the payment, with Yu Lu and Qin Ming even pushing him aside. Chen Xiaochen did not argue against his friend's actions, content to stand by and watch as they busied themselves. After the payment was made, everyone followed the server to their private room. Once inside, as the group settled in, Yu Lu and Qin Ming eagerly began selecting songs. These two, lacking any self-awareness, kicked off the evening with a rendition of Die for Love, just released by the band XIN. The outcome was predictable given their antics, with Yu Lu cracking on the high notes, complemented by Qin Ming's naturally grating voice. While they stirred up the atmosphere in the room, they also left everyone present in a state of shock, as if their ears were assaulted by a cacophony. Tang Jejia, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stared wide-eyed and mouth agape, while Zhou Yuqi looked on, equally alarmed. As for Chen Xiaochen and Zhao Yana, they had anticipated this and covered their ears before Qin Meng began to sing. Yet, no matter how tightly they pressed their hands against their ears, they could not entirely block out the bewitching sound that wormed its way into their consciousness. Fortunately, this uncomfortable experience did not persist for long. After 2 or 3 minutes, as the song concluded, Zhao Yana rose and seized the microphone from Yu Lu and Qin Meng. The two were deprived of their right to continue choosing songs due to the sheer beauty of their previous performance. Taking over the reins, Zhao Yana perused the selection on the display for quite some time before finally settling on a new song by SHE, titled Beautiful New World. Given her lack of singing prowess, she promptly extended an invitation to form a team with the other 3 girls. Before Zhou Yuqing and Yang Wenxuan could respond, Tang Jejia eagerly volunteered to be her partner. Their initial collaboration proved to be quite successful, with their performance exceeding the passing mark, thus alleviating the distress caused by Yu Lu and Qin Meng's earlier rendition. Once they finished singing, Tang Jejia began to cheer for her cousin to take the stage. Zhou Yuqing graciously accepted the challenge, stepping confidently to the karaoke machine to select a song, Sun Yanzi's Straightforward. As the accompaniment began, Zhou Yuqing transformed, exuding a newfound charisma as she sang with clarity and finesse. I walk against the crowd on the street, turning into alleys from both sides of the road. On the wall of an abandoned factory, oh, the graffiti reflects my innocent childhood wish to wear white lace as a bride. Hey, I circle back to the square to take a look. The TV wall in the bustling district sings. The lyrics resonate with my emotions. Oh. I stand alone at the traffic light, looking up at the sky. Zhou Yuqing's lively and carefree rendition captivated those present, particularly the impressive rap segment that astonished everyone. Previously, Zhou Yuqing had given off a quiet and somewhat introverted aura, but this moment unveiled a different facet of her personality, granting everyone a fresh perspective. Her performance garnered enthusiastic applause, to the extent that Yang Wenxuan hesitated to follow her act. Instead, the audacious Yu Lu seized the opportunity to choose another song, Disenchan's Your Backpack. Fortunately, this time he delivered a competent performance, sparing the audience from further auditory distress. Following Yang Wenxuan's selection of another song, it was Chen Xiaocheng's turn. He approached the screen, browsing through options before finally choosing a recent release by Jay Chou, titled Back to the Past. I wish to return to the past, attempting to let the story continue, at least no longer letting you drift away from me. Diverting the focus of time. This time I will hold you tighter, uncertain if this retention is timely. I wish to return to the past. Chen Xiaocheng's rendition was imbued with a profound melancholy, particularly in the line expressing his desire to return to the past. Although he longed to revisit moments that lacked the person he wished to encounter once more, this did not diminish his awe for the wonders of time. After the song concluded, applause erupted once more. Zhou Yuqing sat blushing, clapping along with everyone else as she gazed at Chen Xiaocheng, seemingly grasping something profound, yet perhaps understanding nothing at all. In the ensuing hours, 7 individuals took turns to showcase their signature songs, filling the private room with a vibrant atmosphere. After 3 hours, a server entered to remind everyone that their time was up. Following an exuberant session of singing, the group's energy had nearly waned, signaling that it was time to disperse. Upon leaving the KTV, it was already past 5 in the evening. This timing was ideal, as any later would have prompted concern from the parents of several young women. After bidding farewell at the entrance of the KTV, the group parted ways. Zhou Yuqi was to escort Tang Jejia home first, so the two of them climbed into a car. Before getting in, Tang Jejia repeatedly urged that they stay in touch in their group chat after returning home. Once the two sisters were seen off, the others also arranged for taxis to head home. Naturally, Qin Meng was to take Yang Wenxuan home first. Yu Lu and Zhao Yana, sharing a route, also boarded the same vehicle. Only Chen Xiaocheng found herself without companionship, hailing a taxi alone. Chapter 84. Reporting and having concluded this gathering, Chen Xiaocheng's life reverted to its usual rhythm. As the holiday gradually drew to a close, the day of returning to school approached ever closer. In the following days, Chen Xiaocheng assumed the role of the household's logistics manager. Renovation work on the new house had commenced, with Chen's mother traveling each morning in Chen's father's car to oversee the construction. This arrangement allowed for close supervision of the workers while facilitating timely communication between both parties. Chen's father, upon finishing work each day, would visit the new house to check on progress, returning home with Chen's mother once the workers had concluded their tasks. This schedule left Chen Xiaocheng unable to enjoy ready-made meals, necessitating that he prepare dinner for the three of them each evening. However, this was not a daunting task for him, as he had mastered a few signature dishes over the years. Moreover, he could occasionally indulge in takeout from restaurants to ease the burden. Such days were immensely pleasant for both Chen's parents. Witnessing the gradual transformation of their new home, they returned to a table laden with delicious meals, leaving Chen's mother with a sense of having unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Chen Xiaochen, however, firmly opposed such perilous notions. Fortunately, the start of school was just around the corner, promising an end to this routine. On August 23rd, Friday, it was the day designated for freshmen to report before the commencement of the new academic year. Therefore, Chen Xiaochen rose early to prepare himself. Instead of riding his bicycle, he traveled with his parents in the family car to the new house. With time still on his side, he took a leisurely stroll around the community and then checked on the progress of the renovations in the new home. The renovation workers were impressively efficient. The walls slated for modification had been demolished, and many surfaces had completed the electrical and plumbing work. After a brief exploration of the new house, Chen Xiaochen exchanged a few words with his mother and, with his belongings in tow, strolled towards the 40 middle school as the time approached. The notification indicated that the arrival time at school was 8:30 a.m., and there was still some time before that hour. Chen Xiaochen did not rush into the campus. Instead, as agreed upon yesterday, she stood at the entrance waiting for Yulu. At this moment, the school gate bustled with activity due to the return of students, creating a lively atmosphere. A few minutes later, Yulu arrived at the school gate on his bicycle and immediately waved to Chen Xiaochen. "Morning, you're quite early. Where's your bike?" he inquired. "Indeed, it's early. I didn't ride. I came with my dad's car this morning. I spent half the day at the new house and then strolled over," she replied. "Once the house is renovated, won't it be delightful for you to walk to school every day?" he remarked. "Exactly. No need to envy me. Just ride your bike well," she responded. As they chatted, they entered the campus. The new school's environment imparted a completely different sensation to Chen Xiaochen. Before her stood two vintage-style educational buildings, which appeared sturdy yet well-maintained, exuding a sense of history. The trees in the campus stood tall and lush, similarly reflecting the passage of time. This campus, rich in heritage, was entirely incomparable to the transient environments she had encountered during her middle school years. After accompanying Yulu to the bike shed to secure his bicycle, they approached the front of the teaching building. A bulletin board displayed a row of A4 papers, detailing the class assignments for each new student along with their respective locations. A throng of students gathered around the bulletin board, eagerly searching for their classes, some accompanied by adults who seemed to be parents, also peering in curiosity. Before Chen Xiaochen could speak, Yulu dove into the crowd, looking for their class assignment on the bulletin. The search did not take long. As soon as Chen Xiaochen squeezed into the throng, Yulu had already located their class. With a triumphant gesture, he led her to the list for class 3 of the first year, urging her to read the details. Chen Xiaochen perused the class list and was pleasantly surprised to find not only herself and Yulu in the same class, but also the name of Zhou Yuqi prominently displayed. Although she had known they were in the same grade, she never expected the coincidence of being assigned to the same class. After confirming the location of class 3, they did not linger, squeezing out of the crowd and heading towards the teaching building. Upon entering, Chen Xiaochen noted that the interior of the building appeared even more modern than its exterior. The environment inside seemed rich in history, yet did not feel antiquated. Upon entering, she was greeted by the unique coolness characteristic of old buildings. After a brief survey of their surroundings, they ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Chen Xiaochen observed that the school did not arrange the floors by grade in a conventional order. Rather, they were organized in reverse. The third-year students occupied the 1st and 2nd floors, the second-year students the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the first-year students were situated on the 3rd and 4th floors. It remains uncertain whether such an arrangement is intended to save more time for the senior students. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chen Xiaochen and Yulu successfully located the classroom of Class 3, Grade 1, at the end of the west corridor. As they entered, Chen Xiaochen noticed that the room was already populated with several students, among whom he instantly recognized Zhou Yuqi. She was engaged in conversation with another girl, and upon spotting Chen Xiaochen and Yulu, she joyfully waved at them. Concurrently, the other students in the class were assessing the two newcomers. Both Chen Xiaochen and Yulu possessed commendable appearances. Particularly, Chen Xiaochen, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, exuded an air of elegance and slenderness. His attractive visage rendered him a formidable contender for the title of class or even school heartthrob. Yulu, while slightly less striking, still ranked above average in looks, especially with his charming dimples that imparted a fresh and sunny demeanor. The entrance of such individuals, coupled with the reaction of the classroom's most beautiful girl, undoubtedly created a significant impact. This led to the girls present casting curious glances at Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, while the boys displayed a more complex array of reactions, some calm, some inquisitive, some scrutinizing, and a few gazes emanating a rather unfriendly aura. Chen Xiaochen observed all of this, but remained unfazed by their attitudes. With a smile adorning his face, he and Yu Lu approached Zhou Yuqi. Conveniently, there were 2 vacant seats behind her, and the duo took their places without hesitation. Once seated, Chen Xiaochen initiated the conversation, expressing his surprise at their shared class. I never expected we would actually be in the same class. What a stroke of luck. Indeed, it is quite fortunate. I was startled when I saw both your names on the bulletin board. Yu Lu chimed in before Chen Xiaochen could continue. Beauty Chi, what a twist of fate. His imitation of Fan Wei's tone elicited laughter from the other 2, even drawing a chuckle from the girl beside Zhou Yuqi. In light of this cheerful atmosphere, Zhou Yuqi promptly introduced the girl next to her. Her name was Wang Qi, and she had just met Zhou Yuqi. The shared initial Q in their names served as a quick bond, allowing them to familiarize themselves rapidly. Following a round of introductions, the 4 engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 85. Class teacher Song Chunhong. As they chatted, a boy entered the classroom. He matched Chen Xiaochen in height and appearance, but bore a distinctly different style. While Chen Xiaochen embodied a sunlit, athletic boy, this newcomer exuded an air of refined elegance. He donned a dark gray polo shirt paired with light-colored jeans and casual leather shoes. Wearing a pair of sleek black-framed glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication and approachability. As this young man appeared at the classroom door, all eyes in the room gravitated towards him once more. Seemingly accustomed to such attention, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, a confident smile graced his lips. While the others regarded him, he too scrutinized everyone in the classroom, as if searching for someone in particular. Upon spotting Zhou Yuqi, a flicker of delight illuminated his face. However, upon noticing Chen Xiaochen seated behind her and Yu Lu engaged in conversation, his expression shifted to one of disdain and subtle hostility. Chen Xiaochen observed this young man's demeanor with keen interest. For someone so transparent in his emotions, she felt no inclination to linger on him, quietly labeling him a fool in her thoughts. After catching sight of Zhou Yuqi, he approached without hesitation, his demeanor warm and inviting as he greeted her. Long time no see, Yuqi. To his salutation, Zhou Yuqi replied politely yet matter-of-factly, yes, hello, Song Haoran. It's been a while. Yuqi, why are you still being so formal with me? I told you to just call me Haoran, he responded. But Zhou Yuqi merely smiled in silence. Unperturbed by her reaction, Song Haoran continued, my mother mentioned that we were in the same school, but I never imagined we'd be in the same class. It truly is a coincidence. I was somewhat incredulous when I saw your name downstairs. It is indeed quite a coincidence. By the way, why didn't Tiu and Aunt Wang come to the gathering? Zhou Yuqi inquired. Recently, my mother and I went on a trip, he replied. Oh, a trip? Where did you go? Why didn't Tiu invite me? What a pity. We went to the seaside. Who else was there? At this moment, Zhou Yuqi appeared slightly impatient. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed her face as she turned around, extending her hand to point behind her, saying, there's him, and also him. Upon hearing this, Song Haoran's lips visibly twitched. He stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, repeatedly scrutinizing Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu. Both Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, who had been eavesdropping throughout the exchange, felt somewhat dazed when Zhou Yuqi pointed them out. Yet, upon meeting Song Haoran's gaze, they deliberately straightened their postures, even puffing out their chests. Their actions elicited stifled laughter from Zhou Yuqi, who found amusement in the contrasting attitudes she displayed towards the 2 parties. In response to Zhou Yuqi's markedly different treatment, Song Haoran's gaze towards Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu darkened with discontent. To preserve his image before Zhou Yuqi, he refrained from uttering any provocative remarks. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said to Zhou Yuqi, Yuqi, I'll take my leave for now and find a seat. After all, there will be plenty of time ahead for us to chat. In response to Song Haoran's words, Zhou Yuqi nodded and uttered a brief acknowledgement. After receiving a reply, the self-disciplined Song Haoran turned away and casually found a secluded spot to sit. Once he departed, Zhou Yuqi silently exhaled in relief. She harbored no fondness for Song Haoran. In fact, she felt a profound aversion towards him, a sentiment rooted in specific reasons. Zhou Yuqi's father held a leadership position in a district bureau, while Song Haoran's father worked in a similar capacity within the district's functional departments. Their professional paths frequently crossed, leading to a gradual acquaintance. Initially, they merely exchanged nods during chance encounters. However, as they engaged in conversation on several occasions, Zhou Yuqi's father discovered that Song Haoren's demeanor resonated with his own temperament. Consequently, their interactions began to flourish, evolving into a friendship. Over time, their families also became familiar with one another, occasionally gathering with friends of comparable standing. It was within this context that Zhou Yuqi became acquainted with Song Haoren. At first, she did not resist the idea of befriending a well-mannered young man who was not unappealing in appearance, especially given the amicable rapport between their parents. For a time, their relationship flourished, but gradually, Zhou Yuqi noticed that some of Song Haoren's behaviors bordered on excessive familiarity, surpassing the boundaries of mere friendship. Though she felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his actions, she refrained from voicing her concerns, valuing their prior rapport. However, during a winter break in the third year of middle school, while shopping with friends, Zhou Yuqi unexpectedly spotted Song Haoren at the mall. He was accompanied by a girl, and their interactions conveyed a profound intimacy. They not only held hands, but also shared a drink, and during moments of levity, Song Haoren would affectionately pinch the girl's cheek. If that had been the extent of it, Zhou Yuqi might not have felt particularly affected. After all, a romantic relationship naturally entails a degree of closeness. Yet, shortly after, at a gathering, Song Haoren approached her with an undue display of affection, exhibiting an even greater disregard for personal boundaries. This repulsed Zhou Yuqi, leading her to adopt a demeanor of detachment and wariness towards him. She confided in her mother about these feelings, but Zhou's mother merely suggested that she maintain distance from Song Haoren to minimize their interactions. Although Zhou Yuqi felt somewhat aggrieved by her mother's advice, she understood the underlying sentiment. After all, Song Haoren had not inflicted any harm upon her. Furthermore, her father was unlikely to sever ties with Song Haoren's father over trivial matters or transform a friendship into enmity. Since then, while Zhou Yuqi could not overtly refuse to engage with Song Haoren, she remained cautious in her approach. However, as before, it is possible to incite him to retreat by a mere chance encounter of irritation. She believes that Song Haoren, as a grown man, would not resort to seeking solace from his parents over such trivial matters. After dismissing Song Haoren, Zhou Yuqi and her companions resumed their hushed conversations. At this moment, the clock struck 8:20, and the classroom was nearly filled to capacity. A couple of minutes later, a middle-aged woman briskly entered the classroom, instantly silencing the room. This woman appeared to be in her 40s, standing approximately 1.60 meters tall, with a slightly plump figure. Her hair was neatly arranged in an updo, meticulously styled. Dressed in a sleek black professional attire, she exuded an air of composure and efficiency. Her serious expression and unsmiling demeanor naturally commanded respect from those present. Under the watchful gaze of the students, the middle-aged woman gradually approached the podium, placing her hands upon it as she surveyed the assembly below. Only after ensuring that everyone was seated properly did she begin to speak. "Are we all here? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Xiaochen, and I am your homeroom teacher as well as your Chinese language instructor. From this day forward, we shall spend the next 3 years together. I hope that during this time, each of you will adopt the right mindset and devote all your energies to your studies. I expect everyone to eschew truancy, visits to internet cafes, early romantic entanglements, and any other detrimental behaviors. Should I catch anyone engaging in such activities, I will promptly contact your parents. If you are caught more than 3 times, I will petition the school to have you removed from this class." At this juncture, Teacher Song paused, casting another glance around the classroom. Noticing that all were listening attentively, she continued, "You all understood what I just said, correct? If there are no questions, we shall commence with the roll call." No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock echoed through the quiet classroom, its sound particularly pronounced. All present instinctively turned their gaze toward the door. There stood a girl, calling out, "Report." She was remarkably beautiful, with a high nose bridge, large eyes, slender lips, and fair skin. Her short hair, coupled with a somewhat aloof expression, lent her an aura of briskness and poise. The girl's appearance captivated all in the classroom except for Teacher Song. The students began to compare her with Zhou Yuqi, whispering amongst themselves. Chen Xiaochen, too, noticed the girl at the entrance and could not deny her extraordinary beauty. This girl embodied a completely different temperament compared to Zhou Yuqi. If Zhou Yuqi were likened to a budding, fresh, and elegant lily, then the girl at the door resembled a resilient and defiant rose in full bloom. Upon hearing the murmurs rising from the students, Teacher Song's expression darkened as she quietly commanded, "Silence." The power of those words was palpable, causing the students to fall silent as if seized by an unseen hand. As the silence enveloped the room, Teacher Song cast a sidelong glance at the girl by the door, then raised her hand to check the watch on her wrist. Noticing there were still 2 minutes until 8:30, She expressed her displeasure and advised the girl to arrive earlier and find a seat on her own. The girl, unfazed by Teacher Song's demeanor, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she surveyed the classroom before settling into an empty seat beside another girl. Once tranquility was restored, Teacher Song resumed the attendance roll call. As each student's name was called, Chen Xiaochen discerned a stark disparity in Teacher Song's treatment of the students. For most, her tone was calm and devoid of emotion, while for a select few, including Yu Lu, a hint of impatience colored her voice. However, when she called out the names of Zhou Yuqi, Song Haoren, and Li Wanting, her tone softened considerably. Upon calling Chen Xiaochen's name, Teacher Song not only scrutinized him, but also bore a slight smile. This marked change in her demeanor led Chen Xiaochen to surmise it was related to academic performance. Yet, he did not find any fault in her preferential treatment. As a beneficiary of it, he refrained from naively condemning the practice or advocating for equality in treatment. He believed that merit should dictate rewards, for that is the essence of true fairness. To demand equal treatment without the requisite ability is not fairness, but mere averaging, an act of charity. By the conclusion of the roll call, Chen Xiaochen had only learned that the last girl to enter was named Li Wanting, having scarcely remembered any others. Once she confirmed that everyone was present, Teacher Song prepared to assign seats to the class. As they all stood to exit the classroom, she smiled and called Chen Xiaochen over, instructing him to take 2 classmates to the first-floor administrative office to collect textbooks. Understood, Teacher Song, he replied without hesitation, his promptness eliciting an even broader smile from her. Upon leaving the classroom, Chen Xiaochen promptly recruited Yu Lu and, in a playful spirit, summoned Song Haoren as well. Song Haoren assumed this was an attempt to ingratiate himself, his expression a mix of pride and disdain. Meanwhile, Yu Lu and Zhou Yuqi looked on in confusion. Chen Xiaochen offered no further explanation as he led the 2 downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor and locating the administrative office, they provided their class number and the number of students, successfully obtaining the textbooks. With 9 subjects in the first year and 52 students in Class 3, a total of 468 textbooks were required. The books were bundled in sets of 20, meaning each individual would need to make at least 4 trips if carrying 2 bundles at a time. Considering that each subject also had 12 unpackaged books, the number of trips would only increase in the absence of ropes. Once they collected the textbooks, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time. He instructed Yu Lu to help him as they began transporting 2 bundles each back upstairs. Beside him, Song Haoren was unwilling to create a negative impression of being unmotivated on his very first day, so he chose to assist the 2 in transporting the textbooks. Each of them carried over 10 kilograms as they ascended to the 3rd floor. For Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, this exertion was hardly a challenge. They moved swiftly, arriving at the classroom door in no time. At that moment, the seating arrangement process was underway. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu wasted no time, placing the textbooks on the podium before turning to exit the classroom. Just as they stepped out, Song Haoren caught up with them, textbooks in hand. The 2 paid him no mind and continued downstairs to fetch more books. Thus, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu made 4 more trips, successfully transporting all the textbooks into the classroom. Song Haoren did not betray his genteel appearance. By the 3rd trip, his pace had noticeably slowed. By the 4th, he was gasping for breath. By the final trip, he collapsed halfway up the 2nd floor. It was fortunate that Chen Xiaochen didn't deliberately sabotage him, otherwise, he would have been in an even more precarious state. Rather than ignore Song Haoren's plight, Chen Xiaochen chose to share the burden of textbooks with Yu Lu, not out of benevolence, but to mildly vex Song Haoren and teach the secretive lad a lesson. The objective was achieved without the need for any public embarrassment. Leaving him behind and returning solo with Yu Lu would only paint a picture of disunity to Teacher Song. Such a strategy would be counterproductive, potentially harming both parties without any guarantee of success. Teachers like Song, who valued results above all, were unlikely to harbor negative perceptions based solely on an individual's physical limitations. Just as the 3 returned with the last of the textbooks, the rest of the class had already arranged their seats. Teacher Song, upon confirming that all the textbooks had been moved, directed them to their respective seats. Observing the assigned seats and distribution, Chen Xiaochen felt a mix of surprise and acceptance. He found himself in the 3rd row, paired with Zhou Yuqi. Given their heights, this arrangement was quite favorable. Song Haoren sat in the 4th row, alongside Li Wanting. Upon returning to his seat, all Song Haoren desired was a moment of respite, completely oblivious to the beauty beside him. Meanwhile, Yu Lu was relegated to the 2nd-to-last row, paired with a chubby girl whose face was dotted with acne. Zhou Yuqi, glancing at Chen Xiaochen seated beside her, smiled. She had previously been puzzled as to why Chen Xiaochen had insisted on including Song Haoren in their endeavors. But upon seeing him enter the room, his legs trembling and still panting for breath upon taking his seat, she finally understood the mischief that Chen Xiaochen had orchestrated. She believed that Chen Xiaochen was targeting Song Haoren for her sake, which stirred a myriad of emotions within her. At that moment, she felt not only the exhilaration of having dealt with Song Haoren, but also the delight of having Chen Xiaochen stand up for her. When Chen Xiaochen turned his head and noticed Zhou Yuqi gazing at him, he flashed a mischievous smile. Zhou Yuqi, upon seeing his grin, couldn't help but cover her mouth and stifle a laugh, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 87. Self-introduction. Upon returning to their seats, Teacher Song instructed the first student in each row to come forward and distribute the textbooks. Once all the materials were handed out, Teacher Song continued. Now that the textbooks have been distributed, each of you must take good care of them. It would be best to take them home at the end of the day. Next, we will proceed with self-introductions, allowing you to become acquainted with one another. With that, Teacher Song called the first student at the doorside desk to step up. The self-introductions from the students were largely uniform, following a similar format and content, differing only in length. However, there were some notable exceptions, such as Yu Lu's deskmate, a robust girl with dark skin and a face dotted with acne. When it was her turn, she strode confidently to the podium, chest out, and delivered a passionate and memorable self-introduction. Hello everyone. I am Wang Jiaojiao. I am delighted to join this new class. I have always excelled since childhood, consistently achieving top grades and often placing in various competitions. My interests are quite diverse. I dabble in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I believe I possess talent in many areas and continuously strive to improve myself. I hold myself to high standards, which may lead me to focus more on my own pursuits and not engage much with others. However, this does not imply that I am difficult to get along with. Rather, I believe that truly exceptional individuals attract one another. I am confident that there are other outstanding individuals in this class, and we will naturally become friends. That is all I wish to share. Her confident and eloquent speech, combined with her appearance, created a striking contrast. While one could not fault her for her confidence, as it is not inherently a negative trait, her self-assured, even somewhat arrogant words felt to the audience akin to a mockery, provoking discomfort and a desire to retort. Chen Xiaochen held no strong opinions on Wang Jiaojiao's self-introduction, merely thinking that the girl's emotional intelligence was quite lacking, and feared that Yu Li's days ahead might be challenging. Besides the excessively confident Wang Jiaojiao, for other individuals elicited reactions from the classmates, Song Haoren, Zhou Yuqi, Li Wanting, and Chen Xiaochen. Having regained his composure, Song Haoren restored his genteel demeanor. His polite self-introduction successfully garnered the admiration of several girls in the class. Zhou Yuqi and Li Wanting's situations were similar to that of Song Haoren. During their self-introductions, even though Li Wanting spoke merely 2 brief sentences, she garnered the support and admiration of the majority of the boys in the class. It is an undeniable truth that, oftentimes, beauty equates to justice. When it was Chen Xiaocheng's turn, he did not engage in grandiloquent speech like Song Haoren. Instead, he offered a simple introduction of himself. Just as he was about to conclude his speech and return to his seat, Teacher Song at the podium interjected. Let me add that Chen Xiaocheng achieved a remarkable score of 495 on his high school entrance examination, which is not only the highest in our class, but also ranks among the top in our entire grade. Upon hearing this, the already commendable image of Chen Xiaocheng was further elevated with the aura of an academic achiever. The glances directed at him shifted notably. Li Wanting, who had maintained her composure, appeared somewhat startled, while Song Haoren's expression was one of discontent. The confident girl, Wang Jiaojiao, looked at him with a newfound interest, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Chen Xiaocheng, who caught Wang Jiaojiao's gaze due to Yu Li's teasing, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension and quickly turned to glance at Zhou Yuqi, seeking to alleviate his inner discomfort. Zhou Yuqi, already aware of Chen Xiaocheng's commendable exam results, was surprised to learn that he still ranked first in the new class. When she noticed Chen Xiaocheng gazing at her, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Xiaocheng remained oblivious to Zhou Yuqi's unusual demeanor, continuing to observe the introductions of his classmates. This round of self-introductions was rather unremarkable for the assembled students, merely serving the purpose of mutual acquaintance. The depth of their familiarity was superficial, with only a few classmates leaving a memorable impression. For many others, despite introducing themselves, they failed to leave a lasting impact, and upon subsequent encounters, names would still escape recall. After listening to everyone's introductions, Chen Xiaocheng gleaned a wealth of information from their performances. As social beings, Humans are inescapably bound by hierarchies and classes. This dynamic can manifest both overtly and subtly. Though intangible, it undeniably exists. Take, for instance, this session of self-introductions. Through each individual's demeanor, underlying trends became apparent. The members of this class, upon entering a new collective, instinctively began to compare themselves after observing one another. They would then establish a rough sense of their identity and position within the class. Are they the protagonist or merely a supporting character? A leader who commands attention or a follower who complies? A likable person who offends no one or a distinctive individual with a strong personality? An active participant seeking the spotlight or a conformist who flows with the tide? Each person prepares such a label for themselves, inscribing who they are or who they aspire to be. This process of self-sorting and self-positioning is revisited each time one enters a new collective, presenting an opportunity to begin anew. Individuals who found themselves less fortunate in the previous group often strive to elevate their social standing and reconstruct their personal narratives. In contrast, those who have consistently enjoyed advantages and flourished in their endeavors tend to perpetuate their prior perceptions. Take, for instance, Chen Xiaochen. He exudes an air of entitlement, as if leadership is a birthright. Then there is Zhou Yuqi, who embodies the demeanor of a gentle, unambitious observer. Li Wanning stands out as a distinctive maverick, while Wang Jiaojiao radiates confidence, epitomizing the quintessential goddess of the class. The behaviors of these four individuals seem to reflect their established personas, as they seek to maintain their previous positions. As for Chen Xiaochen, he resembles an experiencer, eager to relive the campus life. He remains indifferent to his specific rank within the class, choosing instead to engage with all new acquaintances through a warm and amicable demeanor. He refrains from ostentatiously showcasing himself or instigating trouble, yet he will not tolerate any disruptions to his experiences. For instance, when Chen Xiaochen inexplicably displayed animosity towards him, Chen Xiaochen resolved to make him regret it at the first opportunity. After everyone introduced themselves, Teacher Song initiated the next phase. While distributing certain materials to the students in the front row, she announced two matters. The first involved the distribution of order forms for school uniform sizes. Teacher Song instructed everyone to measure themselves at home and select their appropriate sizes with their parents, completing the forms accordingly. She also informed them that the cost of the school uniform is 150 yuan per set, with each student permitted to order 1 to 2 sets. The second announcement concerned mandatory military training for all first-year students prior to the start of the school year. This training is scheduled for the following Monday at a military training base. The training will last 5 days, during which the base will provide accommodation, meals, and training uniforms, while students are expected to bring a change of clothes and additional garments. Upon hearing this, the class exhibited two starkly contrasting reactions. The majority displayed visible reluctance, voicing their discontent, while a small minority remained indifferent. Chapter 88. The textbook theft. As the chorus of complaints rose, Teacher Song remained unfazed. Having encountered such behavior countless times before, with a simple command for silence, she managed to quell the unrest. She then proceeded to clarify, stating that participation in the military training is not compulsory, relying instead on voluntary attendance. However, she expressed her hope that everyone would participate, emphasizing the importance of collective spirit and a sense of communal honor. The cost of the military training amounts to 280 yuan per person, covering 5 days of accommodation and meals, transportation, and training attire. For those who genuinely wish to abstain, she requested that their parents communicate with her upon their return, to prevent any instances of students soliciting funds from their families without the intention of attending the training, only to squander the money elsewhere. As a seasoned homeroom teacher, Song is well aware of her students' psychological tendencies. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the budding thoughts of some and blocking the retreat of all. With the weight of collective honor pressing down, none dared to mention the prospect of skipping military training. The fear of leaving a poor impression on the homeroom teacher, devoid of a sense of collective pride, loomed large, casting shadows over their future days. As silence enveloped the room, Teacher Song continued, announcing that the military training assembly would take place next Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning. The gathering point would remain at the school, and students were to arrive by 8:30. Promptly at 9:30, they would embark. Latecomers would either have to return or find their own way to the training base. Additionally, the uniform size chart and fees were to be submitted on the same day. The school would then place a bulk order for uniforms, distributing them at the start of the semester. Those who failed to comply would have to figure it out on their own later. Upon hearing this, some students who had initially hoped to evade military training felt their spirits sink, realizing that missing out on the training would also mean losing the opportunity to purchase uniforms. Without uniforms, they would surely face the daily ire of the homeroom teacher. After addressing all matters, Teacher Song inquired if anyone had further questions. Once assured of their silence, she announced the end of the class. With that, she gathered her belongings and exited the classroom first. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, the atmosphere in the classroom brightened. Everyone began to pack their things, and the more extroverted among them engaged in lively conversations. At this moment, Chen Xiaochen was also organizing his textbooks while quietly chatting with Zhou Yuqi. When he turned to see how Yu Lu was faring with his packing, he suddenly noticed Song Haoren staring at him, his expression dark and foreboding. However, as soon as Chen Xiaochen looked at him, Song Haoren's demeanor shifted back to normal. Chen Xiaochen remained composed, displaying no signs of concern regarding Song Haoren's behavior. His gaze swept past him to glance at Yu Lu in the back row before turning away. Once he faced forward again, Chen Xiaochen paused his actions. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly returned the textbooks he had placed in his backpack back to his desk. Having completed this, he acted as if nothing had transpired, exchanged a brief farewell with Zhou Yuqi, and picked up his bag before leaving his seat. After reuniting with Yu Lu, the two exited the classroom. As they traversed the corridor, Chen Xiaochen intercepted Yu Lu, who was about to descend the stairs, guiding him to a location halfway down the third floor. Yu Lu appeared perplexed by this sudden detour, but Chen Xiaochen offered no explanation, merely instructing him to wait. He then positioned himself sideways, watching the staircase below. In the ensuing minutes, he observed his classmates descending in a steady stream. After about 10 minutes, the flow of students noticeably diminished. It was only then that Song Haoren, carrying his backpack, approached the stairwell. His expression was tense, hands gripping the straps of his bag as he hurried down. Once Chen Xiaochen confirmed that Song Haoren had departed, he and Yu Lu returned to the classroom, where the door stood tightly shut and the room was deserted. Chen Xiaochen stepped forward and attempted to push the door. Fortunately, it was not locked and easily swung open with a gentle nudge. Without further delay, he hastened to his seat. Lowering his gaze towards the desk, he discovered, as anticipated, that his textbooks were indeed missing. This outcome did not surprise him. He had suspected as much, having intentionally left the materials behind. Having confirmed his suspicions, Chen Xiaochen did not linger, and, accompanied by Yu Lu, departed the classroom, quickly descending the stairs. Once outside the teaching building, Chen Xiaochen deliberately slowed his pace, guiding Yu Lu towards the bicycle storage area while scanning the surroundings. After surveying the individuals retrieving their bicycles, he soon spotted the figure of Song Haoren, who was pushing a white road bike at some distance from them. Upon locating Song Haoren, Chen Xiaochen promptly instructed Yu Lu to fetch his bike, while he kept a watchful eye on Song's movements. Yu Lu, sensing the situation, wasted no time and headed directly for his bicycle. As Yu Lu returned with his bike, Song Haoren had already reached the school gate. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen pointed out Song Haoren's position to Yu Lu and then swiftly hopped onto the back of Yu Li's bicycle, remarking, "That rascal has stolen my textbooks. Follow him and see where he goes, but maintain your distance." Without further ado, Yu Lu locked onto Song Haoren's form, and with a powerful push of his right foot, the bicycle surged forward. At that moment, Song Haoren had exited the school gates and was swiftly leaving the premises. Yu Lu, with Chen Xiaochen in tow, trailed behind at a safe distance. Song Haoren's distinctive attire and the white road bike made him easily recognizable, granting Yu Lu confidence that they would not lose him. This pursuit did not last long, as after riding for approximately 700 or 800 meters, Song Haoren unexpectedly came to a halt. Upon witnessing Song Haoren's chosen stopping point, Yu Lu looked bewildered and turned to Chen Xiaochen, exclaiming, "This fool seems a bit off. He has just come to your territory." As Yu Lu parked his bike, Chen Xiaochen, puzzled, was about to inquire when he heard Yu Li's remark. Leaning forward for a better view, he too found the situation amusingly absurd. Indeed, Song Haoren was locking his bike at the entrance of the Morning Star Internet Cafe, situated 200 meters away. Having secured his bicycle, he strode confidently into the cafe. Approaching the counter, Song Haoren, appearing quite at ease, requested a computer and a bottle of water. As he paid, he flashed a somewhat forced smile at Wu Tong behind the counter, though his nervousness was palpable. Wu Tong, oblivious to the underlying tension, merely assumed he was another eccentric patron, as such characters were commonplace in an internet cafe. It was only after taking a seat at the computer that Song Haoren's anxiety began to dissipate, allowing him to relax. The textbooks he had taken belonged to Chen Xiaochen, an act of revenge for the incident where Chen had compelled him to help move the materials. Although the situation had not escalated too dramatically, he was acutely aware that Chen Xiaochen had deliberately targeted him. Once he regained his composure, he pondered how to retaliate. The homeroom teacher's reminder to everyone to keep an eye on their textbooks sparked an idea within him. Therefore, after school, he fixated on Chen Xiaocheng's actions. And as he recalled Chen Xiaocheng's despicable tactics, an involuntary grimace crossed his face. When Chen Xiaocheng turned around, he was startled, but he quickly adjusted his expression to avoid detection. Upon realizing that Chen Xiaocheng had indeed left without taking his textbooks, a wave of delight surged in Song Haoren's heart. He then leisurely gathered his belongings, and once the classroom emptied, he stealthily took all of Chen Xiaocheng's textbooks. As for how to dispose of them, he had yet to devise a plan. This uncertainty was also the reason he found himself at an internet cafe instead of heading straight home. He had noticed this cafe on previous occasions. It was quite sizable and conveniently located near the school, so he decided to experience it today. Chapter 89. A lesson for Song Haoren. Unbeknownst to Song Haoren, who was walking into the internet cafe, Chen Xiaocheng and Yu Lu had arrived at the cafe's entrance. It was only then that Yu Lu inquired about the events that had transpired. After Chen Xiaocheng recounted the entire saga, Yu Lu found the situation somewhat baffling and even began to question Song Haoren's sanity. No wonder Chen Xiaocheng had earlier insisted on dragging Song Haoren to move books. He had initially thought it was due to Chen Xiaocheng's disdain for him, only to realize that it was Song Haoren who instigated the matter. Having finished his narration, Chen Xiaocheng ignored Yu Lu and slowly approached the entrance of the cafe. Peering inside, he immediately spotted Wu Tong at the counter. Wu Tong, noticing Chen Xiaocheng peering in from outside, was about to wave but instead saw him beckoning her to come out. Chen Xiaocheng's gesture left Wu Tong perplexed. Yet she did not hesitate and promptly exited the counter. As soon as she reached the door, Chen Xiaocheng pulled her outside. Without further ado, he described Song Haoren's physical appearance and inquired about his location. Wu Tong recalled the awkwardly smiling boy from earlier and, though uncertain of Chen Xiaocheng's intentions, informed him that he was at machine 82 on the second floor. Upon hearing that Song Haoren was not on the first floor, Chen Xiaocheng finally relaxed his caution, ushering Yu Lu and Wu Tong into the cafe. His meticulousness stemmed not from fear of causing trouble, but rather from a desire not to startle Song Haoren and let him escape. Since Song Haoren was on the second floor and had deposited 10 yuan for his gaming session, it was likely that he would remain there for a while, granting Chen Xiaocheng ample time to strategize. At the counter, Chen Xiaocheng purchased 3 bottles of drinks, distributing them to Yu Lu and Wu Tong before leaning against the counter to enjoy his own. The trio engaged in conversation over their beverages, during which Wu Tong learned from Yu Lu the details of the unfolding events. Upon hearing Song Haoren's hostility towards Chen Xiaochen, Wu Tong displayed a profound anger, her eyes glinting with fierce intensity. To Wu Tong, Chen Xiaochen represented a uniquely significant presence. She was not only her dear friend, but also her benefactor, employer, and creditor. It was inconceivable that Chen Xiaochen was at fault in this matter. Even if she had intentionally sought trouble, Wu Tong would unhesitatingly stand by her side. Thus, when the three convened to devise a plan to deal with Song Haoren, Wu Tong boldly suggested that Yan Shuai enlist someone to give him a thorough beating, ensuring he learned a valuable lesson. Fighting was a common occurrence for Wu Tong, having emerged from the worst junior high school in the district. Over the span of 3 years, she had witnessed far worse than mere brawls. This proposal was met with enthusiastic endorsement from Yu Lu, who further suggested a more devious scheme, to recruit 2 individuals to remove the wheels from Song Haoren's car, forcing him to carry the chassis home. Upon hearing Wu Tong mention Yan Shuai, Chen Xiaochen inquired if he was at the internet cafe. As fate would have it, he was indeed present, currently engrossed in a game upstairs. Wu Tong, sensing Chen Xiaochen's intention to seek out Yan Shuai, assumed he was in agreement with her plan and volunteered to ascend the stairs to find him without waiting for a response. After Wu Tong departed, Chen Xiaochen leaned against the bar, contemplating the events of the day. The situation had deviated somewhat from his original plan. He had intended to use the textbooks as bait to lure Song Haoren, then follow him with Yu Lu. At an opportune moment, they would confront him, retrieve the textbooks, and ensure that Song Haoren, having instigated the conflict, would have no choice but to endure the consequences. However, by sheer misfortune, Song Haoren had unwittingly ventured into the Morning Star Internet Cafe. Such a fortuitous geographical and social advantage was not to be overlooked by Chen Xiaochen. At this juncture, the textbooks had become a secondary concern. If necessary, he could always procure a second-hand set. The primary objective had shifted to imparting a valuable lesson to Song Haoren. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu did not linger at the bar for long. Within a few minutes, Wu Tong returned with Yan Shuai in tow. 6 months prior, Yan Shuai had begun growing his hair, aspiring to emulate the hairstyle of his idol, Haonan. Each time Chen Xiaochen encountered him, his hair had grown longer. Today, when he saw Yan Shuai again, His hair had reached a length that necessitated the use of a headband to keep it in place. This hairstyle, while initially suitable for the handsome Chen Xiaochen, was marred by the fact that he had been cooped up for several nights. At that moment, the strands of hair beneath the headband were not only greasy, but also speckled with dandruff. Coupled with his stubbly beard, he appeared particularly unkempt, aging him by at least a decade. Upon seeing Chen Xiaocheng's disheveled appearance, Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but tease. Wow, what role are you playing? The middle-aged, down-on-his-luck version of Haonan. To Chen Xiaocheng's playful jibe, Chen Xiaochen was unfazed, chuckling as he removed the headband and shook his dandruff-laden hair. Beside him, Wu Tong quickly distanced herself, wearing an expression of disdain as she remarked, I have told him numerous times to take a shower, yet he refuses to listen. Recently, he has been holed up in the internet cafe for an entire week. I've seen him 3 or 4 times just during my work hours. At this rate, I can only imagine he must smell quite foul. Understanding that Wu Tong's words stemmed from concern, Chen Xiaochen was not offended. Instead, he offered a sheepish smile and explained, not to that extent, really. True, I have been spending a bit too much time at the internet cafe lately. The game has recently been updated with 3 new maps and 3 new sets of equipment. Our guild has been engaged in constant refreshes and boss hunting. A few days ago, I stumbled upon a holy war ring, and immediately someone offered me 500 yuan for it, but I did not sell. Ultimately, I sold it to our guild leader for 200 yuan, and he even gave me 2 pieces of equipment for the priest class in return. As Chen Xiaochen rambled on about the game, Chen Xiaochen listened patiently, while Wu Tong, unable to comprehend the world of boys, wore a look of exasperation. In contrast, Yulu was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally interjecting with comments. For several minutes, Chen Xiaochen, buoyed by Yuli's playful banter, shared his excitement with the 3 of them. After indulging in his passion, he finally recalled that Wu Tong had called him down because Chen Xiaochen needed to discuss something, prompting him to hurriedly inquire about the matter. Not waiting for Chen Xiaochen to speak, Yu Lu and Wu Tong took turns recounting the situation. After listening, Chen Xiaochen expressed his disbelief, asking Yu Lu, how can such a character exist in your class? ISNT at a key provincial school? How can a school of such standing admit someone like this? In response to Chen Xiaocheng's inquiry, Yu Lu shrugged and replied, what can we do? We just happened to encounter a fool. Isn't the world made up of fools? Chen Xiaochen chuckled at Yu Li's words and then turned to Chen Xiaochen, asking, so, what is the plan, Brother Chen? Should I call a few of my buddies to give this fool a good beating? Who does he think he is, messing with anyone he pleases? After considering the opinions of Yu Lu and Wu Tong, Chen Xiaochen had already formulated a plan in his mind. Since all present were trusted friends, he felt no need for discretion. Lowering his voice slightly, he shared his strategy with the 3 of them. Upon hearing Chen Xiaocheng's plan, Chen Xiaochen did not ask further questions. He took out his phone and stepped outside the internet cafe to make a call. Wu Tong stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Yu Lu gave Chen Xiaochen a thumbs up, exclaiming, you're quite the rascal. I like this idea. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiaochen returned from his call, nodding at Chen Xiaochen as he said, it's all set. Just wait for the show to unfold. Chapter 90. The show begins. By this time, it was nearing noon. Chen Xiaochen, wary that Song Haoran might come down to buy food and inadvertently run into him, dispatched a few friends to attend to their own affairs. He first instructed Wu Tong to turn on 2 computers situated at the edges. Then, he offered to cover the cost for Yu Lu to ride out and procure some KFC for lunch. As for Chen Xiaochen, he could simply wait in the private room for the meal. After activating the machine, Chen Xiaochen settled into his position and took out his phone to make a call. He first contacted Chen Ma, informing her that he and Yu Lu were out and would return later. Subsequently, he dialed Wang Bo's number upstairs. It was only then that Wang Bo became aware of Chen Xiaocheng's presence. Just as he was preparing to head downstairs, he was intercepted by Chen Xiaochen. Briefly, Chen Xiaochen explained the situation to Wang Bo, encompassing the background and the events that were about to unfold. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo grasped Chen Xiaocheng's intentions without needing further elaboration. Although he found it somewhat perplexing that the typically composed Chen Xiaochen would let something trivial agitate him, he understood the demeanor he ought to adopt in light of the impending developments. Chen Xiaochen, appreciating Wang Bo's perceptiveness, felt a sense of ease conversing with an intelligent individual. Yulu did not keep everyone waiting for long. Within half an hour, he returned with his purchases. Each hand bore a large plastic bag, indicating he had made substantial acquisitions. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to the bar, where, following Chen Xiaocheng's instructions, he left 3 meal sets for Wu Tong. Only after that did he take a seat next to Chen Xiaocheng with the remaining items, gratefully accepting the burger handed to him by Yu Lu. Chen Xiaocheng wasted no time and began to eat. Unconcerned about others, Wu Tong would naturally deliver the meals to Chen Xiaochen and Wang Bo. After delivering the meals, Wu Tong, contentedly nibbling on her burger at the bar, was startled when Song Haoren appeared before her. The sight of his face nearly caused her to drop the burger she was holding. As she contemplated how to respond, fearing he might be leaving, Song Haoren spoke. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find lunch nearby?" Relieved by his inquiry, Wu Tong composed herself and explained the nearby options. After expressing his gratitude with his signature smile, Song Haoren turned and exited the internet cafe. Watching him leave, Wu Tong exhaled in relief. A little over 10 minutes later, Song Haoren returned, carrying a transparent bag. Just as he ascended the stairs, Yin Shuai descended from above. Approaching Chen Xiaochen, he leaned in and whispered, "The individuals I contacted have arrived. I didn't have them come directly to the entrance. They're at a nearby eatery." Acknowledging Yin Shuai's words with a nod, Chen Xiaochen retrieved 500 yuan and entrusted it to him to carry out their prior agreement. Yin Shuai accepted the money without hesitation and departed from the cafe. 20 minutes later, Yin Shuai returned with 3 youths, who entered the cafe one after another. These 3 young men exuded an air of delinquency, their attire casual and flamboyant. Each sported a different hairstyle and color, none of which was black. Upon entering, they made their way to the bar, while Yin Shuai leisurely prepared to recharge his membership with some internet fees, without exchanging a word with the trio. 3 young men each produced 2 coins and activated a machine. Wu Tong, with remarkable agility, swiftly prepared the machines for the trio and simultaneously upgraded Yin Shuai's membership. She had thoughtfully reserved the positions in advance, ensuring that all 3 machines were situated near Song Haoren. Once the machines were operational, the 3 young men followed closely behind Yin Shuai, meandering up the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, as Yin Shuai passed near Song Haoren, he carelessly swung his arm before retreating to his private room. From there, it was unnecessary for Yin Shuai to concern himself further. These 3 ruffians had been meticulously selected by him. While they might falter at other tasks, they excelled at provocation, instigation, and bullying. Before long, the sounds of commotion erupted from the hall on the 2nd floor. Hearing the ruckus, Chen Xiaochen understood that the plan had commenced. He intercepted Yu Lo, who was eager to investigate, and resumed his game. A few minutes later, the 3 troublemakers emerged, shoving Song Haoren, hurling insults as they descended the stairs, trailed by Wang Bo and the on-duty network administrator. At this point, Song Haoren had lost the dignity and composure he initially possessed. His clothing was wrinkled from the scuffles. His glasses were nowhere to be found, and his face bore an expression of panic. The 4 of them jostled their way out of the internet cafe. One of the ruffians, sporting a head of yellow hair, was incessantly apologizing to Wang Bo with an obsequious demeanor. Although the other patrons in the cafe were somewhat curious, they merely glanced up a few times before returning to their games. In this era, disputes and brawls in internet cafes are hardly rare occurrences. People often come to blows over a piece of equipment, a game, or even a mere comment. Events like today's could only be considered trivial. If one were to encounter those tattooed individuals who had consumed a bit too much alcohol, disputes would escalate uncontrollably, often culminating in a call to the authorities. Half an hour later, as Yu Lu began to feel restless and contemplated checking the entrance, Yin Shuai descended the stairs. He approached Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, whispering to them, "It's done. Those 3 boys have taken a taxi and just arrived. They called me to confirm that everything was executed as instructed, primarily for intimidation, and no significant harm was inflicted." Upon hearing Yin Shuai's words, Chen Xiaochen nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Well done. I'll treat you to a bath later." Understanding the jest, Yin Shuai rolled his eyes in exasperation and retreated back upstairs. After Yin Shuai's departure, Yu Lu appeared quite pleased, while Chen Xiaochen maintained a more neutral expression. At this moment, he observed Wu Tong, who was lost in thought at the bar, deep in contemplation. As for Song Haoren, during lunchtime, he had purchased a wrap outside the internet cafe and returned to eat while playing a game of Legend. Shortly after finishing his meal, 3 unruly youths occupied the vacant space beside him. Initially, he paid them little mind, casting a few glances before continuing with his game. However, not long after, the young man with yellow hair leaned forward, gazing at his computer screen. This action made Song Haoren feel quite uneasy. Yet he dared not voice his discomfort. After a while, the yellow-haired youth spoke up, "Hey buddy, nice gear you've got." Song Haoren, reluctant to engage with such a person, merely replied with a non-committal hum. Noticing this, the young man continued, "With such great equipment, why not lend it to me for a bit? I also play a mage." Song Haoren found it impossible to dismiss him with a few curt words, so he explained, "Don't mess around, brother. I've invested a considerable amount of money into this character. If I lend it to you, I won't have anything left to play with. Who the hell is messing with you? Can't you see? You're clearly affluent. If you want to lend me your account, at least let me use your equipment for a while. Brother, I'm afraid we're not in the same district, so I can't lend you my gear. Well, you do have a point. How about this? Since you can't lend me your equipment, perhaps you could lend me a little cash. Brother, I don't have any money on me. Are you kidding me? You're giving me attitude now? With that, the young man grabbed Song Haoren by the collar. The other two ruffians also stood up and closed in. At that moment, Song Haoren felt overwhelmed. Encountering three such rascals left him both frightened and helpless. He could only relent, saying, No, brother, please don't get physical. I do have a little cash. I'll give it all to you. As he spoke, Song Haoren pulled a few bills from his pocket, totaling around 20 or 30 yuan. The yellow-haired youth snatched the money and counted it, saying, Is this all you've got? Buddy, you're not truly interested in being my friend, are you? Come on. Let me check if you have more. As he reached for Song Haoren's pocket, Song Haoren resisted while pleading, I really don't have any more, please. Let us talk this out. As their physical contact increased, Song Haoren's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of the internet cafe manager. Upon seeing the manager arrive, Song Haoren felt as though he had found a savior. Just as he was about to seek help, the yellow-haired youth blocked him, continuing to reach for his pockets. The other two also joined in, one grabbing Song Haoren's arm while the other choked him. The manager shouted several times, but when that yielded no results, he went to the office to summon Wang Bo. When Wang Bo arrived, he joined forces with the manager to intervene, finally managing to restore some semblance of calm among the four individuals. Prior to this, Yen Shui had instructed not to create a scene in the cafe and to take any issues outside. Thus, upon seeing Wang Bo, the yellow-haired youth became much more compliant. When Wang Bo inquired about the situation, the yellow-haired youth claimed that Song Haoren had picked up money he had dropped and refused to return it. Despite Song Haoren's continuous protests, Wang Bo, who had already reconciled with Chen Xiaochen, paid no heed to his words. He clearly stated that personal disputes should be resolved outside, and that they could return to the internet cafe after settling their issues. Upon hearing these words, the three ruffians readily agreed and proceeded to shove Song Haoren, attempting to drag him out of the internet cafe. Naturally, Song Haoren was unwilling to cooperate with their antics, leading to a scuffle among them. Observing the situation, the astute Huang Mao quietly pulled Song Haoren aside and whispered, My friend, do not compel me to resort to violence here. Let us discuss this outside. I merely wish to borrow some money from you. If you truly have none, I shall not trouble you further. However, if you continue to resist, I will have my companions deal with you right now, and we can simply avoid this cafe in the future. Think it over. Let us strive to maintain amicable relations, as it benefits no one. Though reluctant, Song Haoren ceased his struggles upon hearing Huang Mao's words. He was far more afraid of physical harm than he was concerned about money, and he had no doubt that if pushed, Huang Mao and his companions would not hesitate to strike him. Thus, the three ruffians, with a subdued Song Haoren in tow, left the cafe under the watchful eyes of Wang Bo and the internet cafe attendant. Once outside, the trio led Song Haoren to a nearby alleyway. True to Huang Mao's words, they merely cornered him against the wall, rifling through his pockets and backpack without resorting to blows. As they found no money on him, their frustration grew evident, and in their search, they carelessly dumped the contents of his backpack into a nearby trash bin. After thoroughly scouring every possible nook, Huang Mao tossed the backpack onto the ground and delivered a few sharp taps to Song Haoren's head, berating him with expletives before departing. A minute later, still shaken, Song Haoren remained rooted in place. It was only then that he realized the three had indeed left, granting him the courage to move. He picked up his now empty backpack, brushing off the dust with disdain. He then approached the trash bin, contemplating whether he could salvage any of his textbooks. Peering inside, he was met with a noxious blend of kitchen refuse from a nearby restaurant, a stench so overwhelming that it nearly caused him to stumble into the bin. Given the foul odor, retrieving the textbooks was out of the question. Resigned to the loss of his materials, Song Haoren muttered curses under his breath as he made his way back towards the internet cafe, glancing nervously around him, wary of the possibility of the three ruffians returning. It was clear that returning to the internet was no longer an option. It was best to head home as quickly as possible. However, upon reaching the cafe's entrance, his plans were abruptly thwarted by an unforeseen circumstance that left him in shock. His bicycle was missing. Initially, Song Haoren could not fathom this reality and searched repeatedly, scrutinizing every bicycle nearby, fearful that he might have overlooked his own. After inspecting the area 4 or 5 times, he finally resigned himself to the bitter truth that his bicycle was indeed gone. Faced with the loss of his bicycle, Song Haoren felt helpless. Yet he was at a loss for what to do next. At that time, surveillance was not as ubiquitous as it would later become. Ordinary individuals encountering similar predicaments often resign themselves to misfortune. Unless a large-scale theft occurred, reporting to the police proved largely futile. It was not that law enforcement was negligent. Rather, in the absence of clues, they were rendered powerless against such sporadic incidents. Song Xiaochen was no exception. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to return home and how to explain the situation upon arrival. He pondered for quite some time when suddenly an idea struck him, prompting him to hasten into the internet cafe. Upon reaching the counter, Song Xiaochen eagerly inquired about the remaining balance on his internet account. Wu Tong, who had been stifling a laugh upon seeing him, quickly checked and confirmed that he had 2 yuan left. This news brought a glimmer of hope to Song Xiaochen's heart, and he promptly requested Wu Tong to assist him in logging off. Wu Tong complied without delay, efficiently processing his logout and handing him the 2 yuan. Her willingness to help was not born of kindness, but rather because Chen Xiaochen had instructed her not to make things difficult for Song Xiaochen in this matter. Armed with the 2 yuan, Song Xiaochen was finally spared the necessity of walking home. Indeed, the alternative was to take a taxi and ask his parents for money, which would inevitably lead to inquiries about what had transpired. With his bicycle, textbooks, and money all gone, only a backpack remained, making it impossible to conceal his visit to the internet cafe. With the precious 2 yuan in hand, Song Xiaochen contemplated how to explain the situation upon his return home. Leaving the cafe, no sooner had he stepped outside than a thought struck him, causing him to halt mid-step. He hurriedly retraced his steps to the vicinity of the trash bin. There, he rummaged through the small compartment of his backpack to retrieve the order form for his school uniform, neatly folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. Covering his nose, he leaned close to the trash bin and discarded his backpack. This was Song Xiaochen's devised strategy. Upon returning home, he would claim he had carelessly lost his bicycle and backpack while out shopping. In this way, he might escape a lengthy lecture, although he could not entirely avoid it, as he would need to explain why only the backpack remained. He dared not reveal to his parents that his predicament stemmed from a visit to the internet cafe. The nature of the 2 events was entirely different. To Song Xiaochen, the events of the day were utterly commonplace. He had often heard similar tales from those around him. Throughout it all, he never suspected that he was the target of some scheme, believing instead that he had simply encountered bad luck and run afoul of a rogue. As for the loss of his bicycle, such occurrences were hardly unusual. In this day and age, bicycles were frequently stolen outside internet cafes, with many petty delinquents resorting to stealing bikes to fund their online escapades. Several of his friends and classmates had experienced similar misfortunes. Chapter 92. Wu Tong resigns, turning our attention away from how Song Xiaochen, with his 2 yuan, made his way home. Let us return to Chen Xiaochen. Song Xiaochen's bicycle was taken through an arrangement made by Chen Shuai, as per Chen Xiaochen's instructions. Chen Shuai had enlisted a total of 5 individuals for the task. 3 were from Huang Mao's group, while the other 2 were specialists in violent lockpicking. Chen Xiaochen provided his 500 yuan. Huang Mao and his companions each received 100 yuan, which they used to purchase a white wolf, allowing the 5 of them to enjoy 2 boxes each. They also compensated 2 locksmith experts with 50 yuan each for their travel expenses. In the end, they retained a few dozen yuan to settle the bill at a small restaurant. As for why each expert received only 50 yuan, it was because they left with a white road bicycle in tow. Chen Xiaochen did not heed Yu Li's suggestion to have someone dismantle Song Xiaochen's bicycle wheels. Firstly, such an act would be too conspicuous and easily noticed. Secondly, the intent of revenge would be overtly apparent, potentially inviting trouble. He instructed Huang Mao and his 2 companions to intimidate and extort money without resorting to violence, for the same reason. In this day and age, the number of petty thugs and ruffians is exceedingly large. Incidents of young children being extorted for small sums, 3 or 5 yuan, or even 20 or 30, are rampant in front of schools, gaming halls, and internet cafes. Such trivial matters rarely attract police attention, and many schools may not intervene even if they were informed. Under these circumstances, even if Song Xiaochen were to be extorted, he would consider it merely bad luck. As Chen Xiaochen anticipated, throughout the ordeal, Song Xiaochen merely felt unfortunate and harbored no suspicions. However, had he been physically harmed, the situation would have escalated significantly. Judging by Song Xiaochen's attire and bicycle, he was clearly not from an ordinary working-class family. If he returned home bearing visible injuries, his parents would likely react with anger, complicating matters further. Such an outcome was far from Chen Xiaochen's intentions. Moreover, he bore no significant animosity towards Song Xiaochen. A little bullying and financial loss sufficed. Watching Song Xiaochen depart the internet cafe with merely 2 yuan, Chen Xiaochen realized he would not return, perhaps never to return again. The cafe had lost a customer due to him, and he felt a pang of regret. In truth, the entire affair regarding Song Xiaochen felt more like a childish farce to Chen Xiaochen. Nevertheless, he did not perceive his approach as overreacting. He could tolerate unfriendliness from others. After all, he could not expect to be liked by everyone. However, he could not abide hostility, especially when it manifested in action. In this new life, how could he allow himself to be bullied by a mere child without retaliation? Thus, even if his actions seemed childish, he felt compelled to assert himself. Otherwise, he would find himself rendered helpless in the future. In his previous life, he had endured enough of wearing a forced smile for the sake of others' interests. Given a second chance, he would not allow himself to live in such a constricted manner again. Of course, there were reasons behind this change. Chen Xiaochen was increasingly adapting to his current identity, and his temperament resembled that of a youth. While he still employed an adult's reasoning to navigate and resolve issues, his mindset increasingly aligned with his present age. With the matter of Songhauern resolved, Chen Xiaochen saw no reason to linger in the internet cafe any longer. After finishing his game, he prepared to log off, while Yulu remained engrossed in his gameplay, unwilling to leave just yet. Chen Xiaochen paid no mind to him, and, after finishing with the machine, ascended to the upper floor to find Wang Bo. He entrusted Wang Bo with the task of procuring a set of textbooks for the first year of high school, to which Wang Bo readily agreed. The internet cafe frequently hosted students from various grades, making the acquisition of a set of textbooks a trivial matter. After discussing the textbooks, Chen Xiaochen glanced over the recent accounts of the cafe. Having completed this, he departed. As he passed the counter, he bid farewell to Wu Tong, casting a lingering look her way, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Upon leaving the cafe, Chen Xiaochen did not return home, but meandered to his new house. Upon arrival, he found workers dismantling the underfloor heating pipes, rendering the living room somewhat uninhabitable. Given the circumstances, Chen Xiaochen could not linger. After sharing the day's return-to-school situation with his mother, Chen Ma, who was seated in the bedroom, he was promptly shooed home to prepare dinner. The following day, shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Chen Xiaochen, with some free time on his hands, called Wu Tong's home. The previous night, he had devised some plans for the days ahead, with Wu Tong being a significant part of his future endeavors. On the phone, he learned that Wu Tong, having just finished a night shift, was awake and having her meal. He suggested they meet at the cafe after she finished eating. Wu Tong was taken aback but pleasantly surprised by the invitation and readily accepted. She quickly tidied herself up before heading out with her bag. At the cafe, Chen Xiaochen and Wu Tong sat opposite each other. They had been there for about 10 minutes, during which Chen Xiaochen was animatedly discussing something, gesturing with his hands. While Wu Tong listened intently, her expression shifted from initial surprise to deep contemplation, followed by a shake of her head, and finally, a firm nod of agreement. Thus, they conversed for over an hour. No one knew the specifics of their discussion, but as they departed, Wu Tong's face bore a mix of determination and joy. After their conversation, Chen Xiaochen rode his bike to a supermarket and pharmacy, purchasing several items useful for military training before returning home. Another day passed, and Wu Tong, going about her usual work, expressed to Wang Bo her intention to resign after completing her shift that day. Having already conferred with Chen Xiaochen, Wang Bo was neither surprised nor obstructive. He promptly settled Wu Tong's wages and, per Chen Xiaochen's instructions, handed her 10,000 yuan. He refrained from inquiring about her future plans. Wu Tong's departure would not adversely affect the cafe, which had long since found its footing, and Wang Bo had several backup candidates for staff. Within 2 days, he could recruit someone suitable to fill Wu Tong's position. Everything was unfolding according to Chen Xiaocheng's plan. While he lay in bed perusing a leisurely book, time always seemed to fly during such idle moments, and soon it was Monday morning. Today marked the day of departure for military training. At 7 o'clock, Chen Xiaochen was roused promptly by his mobile alarm. Upon rising, he did not hurry. Rather, he leisurely tidied himself, savoring a hearty breakfast. At 7:50, he donned his meticulously arranged backpack, collected the school uniform and military training fee that Chen Ma had left on the coffee table, and stepped out of the house, hailing a taxi to the school. At 8:18, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the school gates. Today, he did not wait for Yu Lu, but instead, with his bag slung over his shoulder, proceeded directly to the classroom. Upon entering, he found that most of his classmates had already arrived. He took his seat and exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Yuqi when Yu Lu, who had already been present, approached from the back row. Chapter 93. Preparing to depart while the three were engaged in casual conversation, a boy appeared at the classroom door. He was of average build and appearance, clad in a complete Adidas tracksuit, and he held a cap in his hand. The most striking feature was his head of dyed blonde hair. Before any of the classmates could inquire about his identity, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Following that, the voice of their homeroom teacher, Miss Song, could be heard, calling the blond boy outside. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with students straining to listen to Ms. Song's words from the hallway. Those seated in the front row craned their necks, eager to catch every detail of the unfolding scene. Ms. Song did not attempt to lower her voice, and even from the third row, Chen Xiaochen could glean the general gist of the conversation. Her remarks predominantly revolved around the boy's strikingly blonde hair. Essentially, it appeared that this boy was also a student of their class. Ms. Song instructed him to promptly return his hair color to its natural state before reporting back. If he could not make it in time, he was to either return home or find his own way to the military training base. After delivering her message, Ms. Song dismissed the blonde boy. However, she did not enter the classroom. Instead, the sound of her high heels gradually faded as she walked away, leaving the students in suspense regarding her next destination. Once the coast was clear and Ms. Song had distanced herself, the classmates began to murmur amongst themselves, predominantly discussing the blonde boy. Speculations abounded, with some claiming he had connections, while others suggested he was a transfer student. Opinions varied widely. When Yulu first heard the teacher's voice, he scurried back to his seat, leaving only Chen Xiaochen and Zhou Yuqi engaged in conversation. They chose not to delve into the recent incident involving the blonde boy. Rather, Zhou Yuqi inquired about the whereabouts of Chen Xiaocheng's textbooks. She distinctly remembered that he had left them on his desk on the day they returned to school, but they were now conspicuously absent. Chen Xiaocheng refrained from sharing the details regarding Song Haoren. Aware that Zhou Yuqi and Song Haoren were acquaintances, he preferred to avoid putting her in an uncomfortable position. Thus, he merely explained that he had returned to retrieve his textbooks. Zhou Yuqi accepted this explanation without suspicion, nodding in understanding and refraining from further questions. Just as they were conversing, the long-absent Song Haoren finally entered the classroom. Today, Song Haoren, having shed the panic and disarray of 2 days prior, has restored his former demeanor. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and his signature smile gracing his face, he strides confidently past the crowd to his designated seat. As he passes the third row, he offers a distant nod to Zhou Yuqi, followed by a disdainful glance at Chen Xiaochen and his desk. Chen Xiaochen observes these antics with a mix of amusement and disbelief, finding himself somewhat impressed by this fool who has so quickly forgotten his recent misfortunes. Just 3 days ago, after such a disastrous episode, he might have been forced to walk home had Chen Xiaochen not relented at the last moment. Yet here he is today, behaving as if nothing had transpired. This remarkable ability for self-repair is indeed quite astonishing. As time progresses to 8:30, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, enters the classroom punctually. Without wasting words, he scans the room to confirm everyone's presence before instructing the first student in each row to step forward to collect the military training fees. The process unfolds smoothly and swiftly, with students promptly producing the cash they had prepared in advance. Within a few minutes, the fees are fully collected. Mr. Song counts the money, then places it into a paper bag, sealing it securely, marking the necessary information on the bag. He calls the 4 students back to collect the uniform payments and order forms. Many students are eager to order 2 sets of uniforms, and to avoid any discrepancies, Mr. Song requests that everyone place their cash within the order forms. Once all the money is gathered, Mr. Song begins to count it meticulously. After confirming its accuracy, he places both the money and the receipts into a new paper bag, ensuring it is properly labeled before exiting the classroom with the 2 bags in hand. Before leaving, he warns the students to remain quiet and composed. However, his words fail to suppress the exuberance of the children for long. A few minutes later, the room buzzes with noise, and after a short while, the clamor escalates further. Within half an hour, the classroom resembles a bustling marketplace, with some students even leaving their seats to wander about. These wandering souls are not merely seeking familiar faces or tasks. Their aim appears to be more about flaunting their individuality and asserting their presence. Among them, a short, stout boy ambles near the podium and doorway, making several laps. This boy's audacious display, however, inadvertently serves a purpose. As he scurries back to his seat in a panic upon spotting Mr. Song approaching, the others instantly hush. Indeed, moments later, Mr. Song strides into the room with a stern expression. Upon entering, he refrains from speaking, choosing instead to stand at the podium and survey the students below. The palpable authority emanating from him renders the students silent, some even breaking into a cold sweat. Today is not the official start of the school year, and it is not class time yet. Upon observing that everyone had settled down, Teacher Song did not press the matter further. She raised her wrist to check the time and then spoke. It is now 9:10 a.m., and the bus departs at 9:30. So it is time to gather downstairs. After descending, all students were instructed to line up by gender according to height. You have all attended school for many years. I trust you understand how to form a line. Teacher Song continued. Chen Xiaochen, you will organize the line shortly. Is that agreeable? After receiving confirmation, she added, all right. Everything seems to be in order. Let us head downstairs now. Make sure to take your belongings and assemble on the playground. Our class's designated position is to the east of the flagpole. With Teacher Song's command, the students sprang into action, gathering their things and descending in small groups toward the playground. Naturally, Chen Xiaochun moved along with Yu Lu, accompanied by Zhou Yuqi and Wang Qi, whom she had recently met. The four of them followed the bustling crowd to the playground, heading towards the east side of the flagpole as described by Teacher Song. All first-year students were required to assemble, and by this time, many were already present on the playground, though no class had yet formed an effective line. Upon reaching the designated spot, Chen Xiaochun quickly surveyed her surroundings. As they were Class 3, there were 2 classes ahead of them. She gauged the distance and accurately identified her class's approximate position, preparing to instruct her classmates to line up. In such situations, the best approach to forming a line is for someone to take the lead, prompting others to follow suit. For Chen Xiaochun, this initial step naturally began with familiar faces. Thus, Yu Lu and Zhou Yuqi, at her request, stood side by side, serving as anchor points. Wang Qi, being taller, positioned himself behind Zhou Yuqi. The pre-departure lineup did not require 4 rows, as 1 row for each gender sufficed. With this anchor point established, the arriving students quickly understood what was expected of them. Gradually, those who arrived afterward began to join the line in an orderly manner according to their height. Although Song Haoren had some reservations about Chen Xiaochun's leadership, he was wise enough not to cause trouble at that moment and found a spot toward the back of the line. Thus, Class 3's lineup was formed through the students' self-organization, requiring minimal oversight from Chen Xiaochun. Just as the lineup was being finalized, Teacher Song arrived at the playground. Observing her class standing in their orderly line while the other classes remained chaotic, she nodded in satisfaction at the stark contrast. After about 10 minutes, all 11 first-year classes finally completed their lines and took their positions. A couple of minutes later, as the murmurs on the playground began to rise, Class 1, under the guidance of 2 teachers, started to move. Following them was Class 2, and then it was naturally the turn of Class 3, where Chen Xiaochun was situated. Teacher Song and a male instructor guided the students of Class 3 away from the playground, through the school gates, and finally arrived at the large bus parked by the roadside. The school had rented 29-seat buses, each capable of accommodating only half a class, necessitating that each class divide by gender and board 2 separate buses. Teacher Song led the girls onto one bus, while the boys followed the male instructor onto another. Once aboard, the students freely selected their seats. After all classes had boarded, the responsible teachers conducted a final headcount, confirming the numbers before the buses set off, departing the school in orderly procession. As the buses traversed beyond the school grounds, the boys became animated, and the atmosphere inside the bus grew somewhat boisterous. The male instructor, whose subject of teaching remained unclear, chose not to intervene, instead seated at the front, engaged in quiet conversation with the bus driver. Curiously, the lack of restraint led to the boys initially reveling in their noise, but soon their enthusiasm waned, resulting in a significant decrease in volume. As they grew accustomed to the bus and the passing scenery, discussions dwindled, and many began to feel drowsy. The contagion of fatigue spread, and as the majority succumbed, a profound silence enveloped the bus. At this moment, apart from the occasional subdued exchange between the instructor and the driver, not a sound pierced the stillness. The bus traveled in this tranquil ambience for nearly 40 minutes until it gradually came to a halt, the door creaking open, prompting the students to blink awake. In their not quite fully awake state, they disembarked at the beckoning of their male instructor. The bus had stopped at a spacious playground, with each vehicle aligned neatly. Once the students alighted, they regrouped under their teacher's guidance. After all classes had reconvened and arranged themselves in formation, a squad of uniformed instructors, who had been standing nearby, approached the students. The synchronized movements and upright postures of the instructors left many students momentarily taken aback. Once the instructor squad was assembled, the lead officer, after conferring with the school leaders, began assigning instructors to each class. The instructor for Class 3 was a young soldier appearing to be in his early 20s. Upon reaching the front of the line, his first action was not to introduce himself, but to rearrange the students from 2 lines into 4. Following his adjustments, each student was assigned a designated position. Once all classes had reformed their ranks, the instructors led their respective groups away from the playground, preparing to proceed to the next location for uniform distribution. During the march, the freshly formed lines appeared somewhat disheveled, lacking the precision that had characterized the instructor's formation. although the students remained silent. Their faces were alight with curiosity as they intermittently surveyed the surrounding architecture. The instructors did not overly chastise the newly arrived children. They shouted resounding slogans as they marched forward with their respective teams. Chen Xiaochen walked in the ranks, surveying the surroundings. They found themselves at a military training base, where the buildings, though somewhat aged, were meticulously maintained, presenting a clean and orderly environment. The immaculate ground appeared as if it had been washed, devoid of any dust. The base was quite expansive, seemingly encompassing all that could be seen. Under the guidance of the instructors, each class advanced with remarkable speed. Within minutes, 11 teams gradually approached the vicinity of a building. Upon arrival, the instructors organized their respective classes in a single file along the side of the road. Once all the teams were properly aligned, the classes began to enter the 3-story building in sequence to collect their training uniforms. After classes 1 and 2 had entered, it was soon Class 3's turn. The students of Class 3 queued up behind their instructor and entered the building. Inside the hall, a long table was lined with an array of training clothes and shoes. Several soldiers stood behind the table, responsible for distributing the training gear to the newcomers. The students of Class 3 instinctively formed 4 orderly columns according to their previous positions, patiently awaiting their equipment. Each time a student stepped forward, the soldier behind the table would assess the individual, inquire about their shoe size, and swiftly retrieve the appropriate gear. The entire process was efficient and systematic. Within mere minutes, all students in Class 3 had received their uniforms and shoes. Once everyone was equipped, the instructor instructed the group to reform, leading them away from the building. Upon exiting, Class 3 did not linger. They turned left and departed the area, heading toward their next destination. Chapter 95, Dormitory Assignment. After approximately 10 minutes, the students of Class 3 arrived at a new area. Here stood several 3-story buildings imbued with a sense of age. From the appearance and layout of the structures, it seemed less like an office area and more akin to a residential quarter. Indeed, after the Class 3 team came to a halt, the instructor briefly organized the ranks before addressing the matter of dormitory assignments. According to the instructor, male and female students would reside in separate dormitory buildings. 8 individuals would share a room, assigned in order of their ranks, while the remaining students would share accommodations with those from other classes. Just as the instructor was explaining the arrangements to the students, a new group of soldiers in uniform entered the area at a brisk pace. The soldiers in the formation appeared significantly younger, some bearing a hint of youthful innocence on their faces, and their shoulder insignia indicated a lower rank. As this group approached, they promptly organized themselves in response to their leader's command. Subsequently, 3 individuals were designated to run towards the 3 present classes. Among them, a short, dark-skinned young man was making his way towards Class 3. He appeared somewhat frail, with a youthful visage that still bore the innocence of childhood. The young man jogged over and saluted the commanding officer, reporting in a crisp manner before standing rigidly to the side. The officer introduced the youth to the students of Class 3. This young man was a soldier who had served for 2 years and would henceforth assume the role of assistant instructor, collaborating with the class to fulfill their military training tasks. Once the instructors from each class had introduced their assistant instructors, Class 1 promptly separated the boys and girls, led by their instructors and teachers, into their respective dormitory buildings. Following them was Class 2, and soon it was Class 3's turn. In Class 3, the instructor and teacher song guided the female students to the girls' dormitory, while the male students were escorted by the assistant instructor and a male teacher. The next step involved the specific allocation of dormitory assignments. The assistant instructor and the male teacher did not adhere to any particular criteria, randomly assigning individuals as they saw fit. Chen Xiaochen was fortunate, being among the first to be assigned. Not only did he share a dormitory with Yulu, but the other 6 members of the room were also classmates. The 8 students, having received their dormitory assignments, were unable to enter immediately and instead lined up against the wall, awaiting the conclusion of the allocation process. At that moment, Teacher Song approached with a male student, appearing somewhat hurried as she exchanged a few words with the male teacher before turning to leave. After her departure, the classmates of Class 3 scrutinized the newly arrived male student. Chen Xiaochen and his peers, standing by the wall, observed the commotion. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiaochen recognized the newcomer as the boy with the yellow hair from the morning. His striking yellow locks had now transformed into an unnatural shade of black, and his attire was different from what he had worn earlier. The arrival of the boy with yellow hair was merely a minor interlude. After the male teacher instructed him to take his place at the back of the line, the dormitory assignments continued. Class 3 comprised 25 boys, and with the addition of the newly arrived boy, the total came to 26. This meant that after the allocation of 3 dormitories, 2 individuals remained who would naturally need to share accommodations with another class. After a brief exchange with the assistant instructor, the male teacher went off to coordinate the mixed dormitory arrangements with other classes. A few minutes later, as the boys standing against the wall grew somewhat impatient and began to murmur among themselves, the male teacher returned. After a brief conversation with the assistant instructor, he stepped aside to allow the speaking position to be occupied. The assistant instructor then addressed all the boys standing against the wall, proclaiming, "Attention! At ease! Allow me to explain." The dormitory assignments had been completed, and provisions such as bedding and other necessities had been prepared for everyone. Now, let me outline the rules for dormitory living. First, concerning individual beds, blankets must be neatly folded and uniformly placed in the center of the bed's headboard facing the balcony, while pillows should be positioned at the opposite end in the center. Both the bed frame and edges must remain clean, with no items allowed on the bed except for blankets and pillows. Shoes are not to be stored under the bed. They should be neatly placed in each person's storage locker, with the toes facing inward and the heels touching the outer edge of the locker. Moreover, the table must remain devoid of any items, including books and personal belongings, while the contents of the drawers should be meticulously organized. Personal items such as backpacks should be uniformly placed in the cabinets. The stools are to be neatly positioned beneath the table, aligned horizontally with the table's edge, oriented towards the balcony. Next, concerning the communal areas, the floor must be kept pristine, free from clutter or stains. Each dormitory will assign tasks to its members, taking turns in cleaning duties. No items are permitted to be affixed to the walls, cabinets, desks, or doors. You now have 30 minutes to organize your luggage, arrange your personal items, and change into your training gear. After 30 minutes, I will inspect each dormitory, and I hope everyone will approach this task with seriousness. Once the inspections are completed, we shall gather downstairs at the dormitory, specifically at 11:30. After assembling, we will proceed together to the cafeteria for our meal, which is part of your daily regimen during military training. I trust everyone will adhere strictly to the schedule and avoid tardiness. Do you understand? Good. Now let us commence. With the assistant instructor's command, the boys sprang into action. Chen Xiaochen, closest to the door, promptly entered the dormitory upon hearing the directive. He had cast a glance at the dormitory upon assignment. Inside, 2 sets of bunk beds flanked either side, with 2 desks centrally positioned, and a row of storage lockers beside the entrance. Once inside, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time in selecting the lower bunk on the right side, tossing his clothes and shoes onto the upper bunk. Yulu was the 4th to enter the dormitory. Noticing that Chen Xiaochen had already claimed a spot, he approached and joined him on the lower bunk. Gradually, the 8 boys who entered the dormitory chose their positions without any disputes over the beds. All were adolescent boys and classmates, displaying great camaraderie as they exchanged polite greetings. Living together for the first time was a novel experience, and everyone felt a sense of excitement. Seated on his bed, Chen Xiaochen greeted his new roommates while observing the other 6. Among them, he only recognized the chubby boy who resembled a waddling chicken. The remaining 5 were strangers to him, with no prior interactions or memorable encounters. The bedding in the dormitory was new and the space had been cleaned, requiring no further tidying. The boys busied themselves with their personal items. As Chapter 96 of the military training commenced, Chen Xiaochen began organizing his belongings. He first retrieved his toiletries and slippers, then proceeded to change his clothes. The military uniform consisted of a camouflage top and bottom. The jacket fit reasonably well, while the trousers were somewhat loose. Fortunately, they included a belt to prevent any mishaps. The green rubber shoes were a decent fit, though the soles were rather stiff, making walking somewhat cumbersome, a matter that would require some acclimatization. Additionally, he placed a camouflage cap on the table. After dressing neatly, Chen Xiaochen folded the clothes he had changed out of and stored them in his backpack, which he then placed in his personal locker. Subsequently, he arranged his toiletries and slippers in their designated spots. Having completed these tasks, Chen Xiaochen returned to his bed, assisting Yu Lu in adjusting his camouflage uniform while observing others change their attire. Most of the training outfits fit reasonably well, save for a shorter boy named Shijia, who was incessantly complaining. Shijia, not particularly tall and with somewhat short legs, found his pants excessively long, nearly enveloping his entire foot. This sight elicited a round of laughter from the boys in the dormitory. Shijia, however, displayed no signs of annoyance. Instead, he playfully began to shake the pant legs. The 8 of them continued their jovial banter for a while, and at the suggestion of the others, Shijia rolled up his pant legs, preparing to consult the instructor. Once everyone had changed, they settled onto their respective lower bunks and began to chat amiably, exuding a palpable camaraderie. Among them, a lively boy named Lu Chuang quickly initiated a brotherly rapport with the others, appearing quite familiar with everyone. Yet, not all were charmed by Lu Chuang's antics. The plump boy Ma Pengfei, resembling a waddling chicken, remained indifferent, his expression shifting from cordiality to disdain as he observed Lu Chuang's performance. Chen Xiaochen found the scene before him quite intriguing. A group of individuals seemed to coexist harmoniously while harboring their own ulterior motives, rendering the atmosphere rather amusing. Even he himself was merely feigning engagement in conversation, lacking in genuine sincerity. Thus, the 8 of them coexisted in a setting that was both amicable yet somewhat insincere, until the assistant instructor summoned everyone for assembly, bringing this exchange to a close. They stood to tidy their beds, don their hats, and filed out of the dormitory in succession. Upon reaching the corridor, they lined up against the wall in the same order, awaiting the next directive from the assistant instructor. Once all were in position, the assistant instructor commanded them to march in unison, leading the formation out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the open space before the door, the boys from class 3 merged with the girls. Compared to the boys, the girls were notably more slender, and their camouflage uniforms, which should have appeared baggy, were instead tailored to fit them quite well, thanks to their adeptness with needles and pins. Once the 2 groups had reassembled into a single unit, the instructor led them towards the dining hall. Along the way, they occasionally encountered actual soldiers marching in formation, their presence imposing and their voices resounding as they sang military songs. The students seemed to be inspired by this atmosphere, striving to synchronize their movements and steps as much as possible. Thus, they proceeded together until they reached the dining hall. Upon entering the cafeteria, the instructors began to assign dining positions for each class. The cafeteria was adorned with round tables, each capable of accommodating 10 individuals. At this moment, the tables were already set with an array of dishes. 8 students from Chen Xiaochun's dormitory, accompanied by 2 male classmates from a neighboring dorm, gathered around a single table. Once seated, they surveyed the food before receiving the command to commence their meal. The table was laden with 4 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried potato shreds, kung pao chicken, and braised potatoes with green beans, accompanied by a bowl of egg drop soup. A generous portion of rice was available for the students to serve according to their appetites. After a morning of activities, albeit lacking in strenuous exercise, the youthful boys and girls found their stomachs grumbling in unison upon inhaling the delectable aromas wafting from the dishes. When the instructor finally issued the command to begin eating, everyone swiftly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, eagerly serving themselves. Initially, a few individuals engaged in quiet conversation, but following the instructor's admonitions, silence enveloped the room. 10 minutes later, those who had eaten quickly finished their meals, leaving only a handful of slower diners still chewing. Noticing their peers had concluded, the remaining diners hurriedly quickened their pace. After another 5 minutes, the instructor announced that the meal period had come to an end. Upon hearing the command, everyone promptly gathered their bowls and utensils and lined up at the sink to wash them. Once their dishes were clean and placed in the designated basket, the students continued to file out of the cafeteria. After regrouping at the entrance, the instructors led the students back to their dormitories. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, the instructor declared that it was now time for a midday rest, with a precise assembly at 1:30 p.m. Following this announcement, the girls were guided down the corridor, while the boys remained under the supervision of the assistant instructor back to their dorm. Upon returning to their quarters, a satiated Chen Xiaochun lay on his bed with his eyes closed, preparing for a brief nap. Observing this, Yulu also climbed onto his bed to rest. The remaining occupants of the dorm either closed their eyes like Chen Xiaochun or engaged in soft conversations, creating a tranquil, lazy afternoon atmosphere within the room. The midday rest did not last long. Nearly an hour later, the sound of the instructor's whistles and shouts echoed through the corridor. Upon hearing the commotion, the students in Chen Xiaochun's dorm quickly rose to tidy themselves and jogged out of the dormitory. The routine was repeated, lining up, regrouping, and forming ranks once more. After the 3rd class had assembled, the instructor led them to the playground. All 11 classes of the first-year students at number 40 high school gathered on the field, signaling the official commencement of their military training. In the 3rd class, the instructor did not immediately delve into training activities. Instead, he and the assistant instructor introduced themselves, allowing the students a preliminary acquaintance with the two. Chapter 97. The military song. Upon completing their self-introductions, the instructor commenced the foundational drill training with the students. Initially, the assistant instructor demonstrated various marching movements according to command. The main instructor, meanwhile, elucidated the essential techniques and points of attention for each maneuver. At attention, The heels of the feet should be brought together and aligned, with the toes pointed outward at an angle of approximately 60 degrees. The legs must be straightened, the abdomen gently pulled in, and the chest naturally elevated. The upper body should remain upright, with a slight forward lean. The shoulders ought to be level, slightly drawn back. The arms should hang naturally at the sides, fingers together and slightly bent, with the tips of the thumbs resting on the second joint of the index fingers, and the middle fingers aligned with the seams of the trousers. The head must be upright, the neck straight, the mouth closed, the chin slightly tucked in, and the eyes gazing forward at a level plane. At ease, the left foot should extend approximately 2/3 of its length in the direction of the toes. The legs remain naturally straight, while the upper body maintains the attention stance, with most of the body weight resting on the right foot. To turn left, using the left heel as the pivot. Simultaneously exert force with the left heel and the front part of the right foot to turn the body 90 degrees to the left in a coordinated manner. The weight shifts onto the left foot, and the right foot quickly draws close to the left foot, forming the attention stance. To turn right, employing the right heel as the pivot. Apply force with the right heel and the front part of the left foot to turn the body 90 degrees to the right in a synchronized manner. The weight shifts onto the right foot, and the left foot swiftly closes in on the right foot, achieving the attention stance. To turn backward, following the same principles as the right turn, pivot 180 degrees to the rear. To march in step, step forward with the left foot approximately 75 centimeters, landing in the sequence of heel first, then the sole, while simultaneously shifting the body's weight forward, with the right foot following suit. The upper body should remain upright, with a slight forward inclination. The fingers should be gently clasped, the thumbs resting against the second joint of the index fingers. The arms should swing naturally back and forth. When swinging forward, the elbows bend, the forearms draw inward naturally, with the palms facing inward and slightly downward. The base of the thumbs aligning with the button line of the uniform, approximately 30 centimeters from the body. When swinging backward, the arms should extend naturally, with the wrists positioned about 30 centimeters from the trouser seams. To march in quick time, the left foot should be kicked forward approximately 75 centimeters. Apply sufficient force for the entire foot to make contact with the ground, while the body's weight shifts forward, with the right foot mirroring this action. The legs should be taut, the toes pressed downward, and the soles parallel to the ground, about 25 centimeters above the surface. The upper body must remain erect, with a slight forward tilt. The fingers should be gently clasped, the thumbs straightened against the second joint of the index fingers. When swinging the arms forward, the elbows bend. The forearms level out slightly, with palms facing inward and slightly downward, the lower wrist rising to about 15 centimeters above the lower button of the uniform. When swinging the arms backward, the left palm faces right, and the right palm faces left, with the wrists about 30 centimeters from the trouser seams. To march at a running pace. Upon hearing the command to run, swiftly clench both hands into fists, curling the forefingers inward while the thumbs rest against the first joint of the index fingers and the second joint of the middle fingers, raising them to waist level, at the same height as the belt, with the knuckles facing inward and the elbows slightly drawing inward. Upon hearing the command, stand at ease. The upper body leans slightly forward and the legs bend slightly. Simultaneously, the left foot utilizes the propulsion of the right foot to leap approximately 85 centimeters, landing first on the balls of the feet, shifting the body's center of gravity forward, with the right foot executing the same action. Both arms swing naturally back and forth. As the arms move forward, the upper arms remain somewhat straight, the elbows close to the waist, and the forearms slightly inward, with each fist approximately 5 centimeters from the line of the garment's buttons. When swinging the arms backward, the fists rest against the waist. When commanded to stand at attention during marching or stepping, the left foot takes a larger step forward, with the toes angled approximately 30 degrees outward. The legs are straightened, and the right foot swiftly joins the left, establishing a proper stance. If the command to stand at attention is given while running, the students take 2 additional steps before placing the left foot forward, bringing both fists to the waist, ceasing any swinging motion, and aligning the right foot with the left, while simultaneously lowering their hands to achieve the correct posture. The instructor's explanations and demonstrations seem like mere formalities to those with prior military training experience, while those unacquainted with such training listen with heightened attentiveness. After the demonstrations and explanations were completed, the instructors led the students into practical exercises. Today's training focused primarily on halting movements, with only marching and standing at attention as the marching actions. Following the instructor's commands, the students began to emulate the movements previously demonstrated by the assistant instructor. However, the lack of synchronization among the students resulted in a somewhat chaotic scene. During the training on turning movements, a few particularly nervous students even turned in the wrong direction. Faced with the disorderly scene and the uneven movements of the group, the instructors appeared unfazed, exhibiting no signs of impatience. For every movement practiced, 2 instructors navigated through the ranks, tirelessly correcting each individual's form. The subsequent time passed slowly in a cycle of repetitive practice. After 3 hours, the instructors concluded the day's training session and led the group to a nearby shaded area. Once the ranks were organized, they instructed everyone to sit down on the ground. After several hours of training, the newcomers were already feeling fatigued. Upon hearing the command to sit, they promptly complied, with even the female students displaying no hesitation. Among the ranks, Chen Xiaochen sat without a hint of exhaustion, his face reflecting a deep sense of nostalgia. The afternoon's training had rekindled many memories of the past. Once everyone was seated, the instructors and assistant instructors positioned themselves before the group, also sitting on the ground. The lead instructor began. Now, let us learn to sing military songs together. Military songs serve numerous essential purposes. During marching, they significantly enhance the cohesion of the unit, ensuring that everyone's steps are more synchronized and powerful, invigorating the spirit. In moments of waiting before daily activities, military songs can elevate morale and enliven the atmosphere. Furthermore, during singing contests with other classes, military songs are a vital means of showcasing class pride and team spirit. Therefore, when singing military songs, it is imperative that everyone sings loudly and passionately, fully embodying the spirit of the songs. Do not fear hitting a wrong note. Instead, let your voice soar boldly, expressing our collective ambition and resolve. Today, I shall impart to you the melodies of 2 timeless military anthems. Following my discourse, the instructor and the assistant instructor commenced to sing these songs. Though their numbers were few, their voices rang out resoundingly, imbued with fervor. The first piece was returning from target practice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow, the warriors returned to the camp after their marksmanship. The red flowers on their chests mirrored the brilliant sunset, and joyful melodies filled the air. Mi so la so mi do re. Joyful melodies filled the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next came the second anthem. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. Harder than iron, stronger than steel, we fire upon the fascists. Let all undemocratic systems perish. Towards the sun. Towards freedom. Towards the new China, radiating brilliance. The instructors' singing resonated deeply with the young men and women before them. The boys, especially, felt a surge of enthusiasm, eager to showcase their vocal prowess and surpass the instructors. For the next several minutes, the instructors guided everyone in a repeated practice of the 2 songs. By the end, many boys found their voices hoarse from the effort. After practicing twice more, the instructor glanced at his watch. Noticing the time was nearly up, he instructed the assistant instructor to have everyone rise and form ranks. Once the formation was complete, the instructor led the group towards the dining hall. Along the way, he began to sing military songs once more. The rousing anthems, combined with an afternoon of training, infused Class 3's formation with a semblance of military spirit. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, each class lined up in anticipation of their meal. At this moment, a particularly competitive instructor initiated a military song, casting a challenging glance at his fellow comrades. Naturally, the other instructors were unwilling to concede, and soon their classes joined in, singing with vigor. The students, inspired by this atmosphere, exerted their utmost vocal efforts, and the open space before the cafeteria became a chorus of overlapping melodies, each wave of sound cresting over the last. In this spirited exchange of songs, the specific lyrics were secondary. What mattered most was the collective force that overshadowed the other teams. Before long, each class had exhausted their repertoire, and as the final notes of the 2 songs faded, it was time for dinner. Each class entered the dining hall in turn, following the established order. The evening meal was once again commendable, featuring 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. In contrast to lunchtime, the dining hall was notably quieter, as the students, having trained all afternoon, focused intently on their meals. After dinner, once the classes returned to their dormitories, the day's training concluded. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory building, the instructor advised everyone to refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily. Lights out was at 9:30 p.m., with wake up at 6 a.m. He also informed them that shortly, he and the assistant instructor would visit each dormitory to instruct them on tidying their living quarters. Upon concluding his remarks, the instructor, accompanied by the assistant instructor, divided the group into 2, leading them back. Upon returning to their dormitory, The first order of business for the students was to repose upon their respective beds. Ma Pengfei, in particular, did not even bother to remove his shoes, instead throwing his corpulent form onto the bed in a most unceremonious manner. Yu Lu, on the other hand, eschewed his own bed entirely, opting to recline horizontally on Chen Xiaocheng's mattress. As the others settled into their rest, an abrupt sound of a crack resonated through the dormitory. The group turned towards the source of the noise, only to discover Lu Chuang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaling clouds of smoke. The other students exhibited little reaction to Lu Chuang's behavior, for they were all young men accustomed to such antics. Noticing that he had garnered their attention, Lu Chuang enthusiastically produced his pack of cigarettes and inquired if anyone wished to partake. Most declined with a wave of their hands, save for Ma Pengfei, who reached out to take one. After expertly igniting it with Lu Chuang's lighter, a smile spread across Ma Pengfei's round face, and his gaze towards Lu Chuang softened considerably. This single cigarette served to bond Ma Pengfei and Lu Chuang as kindred spirits, leading to a lively exchange of conversation. Once they had finished their cigarettes, they opened the window to disperse the lingering odor, casually flicking the butts outside. The group remained languidly sprawled across their beds until just past 6 o'clock. As they began to rise, changing their attire and attending to personal hygiene, the assistant instructor arrived at their dormitory. Upon entering, he wasted no time and commenced instructing them on the requirements and techniques for organizing their belongings. To provide a tangible demonstration, the assistant instructor commandeered the bed closest to the door, Ma Pengfei's, which allowed him to observe the process most clearly. Feeling a sense of pride in his choice of bed, Ma Pengfei watched attentively. After completing the demonstration, the assistant instructor encouraged the students to practice, overseeing their efforts and offering suggestions as needed. Throughout the process, the students were quite diligent, though Ma Pengfei merely pretended to arrange the blanket that had been used for the demonstration. Once everyone had completed their tasks and the instructor confirmed that all was satisfactory, he departed from the dormitory. With the instructor gone, the atmosphere within the dormitory relaxed once more. Time drifted by amidst the banter of the group and Lu Chuang's continued smoking until it reached 9 o'clock in the evening. After a night of conversation and newfound camaraderie, the students began to prepare for bed. It was at this moment that Ma Pengfei finally removed his rubber shoes, opting not to wash up, but instead reclining on his bed barefoot. True to his earlier statement, he decided against using a blanket, planning to simply drape a piece of clothing over himself for the night. This choice ensured that the instructor's neatly arranged bedding would remain untouched, sparing him the need to tidy it again later. His decision was met with praise and encouragement from the others, which caused Ma Pengfei to feel somewhat elated. However, it was not long after Ma Pengfei lay down barefoot that a subtle, sour odor permeated the room. The group of young men, familiar yet slightly puzzled by the scent, promptly began to investigate its source. Before long, they had pinpointed Ma Pengfei as the culprit. In the sweltering heat of August, after an entire afternoon spent in rubber shoes, an unmistakable odor began to emanate from everyone's feet. Yet, none could compare to the pungent scent radiating from Ma Pengfei's feet. A distinct aroma that was both sour and foul, assaulting the senses and stimulating every nerve in the nasal cavity. As the stench grew ever more potent, the conversations in the room dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, Ma Pengfei lay obliviously on his bed, seemingly immune to the odor, his eyes closed in serene indifference. The few others in the dormitory, still in the early stages of acquaintance, were reluctant to become the whistleblowers over such a trivial matter. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu also detected the aroma, yet their proximity to the window afforded them some relief compared to others. However, even the faintest of odors could become uncomfortable over time. The rest of the occupants remained silent, and Chen Xiaochen had no inclination to speak out. He glanced towards the door, then at the window, and after a moment's contemplation, instructed Yu Lu, who was about to head to the restroom, to close the door behind him. Yu Lu, without a second thought, complied, shutting the door as he exited. Though the action puzzled the others in the room, none voiced their confusion and continued with their activities. A few minutes later, Ma Pengfei, having kept his eyes shut, sat up and surveyed his surroundings, as if searching for something. After scanning the room, he picked up his rubber shoes, took a whiff, and then inspected his feet, recoiling at the odor that nearly made him retch. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resignedly got out of bed. He stuffed the socks from his shoes into a plastic bag and tossed it into his cabinet before gathering his toiletries and leaving the dormitory. The others heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that Ma Pengfei could no longer withstand the unbearable smell and finally decided to wash his feet. Seeing his plan yield results, Chen Xiaochen contentedly reclined on his bed. Ma Pengfei had not grown accustomed to the stench. Rather, His position near the door allowed for air circulation that masked the odor. Once Chen Xiaochen had asked Yu Lu to shut the door, the airflow shifted, directing the noxious smell straight toward Ma Pengfei. The success of this tactic was also due to the fact that night had fallen, bringing with it a cooler outdoor temperature than that indoors. Had it been daytime, the opposite effect would have intensified the odor within the room. Chapter 99. Yu Lu's misfortune. Shortly thereafter, a freshly washed Ma Pengfei re-entered the room alongside Yu Lu, who had just been to the restroom. Ma Pengfei appeared perfectly fine, while Yu Lu walked with a peculiar gait, legs awkwardly splayed, his expression one of utter despair. Upon entering, Yu Lu did not return to his bed, instead leaning against the upper bunk's railing, standing there with legs crossed. The others in the dorm assumed he had simply been sitting too long on the toilet and had lost circulation in his legs, paying little attention to him. Only Chen Xiaochen noticed Yu Lu's discomfort and quietly inquired about his condition. With nothing to hide from Chen Xiaochen, Yu Lu leaned in and, in a hushed tone, explained the predicament. He had been bitten by a mosquito on his private area while using the restroom. Yu Lu had been squatting for a while, and the bump on his skin had swollen considerably. He possessed a constitution that made him particularly susceptible to itching after being bitten. The slightest friction would provoke intense discomfort, hence his current posture. After listening to Yu Lu's account, Chen Xiaochen struggled to suppress his laughter, attempting to maintain a facade of sympathy. Though he empathized with Yu Lu's plight, imagining the itching made it difficult to resist a sense of schadenfreude. After a brief moment of quiet mockery, Chen Xiaochen pondered whether there was any remedy to alleviate Yu Lu's distress. He had brought some medicated oil, but the location of the bite was rather delicate. He feared that a careless application might lead to catastrophic results. After much contemplation, he could devise no effective solution. Reluctantly, he decided to swap beds with Yu Lu, sparing him the agony of climbing up and down. He also prayed for a better outcome by morning. Otherwise, Yu Lu would endure a day of training and torment. Time swiftly passed to 9:30 p.m., when the sound of a whistle echoed through the corridor, signaling the officers to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. As the continuous whistle blew, each dormitory dutifully turned off their lights. After the whistle ceased, the officer remained outside, patrolling the corridor and inspecting the dormitories. He lingered for several minutes, depriving the boys of any opportunity for pre-sleep camaraderie. The group of adolescents fell asleep quickly, and soon, they were all lost in dreams. The following morning at 6 a.m., the wake-up whistle resonated punctually through the corridor. Upon hearing the signal, everyone rose from their slumber. After dressing, they began to tidy their beds in accordance with the instructions given by the officer the previous night. Ma Pengfei was indeed a tough character, just as he had claimed the night before, having slept in his clothes throughout the night. Upon waking to the whistle, he sat up, somewhat smug, preparing to observe the others as they made their beds. However, upon glancing at his own bedding, he was taken aback. His once neatly arranged blankets had completely lost their shape. Last night, he had intended to place his blanket on the table, but feared that moving it might lead to complications or that someone might inadvertently disturb it. Ultimately, he decided to keep the blanket inside and sleep at an angle. Little did he realize that his restless sleep, compounded by his weight, resulted in him kicking the blanket every time he rolled to the left. Now, the once orderly bedding lay in complete disarray. Realizing the predicament, Ma Pengfei hurriedly set about rectifying the situation, flustered and disorganized, and after considerable effort, he managed to restore some semblance of order to the blanket. Though it was far from its original state, it was at least presentable. Nevertheless, after all that commotion, he had spent as much time as anyone else. In essence, apart from a night of discomfort, it seemed he had gained nothing. Meanwhile, after tidying Yu Lu's bed, Chen Xiaochen climbed down from his bunk. At this moment, Yu Lu appeared considerably improved in both posture and movement compared to the previous night. He was now bent over, arranging Chen Xiaochen's bed. Although Yu Lu appeared to be feeling much better, Chen Xiaochen did not allow him to continue working. He set Yu Lu aside and deftly arranged his bedding. After everyone tidied their sleeping quarters, they hurriedly made their way to the restroom to wash up. They had only half an hour to organize their belongings and attend to personal hygiene. After 30 minutes, the instructor's assembly whistle sounded punctually, marking the official commencement of an entire day of military training. The schedule for the day resembled that of the previous afternoon, with morning drills, lunch, a short rest, and continued training in the afternoon. Unlike yesterday, today included training in marching and various formations, with extended practice hours that added 2 more hours of training after dinner. By the time the group returned to their dormitory, it was well past 7 in the evening. The room was filled with a chorus of complaints and exclamations of discontent. Even Ma Pengfei, usually the model of decorum, carelessly pushed his bedding aside, removed his shoes, and collapsed onto his bed. Having only endured half a day of training yesterday, his feet were already weary, and after an entire day of exertion today, the outcome was predictable. However, at that moment, he was too fatigued to think about it, simply yearning to lie down and alleviate the strain on his legs and feet. Coincidentally, his roommate Lu Chuang was lying on his pillow, yawning, with Ma Pengfei's feet directly above him. Lu Chuang took a deep breath, but before he could exhale, he found himself overwhelmed by a thick and somewhat familiar odor that blocked his breath, nearly suffocating him. Struggling for air, Lu Chuang abruptly sprang up from his bed, tilting to one side, coughing and gagging. He felt not only the difficulty in breathing, but also a stinging sensation in his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. This commotion drew the attention of others, and Ma Pengfei opened his eyes to glance at the scene. Upon witnessing Lu Chuang's reaction and considering their positions, he began to comprehend the situation and discreetly withdrew his feet. At that moment, Lu Chuang, having recovered his senses, recalled the familiar scent and cursed himself for his forgetfulness. He pointed at Ma Pengfei and shouted, "Ma Pengfei, you better wash your feet right now. If you ever come to bed without washing again, I swear I will make you regret it." Realizing he was in the wrong, Ma Pengfei did not argue, but instead forced a smile as he got up to wash his feet. It was not that Ma Pengfei was overly accommodating. The problem with his feet had long been established, and he was well aware of their potency. Even his parents could not tolerate it, which was why they had prepared plastic bags specifically for his worn socks. Watching Ma Pengfei leave with his toiletries, the others began to understand what had transpired. And one by one, they lay back on their beds, laughing uncontrollably. Even Lu Chuang, who had been seething with anger, was eventually swept up by the infectious atmosphere and chuckled. However, after a couple of laughs, he pursed his lips and, with a frown, went to brush his teeth. Chen Xiaochen lay on his bed, laughing uncontrollably at the scene before him. Chapter 100, Biscuits and Sausages. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the lights were set to go out in half an hour. The 8 occupants of the dormitory were beginning to feel a pang of hunger. For a group of 16 and 17-year-old boys, having dined at 5 o'clock and then endured 2 hours of training was more than enough reason to feel famished. Chen Xiaochen shared the same sentiment. His stomach was empty, yearning for sustenance. Although his backpack contained a modest supply of snacks, with 8 individuals in the room, resources were limited. Once he retrieved any food, it would need to be shared equally, lest he invite resentment by indulging in front of others. After some contemplation, Chen Xiaochen resolved to procure a portion of his snacks for sharing. After all, he had little choice. Living in close quarters with others made it impractical to sneak off with Yu Lu to enjoy a private meal. With this decision made, he rose and approached his locker. He placed his backpack on the table and began rummaging through its contents. He had not packed a diverse array of food, merely 10 packs of filled biscuits and 10 sausages. As Chen Xiaochen searched, the sound of the biscuit wrappers caught the attention of the others. Yu Lu even jumped up from his bed in excitement. Noticing the eager gazes directed at him, Chen Xiaochen chuckled and said, "I brought some snacks with me, not much, but let us share a bit to tide us over." Upon hearing this, the others perked up, their faces lighting up with joy. After retrieving the biscuits and sausages, Chen Xiaochen deliberated for a moment before extracting 5 packs of biscuits and 5 sausages. He reserved 1 portion for himself and Yu Lu, while the remaining 3 portions were to be evenly divided among the other 6. The group had no objections. After all, the food belonged to him, and having anything to eat was a treat. As soon as he finished distributing the snacks, the others eagerly tore open the packaging and began to eat, continuously expressing their gratitude to Chen Xiaochen. Just as he was about to return the remaining food to his backpack, a fleeting thought of Zhou Yuqi crossed his mind. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately decided against putting the extra food away. After entrusting his portion to Yu Lu for safekeeping, he stepped outside with the snacks in hand. Yu Lu was curious about his intentions and wanted to accompany him, but Chen Xiaochen gently declined. His plan was to deliver the remaining food to Zhou Yuqi. Having lived for several decades, he was acutely aware that his thoughts were occupied by this young lady. He would not deceive himself with platitudes about friendship. His feelings were genuine. In this second chance at life, he refused to betray his own heart. However, he would not pursue her relentlessly. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Upon leaving the dormitory, Chen Xiaochen noticed that the assistant instructor on duty at the entrance happened to be from his class. Chen Xiaochen approached the assistant instructor with a natural demeanor, reporting his intentions and outlining the purpose behind his request to go out. The training base did not impose a complete restriction on students leaving, provided they had a legitimate reason and filed a report. The lack of students venturing outside stemmed from the absence of recreational and consumption opportunities within the base. There was simply nowhere to go if they did step out. When explaining his reasons, Chen Xiaochen merely stated that he was delivering items for his classmates. The assistant instructor observed the items in his hands, pausing in silence before refraining from outright denial of his request. The base had not expressly forbidden students from bringing food. Otherwise, there would have been thorough inspections of all backpacks upon arrival. Though not prohibited, students typically indulged in food discreetly, and it was rare to see someone as bold as Chen Xiaochen openly reporting to an instructor. After contemplating for a moment, the assistant instructor deemed that although his behavior was somewhat audacious, it did not contravene any regulations. He nodded and instructed, "Be quick about it." With approval granted, Chen Xiaochen left the dormitory building with his bag in hand. Once outside, he stood still, gazing at the girls' dormitory across the way. Having had few opportunities to converse with Zhou Yuqi over the past couple of days, he was unaware of her specific dormitory location. While he could directly enter through the front door to deliver the items, he worried about potentially causing Zhou Yuqi any undue embarrassment. After all, it would be quite the topic of conversation for a boy to make such a conspicuous delivery to a girl in the late evening. After some contemplation, Chen Xiaochen resolved to search for her instead. The dormitories were organized by class, and the ratio of boys to girls was relatively balanced. Residing in the 7th dormitory on the left, he inferred that Zhou Yuqi's dormitory would likely be in a similar position, no more than 2 rooms away. Upon reaching the vicinity of the girls' dormitory, he encountered a dilemma. The girls, unlike boys, were more discreet and valued their privacy, drawing their curtains tightly, which significantly complicated his search. However, Chen Xiaochen was not one to be single-minded. This food did not have to be delivered today. After pondering for a moment, he decided to observe from a distance. If he couldn't discern any details from afar, he would return to avoid being mistaken for a peeping Tom. Having made his decision, Chen Xiaochen counted 7 windows from the right and stood back, peering at several nearby windows. The 7th window was tightly curtained, while the 8th, though also covered, had an unobstructed side. He gazed through the opening, and though he did not spot Zhou Yuqi, he was delighted to see Li Wanting seated on the upper bunk. This discovery assured him that he was indeed in the right place. Although uncertain of Zhou Yuqi's exact location, she was surely not far off, either to the left or right. Upon seeing Li Wanting, Chen Xiaochen leaned closer to the window and waved incessantly in her direction, hoping to capture her attention. By a fortunate coincidence, Li Wanting happened to turn her head towards the window just then. Noticing someone waving outside, she focused intently to discern who it was. Illuminated by the glow of the streetlight outside, she recognized Chen Xiaochen from her class. She had a decent impression of him. After all, individuals who excel academically and possess pleasing appearances tend to leave a lasting impression. Although she was unaware of Chen Xiaocheng's intentions, she did not treat the top student of their class with indifference and promptly got out of bed. Approaching the window, Li Wanting inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Indeed, there is a small matter," Chen Xiaocheng replied. "I wanted to ask where Zhou Yuqi is. She asked me to bring her something, and it just dawned on me. So I hurried over to deliver it." Li Wanting nodded calmly in response to his explanation and stated, "I'll go call her." With that, she turned and exited the dormitory. Chapter 101. Watching a movie just as Chen Xiaocheng was appreciating the girl's swift decisiveness, the curtains of the adjacent dormitory were drawn back, revealing Zhou Yuqi. When Li Wanting found Zhou Yuqi, she merely informed her that someone was looking for her outside, without disclosing the identity of the visitor. This left Zhou Yuqi in a state of perplexity. However, upon pulling back the curtains and seeing Chen Xiaocheng, her confusion swiftly transformed into surprise and delight. As Chen Xiaocheng approached the window, Zhou Yuqi, with her back to her roommate Wang Qi, attempted to maintain her composure and asked, "What brings you here, deskmate? Is there something you need?" "Nothing much, really. I just kept forgetting to bring you the items you asked for, and I remembered just now. So I rushed over to deliver them." Chen Xiaocheng noticed the curious expression on Wang Qi's face and refrained from saying anything unnecessary. He simply handed the items to Zhou Yuqi while discreetly winking at her where Wang Qi couldn't see. Upon receiving the bag, Zhou Yuqi still bore a hint of confusion. However, when she glimpsed the cookies and sausages within, coupled with Chen Xiaocheng's earlier demeanor, she immediately grasped his meaning and smiled brightly, replying, "Ah, I had completely forgotten. Thank you so much, deskmate." She then playfully mimicked Chen Xiaocheng's earlier gesture, giving a cheeky wink. With the delivery complete, Chen Xiaocheng did not linger any longer. He smiled and waved goodbye to Zhou Yuqi before turning to leave. Zhou Yuqi stood by the window, her expression a blend of joy and a touch of shyness. Watching Chen Xiaocheng's retreating figure until he entered the boys' dormitory across the way, at which point she slowly drew the curtains shut. Just as Zhou Yuqi turned around, Wang Qi sidled up to her, teasingly remarking, "Oh my, what's this, Yuqi? At this late hour, Chen Xiaochen specifically came to deliver something to you. He can't possibly have feelings for you, can he? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I asked him to help me bring these things because I was worried they would be cumbersome to carry. At this moment, while others were busy with their evening routines in the washroom, only the two of them remained in the dormitory. Wang Qi had no intention of letting her off so easily, and continued, "Are you truly fine? I find that hard to believe. If everything were indeed well, you would have handed it over long ago. Why would you make a special trip here at such a late hour? I know that without the instructor's permission, one cannot leave the dormitory building." Hearing Wang Qi's teasing, Zhou Yuqi's face flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, "You talk too much. Let me tell you, I have plenty of snacks here. Weren't you just complaining about being hungry? Do you still want to eat? Eat, eat, eat. I admit my fault. I shall keep quiet now. Yuqi, you are the best. Let me see what delightful treats you have." As they laughed and bantered, they opened the bag. Upon seeing the cookies and sausages inside, Wang Qi, who had been starving, could not help but swallow hard. Noticing Wang Qi's expression, Zhou Yuqi chuckled as she pulled out a portion of food from the bag and handed it to Wang Qi, saying, "Haven't you already had dinner? How can you be this hungry? Here you go. Hurry and have a bite." Wang Qi accepted the offering, eagerly tearing open the cookie packaging. Taking a bite of the cream-filled cookie while responding, "Yuqi, you are truly wonderful. You have no idea. I have always been prone to hunger, especially after exercising." Watching Wang Qi enjoy her snack with a look of sheer satisfaction, Zhou Yuqi shook her head in amusement, unable to do anything but smile. She then stood up to put the remaining food into her storage locker. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Xiaochen found that the others had already finished their snacks. Each of them wore a contented expression. Some lounged on their beds with their legs crossed. Others were engaged in toothpicking. While Lu Chuang and Ma Pengfei had lit up cigarettes again. Seeing Chen Xiaochen return, Yulu quickly handed him some food, urging him to eat. After Chen Xiaochen had stepped out, Yulu had guessed what he was up to, and as he passed the snacks, he wore a silly grin. Understanding Yu Li's implication, Chen Xiaochen playfully ruffled his hair and said, "Get lost," before opening the cookies to eat. After finishing his food, Chen Xiaochen noticed that lights-out time was approaching and hurriedly freshened up again before lying down on his bed. On the third day of military training, the morning unfolded similarly to the previous day, with everyone continuing their drill practice until lunch was over. Before dismissing everyone, the instructor announced that after an hour of training in the afternoon, the base would organize a movie outing for all. Upon hearing this news, everyone present erupted in excitement. Although they were unaware of the film they would be watching, the prospect of a few hours less of training delighted the students, prompting them to cheer enthusiastically. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the instructor concluded the drill training punctually, leading the group while singing military songs towards the auditorium. The auditorium, spacious with 2 levels, could comfortably seat several hundred people for a simultaneous viewing. Upon arrival, each class entered in order, settling into their designated seats. Class 3 was situated in the 3rd and 4th rows, which were quite acceptable. However, Chen Xiaochen was not particularly fortunate. According to the seating arrangement, he and Yulu found themselves placed at the far left. No one exhibited any dissatisfaction with their positions. After all, among these children, very few were genuinely here to watch a film. Once everyone settled into their seats, the auditorium lights dimmed and the movie commenced. As anticipated, the screen displayed the classic patriotic film Tunnel Warfare, entirely in line with everyone's expectations, devoid of any surprises or deviations. The audience gradually succumbed to drowsiness, and the hall fell into an unusual silence. Chen Xiaochen was no exception to this hypnotic fate. Just as he began to drift off, he suddenly felt someone lightly kick the back of his chair. Although the force was gentle, the persistent 3 kicks were clearly deliberate. Turning to see who it was, he found Zhou Yuqi sitting behind him. Meeting her gaze, Chen Xiaochen noticed her smile, her lips silently forming the words "thank you." In response to her gratitude, he merely smiled and shook his head. Surrounded by classmates, they refrained from further conversation, and after this silent exchange, returned their attention to the film. Over the course of an hour and a half, the movie played on while students continued to doze off. By the time the film concluded, several had truly fallen asleep and required gentle nudges from their peers to awaken. After the film, dinner was served, and the classes disbanded on the spot. Chapter 102. The song contest around 7 p.m., just as everyone assumed there would be no additional practice that evening. The sound of a sharp whistle echoed down the corridor. Accompanying the whistle was the urgent call of the instructor for assembly. This unexpected gathering caught everyone off guard. They hurriedly donned their uniforms and jogged out of the dormitory. In the open space outside the dormitory building, the classes quickly formed lines as instructed by the instructor. After 2 days of training, The students had significantly improved their responsiveness and camaraderie. Once the formations were complete, the instructor began to address the group. The purpose of this emergency assembly was to assess their reaction capabilities and training outcomes. Class 3 performed commendably, with everyone managing to assemble in a short time, which pleased the instructor. Although the primary objective for the night was to evaluate their reactions, they could not simply be sent back after gathering. Thus, under the instructor's guidance, they commenced a light jog. Asking this group of students to run 5 kilometers would be unrealistic, as many might struggle to keep pace. However, 3 kilometers was feasible. Consequently, the instructors led their classes in a synchronized jog around the training base, forming a long line of 11 classes. As the night of late August descended, the oppressive heat began to dissipate, giving way to a gentle chill. In such an environment, the students ran with relative ease, free from the anxiety of heat exhaustion and the discomfort of sweat-soaked clothing. The distance of 3 kilometers, neither too far nor too near, was traversed with determination. Upon returning to the dormitory half an hour later, many students were left breathless and speechless, panting heavily. Observing their fatigue, the instructor refrained from unnecessary words, swiftly regrouped the team, and declared the session concluded. Upon returning to their quarters, the majority of students collapsed onto their beds, utterly reluctant to move. Among them, the notably rotund Ma Pengfei lay sprawled on his bed, groaning in exhaustion. Only a handful, such as Chen Xiaochen, who maintained a habit of jogging, appeared relatively unscathed. For him, 3 kilometers posed no significant challenge. The remainder of the time was spent languishing on their beds, except for Ma Pengfei, who was mandated by his peers to wash his feet due to his questionable hygiene. Others could not muster the energy even for basic grooming, promptly extinguishing the lights to surrender to sleep. On the 4th day of military training, many students awoke to a sense of soreness in their legs, their steps somewhat unsteady. The day was once again dedicated to training. However, a notable shift occurred when the instructor announced that a military display would take place the following day. This news ignited a competitive spirit among many students, who were eager to excel. As the afternoon training came to a close, the instructor informed everyone that there would be no additional practice that evening. After dinner, classes gathered on the playground for a song competition. Following their meal, the classes did not return to their dormitories but were instead directed to the field. As dusk approached, the sunset cast a warm golden hue over the expansive playground, enveloping the scene in a cozy glow. 11 classes formed a circle, seated on the ground. With a command from the instructor, Class 1 stepped forth first. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the soldiers sang with fervor, their voices resonating like the clarion call of a battle charge, instantly igniting the atmosphere. No sooner had Class 1 concluded their performance than Class 2, unwilling to be overshadowed, swiftly retaliated. The instructor of Class 2 had devised a clever strategy for the evening's competition, teaching them a new song earlier that afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like a song, the students of Class 2 sang in unison, their rhythm precise and upbeat, achieving an unexpected impact. Meanwhile, the students of Class 3 were already preparing for their turn, particularly incensed by Class 2's newfound song. For them, the novelty of the tune mattered little. The essence of the competition lay in sheer spirit. Thus, when it was Class 3's turn to perform, they emerged like a battalion of valiant warriors, their morale soaring high. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. Their voices surged forth like crashing waves, expanding in fervor around them. Their faces flushed with determination. They poured every ounce of their vitality into their song. Each note was imbued with boundless energy, and every lyric seemed to challenge the other classes, ringing with defiance. As the performance drew to a close, the instructor expressed great satisfaction, continually applauding the students and encouraging them to persevere and outshine their peers. Following the 3rd class, the 4th and 5th classes showcased their talents in turn. Although not as commanding as the 3rd class, their melodies were equally infused with passion and vitality. Once all classes had taken their turns in singing, the real competition commenced. All 11 classes sang a second song simultaneously, vying to outdo one another in fervor and volume. The entire playground resonated with waves of sound, each surge rising higher than the last, a cacophony of spirited voices. Among them, Chen Xiaochen sat in the 3rd class, singing loudly alongside his peers. Observing the boys around him, their faces flushed and veins bulging, he couldn't help but internally scoff at the scheduling. Who was the mastermind behind this agenda? A singing competition tonight and a performance tomorrow? Given the current state of the students, it was questionable whether they would be able to utter a word by the next day, let alone shout slogans in formation. However, this was beyond his control. so he could only grumble silently. The singing competition gradually approached its conclusion, and by this point, the rankings and outcomes had lost their significance. In the finale, all 11 classes united in a grand chorus, their collective voices soaring to the heavens, resonating without end. After the final song, each class returned to their quarters. With a performance schedule for the following day, the instructors wasted no time, offering brief instructions before allowing the students to return and rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, many students found their voices hoarse. Among them, Yuli's condition was particularly severe, his speech accompanied by a raspy, creaky sound. Observing the room full of injured voices, Chen Xiaochen felt somewhat exasperated. Approaching his locker, he rummaged through his backpack and tossed a box of throat lozenges to the group. In response, the students expressed their gratitude with their cracked voices, while Yulu, unable to speak, gave Chen Xiaochen a thumbs up. An hour later, as their voices began to recover, soft, raspy conversations filled the room once more. Just as they engaged in hushed chatter, a commotion erupted in the hallway, followed by a flurry of curses. Hearing the ruckus, the 8 students in the dormitory rushed out to investigate the source of the disturbance. Chapter 103. Zhao Tianyu at that moment, in the corridor near dormitory 10. 4 individuals were mercilessly beating a single person. The victim, unable to stand, curled up on the ground, cradling his head. Coincidentally, the corridor was mostly empty, as the majority of students, like Chen Xiaochen and his friends, were resting in their dormitories. There were no instructors on duty at the entrance. They were convened in a meeting to discuss the upcoming performance and the arrangements for each class. Among the 4 assailants, only one stood by, seemingly attempting to intervene but lacking the courage to step forward, appearing somewhat helpless and disoriented. Surrounding them, several individuals were observing the commotion. In the nearby dormitories, Chen Xiaochen and her companions, being in close proximity, were the quickest to emerge. Once outside, the keen-eyed Chen Xiaochen immediately recognized that the person attempting to mediate was from her class. Upon closer inspection at the feet of the group, she discerned that the one being assaulted was none other than the latecomer with the yellow hair. Recognizing him as a fellow classmate, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time and, accompanied by Yulu, rushed towards the scene, with others from their dormitory following closely behind. Upon reaching the front, Chen Xiaochen shouted, "What are you all doing? Break it up." As she spoke, she reached out to separate the combatants. Naturally, those engaged in the altercation were reluctant to comply, noticing Chen Xiaochen's intervention. The leader of the group cursed, "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business and get lost." Provoked by the foul language, Chen Xiaochen's temper flared, and she retorted, "You foul-mouthed brat, you think you can just gang up on someone from our class? If you don't step back, don't say we won't give you a taste of your own medicine." As soon as Chen Xiaochen finished her outburst, Yulu immediately joined in the shouting. The others from their dormitory, having received ample care from Chen Xiaochen in recent days, felt emboldened by their numbers and echoed her sentiments in support. The youth leading the opposition, witnessing the 8 vociferous individuals before him, felt a twinge of trepidation. Their apparent unity suggested that a real fight would not favor his side, and he could very well suffer significant consequences. Contemplating this, he took a couple of steps back with his 3 companions. Once they retreated, the besieged yellow-haired youth was revealed. Chen Xiaochen hurriedly approached him, assisting him to his feet while inquiring, "Are you all right? Is everything okay?" The yellow-haired youth shook his head, responding, "I'm fine. These guys are weak. If it weren't for their numbers, I would have laid them all out. Thank you." Noticing that he only bore some shoe prints on his body, and that he was indeed unharmed, Chen Xiaochen continued to ask, "What happened? How did this all start?" "They were bragging, and I couldn't help but laugh, and then they all came at me," the yellow-haired youth explained. Chen Xiaochen nodded, understanding that although the situation might not be as simple as he portrayed, it likely wasn't far from the truth. As freshmen, they bore no long-standing grievances, and conflicts typically arose from spontaneous occurrences. In this instance, it was difficult to assign blame. The yellow-haired youth had provoked them first, making it unsurprising that he found himself on the receiving end of an assault. The pressing concern was to swiftly resolve the matter, otherwise, it could lead to complications with the school. Given that the yellow-haired youth was the last to arrive, it was quite possible that he had gained admission through dubious means. If a student from a key provincial school engaged in a fight prior to the official commencement of classes, there was a risk of expulsion. Thus, she addressed the opposing 4, saying, "Let us not linger here. It's not a big deal. Our class has already suffered, so let us call it even. When the instructor arrives, it won't be good for anyone. Let us head back and go about our business." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, the young man at the forefront paused to contemplate, before leading his companions back to the dormitory. Just before entering, he turned to Huang Mao and remarked, "You little brat. Watch your foul mouth from now on. He then addressed Chen Xiaochen, saying, Buddy, I won't forget you. With that, he entered the dormitory. At this moment, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered in the corridor. Seeing that the confrontation had subsided, Chen Xiaochen decided not to linger and turned to return to his own dorm. Noticing Huang Mao's lingering dissatisfaction, Chen Xiaochen quietly advised him, Let's leave it at this for now. This isn't the place for fighting. Fortunately, the instructor isn't here today, otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. If the school finds out, you'll be the one to suffer. Whatever thoughts you have, we can discuss them later. Huang Mao discerned that Chen Xiaochen was considering his well-being and nodded in acceptance of the advice. Observing Huang Mao's agreement, Chen Xiaochen continued, Come on. Let us hang out in our dorm for a bit. We'll head back before lights out. Just endure this night, and it will soon pass. With that, Chen Xiaochen led Huang Mao along with his roommates into the dormitory. The onlookers, finding nothing more to see, gradually dispersed. Once inside the dormitory, everyone returned to their respective beds, while Chen Xiaochen and Huang Mao settled on his bunk. After everyone was seated, Chen Xiaochen initiated the conversation. Let us sit here for a while. We've been training together for several days, yet I still don't know your name. Before Huang Mao could respond, Chen Xiaochen took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Chen Xiaochen. This is Yu Lu. We were classmates in middle school, and that's Lu Chuang. With Ma Pengfei beside him. As Chen Xiaochen introduced each person, Huang Mao nodded at them in acknowledgement. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Huang Mao spoke up. I am Zhao Tianyu, formerly of number 75 middle school. Thank you all for today. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. I won't hesitate. With that, Zhao Tianyu produced a box of cigarettes from his pocket and began to offer them to everyone. Most declined his generous offer, with only Lu Chuang and Ma Pengfei accepting. After lighting up, they savored the smoke with expressions of delight. Lu Chuang, exhibiting great enthusiasm, conversed animatedly while Ma Pengfei boasted, No worries, brother. This is just a small affair, nothing to be concerned about. If someone unfamiliar with the situation had heard Ma Pengfei's words, they might have thought he had played a significant role. However, in reality, he had merely helped to maintain the atmosphere by being present. After a while of chatting, Lu Chuang inquired, Zhao Tianyu, I noticed you arrived on the day of the military training. Many in class say you have connections, which is why you came at that time. Is that true? Zhao Tianyu was not put off by Lu Chuang's directness, especially since they had just aided him. So he candidly nodded, There is a bit of truth to that. My grades weren't sufficient, and my father pulled some strings to get me in. Impressive. This is a provincial key school. Your father must be quite influential, remarked Lu Chuang. He's all right. Our family owns a bathhouse. Once I return, I'll invite a few of you to join me for a bath, Zhao Tianyu replied. Upon hearing this, the individuals in the room began to inquire with great curiosity. Even Yu Lu was captivated by the notion of bathing. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen remained seated quietly, listening attentively. Chapter 104. The report performance to satiate the youthful curiosity. Zhao Tianyu generously shared his experiences. Let me tell you, the bathhouse is indeed a splendid place. My family's bathhouse is rather ordinary. The truly grand establishments boast opulent decor and an array of services that will astonish you. There is nothing they cannot accomplish if you can imagine it. Have you all experienced a scrub? Have you ever encountered a girl in her 20s performing the scrub for you? At these words, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Xiaocheng's mouth. He had indeed witnessed this, and not only that, he had personally experienced it. Almost losing his resolve to the enchanting temptress, he chose not to share his own experiences but continued to listen to Zhao Tianyu's account. The scrub is merely the most fundamental offering. There are countless other services to explore, such as the Guangzhou style, Thai style, and Japanese style. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ma Pengfei interjected, Brother, have you actually tried all these? What was it like? Please elaborate. Zhao Tianyu shook his head in response. No, I haven't tried them. My father does not permit me to bathe outside. All that I know comes from the staff at my family's bathhouse. Some of their friends work at different establishments, but they haven't visited either, so what they shared with me was rather general. Ma Pengfei felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, and he instinctively twisted his thigh. After a bit more conversation, the time approached 9:30 p.m., and it was time for Zhao Tianyu to retire for the night. Before leaving, he patted Chen Xiaocheng on the back, his expression turning serious. Brother, thank you for today. Let us consider ourselves friends moving forward. With that, Zhao Tianyu rose and departed the dormitory. A few minutes later, the lights-out whistle echoed through the room. With the lights extinguished, everyone settled into their respective beds. Despite the fatigue of the day, slumber eluded them, and the group, including Ma Peng and Lu Chuang, continued to discuss the topic of bathhouses. The following morning, Ma Pengfei appeared somewhat uneasy as he rummaged through his locker and emerged with a few items before exiting the dormitory. A few minutes later, he returned, hastily shoving an unknown object back into his locker. The other occupants only heard the crinkling of a plastic bag. Chen Xiaochen suppressed his laughter. Fully aware of Ma Pengfei's predicament, though he chose to remain discreet, quietly reveling in the humor of the situation. After completing their morning routines, everyone gathered as usual, led by their instructor to breakfast. Following their meal, preparations commenced for the day's report performance. As the group exited the dining hall, their long-missing homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, suddenly appeared before them. As the instructor assembled the ranks and organized the formation, Teacher Song stepped forward with a warm smile and addressed the students. Dear students, today during the performance, school leaders will be present. I hope everyone can present their best selves, put forth diligent effort, and strive to secure first place for our class. With that, Teacher Song stepped aside to make way for the instructor. After a round of motivational encouragement from the instructor, the team set off towards the playground. The enthusiasm from both the homeroom teacher and the instructor had a palpable effect. The majority of the students adopted a more serious demeanor, and their marching became more vigorous. Thus, Class 3 followed the instructor to the grand playground. At one side of the playground, an elevated platform had mysteriously appeared, where the school and base leaders were now seated. As the various classes entered in succession, 11 classes lined up neatly on the field, awaiting the commencement of the military training performance. The weather today was exceptionally clear, with a cerulean sky stretching endlessly, devoid of clouds. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon the students' faces, while a soft breeze provided a refreshing touch. As stirring music filled the air, the performance officially commenced. Class 1 was the first to take the stage, their steps synchronized and their chants resounding, displaying a commendable spirit, with their prescribed movements executed flawlessly. Following their performance, Class 2 took the spotlight. Their display matched Class 1's in various aspects, with only a few minor missteps. Overall, their performance was quite commendable. After Class 2 concluded, it was Class 3's turn. Under the guidance of their instructor, the students of Class 3 marched confidently toward the platform, clad in their neat training uniforms. Their eyes radiated self-assurance and determination. Teacher Song stood to the side, anxiously observing them, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As they approached the platform, the instructor bellowed, "March in place." At the command, the students immediately straightened their backs, raised their legs high, and advanced with impeccable form. Each step resonated powerfully, as if they were determined to leave an imprint on the earth. Their arms swung in perfect unison with their strides, demonstrating remarkable coordination. As they neared the final steps, altogether they shouted their rallying cry, "Class 3, charge ahead." Each face was resolute, every voice infused with strength, as if a flame of passion burned within each of them. Upon reaching the front of the platform, the instructor commanded again, "Stand at attention." The students froze in place, immovable as if carved from stone. Their gazes were steadfastly fixed on the platform, awaiting the next command. At that moment, the entire playground seemed to be captivated by the formidable presence of Class 3, enveloped in silence save for the whisper of the breeze. "Attention! Rest! Align to the right." With each powerful command from the instructor, the students of Class 3 executed their movements in perfect harmony, clean and precise. Every action radiated strength, and every gaze conveyed unwavering resolve. After completing all the prescribed exercises, the students of Class 3, under the guidance of their instructor, marched away from the podium with synchronized steps. They showcased the results of their military training in the most splendid manner to the leaders seated at the dais. The school and base leaders on the podium nodded frequently, expressing high praise for Class 3's performance. In the ensuing moments, several other classes also presented their learning achievements with commendable vigor. As the students of Class 11 concluded their performance and departed from the podium, the day's report performance approached its conclusion. Following a thorough discussion, the leaders unanimously decided that Class 3 would be awarded first place for the day's exhibition. Upon hearing this news, the students of Class 3 erupted in cheers. Teacher Song also wore a satisfied smile, feeling proud of their outstanding performance. With the conclusion of the report performance, the military training experience for the first-year students was drawing to a close. A subtle sense of reluctance began to permeate among the students. Chapter 105. Farewell. After the report performance ended, the instructors from each class orderly led their respective teams off the playground. At this moment, the homeroom teachers tacitly refrained from following, intentionally allowing the students and instructors some private time together. Under the guidance of their two instructors, the students of Class 3 arrived at a relatively secluded area. Everyone sat down on the ground, and the atmosphere turned somewhat quiet. The chief instructor cleared his throat and spoke first. Students, you performed exceptionally well in today's exhibition. As military training is about to conclude, shortly you will be packing your belongings in preparation for your return, which signifies that we are soon to part ways. We have witnessed your efforts and determination during this time. You have truly excelled. I hope that in the days to come, you will continue to embody this resilience and courage, pressing onward, undeterred, and bravely striving for greatness. The emotions of youth are often particularly abundant, easily stirred by the surrounding atmosphere. As the instructor's words lingered in the air, the sense of reluctance among the students intensified. A wave of sorrowful parting quietly spread among them. Students exchanged glances, unsure who first felt the sting of tears. One student softly remarked, "Instructor, we will miss you." Soon, more students expressed their reluctance and gratitude towards the instructor. "Instructor, thank you for your hard work during this time." "Instructor, will we be able to meet again in the future?" Their words brimmed with fondness. The two instructors, though not new to such scenes, felt their eyes moisten slightly. With great restraint, the instructor smiled and said, "Students, all gatherings must eventually part. However, I believe this experience will become a cherished memory we share. We can exchange contact information, and I am sure we will meet again when the opportunity arises. Moreover, remember, wherever you go, our blessings for you will always remain. May you navigate your future studies and life with ease, boldly pursuing your dreams." Thus, the students eagerly approached, requesting the instructor's contact information. The instructors were well prepared for this moment, retrieving paper and pens from their pockets to share their contact information with the students. Subsequently, everyone reminisced about the myriad moments of their military training, filled with laughter, sweat, and growth. Chen Xiaochen also requested a copy of the contact details. Although he did not succumb to the melancholic atmosphere like his peers, he did not wish to appear out of place. Perhaps due to his age, Chen Xiaochen remained somewhat detached. Such farewells had yet to stir his emotions. He understood all too well that this intimacy and reluctance to part could be fleeting. Despite the tears and snot streaming down his classmates' faces, he knew that within 3 days of returning home, most would have begun to forget the events of today. Nevertheless, he did not want to disrupt the mood, as this was a rare emotional experience for the young men and women. To enhance their experience, Chen Xiaochen decided to ignite the moment further. Once everyone had returned to their ranks, he stood up and called out, "Everyone, please stand." Taken by surprise by this sudden command, his classmates looked at him in confusion. The first to respond were Yu Lu and Zhao Tianyu. Yu Lu needed no encouragement, while Zhao Tianyu felt an innate trust in Chen Xiaochen. Although unaware of his intentions, the two stood up without hesitation. Following them were their dorm mates and a few astute classmates who had guessed what was to come. Zhou Yuqi was quick to react as well. As the others rose, she pulled her fellow female dorm mates to their feet. Seeing this, the remaining students no longer hesitated and stood tall. Even Song Haoran refrained from causing trouble, quietly maintaining his position in the crowd. Once everyone was standing properly, Chen Xiaochen commanded, "Attention." This time, no one hesitated, and they all stood upright, their spines straightened. Observing this, Chen Xiaochen raised his voice and issued the command, "Salute." Upon hearing the order, everyone mimicked the gestures they had observed before, raising their right hands in a gesture of the highest respect towards the instructors. The two instructors were somewhat taken aback by the scene. Once they regained their composure, they too stood straight and returned the salute solemnly, their eyes filled with emotion and pride. In that moment, words were unnecessary. This innocent yet solemn salute spoke volumes more than 1,000 words ever could. Many students with shallow eye sockets could no longer contain their tears, which streamed down their faces. In the ensuing moments, they sat together, calming their emotions while engaging in casual conversation and sharing glimpses of their lives. It was then that they learned the instructors were 7 years their senior, while the assistant instructor was only 3 years older, having enlisted less than a year ago and just turning 19. Hailing from a relatively remote rural area, the assistant instructor came from a modest background. With 2 children in the family and unable to afford tuition, he had dropped out of school after completing middle school. After working outside for over a year, he finally fulfilled his aspiration of joining the military upon turning 18. His current role as an assistant instructor, along with the stipend he receives, is a testament to the care and consideration shown by his superiors. For these city-bred youths, the experience of serving as an assistant instructor is both novel and profoundly impactful, though they often learn about the hardships faced by many through various channels. Encountering such stark realities firsthand is a first for them. This experience inadvertently imparts a valuable lesson to the students. As time slipped away unnoticed, the moment of parting inevitably arrived. The instructor glanced at his watch, then rose to reorganize the ranks. Once the formation was arranged, Two instructors led the students back to the dormitory. On the return journey, the instructors led the group in singing the military song "Unity is Strength," their voices resonating with fervor. This final stretch before their separation was marked by a solemnity that enveloped the group. Upon reaching the dormitory, the school teachers were already awaiting their arrival. The instructors refrained from any unnecessary words, swiftly reorganizing the ranks before disbanding them, allowing the students to return to their rooms and pack their belongings. Though it was termed packing, there was little to take away. After a brief arrangement of personal items into their backpacks, they departed the dormitory. When they emerged again, some had already changed out of their training uniforms into their own clothes. The teachers and instructors merely exchanged glances, saying nothing. Chapter 106. Return. Once all the classes had regrouped, the instructors stepped aside, handing over the formation to the respective class teachers. In Class 3, not a single student had changed into casual attire. They remained in their training outfits, presenting a remarkably orderly appearance. Teacher Song felt a sense of satisfaction at this, especially after their recent victory, making her tone noticeably gentler than usual. After confirming that all students were present, the classes began to proceed in an orderly manner to the playground, where the return buses were already lined up neatly. The teachers wasted no time in ushering their students onto the buses according to the original groupings. Once aboard, many students craned their necks, searching for their instructors. At this moment, the instructors had formed two straight lines, standing resolutely at one side of the playground. Once all the students were settled, the buses began to depart one by one, smoothly driving out of the playground. As each bus passed the line of instructors, the majority of students rushed to the windows, waving goodbye with all their might. The instructors, in turn, saluted solemnly, watching as the students gradually receded from view. This poignant scene brought tears to many students' eyes once more. As the buses slowly left the military training base and entered the wide road, the students' emotions began to settle. Initially, the interior of the bus was filled with a cacophony of conversations, as everyone shared anecdotes from their military training and their current sentiments. However, much like their arrival, this lively exchange did not endure for long. A mere 10 minutes later, an enveloping silence once again settled within the vehicle. As half an hour slipped by unnoticed, the bus approached the vicinity of the school. The male teacher in charge rose from his seat, rousing the drowsy boys and instructing everyone to prepare for disembarkation. This time, the bus did not come to a complete halt by the roadside. After all, it was midday, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, rendering parking impractical. As they neared the school grounds, the drivers began to modulate their speed. One by one, the buses came to a stop at the school gate. Once the drivers had safely let the students off, they promptly departed to make way for the following vehicles. The teachers accompanying each class stood by, awaiting the arrival of the next bus. Once all members of their class had arrived, the teachers guided everyone into the campus, leading them to their classrooms. Upon entering the academic building, Teacher Song instructed the students to return to their respective classrooms before calling several boys to accompany her to the academic office to collect their uniforms. The selection of students appeared rather arbitrary. Chen Xiaochen, not having been called, ascended the stairs with Yu Lu. Entering the classroom, everyone instinctively returned to their seats. Over the past few days, many students had grown quite familiar with one another, dispelling the initial air of unfamiliarity, and they now engaged in lively conversations. Sitting at her desk, Chen Xiaochen exchanged a smile and greeting with Zhou Yuqi. This moment marked the first opportunity for Chen Xiaochen to truly observe Zhou Yuqi. Remarkably, the 5 days of military training had not darkened her complexion. Her cheeks bore a slight rosy hue that, rather than detracting from her appearance, added an endearing charm. Noticing Chen Xiaochen's gaze upon her, Zhou Yuqi's blush deepened as she spoke. "Thank you for the food you brought, especially those biscuits. They were immensely helpful. You have no idea, Wang Qi experienced a bout of low blood sugar one evening, and thankfully, the biscuits helped her recover." In response to Zhou Yuqi's words, Chen Xiaochen replied, "It was nothing, really. No need for formalities. I happened to bring extra, fearing you might be hungry at night, so I shared some with you." Wang Qi had low blood sugar. "Are you all right?" Zhou Yuqi shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Though not as affected as Wang Qi, I did feel hungry. And that food resolved a significant issue, which is why I express my gratitude." The two continued their aimless yet enjoyable chat, neither finding the topic dull. After a little over 10 minutes, as the students buzzed with conversation, Teacher Song entered the classroom with several boys, bringing the collected uniforms. Upon entering, she did not admonish the students for their earlier chatter, nor did she engage in unnecessary dialogue, instead proceeding directly to distribute the uniforms according to the list. The distribution of uniforms, naturally, could not be as straightforward as handing out textbooks. Each individual was required to approach in order, collecting their uniforms based on size and quantity. The entire process lasted for over 10 minutes, after which all the uniforms were distributed to the students in the class. Once the distribution was completed, Teacher Song elaborated on the specific start date and important matters regarding the new school year, subsequently announcing the dismissal. Unlike their return to school earlier, many students lingered after dismissal, engaging in discussions regarding upcoming activities. Some girls planned to have lunch together, while others intended to visit the nearby comprehensive market to purchase stationery needed for school. The boys, on the other hand, had more straightforward plans. More than 20 of them made several groups to head to the internet cafe. Such activities inevitably brought about a sense of enjoyment. And as soon as a few from the dorm proposed the idea, Yulu enthusiastically responded to the call. Chen Xiaochen, however, showed little interest and decisively declined Yu Li's invitation. As he packed his belongings in preparation to leave, Song Haoren approached. Upon getting closer, Song Haoren did not even glance at Chen Xiaochen but smiled and addressed Zhou Yuqi, asking if she needed a ride home. Zhou Yuqi politely shook her head, responding, "No. It wouldn't be on your way, and I plan to go out with Wang Qi and the others shortly, so there's no need to trouble you." Unfazed by Zhou Yuqi's somewhat distant rejection, Song Haoren continued to smile and nodded, saying, "All right then, if you have plans, you go ahead. I'll return by myself." After this, he wished to say more, but Zhou Yuqi turned the conversation away, asking Chen Xiaochen what Teacher Song had just said. Faced with this situation, Song Haoren had no choice but to leave, casting a resentful glance at Chen Xiaochen before departing. Once he was gone, Zhou Yuqi did not linger. She exchanged a brief farewell with Chen Xiaochen and left with Wang Qi. Before parting, she glanced back at Chen Xiaochen one last time. After Zhou Yuqi left, Chen Xiaochen finished gathering his things, bid farewell to Yu Lu, and exited the classroom. Upon leaving the school gate, he took out his phone and called his mother. After confirming that she was still occupied with the renovations, he strolled toward the new house. Along the way, he called Wang Bo to ensure everything was functioning well at the internet cafe before hanging up. Subsequently, he reached out to Wu Tong, who had been on leave for several days. At noon, Wu Tong was quite busy, so they exchanged only a few words, agreeing to reconnect later in the evening before ending the call. After completing all his necessary tasks, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the entrance of the new housing complex. With his access card in hand, he smoothly entered the premises. Chapter 107. An unexpected encounter online. The renovation progress of the new house was quite swift. During the days Chen Xiaochen was away, the underfloor heating had been installed, and the workers were currently engaged in backfilling, as the interior was not suitable for movement. Chen's mother was sitting in the small courtyard, basking in the sun. Chen Xiaochen approached the yard, standing behind his mother, and called out, "Mom." Hearing the sound, Chen's mother quickly turned around, her face lighting up with a smile as she responded. He then turned and approached Chen Xiaochen, scrutinizing his son closely. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. After 4 or 5 days without seeing her son, Chen Ma found herself missing him dearly. Observing Chen Xiaochen, who had tanned a bit and was now flashing a bright smile with his pearly white teeth, she felt a pang of affection and remarked, "How is it possible to get so dark in just a few days? But my son is handsome, even with a tan." As she spoke, Chen Ma reached out to adjust his clothing, continuing, "This outfit looks nice, and you seem quite spirited, though it's a bit dirty. When we get home, I'll wash it for you." Her gestures and words enveloped Chen Xiaochen in a warm embrace of maternal love. He said nothing but bent down to give his mother a big hug, exclaiming, "Mom, I've missed you." Since his rebirth, his relationship with his parents had grown much closer. Chen Ma, far from rejecting his affectionate gesture, gently patted his back in response, saying, "I've missed you too." After their embrace, they seated themselves in the small courtyard. Chen Xiaochen began recounting his recent experiences, while Chen Ma listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting with her thoughts. After about 20 minutes, Chen Ma stood up, prepared to greet the workers before heading home with Chen Xiaochen. Noticing his mother planning to accompany him, he teased her, "Mom, aren't you going to keep an eye on things today? Aren't you worried the workers might slack off without you here?" To this, Chen Ma shot him a playful glare, saying, "Do you really think your mother is foolish? I know exactly what my own child is capable of. My daily visits serve primarily as a means of communication, to ensure any issues can be addressed promptly, and to stay in touch with your father. Besides, I genuinely love our home and want to see it daily, eagerly awaiting the moment we can move in. I'm not knowledgeable about renovations, so what can I really observe? Furthermore, the workers from this renovation company have proven to be quite reliable over this period. So my presence here doesn't make much difference." Impressed by his mother's clarity, Chen Xiaochen gave her a thumbs up. After exchanging greetings with the workers, The mother-son duo made their way to the community entrance and took the bus home. Once they disembarked, they did not head straight back, but instead visited a nearby market to buy groceries. With Chen Xiaochen home, Chen Ma was in high spirits, purchasing a variety of ingredients to prepare several sumptuous dishes. In the evening, when Chen Ba returned from work and saw Chen Xiaochen, he was equally delighted. The family enjoyed a rich and joyful dinner together. Later, around 9 p.m., while lying in bed reading, Chen Xiaochen received a call from Wu Tong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Tong shared his recent activities and observations, along with his plans for the future. Chen Xiaochen did not offer extensive commentary, but advised Wu Tong to take his time, stay safe, and look after himself, assuring him to communicate any problems or difficulties promptly. After more than 20 minutes of conversation, the dialogue between the two finally came to a close. The following morning, when Chen Xiaochen awoke, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chen's parents had long departed for their new home, deliberately treading lightly to allow their son a few more moments of slumber, even gently pushing the door shut behind them. Upon rising, Chen Xiaochen made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. While washing his face, he noticed that the skin near his ears had been sunburned, peeling slightly. Upon further inspection, he concluded it was not severe. After cleansing his face, he casually applied a bit of moisturizer and dismissed it from his mind. Following his morning routine and breakfast, with a sense of idleness, Chen Xiaochen whimsically decided to turn on his computer. He booted it up and logged into his QQ account with ease. Once settled, he began perusing the latest news online. As he was engrossed in reading, a series of beeping notifications emanated from the computer speakers, accompanied by a pulsating avatar on his QQ list. To his surprise, it was a message from Zhou Yuqi. This unexpected communication filled him with delight, prompting him to open the message, which simply read, "Good morning." Without hesitation, he replied, "Good morning." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuqi sent another message asking, "Why are you up so early online today? Are you with Yulu?" Chen Xiaochen quickly refuted, "No, I'm just at home, idly browsing the news." "Oh, I'm also just passing the time," she replied. Before Chen Xiaochen could respond, she sent another message, "By the way, have you prepared your school supplies?" "Not yet. I was thinking of going out to buy them in the next couple of days. What about you? Are you all set?" At that moment, Zhou Yuqi, seated at her desk, glanced at her newly purchased stationery with a sly smile and replied, "I haven't bought mine either. Weren't you with Wang Qi at the comprehensive hall yesterday? Why didn't you get anything?" Chen Xiaochen inquired. "No, Wang Qi had a last-minute issue. So we both returned home." Chen Xiaochen, though somewhat straightforward, was not oblivious. Recognizing the conversation's direction, he suggested, "Then let us go buy them together?" As soon as he sent the message, she promptly replied with a single word, "Okay." The simplicity of her response brought a smile to Chen Xiaochun's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqi, sitting at her computer, felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks, perplexed by her own initiative to engage a boy in conversation. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret, chiding herself for responding too swiftly and not maintaining an air of reserve. Thus, amidst Zhou Yuqi's inner turmoil and Chen Xiaochun's quiet joy, they arranged a time and place to meet before logging off. In the subsequent half hour, both engaged in grooming themselves. Zhou Yuqi meticulously reviewed her wardrobe, deliberating over which outfit to wear, while Chen Xiaochen retreated to the bathroom to wash his face and hair anew. After washing his hands, he picked up the daily facial cream he had purchased for Aunt Chen and began to apply it. However, upon smelling the scent on his hands, he felt it did not quite suit him, so he washed it off entirely and switched to a different brand. Chen Xiaochen, undeterred, busily went back and forth, showing no signs of inconvenience. He was, however, curious about Aunt Chen's reaction when she returned to find a significant portion of her expensive cream missing. Once tidied up, Chen Xiaochen began changing his clothes. He did not deliberate much, casually grabbing 2 clean short-sleeved shirts and a pair of long pants to put on. Dressed and equipped with his wallet and essentials, he descended the stairs and hailed a taxi, heading towards their meeting point. Upon arriving at the designated stationery wholesale market, Chen Xiaochen stood at the entrance, awaiting Zhou Yuqi's arrival. He had arrived a bit early, with still some time left before their scheduled meeting. At that moment, Chen Xiaochen did not exhibit any impatience. Instead, he stood there leisurely, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. The weather was splendid, with clear skies and abundant sunshine. The temperature on the streets had gradually risen, and in the sun's direct rays, it felt almost warm. After a few minutes of scanning the area, Chen Xiaochun's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuqi, who was approaching through the throng. Today, she exuded a distinctly different aura. She wore a sporty white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with fitted dark blue jeans and simple black canvas shoes. This ensemble perfectly accentuated her long, graceful silhouette. Adorning her head was a baseball cap, and her short hair, neatly tucked behind her ears, framed her face beautifully. She carried a chic, petite backpack, and her playful yet fashionable appearance resembled a refreshing breeze of spring, radiating youthful vitality and unique charm. Such a captivating sight not only drew the attention of passers-by, but also left Chen Xiaochen momentarily transfixed. He gazed at her, spellbound, forgetting to step forward to greet her. As Zhou Yuqi approached, noticing his unwavering stare, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, secretly elated by his reaction. Her meticulous effort in dressing up had evidently left Chen Xiaochen astonished. She lowered her head slightly, unable to suppress a smile that danced at the corners of her lips, exuding a delightful charm. Only when Zhou Yuqi stood directly in front of him did Chen Xiaochen snap back to reality and hurriedly exclaimed, "Classmate, you look absolutely stunning today." I was completely taken aback. Zhou Yuqi, hearing this, felt her cheeks flush even more and softly replied, "Oh, stop it. It's not that exaggerated." Chen Xiaochen gazed at her earnestly, his tone resolute as he said, "No, really, you look exceptionally beautiful. With this outfit, you must turn heads everywhere you go." Although Zhou Yuqi relished the compliment, she felt shy and quickly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us hurry inside. It will get crowded soon." Chen Xiaochen nodded and walked side by side with Zhou Yuqi into the bustling stationary wholesale market behind them. The market was lively, filled with people coming and going. As they strolled together, they browsed the various stalls, stopping occasionally to examine items they fancied, purchasing those they deemed satisfactory. Zhou Yuqi, being somewhat shy, hesitated to haggle with the vendors, while Chen Xiaochen, unfazed, engaged in spirited negotiations with the stall owners, much to Zhou Yuqi's amusement. As they continued their shopping, Chen Xiaochen paused in front of one stall. He had noticed that Zhou Yuqi's backpack lacked any embellishments, appearing somewhat plain. The stall before them displayed a delightful array of trinkets, inspiring Chen Xiaochen to buy one as a gift for Zhou Yuqi. Without inquiring about her opinion, he led her to the stall and began selecting an item for her. After careful consideration, he chose a well-crafted plush keychain resembling a whimsical puppy. Without negotiating the price, he purchased it outright. Holding the adorable plush dog, Chen Xiaochen said nothing. Instead, he discreetly approached Zhou Yuqi from behind and, under her puzzled gaze, affixed the little dog to her backpack. It was only then that Zhou Yuqi realized the gift was for her, filling her with surprise and a sweet sensation in her heart. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking it improper to accept a gift without reason. Yet, she also found herself reluctant to distance herself too much from Chen Xiaochen. As Zhou Yuqi stood there, caught in her conflicting thoughts, Chen Xiaochen interrupted her reverie, saying, "It looks great. Let us continue our exploration." With that, he led the way forward, and Zhou Yuqi, compelled to set aside her musings, followed closely behind. The two continued to wander the market until it neared noon, when the crowd began to swell, prompting their departure. Once outside, Chen Xiaochen suggested they grab a bite to eat before heading back. Zhou Yuqi readily agreed without hesitation. The next question was what to eat. Zhou Yuqi's response was nonchalant. "Anything is fine." Anticipating this, Chen Xiaochen guided her to a nearby KFC. The establishment was also bustling with patrons, which provided Chen Xiaochen the perfect opportunity to ask Zhou Yuqi to secure a table while he placed their order at the counter. After a few minutes of waiting, it was finally Chen Xiaochun's turn. He ordered 2 meal sets along with an assortment of snacks. When he returned, laden with a generous tray of food, he found Zhou Yuqi seated by the window, diligently wiping down the table with a napkin. Observing the earnest and endearing demeanor of Zhou Yuqi, Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but smile. After placing the tray on the table, Chen teased, "All right, no need to wipe anymore. Even if you clean it to perfection, they won't pay you. Go wash your hands. We shall feast upon our return." Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhou Yuqi shot him a playful glare before obediently heading to the restroom to wash her hands. When she returned, Chen Xiaochen also took a moment to wash up, and soon they found themselves seated across from one another, ready to indulge in the culinary delights laid before them. As Zhou Yuqi meticulously examined the spread, she remarked that Chen had ordered too much for just the two of them. Meanwhile, she mentally calculated whether she had enough money to share the costs. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaochen, who was already feeling quite hungry, he eagerly unwrapped his burger and took a hearty bite. Chen's enthusiastic eating made Zhou Yuqi's appetite surge, prompting her to mimic him and take a large bite of her own burger, cheeks puffed like a little hamster as she chewed. They enjoyed their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, with Chen occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes that made Zhou Yuqi stifle her laughter behind her hands. It soon became apparent that they had ordered a tad too much. They were both feeling a bit overstuffed and hadn't managed to finish everything on the table. Chen, unfazed by this, simply asked for a bag at the counter to pack the leftovers. It was only then that Zhou Yuqi inquired about the cost of the meal. As soon as the topic arose, Chen understood her intent and reassured her. All right, my table mate, don't get caught up in such trivial matters. This meal is on me, and you can treat me next time. There is plenty of time ahead, isn't there? Considering Chen's words, Zhou Yuqi reflected and found his reasoning sound. Thus she decided to let it go. After finishing their lunch, it was time to return. Stepping out of the restaurant, Chen Xiaochen hailed a taxi at the roadside. He intended to drop Zhou Yuqi off first before heading home. She graciously accepted the offer and climbed into the taxi alongside him. Once inside, Zhou Yuqi provided the driver with her address, marking the first time Chen learned where she lived. Throughout the journey, Zhou Yuqi remained quiet, sitting in the back seat, listening to Chen engage in jovial banter with the driver, while she fiddled with a small toy attached to her backpack, a smile gracing her face. Chen had left his backpack behind, opting to have Zhou Yuqi bring his purchases to school on the first day. She expressed no objections, readily agreeing with a nod. Thus, after a little over 20 minutes, Chen Xiaochen arrived at the entrance of her community. With Zhou Yuqi watching, he boarded the taxi and headed home. Chapter 109. The beginning of a new term. Zhou Yuqi stood at the entrance of her community until the taxi carrying Chen Xiaochen vanished from sight, before turning and making her way inside. Upon returning home, as Zhou Yuqi stepped through the door, she was greeted by Zhou Ma, who emerged from the bedroom where she had been preparing for the upcoming semester as a vocal instructor at the Conservatory of Music. Zhou Yuqi's enchanting voice, which captivated all who heard it, was not merely a product of her mother's innate talent, but also a result of her early exposure to music. Noticing her daughter's return, Zhou Ma approached and inquired, "You're back? Have you eaten, Chichi?" At that moment, Zhou Yuqi was somewhat absent-minded and replied casually, "I've eaten, Mom, at KFC with my classmates." "That's good. I suppose you're running low on money? I'll send you some later." "Have you purchased all the necessary items for school?" Zhou Ma asked. "Yes, I have. I plan to organize them shortly and pack them into my backpack," Zhou Yuqi replied. Zhou Ma, oblivious to any unusual behavior from her daughter, nodded and returned to her preparations. After her mother left, Zhou Yuqi retreated to her own room, changed into her loungewear, and sat on her bed. Instead of immediately sorting through her purchases, she found herself lost in thought. Holding onto the plush toy attached to her backpack, she felt a sense of confusion, as today's events seemed out of character for her. Not only had she gone out alone with a boy, but she had also accepted his gift and even agreed to let him escort her home. Such occurrences were foreign to her. She was uncertain whether they were right or wrong. What she did know was that she did not dislike spending time with Chen Xiaochen. In fact, she found joy and pleasure in their interactions. Zhou Yuqi had always been the diligent student, the obedient daughter. Although she occasionally overheard her classmates discussing matters of the heart, she was entirely unfamiliar with those feelings. Having never experienced such emotions, she remained unaware that her joy and enjoyment were, in fact, a subtle form of affection. She naively assumed it was merely a normal rapport between friends, simply complicated by the fact that he was a boy. Yet, she found herself perplexed. If this was a normal friendship, why did she exhibit such uncharacteristic behavior? After pondering for an extended period without resolution, Zhou Yuqi resolved to let things unfold naturally and not dwell on the matter. With renewed determination, she opened her backpack and began to organize her acquisitions from the day. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen had a clear understanding of the answers to the questions that puzzled Zhou Yuqi. As he sat in a taxi, reminiscing about the day's events, a smile lingered on his lips. 2 days swiftly passed, and on September 1st, the new semester arrived as anticipated. At 6 a.m., Chen Xiaochen arose punctually and commenced his morning routine. After breakfast, while changing his clothes, he checked his backpack. Wang Bo had procured the textbooks for the new semester days prior, and Chen Xiaochen had made a special trip to retrieve them the day before. The textbooks lay quietly within his backpack at that moment. Today, Chen Xiaochen opted not to ride his bicycle to school, but rather to continue hitching a ride with his father. At 6:40 a.m., dressed and ready, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and descended the stairs alongside his parents. Descending the stairs, the 3 family members settled into their car. With the turn of the key, Chen's father ignited the engine, allowing it to hum for a moment before navigating the vehicle out of the community. The silver Jetta glided smoothly along the road, while the family engaged in leisurely conversation within. Initially, Chen's mother admonished Chen Xiaochen, urging him to focus on his studies in the new semester and pay attention in class, before turning the discussion to their new home. As they chatted, time seemed to slip away, and before they knew it, the car arrived at the entrance of the new housing complex. After dropping off Chen's mother, Chen's father drove Chen Xiaochen towards the school. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaochen alighted at a junction near the school and made his way toward the institution. The clock had struck 7:10, and the street in front of the school was bustling with activity. Students from 3 different grades converged, creating a scene of congestion and clamor. Chen Xiaochen wove through the crowd, observing his peers with keen interest. The students around him exhibited a range of emotions. Some appeared listless, trudging along with frequent yawns, as if still ensnared in slumber. Others bore expressions of sorrow, their steps slow and hesitant, seemingly reluctant to enter the school. A few hurried past, their faces marked by concern. There were also those who, despite exchanging jokes and laughter with friends, seemed somewhat preoccupied. Only a small fraction displayed calm and composure. Chen Xiaochen speculated that these individuals were either diligent students who had completed their homework or fellow freshmen like himself. Thus, he absorbed the lively atmosphere, following the throng into the school. Upon entering the academic building and arriving at the classroom, he found only a handful of students present. Yu Lu and Zhou Yuqi had yet to arrive, and Chen Xiaochen made no effort to greet anyone, opting instead to take his seat. A few minutes later, as he organized his books and leafed through his language textbook, Yu Lu burst in. Rather than heading to his own desk, Yu Lu sprinted to Chen Xiaocheng's side, plopping down in Zhou Yuqi's seat and engaging him in lighthearted banter. It wasn't until Zhou Yuqi arrived, standing amusedly nearby, that Yu Lu noticed and returned to his own place. After Yu Li's departure, Zhou Yuqi took over the vacant seat and struck up a conversation with Chen Xiaocheng. You two share a remarkable bond. Chatting endlessly so early in the morning, she remarked. Remembering Yu Li's lively demeanor, Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but chuckle. Don't hold it against Yu Lu. He didn't mean to usurp your seat. We were desk mates in middle school, so we've grown accustomed to our morning chit-chat. Not at all, that is not my point. I merely find your relationship quite enviable, Chen Xiaocheng replied, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. He playfully suggested. In that case, I'll simply prevent Yu Lu from joining me in the mornings. When you arrive, we can converse, and then you won't need to feel envious. After listening, Zhou Yuqi shot Chen Xiaochen a glance and retorted, Who wants to chat with you? What is there to discuss? Having uttered this, Zhou Yuqi began to chuckle. Then, while rummaging through her backpack, she shifted the conversation, saying, I've brought your stationery, here you go. Just as the two exchanged their supplies, Song Haoran entered the classroom. Upon passing by them, he was about to greet Zhou Yuqi when he noticed her laughing and joking with Chen Xiaochen, both holding identical stationery. This scene instantly dampened Song Haoran's desire to engage, and with a drooping smile, he returned to his seat. Chapter 110. Placement exam at 7:40 a.m. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Song, entered the classroom. She surveyed the room from the podium, noting that every student was present and neatly attired in their uniforms, before addressing them. Let us discuss the arrangements for this semester. Our first-year class will have lessons 6 days a week, with 1 day off on the weekend. Consequently, classes will conclude daily at 4:40 p.m., followed by a 20-minute break, and then an hour and a half of evening study. Meaning we will officially dismiss at 6:30 p.m. Given that none of you have prepared for today, this schedule will commence tomorrow. Today, we will conduct a placement exam, with subjects and difficulty levels aligned with the standards of the high school entrance examination. The test will begin promptly at 8:00 a.m. Serving as an assessment of your capabilities and knowledge, it is imperative that everyone takes it seriously. Naturally, the majority of students harbor an innate aversion and weariness towards examinations. Thus, as soon as Ms. Song finished speaking, a chorus of discontent rose from the students. However, a few exhibited a different demeanor, notably Zhou Yuqi, Song Haoran, and Li Wanting, who simultaneously turned their gaze toward Chen Xiaochen, eager for the challenge, with Song Haoran appearing particularly determined. Chen Xiaochen sensed their scrutiny, but showed no particular reaction. Their slight discontent regarding his top placement was understandable, and he was prepared to impart a lesson. Armed with his formidable memory and the study habits cultivated since his return, exams posed no challenge for him. They were, at worst, a certainty. A few minutes later, another female teacher entered the classroom with a stack of exam papers. Following Ms. Song's introduction, the students learned that this was Ms. Li, who would be teaching them English. At 8:00 a.m., the two teachers began distributing the papers. At 8:10 a.m., as the bell rang, the first subject, Chinese, commenced. The students in the class, like athletes responding to a starting gun, eagerly began to write their exams. Chen Xiaochen, however, did not rush to answer. He first skimmed through the paper before proceeding to tackle each question methodically. The exam posed little difficulty for him, and he approached it with composure. After 45 minutes, the end of class bell rang. Despite the sound, the students remained engrossed in their work, continuing to fill out their papers. Thus, until the bell signaling the end of the second period rang, the two supervising teachers commenced the collection of examination papers. Once the papers were submitted, The students seized the 10-minute interlude to swiftly recalibrate their states of mind. Some rushed to the restroom, others engaged in idle chatter, while yet others compared answers, each indulging in their own pursuits. When the bell for the third period rang, the second examination began anew. Everyone immersed themselves in answering questions, and the classroom once again fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the footsteps of the two teachers and the occasional rustle of papers as students turned their sheets. This atmosphere persisted until the conclusion of the final morning class. After the teachers collected the papers, they departed from the classroom. After a morning of solemnity, the students reawakened, beginning to gather in small groups to plan their lunch. Just as Zhou Yuqi and Wang Qi had left, Yu Lu approached. As Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu prepared to venture out for a meal, Zhao Tianyu strolled over from the last row, insisting on treating the two to lunch. Naturally, Chen Xiaochen welcomed Zhao Tianyu's warmth and kindness, and thus the three departed the classroom together, seeking sustenance outside the school. Upon exiting, Zhao Tianyu led them to a quaint little eatery that appeared quite clean, ordering 4 dishes in one go. Once the dishes were served, the trio began to eat and converse, thereby fostering a closer bond among themselves. The lunchtime respite swiftly elapsed. At 1:10 p.m., the students faced the first examination of the afternoon. The ensuing hours offered little worth mentioning, continuing until 4:40 p.m. when the day's preliminary examinations concluded. There was no evening study session, and after submitting their papers, everyone was free to leave. Teacher Song refrained from further overseeing the class, collected the papers, announced the dismissal, and exited the classroom. After a day spent on examinations, fatigue was evident on everyone's faces as they packed their belongings while discussing answers across subjects. Chen Xiaochen was engaged in a similar routine, casually stuffing a couple of textbooks into her backpack while responding to Zhou Yuqi's inquiries. When discrepancies arose in their answers, they would engage in friendly debates, occasionally taking up pens to calculate. More often than not, Chen Xiaochen proved correct, leaving Zhou Yuqi somewhat disheartened. Her mood visibly deflated as she continued to reflect on her performance. Observing Zhou Yuqi's demeanor, Chen Xiaochen chose not to provoke her further, finding amusement in her frustration. However, Zhou Yuqi's discontent did not linger long, as Wang Qi, having organized her belongings, approached to accompany her home. Consequently, Zhou Yuqi ceased her brooding and began to gather her things. While doing so, she turned to Wang Qi and declared, "No, Wang Qi, I'm not happy. Let us buy a large portion of chicken tenders later." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochen could no longer contain her laughter, erupting into giggles. Noticing the laughter, Zhou Yuqi turned her gaze, glaring at Chen Xiaochen with her large eyes, and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Do you have something to say?" Chen Xiaochen hastily shook his head in denial, exclaiming, No, I merely fear that you might not have enough to eat. If your spirits are low, indulge in some delightful treats." Zhou Yuqi cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Humph, mind your own business. I'm off." With that, she picked up her backpack and linked arms with Wang Qi, striding out of the classroom. Once Zhou Yuqi departed, Chen Xiaochen prepared to leave as well. He wished to inform Yu Lu and inquire about his exam performance, so he turned to take a look. To his surprise, he found Yu Lu engaged in a hushed conversation with Zhao Tianyu, both sporting mischievous expressions. Yu Lu's gaze wandered, indicating their discussion was far from innocent. Upon noticing Chen Xiaocheng's gaze, Yu Lu hurriedly wrapped up his conversation with Zhao Tianyu and approached him. Before Chen Xiaocheng could ask, Yu Lu cheerfully announced, Xiaocheng, that Zhao Tianyu is quite generous. He just told me he has a plethora of exciting VCDs to lend me. Would you like some? Perhaps he could lend you a few as well." Chen Xiaocheng, without a moment's hesitation, knew precisely what kind of VCDs Yu Lu was referring to, and he felt no inclination towards such low-quality films. With a contemptuous look, he admonished Yu Lu, "You ought to be more prudent. Refrain from indulging in such frivolous content. If your father discovers this, he might make you question your very existence. How did you fare on your exam?" It was mediocre, as you well know." "Don't worry, I won't let my father find out." "Are you truly not interested?" "Absolutely not. You and Zhao Tianyu can enjoy them at your leisure. I'll take my leave now. Not heading to the internet cafe for a while. No, my mother is waiting for me at the new house. Perhaps another day." "Very well then. I'll accompany Zhao Tianyu to his home. Farewell." With that, Chen Xiaocheng disregarded Yu Lu, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and exited the classroom. Chapter 111. Release of results. 2 days later, the results of the mock examination were announced. This exam mirrored the format and difficulty of the high school entrance examination, with a maximum score of 510 points. During study hall, as Teacher Song stood at the podium announcing the scores, the students learned of their results. As anticipated, Chen Xiaochen secured the top position in the class with a total score of 496, ranking second in the grade. Zhou Yuqi followed closely with a score of 485, placing her in second. Li Wanning claimed the third position with a score of 483. Song Haoren scored 479, landing in fourth place. In contrast, Yu Le managed to score 448, ranking 42nd in the class. His commendable classmate, Wang Jiaojiao, performed slightly better, scoring 452 and achieving 38th place. Chen Xiaochen felt that this score was likely his limit. With a mere 10 points shy of perfection, it might seem as though there was room for improvement. However, he was well aware that he had exerted his utmost effort. Other subjects pose little difficulty, whether they require rote memorization, logical reasoning, or even reading comprehension. He is able to excel, thanks to his formidable memory and comprehension skills that far surpass those of his peers. However, when it comes to writing essays in Chinese and English, Chen Xiaochen finds himself devoid of any talent or aptitude, merely managing to achieve a score that hovers slightly above average. Such limitations are unavoidable. Each individual's maximum potential is, in truth, predetermined from the day they are born. While effort can enhance performance within certain parameters, it cannot augment one's inherent capabilities. Moreover, true diligence is a combination of talent and hard work. Lacking natural ability and relying solely on effort amounts to a mere squandering of one's life. This reflects the genuine thoughts of Chen Xiaochen, which is why he refrains from dedicating excessive time to improving his writing skills. He believes it suffices to express himself clearly and logically, without expending undue energy on this endeavor. Writing is not his livelihood, nor does he aspire to a civil service examination. Thus, crafting elaborate essays holds little significance for him. As Chen Xiaochen's thoughts wandered, a gentle nudge from Zhou Yuqi's elbow brought him back to reality. Upon noticing his attention, Zhou Yuqi quietly remarked, "Impressive, desk mate. You scored a full 11 points higher than I did." In response, Chen Xiaochen, equally subdued, retorted, "Do not be too enamored. I am merely a legend." This rather boastful declaration nearly elicited a laugh from Zhou Yuqi, who stifled her amusement with a hand over her mouth, fearful of bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochen wore a nonchalant expression, reveling in his own delight as he regarded Zhou Yuqi. This phrase, which would only become popular years later, was trivial for someone like him, a seasoned internet veteran in his 20s who had encountered far more impressive feats. The classroom buzzed with lively conversations. Yet Teacher Song at the front did not immediately intervene. She was quite pleased with the overall performance of Class 3 in the recent examination, which ranked third in average scores across the entire grade. Several students, such as Zhou Yuqi and Li Wanting, had demonstrated remarkable abilities and were worthy of cultivation. Particularly, Chen Xiaocheng's performance had brought her immense satisfaction, justifying the effort she had invested to have him placed in her class. With this thought, a smile graced Teacher Song's face. After clearing her throat to regain the students' attention, she called several individuals to the front, intending to assist them in analyzing their weaknesses and devising a plan for their forthcoming academic endeavors. Naturally, the first to be summoned was Chen Xiaochen. As he approached the podium, Teacher Song greeted him with a warm smile and a gentle tone, exuding kindness as she said, "Xiaochen, you performed splendidly this time. I hope you can maintain this excellent state. You were merely 2 points short of the top score in the grade. I reviewed your papers yesterday, and you excelled in all other subjects. Writing remains your Achilles heel. However, I shall assist you in honing this skill through practice. Let us strive to surpass him in the upcoming examination. Yet, there is no need for you to feel pressured. Adopt a relaxed mindset and approach it with ease." In response to Teacher Song's words, Chen Xiaochen did not offer any rebuttal, nodding in agreement. Although he does not intentionally seek to enhance his writing abilities nor perceives himself as particularly gifted in this domain, he remains open to the prospect of improvement if someone is willing to assist him. He believes there is still room for growth within his maximum potential. After their exchange, Teacher Song nodded in satisfaction and subsequently called upon Zhou Yuqi. Following her were Li Wanting and Song Haoren, as students ranked within the top 10 were summoned in succession. Additionally, a few others, whose overall performance was average yet exhibited significant subject-specific weaknesses, were addressed. For students like Yu Lu and Wang Jiaojiao, who ranked lower, Teacher Song merely made a brief mention before moving on. The few who found themselves at the bottom received pointed criticism and warnings. Teacher Song dedicated an entire class period to this assessment, underscoring her profound concern for each student's performance. With the initial assessments concluded, daily life resumed its familiar rhythm for the students, busy yet fulfilling. They followed a structured routine of attending classes, listening to lectures, and completing assignments. Lu remained true to his habits, often retreating online during his free time. The difference now lay in his gaming companion, who had shifted from Chen Xiaochen and Qi Ming to Zhao Tianyu. The two frequently leaned together, engaging in quiet conversations. Nonetheless, this did not affect his camaraderie with Chen Xiaochen, as their friendship remained strong. Lu would occasionally share his private discussions with Zhao Tianyu, eliciting playful disdain from Chen Xiaochen. Song Haoren would seek out Zhou Yuqi each day for brief conversations. Zhou Yuqi maintained her customary demeanor, polite yet disinterested in deeper exchanges, her courtesy tinged with a sense of distance. As for Chen Xiaochen, he continued to adhere to his daily routine, fully immersing himself in the experience of high school life. The most significant change was the deepening of his relationship with Zhou Yuqi. As time progressed, the date of September 21st arrived. On this day, during the afternoon study period, Teacher Song informed the students that the school would host a sports meet on September 29th and 30th. She indicated that the details of the events would be entrusted to the class sports representative, and those wishing to participate could consult with them for more information and registration. Teacher Song expressed her hope that all students would actively engage and strive for commendable achievements in the sports meet. Her announcement incited fervent discussions among the students. After class, many gathered around the sports representative's desk to peruse the specifics of the upcoming events. Chapter 112. Registration for the sports meet. Class 3 of the first year had conducted elections for class officers over 10 days prior. On the day of the election, the students engaged in a rather inconsequential round of mutual nominations and competition. Zhou Yuqi was successfully elected as the class monitor, while Song Haoren became the academic committee member. Other positions, including subject representatives, were also filled by suitable candidates. Chen Xiaochen and Li Wanning did not participate in this election. A few boys, including Yu Lu, who had a good relationship with Chen Xiaochen, initially intended to nominate him but were dissuaded by him. Chen Xiaochen was well aware that if he did not run, the position of class monitor would undoubtedly fall to Zhou Yuqi. His approval of Zhou Yuqi's election was not only in his own interest, but would also bring a small measure of happiness to Zhou Yuqi. Such a delightful outcome was certainly worth pursuing. Song Laosher expressed full understanding of Chen Xiaochun's decision not to run for class monitor. In fact, she herself felt quite conflicted about the matter, wishing for Chen Xiaochen to develop his personal skills in that role, while also hoping he wouldn't sacrifice too much of his study time. As for Li Wanting, her absence was simply due to her indifferent nature and reluctance to engage in such trivial matters. In the following day, the list of sign-ups for various sports events was bustling, except for the middle-distance running category, which garnered little interest from the students. In this sports meeting, there were 2 events for each gender in middle-distance running: 800 meters and 1,500 meters for boys, and 800 meters and 1,200 meters for girls. Notably, only one student from each gender signed up for the 800 meters, while the 1,200 meters and 1,500 meters events went largely ignored. Faced with this situation, the sports committee member approached class monitor Zhou Yuqi to discuss potential solutions. Zhou Yuqi, lacking any effective ideas, decided to consult the class during the break, joining the sports committee member at the podium to solicit opinions. When Zhou Yuqi inquired, the students fell into a contemplative silence. It wasn't that they were unwilling to assist their charming class monitor. Rather, they were acutely aware of their own limitations and knew they could not complete the race. Even Song Haoren, who had long sought an opportunity to draw closer to Zhou Yuqi, refrained from speaking up at this fortuitous moment. He understood his own athletic shortcomings well. To agree to participate and then fail to finish would not only jeopardize any goodwill he might gain from Zhou Yuqi, but could also lead to ridicule from his peers. As Song Haoren sat in profound inner turmoil, Zhou Yuqi, observing the silence, felt a twinge of disappointment. It was then that Chen Xiaochen spoke up. "How about I join?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqi turned to see Chen Xiaochen and felt a surge of joy, a smile instinctively returning to her face. "Really? I can give it a try? That is wonderful. Which event will you sign up for, the 800 meters or the 1,500 meters? Let us go for both. It won't be a problem." Hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Zhou Yuqi let out a sigh of relief and promptly instructed the sports committee member to write down Chen Xiaochun's name on the form. Song Haoren witnessed this entire exchange, and it was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Chen Xiaochen, rather shamelessly, had the audacity to agree before him. Contemplating this, Song Haoren raised his hand and declared, "Count me in as well." In response to Song Haoren's embellishment, Zhou Yuqi exhibited no particular reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thus, the roster for the boys' middle-distance runners was finally complete, alleviating the concern of an empty battlefield. The next pressing matter was the selection for the girls' 1200 meters. Zhou Yuqi inquired repeatedly, twice more, yet as the bell rang for class, no one responded. Left with no choice, she returned to her seat, pondering how to address the situation, contemplating stepping up herself to gather participants when Chen Xiaochen interjected, "Are you still troubled about the 1200 meters? If all else fails, you might consider asking Li Wanting. She should be capable of running it. Whether she will agree, I cannot say." Zhou Yuqi's interest piqued. She pressed, "How do you know Li Wanting can do it? Did you know her before?" To this, Chen Xiaochen shook his head. "I do not know her. But I happened to see her jogging the other night. By her attire and the contours of her legs, she appears to be a regular jogger. Running 1,200 meters should pose no significant challenge. But do not attribute this to me. I would not have mentioned it were it not to assist you." Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuqi did not appreciate Chen Xiaocheng's comments, glaring at him and retorting, "Contours of her legs? Were you staring at her legs, you lecher?" With that, she turned her head away, dismissing him entirely. Zhou Yuqi's reaction left Chen Xiaocheng with a wry smile, pondering how peculiar the focal points of girls could be. Despite his many years of life experience, he remained perpetually unprepared. In truth, his sighting of Li Wanting jogging was purely coincidental. That day after school, he had gone to the Morningstar Internet Cafe to reconcile accounts with Wang Bo. Upon exiting the cafe, it was already past 8 in the evening. While waiting at a red light in a taxi, he had seen Li Wanting dash across the crosswalk before him, hence his suggestion for Zhou Yuqi to inquire. Although Zhou Yuqi had momentarily expressed her annoyance, it did not deter her from her objective. After class, she hurried to Li Wanting's seat, endeavoring to persuade her to participate in the 1200 meters. Initially, Li Wanting was resistant, but Zhou Yuqi's persistent approach during several breaks wore her down. And by the time school let out at 4:40 p.m., after a relentless 20 minutes, Li Wanting reluctantly agreed to Zhou Yuqi's request. After successfully convincing Li Wanting, Zhou Yuqi returned to her seat, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not that Zhou Yuqi sought to impose. Rather, this sports event marked her inaugural undertaking as class monitor. While she did not seek perfection, she certainly wished to avoid any blunders, as any misstep could undermine her standing within the class. Despite her verbal disdain for Chen Xiaocheng, she felt a profound joy in her heart knowing that he was there to support her during critical moments and even offered her suggestions. Thus, the list of participants for the competition was finalized and anticipation for the sports event grew among the classmates. The next day, a Sunday, Chen Xiaocheng was at home completing his homework when he received a call from Yulu. On the line, Yulu mentioned that his portable music player had broken down and expressed his desire to invite Chen Xiaocheng to the mall to purchase a new one for listening to music during the sports event. Chen Xiaocheng, having no objections, readily agreed to accompany him. After they arranged a time and place, Chen Xiaocheng quickly tidied up and set out. Upon arriving at the mall, he found Yulu already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging greetings, they ventured inside. They reached the electronics section and located the counter for portable music players, where they began browsing through the offerings, one after another. However, the outcome of their search was rather disappointing. The year 2002 marked a transitional period for portable music devices. Cassette players were gradually fading into obscurity, while CD players and MP3s had yet to gain significant traction. Many classic models would not emerge until the following year. Consequently, the selections at various brand counters were largely outdated, exuding a sense of nostalgia. Yet, despite their age, the prices for these devices remained relatively steep. Yuli's budget of 200 yuan was barely enough to purchase a basic model. Just as Yuli began to feel disheartened, Chen Xiaocheng spotted an intriguing device at the Sony counter. It was a portable model designated as NWE3. This device was neither a cassette player nor a CD player, but rather an MP3 player that was still quite uncommon at that time. The NWE3 boasted a remarkably compact design, measuring only 68 centimeters in length, about the size of an adult male's thumb, and weighing a mere 45 grams. In contrast to the bulky cassette and CD players of the era, its dimensions were truly astonishing. However, the device did come with several drawbacks, such as its limited memory capacity of only 64 megabytes and its exorbitant price. Launched in June 2000, the NWE3 had been on the market for 2 years, yet its selling price remained high at 530 yuan. For Chen Xiaocheng, the price was not a significant concern. Rather, it was the paltry 64 megabytes memory capacity that left him unimpressed, compared to the hundreds of gigabytes or even terabytes that would become commonplace in the future. This figure felt shockingly inadequate. Even the prevalent audio quality formats of 64 kbps and 128 kbps would not allow for many songs to be stored within that limited capacity. As an early generation MP3 player, The NW3 exhibited both clear advantages and disadvantages, leaving Chen Xiaochen in a state of indecision. He was not particularly concerned about the price. His main apprehension was acquiring a product that would ultimately prove to be a mere novelty. However, after the salesperson at the counter presented a sample machine for him to audition, he reached a decision. The sound quality of this device was remarkably exceptional, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of the song files, producing an audio experience that rivaled that of a conventional CD player. With his choice made, Chen Xiaochen prepared to make the payment to acquire the machine. Simultaneously, he inquired whether Yu Lu would like to procure one as well. Yu Lu, however, decisively declined, citing his ample collection of tapes and the need to avoid waste. Chen Xiaochen, not wishing to prolong the conversation, instructed the salesperson to prepare the invoice and proceeded to the checkout. Once Chen Xiaochen had secured his MP3 player, he accompanied Yu Lu as he continued his search. After a thorough selection and comparison, Yu Lu ultimately chose a domestic brand tape recorder that was visually appealing and reasonably priced. He borrowed 100 yuan from Chen Xiaochen for the purchase. Thus, both individuals acquired machines that suited their needs, and they left the mall without further browsing. Upon exiting, Yu Lu, burdened with unfinished assignments, returned straight home, while Chen Xiaochen headed to the Morning Star Internet Cafe, handing his newly purchased MP3 to Wang Bo, requesting him to download some popular songs. A few days later, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, brought the class the latest updates regarding the upcoming sports meet. On the 29th, during the opening ceremony, each class would parade around the field in formation to be reviewed by the school leaders. Consequently, Mr. Song decided to allocate time from self-study sessions starting on the 26th for the entire class to practice their formation on the playground. Moreover, each class was to select a guide who would hold the class banner and lead their team into the arena. Upon hearing this news, the students in the class appeared confident and composed. For them, who had recently participated in military training and secured first place, this was merely a trifling task. As for the selection of the guide, Mr. Song had no other considerations. It naturally fell upon Zhou Yuqi, who bore the distinction of being the class monitor. While announcing this decision, he also reminded Zhou Yuqi to prepare a set of elegant attire. The guide, as the representative of each class, would present themselves in their finest state on the day of the ceremony, aiming to create a favorable first impression for their class. Zhou Yuqi displayed a calm demeanor, likely accustomed to similar responsibilities. In the following 3 days, each afternoon, the playground was a hive of activity. Particularly during the peak hours of self-study, the playground felt overcrowded. The students, clad in neat uniforms, repetitively practiced their marching formations, both in quick and standard step. Among the various groups, Class 3 of the first year exhibited the most precise and standardized movements, their formation exuding a commanding presence, reminiscent of military discipline. As the guide, Zhou Yuqi stood gracefully at the forefront of the line, proudly elevating the class banner. Like a lotus emerging from the water, she elegantly led the procession forward. After 3 days of training, the time arrived for the usual dismissal on the 28th. Tomorrow marks the opening ceremony of the sports meet, and the school thoughtfully allocated time for everyone to purchase necessities. The evening study hours for the seniors were halved, while the juniors had their evening study sessions entirely canceled. Chen Xiaochen, along with Yu Lu, hurried to the supermarket to acquire a bounty of delectable treats and seized the opportunity to retrieve his MP3 from the internet cafe. On the following morning at 8 o'clock, the students who arrived early were busy carrying their chairs to the playground, preparing to form the audience seating for the sports event. The wooden chairs bore some weight, proving a challenge for the girls, which provided an opportunity for the boys to showcase their strength. Each boy, effortlessly hoisting 2 chairs, swaggered out of the classroom. Chen Xiaochen, without uttering a word, swiftly grabbed 2 chairs belonging to him and Zhou Yuqi. His efficient movements not only earned him a sweet smile from Zhou Yuqi, but also a wistful glance from Song Haoren, who yearned to exhibit similar prowess, yet found himself limited by his own frailty, managing only 1 chair. Moreover, his deskmate, Li Wanting, did not afford him the chance to shine, as she adeptly lifted her chair and strode out with remarkable ease. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher and the sports commissioner, the classmates exited the building and proceeded to the designated area by the playground, establishing their encampment. The position for Class 1 of the first year was the third one to the right of the podium. This location was quite favorable, being near the classroom for convenience and situated alongside the leaders, ensuring they would not draw attention. After Chen Xiaochen set his 2 chairs in place, he took Zhou Yuqi's chair to the girls' section. He placed it in the same row, with only 1 chair, presumably belonging to Wang Qi, separating them. Zhou Yuqi, needing to change clothes and tidy herself up, did not descend with the others, while Wang Qi remained in the classroom, assisting Zhou Yuqi. Once the students arranged their chairs and settled neatly, Teacher Song began distributing the essential white gloves for the opening ceremony preparations. Chapter 114. The opening ceremony at 8:25. The various classes had assembled, standing in an orderly fashion at the center of the playground. The guides, uniformly positioned, held the class banners before their respective classes. The 3 grades of the entire school lined up behind the national flag and school flag teams, forming 3 orderly formations, awaiting the commencement of the sports meet. At 8:30, stirring entrance music resonated across the playground, signaling the commencement of the 40 middle school sports meet. Accompanied by the music, the first class of the first year was the first to break away from the formation. Following the national flag and school flag teams, they began to circle the playground track, gradually advancing towards the podium. Upon nearing the podium, at the signal from the sports commissioner, they transitioned from marching to a salute, then turned to face the podium, proclaiming their class's competition slogan. Following Class 1 was Class 2, and then Class 3 closely trailed behind. 2 classes shone brilliantly, as the students of Class 3 strode forth with an exuberance reminiscent of having been invigorated, marching in perfect unison towards the podium. The white gloves meticulously prepared by Teacher Song indeed created an unexpected effect, rendering the entire team's movements remarkably synchronized. Meanwhile, as the guide, Zhou Yuqi effortlessly outshone all her peers. Adorned in a pristine white dress and sporting a subtly applied makeup that accentuated her natural charm, she radiated a youthful vibrance. At that moment, she held aloft the nameplate of Class 3, leading the procession with an added brilliance. As the contingent approached the podium, the students, following the Physical Education Committee's chant, transitioned from a march to a more formal step, turning to the side and vocally proclaiming, Class 3 of the first year, march onward. Subsequently, they aligned their heads and reverted to a synchronized march, gracefully departing from the podium. Following Class 3, Classes 4, 5, and 6 followed suit until, after more than 20 minutes, the final class of the third year passed the podium and returned to their original positions, marking the successful conclusion of the parade. Next came the national flag-raising ceremony, accompanied by the national anthem. As the anthem resonated, the students in formation joined in a resounding chorus. We are not willing to be slaves. With our flesh and blood, we build a new Great Wall. Once the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the segment for the school leaders' speeches commenced. For the students, this was perhaps the most excruciating part. Several school leaders took turns to speak, which, from the students' perspective, felt like a sheer waste of time. Especially the principal's lengthy address, droning on interminably from a script, left the students standing on the playground in silent agony. Finally, after over 20 minutes, the leaders had all had their moment, and the opening ceremony could be deemed complete, allowing the students to return to their respective places. Just as everyone settled, the sports committee members sprang into action. With the preliminary rounds for the 100-meter dash and high jump approaching, he had no time to rest and began distributing numbers to the competitors, guiding them for entry. Naturally, this did not concern Chen Xiaochen. At that moment, he turned his gaze, crossing over Wang Qi, to observe Zhou Yuqi amidst a cluster of girls. Zhou Yuqi, still clad in her white dress, had draped her school uniform top over her legs, sitting quietly. Chen Xiaochen had noticed during the opening ceremony that the dress Zhou Yuqi wore was the same one from their recent outing. He had thought she looked exquisite in it, and, feeling he had not fully appreciated the sight before, seized the opportunity to admire her once more. Just as he indulged in this captivating view, he was caught red-handed by Wang Qi. Following Chen Xiaochen's gaze, Wang Qi instantly discerned his intentions and teasingly remarked, "Have you had your fill? If not, shall we switch places? I can let you get a closer look." Such teasing remarks hold no sway over a man of Chen Xiaochen's stature. He continued to gaze at Zhou Yuqi's profile and simply uttered, "All right." Those 2 brief words nearly left Wang Qi breathless. Finding herself at a loss for words, she turned to Zhou Yuqi and said, "Yuqi, Chen Xiaochen has been staring at you and even wants to switch places with me. What do you think? Should I switch?" Upon hearing Wang Qi's inquiry, Zhou Yuqi turned back with a hint of confusion. Before she could respond, she noticed that Chen Xiaochen was indeed fixated on her, his gaze imbued with a certain intensity that made her cheeks flush. However, rather than engaging with Chen Xiaochen, she directed her attention back to Wang Qi and replied, "Wang Qi, what nonsense are you spouting? Just sit quietly." Upon hearing Zhou Yuqi's words, Wang Qi turned around and cast a triumphant glance at Chen Xiaochen. As soon as Zhou Yuqi had looked his way, Chen Xiaochen had diverted his gaze. He found Wang Qi's tendency to escalate situations rather tiresome. Ignoring her final taunting look, he turned away, retrieved his newly purchased MP3 player, and began to listen to music. Observing his indifference, Wang Qi felt somewhat foolish for her earlier antics. She pouted but chose to remain silent. As time passed, and various preliminary competitions began to unfold on the playground, Zhou Yuqi pulled Wang Qi along to the restroom to change her clothes. By around 9 o'clock, the preliminary rounds continued. Chen Xiaocheng's events, the 800 meters and 1500 meters, were scheduled for the afternoon. With nothing pressing at the moment, he was engrossed in music while rifling through his backpack. He then took out a bag of snacks, opened it, and began to munch. After a couple of bites, he reconsidered and retrieved another packet of snacks, passing it in front of Wang Qi to Zhou Yuqi, who had already changed her attire. Zhou Yuqi, donning headphones and lost in her music, was startled when the snacks were presented to her. Once she recognized that they were from Chen Xiaocheng, she hesitated only briefly before accepting them with a smile. Chen Xiaocheng's gesture incited a sense of indignation in Wang Qi, who felt as if she were being disregarded entirely, her teeth gritting in frustration. When Zhou Yuqi opened the snacks and took a handful, Wang Qi consumed them with an air of annoyance. Zhou Yuqi merely smiled apologetically at Chen Xiaocheng and did not intervene. Chen Xiaocheng, unperturbed, reciprocated Zhou Yuqi's smile. The interactions among the three did not escape the notice of Song Haoren, who sat in the back row, wishing he could occupy Chen Xiaocheng's position and secretly contemplating ways to create opportunities to draw closer to Zhou Yuqi. Meanwhile, other classmates began rummaging through their backpacks to share an assortment of food, and the atmosphere grew increasingly casual. At that moment, Yulu approached, crouching slightly and holding several books, making his way toward Chen Xiaocheng. He was seen whispering a few words to the boy beside him, after which the boy tidied up his belongings and hurried to the back row. Then, Yulu plopped down beside Chen Xiaocheng, his face aglow with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, let me show you something wonderful." With that, he extended 2 books towards Chen Xiaocheng, continuing to speak. "Zhao Tianyu lent me these 2 comics. I just finished the first one. It's absolutely exhilarating. You must take a look too." Upon hearing Yu Li's words, Chen Xiaocheng felt a spark of curiosity. He accepted the comic and discovered it was Sido to by Haruhito Maizawa. Chen Xiaocheng was quite familiar with this manga. In his previous life, after entering high school, he had devoted himself to reading such works instead of studying. From various spirited manga of everyday life to an assortment of literary novels, and even the early iterations of web novels, his reading volume during those 3 years of high school was nothing short of astonishing, 1 book every couple of days. However, none of these were considered serious literature. They were merely a collection of whimsical reads. As he held the comic in his hands, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and an impulsive desire to start a collection of comics flickered within him. Yet, he dismissed this thought, deciding it was not an urgent matter to pursue at the moment. Thus, after this fleeting notion passed, he set it aside. While contemplating this, Chen Xiaocheng began to leaf through Sido 2, reliving a long-lost fragment of his youth. As familiar scenes unfolded, Chen Xiaocheng found himself momentarily entranced. He seemed to glimpse 2 figures within the comic. They were 2 versions of himself, each engrossed in the same comic, savoring it with delight. Though the 2 figures bore a striking resemblance, their essences were starkly different. One appeared rebellious and disheveled, exuding an air of carelessness and despondency, while the other radiated a cheerful brightness, evoking a sense of warmth and purity. This scene left Chen Xiaocheng momentarily dazed, staring blankly at the 2 reflections of himself. Just then, the 2 figures slowly approached one another, gradually merging into a singular entity, until they could no longer be distinguished from one another and eventually faded away. After the figures vanished, Chen Xiaocheng's expression gradually returned to clarity. He sighed softly, feeling a profound realization dawning within him. Indeed, these 2 seemingly disparate essences were, in truth, facets of himself. Though they appeared worlds apart, they were merely 2 sides of the same coin. The rebellious version, seemingly lost and defiant, might still harbor rays of sunshine and warmth deep within. Conversely, the seemingly pristine and cheerful self was not as unblemished as it appeared. Regardless of the exterior or interior, both were integral parts of who he was. The distinction lay solely in which aspect he chose to present to the world. As Chen Xiaocheng pondered these thoughts, the comic approached its conclusion, and Yulu came over to inquire, "What do you think, Brother Chen? Is it good? I've finished the second one. Here, take it. I just asked Zhao Tianyu." And he said he rented this comic from the bookstore at the school gate for $1 a day. During the lunch break, the 2 of us should take a look and rent a few books to enjoy in the afternoon. These comics truly are delightful. As Chen Xiaocheng nodded in agreement to Yu Li's suggestion while accepting the comics, he had been contemplating purchasing several sets to keep for himself. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was lunch break. After a quick meal, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu made their way to the Huajiyuki bookstore at the school gate. This bookstore, though modest in size, was replete with an extensive array of literature, and at that moment, it was bustling with patrons. Not only did it offer various educational materials, but it also housed numerous literary classics and contemporary novels. Naturally, there was no shortage of complete comic series and assorted magazines. Chen Xiaochen even spotted Zichuan and Little Soldier Legend. Although both were poorly produced illegal publications, with content lifted directly from the internet, and only a copy or two available, they still piqued Chen Xiaochen's interest. The presence of these two titles heralded the rise of a burgeoning industry and the advent of a new era. As Chen Xiaochen eagerly perused the novels, Yu Lu had already discovered the comic series Holy Sun Path and promptly rented the subsequent 5 volumes. When they approached the entrance to pay the deposit, Chen Xiaochen seized the opportunity to inquire about purchasing a complete set of comics from the bookstore's female proprietor. Upon hearing his request for multiple complete sets, her face lit up with a broad smile, and she eagerly began to elaborate on the specifics. The current comic market in the country is rather chaotic. Numerous major publishers have released a considerable amount of lesser-known comics. But there are also many small publishers and individuals producing similar works. This has resulted in a market where the quality of comics varies significantly. There exists a mix of reputable publications alongside a plethora of pirated, counterfeit, and even entirely fabricated works. Titles such as Sun Wukong Battles Ultraman and King Kong Calabash Baby vs. Saint Seiya are among the recent products of this trend. Given the current situation, the bookstore owner assured Chen Xiaochen that she would do her utmost to source comics from legitimate channels. Chen Xiaochen had no objections to this. He merely wished to collect these comics for personal enjoyment and to satisfy his collecting desire, with no intention of reselling them in the future. Thus, the identity of the publisher held little significance for him. As long as the books were of acceptable quality, with clear printing and minimal noticeable errors, he would find them acceptable. In truth, if he desired to acquire genuine original comics, he could certainly find a way, albeit at a higher cost. However, he had never contemplated doing so. Original comics held no particular meaning for him. It was the Chinese versions, with their minor flaws, that represented his youth. Thus, after the proprietor concluded her introduction, Chen Xiaochen placed an order for several sets of comics, including Slam Dunk, Dragon Ball, Holy Sun Path, City Hunter, Peacock King, Three-Eyed One, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. In addition to the collection of comic strips, Chen Xiaochen also ordered a set of Huang Yulong's Divine Soldier's Mystery. The sheer volume of comics he purchased elicited a beaming smile from the bookstore's female owner, who eagerly began calculating the approximate cost of these books. Surrounding him, onlookers were a mix of astonishment at his financial capability, envy for the vast collection he acquired, and a hint of jealousy in their gazes. Only Yu Lu remained remarkably composed. He was already accustomed to Chen Xiaocheng's extravagant purchasing habits. Thus, after paying a deposit of 500 yuan and agreeing to collect the books a few days later, Chen Xiaocheng departed the bookstore under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Accompanied by Yu Lu. Chapter 116. The second-place time quietly flowed by, and soon it was afternoon. At 1 p.m., the sports meet commenced once more. In 10 minutes, the first-year boys' 800-meter race was set to begin, and Chen Xiaocheng was about to compete. At that moment, he had changed into the sports attire he had brought and meticulously pinned on his number tag. After entrusting his personal belongings to Yu Lu for safekeeping, he followed another contestant and the sports committee to the competition area. All 22 contestants from the first year were divided into 4 groups, competing sequentially, with the 5 fastest times qualifying for tomorrow's finals. Chen Xiaocheng was placed in the second group, standing on the sidelines to stretch his muscles. 2 minutes later, the first group of contestants took to the field. Once the athletes were ready, the sound of the starting gun signaled their sprint from the starting line. In a fleeting 4 minutes, despite varying times among them, all the first group completed the race. After the referee recorded their results, it was time for Chen Xiaocheng's group to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaocheng approached his lane. He slightly bent forward, hands on the ground, assuming the starting position as he awaited the referee's command. Bang! The gun fired, and Chen Xiaocheng reacted swiftly, bursting forth ahead of the others. The other contestants followed closely behind, their reactions equally quick. Students from Class 3, spurred on by Yu Lu, were intently watching the race. As they observed Chen Xiaocheng gaining an advantage, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Even Zhou Yuqi rose to her feet, striving to catch a glimpse of Chen Xiaocheng while silently cheering for him in her heart. For Chen Xiaocheng, who had persistently engaged in night runs, the 800-meter distance posed no challenge. However, to complete it in a shorter time, he would need to exert himself. In his group, There happened to be an athlete from another class who specialized in track and field. Having undergone professional training, he quickly closed the gap on Chen Xiaochen. Despite the latter's agile reaction time, positioning himself tightly behind him, ready to overtake at any moment. Chen Xiaochen was well aware of this rival trailing behind him, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Unable to restrain himself, he quickened his pace, striving to maintain his advantage. Yet, professionalism ultimately prevailed. Within a minute, the two were neck and neck. Another minute passed, and the athlete began to subtly gain the upper hand. As they approached the final 200 meters, he had already surpassed Chen Xiaochen by nearly 2 body lengths. At this juncture, the competition had essentially narrowed down to a contest for first and second place, leaving the other competitors far behind. On Chen Xiaochun's side, although he still possessed the stamina to further increase his speed, he refrained from attempting to overtake. Mindful of the upcoming 1,500-meter race and the fact that today was not the finals. Thus, he chose to maintain the distance between them. Ultimately, they crossed the finish line in that order. Following the judges' tally, Chen Xiaochun's time was shorter than that of the first place in the preceding group, placing him temporarily in second. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this result. While he yearned for success, he was also capable of accepting defeat. After all, second place could hardly be deemed a failure, and qualifying for tomorrow's competition seemed assured. After a brief respite, when he returned to the stands, his classmates rallied around him with cheers of encouragement, amidst their concern over whether his performance would secure advancement. Only Zhou Yuqi seemed preoccupied with his fatigue and whether his body could withstand the exertion. She was acutely aware that in an hour, Chen Xiaochen would face another 1,500-meter race. For reasons unknown, she suddenly regretted having encouraged him to enter both middle-distance events. As she wrestled with her conflicting thoughts, an idea struck her. She promptly rose and dashed to the back of the class. Prior to the commencement of the sports meet, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, had arranged for several bottles of glucose to be acquired for the participants to replenish their energy, which was now fortuitously needed. Reaching the last row, Zhou Yuqi rummaged through a black bag until she unearthed a bottle of glucose, then turned and sprinted back to where Chen Xiaochun stood. Approaching him, she directly handed the glucose to him, breathlessly urging, "Drink this. It will restore your energy." Initially taken aback by her presence, Chen Xiaochun smiled broadly as he accepted the bottle without even examining its contents, replying, "Thank you, deskmate." Whether it was due to the hurriedness of her 2 steps or the gratitude expressed by Chen Xiaochun, a faint blush crept onto Zhou Yuqi's cheeks. "It's nothing. No need to thank me. Just drink it quickly," she urged. Heeding her words, Chen Xiaochun prepared to open the bottle for a few sips. However, upon glancing down, he was startled to discover that what Zhou Yuqi had handed him was, in fact, a bottle of glucose injection. Staring at the rubber-sealed opening of the infusion bottle, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Noticing his hesitation, Zhou Yuqi was puzzled. Following his gaze, she finally realized that it was an infusion bottle and could not be opened by hand. Discovering her own folly, Zhou Yuqi was on the verge of tears, her expression a blend of self-reproach and anxiety. At that moment, Chen Xiaochen, who had been contemplating a light-hearted jest, noticed her countenance and felt a pang of compassion mixed with admiration. He quickly reassured her, "It's all right, my deskmate. This bottle is quite easy to open, just watch." With that, he attempted to bite the bottle's cap. However, despite several attempts, all he achieved was leaving a few tooth marks, with little alteration to the packaging. Although Chen Xiaocheng's efforts did not yield success, they managed to alleviate the gloom that enveloped Zhou Yuqi's heart. Just as he was about to make another attempt, Zhou Yuqi gently stopped him, her smile returning. All right, let us think of another way. Thank you, my deskmate." To which Chen Xiaocheng replied, "And thank you, my deskmate." As they exchanged their gratitude, Yu Lu, who had been observing the interaction, chimed in teasingly, "Enough with the thanks, you two. What are you doing, Chen? I didn't know you were imitating a monkey from the zoo. Have you devolved into an animal? You're a human. Learn to use tools." With that, he handed Chen Xiaocheng a pair of folding scissors. Yu Li's remarks, accompanied by the scissors in his hand, caused the corners of Chen Xiaocheng's mouth to twitch involuntarily as he playfully ruffled Yu Lu's hair. Zhou Yuqi, instead of feeling awkward, burst into laughter. Accepting the scissors from Yu Lu, Chen Xiaocheng shot him a playful glare. He then opened the scissors and, rather than addressing the bottle cap, pierced a hole in the side of the bottle and began to drink heartily. Witnessing Chen Xiaocheng sipping on the glucose, Zhou Yuqi felt her objective was accomplished and returned to her spot. During Chen Xiaocheng's brief respite, other groups had already concluded their competitions. He successfully advanced with an impressive second place in the overall rankings for the first year. Meanwhile, Another classmate who had participated alongside him only managed a third place in their group and was consequently eliminated. An hour later, having sufficiently regained his strength, the 1,500-meter race was about to commence. Following the familiar routine, a few minutes later, Chen Xiaochen found himself once again at the starting line. Chapter 117, The Embarrassing Songhauer. This time, Chen Xiaochen triumphed effortlessly, securing first place in his group. The athletic student who had previously bested him in the 800 meters was also competing in this event. Yet, whether due to his lack of prowess in the 1,500-meter distance or the exhaustion from prior races, he posed little threat to Chen Xiaochen, falling behind around the 1,200-meter mark. Although Chen Xiaocheng's victory did not guarantee advancement, it ignited a wave of cheers from his classmates in the audience. Initially preoccupied with their own tasks, the crowd had not shown much interest in the competition. However, it was impossible to resist the infectious enthusiasm brought by Yu Lu and Zhao Tianyu, who continuously invigorated the atmosphere and heightened the attention of their peers. Their concerted efforts successfully awakened the curiosity and collective pride of their classmates, who began to focus intently on the ongoing competition. When Chen Xiaochen finally calmed his breath and returned to his designated spot in the classroom, he was greeted with the adulation befitting a champion. Classmates warmly hailed him, their words shifting from mere encouragement to heartfelt congratulations and admiration. In light of such fervent support, Chen Xiaochen reciprocated their enthusiasm, engaging with each of their remarks. Upon settling back into his seat, Zhou Yuqi requested Wang Qi to pass him a bottle of water, while Yu Lu fanned him with a comic book. Chen Xiaochen sat comfortably, relishing the attention. After his race concluded, and following another Group S competition, it was soon time for Songhauer to take the stage. Given Chen Xiaochun's recent victory, his classmates were greatly anticipating Songhauer's performance. The race commenced swiftly with the sound of the starting gun, and the 5 competitors, including Songhauer, surged forth from the starting line. Initially, Songhauer performed adequately, securing the 3rd position as they all dashed forward. However, as time elapsed, his breathing became increasingly labored, and his speed gradually waned. By the time they reached approximately 800 meters, Songhauer found himself trailing significantly behind the leading 4 runners. At the 1,200-meter mark, he was utterly exhausted, gasping for air and struggling to move forward. The most striking moment came when the first runner crossed the finish line, leaving Songhauer over 100 meters behind. The race concluded in this manner, with Songhauer unable to complete the distance, resulting in his disqualification. However, he could hardly ponder this outcome. His face was pale, his limbs weak, and his breaths came in heavy gasps. He lamented his impulsiveness in entering the race, feeling utterly depleted and humiliated. Thus, he slumped at the edge of the field, grappling with regret while catching his breath. It was only after stabilizing his breathing and consuming the glucose offered by a classmate that he was assisted back to his seat by 2 boys. When his classmates witnessed Songhauer being helped back, they did not revel in his misfortune or deride him. Instead, they offered comfort, commending his fighting spirit. Even Zhou Yuqi cast a few extra glances in his direction, while Yu Lu refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Everyone understood the grueling nature of the 1,500 meters. Had they been in his position, they might not have fared any better. It was clear why they had all been so hesitant to participate, as few dared to accept the challenge. After all, not everyone could emulate Chen Xiaochen, who not only completed the race, but also secured first place in his group. The continuous encouragement from his classmates rendered Songhauer's previously pallid complexion considerably more vibrant, and his mindset gradually began to restore itself. After a while, once all groups had completed their competitions, the list of qualifiers was announced. Chen Xiaochen once again advanced without a hint of suspense. As the time progressed, several students from Class 3 participated in various competitive events, although some managed to secure notable positions and successfully qualify. The lack of a leader to galvanize and uplift the atmosphere resulted in diminished enthusiasm compared to the fervor surrounding Chen Xiaochen's victory. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the first day of the sports meet concluded splendidly following the decisive high jump contest for the senior boys. Students from various classes rose in unison, returning their chairs to the classroom and tidying up their designated areas. Chen Xiaochen, without waiting for Zhou Yuqi to assist, directly took her chair as well. This left Zhou Yuqi, beaming with a smile, standing alongside Wang Qi, as they both aided Wang Qi in searching for her deskmate. Teacher Song had previously refrained from admonishing such chivalrous acts by boys towards girls, thus most boys in the class exhibited their gentlemanly demeanor at this moment. Under the circumstances, Chen Xiaochen's actions appeared unremarkable. After returning all the chairs to the classroom, The students did not return to the playground, but rather dispersed spontaneously, heading home after school. Those who remained on the field also left after tidying up. The night swiftly passed, and the following day saw the continuation of the school's sports meet. The competition schedule mirrored that of the previous day, with the only difference being a reduced number of participants and events. The shortened program allowed for ample time for award presentations. Chen Xiaochen's 2 competitions were still scheduled for the afternoon, and at that moment, he was engrossed in comics alongside Yulo. After a full day of yesterday's interactions, Yulo had successfully captivated Zhou Yuqi and Wang Qi, who were now each absorbed in a comic borrowed from him. The group spent a leisurely morning listening to music, reading comics, and occasionally indulging in snacks. As noon approached, everyone vacated their seats to venture out for lunch. Naturally, not everyone departed simultaneously. Class leaders remained behind to supervise belongings. Yesterday, it was Zhou Yuqi, serving as class monitor, who handled this responsibility, with Wang Qi bringing her lunch. Today, it was Song Haoren's turn as the academic committee member, who similarly enlisted the help of classmates to procure meals while he stayed back to watch over the items. Once everyone had left, and after a night of recuperation, Song Haoren began to harbor some contemplative thoughts. Over the past month since the beginning of school, he had noticeably felt a growing distance between himself and Zhou Yuqi, with communication dwindling. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuqi attributed this shift to the influence of Chen Xiaochen, having witnessed him on a date with someone else. In his perspective, the pressing matter was not to reprimand Chen Xiaochen, but rather to mend the relationship between himself and Zhou Yuqi. However, Song Haoren had yet to discover an appropriate opportunity or approach to improve their rapport. As he sat in his seat, racking his brain in deep contemplation, he inadvertently noticed a portion of a portable cassette player protruding from Zhou Yuqi's backpack. The sight of the cassette player sparked an unconventional idea within Song Haoren's mind. Chapter 118. Zhou Yuqi's cassette player. Without much hesitation, he quickly formulated a plan and decided to act immediately. He furtively scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no one was paying attention to him, before leisurely rising from his seat and discreetly departing. He then approached Zhou Yuqi's seat with an air of nonchalance. Once stationed beside her, he once again surveyed the area cautiously, then bent down to swiftly retrieve Zhou Yuqi's cassette player, carelessly discarding it onto the ground. Straightening up, he feigned indifference, standing there while casually glancing around. At that moment, his right foot stealthily pressed upon the cassette player, and with a firm stomp, a sharp crack echoed beneath him. Having achieved his objective, Song Haoren deftly nudged the cassette player beneath the chair with his foot, before sauntering back to his seat with a relaxed demeanor. All that remained was to await Zhou Yuqi's return. Zhou Yuqi did not linger for long. After purchasing a convenient egg pancake at the school gate, she returned with Wang Qi. As the class monitor, she instinctively felt the need to avoid being away for too long. Moreover, she and Wang Qi did not return particularly early. Some classmates who preferred not to eat in the store had already returned to their seats with their lunches in hand. Zhou Yuqi and Wang Qi settled in, engaging in conversation while savoring their meals. Initially, Zhou Yuqi did not notice the cassette player beneath her chair until she inadvertently stepped back, her foot landing on one of the headphones. Sensing something unusual beneath her foot, she instinctively looked down. In a fleeting glance, she spotted the headphone, and following the cord, she discovered her cassette player lying there, covered in dust. Alarmed by the sight of her cassette player in such a state, Zhou Yuqi quickly bent down to retrieve it. Examining it closely in her hand, the player, though modestly priced, had been a cherished gift from her mother on her birthday, and she had taken great care of it over the past 2 to 3 years. Seeing it in such disrepair pained her deeply. Disregarding the dirt, she hurriedly wiped it clean, eager to ascertain if it would still function. Regrettably, despite her diligent efforts throughout the day, the portable cassette player was utterly beyond repair. This outcome left Zhou Yuqi feeling profoundly aggrieved, a surge of emotion rushing to her nose, and her eyes began to redden. At that moment, Wang Qi also noticed Zhou Yuqi's distress. Upon seeing the severely damaged device in her hands, Wang Qi began to grasp the situation. Observing Zhou Yuqi's slightly reddened eyes, Wang Qi could no longer contain herself. She stood up and called out to their classmates, "Who among you has damaged Zhou Yuqi's cassette player? Or did anyone witness who was responsible?" The surrounding students, perplexed by Wang Qi's inquiry, shook their heads in confusion, indicating their ignorance of the matter. Zhou Yuqi quickly grasped Wang Qi's arm and shook her head in disapproval. Understanding her message, Wang Qi reluctantly returned to her seat, still seething with anger as she expressed, "Yuqi, why didn't you allow me to inquire? I want to see who has the audacity to commit such a deed and yet remain unrepentant." At that moment, Zhou Yuqi's emotions had somewhat stabilized. She replied calmly, "It's all right, Wang Qi. your actions will yield no results. Moreover, I cannot be certain that someone did this intentionally. It could very well be that I misplaced it, and someone accidentally stepped on it. Let it go. I do not wish to pursue it further. After hearing Zhou Yuqi's words, Wang Qi remained somewhat unconvinced and pressed on. Are you truly not going to pursue this? I noticed your eyes were red just now. This cassette player must be quite precious to you. Zhou Yuqi nodded, explaining, yes, this cassette player was a birthday gift from my mother, and I truly cherished it. I momentarily lost control of my emotions, but I am fine now. It's nothing serious. Are you really sure? Yes, rest assured. Although Wang Qi still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, she could only respond, very well then. Meanwhile, as the two conversed softly, Song Haoren, seated in the back, was internally grappling with whether to approach them. The situation had surpassed his expectations. He had originally intended to damage Zhou Yuqi's cassette player, enabling him to lend her his own and perhaps offer some words of comfort, thereby creating an opportunity for interaction. However, it appeared that Zhou Yuqi's reaction was rather intense, indicating her deep attachment to the device. Approaching her now could very well backfire. Just as Song Haoren was caught in this dilemma, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu returned. Chen Xiaochen had initially planned to dine out before returning, but Yu Li's eagerness to return and read comics was irresistible. Thus, the two hastily purchased some food, exchanged their comics, and hurried back. As Chen Xiaochen settled into her seat, Wang Qi, still not fully calmed down, leaned in to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing about the damage to Zhou Yuqi's cassette player, Chen Xiaochen contemplated briefly before casting a glance at Song Haoren, who was on duty that afternoon. That glance nearly chilled Song Haoren's blood, leaving him feeling somewhat flustered as he sat there, unsure of how to react. With just one glance, Chen Xiaochen could surmise the general situation from Song Haoren's demeanor. However, he refrained from confronting Song Haoren immediately and continued to listen to Wang Qi's narrative. Upon hearing that the portable cassette player was a birthday gift from Mother Zhou and noticing that Zhou Yuqi's eyes had reddened moments before, Chen Xiaochen felt a pang of compassion for the young lady. Without a moment's hesitation, he exchanged seats with Wang Qi and settled beside Zhou Yuqi. Once there, he noticed the severely damaged cassette player in her hands. At that moment, rather than offering words of consolation, he gently extended his hand and said, "Let me have a look." Hearing his voice, Zhou Yuqi's gaze shifted from the player to Chen Xiaochen. At that instant, it seemed as though Zhou Yuqi had found an outlet for her emotions. She looked at him with a face full of grievances and, suppressing her feelings, handed the cassette player over to him. For the next minute, silence enveloped them. Chen Xiaochen examined the player in his hands, while Zhou Yuqi studied the profile of his face. After a minute, having completed his inspection, Chen Xiaochen lifted his head and reassured Zhou Yuqi, "Don't feel disheartened, I can repair it." At his words, a spark of surprise flickered in Zhou Yuqi's eyes. Yet, before she could voice her inquiries, Chen Xiaochen pulled out his own cassette player from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take this for now. Yours is temporarily mine. I'll return it once I've fixed it." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuqi retorted, "No, it's fine. I don't mind not listening to music. You should keep it for yourself." "It's all right. I have a competition coming up, so I want to need it," he insisted, not allowing her the chance to refuse further. He placed his MP3 player firmly into her hands before returning to his seat, leaving Zhou Yuqi clutching the device, her lips pressed together in contemplation. Chapter 119. The incident comes to rest after returning to his seat. Chen Xiaochen briefly examined the cassette player once more before placing it into his backpack. His earlier words to Zhou Yuqi were not mere deception. The damage to the player was indeed substantial, and mere repairs would not restore it to its original condition. However, he had alternative methods. He could replace all the broken parts. As long as he could find an identical model, he could substitute the damaged components and restore the player to its former glory. Judging by its exterior, it was not an outdated model, so locating a similar machine should not pose a significant challenge. Of course, these were merely his assumptions, and he would not disclose them to Zhou Yuqi until he had successfully executed the plan. At this moment, Zhou Yuqi's spirits had lifted considerably. She was quietly continuing her lunch. The assurance that her cassette player could be repaired had alleviated her earlier sorrow. Observing Zhou Yuqi's stabilizing mood, Chen Xiaochen also began to enjoy his meal. As for the instigator, Song Haoren, he is currently engulfed in a tempest of anxiety and chaotic thoughts. The fleeting glance from Chen Xiaochen instilled in him the unsettling sensation of being seen through, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He is uncertain whether Chen Xiaochen will divulge this matter to others. To him, if this incident were to become public knowledge, the feelings of Zhou Yuqi would be a secondary concern. After all, they would still have opportunities to interact during family gatherings, allowing him to mend their relationship. What truly matters is to keep his actions concealed from others, for he fears that this incident could tarnish the favorable image he has only recently cultivated in his new class. Reputation, once sullied, is exceedingly difficult to restore. On the other hand, Chen Xiaochen has indeed discerned Song Haoren's apprehensions and, upon reflection, understands the motivations behind his actions. However, he does not intend to take any action. There is a saying that the moment before the blade descends is the most terrifying. By refraining from exposing this incident, he can ensure that Song Haoren remains anxious and restless for the foreseeable future, perhaps even losing sleep over it. This approach not only serves as a lesson for Song Haoren, but may also encourage him to engage in self-reflection, potentially leading to personal growth and an understanding of his shortcomings. Should he choose to undertake similar dubious actions in the future, he might do so with greater finesse, avoiding the current predicament of being so easily seen through. It is only when Song Haoren possesses the necessary skills and sophistication that he can be deemed worthy of Chen Xiaochen's attention in a contest of wits. Chen Xiaochen's decision to remain silent is not born out of compassion nor fear of nurturing a future threat. He perceives the issues between him and Song Haoren as trifling matters of school life, akin to children playing house, serving merely as a diversion in his academic journey. With no substantial conflicts of interest between them, they are unlikely to intersect significantly after 3 years, perhaps never crossing paths again. Thus, there is no need for harsh measures. Otherwise, he would not have approached the previous incident of the lost textbook with such a playful demeanor. Song Haoren would not have merely received a fright and suffered a minor loss of property. Moreover, he feels a sense of gratitude towards Song Haoren for this incident. Were it not for Song Haoren's petty antics, he would not have had the opportunity to assist Zhou Yuqi, ultimately becoming the beneficiary of this event. After a brief rest following lunch, Chen Xiaochen began to change his attire in preparation for the afternoon's competition. Zhou Yuqi has fully regained her composure and is now sharing a pair of headphones with Wang Qi, both immersed in music. The two are captivated by Chen Xiaochen's MP3 player, finding it intriguing as they huddle together to explore the compact device. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sports meet is poised to enter its thrilling final phase. As before, the men's 800-meter race kicks off the proceedings. Chen Xiaochen, upon hearing the call from the sports committee, rises to make his way to the field, ready to commence his race. At this moment on the playground, aside from the students and teachers of the school, there are quite a number of spectators from outside the institution. The administration, for reasons unknown, perhaps to showcase the talents of its students or for other motives, has decided to allow external visitors to attend the sports event, except for the usual expulsion of individuals who appear unseemly. Since this morning, the gatekeeper has only been driving away those who seem dubious while permitting others to enter. Initially, the turnout of spectators was modest, but as word spread throughout the afternoon, a considerable crowd of onlookers gathered on the west side of the playground. Among these spectators are local residents seeking leisure, as well as elderly individuals equipped with their own stools who enjoy the lively atmosphere. In addition to these groups, a small number of students have sneaked out from their own school's activities to watch their friends, with some even having skipped classes altogether. Although these individuals are clad in school uniforms and appear to be earnest students, few among them genuinely came to visit friends. Their presence outside at this hour indicates that their own school likely has lax regulations, suggesting it is not particularly prestigious. Moreover, the majority of these individuals are idlers, lacking diligence in their studies, and it is improbable that they would intersect significantly with students from key provincial high schools. After all, students from esteemed institutions are unlikely to venture into other schools' campuses during such events. For instance, if any student from Class 3 of the first year were to stray from their seat for too long, Mr. Song would promptly inquire about their whereabouts. An additional pertinent point is that these outsiders believe that well-behaved students are generally more timid and thus easier to intimidate. Under the pretense of visiting friends, they seek to assert their presence, reveling in the facade of not being model students, while simultaneously attempting to assert dominance and derive a sense of superiority from the students they perceive as better. However, the individuals they seek out typically do not share close ties. Most of them are either classmates from middle school, belonging to entirely different social circles, or neighbors with minimal interaction. Some may only exchange nods when they cross paths. There are, of course, exceptions. For instance, Lu Chuang from Class 3 is currently standing at the edge of the playground, engaged in conversation with several external students. Judging by his demeanor, he appears quite familiar with the leading girl, mirroring her stance and gestures. Were it not for his school uniform and the occasional glance cast towards Class 3, one might easily mistake him for one of them. As Lu Chuang converses animatedly, Chen Xiaochen has already taken to the track, preparing for her race. Today's finals feature participants from all 3 grades, and in Chen Xiaocheng's group, she is the sole first-year student, with the remaining 4 being seniors from the 2nd and 3rd years. To him, competing against anyone held no distinction. As the sound of the starter's gun echoed, Chen Xiaochen was still the quickest to react, bursting forth from the starting line first. 3 minutes later, he successfully completed the race, securing the top position in his group. Unlike the previous day, when he had left the track immediately after the event, he remained to watch his peers compete, as there would be an awards ceremony once the results were announced. In the subsequent group, 2 first-year students participated, including a particularly athletic contender. However, his performance today was not up to par, as he finished significantly slower than the day before, ultimately claiming only 2nd place in his group. In the following moments, additional groups took turns competing. After 20 minutes, the final results of the men's 800 meters were revealed. Chen Xiaochen achieved a commendable time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds, earning 2nd place in the entire grade. The awards ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. The school had not only prepared a podium for the occasion, but had also invited a photographer to capture the moment for the awardees. After the ceremony concluded, Chen Xiaochen returned to the audience section of Class 3, clutching his newly acquired certificate and an elegantly bound notebook. As he settled into his seat, Yu Lu eagerly took the certificate and notebook from him to admire. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqi presented him with a pre-prepared pack of glucose, already unwrapped. An hour later, having regained his energy, Chen Xiaochen participated in the 1500 meters race. This time, he triumphed over all his opponents, successfully clinching 1st place. Upon his return, he bore not only the certificate and notebook, but also a pen nestled within a velvet box. Over the span of 2 days of competition, Chen Xiaochen had successfully garnered 5 points for Class 3 and an additional 5 points for the entire school. With the remaining events no longer pertaining to him, he transformed into a spectator, sitting alongside Yu Lu as they resumed their comic reading. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the school sports meet drew to a close. Students began to discuss the upcoming 11-day holiday, their focus drifting away from the event, and the viewing areas for each class grew increasingly relaxed. Teacher Song had just been called away by the grade director and was absent from her post. In her absence, the students felt liberated, becoming more animated. Lu Chuang, who had frequently vanished earlier, was now completely absent. After a little over 10 minutes, the loudspeaker announced the results for each class. Class 3 of the 1st year placed 3rd in the grade and 6th overall in the school. The students of Class 3 did not exhibit much enthusiasm for this achievement. They offered a brief cheer before returning to their individual pursuits. Another 10 minutes passed, and Teacher Song still had not returned. The students began to fidget restlessly, some starting to gather their belongings, with many even leaving their seats. At this moment, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu were also tidying up their things and cleaning their surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Chuang emerged from an unknown location. He stood by, surveying his surroundings for a while, before approaching Chen Xiaochen tentatively. "Xiaochen, could I possibly borrow your MP3 player? I have a few friends with me who would like to listen to some music." During military training, Lu Chuang and Chen Xiaochen shared a dormitory. Their contrasting personalities, one being quite sociable and the other more easygoing, allowed them to become quite familiar with each other over the past few days, establishing a pleasant rapport. Chen Xiaochen glanced at Lu Chuang upon hearing his request, but paid it little mind as she retrieved her MP3 player. Lu Chuang hesitated momentarily at the sight of the compact device, but quickly accepted it. After a while, just before the athletic meet was set to conclude, Teacher Song returned. The students who had been wandering about quickly returned to their respective positions upon seeing her. Following a concluding speech from the school leaders, the athletic meet at No. 40 High School came to a successful close. However, Teacher Song did not immediately allow the students to rise. Instead, she stepped forward to discuss the arrangements for the following days. After 2 days of the athletic meet, the school generously granted all students a day off. They would have October 1st free, resuming classes on the 2nd. While this was somewhat difficult for the 1st and 2nd year students to accept, it was a rare complete day of rest for the 3rd year students. Since entering their final year, they had been attending evening study sessions until 7:30 p.m., with weekends only offering a half day of rest. Once Teacher Song finished her announcements, she disregarded the grievances of the students and spoke a few words about the athletic meet before instructing them to tidy their desks and clean up before dismissing class. As soon as she finished speaking, the students sprang into action. The class divided the tasks among themselves. Some began moving chairs while others swiftly commenced cleaning. It was not until Chen Xiaochen had returned the last chair that he realized Lu Chuang had vanished. Retracing his steps back to the playground, he still could not find Lu Chuang. Even after inquiring with several classmates, no one had seen him. Left with no choice, Chen Xiaochen decided to set aside the matter of the MP3 for the time being. If he did not encounter Lu Chuang again, he would have to wait until school resumed the day after tomorrow to retrieve it. Thus, with everyone's cooperation, the students quickly completed the tidying and cleaning tasks before dispersing to go home. That evening, upon returning home, Chen's parents praised him for the 2 awards he had earned. The following morning, despite it being the National Day holiday, Chen's parents were determined to check on the renovation progress of their new home, and they left early. After rising around 8 a.m., Chen Xiaochen wasted no time. After having breakfast and preparing himself, he slung his bag over his shoulder, taking with him Zhou Yuqi's MP3 player as he stepped out. He did not take a taxi today. Instead, he rode his bicycle, which had been in use for some time, to the nearby commercial street. After perusing the electronic product counters in various stores and personal stalls, Chen Xiaochen was unable to locate the identical device he sought. Inquiring among several salespersons and stall owners, he received a remarkably uniform response. This model had been released 3 years ago and was now discontinued. Rather than becoming disheartened, Chen Xiaochen set his sights on a hub for second-hand electrical appliances. Upon arriving, after a thorough search, he finally discovered an identical portable cassette player amidst the inventory of a well-established second-hand appliance store. Chapter 121. Restoring the portable cassette player. Holding the cassette player in his hands, Chen Xiaochen was filled with joy. In his view, finding this particular device was purely a stroke of luck. Initially, when he inquired with the store owner about the availability of the model, the owner examined it briefly before informing him that it was not for sale. Fortunately, he discerned a hint of insight in the owner's words and asked if there were any in stock that were not for sale. Following the direction indicated by the owner, he ventured into the storage area to search for himself. This storage area housed various appliances that the store had acquired but had yet to repair or refurbish. There were also items severely damaged, reserved for parts. The device Chen Xiaochen held was extracted from one particularly large sack filled with cassette and CD players. It was evident that these machines had already been sorted. He conducted a cursory inspection of the device, noting that its exterior appeared satisfactory, devoid of significant blemishes. Upon opening the cassette compartment, he found the internal structure intact, which reassured him. He felt no need for further examination, as the functionality of other components was of little concern to him. Having located what he desired, he chose not to linger and quickly organized the items he had extracted before approaching the owner. When Chen Xiaochen arrived at the counter to inquire about the price of the device, the owner assessed him, his hands blackened from rummaging through the sack and beads of sweat glistening on his brow, before hesitating to provide a quote. The moment the owner cast an appraising glance in his direction, Chen Xiaochen realized the owner recognized his urgency for the device. He was likely to be overcharged. However, he had no alternative, as he genuinely needed the player, and even if he was at a disadvantage, it was not worth his while to dwell on it, especially for such a trivial item. Indeed, the next moment, the owner quoted a hefty price of 150 yuan. Although Chen Xiaochen had anticipated this, he could not help but admire the owner's audacity and greed. He was quite certain that the cost for acquiring this cassette player was likely less than 10 yuan. Nevertheless, he did not perceive any wrongdoing in the owner's actions. As a shopkeeper, it is entirely reasonable for a businessman to maximize his interests whenever the opportunity arises. Upon receiving the quote, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time, promptly presenting 150 in cash to the proprietor. This swift and decisive action of payment momentarily halted the shopkeeper, who was poised to negotiate. He hesitated for a couple of seconds before accepting the money, internally questioning whether he had undervalued the transaction. After the payment, guided by the shopkeeper, Chen Xiaochen located a basin in the store to wash his hands. After drying his hands with a tissue and wiping the sweat from his brow, he departed the second-hand shop with a portable music player in hand. Once outside, he mounted his bicycle and headed toward a nearby electronics repair shop. Although the second-hand store offered repair services, having just spent 150, he was reluctant to make any further purchases there. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Chen Xiaochen explained his intentions and handed over both devices to the technician. After a brief examination, the technician confirmed that replacement parts were available, but the impact on functionality would need to be assessed post-repair. Relieved by the technician's assessment, Chen Xiaochen inquired about the repair costs. After a moment of contemplation, the technician quoted a price of 50 yuan. This time, Chen Xiaochen did not readily produce the cash. Instead, he engaged in a cordial yet lengthy negotiation with the technician. Ultimately, they settled on a repair fee of 30 yuan. Some may find it perplexing that Chen Xiaochen readily paid 150 for the portable music player, yet chose to haggle over a 50 yuan repair fee. Although both transactions involved expenditure, they were fundamentally different. Firstly, The portable music player was distinctly rare, as evidenced by Chen Xiaocheng's 2-hour search. This resource, both scarce and essential to him, meant that missing out would significantly amplify his time costs. Therefore, upon hearing the price, he was eager to conclude the transaction. To him, spending 150 on the music player was indeed a reasonable investment. Conversely, the situation with the technician was quite the opposite. The task of replacing parts was relatively straightforward, lacking in technical complexity. Virtually any electronics repair shop could perform such repairs, and given the right tools, he could have attempted the replacement himself. Thus, when the technician provided his quote, Chen Xiaocheng felt justified in negotiating it down to 30 yuan. Moreover, this 30 yuan was not easily earned. He insisted that the technician replace all damaged parts while preserving the original device's signs of use. Despite being meticulously cared for, the music player had inevitably endured some normal wear and tear. For instance, the frequently used buttons exhibited varying degrees of abrasion and fading, and there was a noticeable dent on the side of the casing that clearly bore the marks of age. Thus, the technician commenced the disassembly of the machine, preparing to replace the damaged components individually. Chen Xiaochen stood by, observing the technician's actions, occasionally vocalizing his requests. After 20 minutes of persistent torment, the technician, suppressing his urge to erupt, finally completed the repair successfully. With the machine restored, the next step was testing. To facilitate this, Chen Xiaochen purchased a fine pair of headphones from the repair shop, bargaining little, which, in turn, improved the technician's demeanor. As the technician reattached the battery, connected the headphones, and played a tape to ensure everything was functioning properly, Chen Xiaochen promptly settled the payment for both the repairs and the headphones. He then departed the repair shop with the restored machine and the replaced parts, returning home. The repair of the portable audio device was thus completed, yet the restoration work was not finished. Upon arriving home, Chen Xiaochen set down his backpack and hurried to his parents' bedroom, rummaging through the television cabinet. Before long, he discovered the alcohol bottle. With the alcohol in hand, he retrieved the repaired portable audio device and the replaced components from his backpack. Preparing for the next phase of his task, on Zhou Yuqi's portable audio device, there was a small cartoon sticker of a rabbit in the lower right corner of the panel. This sticker had faded over time, clearly showing signs of age. Chen Xiaochun's next objective was to carefully remove the sticker intact and reapply it to the repaired device. Having watched numerous life hacks on short video platforms in his previous life, he believed this task would pose little difficulty. He applied alcohol evenly with a cotton ball to the sticker, then set the portable audio device aside to allow the alcohol to thoroughly penetrate the sticker. Chapter 122. Zhou Yuqi's gratitude. In fact, besides alcohol, both medicated oil and cooking oil could achieve similar results. However, these two methods were not suitable for the current situation. Chen Xiaochen aimed not only to remove the sticker, but also to maintain its integrity for reapplication elsewhere. Medicated oil and cooking oil would alter the color and appearance of the sticker, which did not meet his requirements. After allowing the portable audio device to sit for 2 hours, Chen Xiaochen prepared to proceed to the next step. He first went to the southern balcony, found a small shovel in the toolbox, and then ran to the bathroom to retrieve a hairdryer. With these two items in hand, he returned to his bedroom. Sitting at his desk, he began to heat the sticker with the hairdryer. The sticker, having been soaked in alcohol, had lost much of its stickiness. Now, subjected to the warm air, it began to deform, its edges slightly lifting due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. A few minutes later, when he deemed it adequately heated, he set down the hairdryer, picked up the small shovel, and cautiously began to peel the sticker from the original device. He undertook this step with great care, fearful of damaging the sticker with a moment's inattention. At this moment, Chen Xiaocheng, despite his cautious demeanor, bore no psychological burden. What he was undertaking could be likened to embellishing an already splendid creation. Success would certainly be delightful. It would restore a cherished memory for Zhou Yuqi, granting her a delightful surprise. Conversely, failure would hold little consequence, as the most crucial aspect, the portable music player, had already been repaired. After a minute of meticulous yet daring effort, Chen Xiaocheng successfully peeled away most of the sticker, leaving only the two bunny ears still affixed. Moments later, he finally removed the sticker in its entirety. Once the sticker was detached, he refrained from excessive handling, mindful of its age and fragility. He merely smoothed the back of the sticker and affixed it to the restored device using glue. Having completed this task, he set the music player aside to allow the sticker to air dry naturally while he began organizing the tools he had used. With the successful salvation of Zhou Yuqi's music player, Chen Xiaocheng felt that his primary task for the day was accomplished. In the ensuing hours, he settled comfortably at home, leisurely savoring the remainder of his holiday. The following day, as was his routine, Chen Xiaochen arrived at school punctually. Upon entering, he found Zhou Yuqi already present, busily arranging her belongings at her desk. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yuqi eagerly greeted Chen Xiaochen and, with an expectant expression, inquired, "So, how did it go? Can my music player be repaired?" Without keeping her in suspense, Chen Xiaochen opened his backpack and replied, "No problem at all. The music player has been fixed. Here you go." As he spoke, he handed the music player to Zhou Yuqi. After receiving it, she immediately examined it closely, her curiosity overwhelming her need to speak. The exterior of the music player now appeared flawless. The previously shattered transparent panel was now intact, and the slightly misaligned body had returned to its original form. Upon closer inspection, the familiar worn spots she recognized were still present. What brought her the greatest joy was that the little bunny sticker she had previously affixed remained wholly preserved. Seeing the music player restored to its former glory filled Zhou Yuqi with immense happiness. As she gently touched the bunny sticker, she noticed that its texture had become somewhat rigid. Leaning in to take a whiff, she was greeted by the mingling scents of alcohol and glue wafting into her nostrils. Zhou Yuqi was not the sort of girl lacking in common sense. The texture combined with the aroma allowed her to surmise the extent of Chen Xiaocheng's efforts and the thought he had invested. This realization enveloped her heart with a profound warmth, a wave of emotion swelling within her. However, Zhou Yuqi was cautious not to let this feeling flourish. Aware that they were in the classroom with Chen Xiaochen observing her. Thinking of him, she quickly turned to face him, speaking sincerely, "Thank you, desk mate. I can only imagine the care you took in restoring this music player. I truly appreciate it." After saying this, Zhou Yuqi suddenly recalled something and quickly continued, "By the way, how much did the repairs cost? I need to check if I have enough money today. If not, I can get some from home tonight and repay you tomorrow." Upon hearing Zhou Yuqi's words, Chen Xiaochen had no intention of accepting her money. Her expression of gratitude was sufficient for him, as he had already achieved his objective. Thus, Chen Xiaochen fabricated a story, saying it didn't cost anything. The replacement parts were salvaged from the repair department, and the owner is a friend of mine, so he didn't charge me. I did the replacement work myself, so there were no expenses. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's words, Zhou Yuqi felt even warmer inside. Chen Xiaochen had been so thoughtful in helping her, and she felt compelled to respond. "How about this? I'll treat you to lunch today?" To which Chen Xiaochen teasingly replied, "Lunch is fine. But are you so eager to repay me?" At this remark, Zhou Yuqi hurriedly clarified, No, it's not about repaying a favor. I genuinely want to express my gratitude." Seeing that Zhou Yuqi took it seriously, Chen Xiaochen decided not to tease her further. "All right then, let us have lunch together. You can keep the favor for now. You can repay me slowly later." Hearing this, and noticing Chen Xiaochun's mischievous grin, Zhou Yuqi realized she was being teased and felt a rush of shyness. Observing Zhou Yuqi's flushed face, Chen Xiaochun, having achieved his goal, tactfully shifted the topic. "All right, tablemate. I won't tease you anymore. By the way, I've installed the batteries and tape in the portable cassette player. You can try it out." Chen Xiaochun's timely suggestion effectively redirected Zhou Yuqi's attention back to the cassette player. Earlier, she had only been excited to see its repaired exterior. Now, with Chen Xiaochun's words, she noticed that not only were there batteries and tape inside, but the headphones were also new and appeared to be well crafted. This realization stirred a fresh wave of emotions within Zhou Yuqi, further solidifying her intention to treat Chen Xiaochen to lunch. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Yuqi put on the headphones and began to listen. Perhaps it was the quality of the headphones, but the sound from the cassette player now seemed even better than before. Thus, throughout the entire morning self-study period, Chen Xiaochen and Zhou Yuqi engaged in quiet conversation, their relationship becoming increasingly intimate. Due to Zhou Yuqi's situation, Chen Xiaochen had neglected to inquire about his MP3 from Lu Chuang that morning. It was only after the first class ended that he spotted Lu Chuang in the restroom, looking nonchalant, yet somewhat evasive. "Hey, Lu Chuang, I searched for you everywhere yesterday. Where did you go? What about my MP3? Oh, it's you, Chen Gu. Hi, after the logistics meeting yesterday, my friend insisted on taking me out, and I completely forgot to say goodbye to you. I'm really sorry, Chen Gu. I took your cassette player home yesterday. It's south at my place. I rushed out this morning and forgot to bring it. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Lu Chuang's response appeared to be impeccable, devoid of any flaws. However, Chen Xiaochen discerned certain inconsistencies within his words and the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. It is noteworthy that, despite their relative familiarity, Chen and Lu were by no means close friends. Lu had consistently addressed him as Chen Xiaochen, occasionally referring to him as Xiaochen in a somewhat affectionate manner. But he would never call him Brother Chen. Furthermore, while Lu's explanation seemed plausible, it contained several logical inconsistencies. If Lu had truly been in a hurry yesterday and forgotten to greet him, Chen could comprehend that. Yet, his claim of forgetting something today conveyed a multitude of implications. When one borrows an item, the likelihood of forgetting to return it is minimal if there is genuine intent to do so. Typically, not bringing it back suggests one of two scenarios. Either the borrower is indifferent to the item or harbors intentions of keeping it for themselves. In either case, this was not auspicious news for Chen Xiaochen. Additionally, Lu's gaze remained erratic while he spoke, clearly indicating his contemplation of how to navigate the situation. If he had merely forgotten the item, there would have been no need for such elaborate thought. A straightforward account would suffice. Although Chen Xiaochen recognized the issues at hand, he refrained from immediately confronting Lu, opting instead to agree with him to stabilize the situation. Regardless of whether events unfolded as he suspected, they had already transpired. To question Lu's statements at that moment, without concrete evidence, would not only be futile, but could also provoke a defensive reaction from Lu, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome. By biding his time, Chen could gain a clearer understanding of Lu's intentions and the veracity of his claims. Of course, there remained the possibility that he was overthinking the matter and that Lu had indeed forgotten the item. Although the probability of this was low, it was not entirely impossible. Should that be the case, waiting could prevent any misunderstandings. Chen Xiaochen was not concerned that time would lead Lu to deny responsibility, as several classmates had witnessed Lu borrowing the equipment and could corroborate his account. With this in mind, Chen decided to follow Lu's lead, allowing the matter to fade into the background. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. The morning slipped away swiftly. At noon, Zhou Yuqi extended her invitation to Chen Xiaochen for lunch, and neither had planned to bring friends along. Zhou was apprehensive about appearing insincere in the presence of others, while Chen wished to spare Zhou some expense. Both were content with their arrangements. Yet, as is often the case in life, the more meticulously one plans, the more likely unforeseen disruptions will arise. As the lunchtime bell rang, just as Chen Xiaochen and Zhou Yuqi prepared to leave for their meal, Zhou was halted by Wang Qi before they could even exit the classroom. Wang approached and directly linked her arm with Zhou's, casting a glance at Chen Xiaochen as she inquired, "Yuqi, where are you two headed? Aren't you having lunch?" At this moment, Zhou Yuqi suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to mention to Wang Qi about treating a meal. Feeling slightly chagrined at her own carelessness, she explained to Wang Qi, "I wish to invite Chen Xiaochen to lunch. He helped me repair my portable music player, and I wanted to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Wang Qi showed no inclination to leave. Instead, she leaned closer to Zhou Yuqi and whispered, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xiaochen waiting nearby, "Are you two going out alone? That might not be appropriate. If others see you dining together, they might speculate about your relationship, and it could lead to unfounded rumors." Wang Qi's words momentarily startled Zhou Yuqi. She had merely intended to treat Chen Xiaochen to a meal as a gesture of thanks, completely overlooking the implications of their solitary outing. At that moment, she found herself entangled in a web of uncertainty. Although she did not perceive anything wrong with having lunch alone with Chen Xiaochen, Wang Qi's concerns were not entirely unfounded. In the current landscape of youthful interactions, relationships tended to be rather discreet, and private engagements could easily become fodder for gossip. The thought of being the subject of such speculation was undoubtedly unsettling for Zhou Yuqi. With this in mind, she glanced at Chen Xiaochen, who had observed the exchange between the two girls. He could surmise what Wang Qi had whispered. As a boy, he harbored fewer reservations. Moreover, as his relationship with Zhou Yuqi blossomed, their private outings seemed inevitable, and it was merely a matter of time before they were seen together. While he himself was indifferent to public perception, he recognized Zhou Yuqi's hesitance reflected in her gaze. She clearly cared about these matters, or she wouldn't have looked at him so. Thus, meeting Zhou Yuqi's eyes, Chen Xiaochen proactively suggested, "Why don't we all go together? It would be more lively that way." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuqi's hesitation shifted to feelings of gratitude and regret. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "In that case, let us invite Yu Lu as well, so you have a companion." Chen Xiaochen readily agreed and called out to Yu Lu, who was engaged in casual conversation with Zhao Tianyu. Soon, the four of them divided into two pairs and departed the classroom together. As they made their way off campus in search of a restaurant, Wang Qi linked arms with Zhou Yuqi in the lead, while Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu followed closely behind. Yu Lu, suddenly summoned, felt a bit bewildered. "Chen Gu, what is going on? Didn't you say you had something to do at noon?" "I do have something," Chen Xiaochen replied. "The day before yesterday, I took Zhou Yuqi's portable music player for repairs, and it's ready today. She wanted to treat me to lunch as a thank you. Initially, it was meant to be just the two of us, but then Wang Qi intervened, and now it's turned into a group of four." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's explanation, Yu Lu lamented, "Ugh, that Wang Qi. always butting in where she doesn't belong. Why is she always around? Who could deny it? We were all set to leave, but she intercepted us. She whispered something in Zhou Yuqi's ear, and in an instant, Zhou Yuqi changed her mind. Throughout the journey, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu trailed behind, incessantly critiquing Wang Qi. Although Chen Xiaochen understood Zhou Yuqi's intentions, it did not imply that he had no qualms about Wang Qi, who was akin to a glaring third wheel. Chapter 124, Blocking Lu Chuang upon exiting the school gate. Zhou Yuqi and Wang Qi opted for a quaint little restaurant that appeared remarkably clean. Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu, ever accommodating, had no objections. The eatery was bustling with patrons, its tables fully occupied. The four of them stood at the entrance for a while, waiting for a table to become available. Once the diligent server efficiently cleared a table, they settled down and commenced ordering. Zhou Yuqi attempted to have Chen Xiaochen place the order, but he politely declined. And together with Wang Qi, they examined the menu. During this time, Zhou Yuqi inquired if Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu had any dietary restrictions, showcasing her thoughtfulness. The restaurant boasted an impressively swift service. Within 3 to 4 minutes after placing their order, the first dish arrived at their table. Moments later, the 4 dishes Zhou Yuqi had selected were served in unison. The server then brought 4 bottles of soda and 4 bowls of rice, 2 large and 2 small. Once the meal was laid out, Zhou Yuqi refrained from excessive expressions of gratitude and encouraged everyone to dig in. The other 3, not one to stand on ceremony, quickly unpacked their disposable chopsticks and began to eat. They engaged in lively conversation as they dined, resulting in a delightful meal for all. As they neared the end of their meal, Zhou Yuqi stood up to settle the bill, only to be informed by the owner that Chen Xiaochen had already taken care of it. This gesture from Chen Xiaochen irked Zhou Yuqi. She had clearly stated that she would treat them, yet Chen Xiaochen had paid instead. In the presence of Wang Qi and Yu Lu, Zhou Yuqi chose not to address the matter. After she returned, the 4 of them departed the restaurant together. Silence enveloped them on the way back, until they reached the classroom and took their seats. Zhou Yuqi, with a frown, finally voiced her frustration. Hey, desk mate, why did you settle the bill again? Honestly, we agreed that I would treat this time. How much did it cost? I'll pay you back. Chen Xiaochen, unfazed by Zhou Yuqi's words, replied with his premeditated response. All right, desk mate, I've already paid. Don't worry about giving me money. I wouldn't accept it even if you offered. Besides, if you pay me now, it wouldn't feel right, would it? Let us do this. Since we were a larger group today, consider this meal my treat. Just remember to take me out next time when you have the chance. How does that sound? Hearing Chen Xiaochun's proposal, Zhou Yuqi's expression softened considerably. After contemplating for a moment, she asserted, that's acceptable. When we have a day off, I'll take you somewhere nice to treat you. But remember, you mustn't spend a dime then. Speaking of which, I almost forgot, the last time at KFC, you paid too. Certainly, I shall treat you then. I assure you. I will not dispute this matter. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochun's repeated assurances and observing the resolute expression on his face, Zhou Yuqi finally decided to let him off the hook. The afternoon passed gradually amidst the routine studies of their classmates. On the following day, Lu Chuang seemingly forgot his previous commitments and reverted to his usual demeanor. Chen Xiaochen refrained from approaching him, curious about the unfolding events. Days 3, 4, and 5 came and went. By the 6th day, Chen Xiaochen was nearly certain that Lu Chuang had no intention of returning his belongings. Consequently, he chose not to linger any longer. During the intermission of the 2nd class, he intercepted Lu Chuang in the corridor. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu before him, Lu Chuang's expression faltered as he inquired, Brother Chen, what's the matter? This opening line only reinforced Chen Xiaochun's conviction regarding Lu Chuang's mindset. Without further ado, he stated plainly, Lu Chuang, stop feigning ignorance. I will not waste time on pleasantries. You have 1 day to return my belongings. If I do not see my MP3 by tomorrow, we shall discuss this matter elsewhere. If that fails, I shall enlist others to converse with you. Chen Xiaochun's words tightened Lu Chuang's chest with anxiety, prompting him to hastily respond, No, Brother Chen. Let me be frank with you. Your portable player was taken by a friend of mine. She adores it. I have attempted to ask for it back several times, but lack the courage to do so. How about this? I will compensate you for the price of the player. At this revelation, Chen Xiaochen finally understood the reason behind Lu Chuang's prolonged silence. However, that did not justify his appropriation of another's property. Upon hearing Lu Chuang's offer of compensation, Chen Xiaochen chuckled, Compensation, is it? Very well. I purchased that device less than a month ago for 1,530 yuan. You may reimburse me at the original price, and we shall consider the matter resolved. How much? 1,530? What kind of portable player costs that much? Brother Chen, are you pulling my leg? Lu Chuang was taken aback by the price. In his understanding, portable players typically cost a mere few dozen yuan, with the more expensive ones reaching 100 or 2. He had never encountered one that exceeded 300. Though he had noticed the device's unique quality when Chen Xiaochen lent it to him, he had merely assumed it was a newer model and did not dwell on the possibility of it being exorbitantly priced. Observing Lu Chuang's astonishment, Chen Xiaochen refrained from further discussion and, as if anticipated, produced the receipt from his wallet and handed it to Lu Chuang. As Lu Chuang received the receipt and glimpsed the amount, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chuang straightened his posture and firmly declared to Chen Xiaochen, "Brother Chen, I truly did not know your portable player was so costly. I will go retrieve it from my friend tonight and return it to you tomorrow." Seeing Lu Chuang's unwavering resolve, Chen Xiaochen chose not to press further, confirming the time before departing with Yu Lu. The following day, before Chen Xiaochen could seek out Lu Chuang, he approached him unbidden. However, his visit was not to return the MP3 player, but rather to discuss with Chen Xiaochen whether he could have an additional day's grace. Observing Lu Chuang's proactive demeanor, Chen Xiaochen chose not to press him too hard and acquiesced to his request. On the third day, Lu Chuang drastically altered his previous attitude and began to evade Chen Xiaochen once more. Throughout the morning, he would be the first to dash out of the classroom at the end of each lesson, returning last when class resumed, leaving Chen Xiaochen without an opportunity to inquire further. As the noon bell rang for dismissal, Lu Chuang attempted to employ his old tactic of slipping away first. However, this time he was thwarted. Chen Xiaochen had already coordinated with Yu Lu during the previous break. Thus, as the lunch bell rang, Yu Lu stealthily exited through the back door, while Chen Xiaochen approached from the front, effectively cornering Lu Chuang in the corridor. Once successfully apprehended, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time in engaging Lu Chuang, gripping him by the nape of his neck and leading him to a secluded area at the end of the corridor. Realizing he had no escape, Lu Chuang could only hunch his shoulders, a sorrowful expression plastered on his face, as he resigned himself to Chen Xiaocheng's control. "Where's my item?" Chen Xiaocheng demanded as they reached the end of the corridor. "Brother Chen, I truly have no means left. I went to ask for it back." "I really did, but she simply refused to return it," Lu Chuang replied, his words tinged with sincerity. Indeed, he had made the effort. But the girl was particularly fond of the MP3 player and would not part with it. Moreover, since he harbored feelings for her, he could not afford to confront her directly, leading to 2 fruitless attempts. Unaware of these circumstances, and even if he were, Chen Xiaocheng would remain indifferent. "You failed to retrieve it? Then you can compensate me," he stated sternly. Upon hearing the word compensate, Lu Chuang's expression darkened further, and he pleaded, "Compensate? I have no money to pay, Brother Chen. I beg you, spare me. I will think of another way." "Think of another way? What other way is there? You cannot reclaim the item, nor will you pay for it. What else can you possibly do? Please, Brother Chen, grant me 2 more days. I will figure something out. I implore you." Chen Xiaocheng had encountered many individuals like Lu Chuang, those who sought to avoid loss while dragging their feet. For such people, he felt no hesitation or pity. Responding directly, "The issue does not lie with me. I merely wish to reclaim what is mine. If there is nothing to return, then compensation is acceptable. I am indifferent to your pleas. They are futile." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang's expression shifted, and raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Aren't you pushing me to my limits? Are you intent on driving me to despair?" This remark elicited a laugh of disbelief from Chen Xiaocheng. "I am pushing you? You borrowed my belongings, and now I am the one being unreasonable? What do you expect? Should I simply accept my misfortune and that absolve you of responsibility?" At this moment, Yu Lu, standing nearby, was equally appalled and joined Chen Xiaocheng in denouncing Lu Chuang. It seemed Lu Chuang had made a resolute decision. Steeling himself as he defiantly stated, "I don't care, this is how it is. I shall no longer retrieve my belongings, nor can I afford to compensate you. You may proceed as you wish. If it comes to it, you can find someone to beat me up. I will accept it." At this moment, Lu Chuang had already begun to adopt a reckless attitude. In his mind, he believed he had exhausted all options and might as well embrace solitude. At worst, he would merely face a reprimand from Chen Xiaocheng. Observing Lu Chuang's petulant demeanor, Chen Xiaocheng was both amused and irked. Lu Chuang's behavior extinguished any desire he had to continue the dialogue. If the other party had resorted to acting in bad faith, it would be absurd for him to engage in rational discussion. With this thought, Chen Xiaocheng took a step back with Yu Lu and spoke, "Very well. I comprehend your stance. Given your attitude, there is no further need for discourse. It shall be thus. Since reasoning with you is futile, I will seek out Teacher Song shortly and request her assistance in speaking with your parents." These words left Lu Chuang utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Chen Xiaocheng's next course of action would be to involve a teacher and notify his parents. He had assumed that the previous day's suggestion to change venues and involve others meant that Chen Xiaocheng intended to have someone confront him. He could not fathom that it implied this. In his view, matters between boys should be resolved independently. Informing a teacher was considered disgraceful. As Chen Xiaocheng was about to depart, he noticed Lu Chuang's expression and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you surprised? Did you think I wouldn't seek out a teacher, which is why you felt free to act in bad faith? Lu Chuang, your reasoning isn't entirely flawed. If the debt you owed me were merely a few dozen or a couple of hundred yuan, then perhaps your assumption would hold true. I might have arranged for a few people to give you a scare, and you could have compensated me a bit, allowing the matter to fade into the past. However, this time is different. You have seen the precise amount, haven't you? To put it plainly, this sum may well exceed your parents' monthly wages. This figure is even substantial enough to warrant legal action. Do you grasp the implications of this? This situation has escalated beyond mere childish antics. Do not presume I jest. Were it not for the reputation of our class, I would have already initiated legal proceedings against you, and you would have no choice but to compensate me. Enough of this idle chatter. Do as you please. I am off to find Teacher Song." At this juncture, Lu Chuang was thoroughly intimidated by Chen Xiaocheng's words. As he saw Chen Xiaocheng preparing to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Chen Xiaocheng's arm with an urgent tone. "Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please do not seek out Teacher Song, and certainly do not inform my parents. I will retrieve the cassette player for you tonight. No, I will ask for it right away, and I promise to return it before school ends. I truly beg you, Brother Chen." As he spoke, Lu Chuang clutched Chen Xiaocheng's arm, his body sagging in desperation, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Witnessing his distress, Chen Xiaocheng felt his resolve begin to waver. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. Had Lu Chuang not been so obstinate in his refusal to play fair, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Observing Lu Chuang nearly on his knees, Chen Xiaochen felt compelled to extend her trust to him once more, granting him yet another opportunity. "Enough of this theatrics. Get up. If you continue to sob like that, how will you face others later?" she admonished. "Since you have spoken, I shall believe in you one last time. You will devise a way to request leave and retrieve your belongings, ensuring they are returned to me before school ends this evening. Should you fail to accomplish this, do not hold me accountable." Upon hearing Chen Xiaochen's acquiescence to his proposed solution, Lu Chuang's expression transformed from despair to elation, and a sense of relief washed over him. While he expressed his boundless gratitude, he fervently assured her that he would undoubtedly return before the day's end. After repeating his promises several times, he finally nodded in agreement and scurried off towards the teacher's office. Once Lu Chuang had departed, Chen Xiaochen joined Yu Lu to procure their meals. Along the way, Yu Lu remained indignant, insisting that Lu Chuang should not be let off lightly and deserved a lesson to remember. In response to Yu Lu's sentiments, Chen Xiaochen shared her thoughts and reasoning, which eventually calmed his fury. The afternoon passed swiftly, and when the school bell rang at 4:40 p.m., Lu Chuang had yet to return. Chen Xiaochen exhibited no overt reaction, continuing with her activities as usual. However, by 6:30 p.m., after the evening study session had concluded, Lu Chuang still had not appeared. It was only after all the other students had departed that Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu exited the classroom. They stood at the school gate for 10 minutes, waiting for Lu Chuang's arrival, but upon realizing he was nowhere to be seen, they deemed their efforts sufficient and returned home separately. As Chen Xiaochen made her way home, Lu Chuang sat despondently by the roadside near a high school. He appeared quite disheveled, his clothing wrinkled and marred by several shoe prints. With a sorrowful expression, he was at a loss as to how to face Chen Xiaochen the following day. In Chapter 126, Lu Chuang's plight is revealed. He had indeed spoken the truth. At noon, he feigned illness, displaying a pained visage as he requested leave from Teacher Song. Although Teacher Song harbored some doubts upon observing his somewhat pale countenance, she ultimately granted him permission. Lu Chuang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and promptly exited the classroom, making his way towards the high school where the girl he sought attended. This high school, ranked low within the city, was known for its lax management. Positioned outside the school gate, Lu Chuang observed for some time. The elderly guard inside the booth was engrossed in sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Seizing a moment when the guard turned to refill his cup, Lu Chuang stealthily slipped through the wall and entered the school grounds. Upon entering the teaching building, he was met with a musty atmosphere. The walls bore the scars of neglect, their peeling paint and damage narrating the story of the institution. Yet, Lu Chuang had no time to ponder such details. His sole focus was to locate the girl and reclaim his portable cassette player. He arrived directly at the threshold of the classroom where the girl was situated, yet his steps involuntarily faltered. Positioning himself by the back door, Lu Chuang cautiously leaned in to peer inside. It was class time, yet the atmosphere within the classroom was remarkably chaotic. A teacher stood at the podium, speaking as if oblivious to the tumultuous scene unfolding beneath him. Only a handful of students appeared to be attentively engaged in the lesson, while the majority busied themselves with various distractions. Some were engrossed in conversation, others were playfully tussling, and a few were occupied with their notebooks, launching paper airplanes. The classroom resembled a veritable pandemonium, a cacophony of activities. In the last row, a boy and a girl sat closely together. He affectionately draped his arm around her shoulders, and they shared whispers in a seemingly intimate exchange. The sheer disorder of the class left Lu Chuang profoundly astonished. As a diligent student among a group of misfits, this was a scene he had never encountered before. In his own school, while there were occasionally mischievous students who would whisper or fidget during lessons, the overall atmosphere remained relatively orderly. However, here, it felt like a realm devoid of rules. Lu Chuang shook his head, a surge of complex emotions flooding his mind. After surveying the ruckus, he recalled his purpose for being there and immediately began searching for the girl. He tilted his body, his eyes scanning the classroom intently. At last, he spotted her figure near the corridor. She was bowed over, seemingly preoccupied with something, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face. A wave of excitement coursed through Lu Chuang. He had finally located the person he sought. Yet, with class still in session, he lacked the courage to barge in and call out to her. He was acutely aware of the potential consequences, not only inciting the teacher's ire, but also possibly alienating the girl further. Thus, he resolved to wait in the corridor for the bell to signal the end of class. During this interminable wait, time seemed to stretch unusually long. Lu Chuang's anxiety mounted. He pondered what he would say when he finally saw her, and whether she would return his portable cassette player. As he remained in anticipation, a teacher passed by in the corridor. The sound of the teacher's footsteps rang out sharply in the quiet hallway, causing Lu Chuang's heart to leap into his throat. He was momentarily startled, cold sweat breaking out across his skin. He stood there, frozen with trepidation, fearful of drawing the teacher's attention. However, the teacher merely cast a glance his way before continuing on without a word. This encounter further reshaped Lu Chuang's perception of the school, revealing to him that it could indeed operate in such a manner. In his own school, a teacher would invariably inquire about a stranger lingering in the hallway, perhaps even escorting them to the office. Yet here, the teachers seemed indifferent to such matters. Lu Chuang's musings were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the dismissal bell. Moments later, the teacher in the classroom efficiently gathered his belongings and exited the room. As Lu Chuang passed by, he cast a glance at him. His expression tinged with a hint of confusion, yet he refrained from inquiring further. After the teacher departed, the already cacophonous classroom remained unchanged. Aside from a few individuals rising to attend to nature's call, the rest continued with their respective pursuits. It was only at this moment that Lu Chuang mustered the courage to approach the front of the room. Standing at the threshold, he steeled himself and called out the girl's name towards the wall. The atmosphere inside was still quite boisterous, and Lu Chuang's presence elicited little attention. Even the girl remained oblivious to his arrival until her deskmate glanced up and nudged her arm, prompting her awareness. The girl, engrossed in music and perusing a magazine, finally lifted her gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chuang, a flicker of impatience crossed her face, yet she removed her headphones, stowed her MP3 player in her desk, and ambled towards the classroom door. Upon reaching the entrance, she did not speak immediately, instead leading Lu Chuang to a secluded corner of the corridor before finally asking, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Confronted with her inquiry, Lu Chuang hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It was only when impatience reappeared on her face that he stammered, I'm here to retrieve my portable music player. It belongs to my classmate. If I don't return it soon, he intends to inform the teacher and involve my parents." Upon hearing Lu Chuang's words, the girl displayed a disdainful expression and exclaimed, "Seriously? It's just a trinket, and you're so desperate to get it back, even threatening to involve the teacher? Are you even a man?" Lu Chuang's face flushed crimson. He yearned to explain, but was at a loss for words. "Honestly, you can't blame me. That music player isn't cheap. He showed me the receipt. It cost over 1,500. Lu Chuang muttered softly. At this revelation, a gleam of excitement sparkled in the girl's eyes as she eagerly responded, "Really? Is that device truly that expensive? I suspected as much. Such a compact gadget must be costly." "Indeed, the receipt states it clearly, and he just purchased it. It hasn't even been a month since he started using it," Lu Chuang added. At this point, the girl seemed to revel in her newfound joy. Losing interest in the conversation altogether, and began to dismiss Lu Chuang. All right, I understand. That device is lost. I left it in my desk yesterday, and when I arrived this morning, it was gone. I have nothing to give you. So perhaps you should consider other options. Or ask your parents for some money to compensate him. That's it. I have things to attend to. I'm heading back in, and you should return as well. With that, the girl offered Lu Chuang no chance to plead his case further, turning on her heel and entering the classroom without a backward glance. She departed, leaving Lu Chuang standing there in a daze. He was no fool. He recognized the girl's deceit. Moreover, he had seen the headphones dangling from her ears when he had peeked inside the classroom. At this moment, he finally grasped the sensation that Chen Xiaochen must have felt when confronted with him. The sensation of witnessing others utter falsehoods with their eyes wide open. While feeling foolish himself, ignited within him an overwhelming impulse to storm into the classroom. Yet, he hesitated. Despite his daily bravado, casually smoking and forging brotherly connections, he was not a true delinquent. Rather, he was merely a student lagging behind in a sea of diligent learners. Regardless of how furious he felt at that moment, he lacked the courage to charge into the classroom before him. After several moments of mental preparation at the entrance, Lu Chuang ultimately turned away from the educational building. As he exited the school gates, he noticed that the security guard had completely disregarded him, prompting an involuntary, self-deprecating smile. Chapter 127. Confession upon leaving the school premises. Lu Chuang did not walk away. Instead, he crouched by the roadside, awaiting the dismissal bell. Though he lacked the audacity to confront them directly, he could not simply abandon the matter. He felt compelled to reason with the girl, hoping to retrieve his belongings. Without such an effort, he was at a loss as to what to do next. He was acutely aware that if he did not reclaim his portable music player today, Chen Xiaochen would undoubtedly enlist Teacher Song to contact his parents the following day. The mere thought of this filled him with anxiety and unease. Time passed slowly. Crouched by the roadside, Lu Chuang observed the ebb and flow of pedestrians, his heart heavy with helplessness and trepidation. The evening sun began to descend, elongating his shadow. His mood mirrored the waning daylight, gradually sinking into despondency. At 4:40 p.m., the school bell rang punctually. Within moments, a throng of students streamed out of the gates. Lu Chuang positioned himself at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the school grounds, searching for the girl's figure. A few minutes later, just as his eyes began to sting, he finally spotted her approaching from a distance. Accompanying her were 2 other girls and 3 boys, all engaged in cheerful conversation, radiating joy. Upon seeing her, Lu Chuang did not rush forward, but waited until the group had exited the school before stepping in front of the girl. At that moment, she sported headphones and clutched the very MP3 player belonging to Chen Xiaochen. When she noticed someone blocking her path, she paused, and upon recognizing Lu Chuang, her annoyance escalated. She snapped, "Lu Chuang, what do you want? Haven't you had enough?" Observing her demeanor, Lu Chuang resolved to forego any superfluous chatter. Fixing his gaze on the MP3 in her hand, he summoned his courage and stated plainly, "I want to take back my portable music player." At his words, the girl erupted in fury, dropping all pretenses. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chuang's nose and exclaimed, "In your dreams. Let me make this clear. You're not taking this back today. Once it's in my possession, it's mine. You can't possibly expect to reclaim it." With that, her true nature reemerged, and glaring at the furious Lu Chuang, she continued, "You needn't feel indignant. I'm telling you outright, your discontent is futile. Having shared the same courtyard for so many years, I am acutely aware of your true nature, an utterly cowardly individual, relying solely on your words. There is no need for your incessant glares. If you have a plan, act on it. If not, simply fade away. Should you dispute this, we can settle it with a confrontation." As the girl spoke, her companions echoed her sentiments with jeers. Her words ignited a fire within Lu Chuang, who clenched his teeth and declared, "I don't care. You must return my Walkman today. If you refuse, I will come to your house." Upon hearing this, the girl laughed in disbelief, retorting, "So you'll come to my house? Lu Chuang, you've certainly grown bold." With a flicker of mischief in her eyes, she continued, "Fine, I'll return your item, but let us discuss it elsewhere." Lu Chuang's expression brightened at her words, believing his threat had borne fruit. However, before he could utter another word, her 3 male companions seized him and began to lead him away. It was only when they brought him to a secluded alley that he sensed something amiss and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" The girl, with a dismissive smirk, replied, "What do you think? I'm here to return your belongings, you ungrateful wretch. You dare to threaten me with a visit to my home? Are you tired of living?" With that, she stepped aside, and before Lu Chuang could protest further, the 3 boys closed in on him. In a 3-against-1 situation, Lu Chuang, an inexperienced fighter, faced an inevitable outcome. A few minutes later, the assailants ceased their assault and returned to the girl, leaving Lu Chuang on the ground, covered in shoe prints, huddled and cradling his head. At this juncture, the girl approached him triumphantly and said, "How does it feel? Are you subdued now? If you desire your Walkman, feel free to come find me. But should you dare to create trouble at my home, I will have something planned for you." With a parting kick to his back, she and her companions departed, reveling in their victory. Left alone, Lu Chuang remained hunched over, still cradling his head. After several minutes, the muffled sound of his sobs filled the alley. Following his tears, he did not venture far. Instead, he procured a bottle of beer from a nearby convenience store and settled by the roadside, smoking and drinking as he blankly observed the passers-by. He lingered there until after 8 o'clock in the evening, when the streets had emptied. It was then that he seemed to make a decision, staggering to his feet, reeking of alcohol, and made his way home. Upon his arrival, Lu Chuang's mother, who had been anxiously awaiting him, rushed out. Noticing her son's disheveled state, permeated by the mingled sense of smoke and alcohol, she furrowed her brow. Yet, rather than scolding him, she feared the potential wrath of Lu Chuang's father, and discreetly urged him to retreat to his room. Once he had changed out of his dust-covered school uniform, his mother lowered her voice and inquired, "Son, what happened? Why are you so late returning home? Where have you been?" Confronted by his mother, Lu Chuang's pent-up emotions from the night finally erupted. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he softly uttered, "Mom, I've gotten into trouble." Upon hearing these words, Lu's mother felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, her heart racing. Struggling to suppress the urge to seek out Lu's father, she forced herself to adopt a calm demeanor and said, "Son, do not fear. Tell me, what has happened?" Once he had steadied his emotions, Lu Chuang recounted the events of the past few days. He omitted the details of the beating but truthfully shared everything else with his mother. After listening to Lu Chuang's account, Lu's mother's initial reaction was one of relief. She had feared he was involved in something far more serious. Ultimately, the situation, aside from the financial compensation it necessitated, was not as grave as she had anticipated. In her heart, Lu Chuang, who had gained admission to a prestigious provincial school, remained her pride. Compared to her son, a little monetary expenditure seemed trivial. With this mindset, Lu's mother regained her composure, promptly reassuring Lu Chuang, "It's all right, son. It's just over 1,000 yuan. I can manage that. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to school to settle the matter with your classmate." Hearing his mother's words, Lu Chuang felt a wave of relief. Yet the sense of injustice surged within him, prompting his voice to rise. "Mom." Before he could continue, Lu's mother hastily covered his mouth, whispering, "Lower your voice. We mustn't let your father hear. If he finds out, you will surely face his wrath." Chapter 128. The resolution. The thought of Lu's father sent a shiver down Lu Chuang's spine. His father had a volatile temper and a penchant for drinking. While he did not become unruly, each time Lu Chuang erred, his father would administer a rigorous lesson. Lu Chuang had harbored an inexplicable fear of his father since childhood, which made him dread the prospect of his father discovering his mischief. This was precisely why he had begged for mercy upon learning that Chen Xiaochen intended to inform his parents. Lu's mother usually echoed his father's sentiments, and her willingness to shield Lu Chuang this time stemmed solely from his unusual behavior. Had it not been for that, he would have been unable to evade punishment. Once Lu's mother saw that Lu Chuang had calmed down somewhat, she turned and left his bedroom. After engaging in light conversation with Lu's father to reassure him, she returned to Lu Chuang's room. At this point, although Lu Chuang appeared somewhat dazed, his emotions had largely stabilized. Observing this, Lu's mother could not refrain from imparting a few more words of wisdom. "Little Chuang, although I will assist you in resolving this matter tomorrow, you must remember this lesson. Do not repeat the same mistakes in the future. Otherwise, I cannot always be here to help you." Despite feeling quite vexed by his mother's admonishments, Lu Chuang felt compelled by circumstances to nod in agreement. As she spoke, Lu's mother seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of annoyance as she continued. "And stay away from that girl from the Lau family, do you understand? That girl has never been a good influence. Having grown up in the company of a group of dubious characters, I have warned you countless times, yet you paid no heed. Now you have suffered the consequences. Haven't you? Perhaps it's time for you to learn a lesson." Reflecting on his mother's mention of a girl he once admired, Lu Chuang could not help but recall her indifferent demeanor and his own misfortunes that day. His gaze gradually filled with resentment. The night slowly slipped away amidst the conversation between mother and son. Thanks to Lu Ma's promise, Lu Chuang enjoyed his first restful sleep in days. The following morning, after parting ways with Lu Ma, they reunited on the street and proceeded to school together. The subsequent events unfolded quite simply. After Lu Ma spoke with Teacher Song, she withdrew money from the bank to return to Chen Xiaochen. Throughout the entire process, Lu Ma refrained from mentioning anything extraneous in front of Teacher Song. She merely stated that Lu Chuang had misplaced his belongings, even concocting a lie to cover for Lu Chuang's absence the previous day. With that, the matter was settled. Chen Xiaochen took the money and returned to class, while Lu Ma left for work. Only Lu Chuang experienced a subtle change in his demeanor. 2 days later, Chen Xiaochen received notification from the bookstore owner that the comics had arrived, inviting him to collect them at his convenience. That evening, Chen Xiaochen, accompanied by Yu Lo, made his way to the bookstore. After settling the remaining balance, they headed to the Morningstar Internet Cafe with the comics in tow. Upon entering the cafe, Chen Xiaochen spotted Wang Bo standing by the counter. Just as he was about to greet him, Wang Bo turned his head. Strangely, upon seeing Chen Xiaochen, Wang Bo merely nodded slightly, unlike his usual enthusiastic approach. This unusual behavior instantly aroused Chen Xiaochun's suspicion. He chose to remain silent, lowering his head and proceeding directly to the second floor with Yu Lo. Once on the second floor and inside the office, Chen Xiaochen set down the comics and waited with Yu Lo for Wang Bo's arrival. A few minutes later, Wang Bo pushed open the door and entered the office. Before Chen Xiaochen could utter a word, Wang Bo spoke first, saying, "Boss, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to call you if you hadn't shown up." Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Chen Xiaochen gestured for him to sit and inquired, "What's the matter?" After taking a seat and gathering his thoughts, Wang Bo replied, "I'm not entirely sure if there's an issue, but since this afternoon, a few individuals who don't seem quite right have come to our cafe to use the internet. They haven't caused any trouble, but their voices are excessively loud, and their typing on the keyboard and mouse is quite disruptive. Furthermore, their ostentatious appearances have affected our business. Many customers seated nearby have been put off and, not wanting to confront them, have left the cafe. As a result, the machines near them remain unoccupied. I, along with the network administrator, had previously approached these individuals to remind them of their behavior. To my surprise, their demeanor was quite amiable, yet they continued to act as they pleased. Unfortunately, I had no means to expel them directly." After listening to Wang Bo's account, Chen Xiaochen pondered for a moment and inquired, "Aside from these individuals, have there been any other peculiar occurrences in recent days?" Her words plunged Wang Bo into a reverie, and after a brief silence, he shook his head and replied, "No. Apart from these people, nothing else has seemed out of the ordinary." Upon receiving this response, Chen Xiaochen contemplated for a while and remarked, "These individuals must have been sent by someone else, though we are currently unaware of their identities. Here's what we'll do. If they return tomorrow, treat them as you did today. When they leave, have 2 people follow discreetly to ascertain their whereabouts and whom they meet. We need to uncover who is orchestrating this situation. If suitable individuals are not available, seek out Yin Shuai and ask him to assign 2 people to monitor them. By the way, is Yin Shuai at the Internet Cafe?" "Indeed, he is in the private room where he usually stays," came the reply. Chen Xiaochen nodded and continued, "Once we confirm their identities, we can deliberate on our next steps, though we cannot dismiss the possibility of them causing a disturbance later on. You possess Officer Lu's contact information, correct? If any issues arise in my absence, reach out to Officer Lu for assistance." Before Wang Bo could respond, Yu Lo, who had been quietly listening, interjected, "Chen Gu, should I inform my father?" After a moment's consideration, Chen Xiaochen shook his head. "Not for now. Your father's intervention is unnecessary at this stage. The Officer Lu I mentioned is the one your father introduced to me before he left. Rest assured, there should not be any major issues." After delivering this reassurance, Chen Xiaochen turned back to Wang Bo and said, "Brother Wang, do you understand what I just explained? Follow my instructions and feel free to text me if anything arises. However, do not overly rely on me. I have school every day and may not always be able to respond promptly. If a situation arises, handle it as you see fit. Do not hesitate to incur expenses. Just keep a record for reimbursement later. If funds are insufficient, you may temporarily draw from the cafe's account, and I will reimburse you afterward. Should any insurmountable problems occur, do not hesitate to call me." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded solemnly and affirmed, "No problem, I understand what to do. I will manage matters as best as I can and will contact you only if necessary. Rest assured, boss." Chen Xiaochen nodded and offered a few final words of caution before leaving with Yu Lo. Wang Bo then descended the stairs and resumed his vigilant watch over the individuals at the bar. Chapter 129. Surveillance. The following day, Wang Bo relayed some news. After Chen Xiaochun's departure the previous day, he continued observing from the bar for a while longer. By 9 p.m., the Internet Cafe had begun its transition to overnight accommodations. Wang Bo observed that although the group had not departed, they showed no intention of staying overnight. he ascended to the second floor's private room to find Yin Shuai. After recounting the circumstances, he requested Yin Shuai's assistance in locating a few individuals to monitor the vicinity. This way, should the group decide to leave, they could follow discreetly. Yin Shuai, upon hearing Wang Bo's account, did not hesitate. He promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. Naturally, he could not disregard Chen Xiaochen's situation, especially since this was not a request without recompense. Wang Bo promised a fee of 100 yuan for each person he enlisted for surveillance. Such a low-risk opportunity with a monetary incentive was exceedingly appealing to Yin Shuai. In fact, it could be said that this was not merely a task he was undertaking for others, but rather a chance to assist his younger brothers. Motivated by the promise of payment, the arrangements proceeded with remarkable efficiency. In a short time, 2 of Yin Shuai's associates had arrived near the internet cafe. Once Wang Bo was informed of their presence, he refrained from meeting them directly. Instead, he instructed Yin Shuai to relay the gaming machine numbers of the individuals they were monitoring, allowing the 2 young men to enter the cafe and identify the targets themselves. A few minutes later, 2 young men, dressed in a rather unrefined manner, strolled into the cafe, engaging in a crude conversation while scanning the room. After a brief circuit, they exited the establishment without any further interaction. Wang Bo, seated at the bar, monitored their movements through the surveillance cameras. Their demeanor pleased him. He nodded in approval. Recognizing that Yin Shuai's contacts were indeed reliable, the 2 youths behaved quite naturally. Had he not been informed in advance, he would have found it difficult to discern their intentions. After more than half an hour, the group still showed no inclination to leave, continuing to shout and play the game with fervor. Meanwhile, Yin Shuai's 2 associates remained vigilant outside the cafe. Fortunately, as it was early October, the evening temperatures were mild, allowing the pair to comfortably wait by the roadside, sipping drinks and smoking, enjoying the moment. Another 30 minutes passed, and finally, the group's gaming credits ran low, prompting them to close their games. They did not log off. Instead, they swaggered out of the cafe. As soon as they exited, Wang Bo followed closely behind, positioning himself at the door to observe their movements. To his notice, the group did not board any transportation but leisurely strolled eastward. At this moment, Yin Shuai's 2 associates stood up, seemingly casually trailing behind them. The 2 parties maintained a distance of roughly 100 meters, departing Wang Bo's line of sight. What transpired next was beyond Wang Bo's control. All he could do was await updates from the surveillance duo before making further decisions. For this reason, he had already notified his family that he would not be returning home that night, as he intended to remain at the cafe. This wait extended for nearly 3 hours, until just past 1 in the morning, when the 2 watchers finally returned to report their findings from the evening. During those hours, they had gathered some information, though not in abundance. After those individuals exited the internet cafe, they proceeded to a noodle shop to dine. To keep an eye on them, 2 young boys also entered the establishment, each ordering a bowl of noodles. Initially, the group discussed their earlier visit to the Morning Star internet cafe, but before long, one of the bald men silenced the others, leading the group to simply eat noodles, drink, and boast. After over an hour, having satisfied their appetites, they staggered out of the noodle shop. Instead of hailing a cab, they walked for over 20 minutes, arriving at a bathhouse. The 2 boys, trailing behind, followed them inside. Upon entering the bathhouse, the group took a quick rinse before donning bathrobes and heading to the second floor. The establishment was quite busy, and upon reaching the second floor, they discovered that all private massage rooms were occupied. Consequently, they reclined in a row in the lounge area, awaiting availability. The 2 boys similarly laid down in a row behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Unfortunately, their dialogue revolved around the physical attributes of various individuals, lacking any substantial information. After several minutes, patrons began to emerge from the private rooms, and one by one, the group entered the rooms. When only the bald man remained. He did not immediately enter a room, but instead retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The content of the call was unknown to the 2 boys, yet they could hear the bald man's words distinctly. He was speaking to someone referred to as Brotherly, providing a detailed account of their visit to the Morning Star internet cafe. He then broached the subject of finances, using the pretext of the group's imminent indulgences to demand 5,000 yuan. At this moment, the bald man appeared both submissive and thoroughly unscrupulous. The expletives from the call audible enough for the boys in the back to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, he maintained an unrepentant demeanor, chuckling as he listened. Ultimately, as the voice on the other end quieted, presumably acquiescing to his request, he joyfully ended the call and sauntered into the private room. At this juncture, the 2 young observers departed the bathhouse to report back. Upon hearing their account, Wang Bo furrowed his brow in concern. It was evident that, as Chen Xiaochen had anticipated. This was no mere coincidence, but a premeditated scheme. Yet, the true intentions behind this plot remained unclear, necessitating further information to unravel the mystery. The first step was to ascertain the true identity of Brother Li, which would illuminate his motives. To uncover his identity, it was essential to investigate the individuals who had caused the disturbance. However, dealing with such people posed significant challenges. Those who engaged in such activities were typically unscrupulous ruffians and delinquents, rendering police intervention largely ineffective. Before they committed any serious offenses, the police would merely issue them a warning, which was hardly a matter of concern for individuals like them. Instead of involving the police, one could easily seek out the notorious local thugs who had established their dominance over the years. Indeed, these thugs could impose their authority on such individuals. However, Wang Bo lamented that neither he nor Chen Xiaochen possessed the necessary resources or connections to approach these figures. To engage with them recklessly could exacerbate the situation, potentially attracting their unwanted attention. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to wait for those individuals to return and continue to have someone trail them. This time, it was imperative to monitor them around the clock, as extracting clues from them would not be a daunting task. The leader among them would eventually meet with Brother Li. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo efficiently settled the expenses for the two youths, rewarding them not only with the promised 100 yuan each, but also reimbursing their expenditures for the evening. Chapter 130. A discovery. The two boys were elated upon receiving the money. For them, 100 yuan was a significant sum. Their earlier willingness to front the costs of trailing those individuals stemmed from both Yin Shuai's assurance and their desire to fulfill their task, thereby securing the promised reward. Once they received the payment, the stout and slender boys expressed their gratitude profusely as they exited the internet cafe. Once outside, they walked along the street, illuminated by the glow of streetlights, examining the cash in their hands. At that moment, the lean boy remarked, "We hardly did anything tonight. Just followed someone and kept watch for 100 yuan. This is quite a comfortable earning." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy scoffed. "While 100 yuan is considerable, it pales in comparison to the amount those people we were tailing are accustomed to. Didn't you hear? The bald guy mentioned 5,000 yuan. Damn. It seems these people make money far too easily." As soon as the chubby boy finished speaking, the lean boy slowed his pace and kicked him sharply on the backside, saying, "Have you lost your mind, chubby? Are you really complaining about 100 yuan? If we hadn't had the handsome guy looking out for us, you wouldn't even have earned this amount. And now you're eyeing their share? You should consider your own worth. Let me tell you, chubby, stop entertaining such futile thoughts. Those who earn that kind of money are no ordinary thugs. Just look at those people today. They clearly are regulars at the precinct, seasoned veterans. If this task had been left to you, forget about 5,000. Even 500 would be a monumental sum for you, and you might not even secure that." With that, the lean boy decided to drop the subject, stating, "Enough of this nonsense. It's late. We can't go home now. Let's find a place to sleep for the night." He then continued on his way, disregarding the chubby boy. The latter remained silent, simply following in his footsteps. The following day, after a night spent in the office, Wang Bo rose early, timing his call to Chen Xiaochen meticulously. During their conversation, Wang Bo reported on the events of the previous day and articulated the plan he had devised. Chen Xiaochen, upon hearing this, offered no dissenting opinions. He merely advised Wang Bo not to fret over expenses, ensuring that sufficient funds were allocated, and encouraged him to recruit additional personnel, emphasizing the importance of closely monitoring them. As for Wang Bo's suggestion to enlist a local thug to intimidate these individuals, Chen Xiaochen dismissed it from his mind. Although Yin Shuai's father fit the bill for such a task, Chen Xiaochen was reluctant to incur unnecessary favors with those he deemed unworthy. He preferred to resolve matters through monetary means whenever possible, finding it simpler and more efficient. After concluding their discussion, they hung up and returned to their respective duties. Chen Xiaochen resumed his studies at school, while Wang Bo, with time still on his side, decided to return home for a brief rest before coming back around noon. He had already coordinated with Yin Shuai, who was staying overnight at the internet cafe, and planned to do so again that night. Should those individuals return, Yin Shuai would recruit 4 more to continue surveillance. These 4 would be divided into 2 teams, alternating shifts to monitor the targets around the clock. Before long, noon arrived. Shortly after Wang Bo returned to the internet cafe, the group from the previous day indeed reappeared at Morningstar Internet Cafe. This time, they not only came themselves, but also brought along several young thugs. Approximately 10 individuals logged onto computers, and at the behest of the bald leader, they settled into 2 distinct areas. The scene unfolded much like the previous day. Once seated, they began to shout and play games. instantly transforming the previously serene cafe into a cacophonous marketplace. Yet this was merely the beginning. Today, they not only created a ruckus, but also chain-smoked the cheapest, lowest-quality cigarettes. Two among them even spat onto the floor occasionally, turning their designated areas into a fog of smoke and filth. Before long, patrons nearby began to exit their stations, with a few unable to tolerate the commotion attempting to confront the rowdy group. However, upon observing their menacing demeanor, they ultimately retreated, opting to leave instead. Thus, a vacuum of silence enveloped the area around the raucous group. Wang Bo witnessed all of this unfold, yet felt powerless to intervene, opting instead to have the cleaning staff periodically tidy up the vicinity. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and as the clock struck 9 in the evening, these individuals departed right on schedule, having overstayed their welcome. However, the surveillance team dispatched earlier yielded no fruitful results. After dining outside, the group left without even a thought for personal hygiene, each going their separate ways. The observers continued to follow the bald leader, but his routine proved remarkably consistent. Each night, after leaving the internet cafe and parting ways with his companions, he would head to a bathhouse for leisure before retiring there for the night. Upon rising in the morning, he would frequent a mahjong parlor to engage in games. By midday, he would reconvene with acquaintances to visit an internet cafe. This routine persisted with remarkable regularity. 2 days passed, and the bald man maintained his monotonous lifestyle, while Wang Bo experienced little progress. Meanwhile, the internet cafe suffered from a noticeable decline in patrons, as these individuals continued to exploit the establishment. Just as Wang Bo began to feel anxious and contemplated discussing alternative strategies with Chen Xiaochen, the 5th day arrived, and the surveillance team finally relayed valuable intelligence. That morning, after emerging from a bathhouse, the bald man did not head to the mahjong parlor, but instead made his way to a local internet cafe. The newly assigned surveillance duo naturally followed him into the cafe. Upon entering, they immediately occupied 2 machines near the bar, feigning engagement in games while keeping their eyes fixed on the bald man conversing with someone at the bar. From their position, they overheard the bald man mention the name Li Go, which Wang Bo had instructed them to pay particular attention to. The bald man was animatedly chatting, his demeanor unrestrained, and his voice carried audibly. From the exchange between him and a middle-aged man behind the bar, it became evident that this Li Gu was the owner of the internet cafe, and the bald man had come to request money. He claimed the previous sum provided by Li Gu was insufficient and sought an additional handout. Li Gu, however, reacted with palpable anger to the bald man's demands, chastising him for his lack of credibility, as the agreed-upon amount was now being renegotiated. The bald man, unfazed, shamelessly persisted in his entreaties, refusing to leave without seeing the cash. Eventually, with no other recourse, Li Gu reluctantly retrieved 1,000 yuan from the register and handed it over to the bald man, who then expressed his gratitude and departed with the money. Chapter 131. The counterattack begins after listening to the youth's account. Wang Bo was nearly certain that this Li Gu was the very orchestrator they had been seeking. Not only did the name align perfectly, but he was also a rival in their field. With this crucial information in hand, Wang Bo wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity during the lunch break, he swiftly retrieved his phone and called Chen Xiaochen. Upon connection, Wang Bo meticulously detailed the newfound intelligence and his subsequent deductions. After hearing him out, Chen Xiaochen calmly instructed Wang Bo to shift the focus of their surveillance, abandoning the bald man and directing attention towards Li Gu instead. Wang Bo acknowledged this directive and pledged to act immediately. Chen Xiaochen further reminded him of several key points before concluding the call. Once the conversation ended, Chen Xiaochen glanced at his phone screen, noting that he still had ample time. Therefore, he borrowed Yu Li's bicycle and set off towards the internet cafe mentioned by Wang Bo. The cafe was not far from the school, and within just a few minutes of cycling, Chen Xiaochen arrived at his destination. Upon arriving at the destination, Chen Xiaochen did not hastily enter the internet cafe. Instead, he paused on the street, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. The location of this internet cafe was quite intriguing. Its entrance opened onto a secondary road, while a major thoroughfare lay to its left. In Chen Xiaocheng's memory, he envisioned a remarkable transformation occurring here a decade hence. Not only would a large shopping plaza rise directly opposite the cafe, but the surrounding area would also evolve into upscale, gated communities. The only exception would be the area occupied by the cafe itself, which, due to its small size and relatively recent construction, remained overlooked and neglected. Consequently, these buildings would still stand here even 20 years later. As Chen Xiaochen gazed at the environment, contemplating the future changes, a wave of sentiment washed over him. The passage of time promised such profound alterations, and at that moment, standing there, he could almost feel the imprints of history and the uncertainties of what lay ahead. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned and entered the cafe. Once inside, he naturally approached the counter, retrieving money to start a machine while seemingly nonchalantly observing the internal ambience of the cafe. This establishment appeared to have seen better days. Its decor, computer equipment, and various amenities all bore the marks of age. The cafe occupied a single floor, its space modest, roughly 100 square meters, allowing one to glimpse nearly its entirety in a single glance. Yet, within this not overly spacious area, over 50 machines were crammed together, rendering the cafe extraordinarily crowded. At that moment, the number of patrons was not substantial, with only about half of the machines in use. Chen Xiaochen noted that the majority of those engaged were students playing single-player games. He even spotted several children clad in elementary school uniforms. Chen Xiaochen lingered in the cafe for more than 20 minutes, casually playing Red Alert on the computer while continuously observing the surroundings. However, the cafe owner, referred to as Brotherly, had yet to make an appearance. The personnel composition of this internet cafe was remarkably simple, despite his extended stay. Chen Xiaochen had only seen one service staff member at the front desk. Given the limited indoor space, he was quite certain he had not encountered the network administrator or any cleaning staff. As he prepared to leave, the elusive Brotherly remained absent. With class time approaching, Chen Xiaochen had no choice but to hastily return to school. Despite his urgency, he nonetheless arrived late to the classroom. Fortunately, the lesson was a physical education self-study session. Mr. Song, the supervising teacher, merely shook his head slightly upon seeing Chen Xiaochen's tardiness, silently gesturing for him to return to his seat. At 6:30 p.m., upon the conclusion of school, Chen Xiaochen wasted no time. He hopped onto Yu Li's bicycle and headed straight for the internet cafe. When Wang Bo had called during lunch, Yu Lu had been by his side. Chen Xiaochen did not conceal the conversation, and thus, aware of the developments. Yu Lu took the initiative to suggest they visit the cafe together that evening to assess the situation. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Morningstar Internet Cafe. The establishment was noticeably less crowded than before, with those seeking trouble still divided into two groups, clamoring and causing a ruckus. Chen Xiaochen paid them no mind and led Yu Lu directly to the second floor. Upon entering the office, Wang Bo and Yin Shui were engaged in discussion. Noticing Chen Xiaochen's arrival, they ceased their conversation and greeted him. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Chen Xiaochen casually took a seat with Yu Lu and inquired, "What is the update? Any new developments?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bo promptly replied, "Yes. Yin Shui was just informing me about this matter. He should elaborate." Following Wang Bo's words, all three turned their attention to Yin Shui. "Well, Chen Gu, just moments ago, my men reported that the individual known as Li Gu has finally made an appearance. My two younger brothers, unsure of where to locate him after receiving their orders, decided to wait at his internet cafe. Around 5:30 p.m., the cafe owner surnamed Li arrived, settled accounts with the front desk staff, and departed with the day's earnings. My two brothers, not daring to delay, followed him on foot for over 10 minutes until he entered a residential complex, where they witnessed him enter one of the units. After waiting for more than 10 minutes to confirm he had returned home, they sent one of their number to inform me." After listening to Yin Shui's account, Chen Xiaochen nodded. Since they had pinpointed Li Ji's residence, there was no longer a worry about losing track of him. Thus, the necessity for the individuals in the cafe to remain was rendered moot. Contemplating this, Chen Xiaochen turned to Yin Shui and said, "Xiao Shui, I need your assistance with another matter." Upon seeing Yin Shui nod, Chen Xiaochen continued, "Now that we have identified the mastermind, it's time to deal with these people in the cafe. Shortly, I will provide you with 5,000 yuan. I need you to find some savvy individuals capable of being decisive. Once the patrons have departed, arrange for your contacts to encounter them unexpectedly, and ensure they receive a thorough lesson, particularly the leading bald man. Ideally, he shouldn't be able to get out of bed for months. Also, be cautious not to involve anyone who could be linked back to you." Upon hearing this, Yin Shui nodded, contemplated briefly, and then began dialing a number. Meanwhile, Wang Bo exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xiaochen before rising to retrieve 5,000 yuan in cash from the cafe's safe. Yu Lu, who had been listening intently, appeared quite exhilarated, wearing an expression that suggested he relished the unfolding chaos. After approximately 10 minutes and 3 phone calls, Yin Shui had arranged everything as instructed by Chen Xiaochen. His remarkable efficiency could be attributed to the legendary junior high school he had previously attended. This school has not only produced the disenchanted scion Yin Shui, but also a succession of individuals endowed with remarkable professional skills, both minor and major ruffians. Chapter 132. The Movements of Brotherly. Once Chen Shuai's matters were settled, Chen Xiaochen directly handed over the funds to him, while advising Xiao Shuai. I anticipate that after tonight's setback, Brotherly will find himself without anyone to rely on. Surely, there will be further developments. Ensure your little brothers remain vigilant and report any occurrences immediately. After this, Chen Xiaochen turned to Wang Bo and said, Brother Bo, it is imperative to provide these brothers with adequate logistical support. Every penny owed must reach their hands without fail. Once we have dealt with this group, we will initiate a promotional recharge event at the Internet Cafe, offering a bonus of 50 for every 100 spent, lasting for a week until concluded. Additionally, I must emphasize the need for the front desk to be particularly vigilant, aiming to restrict the presence of minors. Any individuals deemed too young must be unequivocally denied access. Both Chen Shuai and Wang Bo nodded in agreement. After outlining all tasks, Chen Xiaochen reviewed the details to ensure nothing was overlooked. Before departing the Internet Cafe alongside Yu Lu, Chen Shuai indeed proved to be reliable and remarkably efficient. The following afternoon, the bald-headed gang did not reappear at the cafe. The night prior, after indulging in late-night snacks, the bald-headed group collided with 3 individuals upon exiting the restaurant. Having consumed some alcohol, the bald-headed leader, emboldened by numbers, hurled insults at the opposing party, with some members even beginning to shove the 3. However, the adversaries were no pushovers, besides the 3 in front. 2 groups conversing nearby were also their allies. The ensuing events were predictable. The bald-headed crew, already at a numerical disadvantage and under the influence, found their combat efficacy significantly diminished, and they were effectively overwhelmed by the opposition. Initially, the aggressors contemplated how to reasonably subdue the bald-headed leader. To their surprise, he unwittingly became their unwitting ally. Even while being passively assaulted, he continued to taunt relentlessly. Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. One of the assailants seized a brick from the roadside and, amidst the chaos, struck the bald-headed leader's leg with considerable force. The impact was so severe that the brick shattered, and the bald-headed leader immediately let out a piercing scream. The cry reverberated, prompting both groups to cease their actions. One group quickly gathered around to assess his condition, while the other, having achieved their objective, swiftly departed. Following their exit, they divided into 3 factions and dispersed, traveling quite a distance before each hailing a taxi to leave. Their caution stemmed from Chen Shuai's earlier instructions. The individuals who had come today were seniors from Chen Shuai's previous and the one before that, all of whom were once somewhat notorious ruffians in the vicinity of the school. When Chen Shuai was searching for individuals, he deliberately chose those who currently resided in other districts and were still involved in dubious activities, primarily to avert any repercussions from the bald man. Although the bald man was highly unlikely to report the incident, even if he did, the police might not conduct a thorough investigation into the brawls among such individuals. Nonetheless, exercising caution is always prudent. Having dealt with the bald man and his associates, the next course of action was to closely monitor Brotherly. Chen Xiaochen did not have to wait long. The day after the incident involving the bald man, Brotherly exhibited new movements. According to reports from the surveillance team, that afternoon, Brotherly visited the local police station and remained inside for over half an hour before emerging. The 2 individuals tailing him were unable to enter, thus unaware of his activities or whom he met. Upon receiving this information, Chen Xiaochen pondered for a moment and subsequently instructed Wang Bo to refuse entry to minors in the Internet Cafe from that day forward, while also ensuring the inspection of various fire safety facilities within the establishment. Indeed, as soon as Chen Xiaochen's order was issued, the very next day, 2 young police officers arrived for an inspection. Wang Bo did not recognize either of them, as it was their first encounter. The officers commenced their visit by examining the issue of minors accessing the internet, followed by an inspection of the fire safety equipment and facilities. After confirming that everything was in order, they left with a sense of resignation. Once the police departed, Wang Bo, who had been slightly perspiring, finally exhaled in relief, unable to help but admire the accuracy of Chen Xiaochen's judgment. It is crucial to note that while the police station lacked the authority to impose penalties regarding minors' internet usage and consumption, they certainly held the right to conduct inspections. Should they uncover any issues, the matter could be referred to the relevant authorities, leading to fines or even the potential cessation of operations. Aware of the severity of the situation, Wang Bo disregarded the time and promptly sent a text message to Chen Xiaochen. Within seconds, Chen Xiaochen replied, acknowledging the message, which allowed Wang Bo to relax. As time swiftly progressed to noon, during the lunch break, Chen Xiaochen and Yu Lu exited the school gate. Chen Xiaochen then took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he greeted with a beaming smile. Officer Lu. Hello, this is Chen Xiaochen. On the other end was Officer Lu from the local police station. Having been specifically instructed by Yu's father before his departure, Officer Lu treated Chen Xiaochen with great courtesy. Ah, I know you. Xiaochen, I have your number saved. No need to be so formal. You're the nephew of Bureau Chief Yu, so just call me Lu Go. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochen felt a surge of confidence and continued, then I shall not be formal. Lu Gu, I wish to inquire about something. Go ahead. Lu Gu replied. Today, 2 police officers came to inspect my internet cafe regarding minors and fire safety. Do you happen to know what this is about? Officer Lu paused, surprised, and said, Is that so? I truly was not aware. What was the specific situation? Did they find any issues? No, there were no problems at all. I merely found the visit of these 2 officers rather sudden and wanted to check if there was any directive from our station. Officer Lu was exceedingly astute. Upon hearing those words, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, since no issues had been uncovered and considering the prior instructions from the Bureau, he was more than willing to inquire further into the specifics of the matter. All right, Xiaochen, I comprehend your meaning. Please hold on for a moment while I investigate the situation, and I shall return your call shortly. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your efforts. With that, the 2 ended the call. Officer Lu was remarkably efficient in his duties, and a little over 10 minutes later, he returned the call to Chen Xiaochen. Xiaochen, I have inquired about the situation and have gained a clearer understanding. The 2 officers who visited your establishment today were dispatched by the newly appointed director. Following Director Yu's promotion, the deputy director temporarily assumed the director's role. However, about half a month ago, we received a new director directly from above. He has not been in office long, and our interactions have been limited, thus we are not fully apprised of many circumstances. As for the 2 officers who visited today, they are both newcomers who have only recently begun their service. I cannot delve into further specifics, but I trust you can infer some aspects yourself. After listening to Officer Lu's account, Chen Xiaochen began to piece together the context in his mind. Following a round of gratitude, he ended the call.